In my previous life, I was exploited by my girlfriend and lived like a dog working 996, eventually dying suddenly on the streets. I never expected that the moment I opened my eyes, I'd be back at the very instant she publicly humiliated me. She pointed at my nose and called me a worthless loser who couldn't even afford a 3,000 yuan dress. And in my mind, I saw the god-tier system that could double my assets, allowing me to effortlessly reap profits from Wall Street. My name is Jiāng Chén, and I was once a poor student who groveled in the dirt over a 3,000 yuan dress.
Jiāng Chén, are you going to buy it or not? Stop dithering, are you even a man?
At the school gate, my girlfriend Hu Weiwei stood with her hands on her hips, glaring angrily. Her makeup was smeared, and her piercing shrieks drew countless sidelong glances and whispers.
That dress costs 3,000. I only make 1,500 a month, I said in a humble voice. If you're not even willing to make such a small sacrifice, I can see you don't really care about me. You're broke. Useless. Her voice rose sharply, drowning out my explanations completely. Boom. Suddenly, an intense pain struck my brain. Countless images flooded in a dimly lit office, my emaciated self tapping at a keyboard. A freezing rented room, numb eyes, ending in sudden death like an unnoticed stray dog. That was my future? No. It was my previous life. I was reborn. Overwhelming rage, icy killing intent, surging from the depths of my soul. I remembered it all. In my past life, it was this woman who drained me of everything, left me buried in debt, and ultimately led to my miserable and sudden death. With a sudden lift of my head, I found myself back at the crossroads of fate. In my past life, I chose compromise and slid into the abyss. But now, the words breakup sounded like a joke. The last trace of weakness in my heart was burned to ashes by the fury of 2 lifetimes. Slowly, I straightened my back, my icy gaze falling on Hu Weiwei's arrogant face. 1, 2, 3, good. I spoke, my voice not loud, yet like cracking ice, instantly freezing the entire room. Let's break up now. Now. What did you say? Hu Weiwei screamed in disbelief. I said, let's break up. The corner of my mouth curled into a frosty smirk, each word sharp as a blade. Even glancing at trash like you dirties my eyes. Get lost. The moment the last word exploded, everyone turned to stone. Hu Weiwei was completely bewildered. How dare that submissive, spineless simp. Jiāng Chén, have you lost your mind? For a 3,000 yuan skirt, you're breaking up with me? Without me, you're nothing. She screamed in a fit of rage. Furious, I laughed in anger and turned to leave. Staying even a second longer would be a desecration of my rebirth. Behind me was her hysterical screams, but I didn't look back, my steps resolute. The sunlight poured down, warmer and brighter than ever before. The weight in my heart lifted, my soul broke free from its chains, feeling so light it could soar. In this lifetime, I raised my head and defy the heavens. I walked over to the bench under the shade of the tree and sat down, calming my emotions. In 2018, there was still time for everything. In this life, I want boundless wealth. I'll grasp fate firmly in my hands. But reality is harsh. Without capital, everything is just empty talk. No! I slammed my fist on the back of the chair. Madness flashed in his eyes. I, Jiāng Chén, will never endure humiliation again. Ding! Detected the host's overwhelming will to defy fate. Economic Hex System activated. Buzz. A futuristic pale blue light screen suddenly unfolded before your eyes. Please choose an initial Hex Tech enhancement. 3 dazzling options hovered silently. 1. Demon Contract. Sacrifice 30 years of lifespan, permanently gain plus 100 to Constitution/Charisma. 2 Tomb Raiders, you will acquire tomb raiding skills comparable to the Shelling Warriors, and the value of treasures obtained will be tripled. 3 Windfall, instantly receive 5 million. An additional 10k is added after each player's action turn. I held my breath, my heart pounding like a war drum. The system, it's actually real. I instantly dismissed the demonic contract that traded life for attributes and the risky grave robber option. My gaze was firmly locked on the third option, Windfall. 5 million in startup capital. For someone who was worrying about 3,000 yuan just minutes ago, this was an astronomical figure. I choose 3. Windfall. Hextech Enhancement Windfall has been selected. Reward funds are being distributed. As soon as the words fell, the light screen vanished, and the phone in the pocket vibrated wildly. I pulled out my phone, and a text message notification from China Construction Bank suddenly caught my eye. Dear customer of China Construction Bank, your account ending with 5621 at 14. Deposited 5 million renminbi, current account balance is 5 million and 3.85. CCB, my breath stopped instantly. Staring fixedly at that searing string of numbers, I rubbed my eyes and counted them one by one. It's true, 7 digits. 5 million. I frantically opened the mobile banking app, my hands trembling as I entered the password. In the account balance column, the numbers jumped out with crystal clarity: 5 million and 3 yen and 85 sen. A tsunami of immense happiness overwhelmed me. This is not a dream. I raised my phone, staring at the dazzling balance, unable to suppress the wild grin spreading across my face. The initial startup funds have been transferred to the host's legitimate account through compliant channels, with an absolutely safe and reliable source. Please use them with peace of mind.
Hearing this reassuring answer, the last trace of worry in my heart completely vanished. With 5 million in cold hard cash in hand, my life is completely different from this moment on.
Damn right.
First, pay off those goddamn online loans. In my past life, to satisfy Huawei's insatiable greed, I took on a 45,000 yuan high-interest loan, which was one of the things that crushed me. Now, with a huge sum of money at my disposal, the first thing to do is cut off these shackles. I took out my phone and opened those loan apps that used to make my heart race.
Repayment, confirm, payment, repayment, confirm, payment, repayment, confirm, payment.
Without the slightest hesitation, as the last debt was cleared to zero, I breathed out a long, refreshing sigh of relief.
Uninstall the app.
Clear data. When the last icon disappeared, I put down my phone as if a heavy burden had been lifted off my shoulders. Farewell, the shadows of the past. In an instant, the boulder that weighed on my heart and even the depths of my soul shattered into pieces.
Paying off all my online loans in one go. This feeling is fucking amazing.
I couldn't help but let out a low roar, then burst into unrestrained laughter, my voice brimming with release and rebirth. In just over 10 minutes, I transformed from a debt-ridden poor student into an invisible millionaire with nearly 5 million in cash.
After the excitement, I gradually calmed down. 5 million was just the beginning. After 20 player rounds, a new round of hex tech enhancement options will appear. I rolled up my sleeves, my heart filled with anticipation and desire. Ding!
Detected a positive shift in the host's mindset, eager for self-improvement, triggering player round, the Tycoon's wellness class. The system prompt had just sounded when the familiar pale blue light screen unfolded once more.
Player's turn, the Tycoon's wellness class turn requirements.
Visit any gym, sign up for a membership, and complete at least one basic training session. Turn rewards: 1. Full reimbursement for this membership and related fitness experience expenses. 2. Permanent plus 10 to constitution attribute. 3. Settle the day's deposit interest immediately, estimated profit, 40,000 yen. Round time limit, complete within 8 hours.
Go to the gym for a workout? This task is like a timely rain.
In my previous life, the 996 work schedule drained my body, ultimately leading to sudden death. In this life, I was already determined to change, but I never expected the system to be so considerate.
And the rewards are outrageously generous.
Full refund for membership card spending, permanent plus 10 to physique, plus 40,000 yen in interest.
Free benefits, why not take them?
I clenched my fists, my eyes blazing with fighting spirit. I stood up and strode purposefully toward the school gate. I remember a new Miracle Fitness opened near the school, just a 20-minute walk away. 20 minutes later, I pushed open the grand glass door of Miracle Fitness. The interior was indeed luxurious, exuding high-end quality at every turn. At the front desk, a heavily made-up woman was absent-mindedly filing her nails. Only when I walked right up to her did she lazily lift her head, a hint of disdain in her eyes. "What do you want?" I smiled politely and said, "Hello, I'd like to apply for a membership card." Her scrutinizing gaze swept from head to toe over my old t-shirt and canvas shoes, sizing me up as a poor student before her eyes flickered with mocking disdain. The tone was even more perfunctory. "Sorry, the colleagues handling card applications are all busy, maybe you could come back another day?" I detected her evasion, a cold smirk curling at the corners of my mouth. Judging by my ordinary attire, she assumed I couldn't afford to spend here. But I was not one to swallow insults quietly. My smile faded, my tone turning icy. "So you're saying that right now, immediately, no one can process a card for me, is that correct?" She shrugged indifferently, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Sorry sir, but we're a high-end gym here, not as casual as those roadside stalls." I suddenly smiled, looking straight at her, my voice soft yet clear. "Call your manager out. Or, give me your boss's phone number." Wang Yinling's fake smile froze, panic flashing in her eyes. What do you want with them?" "Nothing," I said with an indifferent expression, yet radiating an invisible pressure. "I just want to ask your boss whether this Miracle Fitness.
Are you not planning to open for business anymore? Even driving away customers who come to your door?" Wang Yinling's face instantly turned deathly pale, and the surrounding employees watching the show were also stunned, the scene instantly freezing. At that moment, a clear and melodious female voice chimed in. "What's the matter, Sister Ling? Does this classmate need any help?" Everyone turned to look and saw a tall, well-proportioned girl with a high ponytail walking briskly towards them. She was in her early 20s, dressed in a white coach's uniform, with no makeup on her face, yet her skin was fair as jade, and her features were delicate and elegant. I turned around, and as my gaze fell upon the girl's face, I couldn't help but pause slightly. Yan Shi, one of our school's universally recognized campus belles. Pure and ethereal, a top student and goddess. I never expected to meet this campus belle senior here, in this way. What surprised me even more was seeing the name on her employee badge, Coach Yanshi. Yanshi was actually working part-time as a coach at this gym. Chapter 4, What's so special about Top VIP? The school beauty senior was stunned. Yen. Coach Yen? Wang Yinling saw Yanshi. Her face turned pale and green, like an overturned palette. She opened her mouth to explain, then closed it again. Her expression was utterly awkward. Yanshi sensed the awkward atmosphere. She gave Wang Yinling a faint nod in greeting. Then she walked straight toward Jiāng Chén. She positioned herself to block Wang Yanling's view, maintaining a polite smile. He addressed Wang Yanling.
Sis Ling, this student wants to apply for a membership card.
I happen to have some free time. Why don't I give him a tour?
His tone was polite, yet unquestioning.
Clearly, he was trying to force a resolution. Wang Yanling felt even more embarrassed and forced a laugh. How could I trouble you? I'll handle this. It's no trouble at all. She smiled and interrupted. I recognize this student. You're from our school too, right? Guiding visitors around the venue is part of my job. Wang Yanling's expression shifted, sensing Xi's protective stance.
She glanced at Jiāng Chén, who wore a faint, ambiguous smile.
She seethed inwardly. Finally, she forced a smile that looked worse than crying and nodded. All right then. Since Coach Yin is available, I'll trouble you to show this student around. Wang Yanling shot Jiāng Chén a fake smile. Her eyes still held contempt and resentment. She sulkily retreated to the front desk.
But her ears perked up, clearly eager to hear the rest.
Only then did Shi turn to Jiāng Chén.
Her clear eyes held an apology as she extended her hand with grace.
Hello, I'm Shi. A student at Jiāng University. Judging by your appearance, you must be a junior, right?
Jiāng Chén hastily reached out his hand.
Their fingertips touched lightly before parting. Soft, slightly cool. Jiāng Chén greeted her politely. Hello, senior. I'm Jiāng Chén, a freshman. I never expected to run into you here. Earlier, thank you.
Shi smiled softly, like a spring breeze brushing his face, dispelling the lingering unease in Jiāng Chén's heart.
Jiāng Chén, right? No need to thank me. I'm sorry for making you witness that earlier. Jiāng Chén understood immediately and shook his head hastily. Not at all.
I'm the one who caused you trouble, senior.
His admiration for Shi soared. Beautiful and kind-hearted. A world apart from that snob.
She gave a slight nod, letting go of her earlier concern. With a cheerful gesture and light voice, she said, Come on, junior.
Let me show you around our gym facilities.
With that, she led Jiāng Chén past the front desk into the spacious fitness area.
This is the weight training area. Over there is the cardio zone. And the strength training area. All the equipment is the latest imported models.
For beginners, I suggest starting with cardio machines like treadmills or ellipticals, or using the multi-gym over there, it's safer. She walked alongside him, explaining patiently and thoroughly. Pointing to various machines, she explained their key functions.
Occasionally, she demonstrated movements herself fluid and graceful, radiating a healthy, powerful beauty.
It must be said that though she was working part-time, her professional expertise was top-notch.
Her explanations were clear and well-organized. Easy to understand. Her demeanor was gentle and approachable. She carries none of the arrogance often associated with beauty.
She was like a breath of fresh air.
Jiāng Chén listened attentively, nodding occasionally.
His gaze swept over the equipment.
And also over Shi's earnest profile.
His admiration for her grew even stronger. The two of them had practically toured the entire facility. Training zones, exercise studios, yoga rooms, showers, changing rooms. They familiarized themselves with every corner. After the tour, they returned to the lounge.
Shi smiled and asked Jiāng Chén, Well, junior? Are you satisfied with the facilities and environment? Very satisfied. Top-notch environment, cutting-edge equipment. Even better than I imagined. Jiāng Chén nodded sincerely, not out of flattery. Glad you're satisfied. Shi flashed a gentle smile, pure and unadulterated.
Then, shifting gears with a hint of hesitation, she looked at Jiāng Chén sincerely.
But, junior, I'll be honest with you.
Miracle Fitness is positioned as a premium facility, and our membership fees are indeed steep, especially for students still in school. It might be a bit much. If you're just looking to exercise occasionally or are just starting out with fitness, honestly, there's no need to get a membership here.
Our school gym has a free fitness center too. The equipment might be a bit outdated, but it's perfectly adequate for basic workouts.
Or you could run laps on the track or do bodyweight exercises, those work great too. Jiāng Chén froze for a moment, then chuckled.
He never expected the campus beauty to actively discourage spending.
This was truly a first in both his past and present lives. To encounter such an honest salesperson.
For a moment,
his admiration and appreciation for Shi nearly reached its peak.
He even felt a wave of warmth. This girl is too kind.
Seeing Jiāng Chén only smile, Shi assumed he was either shocked by the price or hesitating. She continued to whisper persuasively.
How about this?
We also offer session passes or pay-per-visit options. If you really want to experience the atmosphere and equipment here, just come occasionally. There's no need to commit to a yearly membership right away.
Jiāng Chén gazed into her clear eyes.
A flood of emotions washed over him.
This was a true goddess. Beautiful and kind-hearted, honest and virtuous. She didn't see him as a cash cow.
She didn't see him as a tool for her career. Instead, she genuinely cared about him, a broke student.
Compared to Hu Weiwei, One is heaven, the other is earth. A world of difference. After this brief exchange, Jiāng Chén's admiration for Yen Shi soared. Even regarded as a trusted friend. He was surprised by this himself. After all, they'd only just met. Perhaps it was their shared background. Or perhaps it was that rare sincerity. That touched his heart. Still, musings aside. The card still needs to be processed. The task must be completed. A mere few thousand in membership fees. Was that even money to him now? Besides, the system offers a full cashback. A free perk. With that thought, Jiāng Chén smiled and said, "Thank you for considering me, senior. You're truly a kind person." He paused, his tone growing resolute. "But I came here today. I came today with the firm intention of getting a membership. My body is too weak. I need to exercise systematically. Investing in health, I think it's worth it." He deliberately emphasized the word investment. Yen Shi saw his mind was made up. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. But she didn't try to dissuade him further. The client insisted on making the purchase. She had no reason to stand in the way. "It's best that you feel this way. So, you've decided to get the card?" "Yes." Jiāng Chén answered decisively. "Senior, could you recommend one for me? Which one offers the best value?" "The one with the best value for money." Yen Shi thought for a moment before offering a professional explanation. "For long-term training, the annual membership is the most cost-effective. Annual fee is 12,888 yuan. The current promotion includes 2 free months. That works out to the lowest rate. It's a one-time payment." After saying this, she still hesitated, looking at Jiāng Chén. After all, over 10,000 yuan was no small sum. But to her surprise, after hearing her offer, he stroked his chin, flashed a toothy grin, and uttered a remark that left Yen Shi utterly dumbfounded. "For a year? That doesn't seem quite enough." "Yen Shi, huh?" Jiāng Chén wore a mysterious smile. "You see, I'm the type of person who either doesn't do something at all or commits to it long term. When it comes to fitness, would anyone really give up after just 1 year? So, annual passes? That's way too short for me." Yen Shi blinked her clear, wide eyes, completely baffled, thinking he must be joking. "Junior, what exactly are you saying?" Jiāng Chén kept her guessing with another enigmatic smile. "Nothing much. You'll see soon enough." Seeing him play it coy, Yen Shi didn't press further, dismissing it as playful banter. Yet her curiosity only deepened. This junior, though seemingly ordinary, yet his words and actions carried an elusive quality that defied easy grasp. The two chatted and laughed. They walked back to the front desk. Wan Yanling was dabbing on lipstick, her mind elsewhere. Her eyes kept darting over. Who would have thought this broke student hadn't left yet? Seeing the two return, she quickly stowed away her makeup mirror. A fake smile spread across her face as she approached with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, finished your tour? Seems like you two were having quite the lively chat. Coach Yan's explanations are so detailed and professional, aren't they?" The bitterness in her tone was almost palpable. She then turned her gaze to Jiāng Chén, her lips curled in mockery as she deliberately asked loudly. "Well, young man, have you made up your mind? Are you going to sign up for our most affordable annual membership? Or, find the price too steep and come back another time?" She deliberately emphasized each word. She wanted to embarrass Jiāng Chén in front of everyone. To reclaim the dignity she'd just lost. Upon hearing this, Yen Shi's delicate brows immediately furrowed in displeasure. "Wan Yanling! How dare you speak like that?" Noticing the sarcasm, she feared embarrassing Jiāng Chén and quickly explained, "Junior Jiāng Chén, please don't mind her. She has a way with words." "It's fine." But Jiāng Chén waved his hand dismissively. He signaled he wasn't bothered. He even watched Wang Yanling's clown-like face with interest. Suddenly, he smiled. His smile was playful yet icy. "Miss Wang, is that correct?" Jiāng Chén spoke slowly. His voice wasn't loud. Yet it instantly captured everyone's attention. "You asked me which card to get. I haven't really considered an annual card." Upon hearing this, Wang Yanling snorted coldly inside. Her face twisted into a look of contempt, as if to say, "I knew it. Pretending. Keep pretending. I thought he was loaded. Turns out he just thinks it's too expensive." But he feigned regret, saying insincerely, "Oh well, if you don't want it, it's no big deal." No big deal. When it comes to fitness, having fun is what matters most. Next time, when we get the chance. No, you've got the wrong idea." Jiāng Chén interrupted lazily, as if discussing a trivial matter. But the words that followed struck like thunder from the heavens. The entire venue erupted in an instant. "What I mean is, an annual pass is too low level. Please, just give me a lifetime VIP membership card." The moment those words left his mouth, the entire gym lobby was instantly dead silent. Chapter 5, Instant Level Up. Personal coaching from the campus. Belle heart racing. Lifetime VIP membership card. Those 6 words seemed to possess magic, instantly silencing every sound in the lobby.
The mocking expression on Wang Yanling's face, the feigned regret,
froze instantly.
her eyes widened like copper bells.
Her mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg, staring at Jiāng Chén in utter disbelief.
She instinctively reached for her ears, doubting her own hearing.
A lifetime card? This broke student? He wants the most expensive lifetime VIP membership? What kind of international joke is this?
Beside her, campus beauty Yen, she was utterly stunned, her beautiful eyes brimming with shock.
Unbelievable. Was Jiāng Chén joking? Or did he simply have no idea how much a lifetime membership cost? That's a one-time payment. 88,888.88 yuan. An astronomical sum. Forget ordinary college students. Even among society's elite, hardly anyone would choose this kind of membership card. That's a total ripoff.
All the other employees around, plus members working out nearby, were all perking up their ears to catch the gossip.
They were all stunned. Every single gaze were fixed squarely on Jiāng Chén. Astonishment. Suspicion. Absurdity. Those who knew the price couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. This kid talks a big game. What's his deal? For a moment, the entire front desk area of the gym fell deathly silent. The atmosphere was eerily tense. After a brief silence, Wang Yanling was the first to react. It wasn't belief, but rather even more scornful disdain. She thought Jiāng Chén was putting on an act, puffing himself up to look important, desperately trying to save face. Her lips curled sharply in a harsh sneer as she sneered sarcastically. Lifetime membership? Ha! Little brother, do you even know what a lifetime VIP card means around here? It's not like buying an ice pop. You're looking at a one-time payment of 88,888 yuan and 8 jiao. She deliberately dragged out the syllables, emphasizing each digit with deliberate emphasis. She shot Jiāng Chén a contemptuous glance, his cheap outfit a target for her superior tone and unmasked mockery. Wang Yanling crossed her arms, waiting to see how Jiāng Chén would handle the situation. She was certain he'd make some excuse and leave. However, Jiāng Chén's reaction stunned her once again. Faced with scorn and doubt, his face showed neither embarrassment nor anger. He didn't even raise an eyebrow, merely glancing at her with a look reserved for fools. Then, with an impatient arch of his eyebrow, "You talk too much. Can't you understand simple instructions? I said, get the card. Now. Immediately. Right this instant. Swipe or scan, hurry up." That tone. That demeanor. As if he weren't buying a 90,000 yuan card, but merely a bottle of mineral water. So calm. So calm. Extreme calm. It carried an invisible sense of pressure. Heart-stopping. Wang Yanling was completely intimidated by his attitude. Her heart skipped a beat and she stammered. WeChat. Alipay, credit card. Any of them? You really want to do this? An ominous feeling washed over her as she hurriedly pulled out the POS machine and the payment QR code stand. Her movements felt stiff. Her heart raced with anxiety. This kid. Could he actually be serious? Seeing Jiāng Chén remain completely unfazed as he pulled out his phone, unlocked the screen, and prepared to make the payment, Wang Yanling was completely panicked. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back. She couldn't believe it, nor could she accept it. This penniless student she'd been picking on was actually going to buy a lifetime membership? This was the biggest deal she'd ever closed since joining the company. But then, she thought back to her own behavior just moments ago. That awful attitude. Even if this huge deal went through, would it really count as her achievement? If the client complained, would she get fired? At this thought, cold sweat beaded on Wang Yanling's forehead. She regretted it so much she could have kicked herself. She wished she could go back in time. Slapped herself twice across the face. Had she known he was a real big shot, she wouldn't have even had time to grovel. How could she have dared to sneer and mock him? She quickly plastered on a fawning smile more painful than crying, her voice trembling as she bowed and scraped. "Oh my. Sir. Mr. Jiang. I'm so terribly sorry for offending you earlier. Please forgive me. I'll process your lifetime VIP card right away. It'll be ready in a moment." Her voice trembled. Where was even a shred of her earlier arrogance? Where was that condescending look of superiority? Jiāng Chén couldn't be bothered to look at her. He pulled up the payment code. He held it out before her, his tone cold and detached. "Scan this." "Oh. Right away, right away." Wang Yanling felt as if she'd been granted a pardon. She hurriedly scanned the code, her hands trembling. Beep. The payment interface displayed the amount. 88,888.88. Her heart pounded. Her hand holding the scanner was shaking. On the screen, the words "pending payment" flashed. Mocked her ignorance mercilessly. The next second, with everyone holding their breath and watching, Jiāng Chén pressed his fingerprint lightly, expressionless. Mobile phone screen. A soft beep sounded. The clear sound echoed through the dead silent lobby. Payment successful. Wan Yenling stared at the POS receipt as if in a trance.
The staggering sum of money made her head buzz. Her mind went blank.
88,888 yuan and 88 jiao. Just like that, the transaction went through in seconds? He didn't even blink. This student's account really had that much money. And he spent it like it was 88 cents? Wan Yenling swallowed hard.
Her face turned as pale as paper.
Recalling her earlier foolishness, her world spun.
She nearly fainted on the spot.
It's over. She'd hit a brick wall. And it was super alloy steel. The kind that could crush her into dust. Meanwhile, the crowd around them erupted in chaos. Holy! He really spent it? 88 grand. Without even blinking. 88 grand. Instantly spent. Holy crap. Who is this guy? He's loaded. Lifetime VIP.
I've been working here for 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone buy that.
Whoa, are college students this loaded nowadays? True wealth stays hidden. Who said they're broke? Feeling embarrassed now?
Whispers rippled through the crowd.
The looks they gave Jiāng Chén instantly transformed. Shock, envy, awe, and thick curiosity. The coaches who had mocked him earlier now wore expressions of regret and envy. Especially that stunningly attractive female coach with her fiery figure. Pang 1-1.
She had seen Jiāng Chén enter earlier. Seeing his ordinary attire, she didn't mock him, she simply couldn't be bothered to waste her time. Her time was precious, after all. Now, seeing him casually brush off 9,000 without batting an eye, his financial resources are staggering.
And so young. She was kicking herself.
If she'd known he was a top-tier rich second-generation playboy, she should have beaten Yan Shi to the punch and taken the initiative to host him. That massive commission could have been hers.
And even, she might have had a chance to develop something else.
Pang 1-1 cursed her own blindness.
She'd missed her chance.
A sharp gleam flashed in her beautiful eyes. She began to quietly strategize.
No matter what, she must find a way. Get close to this Jiāng student. Build a relationship. A catch like this. Once he's gone, he's gone. Chapter 6, the campus Belle's curiosity. This junior is way too bold. Meanwhile,
Yan Shi stood beside Jiāng Chén, slowly recovering from her immense shock.
Her gaze fixed on Jiāng Chén, complex and unreadable. Disbelief, deep confusion. And a hint of something she couldn't quite place. Just who was this junior? As Yan Shi was lost in a whirlwind of emotions. Meanwhile, Wan Yenling, nearly paralyzed with fright, finally remembered her duties. Frantically completing the paperwork, she held a gold card in both hands. Exquisitely crafted, gleaming with a radiant sheen. She scurried over, bowing and scraping, and respectfully presented it to Jiāng Chén. Mr. Jiang, your Lifetime Supreme VIP membership card is ready. Welcome as our most esteemed guest at Miracle Fitness. From today onward, you'll receive our highest level of service. Whatever you need, just ask. We'll ensure your complete satisfaction. At this moment, Wan Yenling dared not address him by name. She would have used every honorific in existence. Her face plastered with a smile, she presented the card with both hands. Her deference bordered on flattery, a complete reversal from her earlier self. Jiāng Chén gave her a casual glance, took the card, and casually slipped it into his wallet. He paid no heed to Wan Yenling's fawning attentions. He didn't even spare her a second glance. The shift in attitude brought about by money. So swift. So pragmatic. So laughable. He couldn't help but recall how Hu Weiwei had just humiliated him. All for a measly 3,000 yuan. Now looking at Wan Yenling before him, the stark contrast left him overwhelmed with emotion. He felt even more profoundly the power that money held in this harsh reality. But as for such a petty opportunist, Jiāng Chén couldn't be bothered to engage. She was no longer worthy of his attention. Junior Jiāng Chén, you. Yan Shi couldn't help but speak up, wanting to ask yet unsure how to phrase it. Noticing her confusion and hesitation, Jiāng Chén offered a faint smile and explained with a mix of truth and humor. Senior, don't look at me like that. I just got lucky recently and made a little money from stock trading. Yanshi, quick-witted, sensed he didn't wish to elaborate and wisely dropped the subject. Yet the curiosity in her clear, beautiful eyes toward Jiāng Chén deepened slightly. Wan Yenling, noticing this, quickly seized the opportunity to interject, attempting to make amends. Coach Yan. Now that Mr. John's membership card is ready, shouldn't you take him to experience our services and arrange his training schedule? She was afraid of offending the moneymaker. Eager to curry favor, she turned to the pair with unbridled enthusiasm. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang. Coach Yan's professionalism is beyond question. She'll personally attend to you. Guaranteed first-rate results. Yan Shi nodded upon hearing this, finally snapping out of her shock. Composing herself, she offered Jiāng Chén a professional smile. Junior, shall we start today's training session? Since we have some free time now, I can give you a complimentary introductory class to help you get familiar with the equipment and exercises.
If you find my guidance helpful, you can consider purchasing private coaching sessions later.
Sure thing. Jiāng Chén readily agreed. He had to complete the task anyway. Sign up for a membership and complete one training session. The card was sorted. Time to work out. Plus, having the campus beauty as my personal trainer? Why not? Mr. Jiang. I'm here with your towel and water. Ling immediately transformed into a fawning lapdog, offering obsequious service.
She swiftly pulled a brand new, visibly higher-end white towel and a bottle of imported mineral water from the counter, presenting them with both hands in a respectful manner.
Jiāng Chén glanced at her. A faint, ambiguous smile played at the corners of his mouth. But he did not accept it. No need. I'll manage. With that, he walked straight to the front desk, picked up a public towel meant for regular members from the counter, casually draped it over his shoulder, and then casually unscrewed the cap of the most basic mineral water bottle, taking a sip. He then waved to Yanxi, signaling her to lead the way. Ling froze awkwardly in place, still holding the premium towel and imported mineral water. Her face alternated between flushing red and turning pale. Her attempt to curry favor had backfired, leaving her ignored. She dared not utter a single word. She could only reluctantly withdraw her hands, her face burning hot. Her heart was filled with both resentment and awe. Senior, shall we go? Jiāng Chén offered Yanxi a gentle smile. Yanxi nodded, composed herself, and led the way ahead. All right, Junior Jiāng Chén, follow me this way. As they spoke, the two walked side by side toward the equipment area. In the gym, countless eyes followed them. Many female members and female trainers. The gaze directed at Jiāng Chén grew bright and sparkling, filled with keen interest and curiosity. Some staff members watching the scene silently noted Jiāng Chén in their minds. Without a doubt, this young man with his lavish spending and mysterious identity had become a figure within Miracle Fitness that no one dared to underestimate. The mysterious young Mr. Jiang had become a presence within Miracle Fitness that no one dared to underestimate. Yet at the center of it all, Jiāng Chén remained oblivious to the gazes around him. Shocked, awestruck, curiosity, or envy. His mind at this moment were entirely focused on his training. And the pure and captivating campus beauty senior beside him. Senior, wait a moment. As they approached the weight training area, Jiāng Chén remembered something and called out to Yanxi. What is it? Yanxi turned, her clear eyes filled with inquiry. I came in such a rush, I didn't even change into my gym clothes. Jiāng Chén glanced down at himself. Still in jeans and a t-shirt. He gave a slightly helpless smile. Wouldn't it be inconvenient to practice like this? Yanxi couldn't help but smile softly at his words. It's fine. We'll start with basic warm-ups and simple equipment training. No special clothing requirements. We'll wait until your next visit. Then you can prepare your professional gear. Pointing toward the changing room, she added, or, if you're uncomfortable, you can rent a temporary workout outfit there. We offer simple t-shirts and shorts for rent, just a few dozen yuan deposit. It's very convenient. Jiāng Chén waved his hand with a smile. Renting is too much trouble. I think I'll just stick with this for now. I'll be careful not to do anything too advanced. Mainly, I just want to experience your professional guidance first. His words were half truth, half flattery. Hearing this, Yanxi's ears flushed slightly, and her fondness for this junior grew a little more. Chapter 7, 100,000 Private Lessons. Mission accomplished, rewards explode. Yanxi's voice carried the crisp purity of a mountain spring. Then follow me, Junior. Let's start with some warm-up exercises. She walked over to a treadmill. Her slender fingers lit up the control panel. She adjusted the speed and incline. Turning sideways, she offered him an encouraging smile. Start by walking briskly for 5 minutes. Work up a light sweat and loosen up your joints. Jiāng Chén stepped onto the treadmill as instructed. Start. The belt began to move slowly. He began brisk walking. Yanxi stood beside him, patiently guiding him. Yes, keep this pace. Breathe evenly, slightly tighten your abdomen. Let your arms swing naturally, don't hold them too stiffly. Her voice was gentle and melodious. Her gaze remained focused on Jiāng Chén's movements, occasionally pointing out details. Warm light bathed her form, outlining the beautiful silhouette of youth. Her earnest expression was particularly captivating. After several minutes, Jiāng Chén felt her body gradually warming up. A slight sheen of sweat appeared. His condition improved steadily. He hopped off the treadmill. He flexed his wrists and ankles. Senior, I think I'm warmed up now. Yanxi nodded approvingly. She led him toward the weight training area. Good. Let's start with chest exercises. For beginners, fixed machines are safer and more effective. She stopped in front of a butterfly machine. Junior, sit down, keep your back pressed against the pad, and grip these handles. Jiāng Chén sat down as instructed. He adjusted his posture. Yanxi stood to his side, slightly ahead. She demonstrated the chest squeeze motion while explaining. Good. Now try using your chest muscles to push both handles toward the center. Move slowly and feel the contraction in your pectorals. Jiāng Chén took a deep breath. His hands gripped the cool metal handles. He began to exert force. Yet, though his arms strained, he felt little stimulation in his chest muscles.
It was his first time using this machine and his movements were awkward.
She noticed his problem.
She moved quietly behind him. She leaned down slightly.
Relax. Don't force the lift with your arms.
Her voice sounded right by his ear.
A faint, warm breath, brushing against Jiāng Chén's earlobe, bringing a faint tingling sensation. To provide more direct guidance,
She extended both hands,
gently cupping the inner side of Jiāng Chén's elbows, guiding him to adjust his angle. Lower your elbows slightly, that's it.
Relax your shoulders. Imagine your pectoral muscles closing like two doors.
Through the thin t-shirt,
she could clearly feel the soft warmth of her fingertips.
A delicate touch. A faint, elegant fragrance, similar to gardenias, wafting to his nostrils. Jiāng Chén's heartbeat quickened inexplicably.
He quickly regained his composure, focusing his attention on the exertion of his pectoral muscles.
Under She's precise guidance, he finally found the sensation.
A distinct soreness surged through his pectoral muscles.
The sensation of contraction. Both handles were steadily pushed together.
She's voice carried a hint of delight. He released his grip.
Yes. That's the feeling. Hold it. Jiāng Chén held it for 2 seconds. Slowly released the handles.
After completing a set of over a dozen movements, beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. A distinct soreness and fullness radiated from his chest muscles. Yet it was a satisfying ache filled with power.
Jiāng Chén wiped his sweat. He looked at Shi and said.
His tone carried a hint of novelty and excitement.
Senior, I feel this area on my chest is warm and a bit sore.
She observed the gleam in his eyes,
and couldn't help but smile. A hint of admiration shone in her beautiful eyes.
That tingling sensation is exactly what you should feel. It means you're hitting the right spot.
You're quite talented, Junior.
To pinpoint the target muscle's activation on your first try shows remarkable aptitude.
Receiving such genuine praise from the campus beauty, Jiāng Chén felt utterly delighted.
It felt even better than earning tens of thousands of dollars.
He couldn't help but compare Shi and Hu Weiwei once more. One only knew how to take.
The other was sincere, kind, and professional. The difference was stark.
Next,
Shi led Jiāng Chén through more exercises. High pull-downs, seated rows, and so on.
Several fundamental back strengthening machines. While guiding the barbell row,
to help Jiāng Chén find the sensation of engaging his back muscles,
Shi stepped forward again. She stood beside Jiāng Chén,
one hand lightly pressed against his lower back, reminding him to maintain a neutral lumbar spine.
Lean forward, keep your back straight, engage your core. To help him better feel the point of exertion,
She leaned forward slightly. Her other hand almost slipped through his armpit. Her hand lightly supported his side. Then, using your back muscles, pull the barbell up your thighs toward your abdomen.
Imagine your shoulder blades squeezing together. This posture brought the two of them almost into contact. Jiāng Chén could even feel
the astonishingly soft contours of her chest.
Barely there, pressed against his arm and back. She's unique, delicate fragrance enveloped him once more. Jiāng Chén's breath caught in his throat. His heart pounded like a drum. Blood seemed to surge to his head, though he couldn't tell which one. She seemed to realize immediately.
This posture was far too intimate. A blush swiftly spread across her fair, delicate face.
Like peach blossoms after the rain. Her hand jerked back as if electrocuted.
She took a half step back. Her gaze shifted evasively.
She asked in a low voice, "Did you feel the strength in my back?" She didn't know why.
It was just a normal teaching movement.
Yet in front of this junior,
it always felt inexplicably intimate, leaving her with a strange flutter of nervousness and embarrassment.
Jiāng Chén took a deep breath.
He forced down the lingering thoughts in his mind.
He nodded quickly. "I get it now.
Senior, your guidance made everything clear."
"Thanks for the reminder." Seeing he didn't seem to mind, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
She resumed her professional, gentle smile. "Good.
Let's move on to the next set." But inwardly she thought, "I'm the coach, this is standard instruction. Nothing to be shy about."
Under She's patient and meticulous guidance,
Jiāng Chén quickly completed several major muscle groups.
Though drenched in sweat from the beginner exercises, he felt his body brimming with vitality.
An unprecedented sensation.
She glanced at the time.
Over 40 minutes had passed. She spoke up, "All right, that's enough training for today. Beginners shouldn't overdo it on their first session, or their bodies won't be able to handle it tomorrow." Jiāng Chén agreed it was just right.
Nodding, he smiled. "Right, I'll take your advice. It felt great, thanks for everything today." She smiled, her lips pressed together. 2 faint dimples appeared on her cheeks as she replied.
You're welcome. It's what I should do.
She observed the slight tremor in Jiāng Chén's calf muscles.
After training, you absolutely must stretch and relax. It eases muscle soreness and helps define your lines better.
Come on, let me help you stretch your legs and unwind.
With that, Yanxi motioned to Jiāng Chén.
Sit down on the yoga mat beside him. He stretched out his legs. She then gracefully lowered herself into a half squat, extending her slender, fair hands, gently pressing against the muscles of his calves.
With a professional, gentle touch.
From his calves to his thighs, she slowly massaged and pressed. Her fingers were warm and firm,
perfectly soothing the tense muscles. Waves of pleasant tingling and numbness spread throughout his entire body.
It felt so good that Jiāng Chén almost moaned. The faint, delicate fragrance of Yanxi lingered at his nose. Before his eyes were her thick, slightly lowered lashes, curled. Just inches away, her flawlessly delicate profile.
Ripples stirred once more in Jiāng Chén's heart.
He cleared his throat softly,
breaking the overly quiet, ambiguous atmosphere. Ahem. Senior, I think you teach exceptionally well, far more professionally than any coach I've encountered before.
I'd like to formally purchase some private lessons and study exclusively with you going forward.
Would that be possible?
Yanxi's hand, which had been massaging his thigh,
paused slightly.
She lifted her head. A spark of delight flashed in her clear eyes.
Really?
Of course.
If you're committed to long-term, systematic training, I can create a detailed program for you, results guaranteed. Jiāng Chén nodded without hesitation,
his gaze fixed on her with sincerity.
Great. Then, senior, I'm putting my entire physique transformation in your hands. As for goals, how about aiming for 8-pack abs first?
Yanxi was amused by his earnest expression. She shot him a look that was both exasperated and amused. Her tone, however, carried a hint of playful reproach.
Fine.
As long as you stick with it, I'll help you build not just 8-pack abs, but 18-pack abs. She gave Jiāng Chén's thigh a light pat,
signaling for him to switch legs. Alright, this side's done. Switch over. Just as the atmosphere grew warm and suggestive, Wang Yanling, who had been hovering nearby like a fly, once again perfectly timed her approach.
Still holding the towel, her face plastered with a professional fake smile.
Mr. Jiang, you've worked hard. Here, let me wipe your sweat.
Chapter 8, Double Invitation to Dinner, New Round with Full Refund.
Watching Wang Yanling's face contorted with excessive enthusiasm, Jiāng Chén gave her a faint glance.
He silently shook his head. The speed at which this woman changed her expression, the complete reversal of her attitude.
Truly astonishing. Indeed. Money tests humanity, and it never fails. He couldn't be bothered with Wang Yanling. His gaze returned to Yanxi. Senior, it's getting late.
I'll go take a shower and change first.
Later, how about we leave together? He tentatively extended the invitation.
Yanxi hesitated barely at all.
She nodded immediately.
A sweet smile blossomed on her face.
Sure, go ahead. I'll wait right here for you. Jiāng Chén's heart leapt with joy.
Just as he turned to leave, something suddenly occurred to him. He casually waved to Wang Yanling standing nearby. Miss Wang.
Wang Yanling immediately sprang to attention as if a switch had been flipped.
Her face lit up with a smile as she approached, her demeanor respectful bordering on servile.
Yes. Right here. What can I do for you, Mr. Jiang? Jiāng Chén spoke with a flat, emotionless tone. Could you please add the session I just experienced to my lesson package? He paused, as if considering how many to buy. Then he casually added,
I intend to purchase another 200 private lessons.
Specifically with Coach Yanxi. Please process it for me right away.
The moment those words left his mouth,
it felt like a bombshell exploded in the lobby. The entire space instantly fell into a deathly silence. The smile on Wang Yanling's face froze completely. Her eyes widened in shock. Her mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. Her trembling voice asked, You said, how many lessons? Jiāng Chén repeated calmly. 200 sections. Whoa! Wang Yanling sucked in a sharp breath. Her legs went weak.
She nearly collapsed to her knees.
200 sessions. Each segment costs 500 yuan. 200 sessions. That's a whopping 100,000 yuan.
The coaches still on duty, the front desk staff, and the members who hadn't left. All of them were frozen in place.
Frozen in place. Their faces etched with disbelief. Shock. Horror. Holy. 200 sessions? Did I just hear that right? 100 grand. He just bought it without blinking? Does your family own a money printing factory? Holy crap. That's outrageously lavish. That's just ridiculously rich. Coach Yen must have helped an old lady cross the street this morning. The commission on this deal, holy crap. Can't even fathom it. Jealousy inducing. After a brief moment of silence, a tidal wave of comments erupted. Amazement. All eyes were fixed on Jiāng Chén. After a brief moment of shock, She was overwhelmed by immense elation. Though she knew the bulk of this earth-shattering achievement belonged to Yan Shi. As long as it passed through her hands, she could still reap substantial benefits. Overwhelmed with excitement, she stammered as she scrambled back to the front desk. Yes. Yes. No problem. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. I'll process it for you right away. Right away. It'll be ready immediately. Her fingers trembled as she typed furiously on the keyboard, fearing the big spender might change his mind. Meanwhile, Yanxi, standing beside Jiāng Chén, was utterly stunned by the sudden appearance of the top-ranked big shot. Her face turned deathly pale. Then, in an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson all the way to her ears. Her heart pounded so hard it felt like it would leap out of her throat. 100,000 yuan. He spent another 100,000. Just to buy her private coaching sessions? This Jiāng Chén guy. Just how much money does he have? Does he even think before spending money? She snapped back to reality. Her voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor. She instinctively wanted to dissuade him. Junior, 200 sessions is too many, really, you don't need to buy so many at once, you could try a few sessions first to see how it goes, and if you like it then. She genuinely thought Jiāng Chén was being impulsive. This was pure extravagance. And it was putting so much pressure on her. Jiāng Chén just smiled and shook his head. He cut her off. He turned around. His gaze fell upon Yanxi's face. Exquisite little face etched with shock, worry, and a hint of panic. A meaningful curve lifted at the corners of his mouth. Not much. I think you taught me very well, senior. His tone was sincere. Besides, good coaches are hard to come by. Since I've set my sights on you, I naturally want to book your time in advance. What if you become too popular later and I can't get a lesson? That would be my loss, wouldn't it? These words, like an electric current, instantly striking Yanxi's heart. What did he mean by settled on you? What did reserving in advance mean? What did fear of not getting a slot mean? Yanxi's heart beat wildly against her will. Her cheeks burned fiercely. Even her earlobes had turned a tempting pink. She instinctively avoided Jiāng Chén's piercing gaze. Her mind was in turmoil. The rest of her words died on her lips. She could only lower her head, silently accepting this sky-high deal. Soon, Wan Yanling returned with the card reader and printed receipt. She rushed back like a whirlwind, her hands trembling slightly with excitement. Mr. Jiang, the paperwork is done. The total is exactly 100,000 yuan. Would you prefer to pay by card? Or would you prefer to scan a QR code? Jiāng Chén didn't even raise an eyebrow. He pulled out his phone. He skillfully opened the payment code. Beep. A soft beep sounded. 100,000 yuan, payment successful. Wan Yanling held it in both hands. That long list of class hours. Enough to drive any employee wild. She respectfully presented it to Jiāng Chén, her voice dripping with flattery. Mr. Jiang, your 200 private lessons successfully topped up. You may schedule Coach Yan anytime thereafter. Our entire staff is dedicated to serving you, delivering the most distinguished professional service. MHM. Jiāng Chén responded with a simple nod. He took the receipt. He didn't even glance at the figures, as if it weren't 100,000 yuan, but rather a supermarket receipt. He looked at Yanxi. A faint smile touched his lips. Senior, from now on, my body management is entirely up to you. 100,000 yuan. Just like that. Into her hands. Yanxi gazed at Jiāng Chén. That face, bearing a faint smile, young yet unusually composed. She opened her mouth, but her throat felt blocked. Not a single word came out. Shock, confusion, curiosity. And a faint, inexplicable flutter. A complex web of emotions wove together in her heart. This seemingly ordinary junior. How much mystery shrouded him? Jiāng Chén gazed at Yanxi. Those wide, watery eyes, round with shock, found her dazed and flustered expression particularly endearing. He smiled, breaking the silence. I'm going to take a shower and change. I'll be back soon. With that, he didn't linger. He turned and strode confidently toward the men's locker room, until Jiāng Chén's figure vanished. Only then did Yanxi snap out of her reverie. She exhaled a long, deep breath. She could still feel her heart pounding wildly. 200 lessons. Good heavens. She murmured softly, her face still flushed with shock. TSK, what are you spacing out for? Hey, kid. Got your mind wandering? A voice tinged with playful teasing yet thick with envy and resentment rang out. Yanxi whipped her head around. Her friend Pang Wanwan had already changed into fresh clothes. Stylish and gorgeous, she stood with her arms crossed. Her eyes, those alluring almond-shaped ones, were fixed on her with a half-smile, openly darting back and forth between her and the receipt. Pang Wanwan exclaimed dramatically. Wow, Yan, you look amazing. Quietly snagged yourself a golden goose. And he's a handsome, fresh-faced puppy boy too. TSK, this deal's worth 100 grand. Your commission, at least 30 or 40,000, right? Holy cow. Overnight millionaire. Yen Shi's cheeks flushed even redder at the comments. Embarrassed and annoyed, she snapped. You shouldn't just blurt things out like that. What golden goose, he's my junior. Besides, I didn't even have time to stop him.
Pang Wonwon nudged her with her elbow.
Lowering her voice, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Oh my, getting all shy now?
Seriously, Xiao Yanzi, your little junior is so deeply in love with you he's splurging money without batting an eye.
Don't you have any feelings to show in return? Yen Shi was momentarily taken aback. React? React to what? Pang Wonwon sighed in exasperation. Invite him to dinner, silly girl. He spent nearly 200,000 yuan for you.
You can't let him think our campus beauty Yen is some wooden doll who only knows how to take money and has no social grace.
That would be terrible if it got out.
Yen Shi stamped her foot in frustration. I didn't.
I know you didn't. That's exactly why you need to show some appreciation. Pang Wonwon coaxed gently. Besides, don't you owe me a fancy dinner? Why wait? Let's do it tonight. Bring along your sugar daddy junior, both of you. It's both a thank you and a chance for him to get to know you better. What could be better?
Yen Shi flushed crimson. Her heart began racing.
Ha? Invite him to dinner right now? We just met for the first time.
Besides, he just spent so much money already, asking him to.
Pang Wonwon cut her off immediately. Hold on. Who said he has to treat us? Of course we're treating him. Especially you. We absolutely have to treat him. It's just polite. Got it? As for it being our first meeting, so what? What era are we in now? If it feels right, just go for it. Look at how that freshman is staring at you, he practically wants to devour you. Keep playing hard to get and you'll let the duck fly away.
Pang Wonwon grew more and more excited as she spoke. Without another word, she hooked her arm through Yen Shi's
and started walking out. Don't hesitate. If you dawdle any longer, he'll be out of the shower. Hurry up, strike while the iron's hot. I've got your back. I'll make sure you land this handsome, rich junior.
Yen Shi was practically dragged along by her. Her heart raced wildly. She felt both shy and timid.
But for some reason, Jiāng Chén's smiling eyes and those final words surfaced in her mind. My figure management depends entirely on you. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. As if possessed, she nodded. Well, okay, we'll go together. Pang Wonwon's face lit up instantly. That's more like it. Let's go. We'll wait at the entrance for your little brother. Chapter 9, Splurging at a Top Restaurant. Campus beauties and hot chicks compete to impress. Ding. Player turned the wealthy playboy's wellness class perfectly completed.
The system notification sounded at the perfect moment.
Calculating rewards? Congratulations, host. Physical constitution attribute plus 10. Congratulations, host. Full refund of 188,888.88 yuan for this transaction. Funds have been credited. Calculating interest for this cycle. Based on current balance, earnings amount to 40,000.
This action round has ended.
You have additionally earned a reward of 10,000. Jiāng Chén felt refreshed and invigorated.
He stepped out of the men's locker room.
He felt completely renewed.
The workout he'd just completed had been thoroughly exhilarating. Combined with the system's physical constitution plus 10 bonus,
left him brimming with energy, radiating a healthy, masculine vitality.
His body seemed filled with inexhaustible strength. His mood was exceptionally uplifted. He thought about how he'd snagged a lifetime pass for free,
plus 200 private lessons with the campus beauty,
plus a net gain of 50,000 in cash.
Permanently enhanced physical fitness. This felt even better than a pentakill.
A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth.
Just as he reached the gym entrance,
a crisp, pleasant voice tinged with excitement called out.
Junior Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén turned toward the voice.
Yen Shi stood not far from the entrance. She looked at him with a charming expression. Her fair cheeks were flushed with a faint blush. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. Beside Yen Shi stood another beauty, with a fiery figure and stunning looks. It was Pang Wonwon. She was eyeing Jiāng Chén up and down with keen interest. Her gaze was bold and direct. Jiāng Chén halted his steps. He smiled and approached her.
Senior Yen, sorry I took a bit longer than expected. Yen Shi gave a sweet smile. Not at all, you were quite quick. She then noticed Pang Wonwon.
Seeing that Jiāng Chén hadn't met her yet, Yen Shi promptly stepped aside to introduce them.
Oh, right. Let me introduce you, Junior.
This is my best friend and colleague at the gym, Coach Pang Wonwon. She then turned to Pang Wonwon.
Wonwon, this is Jiāng Chén, a junior at our university.
Pang Wonwon immediately extended her hand toward Jiāng Chén. A charming smile blossomed on her face. Her alluring almond-shaped eyes. She sent him flirtatious glances without restraint. Her voice was sweet and seductive. "Hello there, little freshman, you really are a tall, handsome young man. Care to introduce yourself?" Exuding the allure of a mature woman, Jiāng Chén extended his hand politely. Their hands met in a light, brief touch. Her touch was soft and warm. He smiled politely. "Hello, Coach Pang. Just call me Jiāng Chén." He could sense the other person's gaze, like a hunter sizing up its prey. Unabashed, she blinked. She drew a deep breath, as if she'd finally gathered her courage. He looked at Jiāng Chén again. Her face flushed with shyness. Yet her expression was utterly sincere as she said, Junior Jiāng Chén, thank you so much for today. To express our gratitude, Wenwen and I were wondering if we could invite you to dinner tonight. Would you be available?" After saying this, her cheeks flushed bright red. She waited nervously for Jiāng Chén's reply. Her long lashes trembled slightly. Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow. He looked at the two of them. "Inviting me to dinner?" Pang Wenwen immediately chimed in enthusiastically. Her smile bloomed like a flower. "Exactly. Thanks to you, Yen's sales hit the roof today. We both agree this big spender deserves a proper feast. You absolutely can't refuse." She quickly nodded in agreement, reiterating, Junior Jiāng Chén, this meal is our small token of appreciation." Looking at the two women before him, two stunning beauties, each with her own unique style, extending such a warm invitation, Jiāng Chén's heart was filled with joy. She's pure sincerity, Pang Wenwen's passionate boldness, all of it fascinated him. To share a dinner with such beauties, only a fool would refuse. He was about to go with the flow and accept. In his mind, that incredibly considerate system notification rang out with pinpoint accuracy once more. Ding! Host detected receiving dinner invitation from beauty. Triggering new player turn, the Tycoon's dinner. Player turn, the Tycoon's dinner. Round requirement, as a true high roller, how could you let the ladies foot the bill? Before this player round ends, the host must proactively cover all expenses for dinner with the two beauties. Round reward, charm attribute plus 10. Full reimbursement of dinner expenses. Immediate settlement of daily interest estimated earnings, 40,000. Round duration, 8 hours. Here we go. A gleam flashed in Jiāng Chén's eyes. Charm plus 10. Full refund on expenses. Plus interest. It's like manna from heaven. The system not only saved him money, it also boosted his charm. This mission must be completed flawlessly. Thoughts raced through his mind. Jiāng Chén's smile grew even wider, impossible to suppress like an AK-47. Facing the two expectant figures, with a casual wave of his hand, with an aura of authority and an unquestionable tone, he declared, "Inviting me to dinner? That's out of the question." Shi and Pang Wenwen both froze. How could I possibly let two such beautiful ladies foot the bill? This meal must, absolutely, be on me. Consider it a celebration of our meeting today. If you insist on being polite, you're refusing to give Jiāng Chén face. His words were delivered with unwavering certainty, carrying the commanding authority of a superior. He had effectively shut down any possibility of refusal. She tried to protest, but was silenced by Jiāng Chén's overwhelming presence, leaving her momentarily speechless. But in Pang Wenwen's eyes, burst with an even brighter radiance. The look she gave Jiāng Chén was filled with unabashed admiration. Admiration. Even infatuation. So incredibly capable. This was the man she envisioned. Perfect man. Rich. Generous. Confident. Compared to those who nitpick over every meal, or those who feign generosity only to let women pay, Jiāng Chén before her is practically a godlike figure. Pang Wenwen made up her mind. She absolutely had to win over this ultimate male idol. Jiāng Chén saw that she was still hesitating. He turned his gaze toward her. His tone softened slightly, with gentle persistence. "Senior, you've already spent so much time coaching me today. How could I possibly ask you to spend more? Trust me, it's settled. Besides, I'm starving. Let's grab a nice meal together. Consider it my way of rewarding my personal coach. What do you say?" The final phrase, "reward my personal coach," carried a clear hint of teasing, and a hint of subtle innuendo, made Shi's heart skip another beat. Her cheeks flushed even redder. She simply couldn't refuse Jiāng Chén's insistence, wrapped in a gentle yet commanding tone. She could only nod softly and whisper, "All right, fine. This time, I'll listen to my junior." Pang Wenwen immediately beamed and smoothed things over. "Oh, that's the spirit. Junior Jiāng Chén is being so generous, we can't refuse such kindness. Right, Junior?" Jiāng Chén laughed heartily. His goal achieved, his mood lifted considerably. "Of course. As for the place, is there anything specific you'd like to eat? Or should I decide?" Pang Wenwen promptly handed the decision back.
She didn't hesitate to heap praise upon him. Like an obedient little fangirl. You decide, Junior. We'll follow your lead. With your great taste, the place you pick won't disappoint. She nodded lightly. I'm fine with anything. Then, feeling a bit embarrassed, she added softly. But, just something simple will do, no need to spend too much. She was still worried about the cost. Jiāng Chén immediately feigned displeasure, waving his hand and saying earnestly. That's out of the question. This is my first proper dinner with two such lovely ladies. If the place is too ordinary, wouldn't that make me seem insincere? Seeing she about to say more, Jiāng Chén didn't wait for her to speak. He waved his hand decisively. His decision was final. We're going to that newly opened Cantonese restaurant nearby Fu Lin restaurant. I've heard the flavors there are exceptional and the ambience is top-notch. Today's the perfect chance to try it out together. Fu Lin restaurant. Hearing that renowned name, Shi and Pang Wenwen were once again stunned by Jiāng Chén's extravagance. Shi knew the place wasn't cheap. Her lips parted slightly. She wanted to say something but ultimately held her tongue. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions. As for Pang Wenwen, she was so thrilled. She nearly jumped for joy. She'd long been captivated by that place. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine she'd get the chance to experience it today. And to be treated by such a handsome, wealthy up-and-comer. Pang Wenwen clapped her hands excitedly. Her gaze toward Jiāng Chén grew even more intense. Wow! Fu Lin restaurant? Yes. You're amazing, Junior. I've been dying to go there. I heard all the crystal chandeliers are Swarovski. Let's go already. She watched Pang Wenwen. Her expression practically begged to fly there immediately. Then she glanced at Jiāng Chén. His expression was as calm and unruffled as if they were heading to a street food stall. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. She gave a faint, secretive smile. Well, I suppose I'll have to trouble you, Junior. Jiāng Chén, in high spirits, laughed heartily. Haha, no problem. It's my pleasure to treat two lovely ladies to dinner. But in his mind, he was silently calculating. Fu Lin restaurant averages 1,000 or 2 per person? At least 5 or 6,000 for 3 people, maybe even 10,000? But no worries. The system covers it all anyway. Plus, it boosts my charm. Earns me interest. The pricier the meal, the more I profit. Jiāng Chén made a gentlemanly gesture of invitation. He stepped forward first. Let's go. Ladies, please. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched the three figures long and thin. Jiāng Chén walked in the middle. His stride was steady and confident. To his left, the pure and elegant campus beauty, his senior. To his right, the fiery beauty of the coach. This scene drew frequent glances from passers-by, filled with envy and admiration. Chapter 10, Turning the Tables? The seamless connection was actually me. Night had just begun to fall. The city lights shone brightly. Jiāng Chén stood by the roadside, casually raising his hand. Hailing a taxi. Pang Wenwen moved with effortless grace. She beat him to it, pulling open the back door. Facing Shi and Jiāng Chén, she gestured please. Jiāng Chén motioned for Shi to go first. He then settled into the back seat himself. After Pang Wenwen got in, she instinctively snuggled up to Jiāng Chén. To his left sat the innocent-looking Shi. Right side, the provocative Pang Wenwen. Jiāng Chén was sandwiched between them. The sense of two women lingered at his nose. Completely different, yet both captivating. Jiāng Chén gave the address in a flat tone. Driver, please take us to the Fu Lin restaurant up ahead. The seasoned driver. Through the rearview mirror, he discreetly observed the three in the back seat. This young man. Dressed plainly, like students. No car of his own, still taking taxis. Yet seated beside him were two goddesses. Two, I tell you. Each more stunning than the last. Absolutely radiant. Especially the one on the left. Pure as a fairy. The one on the right, sexy and fiery. Her figure is simply, ahem. What kind of luck with women does this guy have? Or is it? Do all the beauties these days have a thing for this? The old master couldn't figure it out. He muttered to himself, young people sure know how to have fun. He silently started the car. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was awkward. Pang Wenwen clearly had a knack for striking up conversations. She turned her head, observing Jiāng Chén with keen interest, and chatted with a playful smile. Little brother, do you always take taxis when you go out? Actually, I think it's pretty great, low carbon and eco-friendly, plus you don't have to worry about parking spots. So convenient. But inside, she thought. See? That's what someone with real money and confidence looks like. Couldn't care less what kind of car he drives. Probably has a few $1 million sports cars parked in the garage. Today is all about experiencing ordinary life. This charming contrast is truly captivating. Jiāng Chén smiled, neither confirming nor denying. He really hadn't bought a car yet. But Pang Wenwen's interpretation was quite amusing. It seems that after displaying financial resources, every move he made, in the eyes of those with ulterior motives, automatically becomes embellished. But Yin Shi beside him had entirely different thoughts. Seeing Jiāng Chén hail a cab, recalling Wang Yanling's earlier attitude, she couldn't help but worry for him. Though the junior was generous with his money, but perhaps that money was important to him? Was it for buying course materials? That he'd spent his entire living allowance? Otherwise, how could he not have a car? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The look in Jiāng Chén's eyes. A hint of heartache and guilt crept in. She silently resolved. She couldn't let her junior classmate pay for this meal again. No matter what, she would pay for the taxi fare herself. The ride passed in silence. Soon, the taxi pulled up in front of the grand entrance of Fulin Restaurant. It pulled up before the grand, imposing entrance. The fare display read 28 yuan. Just as Jiāng Chén reached for his phone, Yen Shi beat him to it, scanning the QR code. "Driver, I've already paid." The driver froze. Huh? This? He'd assumed the young man in the middle would pay. Taking two beautiful women out to dinner. How could he possibly let the ladies pay? But now, it was the angelic girl beside him who paid? And she did it so naturally. As if it were only natural. Could it be? Is this guy really a kept man? But he doesn't look like it. The driver was completely baffled. His worldview was shattered. His head was buzzing. He watched the three of them get out of the car. Watched as the two beauties flanked the unremarkable young man walking into that ridiculously expensive restaurant. Today had truly opened his eyes. Jiāng Chén watched Yen Shi proactively pay the fare. He paused for a moment. A wave of warmth washed over him. He understood Yen Shi's kindness. This kind senior probably still worried about him. He smiled, choosing not to mention it. He simply silently acknowledged the gesture in his heart. When he went in later, he must order the most expensive items. He'd treat the two beauties well. Especially this kind senior. Tonight, it wasn't just to complete the system task. It's also the first time he's truly spent money on himself since his rebirth. Before, for Hu Weiwei's sake, he scrimped and saved, groveling like a dog. Only to be met with humiliation. Now he had money. It was time to treat himself properly. Buying a few decent outfits. Enjoy a high-quality life. Meanwhile, not far from the Fulin restaurant, in a parking lot, inside a brand new BMW 5 Series, Hu Weiwei was touching up her lipstick in the mirror. Beside her in the driver's seat sat a man dressed in trendy brands, his hair meticulously styled. This was her new boyfriend, Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan's family owns several companies. A textbook second-generation wealthy heir. Though not from the highest echelons of wealth, he still had hundreds of thousands of yuan in monthly spending money. In the eyes of ordinary people, he's already quite wealthy. After meeting at a gathering a few days ago, Wang Kuan was instantly captivated by Hu Weiwei. Her beauty and elusive charm. He launched a fierce pursuit. Designer handbags, the latest smartphones, upscale restaurants. Whatever Hu Weiwei asked for, Wang Kuan was almost always willing to oblige. Hu Weiwei, naturally, was more than happy to indulge. To her, men were like ATMs. With the penniless Jiāng Chén gone, another would surely take his place. She was never short of suitors. But Hu Weiwei also knew the art of playing hard to get. She accepted gifts and dinners, yet always kept her distance. Occasionally offering a taste of sweetness. She never lets Wang Kuan get what he wants easily. This only made Wang Kuan more obsessed. He felt Hu Weiwei was extraordinary. A goddess worth conquering. But he didn't know. Hu Weiwei knew full well. A cash machine like Wang Kuan. Playing around was one thing. But to truly possess her? He's nowhere near ready. Speaking of which, that good-for-nothing Jiāng Chén. Though he's cheap and stingy, he's the only one who'd ever been intimate with her. At this thought, Hu Weiwei felt a barely perceptible irritation flicker through her heart. Even a faint ache she didn't want to admit to herself. Wang Kuan cooed, his eyes filled with adoration. "Weiwei, have you finished touching up your makeup? Let's go inside, I've already reserved a table." Hu Weiwei set down the mirror. She adjusted the hem of her skirt. "Meicham, all set." Just as she was about to push open the door and step out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of three figures not far from the window. The man walking in the middle. Wasn't that Jiāng Chén, that good-for-nothing? And beside him were two women? And those two women. Hu Weiwei's pupils suddenly contracted. She saw it clearly. The one on Jiāng Chén's left was pure and lovely, with an otherworldly aura. Compared to her own meticulously styled appearance, she was no less stunning. She even radiated a more pure sensuality. And the one on the right is absolutely stunning. Curves in all the right places. Seductively alluring. Every smile and glance radiates astonishing charm. The beauty of these two women are actually not inferior to hers? Even an indescribable rage and jealousy flooded Hu Weiwei's mind in an instant. Jiāng Chén? That penniless loser she dumped. That good-for-nothing who couldn't afford a 3,000 yuan dress. What gives him the right? How dare he? How many days have we even been broken up? He's already found two women this gorgeous? And he dares bring them to Fu Lin restaurant? Seamless transition? Is he trying to rub it in her face? Hu Weiwei felt like she was about to explode with rage. The carefully cultivated image of pride crumbled in an instant, replaced by twisted jealousy and a raging inferno of fury. Hu Weiwei slammed open the car door, stomping in her high heels. Wang Kuan, we're getting out. Furious, she charged toward Jiāng Chén and the other two. Wang Kuan was baffled, but seeing the goddess enraged, he hurriedly got out and followed. Chapter 11, Ex-Girlfriend's Defenses Crumble. Twin beauties flanking him for divine assistance. Jiāng Chén was about to lead the two beauties into Fu Lin restaurant to experience top-tier luxury, already scheming in his mind about what signature dishes to order. With the system covering the bill, he felt it would be a waste not to splurge. But unexpectedly, at that very moment, a sharp, furious voice exploded from behind him. Jiāng Chén! You stop right there! Jiāng Chén halted in his tracks, his brows furrowing slightly. That voice. He'd recognize it even if it were turned to ashes. He slowly turned around. Sure enough, Hu Weiwei was storming toward him. Her otherwise delicate features was twisted by rage and jealousy. A man followed close behind her. Dressed in fine clothes, he now looked utterly bewildered. Before Jiāng Chén could speak, Hu Weiwei had already charged forward. Hands on her hips, she adopted an accusatory stance. Her voice was sharp as she demanded. Jiāng Chén, what do you think you're doing? We just broke up a few days ago? And you're already bringing another woman to a place like this to fool around? Have you no shame? As soon as she spoke, Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen beside them were both taken aback. Then it dawned on them. The woman before them was their junior's ex-girlfriend. Hu Weiwei didn't give Jiāng Chén a chance. She immediately launched into a moral condemnation. Pointing her finger right at Jiāng Chén's nose, she berated him. I saw right through you. You're nothing but a promiscuous jerk. You were already cheating on me while we were together, and now you're jumping straight into another relationship the moment we broke up. Disgusting. And don't think I don't know your true colors. You're a cheapskate. Stingy to the bone. You wouldn't even buy me a dress that cost a few thousand. Now you've got money to bring some other woman to Fu Lin restaurant to show off? Where'd you get that money? Did you go take out another payday loan? Her voice was shrill and piercing, instantly drawing the attention of many nearby. She seemed utterly unconcerned about her outburst. Instead, she grew more and more agitated, as if she were venting all the resentment in one go. Listening to this twisted and hysterical accusations, Jiāng Chén's face showed no trace of anger. Instead, he found it laughable. Is this woman mentally unstable? Seamless transition? Wasn't a new ATM machine standing right beside her? Was he being stingy? That's being stingy with her. Taking out small loans? He's got millions in his account now. But before Jiāng Chén could retort, Pang Wenwen beside him made her move first. Who was Pang Wenwen? A seasoned judge of character with keen insight. From Hu Weiwei's furious outburst. First, Jiāng Chén is currently single. Second, this ex-girlfriend is jealous and resentful, deliberately picking fights. Third, this ex-girlfriend's caliber was nowhere near as high as hers or Yan Shi's. This was practically a godsend. A sharp gleam flashed in Pang Wenwen's eyes. A seductive smile curved her lips. Instead of arguing with Hu Weiwei, she made a move that caught everyone completely off guard. She stepped forward. With the utmost naturalness, she reached out and affectionately hooked her arm through Jiāng Chén's. The soft touch was instantly felt, accompanied by the mature, alluring scent of Pang Wenwen's perfume. Pang Wenwen smiled sweetly at Hu Weiwei as she spoke. Her voice carried a hint of superiority and pressure. Oh dear, young lady, you shouldn't speak that way. Our Chen Chen is so young and accomplished, handsome and wealthy. Isn't it perfectly normal for girls to pursue him? She deliberately emphasized the words our Chen Chen. With deliberate emphasis. Her tone was unmistakably possessive. As she spoke, she deliberately leaned closer to Jiāng Chén. Her ample bosom brushed against his arm with deliberate nonchalance. Simultaneously, she shot a quick glance to Yan Shi on the other side. Yan Shi paused for a moment. But she immediately understood the meaning. Her personality wasn't as bold as Pang Wenwen's. But seeing Hu Weiwei slander Jiāng Chén so blatantly, resentment welled up within her. Besides, Jiāng Chén had just been so chivalrous. Now that he was being bullied by his ex-girlfriend, how could she stand idly by? With that thought, Yan Shi summoned her courage and took a small step forward. though she didn't directly link arms with him. She stood right beside Jiāng Chén. She lifted her chin slightly, her clear eyes fixed on Hu Weiwei. Her actions declared her stance. At that moment, the scene became intensely dramatic. Jiāng Chén was flanked by two stunning beauties, one on each side. On the left, she radiated pure, ethereal beauty. Her demeanor was elegant and refined. On the right, Pang Wenwen radiated sultry allure, exuding alluring charm. Though their styles differed, but both clearly outshine Hu Weiwei, with their intimate poses, silently declaring, "Jiāng Chén, you belong to us now." Wang Kuan, standing behind Hu Weiwei, had long since been dumbfounded. His gaze couldn't tear itself away from Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen. These two women were simply the cream of the crop. Whether it was their faces, figures, or aura, they completely outshone Hu Weiwei beside him. Especially the innocent-looking one. She was the very embodiment of his dream lover. Wang Kuan instantly felt unbalanced inside. He'd spent so much money chasing Hu Weiwei, and he hadn't even gotten to hold her hand yet. This kid named Jiāng Chén before him. He looked perfectly ordinary. How could he possibly have two such stunning beauties at the same time? Hu Weiwei saw Pang Wenwen's actions. Then she noticed Yan Shi also siding with Jiāng Chén. Especially noticing Wang Kuan's stunned gaze. She trembled with rage. Useless. That good-for-nothing Jiāng Chén. What makes him think he's worthy? Those two worthless women. They must be blind. Fooled by that penniless bum Jiāng Chén. Right. That must be it. Jiāng Chén must be putting on airs. He doesn't have a penny to his name. Bringing these two women to the Fulin restaurant. He's just trying to show off and then run off. At this thought, a vicious glint flashed in Hu Weiwei's eyes. She will expose Jiāng Chén's true colors. Make him face everyone. In front of these two vile women. He'll lose all face. She forced down her rage. She forced a fake smile. She feigned magnanimity and said, "Oh, Jiāng Chén, come on. We may have broken up, but we did love each other once. There's no need to make this so ugly. Since we've run into each other here by chance, why don't we?" She paused. Her gaze swept over Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen. Her expression held both provocation and calculation. "Why don't we all grab a bite together? I just discovered this restaurant, heard the food's amazing. We can get to know each other, make some friends." She was calculating in her mind. As long as Jiāng Chén agreed to share a table. When it came time to order, she'd deliberately order the most expensive items. Then she'd see if Jiāng Chén could afford it. See how he'll handle it. Let's see if these two cheapskates, will they still stick with this broke bum? However, Jiāng Chén merely stared at her coldly, as if observing a mere clown. He couldn't be bothered to expose Hu Weiwei's pathetic little scheme. He merely uttered two words in a flat tone. "Not necessary." Chapter 12, The Cloudtop Palace? Then I'll make you regret it to the very end. Jiāng Chén's cold "no need," like an invisible slap. It struck Hu Weiwei's face with brutal force. Her expression darkened instantly. Her meticulously drawn eyeliner seemed to twist in anger. Rejected by Jiāng Chén in public, especially in front of two even more beautiful women, made her feel humiliated like never before. A surge of fury shot straight to her head. Hu Weiwei's sharp voice erupted like a barrage. "Not interested? Ha! Jiāng Chén, what are you playing at, acting all high and mighty? What? Afraid to eat with us? Scared you can't afford the bill at Fulin restaurant and will make a fool of yourself? Let me tell you, don't think I don't know your true worth. Back then, you haggled over a 3,000 yuan dress, and now you dare bring two wild women to a place like this? I say you're just putting on airs. Wait till you can't pay the bill, let's see how you'll save face then." Hu Weiwei grew more and more agitated as she spoke. Spittle flew from her mouth. Her outrageous remarks. Not only did it fail to belittle Jiāng Chén, but instead made Yan Shi beside her unable to bear listening any longer. Yan Shi's originally fair cheeks flushed slightly with anger. She stepped forward. Her clear eyes held obvious displeasure. She looked at Hu Weiwei. Her tone was gentle yet carried a hint of assertiveness. "Miss, please show some respect in your speech. First, Jiāng Chén is currently single. Who he chooses to be with is his own business. Second." Yan Shi paused. Her voice grew slightly clearer. "This dinner was originally our treat to Junior Jiāng Chén, from Wenwen and me, to thank him for his previous help. So there's absolutely no question of us not being able to afford it." Yan Shi's words not only defended Jiāng Chén, and clearly stated her position. Her words were clear and well-reasoned, instantly making Hu Weiwei's unreasonable outburst seem even more ridiculous. Meanwhile, Wang Kuan, standing behind Hu Weiwei, felt a complex mix of emotions. On one hand, Hu Weiwei's shrewish, street-brawling demeanor made him look utterly foolish in front of the stunning beauty. On the other hand, Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen's graceful demeanor and stunning looks were utterly captivating,
Especially when Yanxi said, "We'll treat." Made him feel that this girl was not only beautiful but also kind and sensible. The moment had arrived. Wang Kuan's eyes darted around. He immediately seized the chance to impress. He stepped forward, adopting the air of a successful man. He addressed Jiāng Chén and the two beauties with feigned magnanimity. "Oh, come on, we're all friends here. Why argue over such a small thing?" He glanced at Jiāng Chén. His tone carried a barely perceptible air of superiority. "This gentleman, brother Jiāng Chén, is it? Since these two lovely ladies wish to treat us, it's their kind gesture. Still, having the ladies foot the bill doesn't quite feel right. How about this?" He patted his chest emphatically. "If brother Jiāng Chén is truly short on cash today, no worries. This meal is on me. Consider it a gesture of friendship." His words seemed to smooth things over. But it subtly implied Jiāng Chén couldn't afford it. At the same time, he elevated his own status. He wanted to leave a generous and wealthy impression. Leaving an impression of being generous and well off. Upon hearing Wang Kuan offer to pay, she immediately shot Jiāng Chén a smug glance. As if to say, "See? My man is the one with the money." Pang Wenwen, however, sneered inwardly. This guy's game is way too low level. He actually thinks he can put on airs in front of her and Yanxi? Little did he know that just moments ago, had just casually spent nearly 200,000. In an instant, all eyes turned to Jiāng Chén, facing Hu Weiwei's slander, Yanxi's defense, and Wang Kuan's generous contribution. Jiāng Chén's expression remained calm and unruffled. A faint, almost imperceptible hint of amusement even played at the corners of his mouth. A faint, almost imperceptible hint of amusement. He waited until everyone had finished performing. Only then did he slowly lift his eyelids. His gaze swept indifferently over Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuan. Then he turned to the two beauties beside him. "Senior, Coach Pang, thank you for your kindness." He bowed politely first. Then his tone shifted abruptly. His tone carried an indescribable calm and detachment. "However, inviting you both to dinner at a mere Fu Lin restaurant seems somewhat inadequate." "What? Fu Lin restaurant? Not up to par?" The moment those words left his mouth, not only Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuan were stunned. Even Yanxi and Pang Wenwen were taken aback. Fu Lin restaurant. Already a renowned top-tier restaurant in the area, with an average per-person bill exceeding 1,000. In the eyes of ordinary people, it's synonymous with luxury. Yet to Jiāng Chén, it's suddenly not up to par? Hu Weiwei nearly laughed in disbelief. "Jiāng Chén, you're full of hot air. Fu Lin restaurant isn't classy enough? Then tell me, what place is classy enough?" She'd be damned if she didn't see it. What kind of nonsense this penniless fool could come up with? Jiāng Chén seemed oblivious to her sarcasm. He merely tilted his head slightly, as if deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke in a tone as casual as if deciding on a simple home-cooked dinner. Let me think. We'll go to Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. I hear their private chef is quite good, the ingredients are fresh, and the setting offers good privacy, perfect for entertaining distinguished guests. Cloud. Peak. Heavenly. Palace? Those four words struck like thunder. They exploded instantly in Wang Kuan and Hu Weiwei's ears. Hu Weiwei might have thought it was just. The name sounded impressive. But Wang Kuan's expression changed drastically in an instant. Yunding Heavenly Palace. That wasn't just any ordinary restaurant. It was located in the city center, perched atop a skyscraper. A club-style, top-tier dining establishment. Minimum charge. Starting at 40,000. No upper limit. All ingredients are air-freighted from around the globe. Exquisite and rare ingredients. Australian black abalone. Alaskan king crab. Japanese Kobe beef. French blue lobster. These are just everyday dishes. Dine there once. A full table. Easily costs tens of thousands per person. With Wang Kuan's net worth, he could certainly afford it. But spending tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, is absolutely crippling. It would make his heart bleed. That Jiāng Chén. How could he possibly know about the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace? Could he possibly? Wang Kuan stared at Jiāng Chén in disbelief, trying to find signs of a bluffer's unease. Yet, Jiāng Chén's expression remained calm and composed, as if the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace truly was just a pretty decent option for him. Pang Wenwen's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. The Cloudtop Heavenly Palace? She had clearly heard of its formidable reputation. Her gaze toward Jiāng Chén grew even brighter. This junior classmate was truly unfathomable. Yanxi, however, was completely dumbfounded. She'd never heard of such a place. But judging by Wang Kuan and Pang Wenwen's reactions, she knew it must be an unimaginably expensive place. Jiāng Chén seemed oblivious to their shock. His gaze shifted to Wang Kuan, with a perfectly measured, friendly smile. "This gentleman,
Mr. Wang, correct? Since we've crossed paths like this, why not join us? But we'll split the bill no problem, right? Going to the Cloudtop Palace and splitting the bill? Wang Kuan felt his heart nearly stop. If this meal was split evenly, with so many people, meaning he'd have to cover at least over 30,000 yuan.
That was nearly half a month's worth of his pocket money. Hu Weiwei, however, hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. All she knew was that the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace was even pricier, and it offered a better chance to see Jiāng Chén make a fool of himself. And splitting the bill was even better. Jiāng Chén definitely couldn't afford his half. Then he'd be the one making a fool of himself. Without a second thought, Hu Weiwei immediately accepted on Wang Kuan's behalf. She challenged Jiāng Chén with a look. Fine. Let's go to the Cloudtop Palace. I'll see how you're going to pay later. Wang Kuan's face turned pale. Weiwei. He tried to speak up to stop her. But Hu Weiwei shot him a fierce glare. What? Wang Kuan, you wouldn't be too stingy to treat me to the Cloud Peak Palace, would you? Wang Kuan was instantly caught between a rock and a hard place. On one side was the astronomical bill. On the other, a girlfriend glaring at him like a tiger. And the two stunning beauties beside him who made his heart ache with desire. A man's pride. Damn pride. Wang Kuan gritted his teeth. The words were practically ground out between his teeth. Of course it's fine. Split the bill? Split it. Who's afraid of who? Jiāng Chén smiled faintly. As if everything was under his control. Then let's go. The group of five set off once more. This time, Wang Kuan took the initiative to drive his BMW 5 Series, carrying everyone toward the city center. They arrived at the skyscraper housing the Cloudtop Palace. Their personal butler was already waiting. He respectfully ushered the five inside. A private elevator ascended directly to the top floor. Luxury. Ultimate luxury. Gilded and resplendent decor. Priceless works of art. A panoramic view of the city's nightscape below. Unrivaled views. All of it left Hu Weiwei and Yanxi visiting for the first time. Even Wang Kuan, who prided himself on being well-traveled, was awestruck by the grandeur. Pang Wenwen, though equally amazed. She managed to keep her composure. After all, she'd been navigating the world for years. Only Jiāng Chén remained utterly unfazed. As if he'd merely entered an ordinary private dining room. After taking their seats, the waiter presented a menu that looked like a work of art. Yanxi carefully opened it. Upon seeing the astronomical prices listed, she nearly dropped the menu on the floor. She quickly closed it, whispering to Jiāng Chén. Junior, this place, it's way too expensive, maybe we should just. Jiāng Chén smiled and cut her off. Then he turned to the waiter and began ordering. It's fine, senior. Since we're here, let's try the specialties. Start with caviar on French crepes Austria brand. Next, pan-seared premium foie gras with fig compote. For the main course, Australian M9 plus tomahawk steak, medium rare. Add a wild-caught steamed red grouper. Oh, and their signature Buddha jumps over the wall, please. For soup, let's have matsutake mushrooms stewed with conch. He ordered 7 or 8 dishes in one breath. Every single one was listed on the menu. The most expensive, top-tier signature dishes. Yanxi listened with her heart pounding. She wanted to stop him but didn't know how to speak up. Pang Wenwen stood beside him, watching Jiāng Chén with a smile. Her eyes brimmed with admiration. This little freshman even ordering food with such poise. Not your average guy. Across the table, Hu Weiwei wasn't about to be outdone. Deliberately holding the menu, she cooed sweetly to Wang Kuan. Kuan, I want this Hokkaido sea urchin and this French blue lobster. They look so delicious. Wang Kuan stared at the menu, each eye-watering 5-digit price tag. His heart ached. Yet he forced a smile. Go ahead. Order whatever you want, Weiwei. Don't hold back. Pang Wenwen watched the performance across from her. She suddenly covered her mouth and giggled, then addressed Jiāng Chén in a voice neither loud nor soft. Oh dear, Jiāng Chén, look at you ordering all these expensive dishes. Don't you think you should spare Mr. Wang some expense? It's not easy for a man to earn money to support the family, is it, Mr. Wang? Her words seemed to be advising Jiāng Chén. But every word was stabbing Wang Kuan and Hu Weiwei right in the heart. Wang Kuan's expression darkened further. His gaze toward Hu Weiwei now held a hint of impatience. Hu Weiwei was so furious she nearly crumpled the menu in her hands. Yet she dared not vent her fury. Jiāng Chén watched Pang Wenwen's brilliant performance. He silently gave her a thumbs up in his mind. This woman really knows how to play the game. Though she wasn't his girlfriend. Her knack for reading the room, providing emotional support, and saving a man's face in public was worth more than 100 Hu Weiweis. With her by his side, he didn't even have to say much. The enemy was already seething with rage. Jiāng Chén was in high spirits. He casually added 2 desserts and a bottle of expensive red wine. After placing the order, the waiter respectfully withdrew. The atmosphere in the private room grew tense.
Jiāng Chén, Yanxi, and Pang Wenwen sighed. Relaxed and easygoing.
Over at Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuan's table,
Undercurrents swirled. One heart was bleeding.
one was seething with rage.
Chapter 13. What class do you think you are? Daring to sit at my table? Soon.
The finest dishes of the Cloudtop Palace. Like works of art. Served by elegant waitresses in cheongsams, flowing from silver trolleys like a river. Crystal clear caviar, shimmering with a deep black sheen, paired with warm, crisp French crepes. Perfectly seared premium foie gras, releasing its rich, savory aroma, adorned with plump, tender figs. M9 plus grade tomahawk steak, seared to perfection with a crisp exterior and tender interior, revealing a juicy, pink cross-section. And the wild red snapper, steamed to perfection, its flesh pure white and delicate, seemingly ready to melt at the slightest touch.
Every dish. Ingredients, technique, presentation. All embody unparalleled luxury and refinement. Of course, it also comes with a jaw-dropping price tag. Yet, in the face of such a feast, the atmosphere at the table was starkly divided.
Wang Kuan gazed at the dishes before him, each costing thousands or even tens of thousands.
Felt his heart bleed.
He picked up his chopsticks, but the food tasted as bland as wax.
This was no meal at all.
Clearly just eating his silver. Especially when he thought about splitting the bill. His stomach twisted in knots.
How could he possibly have any appetite left? What stung him even more was Hu Weiwei.
The woman was eating with a clear conscience.
After all, it was his money.
She savored every expensive dish without restraint. And every now and then, she'd give orders in a bossy tone.
Wang Kuan, pour me a glass of wine.
Serve me a bowl of that Buddha jumps over the wall.
This foie gras is pretty good, try some.
Oh, never mind.
You don't seem to have much of an appetite?
Her tone was filled with self-righteousness. Even tinged with a barely perceptible hint of contempt. As if Wang Kuan's concern for money was embarrassing her in front of Jiāng Chén and the others.
She'd completely forgotten that Wang Kuan was footing the bill. Not only was there no gratitude.
Instead, she grew increasingly displeased with him.
Wang Kuan was nearly boiling over with rage.
He forced himself to swallow his rage. Pouring red wine for Hu Weiwei, his mind raged.
What sin did I commit? I spent tens of thousands to treat you to dinner. And now I have to watch your face? In stark contrast to the tense, uneasy atmosphere here. Over at Jiāng Chén's table, harmony reigned supreme. One might even say, vibrant and full of life. Pang Wenwen knew exactly how to handle men.
She also knew exactly how to navigate social situations.
To gain the upper hand.
Her every smile and gesture radiated the allure of a mature woman. With a charming smile, she took the initiative to scoop caviar with a silver spoon, carefully spread it on a thin pancake, and then, using the communal chopsticks, presented it with impeccable grace onto Jiāng Chén's plate. Jiāng Chén, try this caviar, it pairs perfectly with the crepe. Jiāng Chén accepted with a smile, thank you. She then picked up the decanted red wine and elegantly poured it into Jiāng Chén's glass. Her movements were practiced and natural. Here, this bottle of Lafite is a rare treasure here. Let me pour it for you. Even when the seared foie gras arrived, Pang Wenwen cut a slice with a small fork. She tasted it herself first. Her eyes lit up instantly. She exclaimed to Jiāng Chén, wow. This foie gras literally melts in your mouth. It's absolutely delicious. You have to try it too. As she spoke, she cut off another small piece. She held the fork directly to Jiāng Chén's lips. Her gaze was alluring. With a hint of teasing. Open wide. This gesture was incredibly bold. And incredibly suggestive. Jiāng Chén was momentarily stunned. Gazing at the tempting foie gras before him. And Pang Wenwen, mere inches away. Her luscious red lips painted with sensual lipstick. A ripple stirred within his heart. He smiled, but didn't speak. Instead, he reached out. Using his own chopsticks, he lifted the foie gras from her fork. And placed it in his own mouth. He placed it in his mouth and savored it slowly. It really is quite good. Pang Wenwen saw he hadn't accepted her offering. She didn't feel awkward. Instead, she giggled coquettishly. She shot him a flirtatious glance. Little freshman, you're quite shy, aren't you? This scene left Wang Kuan across from them practically popping his eyes out of his head. Why the hell? They were both paying for the meal. But Jiāng Chén had two beauties vying to serve him. Pouring wine, serving dishes. Even feeding him intimately? And what about me? Spent tens of thousands. Hu Weiwei wouldn't even give me a friendly look. She won't even let me touch her. And she treats me like a servant? This ing gap is way too big, isn't it? Yanxi, seated on the other side of Jiāng Chén. Her personality was nowhere near as bold as Pang Wenwen's. But under Pang Wenwen's subtle encouragement, she too began awkwardly mimicking the gesture. Her face flushed as she awkwardly used the communal chopsticks to pick up a piece of grouper and place it on Jiāng Chén's plate. She whispered softly, Junior, this fish, it's quite fresh. Try some. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet her cheeks burned fiercely.
Jiāng Chén sensed Yen's kind-hearted shyness.
It warmed his heart.
Thank you, senior. One was fiery and passionate.
One radiated fiery passion.
Two entirely different styles.
Yet both equally elevated him, the central figure.
To the utmost. Jiāng Chén basked in the moment.
The attentive service of two beauties.
Savoring the finest cuisine. Occasionally chatting and laughing with Pang Wenwen. He responded to Yen's concern from time to time.
He was utterly content.
This supreme emotional value was absolutely off the charts. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly once more.
Pang Wenwen, with her social experience. Who knows how to read the situation? Though her motives might not be entirely pure.
But getting along with her. She's definitely more comfortable than that kind of woman like Hu Weiwei, selfish and only thinking about taking.
So much more comfortable.
The harmony and contentment on Jiāng Chén's side. Like countless steel needles. Stabbing viciously into Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuen's hearts. Both of them nearly boiled over simultaneously.
Hu Weiwei watched Jiāng Chén surrounded by women on both sides.
Enjoying imperial treatment.
The flames of jealousy and hatred nearly consumed her.
She shot Wang Kuen a vicious glare.
It was all this good for nothing's fault. He'd made her look like a complete fool today.
She couldn't eat another bite.
She set down her chopsticks and folded her arms across her chest. Her face remained cold, her mind consumed by a single thought.
Hurry up and finish. Hurry up and pay the bill. She couldn't wait to see Jiāng Chén's pathetic, flustered, and utterly humiliated expression when he couldn't afford to pay.
That was the sole purpose of her visit today.
As for Wang Kuen, he was so enraged his liver ached. His stomach ached. His heart ached even more. He looked at Jiāng Chén. Then he glanced at Hu Weiwei beside him. Then he thought about the astronomical bill he was about to pay. Damn it! They're both men.
Why the hell is there such a huge difference?
His appetite vanished completely.
He downed drink after drink in a daze. His face darkened like rain clouds.
A top-tier feast that should have been the ultimate indulgence for Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuen had become an excruciating ordeal. Only Jiāng Chén, along with the two beauties by his side,
continued to savor the delicacies and fine wine at their leisure,
as if utterly oblivious to the fiery glare emanating from the two across the table. Chapter 14, Top-Tier Club. Two beauties compete for glory.
She really knows how to play the game.
On Jiāng Chén's side,
he was riding high on the winds of fortune.
Pang Wenwen embodied the perfect beauty to a T.
Her watery, alluring peach blossom eyes scarcely left Jiāng Chén. She would occasionally pour him expensive red wine. With a tone that was half joking, half serious, she praised Jiāng Chén for his excellent taste and true masculinity.
Every glance, every gesture, perfectly conveyed admiration and intimacy. Emotional value maxed out.
Even Yenshi, usually reserved and quiet,
even shyly joined in. Two stunning beauties, one on each side. One fiery and passionate. The other gentle as flowing water. Surrounded Jiāng Chén like stars encircling the moon. That natural intimacy.
The way Jiāng Chén basked in it all, as comfortable as an emperor enjoying his due.
To the eyes of others, it was utterly enviable.
Even the waitstaff murmured outside.
Goodness gracious, who is that man? He must be incredibly lucky. Two goddesses vying to serve him? Yeah, look at that demeanor, as steady as a rock. That's what you call a winner in life. Now look at the guy across from him. TSK. Deadpan expression the whole time.
His girlfriend seems to completely ignore him.
Just an ATM, huh?
These whispers, neither loud nor soft. Yet they felt like poisoned daggers.
Stabbing straight into Wang Kuen's heart. An ATM? He, Wang Kuen. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Before him lay dishes as exquisitely crafted as art pieces. Yet exorbitantly priced, causing every organ in his body to ache. He simply couldn't stomach it. It tasted like chewing wax.
Every bite he swallowed felt like it wasn't food, but the blood, sweat, and tears he'd scraped together from his old man. Especially when his gaze swept over Jiāng Chén's table, where joy reigned and beautiful women surrounded him. Then he looked at his own side. This woman who only knew how to boss him around. And now she was even complaining that he'd embarrassed her.
An overwhelming sense of humiliation and fury raging wildly within his chest. Why the hell? What the hell gives him the right? I spent tens of thousands. And this is what I get.
Hu Weiwei had long since lost her patience.
The more harmonious Jiāng Chén's side appeared,
the more her jealousy burned.
She couldn't stomach it anymore. She wanted to see Jiāng Chén's miserable state when he couldn't pay right now.
That was her only hope for the day. She slammed the silver fork in her hand.
It clattered onto the table.
It made a shrill sound.
Without waiting for anyone to react,
she beckoned sharply to the manager standing nearby, her tone impatient.
Check, please. Now.
The manager maintained a professional smile as he swiftly approached with the bill, bowing slightly. Distinguished guests, your total comes to 90,000 yuan.
90,000. Hearing that figure, Yan Shi's face instantly drained of color.
She instinctively covered her mouth. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock and worry.
Wang Kuan's body stiffened abruptly, as if struck by an electric current. 90,000.
Even splitting the bill, he'd have to pay 45,000.
45,000. His monthly allowance. Not even 100,000.
This meal alone wiped out nearly half a month's expenses.
And it was spent in such a frustrating way. Such an unpleasant meal. His heart felt like it was being fried in boiling oil. Hu Weiwei, however, seemed oblivious to Wang Kuan's utterly grim expression. She glanced at the bill.
A flash of ruthlessness crossed her eyes. Then she lifted her chin.
In an exceedingly generous tone, she addressed Jiāng Chén. 90,000 yuan, right?
Though there are only two of us, and strictly speaking, splitting the bill shouldn't amount to this much, but we're not stingy people. She deliberately raised her voice. Here's the deal, we'll cover half 45,000. The remaining 45,000 is up to the three of you. After speaking, she fixed Jiāng Chén with a challenging stare. Her eyes brimmed with,
I'll see how you die. Wang Kuan heard Hu Weiwei's unilateral decision. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. That money-wasting woman. Spending his money to show off. Without batting an eye. He felt like killing Hu Weiwei right then and there.
Yan Shi tugged anxiously at Jiāng Chén's sleeve. Her voice trembled with tears.
Junior, this is too much.
I have some money here, though not much, let's pool it together. Jiāng Chén patted her hand and gave her a reassuring look. His tone remained calm.
It's fine, senior. This small amount is nothing.
Hu Weiwei saw Jiāng Chén was still there.
Stubborn as a dead duck. She immediately turned impatiently to Wang Kuan and urged. Wang Kuan. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pay our half. Can't you see that Mr. Jiang might need time to go to the bank or call someone to borrow money? Don't keep him waiting.
Her words were venomous.
Pang Wenwen couldn't help but laugh. Ha!
She shot Hu Weiwei a sultry glance before turning to Wang Kuan, her tone dripping with sympathetic understanding.
Oh my, Miss Hu is quite impatient. But Mr. Wang seems a bit pale?
Well, I suppose 45,000 yuan is a hefty sum for the average person. Unlike certain individuals who can't earn a dime themselves yet spend men's money with such righteous indignation, not a shred of remorse.
Mr. Wang, wouldn't you agree? Pang Wenwen's veiled criticism. It nearly made Wang Kuan's lungs explode with rage. And it completely stripped Hu Weiwei of any pretense. Wang Kuan's entire body trembled. He clenched his fists tightly. Pay. He could afford it. 45,000 he could come up with it. But he refused to accept it. He refuses. Why should he pay for Hu Weiwei? That stupid, vicious woman. Why should he pay this money? Why should he pay this money? In front of this man he envies so much. Like a fool being played? A man's dignity. The sting of money. The allure of beauty. The rage of humiliation.
A whirlwind of emotions raged within him, plunging him into an unprecedented struggle.
He froze in place, his face ashen, not uttering a word. Seeing Wang Kuan's cowardly demeanor, Hu Weiwei finally erupted.
Her last shred of hope shattered. She had believed Wang Kuan could at least hold his own. But it turned out he was just another useless piece of trash.
This made her feel like a complete laughingstock. Hu Weiwei couldn't care less about her socialite image.
Pointing her finger at Wang Kuan, she screamed.
Wang Kuan. Are you paying or not? Are you even a real man? Can't even cough up 45 grand? And you have the nerve to call yourself a rich kid? You're nothing but a fraud. A good-for-nothing. A penniless bum. Not even worth as much as Jiāng Chén. This outrageous outburst plunged the entire private dining room of the top-tier restaurant into deathly silence. Even the restaurant manager couldn't help but frown, clearly uncomfortable with this farce. Wang Kuan was berated relentlessly. His face turned from green to purple, then from purple to white. His entire being seemed drained of vitality. He slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant. In that moment of utter awkwardness and humiliation, Jiāng Chén finally rose to his feet. He stood towering above her, observing the ugly farce unfolding before him. He shook his head lightly. His eyes held an unmistakable trace of contempt and disgust. He uttered 4 words in a flat tone. Truly, noisy. It's just the cost of a meal. Is it really worth all this fuss? They act like they've never seen money before. His gaze swept over Hu Weiwei's face, twisted with anger and humiliation. Then he glanced at Wang Kuan, who stood there in a daze. His tone dripped with utter condescension. What class do you think you are, to sit at the same table as me? You're embarrassing yourselves. With that, he didn't spare the two another glance. He turned to the restaurant manager waiting nearby and said coolly, the bill. The entire bill. Chapter 15, 91,000 decides the outcome. Hu Weiwei's defenses crumble. Jiāng Chén's demand for the full amount came like a thunderclap out of nowhere. It left Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuan pale as ghosts.
Even the manager, accustomed to high rollers, flashed a fleeting, barely perceptible shock in his eyes.
90,000 yuan.
Even at the Cloudtop Palace, spending 90,000 on a single meal was still an astonishing feat.
Especially this young man before me.
Not old, dressed plainly. Yet he could speak with such calm composure. He uttered the word full amount.
What presence! Such capability! Truly extraordinary!
The manager immediately composed himself, his smile growing even more respectful and humble.
Certainly, Mr. Jiang. Please wait a moment. He didn't even ask a single question.
He turned directly toward the dedicated mobile POS machine beside him. The entire private room, even the faint murmurs outside the room, seemed to be silenced.
Every gaze focused on Jiāng Chén and the Vivo phone about to complete the payment.
Hu Weiwei's face turned as pale as paper. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief and searing regret.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that good-for-nothing possibly have money? He must be faking it.
Or he must have maxed out his credit cards. His card will definitely get declined later.
Right. That must be it.
Wang Kuan felt as if someone had grabbed him by the throat.
Breathing became difficult.
He watched Jiāng Chén remain calm and composed. Then he thought of how he'd hesitated over 45,000 just moments ago, only to be publicly humiliated. A tidal wave of crushing defeat washed over him. His once proud family background and wealth,
at this moment, in the presence of this man, seemed like the biggest joke in the world. As for Yan Shi and Peng Wenwen,
exhibited two entirely different reactions.
Yan Shi's beautiful eyes widened.
Her small hands clenched the hem of her dress. Her heart pounded wildly. She stared at Jiāng Chén. Her eyes brimmed with shock and curiosity. And a hint of something she hadn't even noticed herself.
A budding admiration. This junior, who exactly was he? Layers of mystery shrouded him. She couldn't see through him. Yet she couldn't help but feel deeply drawn to him.
Peng Wenwen, meanwhile, flashed a seductive, spring-filled gaze. The curve of her lips grew ever more seductive.
The gaze she cast upon Jiāng Chén
was filled with unabashed admiration and burning desire.
Confirmed. This junior classmate. He's definitely a hidden top-tier big shot.
She had truly struck gold this time. She silently resolved within herself.
She must seize this opportunity. Build a deeper connection with Jiāng Chén. Under the gaze of the crowd. Beep. A faint electronic beep sounded, yet it struck Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuan's hearts like a heavy hammer. Payment successful.
The POS machine slowly ejected the receipt. The manager carefully took the receipt with both hands. With both hands. His smile grew even more humble. Even tinged with a hint of flattery.
Mr. Jiang, your bill has been settled. Here is your receipt, please keep it safe.
As our most esteemed guest at Cloudtop Palace, whenever you or your friends visit, simply mention your name. We will provide you with exclusive priority reservations and customized services.
Boom!
Hu Weiwei felt a buzzing sensation in her head. As if something had exploded inside her.
Did they really pay? 90,000 yuan. He paid without even blinking? How could this be? This can't be happening. Jiāng Chén didn't even bother to look at the receipt.
As if 90,000 yuan were truly nothing more than pocket change. He nodded to the manager. Got it.
Such composure. That composure. This air of treating money like dirt.
It made Wang Kuan beside him look like a mere clown.
The waitstaff and managers in the restaurant were now glaring at Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuan with contempt and mockery.
I told you so, that woman was just looking for trouble.
Exactly.
Her boyfriend was the one who chickened out first, yet she's turning the tables on him.
Mr. Jiang is so magnanimous. He just handed over 90,000 yuan without hesitation. No wonder he's got two goddesses by his side. Honestly, in my opinion, this Mr. Jiang is the real deal. Sigh, I only regret not being born a woman.
These murmurs, some clear, some muffled,
like countless steel needles, repeatedly piercing Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuan's already fragile self-esteem. Jiāng Chén's successful payment proved to be the final straw. It completely crushed Hu Weiwei. The scene she longed to witness Jiāng Chén humiliated. All vanished in this instant. Vanished into thin air. And she herself had instead become the biggest clown. The most laughable failure. All of this, it's all Wang Kuan's fault. All because of this good-for-nothing. If only he'd acted like a rich kid earlier. And paid the 45 grand outright. I wouldn't have ended up in this mess. Hu Weiwei whipped her head around, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Wang Kuan. The rage and humiliation pent up inside her erupted like a volcano in that instant. Wang Kuan. She pointed at Wang Kuan's nose, screaming hysterically. Look at yourself. Look at yourself. Useless when it matters most. Can't even scrape together 45 grand. You made me look like a complete fool in front of everyone. And you have the nerve to call yourself a rich kid? You're nothing but a penniless bum. Not even worthy of tying my shoes. You're worse than that good-for-nothing Jiāng Chén. Her words were no longer measured. Every vile word she could think of poured out onto Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan was already on the verge of breaking down. Now, with Hu Weiwei pointing her finger at him and publicly berating him like this. Especially that line. You're worse than that good-for-nothing Jiāng Chén. Completely ignited the last shred of reason in his heart. Wang Kuan leapt to his feet. His entire body trembled slightly. Enough! His eyes blazed crimson as he glared at Hu Weiwei. His gaze seemed poised to devour her whole. He growled hoarsely. Hu Weiwei. Have you had enough? How much money have I spent on you? Do you think my money grows on trees? What else can you do besides spend it? Look at others. Now look at yourself. What right do you have to bark like a dog here? He abruptly pulled out his phone. His fingers flew across the screen. He turned to Jiāng Chén and bellowed. Jiāng Chén. Give me your QR code. I'll transfer you 25 grand. Then he paused, pointing at Hu Weiwei beside him, her face drained of color, frozen in fear. The remaining 20,000. You'll have to get it from this. I'm done with this. With that, he scanned Jiāng Chén's payment code. Without even waiting for Hu Weiwei to react. Without looking back. He stormed out of the private room. His retreating figure was filled with rage, humiliation, and a desperate sense of relief. The entire private room fell once more into a deathly silence. Hu Weiwei was utterly dumbfounded. Wang Kuan ran away? He just ran off? And he only paid 25,000? Leaving her to figure out the remaining 20,000 herself? How could she possibly come up with another 20,000? Hu Weiwei felt the world spinning. Darkness swirled before her eyes, threatening to send her into a faint. She froze in place, her face alternating between crimson and ashen. Like an overturned paint palette. Utterly hideous. Chapter 16, a whopping 45,000 yuan profit. The card system has a glitch. Just then, Pang Wenwen's voice, sweet and smiling, echoed like a devil's whisper. She covered her mouth in feigned surprise. Yet her beautiful eyes sparkled with the delight of watching a good show. Her tone toward Hu Weiwei was thick with concern. Oh my Miss Hu, your boyfriend just left like that? What a pity. She paused. She glanced at the bill on the table. Then she looked at Hu Weiwei, who was as pale as a ghost. Her smile grew even more sincere. And, it seems, he only paid 25,000? So according to our earlier agreement to split the bill, you're still short 20,000. Pang Wenwen drew out her words. Savoring Hu Weiwei's flustered, mortified expression. She continued in the sweetest tone, delivering the most cutting words. But Miss Hu, don't worry too much. After all, you and our Jiāng Chén are old acquaintances, even alumni of the same school. If you're short on cash right now and can't come up with the 20,000, it's perfectly fine. She fluttered her eyelashes and glanced at Jiāng Chén. Her voice dripped with saccharine sweetness. How about letting Jiāng Chén hold on to it for now? Brother Chén, you see how pitiful Miss Hu is. Why not let her owe it to you? It's not much anyway. She can scrape it together when she gets back, or, find herself a new boyfriend. She can pay you back later, okay? This line was pure poison. Not only did it turn Hu Weiwei's attempt to embarrass Jiāng Chén right back on her, it also laid bare her vanity and materialism. And her current helpless embarrassment. Exposed for all to see. It also served to elevate Jiāng Chén, crafting an image of magnanimity. Listening to Pang Wenwen's near-perfect assist, his heart was bursting with joy. Awesome. Absolutely exhilarating. Having someone this sharp and quick-witted by his side, who understood how to read the situation, and can provide top-tier emotional support. This feeling is simply indescribable. This is something he never experienced with that stupid woman Hu Weiwei. Never experienced before. Pang Wenwen, she was simply too skilled. As for Hu Weiwei, under the relentless barrage of Pang Wenwen's words, had finally broken down completely. Her entire body trembled. Her complexion turned from pale to green, then turned purple. After all that, she schemed relentlessly to see Jiāng Chén humiliated. But in the end, she was the one who had been, from start to finish, the complete and utter fool? What a disgrace. This is nothing short of utter humiliation. She glared at Jiāng Chén with hatred, then shot another venomous glance. Pang Wenwen, smiling radiantly. And Yin Shi beside her, looking utterly innocent. Her heart brimmed with resentment and bitterness. Impossible. How could that good-for-nothing Jiāng Chén possibly have real money? He must be faking it. This money must be the last payday loan he took out. It was meant to compensate me. Right. He must have done it to show off in front of those two ES. That's why he was putting on airs. Sooner or later, he won't be able to pay back all those online loans. He'll end up worse off than before. She couldn't stand it here any longer.
Not a single second longer in this place that had humiliated her so thoroughly. She sprang to her feet, shooting Jiāng Chén a venomous glare.
She said nothing, covering her face, almost as if fleeing in panic.
Stumbling out of the private room at the Cloudtop Palace.
With Hu Weiwei's departure, the suffocating tension in the private room finally dissipated by half.
Jiāng Chén stared at the door that had closed once more. A cold, sharp curve formed at the corners of his mouth. It was over. It was all over.
That nauseating past between him and Hu Weiwei. At this moment, it was finally and completely over.
And his brand new life was just beginning.
Just then,
the familiar, cold mechanical alert
sounded punctually in his mind. Ding!
Player turned the Tycoon's dinner has been perfectly completed.
Calculating rewards?
Congratulations, host.
Charisma attribute plus 10.
Congratulations, host. This dinner's expenditure of 90,670 has triggered a full refund.
Funds have been credited. Calculating this turn's interest, based on your current account balance, interest earnings amount to 40,000. This action round concludes. Additional reward, 10,000. Seeing this string of rewards, Jiāng Chén's mood reached its peak in an instant. This meal, not only did it completely resolve the ex-girlfriend issue,
but also perfectly showcased his strength and composure before the two beauties.
He even scored 25 grand from Wang Kuan for free. Net profit, 75,000.
Plus 10 points of charm.
Jiāng Chén took a deep breath,
suppressing the wild excitement surging within him.
A serene calmness, as gentle as a spring breeze, spread across his face. Combined with the boost from 10 points of charm, he seemed to be glowing at that moment. After a brief silence,
Pang Wenwen was the first to break the deadlock. She gently swirled the expensive bottle of Lafite in her hand, speaking to the air as if to herself. Yet it seemed directed at Jiāng Chén and Yan Shi as well. Her tone carried just the right amount of disdain and resignation.
TSK. Finally some peace. Some people just can't stand seeing others happy. They're miserable themselves, yet they don't want anyone else to be happy either. What's the point? She set down the glass.
She turned her head. Her face was already adorned with that charming, captivating smile once more. As if the earlier farce had never happened.
She looked at Jiāng Chén.
Her beautiful eyes shimmered with emotion. Her voice carried soothing warmth and intimacy. Little brother, don't let people like that spoil our good mood.
That clown isn't worth a single drop of your emotion.
Yan Shi nodded in agreement. Though the earlier scene still left her feeling uneasy.
She even felt anger on Jiāng Chén's behalf. But seeing Jiāng Chén so calm and composed now, she forced herself to calm down. She spoke softly, yes, Junior, don't take it to heart. People like that aren't worth it.
Jiāng Chén looked at the two beautiful women before him, both genuinely concerned for him.
A wave of warmth surged through his heart. Hu Weiwei's departure. To him,
like excising a long-rotted cancerous tumor. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief and freedom.
As for Wang Kuan and Hu Weiwei's final,
that farce of dogs fighting among themselves. In his eyes, it was nothing but laughable and pathetic.
It wasn't even worth getting angry over.
What truly captured his attention and gratitude
was Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen's conduct tonight. Yan Shi's kindness and integrity, and the courage to step forward at a critical moment, was like a clear spring cleansing the soul. As for Pang Wenwen,
though perhaps driven by pragmatic motives,
her exceptional emotional intelligence, precise judgment, and perfectly timed support.
Not only did she flawlessly defuse awkward moments, but also thoroughly humiliated Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuan, venting his pent-up frustration.
This gesture of solidarity was equally commendable. Jiāng Chén raised his wine glass. He gave them a sincere smile. Senior, Coach Pang. Honestly, tonight, it's all thanks to you too.
He paused, his gaze sweeping over them, his tone sincere.
If you hadn't stepped in, I'd probably still be dealing with that annoying person. This toast is for you. Thank you for your loyal support. With that,
he downed the rich red wine in his glass in one gulp.
Chapter 17, The Tycoon's Gratitude at Plaza 66. Pang Wenwen immediately beamed with a radiant smile. She lifted her glass.
She made a slight toast toward Jiāng Chén. Then she elegantly drained the wine in her glass. Her movements radiated allure.
Oh my, little brother, you're too polite. We're friends, right?
When a friend is in trouble, helping each other out is only natural. Besides, seeing that woman twisting the truth like that, I couldn't help but want to slap her twice.
Yan Shi felt a bit embarrassed too.
Lifting her juice glass, she murmured softly.
Junior, don't say that. We didn't do anything.
But in her heart, she was filled with gratitude toward Jiāng Chén.
This sincere expression of gratitude, a faint sweetness of satisfaction, being able to help him, seemed to bring her genuine happiness. Jiāng Chén watched them. He quietly calculated in his mind. Tonight, Wang Kuan's unexpected windfall of 25,000 yuan would be used to thank these two beauties. Couldn't be more fitting. With that thought, Jiāng Chén set down his wine glass. A relaxed, cheerful smile spread across his face. It's still early. Though dinner had a minor hiccup, we've managed to wrap things up. How about we don't call it a night just yet? There's a Hanglong Plaza nearby with a great selection of brands. Fancy joining me for a stroll? Actually, I've been meaning to buy myself some new clothes lately but never found the time. Your taste is surely better than mine. Would you mind helping me pick something out? This suggestion felt both natural and gave the two beauties an irresistible reason. What woman could resist shopping? Especially somewhere like Hanglong Plaza, a high-end mall gathering the world's top luxury brands? Sure enough, Pang Wenwen's eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, she agreed, sure. Shopping is my favorite thing. No problem, I'll pick out the coolest outfits for you, guaranteeing a whole new look. Her mind was racing with calculations. Shopping was the best way to deepen their bond and understand each other's tastes and spending habits. Plus, it meant more opportunities for close contact. Though she wasn't as excited as Pang Wenwen. She was genuinely intrigued. The dinner at Cloud Palace had already blown her away. As for top-tier malls like Plaza 66, she had only heard about it. She had never actually stepped inside to explore. And besides, being able to go with Jiāng Chén and Pang Wenwen too seemed rather nice. Most importantly, Jiāng Chén had just endured such an unpleasant scene, accompanying him to take his mind off things. Help him pick out clothes. It's just a gesture of friendship. She nodded gently and replied softly, sure, Junior. I don't have anything else planned anyway. Let's go take a look together. However, whether it was Pang Wenwen or Yan Shi, both were thinking only of accompanying Jiāng Chén on his shopping trip. Help him pick out clothes. They might casually browse items they like themselves. But neither of them had the slightest intention of letting Jiāng Chén pay for them. Pang Wenwen hoped to use this opportunity to build a closer connection. Yan Shi, however, was purely motivated by goodwill and a hint of secret curiosity. They were fundamentally different from women like Hu Weiwei. Seeing both beauties readily agree lifted Jiāng Chén's spirits even further. As they departed the Cloudtop Palace, the restaurant manager personally escorted the three of them to the private elevator entrance. He confirmed that a dedicated limousine had been arranged for Jiāng Chén. A dedicated limousine to take them directly to Hanglong. This meticulous and thoughtful service once again made Pang Wenwen and Yan Shi feel Jiāng Chén's influence, or rather, the power of money. Seated within the spacious, luxurious interior of the bespoke Rolls-Royce Phantom, watching the dazzling city lights rush by outside the windows, Yan Shi's mood grew complex. She felt as though she were stepping into a world she had never encountered before. Belonging to Jiāng Chén, this world filled her with wonder, awe, and a faint sense of unease. Pang Wenwen, however, appeared far more at ease. She even took the initiative to discuss the styles and latest designs of various luxury brands with Jiāng Chén. Her conversation revealed a keen sense of fashion trends. She skillfully closed the distance between herself and Jiāng Chén. Soon, the vehicle came to a stop at the VIP entrance of the Hanglong Plaza. The three stepped out. Immediately, senior mall attendants approached to greet them, guiding them into this shopping paradise that gathered the world's top luxury brands. At night, Plaza 66 shimmered with dazzling lights and radiant brilliance. Mirror-smooth marble floors, dazzling crystal chandeliers, meticulously designed brand showcases. Each radiates an aura of wealth and sophistication. The air is filled with the scent of high-end fragrances. Occasionally, elegantly dressed men and women with refined demeanor pass by, further enhancing the extraordinary atmosphere. Jiāng Chén walked in the middle. On his left, the ethereal and refined Yan Shi. On his right was the alluringly sexy Pang Wenwen. The two stunning beauties shone like diamonds, instantly capturing the attention of passers-by in the mall. Countless gazes filled with envy, jealousy, awe, and speculation focused on the trio. Wow! Look at those two women. They're absolutely stunning. Who's that guy in the middle? He looks so young. Is he some rich playboy? To have two top-tier beauties accompanying him shopping, he must be someone important. So jealous. That's the peak of life. Feeling the stares from all around, Jiāng Chén's heart remained utterly still. Having experienced rebirth, his mindset had long since transcended the ordinary. These external gazes could scarcely stir his heart. At this moment, his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future and gratitude toward the two beauties by his side. He genuinely believed Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen's actions tonight deserved his heartfelt thanks. Besides, using found money to do a favor didn't sting him one bit. On the contrary, it felt exceptionally satisfying. Just as Jiāng Chén's heart swelled with gratitude and he began contemplating what gifts to buy for the two beauties, something that would express his thanks without seeming overly abrupt or contrived, that familiar, cold mechanical alert sounded. Once again, it echoed in his mind. Ding. Host detected gratitude and plans to reciprocate the assistance provided by the opposite sex tonight.
This aligns with the Divine Spender Code of Conduct, triggering a new player turn, Divine Spender's Gratitude.
Here it comes. Jiāng Chén's heart leapt with joy. He immediately focused his attention. His gaze fell upon the light screen that appeared in his field of vision. Player turn, the Divine Tycoon's Gratitude. Turn background, gratitude is the cornerstone of a Divine Tycoon's character.
For those who extended a helping hand and upheld your dignity during your humble beginnings, especially the lovely lady's generous reciprocation is the finest expression of appreciation. Turn requirement, during your upcoming shopping trip, select and purchase a gift for each of the 2 ladies who saved you tonight.
The gift's value must match the depth of your gratitude. Round reward, charm attribute plus 10. All expenses incurred purchasing these thank you gifts will be fully reimbursed. Daily interest will be settled immediately based on your current account balance, estimated earnings, 40,000. Round duration, 8 hours. Reading the mission instructions. And the generous rewards. Jiāng Chén's smile deepened. Charm plus 10. Full refund on gift purchases. Plus interest. This system was practically forcing him to become a truly generous, charismatic, and extravagant spendthrift. He had already planned to buy something as a token of gratitude. Now the system not only supports it, but it's covering the costs and even throwing in rewards. This is like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. Spending money and making money. Could anything in this world be more satisfying? Jiāng Chén took a deep breath. He suppressed the excitement surging within him. He glanced around. Yanxi and Pang Wenwen were curiously examining the luxury shops around them. A soft glow flickered in his eyes. Great! Since the system was being so generous, tonight's thank you gift must be delivered properly. He would let these 2 beauties feel his most sincere gratitude. At the same time, his own gear was also due for a complete overhaul. Chapter 18, Splurging on Gifts for the Twin Beauties. Senior Sister's guard slowly melts. In the past, Yanxi would merely pass by. Glancing hurriedly at the astronomical price tags through the display window, she silently sighed, so expensive. Then he'd turn and walk away. Now, she was truly immersed within. Surrounded by luxury within arm's reach. A hint of unmistakable nervousness and wonder surfaced on Yanxi's fair, delicate face. Her eyes darted about like a startled fawn. She curiously surveyed her surroundings. Yet there was a hint of timid unease. She instinctively drew closer to Jiāng Chén. As if only by staying close to this junior who had left her utterly stunned could she find a shred of security. In stark contrast to Yanxi's stiffness was Pang Wenwen's ease. Naturally attuned to fashion and no stranger to upscale venues. Now she was completely in her element, eagerly surveying the surrounding shops. Her alluring almond-shaped eyes sparkled with excitement. For her, Jiāng Chén inviting her to stroll through Honglong was not merely a shopping trip. It was a signal. Jiāng Chén didn't have a bad impression of her. He might even have ulterior motives. This young, handsome, wealthy man, generous to an almost shocking degree. He was the very embodiment of her dream partner. She had to seize this opportunity. Pang Wenwen walked beside Jiāng Chén with perfect ease. Walking on Jiāng Chén's other side. Forming a protective flank with Yanxi. Her voice was sweet and charming, tinged with just the right amount of playful laughter. She took the initiative to start a conversation. Little brother. What kind of clothes would you like to look at first? Are you going for a casual style, or do you need a few formal suits? Or, maybe you'd like to try the hottest streetwear brands right now? She skillfully steered the conversation toward Jiāng Chén's needs, demonstrating professionalism, while also attempting to understand him more deeply. Jiāng Chén sensed the starkly different reactions from the 2 beauties beside him. Yanxi's innocent shyness. Pang Wenwen's passionate initiative. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The sensation of being surrounded and cared for by top-tier beauties. He had to admit, this feeling was undeniably exhilarating. His gaze casually swept across the first floor. The shops with their glittering logos. Finally, his gaze settled on a nearby store. A classic British luxury brand renowned for its iconic tartan trench coats. Burberry. Jiāng Chén pointed casually, as if heading to the convenience store next door to buy water. Let's start with this one. Pang Wenwen's eyes lit up instantly, responding without hesitation, sure thing. Burberry's style is timeless, understated yet sophisticated. It's perfect for a guy like you, with your tall, clean-cut look. Especially their trench coats and plaid shirts, absolute wardrobe essentials. Yanxi nodded lightly. Though she knew little about the brand. But hearing Pang Wenwen's expert description, she felt it must be quite good. The 3 walked side by side into Burberry. The interior design carried on the British style. Beige walls, dark wooden shelves. Soft, warm lighting. It created an atmosphere of understated luxury. Sales associates in tailored uniforms immediately greeted them with smiles. Their gaze swept quickly over the 3 individuals. When they noticed the two stunningly beautiful women accompanying Jiāng Chén, his eyes flashed with astonishment. His demeanor grew even more respectful. "Good evening, sir and madam. Welcome to Burberry. How may we assist you?" Jiāng Chén casually waved his hand, showing no immediate interest in making a purchase. His gaze calmly swept over the displays in the shop. "Let's just browse for now." Pang Wenwen immediately slipped into her style consultant role. She affectionately tugged at Jiāng Chén's arm. Her gesture was utterly natural, as if their relationship had long transcended the ordinary. "Hey, little bro, check this out. This Kensington-style trench coat is the ultimate classic. The cut is super flattering and it looks amazing on. It'll totally highlight your long legs. And this plaid cashmere scarf? It's their signature pattern. It looks so chic with coats or trench coats in fall and winter." She spoke while she picked up the trench coat and held it up to Jiāng Chén. Her movements were practiced. Her words brimmed with fashion expertise and admiration for Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén now gained Charm plus 10, Constitution plus 10. Combined with his rebirth experience, his entire demeanor had been transformed. His posture was upright, his gaze steady. He truly could pull off any style. Though she couldn't offer much input on his outfits. She still observed carefully and made an effort to learn. She focused more on fabric details. Occasionally, when she spotted a style she liked, she'd look at Jiāng Chén with her clear eyes and suggest softly, "Junior, I think the color of this jacket is really soft. It seems like it would suit your skin tone." Her voice was soft, tinged with uncertainty. Yet it felt exceptionally sincere. Jiāng Chén smiled as he listened to their suggestions. He nodded occasionally. His gaze, however, inadvertently drifted toward the ladies' section, where several exquisite handbags and accessories were displayed. Those classic checkered patterns, under the soft lighting, exuded timeless charm. Pang Wenwen and Shi's attention was instantly drawn to them. After all, a handbag cures all ills. No woman could fully resist the allure of the latest luxury handbag. Even just a glance, Pang Wenwen's eyes lit up instantly. She hurried over. She picked up the petite, exquisite chain strap bag. The soft lambskin felt so luxurious she couldn't put it down. "Wow! This Lola quilted check chain bag is absolutely gorgeous. This beige shade is so soft and the leather looks so supple." She held the bag up to her face to compare its size and color. Both perfectly complemented her alluring charm. She glanced at the price tag. 19,800. Whoa, nearly 20 grand. Not exactly cheap. Shi's gaze, however, was drawn to a brown leather tote bag in the adjacent display case. Its design simpler, its lines more fluid. This bag had no excessive frills. But the leather was exceptionally fine and smooth. It radiated a luxurious sheen. The structure was firm, and the capacity was just right. It looked both practical and tasteful. It's perfect for someone like her. She needs to balance her studies and part-time job. She walked over carefully. She gently picked up the bag. She felt the smooth, warm leather against her fingers. Then, she saw the price tag tied to the handle. 68,500. The number struck her like a bolt of lightning. It instantly struck Shi. Her heart leapt. It nearly leapt out of her throat. 68,500? She'd been bustling about all day, signing up for membership cards and purchasing courses. Her total sales neared 200,000. She calculated with delight. She'd likely earn a 35,000 commission. To her, this sum was astronomical. She was still basking in the excitement of the huge sum she was about to receive. She was already planning how to spend it. She would thank Pang Wenwen properly, and buy Jiāng Chén a proper gift. But now, reality had dealt her a brutal blow. Looking at this, priced at 68,500 yen, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and an indescribable pang of bitterness. After working her fingers to the bone all day, or rather, by sheer luck, the huge commission she'd earned, and yet, not even half the price of this bag before her. Is this the world of the wealthy? Those who casually spend tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. For them, perhaps it really is as ordinary as buying a piece of clothing for the average person? She silently set down the brown tote bag, feeling somewhat dazed and disoriented. The flicker of excitement and joy she'd felt over the commission was instantly doused by this harsh reality, leaving her utterly chilled to the bone. She glanced at Pang Wenwen beside her, still admiring the Lola chain bag with great enthusiasm. A pang of envy suddenly welled up inside her. Sis Wenwen seemed to come from a well-off family. She'd been working for years now. Perhaps she was better suited to this kind of luxury? Unlike me. Like a country girl who stumbled into the glamorous world. Even price tags made her heart skip a beat. Pang Wenwen truly adored the Lola bag. She held it in her hands, measuring it repeatedly. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror again and again, imagining herself wearing it. Picture herself swaying with grace. But she only admired it. She showed no hint of eagerness to possess it. She wouldn't directly ask Jiāng Chén to give her such a gift.
Not only would it seem materialistic and cheap, it would also undermine the goodwill they'd just begun to build. What she sought was a long-term investment return, not this petty gain before her eyes. She placed her bag down elegantly,
as if she'd merely picked up an artwork to admire it.
Then she turned to Jiāng Chén with a charming, alluring smile.
"Oh dear, little brother, look at us, we got so caught up admiring the women's section we forgot we came here to pick out clothes for you. Come on, let's hurry to the men's section.
Your image makeover is the real business here."
Chapter 19, Is this what a big spender looks like? Is this for me? She nodded eagerly too. She forcibly pulled herself out of that momentary pang of disappointment and inferiority. She forced a smile and chimed in, Right. Junior, let's focus on your clothes first.
You're the star of the show today.
She walked over to the men's accessories section, trying to redirect her attention to picking out a gift for Jiāng Chén.
Her gaze quickly landed on a belt.
Its design was simple, featuring Burberry's signature check pattern. This belt appeared understated yet unmistakably branded.
Crafted from premium cowhide leather.
Crafted with exquisite attention to detail. It perfectly complements Jiāng Chén's understated yet sharp demeanor. She glanced at the price tag. 3,800. This price point
fell perfectly within her planned gift budget. She felt a little more at ease. She picked up the belt and turned around.
She intended to ask Jiāng Chén for his opinion,
but then she saw Pang. She too had picked up a belt with a striking metal buckle.
She was smiling at Jiāng Chén and said, "Hey, little bro, what do you think of this one?
It feels younger and more stylish. This metal buckle has such a cool design, it'd look super sharp with jeans or casual pants."
The one Pang chose was slightly pricier. 4,500.
She had carefully considered this price point for the gift.
Jiāng Chén watched the two beautiful women before him.
Both were earnestly selecting gifts for him that weren't exactly cheap.
That sense of comparison welled up once more. If only Hu Weiwei were here
and saw all these beautiful handbags, shoes, and clothes. She'd probably have her eyes sparkling and rushed over, clinging to his arm, crying and fussing,
throwing tantrums and rolling on the floor. She wouldn't give up until she got everything she wanted. She wouldn't give up. Who would care about his feelings? Or even think about buying him gifts in return? The difference. It's like comparing heaven and earth. Pang's proactive nature and perfectly measured thoughtfulness.
She's kindness, innocence, and heartfelt consideration.
All of it made Jiāng Chén's gratitude grew ever deeper.
He felt that tonight, no matter what, he must properly thank these two lovely ladies. After all, Prince Tong was picking up the tab.
Jiāng Chén smiled. His gaze swept gently over the belts in their hands, offering his approval. Both belts are quite nice.
Then his tone shifted abruptly.
But there's no rush to buy belts.
I think those bags you were looking at earlier would suit you both quite well.
Shi and Pang both froze. Huh? They didn't quite grasp Jiāng Chén's leap in logic. Before they could ponder further,
Jiāng Chén had already turned to the salesperson beside them, the shop attendant who had maintained a smile throughout.
With a light wave,
his tone was as matter-of-fact as if he were saying, 2 bottles of mineral water, please.
Hello, could you please wrap up the off-white Lola chain bag that lady was looking at earlier and also the brown tote bag the other lady picked up just now?
The clerk paused for a moment. Then, an uncontrollable glow of sheer delight burst into her eyes.
She quickly recovered. Certainly, sir. No problem. Please wait a moment. I'll wrap them up for you right away. Bingo. Both bags together totaled nearly 90,000. That commission, wow. She was completely flustered.
She hurried forward a step.
She wanted to stop Jiāng Chén's impulsive actions.
Her fair face flushed crimson.
She stammered incoherently. Junior. What are you doing? You don't have to. Really, you don't.
We were just browsing, that bag is too expensive.
I can't accept it. Pang was genuinely startled by Jiāng Chén's sudden outburst. Though she had secretly anticipated it. And even secretly hoped for it. She hadn't anticipated him being so direct.
She quickly composed her expression,
revealing a smile that was both delighted and slightly reproachful.
She stepped forward and hooked her arm through Jiāng Chén's.
Gently swaying, she giggled coquettishly. Oh my, little junior, you're being far too polite. How could we possibly let you spend so much? We truly appreciate your thoughtfulness.
But Jiāng Chén seemed completely oblivious to the softness of Pang's arm and the subtle hint it carried. He merely patted her hand reassuringly. Then he turned to look at Shi, who was clearly anxious.
His tone was sincere, his gaze earnest.
Senior, I already said it earlier, if it weren't for both of you stepping in at the restaurant tonight, I might still be being harassed by that crazy woman.
I might even have been humiliated in public. This favor, I, Jiāng Chén, will remember it. He paused.
His gaze swept over their faces, each etched with shock and deep emotion, before he declared with unwavering resolve.
This small token is my way of showing gratitude, a little something from me. It's nothing special. If you refuse it again, it means you look down on me, Jiāng Chén, and don't consider me a friend. He once again pulled out the trump card he'd used before in the restaurant. Sincerity proved deadliest. It instantly struck the hearts of both beauties. Yanxi and Pang Wenwen exchanged glances once more. Both saw complex emotions in each other's eyes. Shock, emotion, helplessness. And an indescribable flutter of panic. This junior. How could he do this? Giving such an expensive gift. And in a way that makes it impossible to refuse. This is just too unfair. The shop assistant swiftly wrapped both bags. Using Burberry's classic beige box and a brand-logoed camel satin ribbon, wrapping the two valuable bags like works of art. Her movements were elegant and practiced. She held the two exquisitely wrapped bags in both hands. Respectfully presented them to Jiāng Chén. Sir, your bags have been packaged for you. Jiāng Chén took the bags without even glancing down. He pulled out his slightly outdated Vivo phone and held it up to the POS terminal at the register. Charge it. The other staff members and scattered customers nearby. Their eyes were drawn to him involuntarily. They watched with curiosity as this young man, surrounded by beautiful women, made a lavish purchase. Beep. Payment successful. The clerk respectfully handed the shopping receipt to Jiāng Chén with both hands. His smile radiated genuine warmth and enthusiasm. Even a hint of admiration. Thank you for your patronage, Mr. Jiang. Have a good day. We look forward to seeing you again. Jiāng Chén casually slipped his phone back into his pocket. He didn't even glance at the receipt. Then, carrying two heavy shopping bags emblazoned with the Burberry logo, he walked up to Yanxi and Pang Wenwen. He first handed the bag containing the Lola chain bag to Pang Wenwen. A gentle smile played on his lips as he said, Sis Wenwen, thank you for your quick thinking and loyalty tonight. This bag suits you perfectly. I hope you like it. Then he handed her the bag containing the brown tote bag to Yanxi. His gaze was focused and earnest. Senior, thank you too for standing up for me in that situation. This bag might be, well, a bit plain, but I think it suits you perfectly. I hope you'll accept it. Jiāng Chén deliberately called it plain to ease Yanxi's discomfort. He clapped his hands, a light-hearted smile spreading across his face. All right, gift delivered. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Help me pick out some decent clothes, right? Pang Wenwen looked at the shopping bag handed to her. Inside was the Lola bag she'd been longing for. She took a deep breath. She suppressed the wild excitement surging within her. She didn't reach out to take it immediately. Instead, she lifted those mesmerizing almond-shaped eyes. She fixed her gaze firmly on Jiāng Chén. Her voice carried a hint of lazy allure. Little brother, doing this might easily lead your big sister to misunderstand. You know, if I accept such a precious gift, then I'd have to repay you with my body, wouldn't I? Her words were dripping with flirtatious intent. It expressed gratitude while subtly testing the waters to draw them closer. Jiāng Chén heard her words. He merely raised an eyebrow. He gave a non-committal smile. Meanwhile, Yanxi stared at the tote bag filled with nearly 70,000 yuan worth of purchases handed to her. Her whole body felt like it was about to burst into flames. She waved her hands frantically. Her little head shook like a rattle. Her voice trembled with emotion. No, no, no. Junior. This is far too valuable. I can't accept it. Absolutely not. 68,005. That was nearly half a year's salary for her parents. How could she possibly accept it? Jiāng Chén watched her adorable, nearly tearful expression and found it amusing. Yet his expression turned serious. His tone carried an unwavering seriousness that brooked no refusal. Senior. He met Yanxi's gaze directly. I told you, this is just a token of my appreciation. If you hadn't been the first to stand up for me tonight, to speak on my behalf, I don't know how that madwoman would have humiliated me. That favor, in my heart, is worth far more than this bag. He paused. His tone softened. With a hint of gentle insistence. So you must accept this gift. If you refuse, it means you look down on me, that you don't consider me, Jiāng Chén, a friend. In that case, I suppose there's no need for us to stay in touch. His words were half earnest, half threatening. It drove Yanxi straight into a corner. Yanxi clutched the shopping bag, soft to the touch, shockingly expensive, and seemingly heavy as lead. She could still smell the distinctive scent of the top-tier luxury brand lingering on it. And the unyielding strength and gentle warmth that conveyed an irresistible blend of dominance and tenderness. Her heartbeat raced like an out-of-control drumbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Her cheeks burned hot enough to fry an egg. The words of refusal had vanished from her lips. She knew that if she refused again, it might truly wound Jiāng Chén's pride. And perhaps even lose this junior classmate who, though newly met, had already brought her countless shocks and a hint of an unusual feeling. In the end, Yanxi's long lashes fluttered like startled butterflies. She lowered her head, avoiding Jiāng Chén's piercing gaze. In a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with an indescribable complexity of emotion, she softly said, "Well, thank you, Junior. The gift. I really like it." After saying this, she felt her cheeks burning as if they were about to catch fire. Jiāng Chén, observing her, blushing and flustered, yet ultimately chose to accept it. The smile at the corner of her lips grew ever more gentle. It worked. And more importantly, he could clearly sense that this kind, pure, and adorable campus beauty senior, her once sturdy emotional defenses, was being gradually melting away, breached. Chapter 20, The Persistent Ex-Girlfriend Who Brought Humiliation Upon Herself. Watching Yanxi and Pang Wenwen finally accept the gift, Jiāng Chén nodded with satisfaction. Ding! Player turn. The wealthy patron's gratitude has been perfectly completed. Calculating rewards? Congratulations, host. Charisma attribute plus 10. Congratulations, host. This purchase of gratitude gifts cost 88,300, triggering a full refund. Funds have been credited. Calculating this turn's interest, based on your current account balance, interest earnings amount to 40,000. This action turn has ended. You have additionally earned a reward of 10,000. Another series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Jiāng Chén felt an indescribable surge of exhilaration wash over him once more. Charm increased by 10 points. Gifted nearly 90,000 yuan worth of presents. Not a single penny spent. He actually made a profit of 50,000. Add Coin's 25,000 to that and it's 75,000. This system is pure magic. He's getting more and more excited about the upcoming player turns and hex tech enhancements. At this rate, forget billionaire status. Even becoming the world's richest man seems within reach. Suppressing his excitement, Jiāng Chén refocused his attention on the shopping at hand. He smiled at the two beauties and said, "Alright, the gifts are all given. Now it's time for the main event. My image makeover project is entirely in your capable hands." Yanxi and Pang Wenwen both felt a complex mix of emotions at that moment. Receiving such precious gifts from Jiāng Chén, they were naturally both astonished and delighted, yet they also felt a hint of pressure and a sweet burden. Especially Yanxi, holding the tote bag worth nearly 70,000 yuan in her arms. She felt like she was holding a hot potato. She silently resolved to. She must put even more effort into helping Jiāng Chén pick out clothes to justify this generous gift. Pang Wenwen's mind was even more agile. Jiāng Chén's extravagant gift. Not only did it demonstrate his financial resources, but also signified the importance he placed on her and Yanxi. This only strengthened her resolve to secure Jiāng Chén, this promising prospect. However, regardless of her inner thoughts, on the surface, both beauties immediately slipped into their professional consultant roles. Pang Wenwen patted her chest in assurance, then pulled Jiāng Chén toward the men's clothing section. "No problem. Leave it to us. Little brother, what style do you usually prefer? Casual or business? Dark colors or light colors?" Yanxi followed close behind, carefully studying Jiāng Chén's physique and demeanor as she silently began sketching suitable outfits in her mind. Meanwhile, at the other end of Plaza 66, Hu Weiwei emerged from a coffee shop, her face ashen. At the Cloud Peak Palace earlier, she had been utterly humiliated. Especially Wang Kuan's final words and his disheveled retreat. It drove her absolutely mad. What a disgrace. When had Hu Weiwei ever endured such humiliation? It was all Jiāng Chén's fault. It was all those two vile women's fault. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She decided to channel her grief and fury into spending power. With the gold coins she'd just looted from those pathetic suck-ups, she'd splurge on some stuff to vent her frustration. Make herself happy. Just then, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse. Her footsteps halted abruptly. Her eyes instantly turned venomous. Not far away, at the entrance of a men's clothing store with understated yet luxurious decor, she spotted three familiar figures. Jiāng Chén, Yanxi, Pang Wenwen. They were still shopping? And Jiāng Chén was actually trying on clothes inside? Those two were circling him, smiling sweetly. Hu Weiwei's temper flared instantly. She was certain Jiāng Chén had just shelled out 90,000 yuan at Yunding. He'd already spent his entire fortune. He'd stretched himself to the absolute limit. He must be penniless now. How could he possibly afford such obviously expensive men's clothing? He was still putting on airs. All to maintain his ridiculous cool factor in front of those two Fine. Jiāng Chén. Think you're so good at pretending? I'll make sure you can't keep it up today. I'll make you look like a fool in front of everyone. A flicker of madness passed through Hu Weiwei's eyes as she smoothed her hair. She took a deep breath. She stormed straight into that men's clothing store. The moment she entered, she saw Jiāng Chén standing before the mirror, wearing a perfectly tailored beige trench coat. Standing before the mirror,
Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen were standing nearby, showering him with compliments. Hu Weiwei paid no attention whatsoever, charging straight up to Jiāng Chén. Hands on her hips, she raised her voice and shrieked.
"Oh, Mr. Jiang. Trying on clothes here? What? That meal didn't drain your little piggy bank? Still got spare cash to shop in places like this? Oomph. I bet you're just putting on airs. Trying things on for the thrill of it? A broke guy like you can actually afford this? Don't go trying everything on, messing up the clothes, and then claim you can't buy them. That'd be downright embarrassing."
She deliberately spoke loudly, instantly drawing the attention of all the shop assistants and other customers.
The young female staff attending to Jiāng Chén
were startled by her words. The gaze directed at Jiāng Chén immediately took on a hint of suspicion. After all, Jiāng Chén's attire upon entering was decidedly ordinary, out of place with the upscale ambience of the Hunlong Plaza.
Even though he was accompanied by two goddesses, who knew if they were just hired?
They were all employees who had undergone formal training.
Naturally, they wouldn't neglect a customer.
But now someone was causing a scene in public, and their story seemed plausible.
They couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Jiāng Chén even insisted on trying on several pieces. What if it really was as this woman claimed? If they got damaged or they couldn't afford to pay for them, their entire month's bonus might go down the drain. For a moment, the atmosphere in the store grew a bit awkward. However, Jiāng Chén, Yan Shi, and Pang Wenwen seemed utterly oblivious to Hu Weiwei's outburst. They didn't even spare her a glance. Jiāng Chén remained unhurried, adjusting the collar of his trench coat before the mirror. Pang Wenwen continued her critique. This top looks absolutely stunning.
Little brother, you're practically a walking clothes hanger." Yan Shi nodded in agreement.
The color really complements your complexion.
Their complete disregard made Hu Weiwei feel like she'd punched a pillow.
Even more furious. Just as she was about to explode again. At that very moment,
a Burberry uniformed saleswoman, looking sharp and efficient, happened to be carrying a cup of water, seemingly just returning from the restroom. As she passed the storefront, she immediately spotted Jiāng Chén surrounded by two beautiful women.
Her eyes lit up instantly.
She hurried inside. Her face lit up with an incredibly warm and respectful smile.
She bowed slightly to Jiāng Chén. "Mr. Jiang. What a coincidence to see you here. Did Miss Yan and Miss Pang like the 2 bags you purchased from our store earlier? Would you like us to provide follow-up maintenance services?"
The store manager knew this Burberry salesperson. Hearing her address Jiāng Chén with such deference,
and mentioning Miss Yan and Miss Pang along with 2 handbags, she couldn't help but pause.
Curious, she edged closer and whispered, "Shaoli, who is this Mr. Jiang?" Burberry saleswoman Shaoli immediately replied in a tone brimming with envy and admiration.
"Sister Jiang. This Mr. Jiang is incredible. A true high roller. Just now in our store, he didn't even blink before buying each of these 2 beauties the latest handbag model. Nearly 90,000 yuan altogether. What? He spent 90,000 on handbags? And without batting an eye?"
The manager of this men's clothing store and several nearby staff members gasped in shock upon hearing this. Their gaze toward Jiāng Chén completely changed.
Holy! Now that's a real big shot. Dressing plainly is just being low-key.
Then they glanced over at Hu Weiwei beside him. Hu Weiwei, still trying to throw a tantrum, met with instantly icy stares from the store manager and staff.
Filled with disgust. So it was this crazy woman. Making a scene here. Slandering a VIP customer. She nearly caused them to neglect a hidden VIP. Manager Zhang's expression darkened.
Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed the walkie-talkie and said in an icy tone.
"Security?
We have a disturbance on the 3rd floor in the men's clothing section.
Send 2 officers immediately to handle it."
Before Hu Weiwei could grasp what was happening, 2 tall, uniformed security guards strode swiftly into the store. Pointing at Hu Weiwei, Manager Zhang stated expressionlessly.
"That's her.
She's being unreasonable, harassing customers.
Escort her out." "What are you doing? Let me go."
Hu Weiwei was both shocked and furious. She tried to struggle, but 2 security guards quickly seized her arms. One on each side grabbed her arms and dragged her out like a dead dog, showing no mercy.
"Jiāng Chén. You bastard. You just wait. I won't let this slide. And you too, ES."
Hu Weiwei's shrieks and curses grew fainter and fainter,
finally fading into the mall's noisy background. Throughout the entire incident, Jiāng Chén didn't even lift an eyelid. As if the one being dragged away was nothing more than an insignificant stray dog. Chapter 21, Hu Weiwei questioning her existence. Could he really be? Security guards dragged Hu Weiwei away.
Her screams and curses faded into the distance. Inside the men's clothing store, calm returned. Yet beneath the surface, currents swirled. Those young female clerks, along with the store manager, Sister Zhang, all patted their chests, still shaken. Their glances exchanged were filled with lingering dread and relief.
Good heavens, that scared the life out of me.
I almost fell for that crazy woman's nonsense just now. Yeah. Thank goodness Burberry Shaoli came over to warn us. Otherwise we'd have snubbed a VIP like Mr. Jiāng. We can all kiss our bonuses goodbye this month. Sister Jiāng wiped the cold sweat from her brow and whispered to her staff. Stay sharp. This Mr. Jiāng might have some serious connections. Service must be flawless. Absolutely no mistakes allowed. Yes, Sister Jiāng. Several staff members nodded urgently. The gaze they cast upon Jiāng Chén was filled with awe and fervor. Outside the store, not far away, Hu Weiwei was escorted out by security. Looking utterly disheveled. Passers-by pointed and whispered. Her face burned with shame, humiliation, anger, resentment. A whirlwind of emotions. It nearly drove her mad. Dragged out by security in full view of everyone. Hu Weiwei had never experienced such humiliation in her entire life. Who has ever suffered such utter disgrace? All of this is Jiāng Chén's fault. It's all because of those two vile women. But why? That good-for-nothing Jiāng Chén. How could he possibly have money? 90,000 yuan. He didn't even blink. Hu Weiwei's mind was in chaos. For the first time, she felt intense doubt about her own judgment. She'd been with Jiāng Chén for over a year. She knew his family background inside out. She knew it all too well. Both his parents were ordinary workers. His monthly allowance was 1,500. Penny pinching. They'd wince at spending a few hundred on anything. How could she suddenly become so wealthy? Could it be? Could it be he was just pretending all along? Is he actually a hidden rich kid? He was so stingy with me before. Was he just testing me? Testing whether I could stick with him through thick and thin? The moment this thought popped into my head, it began to grow wildly like weeds. Hu Weiwei's heart began to pound uncontrollably. What if Jiāng Chén really was a rich kid? Then all that kindness he showed me before, and accommodating, it must be because he has feelings for me. He cared about me. The way he treated me so coldly today. It must be because I broke his heart. He's angry with me. Yes. That must be it. Hu Weiwei felt more and more convinced it was possible. A glimmer of hope reignited in her eyes, mingled with greed. If Jiāng Chén really is a high roller, then by rejecting him earlier, hasn't she just made a huge mistake? No way. I have to win him back. Given how infatuated he was with me before. All I need to do is lower my standards. Apologize sincerely, and sweet-talk him a bit. He'll definitely forgive me. But before that, I have to make sure first. Is he really loaded? What if he's just putting on airs? Wouldn't she just be making a fool of herself? Hu Weiwei had no interest in penniless men. Hu Weiwei gritted her teeth. She scrambled to her feet. She smoothed her disheveled hair and clothes. Ignoring the strange looks from others, she quietly made her way back toward the men's clothing store. Hiding behind a pillar at the entrance, she peered inside to observe the scene. Inside the store, Jiāng Chén remained completely unaware. Hu Weiwei was still outside, her thieving heart undeterred. With Hu Weiwei out of the way, his mood lifted considerably. He began to browse the clothes with peace of mind. Meanwhile, the service in the store underwent a dramatic transformation. Previously, the staff had been polite, but they carried a certain professional detachment and a subtle, almost imperceptible scrutiny. But now, upon learning Jiāng Chén was a big spender, all the staff swarmed around him. Their faces now plastered with the most enthusiastic, sincere, and humble smiles. They served tea, brought water, handed towels. They inquired about his well-being with meticulous care. Mr. Jiāng, please take a seat and relax. If you see anything you like, just let us know. We'll bring it over for you to try on immediately. Mr. Jiāng, this is our newly arrived limited edition. Only 100 pieces worldwide. It perfectly complements your distinguished aura. Mr. Jiāng, your figure is impeccable. You look stunning in everything. You're practically a walking model. Flattering compliments poured out as if they were free. Their eagerness bordered on groveling. They'd practically kneel to polish Jiāng Chén's shoes. While Mr. Jiāng was trying on clothes, they attended to him with the utmost care, dreading even the slightest wrinkle might mar Mr. Jiāng's experience. When Jiāng Chén set his sights on an unopened new shirt, store manager Sister Jiāng immediately waved her hand decisively. Open it. Let Mr. Jiāng try it on. Don't worry about cutting the tag. Mr. Jiāng will definitely buy it. Jiāng Chén felt the stark contrast in treatment. He couldn't help but feel a quiet thrill inside. Is this what it feels like to be rich? Reality. And damn, it felt good. Same people, same store. Simply because they know you have money, you get a completely different experience. The power of money is truly astonishing. Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen were also doing their best to help Jiāng Chén pick out outfits. Pang Wenwen had a keen eye. She recommended styles that best accentuated Jiāng Chén's physique and aura while staying on trend. She even boldly suggested helping Jiāng Chén adjust his collar. Or step into the fitting room to offer some guidance? The implication in her eyes. Blatant. Yan Shi, however, focused more on details and comfort. She would carefully inspect the fabric of the clothes. She'll ask if the clothes fit Jiāng Chén well. The recommended styles leaned more toward the clean-cut, warm-hearted guy type. Though she doesn't say much, every piece of advice is sincere. 2 stunning beauties, serving as personal fashion consultants, and a team of staff fawning over him. Jiāng Chén's shopping experience was absolutely top-notch. Soon, Jiāng Chén slipped into a brand new outfit handpicked by Pang Wenwen and Yan Shi. A top-tier Italian handmade suit. The cut perfectly hugged his frame. It accentuated his tall, straight posture and the golden ratio of broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Paired with a simple silk shirt. 2 buttons undone, exposing a sliver of his delicate collarbone, adding a touch of effortless nonchalance. His feet rest in gleaming, handcrafted leather shoes. Combined with the system rewards of Charm plus 20 and Constitution plus 10. This brought about an unparalleled transformation in both aura and appearance. At this moment, Jiāng Chén, standing before the mirror, even he was momentarily taken aback. The man in the mirror still bore that same refined, handsome face. But his gaze was deep and steady, his demeanor distinctly extraordinary. Every gesture radiated an undeniable confidence and composure. Like a piece of raw jade, dusted clean to reveal a breathtaking radiance. Clothes make the man, and gold adorns the Buddha. The ancients truly did not deceive me. This transformative change. Not only did it satisfy Jiāng Chén himself, but also instantly left the women nearby utterly transfixed. Pang Wenwen's alluring almond-shaped eyes were practically glued to Jiāng Chén. She made no effort to hide the awe and infatuation in her eyes. Handsome. So handsome. Even in his plain t-shirt, Jiāng Chén was already a handsome, refined guy. Now, decked out in top-tier gear, he looked like a god had descended. The kind that radiated an aura of wealth and success. That faint desire within her to win Jiāng Chén over had become rock solid. She couldn't wait. Young. Wealthy. Incredibly handsome. Such a perfect man had been delivered right to her doorstep. If she let this slip away now, she, Pang Wenwen, deserved divine retribution. Chapter 22. Clothes make the man. Is the charm effect taking hold? Yan Shi gazed at the completely transformed Jiāng Chén before her. Her pretty face flushed crimson once more. Her heart pounded wildly. Thump. 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 It felt like it might burst out of her chest. She instinctively lowered her head, unable to meet Jiāng Chén's eyes, which seemed to hold a spellbinding power. Her mind churned like a stormy sea. Her mind began to wander. Junior. So handsome. More handsome than all those so-called campus heartthrobs and male idols at school. He's so much more handsome. His aura is completely different too. Calm, confident, and radiating a reassuring sense of control. He's been so kind to me today. He gave me such an expensive bag. He even took my advice. Could it be? Is he really trying to pursue me? Like all those other suitors before? But he seems different from the others. What if he really pursues me? Should I accept? Yan Shi's heart was in complete turmoil. As for Hu Weiwei, spying on the scene, when she saw Jiāng Chén emerge wearing fresh clothes, she was struck as if by lightning. She froze completely in place. Her pupils contracted violently. Is this really Jiāng Chén? The one she'd casually bossed around. Who was as lowly as dust before her? How could this be? How could he be this handsome? Hu Weiwei had only set her sights on Jiāng Chén. Besides his docile obedience, it was also because Jiāng Chén was actually quite good-looking. He was somewhat handsome. He wasn't embarrassing to take out in public. But she never imagined that once Jiāng Chén changed into clothes that truly fit him well and brought out his charm, he could be this stunning. He outshone all those campus heartthrob streamers she'd seen before. More dazzling. More captivating. Clothes make the man. How had she never noticed this before? He had such incredible natural appeal? A wave of intense regret gnawed at Hu Weiwei's heart like a venomous snake. Though she still didn't fully believe Jiāng Chén was genuinely wealthy. Whether he was putting on an act remained to be seen. But just seeing Jiāng Chén's had already made her begin to feel a little regret. Regret over why she had been so absolute in her words back then. Unbeknownst to Jiāng Chén, outside the door, his ex-girlfriend was tearing her hair out in frustration. He was quite pleased with his reflection in the mirror and addressed the store manager directly. No need to wrap it up. I'll take this one. The other outfits I tried on earlier. Wrap them up in my size too. And his gaze shifted to the 2 beautiful women. For these 2 ladies, let them each pick a few sets too. The latest styles that suit their tastes. Check out together. Another shopping spree.
Without hesitation. The store manager and staff. They're used to it by now. If anything, this is precisely a move befitting Mr. Jones' stature.
They immediately began packing with maximum efficiency. Soon, the total amount was tallied.
Another 100,000. Jiāng Chén remained unflinching. Mobile payment. Beep. Payment successful. The entire process flowed seamlessly. Watching it left Pang Wenwen's heart racing.
She felt both terrified and strangely sweet. Hu Weiwei, hiding nearby outside the door, couldn't see clearly. If she were still there, she'd probably be spitting blood again. The extravagant experience at the Cloud Peak Palace. The extravagant spending at Plaza 66. All had come to an end. Jiāng Chén stood at the VIP exit of Plaza 66. Still flanked by two stunningly beautiful women. In his hands, he carried several shopping bags emblazoned with the logos of major luxury brands. Inside were his newly purchased outfits, ranging from casual to business attire, every style imaginable. The price was naturally steep. But to him, they were merely a string of insignificant numbers in his bank account. Money, why does it keep disappearing? Is this right? This is absolutely perfect. Jiāng Chén stared at his mobile banking app. He'd just spent hundreds of thousands. Not only had his total balance not decreased. Instead, thanks to various cashback offers, interest, rewards, and coins boost, had actually increased by over 100,000. Junior, what are you muttering about? Shi's clear eyes turned to Jiāng Chén with curiosity. Pang Wenwen batted her lashes seductively, leaning close to Jiāng Chén with a breath of perfume, sneaking another peek at some campus beauties photos. Are you? Careful, we might catch you. Jiāng Chén quickly stashed his phone away and cleared his throat. Nothing. Just checking the time, it's getting late. Let me walk you two beauties back to campus. The three shared a smile, the atmosphere light and cheerful, and they added each other on WeChat. After all, they'd need to schedule private lessons in the future. Pang Wenwen also added Jiāng Chén, citing the need to stay in touch with Shi. Jiangda University was quite a distance from Honglong Plaza. They hailed a business class car directly from the roadside using a ride-hailing app. There was no other way. The shopping bags were simply too numerous. A regular Didi would likely become unbearably cramped once loaded with all the shopping bags. Too cramped. Now that I've got money, no need to suffer unnecessarily. In the car. The atmosphere remained cheerful. Pang Wenwen fully embraced her role as the social butterfly. She effortlessly brought up all sorts of topics. From fashion and styling to entertainment gossip. To fitness anecdotes. She always found points of interest. To strike a chord with both. They set the mood just right. Without seeming overly eager to please. Yet radiating admiration for Jiāng Chén and a deep best friend bond with Shi. Her emotional intelligence was truly admirable. Shi still spoke little. But she no longer carried the stiffness of before. She occasionally interjected a few words. Or she would quietly listen to Jiāng Chén and Pang Wenwen converse. Her clear eyes would occasionally rest on Jiāng Chén, carrying a hint of curiosity, inquiry, and an increasingly distinct, peculiar emotion one she herself hadn't yet noticed. Jiāng Chén, meanwhile, reveled in this sublime atmosphere. He discovered that after his charm level increased, he seemed to become more talkative and composed. Whether responding to Pang Wenwen's playful teasing, or catching the occasional topic tossed his way by Shi, he handled everything with ease. He even occasionally managed to make the two beauties laugh so hard their cheeks dimpled. Especially Shi. She rarely seemed as. She had rarely laughed so heartily. Her clear, melodious laughter. Like the tinkling of silver bells. Brightening Jiāng Chén's mood even more. Soon, the car arrived at Jiangzhou University. Jiāng Chén and Pang Wenwen first accompanied Shi to the entrance of the women's dormitory building. As they parted ways, Shi clutched several shopping bags emblazoned with luxury brand logos. Still looking a bit flustered. Her fair, delicate face was flushed. She looked at Jiāng Chén, hesitating to speak. Finally, she gathered her courage and whispered softly. Junior, today, thank you so much. And, these gifts are too expensive. Jiāng Chén smiled and interrupted her. Senior, I told you it's just a token of my appreciation. If you really feel bad about it, then you'll have to put even more effort into my private lessons from now on. Shi chuckled softly at his words. It was as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Nodded vigorously. Yes. I'll do my very best. She paused for a moment before adding. You should get some rest too. You've worked hard today. After speaking, she seemed afraid Jiāng Chén might say something else she couldn't handle. Clutching her shopping bags, her face flushed, she dashed into the dormitory building like the wind. Even her retreating figure carried a touch of adorable fluster. Jiāng Chén watched her retreating figure. Couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. This campus beauty, his senior, was adorably innocent. Chapter 23. This is so right, but why is the money just disappearing? TSK, our little freshman brother, quite the charmer, huh?
Pang Wanwan's voice drifted over from the side.
Her voice dripped with playful teasing.
Her eyes narrowed seductively as she looked at Jiāng Chén.
Looks like our campus queen, Yen, that iron tree, is about to bloom for you. Jiāng Chén withdrew his gaze and turned to Pang Wanwan, shrugging with a smile.
Coach Pang, you're joking.
Senior and I are just friends. Pang Wanwan giggled coquettishly, shooting him a flirtatious glare.
Friends? Oof. Is there such a thing as purely platonic friendship between a man and a woman?
Especially with someone like you, a friend with limitless potential. Her meaning was clear. Then she switched to a warm smile.
Alright, little brother, I'll be heading back now. Had a blast hanging out with you today. Next time you schedule a lesson with Yan Shi, remember to invite me along, okay? Jiāng Chén nodded.
Of course.
Coach Pang, take care. Text me when you get home.
Pang Wanwan fluttered her eyelashes again. She leaned close to Jiāng Chén's ear.
In a voice only the two could hear.
Her breath was like orchids.
Sure thing.
Without waiting for Jiāng Chén's response, she turned with a smile. Her high heels clicked as she swayed her provocative hips, leaving with an alluring grace. Leaving behind a silhouette that sparked endless imagination.
Jiāng Chén stared in the direction she had departed.
He touched his nose and chuckled to himself.
This Pang Wanwan truly a temptress.
But he found women who were overly proactive. With such obvious ulterior motives. For the time being.
In comparison, he found the type like Yan Shi.
Innocent, kind, and slightly bashful type felt more comfortable to him. He shook his head. He pushed those distracting thoughts aside. Jiāng Chén carried his own few shopping bags filled with new clothes. He turned and headed toward the boys' dormitory. Jiangzhou University, men's dormitory. Room 412. The room was brightly lit. The clatter of keys on a keyboard. The frantic clicking of mouse buttons. And the occasional outburst of, "Holy! Nice! FCK him!" The shouts echoed back and forth. The atmosphere was quintessentially that of a male college dormitory. The dorm was a standard 6-person room. Besides Jiāng Chén, there were 5 other roommates. Directly facing the entrance was a slightly chubby guy with thick-rimmed glasses, looking honest and straightforward. The one with half a grilled sausage dangling from his mouth was a slightly chubby guy wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking honest and straightforward. His name was Sun Yalong. He was widely regarded as the good guy of the dorm. He was also a seasoned gaming enthusiast. Beside him sat a muscular, dark-skinned guy wearing a basketball tank top. His name was Li Bin, currently teaming up with Sun Yalong to play League of Legends. A sports scholarship student. Outgoing personality, booming voice. A classic athletic tough guy. But his thoughts were rather simple. By the window, a boy in a crisp white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses sat quietly reading. His name is He Yuanquan, an academic star with a calm and introverted personality. He doesn't speak much, but his logic is sharp. He was the dorm's resident brains. Across from him on the opposite bunk bed, a boy clutching a guitar. Humming softly. A tune that never quite takes shape. His hair slightly long, his eyes melancholy. It was Song Yen. An artsy young man, somewhat cynical. Always feeling unappreciated. He enjoys writing poetry and playing guitar. His dream is to become a rock superstar. There's another bunk bed left empty. Its owner is Li Haoyu. He's the social butterfly of the dorm. He's not in the dorm right now. Probably off bonding somewhere again. These 5 roommates, though differing in personality, interests, and family backgrounds, they still lived under the same roof. Their daily interactions are generally harmonious. It was the classic atmosphere of a college guy's dorm. Click. The dorm door swung open. Jiāng Chén carried several shopping bags emblazoned with prominent brand logos. He walked in. The once noisy dorm room. A momentary silence fell. Then, all eyes turned to Jiāng Chén and the shopping bag in his hand. Especially the brand new outfit he wore, obviously expensive and perfectly accentuating his physique and demeanor. It made his roommates wide-eyed in astonishment. Holy? Old Jiāng? Sun Yalong, who had been playing a game, was the first to exclaim in shock. His hand shook and the screen instantly went gray. But he couldn't care less about that now. He adjusted his glasses. He stared at Jiāng Chén in disbelief. You've struck it rich? That outfit must have cost a fortune? Li Bin beside him also paused his work. His eyes widened like copper bells. He scrutinized Jiāng Chén from head to toe. Nice one, Jiāng Chén. You've really upgraded. Finally decided to splurge on yourself. Not bad, not bad. Clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. You look so much sharper in that outfit. Top student He Yuanquan also put down his books. He pushed his glasses up. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But he offered an objective assessment. It really fits well. Makes you look quite distinguished. Even Song Yen, the artsy kid who was always lost in his own world, stopped strumming his guitar. He looked up at Jiāng Chén. His gaze was complex. After a few seconds, he finally managed to mutter with a sour tone.
Nothing more than a painted skull. Jiāng Chén observed his roommates. Their reactions, some surprised, some envious, some teasing, amused him. He casually placed the shopping bags on his desk. Then, from one of the bags, he pulled out several boxes of exquisitely packaged premium pastries and imported snacks. He picked them up at a snack shop on his way back. You're back late, didn't have a late night snack? I brought you some food to tide you over. Seeing the food, Sun Yalon's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't even have time to be surprised by Jiāng Chén's transformation. He pounced straight over. Holy crap! Old Jiang, you're awesome. Love you to bits, Godfather.
Li Bin chuckled and moved closer.
Way to go, Jiāng Chén. You're the man. Now we won't run out of supplies all night. He Yuan Quan and Song Yan weren't quite as effusive. They still came over to grab some of their favorites. They said their thanks.
Watching his roommates cheer and jump for joy over a few snacks,
Jiāng Chén felt a wave of warmth and nostalgia wash over him. This was the life he once lived. Simple, pure.
Little things could bring joy for hours.
But also, poverty, hardship. Even buying his girlfriend a dress required endless hesitation, subjecting him to humiliation.
He would never allow himself to return to that life.
At that moment, the social butterfly Li Haoyu just hummed a tune as he pushed open the door.
He saw the dorm room piled high with luxury shopping bags and the completely transformed Jiāng Chén, along with the group dividing up snacks. His eyes instantly widened.
Holy crap? What the hell is going on? Li Haoyu dashed in, his gaze darting between Jiāng Chén and the shopping bags.
His face was a mix of shock and gossip.
Old Jiang. Spill it. Did you win the lottery? Or did some rich lady take you under her wing? The moment he spoke, the other roommates immediately perked up. All eyes turned to Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén gave a helpless smile. He knew if he didn't give them an explanation,
these guys wouldn't let it go.
He cleared his throat and said, half truth, half joke.
Ahem, forget that lottery-winning rich woman nonsense.
It's just, well,
I had a falling out with my family earlier, ran away for a while, and now we've made up.
They just gave me a little compensation.
This excuse had been prepared long ago. It explained the source of his funds,
without revealing the system's secrets. Plus, it conveniently established his persona as a rebellious rich kid who stormed out of home in a huff. Sure enough, upon hearing this explanation, his roommates all wore expressions that said, I knew it.
Sun Yalong suddenly understood.
I knew it. Old Jiang, you're usually so stingy, how could you suddenly be so generous? Turns out you're a hidden rich kid. Li Bin slapped Jiāng Chén's shoulder hard. Nice one, kid. You kept it under wraps pretty well. But since you've patched things up with your family, that's good. Just don't do anything stupid again. He Yuan Quan nodded, his glasses reflecting the light. Family harmony is what matters most.
Song Yan curled his lip. That darned capitalism. But his eyes held less envy and more acceptance. So he was just a rich kid all along, no big deal.
Li Haoyu, however, wore an expression of pure excitement,
as if he'd discovered a new continent.
He squeezed up next to Jiāng Chén, slung an arm around his shoulder, and winked. Way to go, old Jiang. You've been hiding your light under a bushel. I was wondering why you suddenly dumped Hu Weiwei. Turns out you've outgrown her level. You broke up? Old Jiang, you broke up with Hu Weiwei?
Sun Yalong, Li Bin, and the others were all startled upon hearing this. Then their faces lit up with delight.
Good riddance. Good riddance.
Sun Yalong slapped his thigh hard.
I never liked that woman. All she did was spend money and boss you around. She wasn't worthy of you.
Li Bin nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly.
Good riddance. A man like you will never be short of women. With your current situation? Put.
With your original situation.
What kind of woman could you not find? It seems that Hu Weiwei's usual behavior. Not only Jiāng Chén himself was aware of it. Her roommates had witnessed it all.
The resentment had been building for a long time.
Jiāng Chén smiled, implicitly acknowledging the breakup. All right, enough gossiping. Let's eat quickly, the power's about to cut off. He casually deflected the topic. Seeing Jiāng Chén didn't want to elaborate, and didn't press him further. After all, everyone has their secrets.
And now that Jiāng Chén's rich kid status was confirmed beyond doubt, their attitude toward him had unconsciously taken on a subtle, almost imperceptible tinge of reverence. Of course, they were mostly happy for him.
Jiāng Chén had finally escaped Hu Weiwei. He was living the life that should have been his all along. Everyone chatted and laughed, dividing up snacks. The dormitory returned to its former bustling chaos. Jiāng Chén sat back on his own bed. He opened his phone.
He double-checked the astronomical figure in his bank account, a number both reassuring and thrilling. 4,994,450.51. If it weren't for the hefty expense of buying clothes for himself, his assets would have already surpassed 5 million.
In just one day. From a broke student drowning in 45,000 yuan of debt, transformed overnight into a millionaire worth nearly 5 million. This feeling was like a dream. With a flick of his thoughts, he summoned the system interface. Host, Jiāng Chén. Physical constitution, 63. Charm, 91. Skills, none. Inventory, none. Hex tech enhancement, windfall. Current player turn, none.
Cash, 4,994,450.51.
Chapter 24, fancy grabbing a late night snack together? Looking at the clear data on the panel, especially the charm stat, which far exceeded ordinary human levels, Jiāng Chén felt utterly delighted. Though his physical constitution was still somewhat lacking, the future held promise. Enhanced physical constitution meant greater stamina, endurance, and recovery speed. This was the foundation for enjoying life and conquering the world. Enhanced charm meant gaining others' favor more easily, especially the favor of the opposite sex. Just look at the starkly different reactions from Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen tonight. While money is the primary factor, charm is undoubtedly a powerful enabler. I was just pondering how to make money work for me. And here comes the solution. Jiāng Chén thought to himself. Generous rewards every round. Spending even earns cashback plus interest.
As long as you diligently manage each round.
Spend money to grow stronger and even make money. This life is set.
His heart brimmed with an unprecedented sense of security and boundless anticipation for the future.
Summarizing today's gains, Jiāng Chén felt elated. He prepared to wash up and get a good night's sleep. Just then, a notification sound suddenly rang out from his phone. Jiāng Chén picked it up to check.
It was a message from Pang Wenwen. A faint smile touched his lips. He thought to himself, Coach Pang sure moves fast. She sure moves fast. Was this her checking in after arriving home safely? However, upon opening the message, Jiāng Chén froze for a moment. Pang Wenwen, hey little bro, asleep yet? Sis just finished a night run and I'm kinda hungry, wanna grab some late night snacks? I know this awesome seafood barbecue place nearby, evil grin, flirt.
Reading Pang Wenwen's WeChat message. The content was bold and direct,
accompanied by 2 highly suggestive emojis.
Jiāng Chén stroked his chin.
A playful curve lifted at the corner of his mouth.
This Coach Pang
is truly a wildcard who plays by no rules.
Not long after they parted ways, and she's already initiating a late-night snack invitation? And to eat seafood barbecue, no less? This shift in tone is a bit abrupt. But he liked it. Just as he was about to reply, in his mind, that cold, familiar mechanical alert tone
sounded once more, perfectly timed.
Ding. Host detected receiving late-night dinner invitation from opposite sex. Meet specific interaction conditions. Triggering new player turn, invitation under the night sky. Sure enough, the system never fails. Jiāng Chén felt certain. He immediately focused his attention.
His gaze fell upon the light screen appearing in his field of vision.
Player turn, invitation under the night sky.
Turn background, a long night, a rendezvous with a beauty.
As a future top-tier god-tier player, how could one's life be complete without the adornment of a confidant? Each interaction is an opportunity to understand and be understood.
Round requirement: accept Pang Wenwen's late-night invitation and engage in deeper conversation with her during subsequent interactions. Conversation depth affects task completion rate. Round rewards: tiered rewards based on final task completion rate. Higher completion yields richer rewards. Immediate settlement of daily interest. Estimated earnings, 40,000 based on your current account balance. Round duration, 24 hours.
After reading the task description, Jiāng Chén's smile grew even broader. Accept the invitation from the beautiful woman. Are there mission rewards? The richness of the rewards. And it's tied to interaction depth?
System, you really know your stuff. Though he doesn't have much interest in overly shrewd and proactive types like Pang Wenwen. He hasn't formed much of an opinion yet. But since the system issued the task, and the reward was so tempting, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Besides, spending the night eating snacks and chatting with a woman like Pang Wenwen, sharing late-night snacks and conversation, was a pleasure in itself. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he replied to Pang Wenwen's WeChat. I'm actually getting a bit hungry too. Send me the address. Almost an instant reply. Pang Wenwen immediately sent a location. It was an open-air seafood barbecue stall not far from campus, though tucked away in a slightly out-of-the-way spot. Pang Wenwen added, hey little freshman, the place is a bit rough around the edges, hope that's okay with you? Playful. Jiāng Chén chuckled. He replied, as long as the food's good, the setting doesn't matter. Don't worry. I'm recommending it, the flavor is absolutely top-notch. Waiting for you, blowing kiss. Done. Jiāng Chén put away his phone. He glanced at his roommates, still snacking and gaming.
He casually called out. Guys, I'm heading out for a bit. Sun Yaluo, engrossed in his intense battle, didn't even look up. Go ahead, go ahead. Take your time, Godfather.
Li Bin mumbled a vague reply.
He Yuanquan pushed his glasses up and nodded silently. Song Yen, guitar in hand, shot him a sideways glance. Then he lowered his head again.
He strummed his discordant melody.
Jiāng Chén didn't seem to mind.
He changed into a newly purchased set of moderately priced yet stylishly designed casual wear from a trendy brand. He slipped out of the dorm without a sound.
Zhengzhou at night.
The daytime bustle had faded. The city now buzzed with the vibrant energy of everyday life. Following the location Pang Wenwen had sent,
Jiāng Chén walked for over 10 minutes, arriving at a relatively quiet yet brightly lit street.
The air carried a blend of cumin, chile, charcoal, and the briny tang of seafood. The malt aroma of beer mingled with it. The air was thick with the unique, tempting aroma of street food stalls. Along both sides of the street, open-air tables and chairs were set up.
Nearly every seat is taken. Diners clink glasses and play drinking games.
Laughter and conversation fill the air as they grill skewers and drink beer.
What a lively scene. Jiāng Chén scanned the area.
He soon spotted a relatively secluded yet well-positioned spot in the corner. He spotted that figure who remained utterly eye-catching even amidst the noisy crowd.
Pang Wenwen.
She wore a black crop top with a simple design yet bold cut. It perfectly accentuated her breathtakingly ample bust and a waist so slender it seemed almost too narrow to grasp, with the faint outline of her abs visible beneath, radiating a healthy, sensual, and wild charm. Her lower half was clad in light blue high-waisted ripped denim hot pants. They accentuated her already incredible long legs, making them appear even straighter, rounder, and more alluring.
The exposed skin glowed with a healthy radiance under the lights.
Her feet were shod in a pair of seemingly ordinary yet exorbitantly priced limited edition sneakers, adding a youthful, vibrant energy to her already sultry and fiery look. Most of her makeup was removed, leaving only a light foundation and defined brows. Her lips were coated with a dewy, bean sand-colored lip gloss. Gone was the earlier aggressiveness. Instead, she appeared more innocent, charming, and endearing. Her wavy long hair fell casually over her shoulders, with a few playful strands cascading onto her delicate collarbone. At this moment, Pang Wenwen had shed her earlier meticulousness and artifice. She had shed some of the sharpness of a career woman. Instead, she radiated the lazy, carefree charm of a next-door older sister. Yet the mature, alluring charm radiating from her very core was like aged wine. More intoxicating, more deadly. She propped her chin on one hand, idly stirring the chilled plum juice in her glass with a straw. Her other hand held a phone, seemingly scrolling through something. When she lifted her head and saw Jiāng Chén approaching, her alluring almond-shaped eyes instantly lit up. A radiant smile blossomed across her face. "Hey, little brother. Over here." She waved her hand vigorously.
Chapter 25. Can't go back to school? Pang Wenwen's midnight invitation. Jiāng Chén walked over with a smile.
He sat down across from her. His gaze unobtrusively swept over her. He had to admit, Pang Wenwen, with her heavy makeup removed and dressed in casual clothes, exuded a different kind of captivating charm. Truly a heavenly beauty. "What? Can't you recognize me now that I've changed clothes?" Pang Wenwen noticed Jiāng Chén staring at her. Far from annoyed, she smiled smugly. She deliberately thrust out her ample bosom. She flashed Jiāng Chén a flirtatious glance. "Think I look good in anything, don't you?" Jiāng Chén averted his gaze and picked up the menu on the table. He chuckled, "You certainly do. Never would have guessed Coach Pang had this kind of style in private."
Pang Wenwen covered her mouth and giggled coquettishly. "What style? I have to keep up appearances at work. After hours, I just do whatever feels comfortable. But you, little junior, in this casual outfit, you look even more sunny and handsome." She praised him sincerely. Compared to the slightly mature suit he'd worn earlier, the trendy brand outfit before him seemed more suited to Jiāng Chén's age. It also better highlighted his clean, fresh youthful charm. Of course, that's assuming you ignore his eyes so deep and steady they don't seem like those of a college student. "Let's order." Jiāng Chén handed her the menu. "You're the host, you order." Pang Wenwen didn't hesitate. Taking the menu, she began ordering with practiced ease. "This place has incredibly fresh seafood, grilled oysters, scallops, and baby abalone are must-orders. Plus grilled lamb chops, chicken wings, grilled leeks. Let's add some grilled veggies to cut through the richness. Little brother, any dietary restrictions?" Jiāng Chén shook his head. "Nothing. You pick whatever you like." Pang Wenwen finished ordering quickly and called out to the nearby server. "Owner. 2 more pitchers of ice-cold craft beer." After placing the order, she turned to Jiāng Chén with a smile and asked, "Little brother, can you handle your liquor?" Jiāng Chén nodded. "I can handle a little." Though his current physical constitution was weak, it was far better than in his previous life. Being young and resilient, a few beers were no problem. Soon, the charcoal fire blazed brightly.
Sizzling skewers dripping with oil and ice-cold beers were brought to the table.
The aroma filled the air, making everyone's mouths water. Here, little brother. Pang Wenwen picked up a bottle of beer. She skillfully opened it with a bottle opener. She poured full glasses for Jiāng Chén and herself. The foam was fine and abundant. She raised her glass. To celebrate meeting each other today. And to thank you, our big spender. Big sis will drink first to show respect. With that, she tilted her snow-white neck back. Gulp after gulp. She downed the entire beer in one go. Her movements were bold and spirited. After finishing, she wiped the foam lingering at the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. Wipe the foam from the corner of her mouth. He winked at Jiāng Chén. Your turn. Jiāng Chén chuckled. He hadn't expected her to have such a bold side. He picked up his cup and downed it in one gulp. The ice-cold beer carrying the aroma of malt. Sliding down his throat, it instantly banished the summer heat. A wave of refreshing coolness washed over him. You can really hold your liquor. You bet. Pang Wenwen grinned proudly. She picked up a skewer of golden brown lamb ribs, dripping with oil and generously dusted with cumin and chili powder, and held it out to Jiāng Chén. Try this. It's their signature dish. Jiāng Chén accepted it and took a bite. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, the rich aroma of meat filled the air. The seasoning was spot on. It was truly delicious. Delicious. Delicious, right? Pang Wenwen also picked up a skewer. She began munching contentedly. Her eating manners weren't exactly refined. It carried an air of genuine character, completely unpretentious. The two of them grilled skewers and drank. Chatting casually. Pang Wenwen knew how to carry a conversation. She wouldn't interrogate him like a police officer. She didn't interrogate Jiāng Chén about his family background. Instead, she started with light topics like fitness, school anecdotes, and the local customs of Zhangzhou. Occasionally, she would share amusing anecdotes or personal observations. The atmosphere remained relaxed and cheerful throughout. Jiāng Chén was happy to play along. He discovered that Pang Wenwen not only possessed high emotional intelligence but also had broad knowledge. Whether it was luxury trends or the ins and outs of society, she could hold her own in conversation. Her discourse carried the clarity of a mature woman, yet never lacking in perfectly timed wit and humor. Chatting with her is genuinely comfortable. Of course, Pang Wenwen didn't forget her mission to flirt. She would seize the chance to grab a tissue, or let her arm brush against Jiāng Chén's as if by accident. When clinking glasses, her gaze would grow dreamy as she looked at Jiāng Chén, as if he were the only one in her sight. Even when she bit into a particularly delicious grilled chicken wing, just like she had done before at the Cloud Peak Palace, she would lift it to Jiāng Chén's lips. Her gaze was seductive, her voice sweet and sultry. Little brother, this is seriously delicious. Try some ah. This time, Jiāng Chén still didn't open his mouth. Instead, he smiled as he picked up the chicken wing. He took a bite himself. Then he watched Pang Wenwen's slightly disappointed yet forced natural expression. Suddenly feeling playful, he took the chicken wing he'd already bitten into and offered it back to Pang Wenwen's lips. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. It really is delicious. As they say, reciprocity is a virtue. Care to try it again? Pang Wenwen froze instantly. She stared at the chicken wing mere inches away, bearing the imprint of Jiāng Chén's saliva. Then she looked at Jiāng Chén's expression, a half-smile tinged with teasing. Her cheeks flushed crimson. They flushed. Her heart skipped several beats. This little guy. He wasn't playing by the rules. He was actually teasing her back? She stared at Jiāng Chén's face, which looked even more handsome and dashing under the lights. And the playful amusement hidden in those deep, piercing eyes. As if possessed by some unseen force, she slightly parted her sensual red lips, gently biting into the chicken wing Jiāng Chén offered. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. A few middle-aged men at the next table, who had been drinking and playing rock-paper-scissors, witnessed the scene. They immediately erupted into a meaningful chuckle and a chorus of boos. Holy cow! Young people today sure know how to have fun. Look! He's actually feeding her. Wow, that girl's got some serious fire. What a waste. It's like a prime cabbage being trampled by pigs. Exactly. That guy's just a pretty face, probably broke as a church mouse. How'd he land such a hottie? Though the murmurs weren't loud, Jiāng Chén and Pang Wenwen both heard them. Pang Wenwen's pretty face flushed even redder. She shot Jiāng Chén a sultry, disapproving glance. Yet deep within her eyes, a flicker of satisfaction and even greater interest shone. Jiāng Chén, however, remained utterly unfazed. He raised his wine glass and toasted Pang Wenwen from afar. The two shared a knowing smile. The atmosphere grew even more suggestive. A late-night snack. Amidst the relaxed, cheerful, and slightly romantic atmosphere. Before they knew it, they had eaten late into the night. Both had consumed quite a few beers. Pang Wenwen's fair, pretty face glowed with a charming flush.
Her gaze grew hazy, adding an intoxicating charm to her allure. Jiāng Chén felt a slight buzz himself. But his mind remained clear.
It's getting late. I'll find a designated driver to take you home. Pang Wonwon offered proactively.
She had driven here herself and was a law-abiding citizen. After drinking, she would definitely arrange for a designated driver.
Jiāng Chén nodded. All right. Pang Wonwon went to settle the bill.
Jiāng Chén didn't feel like insisting on paying such a small amount, and besides, there was no need to argue over it.
Pang Wonwon drove a red BMW Z4 sports car. Though not exactly a luxury car, it was still quite valuable. It was clear her family was well off and her parents doted on her. The car sped along the road. Soon they arrived back at Zhengzhou University. However, when the car stopped not far from the dormitory building,
both of them were stunned.
The dormitory gates was locked tight. Jiāng Chén glanced at the time on his phone. It was past 1 a.m. Long past curfew.
He'd been so engrossed in eating, drinking, and chatting with Pang Wonwon.
He'd completely forgotten about the curfew.
Jiāng Chén felt helpless.
Pang Wonwon stared at the locked gate.
Then she glanced at Jiāng Chén beside her, his face equally helpless. In those hazy, almond-shaped eyes, a sudden glint of mischief flashed through them. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of intoxication and an indescribable allure.
Leaning close to Jiāng Chén's ear, her breath warm and sweet. Little brother, you see, I can't go back to the dorm. How about coming over to my place for a while?
Chapter 26, The Rich Man's Delight, Wonwon's heartfelt gesture.
The night breeze was cool. It caressed Pang Wonwon.
Her cheeks, flushed with wine, stirred Jiāng Chén's thoughts.
How about stopping by my sister's place for a visit? Pang Wonwon's voice carried a hint of lazy intoxication and an indescribable allure.
Jiāng Chén gazed at her.
Those peach blossom eyes, still strikingly luminous in the night, clearly spelled out an invitation. Unabashed.
His heart stirred slightly, yet he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he deliberately let a hint of hesitation show.
This might not be appropriate? It's so late I don't want to disturb Coach Pang's rest. He gently created a little distance between them, playing hard to get. Pang Wonwon saw this. Instead of backing away, she stepped forward.
Almost pressed against Jiāng Chén, she extended her slender fingers and gently tapped his chest, teasingly scolding. Little brother, why play it so proper with your big sister? The dorm door's locked. Are you planning to sleep on the street tonight?
She paused. Then, in an extremely understanding tone, she added.
Besides, even if you don't stay at my place, getting a hotel room would cost a fortune. Especially those places outside campus. They look ordinary, but the prices are anything but cheap.
You may have money, but you shouldn't waste it. I'm just helping you save. And the environment might not even be as nice as my place.
Her words were flawless.
It offered an escape route while cloaked in an irresistible kindness.
It showcased her thoughtfulness to the fullest. Jiāng Chén chuckled inwardly. This little vixen was indeed a master at this game.
He stopped resisting and went with the flow, nodding in agreement. Since Coach Pang insists, I suppose I'll take you up on your offer. I'll be staying tonight. Hee, that's more like it. Pang Wonwon's face lit up instantly. She took Jiāng Chén's arm and led him toward the parking lot. Her red BMW Z4.
The designated driver was already waiting. The two got into the car.
Pang Wonwon gave an address. It was a newly built residential complex near the university town. A few minutes later, the car pulled into the underground garage of the residential complex. Jiāng Chén followed Pang Wonwon. They entered the elevator and went up to the 15th floor. Pang Wonwon's residence was a meticulously decorated two-bedroom apartment.
It wasn't particularly large, roughly 70 to 80 square meters. But the decor was very modern. Minimalist and stylish, clean and tidy.
Furniture and appliances were fully equipped.
You can tell she has good taste.
Have a seat. I'll get you something to drink. Pang Wonwon tossed her bag aside. She kicked off her high heels.
Her snow-white, delicate feet bare as she walked toward the refrigerator.
Jiāng Chén surveyed the apartment.
It was much as he'd imagined, warm, comfortable, and tasteful.
It perfectly suited Pang Wonwon's identity as an independent, urban woman from a well-off family. The apartment was located near the university district. While not remote, it was certainly not a prime downtown location. The price was relatively moderate. Given Pang Wonwon's parents' means and her own income,
owning such a property was entirely reasonable.
This further confirmed Jiāng Chén's assessment. Pang Wonwon was pragmatic and intelligent.
But she was certainly not the kind of gold digger like Hu Weiwei, who only knew how to demand without thinking. She had her own goals and calculations.
Pang Wonwon soon returned with 2 cans of ice-cold beer. She handed one to Jiāng Chén. She opened one for herself.
Then she sat down beside him. Her long, snow-white legs pressed against his without hesitation. The air was filled with the fresh scent of her shower gel, mixed with a hint of post-drinking buzz.
The atmosphere instantly grew a bit suggestive.
What followed seemed to unfold naturally.
No need for drawn-out words or hesitation.
No feigned push and pull games.
A single exchange of glances. A deepened breath. A seemingly accidental touch.
Alcohol was the perfect catalyst. When Jiāng Chén's hand brushed against Pang Wenwen's slender waist, she merely let out a symbolic soft moan.
Then she melted into his embrace, yielding to his desires. The lights had dimmed at some point. Panting and low moans gradually intertwined. Pang Wenwen truly knew how to please a man.
Though inexperienced and untested, every movement, every glance,
was filled with the ultimate allure.
As if she could suck a person's very soul right out. Yet she soon discovered.
This seemingly inexperienced younger classmate
was in fact a seasoned veteran. His technique far exceeded her expectations.
The clouds parted, the rain ceased.
Pang Wenwen lay lazily across Jiāng Chén's chest, not exceptionally muscular, yet defined and firm to the touch. Her captivatingly beautiful face now bore the full expression of post-ecstasy satisfaction and deep confusion. Jiāng Chén was also quietly savoring the moment.
Pang Wenwen was truly exceptional.
She was worlds apart from that foolish woman Hu Weiwei, who only knew how to take. Being with her was truly a pleasure. More importantly, after their earlier deep exchange, he gained a clearer understanding of his current physical state.
Unprecedented vigor. The effects of his enhanced physique were truly extraordinary. Strength, endurance, recovery speed. All had made a quantum leap.
Plus, the experience from his past life. That's right, in his previous life, his body had been extremely weak. Long hours of 996 work schedules, coupled with malnutrition. After all, he saved all the good stuff for Hu Weiwei.
His physical foundation was utterly ruined.
Yet Hu Weiwei's demands were insatiable.
She demanded it almost every night.
To satisfy her, to sustain that relationship that now seemed both laughable and pitiful,
Jiāng Chén had no choice but to compensate for his physical limitations with technique and creativity.
Over time, his technique had been honed to perfection. He had become the undisputed master of the art. His sudden death back then, it was likely due in large part, was due to the prolonged physical strain imposed by Hu Weiwei.
But now, things are different. Reborn into a new life. He can finally
perfectly integrate the top-tier skills honed in his past life with his future formidable physical prowess.
Now, it won't be long before he's like a supercar powered by an F1 engine and driven by a top-tier driver.
Gazing at Pang Wenwen nestled in his arms, as lazy and content as a kitten,
Jiāng Chén's lips curved into a faint smile.
He would never again, as he had in his past life, pouring out his heart and soul, groveling like a dog, only to end up with nothing, neither person nor fortune, and a miserable conclusion.
Pang Wenwen, to him, she could be a fleeting adornment to his life, a mood enhancer, or even a comrade in arms.
But she would never again be his entire world. Of course, when it came to his women,
he isn't entirely heartless.
As long as they behave themselves and know their place,
he doesn't mind providing them with a materially comfortable life, ensuring they never want for food or clothing, even a certain social standing. As Jiāng Chén's thoughts drifted away, Pang Wenwen in his arms stirred suddenly.
Lifting her fair face, still slightly flushed with maidenly shyness, she gazed at Jiāng Chén and sighed.
"Little brother, you're too intense. I almost fell apart." She paused, then asked curiously, "Do you even need to hit the gym?
I bet those fitness trainers can't hold a candle to you."
Jiāng Chén chuckled at her words, pinching her smooth cheek. "What? Already tired of me?" Pang Wenwen immediately nuzzled against his chest in a playful pout.
"No way, I just think, you're a bit of a hidden gem." She fluttered her alluring almond-shaped eyes, then suddenly changed the subject.
"Hey, little brother, you going to the gym with that body? I bet you've got ulterior motives. Seems like you're kinda interested in our little Yanzi? How about letting your big sister help you out as wingman?"
The moment those words left her lips,
Jiāng Chén couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
Pang Wenwen truly a woman who knows her way around. Not only did she not show the slightest jealousy over Jiāng Chén's possible interest in Yanxi,
but instead, she proactively offered to help.
This ability to assess the situation and clearly define her own position was far beyond what most women possessed.
She understood perfectly well. A super-rich playboy like Jiāng Chén could never have just one woman by his side. Rather than sparking jealousy and displeasing Jiāng Chén,
it was wiser to be magnanimous and proactively cultivate a sisterly bond. She could even leverage Yanxi to solidify her own position in Jiāng Chén's heart. After all, Yanxi is pure and kind-hearted.
If she truly became Jiāng Chén's woman,
she wouldn't pose a threat to me.
She might even become an asset.
But what Pang Wenwen ever wanted was never exclusivity,
but rather social advancement. And
a smart woman would choose a sufficiently exceptional father for her offspring, ensuring their children start from a far vantage point than their own. Jiāng Chén saw through her thoughts but chose not to expose them. He merely smiled with amusement, reaching out to cup her delicate chin. forcing her to lift her head and meet his gaze. Cut the flattery. The fact I didn't make you cry for mercy just now means I still have plenty of room for improvement. You'd better have Coach Yin teach me properly. I need to level up. Chapter 27, not only freeloading, but making money too. Early the next morning, Jiāng Chén awoke from the soft, comfortable bed. Sunlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting dappled patterns across the floor. The air still seemed to carry the lingering sensuality of last night's wild passion, and the lingering scent of Pang Wenwen's uniquely mature and alluring perfume. He stretched lazily, feeling utterly refreshed. The enhancement effect of the Constitution attribute was immediate, but failing to completely overwhelm Pang Wenwen on their first encounter meant there was still significant room for improvement. At most, Wenwen had been pleasured, but she was far from being thrilled to death. Turning her head, she found the space beside her already empty. Only a few disheveled folds remained on the bedsheet. Pang Wenwen had already left. She must have been rushing off to work at the gym. Jiāng Chén's regard for Pang Wenwen grew even higher. Thoughtful, independent, and not clingy. She knew her place, and never coveting what wasn't hers to have. A woman like this was indeed easy to get along with and smart enough. Jiāng Chén rose from the bed. Barefoot, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He drew back the curtains and looked down at the street below. The early morning streetscape of the university town. Pedestrians hurried along, vehicles weaving through the streets, bustling with life and energy. He thought of Pang Wenwen's cryptic yet unmistakable hints about the future from last night. Jiāng Chén's eyes flickered. He fell into a moment of contemplation. Though he could never again be a doormat or ATM like in his past life. But for a woman who chose to follow him and was understanding, providing a comfortable life seemed only fitting for someone of his status. Besides, having Pang Wenwen constantly appear in public as a gym instructor didn't seem quite right. After all, she was now his first woman since his rebirth. She possesses genuine talent, high emotional intelligence, and excellent communication skills. Working as a gym instructor truly underutilizes her talents. Perhaps in the future, he could consider acquiring some businesses of his own and having her manage them? That way, her talents could be fully utilized and she could be shielded from unnecessary harassment. The thought flashed through Jiāng Chén's mind. He didn't dwell on it further for now. After all, these were matters for later. His primary task now was to improve himself. Accumulate capital, complete each cycle. Thoughts turned to the system. Jiāng Chén's heart stirred. He hadn't even had time to examine the round rewards yet. He immediately focused his attention. Sure enough, that cold, familiar mechanical prompt immediately echoed in his mind. Ding! Player's turn invitation under the night sky has been perfectly completed. Calculating rewards? Congratulations, host. Task completion rated excellent. Engaged in deep, pleasurable interaction with the target individual. Congratulations, host. Physical attribute plus 10. Congratulations, host. Received an additional cash reward of 200,000. Funds have been deposited. Settling this round's interest. Based on your current account balance, this interest income amounts to 40,000. This action round concludes. Additional reward, 10,000. A flurry of reward notifications sent Jiāng Chén into a frenzy of excitement. Physical constitution plus 10. The cash reward was absolutely explosive. The mission itself was completed with excellence. Directly rewarded with 200,000 yuan. Plus 40,000 in interest. End of round bonus, 10,000. All told, that's another 250,000. Jiāng Chén immediately opened his mobile banking app and checked his account balance. 5,244,450.51. Whoa! Jiāng Chén sucked in another sharp breath. He carefully retraced his steps. Starting from when he left the gym last night. Yen she paid for the taxi. The late-night snack was treated by Pang Wenwen. Accommodation, he'd even stayed directly at Pang Wenwen's place. Not only did he not spend a single penny throughout the entire process, but also spent a most enjoyable evening, especially the late-night alone time with Pang Wenwen. And the result? Waking up. The system not only boosted his stats, it also delivered straight to him. 250,000 in cash? This was simply a complete freebie. And not just that, after getting something for nothing, he was actually being paid off, plus extra attribute points. Jiāng Chén was absolutely thrilled inside. This is what ING life is all about. This is the kind of experience a true high roller deserves. Thinking back to his past life. For Hu Weiwei's sake. Scrimped and saved, poured out his heart and soul. What did I get in return? Endless exploitation and humiliation, culminating in a tragic death. The contrast was like night and day. Jiāng Chén's heart swelled with an indescribable sense of exhilaration and boundless anticipation for the future. Though the path to becoming a true top-tier tycoon still stretched far ahead. He was already beginning to taste the joy of being a god-tier tycoon. That feeling of controlling everything.
doing as he pleased. Even the ultimate thrill of spending money to grow stronger and earn more. His thoughts returned to Peng Wanwan. This woman who was more than understanding. As the first woman in his life after rebirth, Jiāng Chén felt he couldn't treat her too shabbily. She wasn't like Hu Weiwei, a gold digger obsessed solely with money. She seemed to have deeper aspirations. This aspect of her didn't bother Jiāng Chén. He even admired it somewhat. She had ambition and the means to achieve it. She knew how to read the situation. A woman like this was worthy of being by his side? Just as Jiāng Chén was lost in thought, mapping out his future and dreaming of becoming a tycoon, his phone's WeChat app suddenly started ding-dong non-stop. He picked it up to find it was the dormitory group chat. 412 Male God Squad 6. The chat was now flooded with messages. He tapped to open it. It was Li Haoyu sending a string of shocked and questioning emojis. Li Haoyu, holy. At Jiāng Chén, old Jiang. You didn't come back last night? Li Haoyu, nice. Did you go out partying with some girl? Spill the beans. Li Haoyu, where'd you spend the night? Evil grin. Next came Sun Yalong. Sun Yalong, at Jiāng Chén, godfather. Staying out all night. Did you forget about us starving sons waiting for you? Sad. Sun Yalong, oh, and old Jiang, those snacks you bought yesterday were amazing. Can you get them again next time? Starry eyes. Then came Li Bin. Li Bin, at Jiāng Chén, you rock. But today's Ms. Meng's career guidance class. Don't forget, you jerk. That lady takes attendance super strictly. Even the usually quiet He Yuanquan chimed in. He Yuanquan, at Jiāng Chén, Li Bin's right. Teacher Meng's class is crucial, it affects your GPA. Best not to skip it. Finally, Song Yen. Song Yen, humph, the lap of luxury is the hero's grave. At Jiāng Chén, disdain. Jiāng Chén glanced at the messages from his lively roommates in the group chat. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Such was the unadorned daily life of a boys' dorm. Just as he was about to reply, Li Haoyu's private message popped up. Li Haoyu, old Jiang. Hurry up. Meng Yuqian's roll call class. First period. Starts at 9. It's already 8:30. You coming? If you're coming, hurry. I'll save you a seat. Meng Yuqian. Career guidance class. The moment he saw those words, Jiāng Chén's gaze instantly sharpened. The carefree smile on his face vanished, replaced by a trace of solemnity and a deeply concealed burning intensity. Meng Yuqian. That name was etched too deeply into his memory. Not merely because she was widely regarded as Zhangzhou University's top mature beauty teacher. Her looks, figure, and aura were all goddess level. Her lectures always filled the large lecture hall to capacity. Though most male students were there to admire her appearance, beyond that, there was her strictness. But for Jiāng Chén, what mattered most was her future achievements that would leave everyone speechless. Meng Yuqian's classes were notoriously difficult to coast through. She takes attendance in nearly every single class. If caught skipping class or having someone else answer for you, the consequences were severe. Minor offenses resulted in a 0 on the regular assessment. At worst, she'll report you directly to the college. In his past life, Jiāng Chén skipped countless classes. He skipped countless classes. He failed several courses. He nearly failed to graduate. But only Meng Yuqian's career guidance class. He hardly ever missed a single session. Partly because he dared not, but also because Meng Yuqian truly possessed genuine expertise. Her lectures never followed the textbook verbatim. The content was exceptionally rich. They included cutting-edge industry insights and in-depth case studies, plus incisive personal insights, often hitting the nail on the head, highlighting critical aspects of the current economic landscape and job market. Though Jiāng Chén hadn't focused much on his studies in his previous life, he always found some degree of enlightenment in Meng Yuqian's lectures. More importantly, Jiāng Chén clearly remembered. Just a few years later, a massive wave swept through China's internet industry. The rise of live stream shopping and short video e-commerce. And Meng Yuqian, who appeared to be just an ordinary university lecturer, managed to leverage her astonishing market acumen and formidable execution skills. Along with an initial seed fund of unknown origin, she decisively seized this opportunity, diving headfirst into the world of live streaming e-commerce. In just 2 or 3 short years, she transformed from a university professor, transformed herself into a business tycoon worth billions, and even $100 billion businesswoman. Her company successfully went public. She herself became one of the youngest honorary alumni at Zhangzhou University. Her glory knew no bounds. When the news broke, Jiāng Chén and his roommates sighed with regret, wishing they'd cultivated a better relationship with Professor Meng back then, clinging to her coattails. But now, he had been reborn. Back to the time when Meng Yuqian was merely a promising young lecturer at the university, yet to take flight. Such talent. A talent destined to soar to the heavens in the future. How could he possibly let this slip away? A fierce gleam flashed in Jiāng Chén's eyes. A bold plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Invest. He must invest early. He would forge a deep revolutionary friendship with this future business powerhouse before anyone else could. Even become the seed money for her takeoff. When Meng Yuchang soared to the top years later, wouldn't he, as her angel investor, be able to sit back and count his money? And based on the user's perspective, Ms. Meng beautiful, ruthless, capable, and radiating an aura of sophistication. If one could recruit her as a trusted lieutenant. That feeling, wow. Just the thought of it was thrilling. Jiāng Chén glanced at the time on his phone. 8:35 a.m. Less than half an hour left before class. He immediately replied to Li Haoyu. Save me a spot in the front row, center. I'll be right there. Then he quickly got dressed. After a quick wash, he dashed out of Pang Wenwen's apartment. He hailed a taxi by the roadside. He headed straight for the school. He had to make it before 9 o'clock. He had to appear punctually in Meng Yuchang's class. And he had to sit in the most conspicuous spot. Make a good impression on this future powerhouse. This was the first step in his investment plan. He absolutely couldn't mess this up. Just as he settled into the taxi, mentally mapping out his strategy to conquer Teacher Meng, the system prompt sounded again, perfectly timed. Ding! Host detected making future investments by prioritizing academics and cultivating a positive image, aligning with the self-cultivation of a divine tycoon principle. Triggering new player turn. Player turn, cultivating the divine tycoon's character. Round requirement, as a visionary tycoon, inner cultivation is as crucial as outward strength. Within the next week, the host must attend class punctually each day, sign in, and diligently complete all in-class assignments. Round reward, Constitution plus 10, Charisma plus 10. Plus, receive all interest earnings from your deposits for the next 7 days in a single lump sum. Based on your current account balance, estimated total earnings, 350,000. Round duration, 7 days. Chapter 28, the campus Belle's heartfelt breakfast leaves the entire class speechless. The taxi pulled up before Jiangzhou University's campus gates, steeped in vintage charm. Jiāng Chén paid the fare and briskly entered the campus he hadn't seen in years. The morning sunlight was perfect. Through the dense canopy of tall sycamore trees lining the road, dappled patches of light danced and scattered. The air carried the scent of fresh grass, earth, and the faint fragrance of gardenias. This was the unique freshness and tranquility of campus life. Around him, students in varied attire hurried along, some slung crossbody bags over their shoulders, others clutching textbooks. Some gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing. Some walk alone, headphones blocking out the world. Some held books, murmuring to themselves. Filled with youthful vigor and dreams for the future. Watching these familiar yet unfamiliar scenes, Jiāng Chén felt a flood of emotions. Had he not been reborn? He would likely have long since been ground down by the cold, unforgiving jungle of society, losing this very purity and vitality. He felt no resistance whatsoever toward the system's assigned task, the cultivation of a divine tycoon. Though he now possessed the system and seemingly inexhaustible wealth, he never considered abandoning his studies. The bitter lessons of his past life had taught him profoundly the importance of knowledge and perspective. Money could bring power, status, and pleasure. But it cannot directly bring wisdom or understanding. Nevertheless, it could create excellent learning resources. In his previous life, he had skipped numerous classes to work odd jobs for Hu Weiwei. He wasn't entirely an academic failure. Within his limited time, he still took courses he deemed important seriously. He would pull all-nighters before exams, barely scraping by to avoid failing and graduate smoothly. This lifetime, he possessed unparalleled advantages. There was even less reason to be half-hearted about his studies. Cultivating inner refinement and expanding the boundaries of knowledge are just as crucial as accumulating wealth. This was the essential path to becoming a true top-tier tycoon. Not to mention, the system rewards were exceptionally generous. Constitution plus 10, Charisma plus 10. Plus 350,000 in cash. Only a fool wouldn't take this seriously. With plans for the future and respect for knowledge in mind, Jiāng Chén quickened his pace, heading toward the academic building. Meng Yuchang's career guidance course was one of the school's public electives. Yet its popularity rivaled that of core courses in some major programs. The class was held in the university's largest multimedia lecture hall, a tiered auditorium capable of accommodating over 300 students. Even so, the hall is already packed to capacity more than 10 minutes before each session begins. Even the aisles and back rows are packed with students auditing the class. When Jiāng Chén arrived at the lecture hall, there were still 10 minutes before the lecture began. Inside, it was indeed already bustling with voices, a lively scene. His gaze swept across the room. He quickly spotted several familiar figures in the front row right in the center, at the prime viewing spot closest to the podium, what could be called the VIP viewing area. He spotted several familiar figures. His roommates, that is, except for Li Haoyu, who was still out gallivanting. Sun Yelon, Li Bin, He Yuanquan, and Song Yan, all four were present.
and she successfully snagged him a prime spot in the sea of people. Beside him lay a thoughtfully placed, open notebook and pen.
Nice work, guys. That was fast. Jiāng Chén walked over and playfully punched Li Bin's shoulder, the closest to him.
Li Bin chuckled, flashing 2 rows of pearly whites.
Of course. Father's orders. How could I disobey? He pointed to the seat beside him.
That kid how you posted in the group chat this morning, saying you'd be coming to listen to Meng Yao, Teacher Meng's lecture today, and told us to make sure we snag you a good seat. Sun Yalong lifted his head from a pile of snacks, his mouth stuffed full, mumbling indistinctly.
That's right, old Jiang.
How you said this spot's the prime center seat for admiring Teacher Meng's stunning beauty from every angle. We had to fight like mad to snatch it from a pack of hungry wolves. He Yuanquan pushed his glasses up and added, we've got your textbooks and notes ready, just like how you said. He gestured toward the notebooks on the desk.
Jiāng Chén felt a warm glow in his heart.
Though these guys seemed scatterbrained most of the time,
they were pretty dependable when it mattered. Especially that kid Li Haoyu.
He hadn't even shown up yet, but he'd already got everything sorted out.
Thanks, guys. I'll treat you to some skewers tonight. Hell yeah.
Sun Yalong cheered immediately.
The others smiled too. Jiāng Chén took his seat at the reserved spot. He soaked in the lively atmosphere around him.
Listening to the boys next to him whisper excitedly, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself.
Hey! Heard Ms. Meng's wearing that new black pencil skirt today. Holy. Just thinking about it gets me hyped. Seriously? That's a killer combo. Curves in all the right places. Legs like a model's. Plus that ice queen vibe. Sigh. I'd stand up right there. Give me a break. With your timid nature, would you even dare look up if Ms. Meng gave you a single glance? Sneaking a peek is fine, right?
But seriously, even though Ms. Meng is drop-dead gorgeous, her class is brutal.
Last semester, my buddy got his name written down for being 5 minutes late and flunked the final. Total disaster. You're telling me?
She's ruthless with attendance, piles on the homework, and her exams are brutal.
If it weren't for the chance to see the beauty, who the hell would want to suffer through this? Exactly.
We're literally risking our lives to appreciate this work of art. Listening to these familiar complaints,
Jiāng Chén felt like he'd been transported back to his past life. Meng Yuqiang's charm and authority were truly unmatched at Jiangzhou University.
Her beauty was truly breathtaking. Her ruthlessness was equally chilling. Countless male students were madly infatuated with her, yet trembled under her icy gaze, daring only to admire her from afar.
Just as everyone eagerly awaited the arrival of their goddess. At the entrance to the lecture hall,
a sudden stir and stifled gasps erupted.
Holy crap! Look! It's Senior Yan Shi! Holy crap! It really is Campus Belle Yen. Why is she taking this class? Holy crap! What kind of divine day is this? Getting to see 2 goddesses at once? Double the joy! Double the joy, everyone! Jiāng Chén instinctively followed the crowd's gaze. At the entrance of the lecture hall,
Yan Shi stood there, looking as lovely as ever. She wore a simple white cotton dress today.
Over it, a light blue denim jacket.
Her feet were in a pair of clean white sneakers. Her hair was pulled back into a neat high ponytail. Her face, free of makeup, remained pure and captivating. Like the coolest breeze on a scorching summer day. She instantly captured the attention of the entire room.
It must be said. Yan Shi and Meng Yuqiang embodied 2 entirely different kinds of beauty. If Meng Yuqiang is a mature, sensual, commanding red rose, then Yan Shi was the pure, gentle, and ethereal white moonlight. Their popularity at Jiangzhou University was almost neck and neck. Yan Shi's sudden appearance
undoubtedly added fuel to the fire in the auditorium, already buzzing with anticipation for Meng Yuqiang.
Countless eyes fixated on Yan Shi. Some gazes held awe, others admiration, and still others curiosity.
Yan Shi seemed somewhat unaccustomed to being the center of attention. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head shyly, avoiding the gazes. Then, to everyone's astonished gaze,
she actually
walked straight toward the front row of the lecture hall, where someone was seated.
What's Senior Yan Shi doing up front? No idea. Maybe she knows someone up there? No way. That's Professor Meng's death glare zone. Only the top students dare sit there. Wait. She seems to be heading straight for that guy? Which guy? That one. Sitting next to Sun Yalong. Holy crap. Senior Yan Shi knows him? The surrounding murmurs instantly grew louder. Filled with disbelief.
Under countless gazes filled with shock, confusion, envy, and jealousy,
Yan Shi finally reached Jiāng Chén. She paused.
Her fair, delicate face bore a trace of obvious shyness and a hint of hesitation. But she ultimately gathered her courage and gently placed a finely crafted insulated lunchbox she'd been holding onto Jiāng Chén's desk. Then, she lifted her head, her clear eyes meeting Jiāng Chén's. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Yet it was loud enough for the roommates nearby to hear clearly.
Junior Jiāng Chén. I passed by the cafeteria this morning and picked up some breakfast for you. You didn't return to the dorm last night, so you probably didn't eat anything this morning. Here, you should eat it while it's still warm. Boom. Yan Shi's words was like dropping a nuclear bomb into a tranquil lake. Instantly, the front rows of the lecture hall erupted into chaos. Every student who witnessed this scene and heard those words were all frozen in place. Their eyes bulged wide. Their mouths gaped wide enough to swallow a fist. Their faces etched with the ultimate philosophical questions. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just see? The campus beauty. The undisputed campus beauty of Jiangzhou University, Yan Shi. What actually? She actually delivered breakfast to a guy herself? What on earth is going on here? Li Bin, sitting next to Jiāng Chén, didn't even notice his phone clatter to the floor. He stared dumbfounded at the steaming takeout box on the table. He glanced at Yan Shi beside him, her face flushed with embarrassment. Then he looked at Jiāng Chén, who remained calm and composed as if this were an everyday occurrence. His brain felt like it couldn't keep up. Sun Yalong forgot to chew the half-eaten bun in his mouth. His eyes widened like copper bells. Yuan Quan adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses filled with astonishment and disbelief. Even Song Yan, usually cynical and world-weary, gaped in astonishment. The boys in the surrounding seats felt their hearts take a billion-point critical hit. Especially those sycophants who secretly called me wifey behind closed doors. Their hearts were now shattered into 1,000 pieces. Their glances at Jiāng Chén were brimming with raw jealousy and murderous intent. No way? Am I seeing things? Senior Yan Shi, bringing breakfast to that guy? Holy. What the hell is going on? When did those two hook up? Damn it. Who is this guy? How dare he? How dare he win the favor of our goddess Yan Shi? Wah? My youth is over. My goddess. It must be a hallucination. This can't be real. I refuse to believe it. Who the hell is this guy? Never seen him before? What department is he in? Brothers, draw your swords. How can we stand this? No way. Absolutely not. Damn it. All the good stuff gets snatched up by pigs. Voices of envy, jealousy, and resentment erupted in waves. The entire front row of the lecture hall descended into utter chaos and uproar. All eyes were fixed on that bastard who'd just been personally delivered breakfast by the campus beauty. Chapter 29, Collective Heartbreak. The campus Belle was with you last night? The entire front row of the lecture hall, due to Yan Shi delivering breakfast. A strange, deathly silence descended upon the entire front row of the lecture hall. Every pair of eyes was fixed on Jiāng Chén and the steaming breakfast on his desk. As if they could melt him and his lunchbox into nothingness with their stares. Especially the boys who had long harbored secret crushes on Yan Shi, viewing her as their dream goddess. Now, their hearts felt shattered like dumpling filling. Their glances toward Jiāng Chén brimmed with disbelieving jealousy and resentment thick enough to cut with a knife. Just as the atmosphere reached its most tense point. A moment when even the drop of a pin could trigger an avalanche. Jiāng Chén's roommates finally began to recover from their initial shock. Li Bin, seated next to Jiāng Chén, was the first to break the silence. He glanced at the boys around him, their faces looking like they'd just lost their parents. Then he looked at his buddy Jiāng Chén. There he sat, utterly unfazed, even picking up a steamed bun ready to dig in. A surge of inexplicable pride and shared glory welled up within him. He slammed his fist on the table. Glaring at the boys around him who were shooting him hostile looks, he bellowed in a rough voice. Hey! What's with all the wide-eyed stares? Haven't you ever seen a beauty bringing breakfast to a handsome guy? Our Jiāng Chén is so outstanding. Handsome. Classy. It's only natural that the campus beauty senior has a crush on him and brings him breakfast. Is that really such a big deal? Li Bin's words were delivered with such force, instantly drawing all the attention to himself. But he didn't care. Instead, he puffed out his muscular chest, radiating an "I'm proud of my awesome buddy" attitude. Li Haoyu, who'd just returned from his night out and witnessed this explosive scene, was only too happy to stir the pot. He edged closer to Jiāng Chén, winking and nodding, deliberately speaking in a voice loud enough for several rows to hear. Whoa, now! Hey, old Jiāng, that's not cool. Did you hook up with our senior's sister Yin last night, He dragged out the last syllable, his face breaking into a lecherous grin that every man would recognize. Before Jiāng Chén could respond, he suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming as if struck by sudden insight. Oh! Now I remember. That explains why you didn't come back last night. So that's why. Ha. Wow. Way to go, old Jiāng. You're hiding your talents deep. Getting the campus beauty herself to deliver a heartfelt breakfast right to your door first thing in the morning. That kind of treatment. Unbeatable. Boom. Li Haoyu's words, especially that staying out all night, felt like pouring a spoonful of ice-cold water into a boiling pot of oil. It instantly ignited the entire room. If Yan Shi delivering breakfast earlier had merely left everyone stunned and envious,
Then Li Haoyu's insinuation directly ignited the rage and endless fantasies in every guy's heart.
Staying out all night? The school beauty delivering breakfast first thing in the morning? How the hell could this be a coincidence? This clearly means it's already happened. Holy? Is this for real? That guy didn't come back to the dorm last night? Holy. Could it be? Senior Yen, she really let him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Senior Yen, she is so pure and pristine. How could she be so easy? A guy who looked like a die-hard fan of Yen, she stood up excitedly, his face flushed as he protested. Senior Yen, she isn't that kind of person. I believe her. There must be some misunderstanding. Maybe Jiāng Chén was pulling an all-nighter at the internet cafe last night. Or something else kept him busy. He tried to defend his idol, searching for plausible explanations. Immediately, others chimed in. Exactly. I don't buy it either. Senior Yen, she has always been a symbol of purity in our eyes. She would never. It must be that guy. He must have sweet-talked our senior. Or used some underhanded trick. Another boy pointed an accusing finger at Jiāng Chén, his voice filled with righteous indignation. That guy looks shady. He's definitely no good. Thinking he can lay a finger on our goddess just because he's got a few stinking bucks? It's like a toad trying to eat a swan. But some held differing opinions. Their gazes toward Jiāng Chén and Yen Shi were filled with complexity and a certain dark speculation. Pure as snow? That's all an act, right? How many girls these days are genuinely clean? My guess is that kid's got some cash, so Yen Shi just threw herself at him. Can't say that for sure. But that guy didn't come back last night, and today Yen Shi shows up with breakfast. If you tell me nothing happened between them, I'd call you crazy. TSK, what a decline in morals. Even a goddess like Yen Shi. Sigh. But come to think of it, that guy looks pretty ordinary. Yet he managed to get senior Yen Shi to act like this. Maybe he really does have something special? Outstanding qualities? More like outstanding kidney qualities. Ha. All sorts of speculation. Filthy, innocent, jealous, malicious, regretful. Like a tidal wave, they spread through the crowd, buzzing with chatter. At the center of the storm, Yen Shi overheard these whispers. Especially the whispers defending her pristine purity or speculating she'd made the first move. Her lovely face flushed crimson, as red as a ripe apple, almost as if it might bleed. When she heard someone praise her purity and defend her image, a tiny, inexplicable sense of pride welled up inside her. She was so outstanding, so many people liked her. That junior, Jiāng Chén, he must like me too, right? The way he looks at me, it seems different from how he looks at others. After all, so many boys here speak so highly of me. I refuse to believe he doesn't have feelings for me. And when she heard people speculating that something might have happened between her and Jiāng Chén last night, and even speculated about her using vulgar language, she felt overwhelming shame and anger, mixed with a flutter of unease she couldn't quite pin down herself. Although she and Jiāng Chén were indeed together last night. They had dinner together, went shopping together. But it wasn't what they thought it was. There was nothing between them. They only exchanged a polite handshake. It hadn't even gotten to that point. She desperately wanted to explain. But seeing the gazes around her, some burning, some probing, some jealous, she felt as if something had clamped shut her mouth. Not a single word could escape her lips. Her cheeks burned fiercely. As Jiāng Chén listened to his roommate Li Haoyu's divine assist and the wildly varied speculations of the surrounding crowd, couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. No way. Dude. Is it really necessary? I'll admit that after reincarnating, my charm has skyrocketed. And I'm definitely loaded now. My appeal has definitely skyrocketed. But it's not exactly surprising that the school beauty senior developed a crush on me, or even a hint of flirtation, right? But is this really such a big deal? And a good thing going to waste? Chapter 30. Something's off about this campus beauty senior. Has she already got me figured out? But Jiāng Chén knew. He had indeed become the target of everyone's criticism. If he didn't explain himself soon, he might truly stir up public outrage. This would hinder his future plans to invest in teacher Meng. He cleared his throat, preparing to clarify that his relationship with Yen Shi was purely that of senior and junior classmates, urging everyone to calm down. Just as he opened his mouth to speak. Everyone. But before his words could escape, they were drowned out by an even more intense reaction from the crowd. Holy. He's still smiling? Damn it. This guy's such a phony. It's definitely him. He must have done it to senior Yen Shi. You animal. The crowd grew even more enraged. Just then, a sweet-looking girl sitting in the front row who seemed close to Yen Shi. Perhaps unable to bear it any longer? Or perhaps purely driven by a burning curiosity, she suddenly turned around and loudly confronted Yen Shi. She. Is it true? Did you really spend last night with Jiāng Chén? Whoosh. Everyone's gaze. Once again fixated on Yen Shi. Awaiting her response. This was nothing short of a public execution. She grew even more flustered by this sudden interrogation. She instinctively glanced at Jiāng Chén. She saw the faintly helpless, bitter smile on Jiāng Chén's face. Then she felt the burning stares all around her. Her little heart pounded wildly. Her mind went completely blank. Admit? Or deny? If she admitted it, it wasn't entirely untrue? They had indeed stayed together late last night. And if she admitted it, wouldn't that finally put an end to everyone else's hopes for Jiāng Chén? If I deny it, it feels a bit unfair to Jiāng Chén. After all, he just gave me such an expensive gift. Now that he was misunderstood by everyone, if she immediately distanced herself, wouldn't it make him think she was cold and calculating? And, deep down inside, there seemed to be a hidden, reluctant yet undeniable flicker of secret delight. In that split second, Yen's mind was in turmoil. Finally, under the deathly silent stares, her fair, delicate face flushed crimson as if it might bleed, her long lashes quivering wildly like startled butterfly wings. Finally, she gave an almost imperceptible nod before quickly lowering her head, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Though it was but a tiny gesture, everyone present saw it clearly. She nodded. She admitted it. She admitted she had truly been with Jiāng Chén last night. Boom! The entire auditorium felt like it had been hit by a nuclear bomb 10 times more powerful than the breakfast delivery earlier. It completely shattered. If anyone had clung to a sliver of hope before, thinking it might be a misunderstanding, then Yen's nod shattered every last shred of hope in the boys' hearts. No! My goddess! A boy wailed in agony. He nearly fainted. Damn it! Jiāng Chén! I'll fight you to the death. Another hot-tempered boy tried to jump up in fury, but was held back by his classmates. It's over. All over. More faces turned ashen, ice hollow. As if their faith had crumbled, their lives stripped of meaning. Yet, after a moment of anguish, some die-hard fans, a strange fighting spirit reignited within them. A bespectacled boy stared at Yen Shi with heart-wrenching anguish. He shouted, "Senior Yen Shi! Wake up! That Jiāng Chén is clearly just playing around. He doesn't deserve you. He can be nice to you today and chase after another woman tomorrow. Don't let him fool you." Someone nearby immediately chimed in. Right. Senior. I'm the one who truly loves you. Even if you've been taken by that pig Jiāng Chén, I won't reject you. As long as you're willing to come back, I'll always be waiting for you. Exactly. Goddess Yen Shi. Ditch that scumbag. I'll treat you right. Hearing this, even Jiāng Chén's mouth twitched. These sycophants were beyond ridiculous. But when she heard someone insult Jiāng Chén like that, calling him a pig, a jerk, and offering to take her off his hands, Yen Shi snapped her head up. For the first time, her clear eyes flashed with visible anger. Though shy and naive about matters of the heart. But she wasn't stupid. She could feel Jiāng Chén's respect and kindness toward her. It's absolutely not as bad as these people make it out to be. She took a deep breath, summoned the greatest courage she'd ever mustered, and retorted loudly. You're talking nonsense. Jiāng Chén isn't that kind of person. You don't know him. You have no right to speak of him like that. Her voice trembled with emotion. Her cheeks flushed crimson with fury. Yet it carried a sense of protective fury. At that moment, the boys felt their hearts shatter as if run over by a steamroller. The goddess. Not only did she admit to hooking up with that guy, now she's actually starting to defend him? How are they supposed to live with this? After uttering those words, She felt her heart pounding so hard it threatened to leap from her chest. She stole a glance at Jiāng Chén and found him staring back at her with an amused expression. It seemed he wasn't angry. A slight sense of relief washed over her. But at the same time, she felt even more shy and hopeful. By standing up for him like this, what would he think? As for Jiāng Chén, he was genuinely a bit dazed at that moment. Wait. Senior, this move of yours is all wrong. I was clearly trying to clarify things. We're just friends. How did you just turn that around and make the misunderstanding stick? And you're defending me so passionately? Now it looks like we're actually involved. Could it be? Is my charm just too irresistible? Does that mean I can do whatever I want? Even the campus beauty senior fell so quickly? Or could it be Pang Wenwen played a role in this? Jiāng Chén got one part right. He probably didn't have time for breakfast, and it was indeed Pang Wenwen who told Yen Shi. But it was still just a guess. So now, he stared at Yen Shi's complex expression, a mix of embarrassment, anger, and anticipation, utterly baffled. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The scene once again fell into an eerie silence and awkwardness. The heartbroken boys were still silently licking their wounds. Those jealous stares still felt like needles in his back. Yen Shi lowered her flushed face, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Jiāng Chén's roommates stared at their godfather with expressions that screamed, "Holy, that was awesome!" Just as everyone thought this farce over the school flower's affections was about to conclude with Jiāng Chén's victory and the heartbreak of the crowd,
Suddenly, a voice cold, venomous, and brimming with boundless hatred shattered the silence at the lecture hall entrance.
It echoed clearly throughout every corner. Yan Shi. Have you no shame? Last night.
You were clearly in the dorm.
That voice? Jiāng Chén's pupils instantly contracted. He whipped his head around. There stood Hu Weiwei at the entrance of the lecture hall.
Her face was pale, her eyes filled with venom.
She was glaring fiercely at Yan Shi. Chapter 31, The resentful Hu Weiwei. It turns out the senior sister last night. Hu Weiwei's venomous voice instantly pierced the lecture hall. Yan Shi. Have you no shame?
You were clearly in the dorm last night.
What? Last night in the dorm?
The moment those words left her mouth, the boys, whose hearts had been shattered into dust and whose spirits had been utterly crushed, suddenly snapped their heads up. A flame called hope instantly reignited in their eyes.
Could it be? Could there be a twist? Senior Yan Shi didn't spend the night with that guy? She's still pure as snow? I knew it.
Senior Yan Shi could never be that kind of person.
The die-hard fan who defended Yan Shi earlier immediately jumped up in excitement. It must be a misunderstanding. All misunderstandings. Exactly. Senior Yan Shi was just shy earlier. Too embarrassed to deny it. I knew it. My goddess wouldn't be so reckless.
Amidst the crowd, those with broken hearts seemed collectively energized. They felt empowered once more. Their gazes toward Jiāng Chén once again brimmed with hostility and contempt. But some cast suspicious glances at Hu Weiwei, who had suddenly appeared.
Who is this woman? Just barging in and shouting like that? How does she even know if Senior Yan Shi was in the dorm last night? Exactly. Senior Yan Shi just sort of admitted it. Is this woman here to cause trouble on purpose? Facing the crowd's questioning stares,
Hu Weiwei's face broke into a smug, cold smile.
She knew some wouldn't believe it. But she was prepared.
She lifted her chin, her gaze as venomous as a snake, fixed firmly on Yan Shi.
She instinctively ignored Jiāng Chén.
In her mind, once she dealt with Yan Shi, Jiāng Chén would be hers sooner or later.
She spoke slowly, enunciating each word. You don't believe me? Ha!
Of course I know she was in the dorm last night.
I specifically asked friends in her dorm building.
They told me personally that Yan Shi returned to her dorm after 10 last night.
She didn't spend the night out at all.
Hu Weiwei's words were delivered with reason and evidence. Many who heard it actually believed her to some extent. After all, a woman's jealousy and gossip skills could be truly terrifying at times.
Getting someone to check on the dorm situation wasn't impossible. Just then, someone in the crowd finally recognized Hu Weiwei. A male student pointed at Hu Weiwei in astonishment. Hey, aren't you Jiāng Chén's girlfriend?
I saw you two eating together in the cafeteria just the other day.
Jiāng Chén's girlfriend? The moment those 5 words were spoken, the entire crowd erupted once more. Holy crap? She's Jiāng Chén's girlfriend? Seriously?
Then what she said earlier.
Whoa. So that means Senior Yan Shi was the other woman? Holy crap. No way?
The plot twist is way too fast. Just moments ago, people were defending Yan Shi, convinced she was pure as snow and ice. Now even they were starting to waver. After all, the official girlfriend herself had stepped in. And she's making it crystal clear. Those who had previously suspected Yan Shi of being gold digger.
She even wore an expression that said, I knew it.
Her gaze toward Yan Shi was filled with contempt and disdain.
I told you so. What good is looking innocent? She's still. TSK, you really can't judge a book by its cover.
As for those who had just moments ago felt their goddess had been trampled by a pig,
were now seething with rage. This was a double blow.
Their gaze toward Jiāng Chén was now filled with murderous intent.
You bastard. You have a girlfriend. Yet you come here to seduce our senior, Yan Shi. Scumbag. Total scumbag. Playing both sides. Senior Yan Shi. Wake up. A guy like this isn't worth it. Exactly. Don't let him fool you. He's just playing games. Accusations against Jiāng Chén and pleas for Yan Shi to turn back from the brink echoed relentlessly.
Yan Shi stood rooted to the spot, absorbing the shifting murmurs around her from supportive whispers to questioning voices, then descending into scorn and fury. She felt Hu Weiwei's triumphant, venomous gaze fixed upon her. Her face flushed alternately pale and crimson. She trembled with rage. She never imagined things would escalate to this point. That woman, Hu Weiwei, was so despicable and shameless. Twisting the truth. She was the one who dumped Jiāng Chén, the junior, because he was poor and she wanted a rich man. Now that she sees he seems to have gotten rich, she comes crawling back to hassle him.
And now she's even turning around to slander me? A wave of intense injustice and rage surged through Yan Shi's heart.
Her eyes instantly reddened.
No! She absolutely couldn't let Jiāng Chén suffer this unjust accusation because of her. Nor could she let Hu Weiwei get away with this.
Originally, she had only felt a bit of fondness and curiosity toward Jiāng Chén. But at this moment, for reasons she couldn't fathom, the urge to defend Jiāng Chén surged within her with overwhelming intensity. Even an inexplicable competitive spirit had emerged. How dare she? Why should you, Hu Weiwei, be allowed to hurt a good person so brazenly? Why should a vain, gold-digging woman like you get to have Jiāng Chén as your junior? But I, Yanxi, can't? No. I'll fight for it. Once a woman's peculiar competitive spirit is ignited, it unleashes astonishing energy. Hu Weiwei, seeing how she'd swiftly turned the tables with just a few words, placing Yanxi in the spotlight of everyone's criticism. She felt an extraordinary sense of triumph. She was determined to destroy Yanxi. Destroy this thorn in her side, this woman who was prettier, more popular, and dared to steal her man. She stepped forward, adopting the posture of a legitimate wife, and pointed an accusing finger at Yanxi's nose as she shouted harshly. Yanxi! I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. You pretend to be so pure and innocent in public, but behind closed doors, you seduce other people's boyfriends. Have you no shame? A mistress like you deserves to be drowned in a pig cage. Her words grew increasingly vicious. The girls around them, those who'd already envied Yanxi or simply didn't know the truth, began whispering and pointing fingers at her. Who would have thought? And I used to think she was a goddess. Mistresses are the worst. Yanxi was so furious she could barely hold back her tears. She bit her lip tightly, about to speak up in defense. Enough. A calm voice, tinged with a hint of coldness and annoyance, suddenly rang out. It was Jiāng Chén. He had been observing this farce which he himself had sparked with cold detachment from the very beginning. Watching Hu Weiwei's rage from the start, now twisted into a lie. Watching the crowd shift from shock to anger to skepticism. Watching Yanxi's expression shift from bashful to furious, then to hurt. Not a single ripple stirred within him. He even found it somewhat tedious. Is this what they call college life? Could a mere rumor spark a scene as chaotic as a street brawl at the market? It was truly childish. Still, he couldn't help but marvel at how Hu Weiwei would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. In her past life, she'd bossed him around and discarded him like a worn-out shoe. Now she dares to play the victim, pretending to be the rightful wife? Chapter 32, A Woman's Competitive Spirit, the campus beauty senior pursuing him? Ha, how ironic. Is this the allure of money? It can make the devil grind the millstone. And make scum put on a show. But this farce. It's time to end this farce. Jiāng Chén didn't want to waste any more time on these trivial matters. Nor did he want Yanxi to suffer any more injustice because of him. With that thought, Jiāng Chén stepped forward, gently pulling Yanxi, who trembled slightly with anger and hurt, behind him. He used his own body to shield her from Hu Weiwei and the hostile stares. Then, he lifted his eyelids. His icy gaze fell upon Hu Weiwei's twisted, venomous face as if he were looking at a corpse. He spoke slowly, his words carrying clearly throughout the entire venue. First, Hu Weiwei, you and I officially broke up yesterday afternoon at the school gate. You were the one who initiated it. The reason? You despised me for being poor, unable to afford the luxury goods you craved. Many people witnessed this. If your memory fails you, I'd be happy to refresh it. Second, since we're no longer together, I, Jiāng Chén, am single. Who I choose to be with, who I dine with, who I shop with, that is my freedom. What business is it of yours? By what right do you stand here questioning me? Even slandering my friends? Third, Jiāng Chén's tone suddenly grew even colder, carrying a bone-chilling chill. I don't care what kind of madness you're unleashing today. Get out. Now. Immediately. Or else, the 20,000 you owe me from last night, pay it back. Now. Immediately. His words rang out with force. Each word felt like a heavy hammer, slamming viciously into Hu Weiwei's heart. The entire auditorium fell silent once more. They broke up? They broke up yesterday afternoon? Or did Hu Weiwei dump him because she's a gold digger? This was too much to process. It instantly overturned all of Hu Weiwei's previous claims. Those who had just been accusing Jiāng Chén of sympathizing with Hu Weiwei. Now they felt their faces burning with embarrassment. Their gazes toward Hu Weiwei were filled with contempt and disgust. So all this time, it was this woman who brought it upon herself? You dumped me because I was poor. Now that they've made it big, they come crawling back to turn the tables? Have you no shame? Hu Weiwei was utterly stunned by Jiāng Chén's words. She never expected Jiāng Chén to be so blunt, exposing her true colors in front of everyone. Moreover, the icy glint in his eyes and the unmasked threat in his words made her heart race with inexplicable dread. Her mouth opened. She wanted to argue, to make excuses, but found herself utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Yanxi, standing behind Jiāng Chén, heard Jiāng Chén's clear, forceful defense, along with that phrase "my friend," and the final threat laced with a chilling, murderous aura. Her heart was utterly thrown into disarray. The feelings of grievance and anger were instantly replaced by a more turbulent, more complex emotion. There was emotion, there was reassurance, there was admiration. And a palpitation called heart flutter. It coursed through her body like an electric current. She gazed at Jiāng Chén's figure, not particularly imposing, yet at this moment seemed incredibly upright and utterly dependable. Her eyes welled up once more.
But this time, it wasn't from feeling wronged. Just then, Jiāng Chén's roommate, Li Bin, finally couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward. He'd had it with Hu Weiwei for ages. Hearing Jiāng Chén speak up now, his anger flared even more. Pointing his finger right at Hu Weiwei's nose, he yelled, "Damn it! Hu Weiwei! Have you no shame? How did you treat old Jiāng back then? Treated him like an ATM. Ordered him around. Squeezed every last penny out of him. Now that old Jiāng's doing well, you want to come crawling back? Put! Room 412 doesn't welcome a like you. Get the hell out." Sun Yelong chimed in. "Exactly. Get lost. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Who was the one crying and begging for the latest iPhone back then? Who made old Jiāng eat instant noodles for a month to buy you that bag? Who got a gift and then went straight to the movies with another guy?" Li Haoyu, true to his gossip-monger nature, he proceeded to air Hu Weiwei's past glorious deeds. One by one, he laid them bare. Each remark felt like a stinging slap across Hu Weiwei's face. They also made those around her who had still held a shred of sympathy or illusion about her completely see her true colors. Holy! So that's the kind of woman she is. How disgusting is that? Jiāng Chén must be blind. Good riddance. Any guy who gets involved with her is asking for trouble. Facing her roommate's cutting remarks and the disdainful stares of onlookers, Hu Weiwei finally couldn't take it anymore. She felt as if she'd been stripped naked and exposed before everyone. Shame. Rage. Despair. She screamed. "Ah! You'll all pay for this." She covered her face again. This time, she truly bolted from the lecture hall without looking back. She vanished completely from everyone's sight. With Hu Weiwei's complete collapse and departure, the farce within the lecture hall finally drew to a close. Jiāng Chén watched Hu Weiwei's disheveled figure flee. He felt not the slightest bit of satisfaction, only a profound sense of relief. He turned around and looked at Yan Shi. He found her blushing, her eyes sparkling with a complex mix of emotions as she gazed at him. Jiāng Chén's heart stirred, and he was about to say something. But Yan Shi, as if scorched by his gaze, abruptly lowered her head and murmured, I need to use the restroom." Without waiting for Jiāng Chén's response, she turned and fled the lecture hall as if escaping. Her footsteps were slightly hurried. Jiāng Chén. He rubbed his nose. It seemed today's unexpected turn of events had hit this innocent campus beauty senior way too hard. But the way she stood up for him just now was quite endearing. For the first time, he felt a different kind of emotion toward Yan Shi, one that went beyond mere admiration. At that moment, his roommates gathered around, chattering away. "Old Jiāng, you rock. Way to go. Finally got rid of that jinx. But seriously, you're something else. Even campus beauty Yan Shi would." Li Haoyu winked and nudged him. Jiāng Chén waved his hand helplessly. All right. Everyone sit down. Class is about to begin." Just then, at the entrance of the lecture hall, a crisp tapping of high heels echoed. Tap, 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 growing louder as they approached. The once bustling lecture hall fell instantly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Every student, regardless of gender, instinctively straightened their posture. Phones were tucked away, chatter ceased, and eyes turned as one toward the doorway. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation, reverence, and a hint of indescribable fervor. She's here. She was here. Jiāng Chén also lifted his head. He looked toward the doorway. A flicker of anticipation and solemnity crossed his eyes. Meng Yuqiang, the most crucial piece of his future plan, was finally about to make her entrance. Chapter 33, The Ex's Solo Fantasy. The black-stocking diva makes her grand entrance. Outside the lecture hall, in the corridor, Hu Weiwei leaned against the cold wall, gasping for breath in heavy, ragged breaths. Her chest heaved violently, betraying the extreme turmoil within her. What a disgrace! This was undoubtedly the darkest day of Hu Weiwei's life. But the word surrender had never existed in Hu Weiwei's vocabulary. And certainly not self-reflection. After her brief moment of loss of composure and collapse, the burning resentment and bitterness within her instead spread like wildfire, raging even more fiercely. Roommates leak? Ha! What do those penniless fools know? They had no clue about the deep bond between me and Jiāng Chén. They certainly don't know how deeply infatuated Jiāng Chén once was with me. Everything they said only proves how much Jiāng Chén loved me. He was willing to sacrifice everything for me, even if it meant eating bran and vegetables himself. As for that Yan Shi, a venomous glint flashed in Hu Weiwei's eyes. The way she'd just torn into me for Jiāng Chén, abandoning her pristine, pure as ice persona, only reinforced Hu Weiwei's suspicions. Jiāng Chén. He's definitely not ordinary. He must be genuinely wealthy. And incredibly wealthy.
That's why even Yanxi, the ultimate manipulative player who excels at playing the long game, would throw caution to the wind like this.
Don't these so-called campus queens usually keep their cool?
Yet she's willing to risk her reputation just to get the upper hand.
It must be true.
The more Hu Weiwei thought about it, the more convinced she became she'd uncovered the truth.
The immense pain born from humiliation was strangely replaced by an even more intense excitement and greed. Jiāng Chén was a hidden tycoon. This realization made her blood boil with feverish excitement.
That explains his coldness toward me today. He must have been deeply hurt by me and was angry.
He's deliberately ignoring me. He wants me to regret it.
Especially in front of those two ES. For the sake of male pride, he'd never lower himself to reconcile with me right away.
Oomph. Men.
All of them so desperate to save face they're willing to suffer. Hu Weiwei's lips curled into a cold, triumphant smirk.
She knew Jiāng Chén all too well.
That man was a sucker at heart. All she had to do was lower her standards a little.
Just be a little more proactive, a little more gentle.
And employ a few subtle tricks.
He'd come running back to her in a heartbeat. Then, oomph. The humiliation he put me through today. I'll repay him tenfold. I'll keep him firmly under my control. Make him my personal ATM. Everything he owes me from before. With interest. What's Hermes, Chanel? Luxury cars, mansions. I want it all. As for those two ES? Once I get Jiāng Chén back, I'll have plenty of ways to deal with them. Especially that little Yanxi. Daring to steal my man? I'll make sure she's ruined beyond redemption. She won't last a day at Jiāng University.
A mad, twisted gleam flashed in Hu Weiwei's eyes. Completely immersed in her self-imagined revenge plot, she remained utterly oblivious to how absurd and pathetic her current thoughts truly were. She was convinced. Jiāng Chén still had feelings for her. If she so desired. She could have him back any time. Jiāng Chén, just you wait. Hu Weiwei's eyes, gritted with fury, regained their steely resolve. What Hu Weiwei wants, she always gets. You are destined to be mine. She smoothed out her slightly disheveled clothes and hair. She forced a smile she considered alluring and captivating. Then, clicking her high heels, like a queen about to march onto the battlefield, she turned and left the academic building.
School building, women's restroom.
She stood before the sink, staring at her own flushed face and panicked eyes in the mirror. Her heart still pounded wildly. As if she were harboring a rabbit. Everything that had just happened in the auditorium played back in her mind like a movie on fast forward. Flash after flash replayed in her mind. Hu Weiwei's arrogance and tyranny. The pointed stares of the crowd. Junior Jiāng Chén stepping up to defend her. Her roommate's righteous defense. And the words I blurted out in the heat of the moment to defend her, and that tacit nod of agreement. Oh my god. Yanxi. What were you thinking? How could you? How could you nod? How could you, in front of all those people, say something like that? She felt her cheeks burning hot enough to fry an egg. She wished the ground would swallow her whole. Though she did harbor feelings for Jiāng Chén, even a flutter of attraction. But it was just a crush. Nothing had happened between them yet. Completely pure. Yet her actions just now were like mud falling into her pants. It might not be, but it sure as hell smelled like it. Now the entire school must think she and Junior Jiāng Chén were already together. Rumors might even spread that I'm the other woman? The thought sent. She felt the world spinning wildly. My junior is one of my own trainees. And I'm his fitness coach. How am I supposed to face him now? How awkward would training be now? She grew more and more flustered the more he thought about it. His heart felt like it was in his throat. She had no idea what to do. She splashed cold water on her burning cheeks, trying to calm herself down. Calm down. Yanxi. You're the top student at Jiangzhou University. This little situation. What's there to be afraid of? Inside the lecture hall. The rhythmic click-clack of high heels. Tap. 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 The sound was crisp and forceful. As if striking a chord in everyone's heart. From far to near. The next second. A tall, graceful figure radiating an overwhelming aura of power appeared at the doorway. Meng Yuqiang appeared. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. The prime age when a woman's charm is at its peak. Standing at least 5 feet 8 inches tall. High heels accentuated her already striking stature. Her presence commanded attention. Her jet-black, lustrous hair was meticulously gathered into an elegant bun, revealing a gracefully curved, jade-like neck and delicate, petite earlobes adorned with a pair of simple yet tasteful pearl studs. Her features were exquisitely refined. Willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes. A straight, high nose and full, rosy lips. Together, they formed a face of near-perfect beauty. Yet, unlike Yanxi's innocence, her beauty carried an air of aggression and aloofness. Especially those eyes slightly upturned at the corners, sharp and profound, as if they could pierce straight through one's soul. A pair of delicate silver-rimmed glasses sat upon her face. Behind the lenses, her gaze was calm and still, yet carried an air of dignified disdain, adding an aura of intellect and restraint. But what drew the most attention was her attire. A perfectly tailored white silk blouse, buttons fastened meticulously to the top, yet still unable to fully conceal her breathtakingly voluptuous curves. Below, a black high-waisted, body-hugging knee-length skirt perfectly outlined her pert, rounded hips and slender, supple waist, creating a stunning waist-to-hip ratio.
Beneath the hem were two pairs of straight, slender legs encased in premium black stockings.
The smooth, silky stockings clung tightly to the contours of her legs. Under the lights, they shimmered with an irresistibly alluring sheen, amplifying her mature feminine charm to its peak. Black stiletto heels accentuated her already tall stature, making her appear even more gracefully upright. As she walked, her waist swayed gracefully. She exuded a regal aura that commanded attention. This is Meng Yuqiang, Zhangzhou University's premier femme fatale, a peerless beauty who seamlessly blends intellect, sensuality, icy allure, and formidable strength. The moment she appeared, the air in the entire lecture hall seemed to freeze. Every student's gaze was drawn to her like magnets,
fixed firmly upon her. Their eyes brimmed with awe, fascination, admiration, and profound reverence.
The students who had been passionately discussing the campus beauty just moments ago. Now, they seemed to have momentarily forgotten that pure goddess. Their entire focus had been utterly captivated by the commanding presence of the queenly woman before them. This was Meng Yuqiang's charm. A mature, rich charm with a deadly allure. It made every inexperienced young man yearn for her, yet dare not approach lightly. Perhaps innocence truly pales in comparison to sensuality? At least, that was the case in this lecture hall right now. Meng Yuqiang was already accustomed to the burning gazes around her. She had long grown accustomed to it.
She ignored them completely. Her face bore no expression.
Her gaze swept calmly across the entire room, like a queen surveying her domain. Her pace was deliberate, neither hurried nor slow. Her high heels clicked in crisp, rhythmic steps as she advanced toward the podium. Tap, tap, tap. Each step seemed to strike the hearts of every student. Finally, she came to a stop behind the lectern. She gently placed her lesson plan on the desk. Then, she lifted her head. Behind her glasses, her sharp yet calm gaze slowly swept across the silent students below.
The entire auditorium fell into an even deeper silence. Everyone instinctively sat up straight. All unnecessary movements ceased,
like soldiers awaiting inspection,
not daring to breathe a single breath.
Chapter 34, Black Stockings, Glasses, and a Pencil Skirt. Meng Yuqiang teaching.
On the podium,
Meng Yuqiang's piercing eyes, hidden behind her glasses, slowly scanned the entire room.
An invisible pressure descended upon the entire lecture hall. Dead silence fell, even breathing seemed suppressed. Jiāng Chén in the front row clearly felt his roommate's postures stiffen instantly and the tense atmosphere as they held their breath. Even Li Haoyu, who had been grinning moments ago, now sat bolt upright. His eyes brimmed with profound reverence for the figure on stage. This was Meng Yuqiang's classroom. A single glance, a single gesture. She effortlessly commanded the entire atmosphere, transforming over 300 spirited college students into obedient elementary pupils in an instant.
Jiāng Chén gazed at the woman on the podium, who resembled an ice queen. Yet he felt not a shred of nervousness. Nor was he like the other boys, captivated solely by her breathtaking beauty and the sensual curves outlined by her black stockings. His gaze, calm and profound, pierced through the surface of her beauty and icy demeanor. He saw something deeper. That was the future. Potential. Value. Others, including his roommates, might only see Meng Yuqiang's beauty and sternness at this moment. At best, they might add the label of an unattainable high mountain flower. What they care about is her appearance, her strength. But Jiāng Chén, he was on the 5th level. Armed with the unique future vision granted by his rebirth, he saw the woman who would dominate the business world a decade later. The stunning CEO Meng Yuqiang, hailed by countless media outlets, gracing the covers of major financial magazines, effortlessly dismantling rivals with a smile. The Meng Yuqiang before him. She was undeniably beautiful. And it was the kind of beauty that was intensely aggressive and suffocating. In her late 20s. The very peak of a woman's radiance and vitality. Her skin was taut, her eyes sparkling. Mature allure and youthful vitality. Perfectly blended. Every smile and frown radiates charm. Every word and action radiates powerful presence. Jiāng Chén could even recall it vividly. In a previous life, during a rare alumni homecoming event, he had once glimpsed Meng Yuqiang from afar. A rare alumni homecoming event, he had glimpsed Meng Yuqiang from afar, already a legend in the business world. Back then, though exceptionally well preserved, and still radiated captivating beauty. But time had inevitably left its mark. The corners of her eyes and brows bore traces of weathered experience and the gravitas of long-held power. Her demeanor had grown more composed and reserved, like a peerless sword hidden within its scabbard. Its edge remained concealed, yet its depth seemed all the more unfathomable. Meanwhile, Meng Yuqiang at the lectern resembled a jade stone not yet fully polished.
Or like a black rose, budding yet already revealing its peerless splendor. Her presence had already grown formidable enough to command the entire classroom. Yet beneath that icy exterior, the sharp ambition and unpolished edges remained starkly visible. She was not yet the polished, seasoned, and emotionless billionaire CEO of later years. Right now, she was more vibrant and more likely to be invested in. Jiāng Chén's gaze. Like the most precise instrument. Observing Meng Yuqiang. Her crisp, decisive movements as she organized her lesson plans. The gaze she cast over the entire room, serene yet scrutinizing, radiating absolute command. The rhythmic pause before she spoke, commanding the room's attention. Every detail perfectly matched the image of the future powerhouse he remembered. Boundless potential. A future worth anticipating. At that moment, Jiāng Chén's resolve to invest in Meng Yuqiang crystallized into an unshakable certainty. He had been reborn. What was his greatest advantage? The system? Money? No. It was the knowledge in his mind. Knowledge and memories at least a decade ahead of this era. It's his precise grasp of future trends. Systems and money are merely tools for achieving his goals. Jiāng Chén couldn't possibly handle everything personally. He lacked the energy. Nor does he have the inclination to handle tedious corporate affairs or navigate complex business rivalries. His role is that of a helmsman. A strategist. The one who orchestrates from behind the scenes, directing the course of events. To achieve all this, he needed an exceptionally capable, trustworthy assistant who could flawlessly execute his strategic vision. The woman before him, Ms. Meng Yuqiang, seemed tailor-made by fate as the ideal candidate. She possesses the capability. She has ambition. She possesses wisdom. And yes, she possesses beauty. Most crucially, she is currently in a dormant phase like a dragon yet to encounter its storm. She might even be facing some kind of predicament. This is Jiāng Chén's chance. If he can seize this moment, offer support when she needs it most, recruit her to his cause, then the future would be absolutely wonderful. Of course, beyond the business considerations, Jiāng Chén wasn't entirely without his own interests regarding Meng Yuqiang. After all, who could truly remain unmoved by such a stunning beauty, one who combined beauty, intelligence, capability, and a commanding presence? But one must take things step by step. The immediate priority was to complete the cultivation of a divine Tycoon, round assigned by the system. Before teacher Meng, he needed to establish the image of a diligent, studious, and ambitious model student, laying a solid foundation for future interactions and investments. Just as Jiāng Chén's thoughts churned and his plan took shape. On the podium, Meng Yuqiang had already begun her lecture. Her voice, unlike her icy appearance, carried a unique magnetic quality and penetrating clarity. Neither hurried nor slow, clear and pleasant to the ear. Like the gentle murmur of flowing water. Yet it instantly captured everyone's attention. Students, last class we explored the opportunities and challenges facing university graduates in the current macroeconomic climate. Today, we'll delve into a more specific topic that resonates with some of your future plans: the feasibility and risk assessment of college students starting their own businesses. Entrepreneurship? Hearing this topic, Jiāng Chén's eyes instantly sharpened. His suspicions were confirmed. Sure enough, at this point, Meng Yuqiang's mind was no longer focused on a stable teaching position. She was already laying the theoretical groundwork and conducting market research for her own business venture. Jiāng Chén immediately perked up. Listening intently, Meng Yuqiang's lectures truly lived up to their reputation. She didn't just read from the textbook. Instead, she integrated extensive up-to-date market data and vivid domestic and international entrepreneurial case studies. She analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of college students starting businesses in the current environment, the potential pitfalls they might encounter, and how to mitigate risks and find blue ocean markets, all in a way that made complex concepts accessible. Her perspectives were sharp and unique, her logic clear and rigorous, and she quoted authorities with effortless ease. She frequently posed thought-provoking questions to guide students' thinking. She masterfully controlled the entire class's rhythm. Though the content was hardcore, it was captivating to listen to, never feeling dry or tedious. Jiāng Chén nodded repeatedly as he listened. His estimation of Meng Yuqiang rose another notch in his mind. Truly a future billion-dollar CEO. That level of market insight. This logical reasoning ability. This eloquence and command of the situation far surpasses that of an ordinary university professor. When discussing the startup project selections segment, Meng Yuqiang highlighted a direction she has been paying close attention to recently. A personalized content customization and vertical e-commerce platform based on interest communities. She believes that with consumption upgrades and the awakening of self-awareness among the younger generation, the large-scale, all-encompassing platform model is gradually showing signs of fatigue. Meanwhile, smaller, specialized platforms that precisely cater to the spiritual and personalized consumption needs of specific niche communities will see tremendous growth opportunities. She even cited several preliminary success stories of similar overseas models, analyzing their business logic and potential market space. Hearing this, Jiāng Chén's heart skipped a beat. His eyes blazed with disbelief. This is it. No doubt about it. This is the direction. He remembered it clearly.
In his previous life, Meng Yuqiang's first failed startup was a personalized content e-commerce platform that combined a designer community, artisan marketplace, and niche cultural circle. The concept was incredibly ahead of its time. It even attracted a loyal group of early adopters. But ultimately, it failed due to an immature business model, profitability challenges, and most crucially, limited funding channels. The cash flow dried up. It had to end in regret. After that project failed, Meng Yuqi lay low for several years. It wasn't until the rise of live stream shopping. She leveraged her accumulated experience, lessons learned, deep understanding of supply chains and user psychology, and, reportedly, a mysterious angel investment. She re-entered the e-commerce arena, ultimately soaring to new heights. And now, in 2018, the time since her first entrepreneurial failure is likely drawing near. She might even be scrambling right now, running around seeking investment for this project, yet facing rejection at every turn because her vision is too ahead of its time. Jiāng Chén was almost certain Meng Yuqiang was facing the exact same predicament as in her past life. Money. What could be a more perfect timely help than this? What could be a more precise angel investment? At this thought, Jiāng Chén looked toward Meng Yuqiang, who stood on the podium, still speaking with composure and eloquence. His gaze grew intensely heated, like a hunter locking onto the most perfect prey. Yet, the very instant Jiāng Chén resolved himself and formulated a preliminary strategy plan in his mind. The system notification in his mind sounded precisely once more. Ding! Host detected future business opportunities, identified potential investment targets, and formulated preliminary business plans. This aligns with the business acumen of a high roller principle, triggering a new player turn. Player turn, the Tycoon's investment. Turn requirement. As a visionary tycoon, you've keenly identified the immense commercial value hidden beneath the university lecturer's position. Trust your judgment, take the initiative, invest in Meng Yuqiang's startup project, and secure at least 51% controlling stake. Round reward, intelligence plus 10. All expenses incurred from this investment will be fully reimbursed. Plus an additional random asset pack. Immediately settle the day's deposit interest. Round duration, 1 month. Chapter 35, Shocking Classroom Revelation. Invest in the future CEO. Gazing at the freshly generated system task on the light screen, Jiāng Chén's lips curled upward once more, uncontrollably. Absolutely perfect. Intelligence plus 10. This was an intelligence attribute. For someone like him, a behind-the-scenes mastermind who needed to strategize and plan for the long haul, this was a god-tier attribute. Full investment return. This means that no matter how much he invests, whether tens of millions or hundreds of millions, every last penny will end up back in his pocket. Purely pulling a fast one. The bonus, random asset pack, is an unexpected treat. Who knows what treasures it might unlock? Real estate? Company shares? Cutting-edge tech? Let's do this. We absolutely must. And we'll do it in style. Not only must we complete the mission and secure 51% controlling stake, but also seize this chance to fully showcase my capabilities and vision. Make that arrogant, high and mighty teacher Meng Yuqiang take notice. Make her willingly work for me. Suppressing the excitement surging within him, Jiāng Chén refocused his attention on Meng Yuqiang at the lectern and the course content she was explaining. At that moment, Meng Yuqiang was discussing the common challenges university student entrepreneurs face during initial funding rounds. Her tone was calm and her reasoning clear. Many students have excellent ideas and innovative concepts, and their projects often possess tremendous market potential. However, in the early stages, especially during seed and angel funding rounds, they frequently encounter significant obstacles. The reasons are straightforward. First, the lack of a proven business model makes investment risk extremely high. Second, teams often lack experience, particularly in management and operations. Third, and most crucially, the absence of sufficient credibility and networking resources makes it difficult to gain the favor of traditional investment institutions. Her words unlocked the floodgates of Jiāng Chén's past life memories like a key. He vividly recalled Meng Yuqiang later mentioning in an interview, half-jokingly, that the primary reason for her first startup's failure was poverty. She had visited nearly every accessible investment firm and individual, wearing out her lips pitching countless pie-in-the-sky plans. In the end, she secured only a modest seed round of funding. That money was quickly burned through. Subsequent funding rounds failed to materialize. After struggling to keep the business afloat for nearly a year, less than a year later, her first labor of love was forced to shut down due to a broken funding chain. If only back then. If only she had secured sufficient funding to weather the storm and sustain her efforts. Perhaps her business empire would have risen years earlier. Her ultimate achievements would have far exceeded mere billions. And now, this very opportunity lay before Jiāng Chén. At this thought, Jiāng Chén's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. A bold idea gradually took shape in his mind. He decided to take a risk. Test the waters.
Just then, Meng Yuqiang finished a section and paused habitually, scanning the room as she asked, "What are your thoughts on the funding challenges faced by startup projects? Or are there any students who, based on their observations, can propose potential solutions?"
The classroom fell silent.
Most students were either lost in thought or were intimidated by Meng Yuqiang's commanding presence, dared not speak up.
A handful of top students were either furiously scribbling notes or frowning in deep thought.
Amidst this brief silence,
Jiāng Chén slowly raised his hand. His gesture was not abrupt,
but because he sat front and center, it immediately drew the attention of Meng Yuqiang and the surrounding students.
A fleeting, barely perceptible surprise flashed in Meng Yuqiang's beautiful eyes behind her glasses. Nevertheless, she nodded, gesturing for Jiāng Chén to speak, her voice as calm and unruffled as ever. "This student, please proceed."
Jiāng Chén stood up, ignoring the curious, surprised, and even hostile stares directed his way.
Meeting Meng Yuqiang's scrutinizing gaze, he wore an expression of measured seriousness and contemplation, speaking with neither humility nor arrogance. "Professor Meng, your analysis of the financing challenges was truly insightful. Personally, I believe that for truly disruptive startups with unproven business models, especially in emerging fields requiring long-term investment in market cultivation, traditional financing methods may indeed have limitations." He first acknowledged Meng Yuqiang's perspective, then shifted his tone. "Most venture capital firms pursue short-term, high-return investments. They often lack the patience to wait for a project that may take 5 or even 10 years to truly take off. Meanwhile, bank loans present too high a barrier for startup teams without fixed assets or stable cash flow. Therefore,"
Jiāng Chén paused briefly, clearly sensing Meng Yuqiang's gaze from the podium grow more focused. He continued,
"I believe that in the early stages, such projects most need strategic angel investors who truly understand the project's value and are willing to provide long-term, stable, and patient support. This type of investor may value not only short-term financial returns but also the project's long-term potential and a deep alignment with the founding team and their vision."
Jiāng Chén's remarks were well-reasoned and offered unique insights.
Though he didn't propose concrete solutions, he pinpointed the core pain point in securing funding for such ventures: the lack of patient, visionary, and highly trusting strategic early-stage capital.
The auditorium remained silent. Yet many attentive students wore thoughtful expressions.
Clearly, Jiāng Chén's words resonated deeply with them. Meanwhile, on the podium, Meng Yuqiang's beautiful eyes behind her glasses flashed with an unmistakable hint of astonishment. She gave Jiāng Chén a deep look. A significant stir arose within her heart.
This student had managed to pinpoint the crux of the problem with such precision?
Early-stage capital that lacks patience, trust, and strategic vision.
Wasn't this precisely the greatest challenge she herself was currently facing?
Her vision for a personalized content e-commerce platform. She firmly believed it was the future trend. Endless potential. But whether she sought out investment firms or those so-called angel investors, the responses she received is either the model is too novel, we don't understand it, or the return cycle is too long, the risk is too high, or they propose all sorts of harsh performance-based agreements and excessive equity demands. No one was willing to truly believe in her vision, give her enough time and space to patiently cultivate this market.
This guy. How did he know? Was it just a coincidence? Or did he actually know something?
For the first time, Meng Yuqiang felt such intense curiosity about a student. She remained outwardly composed, nodding slightly to signal Jiāng Chén to continue.
"Your analysis is quite insightful. So, do you think these so-called strategic angel investors are easy to find in reality?"
After all, patience and trust are often the scarcest resources. Chapter 36, Understanding her, Supporting her, Accompanying her, Investing in her.
Here it comes. The opportunity has arrived. Jiāng Chén's heart stirred.
He knew Meng Yuqiang was unconsciously projecting her own situation onto him to test his understanding. A confident smile spread across his face.
With unwavering certainty, he declared, "Ms. Meng, I believe such investors are rare, but they do exist.
The key lies in whether the project itself truly possesses sufficient value and potential, and whether the founding team can encounter someone who genuinely understands them."
He emphasized the word understand once more.
Then, shifting gears, he added in a tone that was half joking, half serious. "Take that personalized content e-commerce direction you mentioned earlier, for example. I personally think it's incredibly promising. I believe it will absolutely be one of the biggest trends in the next decade. If someone like you with your vision, capability, and boldness were to actually take on such a project. And, well, if they encountered a minor funding challenge in the early stages."
He paused deliberately, his gaze fixed intently on Meng Yuqiang. Then, in a thunderous, earth-shattering tone, he declared, "Then I,
Jiāng Chén, would be more than willing to pour every last resource into this, committing at least an 8-figure sum. To become the strategic angel investor who truly understands her, supports her, and stands by her until the very end."
Boom! 8 figures. At least 10 million yuan. Everything I have. Strategic investment.
Jiāng Chén's words detonated like a nuclear bomb, more powerful than all previous explosions combined.
It nearly blew the roof off the entire auditorium. Everyone was stunned speechless by his bold declaration, gaping in disbelief. Holy? 8 figures? At least 10 million? Pour everything into it? Is he out of his mind? He's bluffing. Definitely bluffing. How could he possibly come up with 10 million? Exactly. Who does he think he is? Jack Ma's illegitimate son?
Forget 10 million. If he can pull out $1 million, I'll eat my own right here.
What a show-off. This is ridiculous. Doesn't he fear his tongue will twist in the wind? After a brief dead silence, the room erupted in even louder clamor and skepticism. Hardly anyone believed Jiāng Chén was telling the truth. After all, a seemingly ordinary college student casually mentioning a $10 million investment? That was pure fantasy. Even those self-proclaimed rich kids from well-off families would have to think twice upon hearing that figure. Was this kid out of his mind? Even Jiāng Chén's roommates exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. Though they now knew Jiāng Chén was a rich kid who ran away from home in a huff. And that his family must be loaded. But, casually throwing around tens of millions for an investment? That's just way too exaggerated? Old Jiāng, he hasn't gone completely off the deep end, has he? On the podium.
Meng Yuqiang was utterly stunned by Jiāng Chén's words. She stared at the composed, determined young man below the podium. A storm raged within her heart. 8 figures. Starting at 10 million. And it was a strategic investment. It meant understanding her, supporting her, standing by her. Isn't this exactly the perfect investor she's always dreamed of? If only. If such funding and such an investor who truly understands her were to materialize.
She has absolute confidence she could make her project succeed. But, was that even possible?
Meng Yuqiang forced herself to calm down. Reason told her it was highly unlikely. The Jiāng Chén before her was just a student. Even if his family was truly wealthy, it was inconceivable that he could so easily invest tens of millions into a high-risk startup project that might not even have a solid business plan. This felt more like the impassioned, unrealistic boasts of a young man trying to grab attention in class or perhaps just showing off in front of her. Though she had to admit, the young man's analysis earlier had indeed pinpointed her pain points and needs. His optimism about this direction also aligned perfectly with hers. Even his words to be the one who truly understands her stirred something within her heart, which had grown somewhat numb from bearing the weight of pressure alone for so long. But reason ultimately prevailed over emotion. Meng Yuqiang gazed at Jiāng Chén's youthful, confident face, a complex mix of emotions flickering in her eyes. There was admiration, surprise. A faint ripple stirred from being touched. But more than anything, there was the cool, analytical clarity born of reality. She drew a slight breath. Her expression returned to its usual impassive calm as she spoke in her usual composed tone. Your idea is bold and insightful. Having strategic investors who believe in and support you long-term is indeed what many startups dream of. But reality is often far harsher than ideals. She didn't directly address Jiāng Chén's investment declaration. Instead, she skillfully steered the conversation back to the class itself. Alright, we'll conclude our discussion on financing for now. Next, let's move on to the following segment. Clearly, while she felt a certain admiration and curiosity toward Jiāng Chén, she didn't take his earth-shattering investment proposal seriously. She dismissed it as youthful impulsiveness or perhaps just a classroom joke. Jiāng Chén observed Meng Yuqiang's gaze, now calm and unruffled once more. He understood perfectly. Indeed, mere words wouldn't be enough to impress this future billionaire CEO. It would require tangible actions and deeper engagement. But that was fine. Today, he had planted the seeds of curiosity and admiration in her heart. His goal was already achieved. You can't eat a whole meal in one bite. The journey must be taken step by step. The plan to win over Teacher Meng has only just begun. There's plenty of time ahead. He smiled faintly and sat down calmly. No more words were spoken. The class ended quickly. When the bell rang to signal the end of class, every student in the lecture hall let out a long sigh of relief. Professor Meng's lectures were overwhelming in information and intensity. Staying mentally alert throughout was utterly exhausting. Students began gathering their belongings, preparing to leave. The auditorium once again filled with the clamor of voices. Yet almost every pair of eyes still drifted, intentionally or not, toward Jiāng Chén seated in the front row. Their gazes brimmed with curiosity, speculation, envy, and anticipation of what he would do next. After all, today's class had been incredibly thrilling because of Jiāng Chén's presence. Unlike the others, Jiāng Chén showed no hurry to leave. He methodically packed away his notebook and pen. Then, under everyone's gaze, Jiāng Chén stood up. He walked straight toward Teacher Meng Yuqiang, who was packing up her lesson plans and preparing to leave. Chapter 37, Teacher, you don't want your project to die before it even starts, do you? Almost everyone's movements slowed instinctively. Eyes, whether intentionally or not, all focused on Jiāng Chén. Everyone was curious. After all, Mang Yuqian's reputation preceded her. She was strict with students. She was also ruthless toward those who tried to get close to her. Rumor had it that several promising young male teachers at the school, and even elite figures from outside, had once pursued her.
Without exception.
Each had been utterly rejected by her, whether with icy coldness, sharp rebuffs, or outright disregard, ultimately becoming laughingstocks in the after-class gossip, mere clowns highlighting Queen Meng's aloof image.
Now, Jiāng Chén, a student who seemed even more ordinary than those defeated suitors, actually dared to approach her? It was like an old man hanging himself. He must be tired of living. Holy crap. He actually went over.
Probably got a confidence boost from the school beauties' support earlier.
No way? Is this guy really fearless? He's got nerves of steel. Can he even handle Teacher Meng's aura? Doubt it.
Ms. Meng won't buy his act. Just wait for the show. A chorus of stifled gasps and murmurs erupted around them. Everyone felt Jiāng Chén's move was like a moth flying into a flame asking for humiliation.
Even Jiāng Chén's roommates wore expressions of concern and bewilderment.
Yan Shi, who had just returned and was about to slip away quietly, stopped dead in her tracks at the sight. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Jiāng Chén's retreating figure head toward the podium. Her heart instantly leapt into her throat.
Is he really going to talk to Teacher Meng about investment?
What he said in class earlier
wasn't a joke? Wasn't he just trying to grab attention? He was serious?
A storm of emotions instantly surged through Yan Shi's heart. If Jiāng Chén's lavish spending on gym memberships and designer bags had previously stunned her with his wealth, then now, knowing full well that Mang Yuqian was adept at keeping people at arm's length, he still dared to step forward and attempt to negotiate an investment.
That audacity, that confidence,
this vision and drive that surpassed his peers, made her perceive Jiāng Chén's uniqueness and extravagance on an entirely new level.
In that instant, her admiration for Jiāng Chén surged uncontrollably once more. She even began to suspect, perhaps he truly possessed an extraordinary eye. On the podium,
Mang Yuqian had just packed away her lesson plan and MacBook Air, preparing to turn and leave. She naturally noticed the young man approaching her. Her dark brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, a flicker of resignation and inevitability crossing her mind. Sure enough, he had come.
Regarding Jiāng Chén's earth-shattering remarks in class earlier,
though Mang Yuqi appeared calm on the surface, her inner world was far from still. On one hand, she was genuinely astonished by Jiāng Chén's precise insight into her research direction and the concept of strategic angel investors he had proposed. It struck a chord deep within her.
On the other hand, she also found herself intrigued by Jiāng Chén as a person. How could an ordinary-looking college student possess such profound insights? And why would he dare to make such bold claims in class? Was he merely trying to catch her attention? Or did he truly have something to back it up?
But reason told her the latter was highly unlikely. A student, even one from a wealthy family, couldn't easily mobilize tens of millions of dollars to invest in a high-risk project. Therefore, it's most likely the former. Just another suitor trying to get close to her by being unconventional. Though she had to admit, Jiāng Chén's performance today was slightly more sophisticated than the other suitors she'd encountered before. At least his remarks were substantive and insightful, not just awkward small talk or fawning flattery.
But that wasn't enough to change her opinion. Or to see him in a different light.
She'd seen far too many young talents and wealthy bachelors in her time. Jiāng Chén's cleverness was, in her eyes, nothing to write home about. Still, out of professional courtesy as an educator and a measure of appreciation for his classroom contributions, Mang Yuqian decided to grant him a brief opportunity to speak before politely dismissing him.
Ms. Meng.
Jiāng Chén had already approached the lectern, wearing a calm and confident smile. His gaze met Mang Yuqian's sharp eyes, hidden behind her glasses, with unflinching openness. Mang Yuqi nodded, her voice cool and devoid of emotion.
Jiāng Chén, correct?
Your earlier comments were quite insightful.
Is there anything else?
She cut straight to the point, showing no inclination for small talk. Jiāng Chén seemed oblivious to the detachment in her tone, maintaining his smile.
Professor Meng, you flatter me.
I'm simply very interested in the personalized content e-commerce platform direction you mentioned earlier. I'd like to discuss it further with you privately. Sure enough, he was trying to strike up a conversation.
Mang Yuqian understood perfectly, but she didn't refuse outright.
Instead, she replied calmly.
This place is too crowded and noisy. If you're genuinely interested in this topic, you can come to my office. But I'm limited on time, only 10 minutes.
She decided to cut to the chase and dispatch this bold student as quickly as possible in her office. Jiāng Chén's goal was simply to speak with her privately, so he naturally didn't refuse. All right, thank you for your time, Professor Meng.
As a lecturer, Mang Yuqian, she didn't have a private office.
Instead, she shared a relatively spacious office with several other young instructors. At this particular time, however, the other teachers were either not teaching or out on errands.
The office was completely empty, which actually made it convenient for their conversation.
Mang Yuqian led Jiāng Chén to her workstation and gestured toward a visitor's chair beside it.
Have a seat.
Then she walked over to the water cooler, poured a cup of warm water, and placed it on the desk in front of Jiāng Chén.
Drink up. You have 10 minutes.
With that, she walked straight to her own office chair and sat down. Her next action, however, made Jiāng Chén raise his eyebrows slightly.
The very first thing Meng Yuqiang did after sitting down was,
with the utmost naturalness, she bent down and slipped off the pair of black high heels from her feet, revealing a pair of perfectly contoured jade-like feet encased in top-tier black stockings. Her arches were high and firm, her ankles slender, and her toes rounded, all radiating an indescribable sensual allure against the black stockings. After removing her heels, she seemed to relax considerably, gently flexing her ankles and toes. Then, she removed the intellectual-looking rimless glasses from her face and casually placed them on the table. Without the glasses obscuring her features, her already stunning face appeared even more vivid and captivating, her gaze seeming to lose some of its earlier sharpness.
Less of the previous sharpness. Replaced by the languid charm and allure of a mature woman? Chapter 38, Balance Shock.
The moment that Sundara's world collapses.
Whoa! Jiāng Chén inwardly marveled at the contrast. Absolutely perfect. In the classroom, she was the aloof, ice-cold queen.
One dared only to look up in awe, never to profane her presence. Yet now, in the intimate confines of her private office, she shed her heels and glasses. Though she still carried the sharp professionalism of a career woman.
Yet that fleeting hint of languor, that touch of relaxation.
It was as if she'd shed a layer of hard armor, allowing her top-tier beauty's sensuality and charm to radiate more directly and fatally.
This stark contrast possessed a lethality akin to a nuclear bomb. Jiāng Chén was certain. If any of the boys at school who secretly admired her saw Meng Yuqiang like this now, they'd absolutely lose their minds on the spot. However, Jiāng Chén had lived 2 lifetimes. His composure was already extraordinary. Moreover, his purpose for coming today was crystal clear.
So, after a brief moment of awe, he quickly regained his composure and refocused on the matter at hand. Meng Yuqiang seemed to be merely relaxing out of habit, paying no mind to Jiāng Chén's gaze. She lifted her water cup, a mug adorned with a cute cat design, and took a gentle sip. Then she lifted her gaze to meet Jiāng Chén's, her expression still as a deep well, though lacking some of the authority she carried in the classroom.
Alright, Jiāng Chén, go ahead. What exactly did you want to discuss?
A faint, ambiguous smile played at the corners of her lips. Clearly, she still regarded Jiāng Chén as a suitor with ulterior motives. Jiāng Chén smiled at her words. He didn't deny it outright. Denial would only make him look guilty as charged. Instead, he cut straight to the point. Ms. Meng, you're a straight shooter, so I won't beat around the bush either. I did come to see you today with a purpose.
But it's not to pursue you.
He paused, meeting Meng Yuqiang's slightly surprised and scrutinizing gaze, and declared with unwavering certainty. I'm here to invest in you. Meng Yuqiang's hand holding the water cup froze slightly. Though her glasses were off, the sharpness in her eyes returned.
Invest in me? Jiāng Chén, haven't you had enough of bragging in class?
Your 8-figure investment sounds tempting.
But such empty promises are useless to me. If this is merely your way of striking up a conversation, then I'm afraid you'll have to leave.
She issued her dismissal. Jiāng Chén remained utterly unfazed, his composed, confident smile unchanged.
Professor Meng, I understand your skepticism. After all, I'm just a student.
To anyone, I clearly lack the capacity to invest tens of millions.
However,
he shifted his tone.
Since I dared come see you today, I certainly didn't come empty-handed. An 8-figure sum, I might not give it all at once. But the first tranche? 5 million in angel funding? I can transfer it to your account right now. Immediately. This very instant. 5 million.
Meng Yuqiang's pupils suddenly contracted, and a tidal wave of emotion surged through her heart once more.
5 million in cash.
For a startup project, this was an absolute fortune capable of changing its fate. Especially now, when she was drowning in funding woes.
Yet, she remained vigilant and skeptical. She studied Jiāng Chén, searching his face for any hint of deception. 5 million? Jiāng Chén, are you sure you're not pulling my leg? This isn't 500. Jiāng Chén smiled.
This time, he didn't waste words. Instead, he pulled out his phone and lit up the screen.
He deftly opened the mobile banking app. Then, he displayed the account balance page right in front of Meng Yuqiang. Over 5 million in cash balance.
Clearly displayed on the screen.
Meng Yuqiang's breath caught for half a second.
Even with her extensive experience, I was utterly stunned to see over 5 million yuan sitting in a student's mobile banking app. Where on earth did a college student get that much money?
Could it be he really is the deeply hidden scion of some top-tier wealthy family?
Jiāng Chén observed Meng Yuqiang's speechless expression of shock, yet his own face remained as calm as ever.
As if 5 million yuan were nothing at all.
He tucked his phone away and said casually. That's roughly my spending money for the past few months. I'll put up 5 million as the first installment of investment into your project, Professor. That should be enough for you to get started, right?
Pocket money?
Meng Yuqiang felt her worldview shattered once more.
What kind of goddamn family is this? That's all his allowance? Just how rich is his family? For a moment, Meng Yuqiang's gaze toward Jiāng Chén transformed completely. The previous disdain and suspicion vanished completely, replaced by an unprecedented gravity, scrutiny, and even excitement she hadn't realized she felt. If Jiāng Chén truly possessed such terrifying financial resources and was genuinely willing to invest in her project, Meng Yuqiang's heart began racing uncontrollably. She forced herself to calm down. She knew that the more critical the moment, the more she must resist being blinded by money. Taking a deep breath, she turned her gaze back to Jiāng Chén, her eyes regaining their professional sharpness. Mr. Jiāng Chén, I appreciate your sincerity. Over 5 million in cash certainly demonstrates your financial standing. However, her tone turned stern. Investment is no child's play. Especially angel funding carries immense risk. My project is still in the conceptual and preliminary planning stages. I don't even have a complete business plan yet. You're offering 5 million without even knowing what I plan to build? Don't you think that's a bit reckless? Forgive my bluntness, but this doesn't feel like investing. It feels more like dabbling. Or, she paused, her expression growing complex. Or perhaps you're not investing in my project at all, but rather, in me as a person? If it's the latter, I advise you to abandon that notion. I, Meng Yuqiang, do not accept any form of under-the-table deals. Jiāng Chén froze upon hearing this. He froze for a moment. Then he chuckled wryly. He hadn't expected that after confirming his financial standing, would first suspect his motives were impure? Was this mature teacher overly confident in her own charm? Ms. Meng, you've misunderstood. I have absolutely no improper intentions toward you personally. He spoke with unwavering conviction. His gaze was clear and open. Then, he gave a playful smile and ran his eyes up and down Meng Yuqiang with a gaze that could make any woman's heart race. Then, in a tone laced with playful teasing and subtle provocation, he slowly said, "Of course, I admit, Teacher Meng, you are indeed beautiful and very charming. But, to be honest, at least for now, there seems to be just a little something missing in you that could make me, Jiāng Chén, feel the urge to pursue you." What? Meng Yuqiang was utterly stunned. She even doubted her own ears. From childhood onward, Meng Yuqiang had always been the center of attention, with admirers lining up from the university town all the way to the city center. Among them were countless talented young men and wealthy bachelors. Yet she had never given any of them the time of day. She had always been utterly confident in her own charm. Yet now, this seemingly ordinary student dared to say to her face that she wasn't attractive enough for him? A wave of intense frustration instantly surged through Meng Yuqiang's heart. She even subconsciously thrust out her ample chest, her gaze sharpening as if determined to overwhelm him with sheer presence. Chapter 39, Ambitious Bet. The deadly allure of 70% equity. But before Meng Yuqiang could erupt, Jiāng Chén's next words took an unexpected turn, instantly dousing most of her anger and leaving only deeper shock and curiosity. Jiāng Chén continued in a tone tinged with admiration, even a hint of fervor. But, Ms. Meng, that sharp business acumen you possess. That ambition daring to challenge the ordinary. That extreme hunger for success hidden beneath your icy exterior. These are the qualities that truly captivate me, compelling me to invest in you immediately, regardless of cost or return. I trust my judgment. Teacher Meng, you are absolutely the one who can create miracles. And I, Jiāng Chén, am willing to be your most steadfast support on the path to creating those miracles. These words, spoken with impassioned fervor and unwavering conviction, they radiated absolute trust and confidence in Meng Yuqiang's abilities in future. Meng Yuqiang was utterly stunned. She gazed into Jiāng Chén's eyes, which seemed to burn with fire, radiating boundless passion for career and success. For the first time, she began to doubt her own previous judgments. Could it be that he genuinely believed in my project? Believed in my abilities? Was his investment truly motivated solely by commercial success? Or was he lusting after my body? This realization left Meng Yuqiang's heart in turmoil. There was the comfort and excitement of having her talents recognized. Yet there was also a vague sense of disappointment, as if she were being rejected for lacking sufficient charm. She looked at Jiāng Chén, this young man shrouded in contradictions and mystery, her curiosity reaching its peak. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down and return to the negotiating table. Mr. Jiāng Chén, even if I trust your sincerity in investing, 5 million is no small sum. Moreover, my project plan. Before she could finish, Jiāng Chén cut her off again. This time, he cut straight to the chase, unleashing the future knowledge he possessed. Of course, this knowledge stemmed from his own exceptional foresight. Professor Meng, allow me to venture a guess regarding your project plan. Jiāng Chén's eyes burned with intensity. Are you aiming to create a platform that targets one or several niche interest communities? One that attracts users with high-quality, personalized content, builds a highly engaged community, and ultimately achieves precise e-commerce monetization through content guidance and customized services? For instance, one focused on Hanfu, JK uniforms, handicrafts, or some niche artistic field? Meng Yuqiang's pupils contracted sharply once more. A wave of shock washed over her heart. How did he know? This was the very core business model in her proposal. And the direction she believed held the greatest potential for success. She had never revealed the details to anyone. Jiāng Chén seemed oblivious to her shock, continuing uninterrupted. This direction has enormous potential. But the challenges lie in how to quickly acquire targeted users in the early stages, how to maintain community engagement, and how to balance content tone with commercial monetization. I've noticed that while there are no fully successful domestic examples yet, overseas platforms like interest groups on Instagram and emerging domestic lifestyle sharing communities such as Jiāng offer valuable insights in user growth and community management. Jiāng Chén deliberately stopped there. He mentioned Jiāng. This platform, which in his previous life had mastered the product seeding and community e-commerce models to perfection. Though the current Jiāng remains crude, merely a roadside app, its business model remains immature. Its core operational logic already showed promising signs. It provided Meng Yuqian with immense inspiration. If possible, she should directly intercept the future Jiāng model to monopolize women's fragmented time and fragmented consumption. Sure enough, upon hearing the words Jiāng and Jiāng Chén's subsequent analysis on user growth, community operations, and the balance between content and commerce, Meng Yuqian's eyes lit up instantly. It was like seeing a guiding light in the darkness. Though she had previously monitored these emerging platforms, but never before has anyone distilled their success logic as clearly as Jiāng Chén, pinpointing the key takeaways with such precision. This Jiāng Chén, his grasp of the market, his understanding of business models might even surpass my own? At that moment, the last shred of doubt Meng Yuqian harbored toward Jiāng Chén vanished completely, replaced instead by unprecedented shock and admiration, even a wild elation akin to meeting a kindred spirit. She stood up excitedly, looking at Jiāng Chén, her voice trembling slightly. Jiāng Chén, you're absolutely right. This is precisely the direction I've been contemplating and exploring. Jiāng Chén gazed at her lovely face, glowing with emotion, and smiled softly, knowing the moment had arrived. He stood up and extended his hand. Professor Meng, it seems we're on the same page. I'm even more confident in my earlier proposal now. 5 million for the angel round. My only requirement is. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. I want 70% of your company. 70%? Meng Yuqian's excitement froze instantly. She hadn't expected Jiāng Chén to propose such an exorbitant demand. This was practically handing over absolute control of the company. Her instinct was to refuse, but she looked into Jiāng Chén's calm, confident eyes. Recalling her project's current desperate need for funding, she recalled his earlier words of wisdom that could transform the project's fate, and the unfathomable background and financial resources behind him. Meng Yuqian was torn. Jiāng Chén offered no pressure, merely watching her quietly. He knew Meng Yuqian was a smart woman. She would make the wisest choice. After all, a project on the verge of collapse. Even if only 30% of the shares remained. If it succeeded, its value would far exceed that of a project with 100% ownership that ultimately failed. A long moment passed. Meng Yuqian took a deep breath. As if she had made up her mind. She lifted her head to meet Jiāng Chén's gaze, her eyes complex yet tinged with resolve. Fine. I agree. 70% it is. But I have one condition too. Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. Meng Yuqian stated solemnly, the specific operations and management of the future company must be entirely under my authority. As the major shareholder, you only have the right to make suggestions and receive dividends. You must not interfere with my specific decisions. She had to ensure her control over this project. This was her bottom line. Jiāng Chén smiled. This suited him perfectly. He had never intended to be anything more than a hands-off owner. No problem. Deal. Their eyes met. As if they'd sealed some kind of pact. Chapter 40, Transfer Explosion. Iceberg melting. Meng Yuqian's taut nerves finally relaxed slightly. Looking at the young man before her, several years her junior yet possessing a gaze, resolve, and wealth far beyond his years. Her heart swelled with an indescribable mix of emotions. Gratitude, admiration, curiosity, and even a hint of excitement, a thrill she herself was reluctant to admit, as if she had met her match. Jiāng Chén, this name was destined to become inextricably bound to her fate from this day forward. Just as Meng Yuqian was still processing this sudden, monumental shift, Jiāng Chén had already left her mouth agape once more, revealing teeth as straight and white as jade, unable to close for a long while. Without a moment's hesitation, and unlike typical investors who would demand contracts or tedious due diligence. Instead, he pulled out his phone, opened his banking app, and looked up at Meng Yuqian. Ms. Meng, is your personal account still? To show my sincerity and to get this project moving quickly, I'll transfer the entire 5 million for this phase to you right now. Use it for now. If you need more, just let me know. What? Now? Immediately? Right now? Just transfer the entire 5 million over? Meng Yuqian was once again stunned by Jiāng Chén's god-tier move that defied all logic. She'd met plenty of investors.
Some were penny-pinching and haggled endlessly. Some who put on airs of superiority. Some insisted on installment payments with conditions even after signing contracts. But someone like Jiāng Chén, who hadn't even signed a contract yet, was ready to wire 5 million yuan straight into her personal account in one lump sum? She'd never heard of such a thing. Never seen it. This wasn't just about boldness. This was sheer, almost blind confidence in his own judgment and in her, Meng Yuqiang, as a person. Could it be? Wasn't he afraid she might abscond with the money? Wasn't he afraid this 5 million would go down the drain? For a moment, Meng Yuqiang gazed into Jiāng Chén's calm, profound eyes that seemed to see through everything. The last vestiges of reluctance and resentment she felt over ceding 70% of the shares vanished completely. What replaced it? An unprecedented surge of excitement and gratitude, a feeling of being trusted, valued, and entrusted with great expectations. A man will die for his true friend. Though it hadn't quite reached that level yet. But Jiāng Chén's trust, a gamble of all or nothing proportions, had completely reignited the long dormant flame within Meng Yuqiang's heart. She felt her blood begin to boil. A powerful drive and an unprecedented sense of responsibility welled up within her. She couldn't let him down. She absolutely must not betray this trust. I will make this project succeed. Achieve results. Let him see. His investment today was an incredibly wise decision. Meng Yuqiang took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil in her heart, and recited her bank account number. Her voice trembled ever so slightly with emotion. Jiāng Chén moved swiftly. He entered the account number and amount. Confirm, transfer. If it weren't for the cumbersome process of large sum transfers, fingerprint payment would have been seamless. After all that hassle, even the bank called to verify. Thankfully it was 2018, and the screening wasn't as strict. Soon, Meng Yuqiang's phone also received a bank text message. Her trembling fingers tapped to open it. Her heart skipped a beat at the numbers displayed. Your account ending in XXXX has received a deposit of 5 million renminbi. 5 million. It really came through. Meng Yuqiang felt like she was walking on air. It felt unreal. She lifted her head to look at Jiāng Chén, the boy who remained as calm and composed as ever, as if he'd merely transferred 500 yuan. Her mouth opened. 1,000 words surged to her lips. In the end, they crystallized into a single, solemn promise. Jiāng Chén, no, Mr. Jiang. Thank you. Rest assured, I, Meng Yuqiang, will never let you down. For the first time, she changed her form of address. And for the first time, she revealed a genuine smile before Jiāng Chén, one radiating gratitude and unwavering confidence. Like an iceberg melting. It instantly radiated a dazzling, mesmerizing brilliance. Jiāng Chén watched her stunning smile, a complete transformation. A faint stir stirred within his heart. He thought to himself, what a devilish beauty, but casually waved his hand as he spoke. Ms. Meng, you flatter me. I trust my judgment. The company is in your capable hands from now on. I'll just be waiting for my year-end bonus. He reiterated his role as a hands-off owner. Meng Yuqiang heard his words. The gratitude she'd felt dissolved into a mix of amusement and helplessness. This guy really wasn't the least bit polite. He was washing his hands of it so completely. But that was fine. She could now unleash her full potential without any constraints. Recalling Jiāng Chén's profoundly insightful analysis from earlier, Meng Yuqiang's entrepreneurial passion blazed fiercely once more. Countless new ideas and inspirations gushed forth like a spring. Her gaze toward Jiāng Chén grew even more intense. As if she'd spotted a walking treasure trove, she couldn't help but want to delve deeper into the specifics of community operations and content monetization with Jiāng Chén right away. Mr. Jiang, regarding your earlier suggestion of adopting the Zaya Hongshu model for user growth and community management, I have some preliminary thoughts I'd like to consult with you about. However, Jiāng Chén seemed utterly disinterested in continuing any work discussion at that moment. Last night, he'd engaged in a 300-round battle of deep exchange with Pang Wenwen. He was still in a sort of sage time, finding little enthusiasm for these mentally taxing business issues. Besides, he invested in Meng Yuqi precisely to be a hands-off investor. If he had to micromanage every detail, what's the point of investing then? He could just do it himself. He waved his hand to cut Meng Yuqiang off, his tone carrying just the right amount of weariness and nonchalance. Ms. Meng, I trust your capabilities to handle the operational details. Leave the expertise to the experts. I'm not interested in the process. I only care about the results. It's getting late, so I won't keep you any longer. If you ever need me to step in or require additional investment, just reach out to me on WeChat. When I have time later, I'll also share my insights and perspectives via WeChat. They might prove helpful. With that, he stood up, ready to take his leave. Meng Yuqiang observed his slightly weary expression. Recalling how busy he must have been last night, a strange sense of understanding and perhaps even sympathy suddenly welled up inside her. She thought Jiāng Chén must have exerted considerable effort to secure his family's investment approval. She quickly stood up, her face breaking into a warm smile, completely shedding the coldness she'd shown in class. All right, Mr. Jiang. I won't keep you any longer.
I'll walk you out. She was actually offering to walk him out. And with such a courteous attitude. Jiāng Chén chuckled inwardly. Seems the 5 million yuan investment paid off instantly. Even the ice queen was starting to thaw. He didn't refuse, simply nodding his head.
Thus, amidst the stunned stares of the students outside the office who had been craning their necks to watch Jiāng Chén get kicked out,
Ms. Meng Yuqiang, the most aloof and unapproachable goddess of Jiangzhou University, actually escorted Jiāng Chén all the way to the entrance of the office area. And there was even a faint, almost imperceptible hint of warmth in her smile. The two seemed to be whispering something, the atmosphere between them unusually warm and friendly. Holy crap! What the hell is going on?
Every student who witnessed the scene nearly had their eyes pop out of their heads. Their worldviews felt violently shattered once more.
Am I seeing this right? Teacher Meng is smiling? And she personally escorted that kid out? All the way to the door? This is unheard of. When has Ms. Meng ever been this polite to a student? Could it be that what that kid said earlier was true? He really invested in Teacher Meng? No way. 5 million. Just like that? Whoa. Could it be that under the spell of money, even a goddess like Ms. Meng has fallen? It's over. Another flower wasted on a cow. Chapter 41, Harvesting Assets. President Jiang inspects in person. Speculation and wild imagination spread like a virus once more. The looks directed at Jiāng Chén shifted from envy to utter disbelief.
Jiāng Chén had long grown immune to such gazes. After briefly bidding farewell to Meng Yuqiang, he turned and departed with composure,
hiding his achievements and fame. Leaving the academic building,
Jiāng Chén found a secluded corner and, in high spirits, summoned the system interface once more to review the rewards for the recently completed quest.
Ding! Player turned the Tycoon's investment has been perfectly completed. Calculating rewards.
Congratulations, host.
Intelligence attribute plus 10.
Congratulations, host. The full 5 million yuan in investment-related fees has been triggered for a full refund.
Funds have been credited.
Congratulations, host.
Received an additional reward, 1 random asset package. Unlocking asset package. Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have acquired the asset, 100% ownership of the Miracle Fitness Chain Gym Jiangzhou University Town Branch including property and all equipment. Relevant property documents have been stored in your system backpack and can be materialized at any time.
Calculating this round's interest. Based on your current account balance, interest earnings have reached the cap of 50,000. This action round concludes. Additional reward, 10,000. Intelligence plus 10. Full refund of the 5 million yuan investment.
Interest plus bonus totaling 60,000 cash.
Plus, they're throwing in a gym membership?
Jiāng Chén stared at this string of explosively generous rewards.
Especially the items unlocked from that random asset pack. He was completely stunned. Miracle Fitness? University City Branch? 100% ownership? Including real estate? Holy crap! Isn't this the gym where Pang Wanwan and Yan Shi work part-time? Jiāng Chén's lips were practically as tight as an AK-47. He felt like laughing and crying at the same time. I just invested in Meng Yuqiang, so she'll be working for me in the future. Then the system gifted him the very gym where Pang Wanwan and Yan Shi were working? And it came with the property and equipment 100% ownership? So now he was Pang Wanwan's direct boss? Jiāng Chén stroked his chin, a peculiar expression on his face.
Though he had always planned to arrange some business ventures for Pang Wanwan in the future, he could now begin cultivating her step by step. With Meng Yuqiang's matter settled, Jiāng Chén noticed it was still early and he had no classes that afternoon. He sent Yan Shi a WeChat message, asking if she was still on campus and casually inviting her to grab lunch together. After all, she was his personal trainer. They were scheduled to hit the gym together for their second training session that afternoon. Having lunch together seemed perfectly reasonable. Moreover, after their shared sense of solidarity that morning, Jiāng Chén found himself harboring a different kind of feeling toward this pure-hearted, kind senior campus beauty.
Yan Shi replied almost instantly. Just 2 words, tinged with excitement. Sure thing. Jiāng Chén smiled and put his phone away. He waited at the entrance of the second cafeteria for just a few minutes before spotting that pleasing figure. Yan Shi had clearly gone back to her dorm to freshen up. She'd swapped out her morning denim jacket. She now wore a pale yellow knit cardigan which made her skin appear even more snow-white and accentuated her gentle demeanor. Her long hair was now down, flowing smoothly over her shoulders. Her face bore a carefully applied, subtle nude makeup, adding a touch of vibrant charm to her already exquisite features. Spotting Jiāng Chén, 2 blushes instantly flushed her fair, pretty face. Her eyes darted away, unable to meet his gaze, yet her steps quickened as she approached. She asked softly, "Junior, have you been waiting long?" Jiāng Chén shook his head and smiled. "Not at all. I just arrived myself. You look truly beautiful today, senior." His compliment came from the heart. After his charm had increased, he found himself complimenting others with greater ease and naturalness.
She felt even more flustered by his direct compliment. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart pounding wildly.
And no, it's nothing. Let's just go inside and eat.
The two walked side by side into the cafeteria. It was the height of lunchtime rush.
The cafeteria was bustling with people, filled with the aroma of food and the clamor of voices. Yet, the moment Jiāng Chén and Shi appeared together, the surrounding clamor seemed to drop several decibels instantly. Countless eyes turned toward them in unison,
filled with shock, curiosity, and gossip. And, from certain boys, unmasked envy and jealousy.
Holy crap! Look! It's Shi, the school beauty. Who's that guy next to her? Never seen him before. Whoa! I remember now. Isn't he the guy who got breakfast delivered by Senior Shi in Mr. Meng's class this morning? What? It's him? How's he hanging out with Senior Shi now? And they're eating lunch together in the cafeteria? Are they actually a thing? Damn it! My goddess! My heart's broken. What's this guy's deal? How did he pull this off?
Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Though they tried to keep their voices low, Jiāng Chén and she could still hear every word clearly. Jiāng Chén was long accustomed to this, his expression unruffled. Shi, however, once again became the center of attention. Embarrassed enough to wish she could vanish into a crack in the ground, her face flushed crimson as she instinctively drew closer to Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén sensed her nervousness and found it amusing, but said nothing. He simply led her straight to the food counter. The meal serving process naturally drew plenty of attention. Jiāng Chén deliberately selected delicious stir-fries and meat dishes. Sweet and sour pork, spicy boiled pork slices, and braised spare ribs filled several large plates. Even at school, this spread would cost a pretty penny. He didn't even blink when swiping his meal card. Shi, however, carefully selected only a portion of vegetables and half a serving of rice. The two found a relatively quiet corner to sit down. Glances still drifted their way, subtle yet unmistakable. She kept her head down, picking at her rice in small bites, the blush on her cheeks refusing to fully fade. Jiāng Chén watched her shy, adorable expression and broke the silence. Eat more, senior. You look too thin. These spare ribs are delicious, try some. He picked up a piece of pork rib that looked stewed to tender perfection, falling right off the bone, and placed it on Shi's plate. Shi abruptly lifted her head, staring at the glistening, glossy spare rib on her plate, then at Jiāng Chén's face, softened by a gentle smile. Her heart skipped a beat once more. Thank you, Junior. Then, she carefully picked up the rib with her chopsticks and took a small, cautious bite. Jiāng Chén served her some other dishes as well, and Shi ate them all, her face flushed, taking small bites. Amidst the silence, an indescribable warmth and sweetness flowed through the air. Finally, Shi seemed to gather her courage. She set down her chopsticks. She lifted her head to look at Jiāng Chén, her clear eyes holding a hint of hesitation and inquiry. Junior, were you with One last night? She couldn't hold back any longer, voicing the question that had lingered in her mind all morning. Li Haoyu's words that morning, the whispers of those around her, and Pang Wenwen's overly enthusiastic and forward attitude last night had filled her heart with speculation and unease. Jiāng Chén paused upon hearing this. His movements paused slightly. Then, he nodded calmly. Noticing Shi's slightly tense gaze, he smiled and replied casually. Yeah, I had a late-night snack with Coach Pang last night. Why? He held nothing back. Nor did he feel there was anything to conceal. Hearing Jiāng Chén's candid response, Shi's heart sank abruptly. Sure enough. The two of them. A strange, bitter ache welled up in her chest. It made her feel a bit short of breath. But she quickly composed herself. After all, she and Jiāng Chén were still just senior and junior classmates, coach and trainee. Who he spent his evenings with was his own business. She didn't really have the right to pry. She forced a smile and shook her head. And nothing. I was just asking. Jiāng Chén watched her, clearly a little disappointed yet putting on a brave face. He chuckled inwardly. He didn't point it out. Instead, as if oblivious to her emotional shift, he continued in a light tone. Oh, that seafood barbecue place really is delicious. Next time you're craving it, I'll invite you along? Ha! Shi snapped her head up, her eyes flashing with surprise and disbelief. He'd invite me next time? With Coach Pang? What does this mean? Her little heart began to pound wildly once more, and her cheeks flushed uncontrollably again. I can do it. She whispered softly. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Seeing her look of both anticipation and bashfulness, Jiāng Chén felt reassured. It seemed like winning over this campus beauty was just a matter of time. After lunch, the two exchanged a few more casual words before heading together toward Miracle Fitness outside campus. Chapter 42, Lifetime Membership Doesn't Cut It? What if I'm the boss? Meanwhile, inside Miracle Fitness, in a small meeting room adjacent to the training hall, a middle-aged man in his 30s, well-built but with a receding hairline that was becoming a bit concerning. Manager Zhao Kai. He sat with a stern expression, delivering his routine morning briefing to a dozen trainers and front desk staff. Today, however, the tone was unusually grave. Zhao Kai's gaze was intense as he scanned the slightly nervous employees before him, his voice deep and authoritative.
I trust everyone has received the notice.
Effective today, our store has officially changed ownership.
The new owner has just taken over, and this is precisely when they'll be evaluating our performance.
Therefore, I must emphasize several points.
First, service. You must be on your absolute best behavior. Deliver the highest standard of service. Whether it's members or trial customers, treat everyone equally. Especially those who look ordinary, never neglect them. Who knows if a big shot might be hiding among them. Second, hygiene. Environment. Equipment maintenance. Every detail must be flawless. We cannot leave any negative impression on the new owner. Third, and most crucial, complaints. For the next month, I absolutely, positively will not tolerate any customer complaints whatsoever.
If one arises regardless of the reason, the responsible staff member will pack their bags and leave immediately.
Got it? His final words were delivered with ironclad certainty.
All employees stiffened, then immediately responded in unison, understood, Manager Zhao.
Zhao Kai's expression softened slightly.
The new boss is making his mark.
Whether we keep our jobs or even get raises and promotions depends entirely on how we perform in the coming period.
Whether I, Zhao Kai, can keep my position as manager also depends entirely on all of you.
Everyone, buckle down.
If anyone's carelessness causes trouble, don't blame me for turning my back on you. After his speech, Zhao Kai waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse and get back to work. The employees left the conference room one by one, their expressions solemn and hearts filled with unease.
Pang Wenwen was among them.
Just as the employees returned to their posts, preparing to welcome the new boss with the highest standards.
In the gym's equipment area, an unexpected minor friction arose.
A middle-aged man in his 40s, overweight and dressed in designer workout gear, was pestering a young, attractive but somewhat reserved female trainer Liu.
Coach Liu, right?
The man ogled her from head to toe, his lecherous gaze lingering on her curvaceous figure accentuated by her tight-fitting trainer's outfit.
I'm pretty tired after today's workout. Come over here and give my shoulders a good massage to help me relax.
Liu's face paled slightly as she replied hesitantly.
I'm sorry, Mr. Liu.
Our gym policy states that coaches are primarily responsible for training guidance. Massage and relaxation services require a separate appointment with a professional rehabilitation therapist.
Rules? Don't give me that.
Mr. Liu cut her off impatiently. He shot a glance at Zhao Kai, who had just wrapped up the morning meeting, and deliberately raised his voice.
Listen up.
I've spent $2,000 or $3,000 here at your crappy gym over the past year on memberships and classes. What's wrong with asking you to massage my shoulders?
I'm your VIP client. The customer is king. Got it?
Besides, didn't you just say in your meeting that the new boss wants to improve service quality?
No complaints allowed. I think your attitude is seriously problematic. I'm filing a complaint against you.
He wore a thoroughly shameless expression. Clearly, he was trying to use the new boss as an excuse to get special treatment and make unreasonable demands. Liu's face paled even more at his words, her eyes reddening. She was just a young woman who had recently graduated and started her internship here. How could she have ever encountered such a situation? For a moment, she was so flustered she nearly burst into tears, yet she had no idea what to do. She was terrified of being reported and losing this hard-won job. Just then, Pang Wenwen, who had just stepped out of the conference room, overheard the commotion. Her brows furrowed as she immediately walked over. She gently patted Liu's shoulder to calm her, signaling her not to be afraid. Then, with a professional smile, she addressed Mr. Liu.
Hello, Mr. Liu. I'm Pang Wenwen, the head coach here. May I ask if there was something about our service that fell short and upset you?
Her tone was courteous. Yet she carried herself with an air of neither subservience nor arrogance.
Mr. Liu saw Pang Wenwen. His eyes lit up instantly.
Compared to Liu beside her, though pretty, she seemed slightly inexperienced and timid.
The voluptuous, alluringly mature Pang Wenwen before him was clearly more to his taste.
He immediately shifted his focus to Pang Wenwen, a lecherous grin spreading across his face.
Oh, so it's Coach Pang.
I've heard great things about your professional skills and excellent service attitude. Meeting you today, I see the reputation is well deserved. He paused, then shifted his tone, pointing at Liu beside her.
But your subordinate here? Her attitude is terrible.
I asked her to massage my shoulders, and she made excuses.
Throwing some ridiculous rules at me. It totally ruined my workout experience. So tell me, how should this be handled?
He adopted a confrontational stance. Pang Wenwen sneered inwardly but maintained her smile outwardly.
Mr. Liu, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience.
Liu is relatively new here and still learning the ropes.
There may have been a misunderstanding in communication.
Professional massage therapy is indeed outside the scope of our regular instructors' services. If you require specialized relaxation therapy, I can arrange an appointment with our rehabilitation therapists. They are highly skilled. I don't want any rehabilitation therapist. Mr. Lu immediately waved his hand dismissively, acting like a spoiled brat, his gaze roaming unabashedly over Pang Wenwen's impressive figure. I just think your service is the best, Coach Pang. Your skills must be the best too. Here's the deal, I won't file a complaint about today's incident. You personally give me a massage. Then treat me to dinner and apologize. That'll settle this matter. How about it? As the words fell, the smile on Pang Wenwen's face froze completely. Just as she was about to snap back, Zhao Kai, who had remained silent all along, suddenly stepped forward. He first shot Pang Wenwen a fierce glare, then forced an extremely strained smile as he addressed Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, please calm down. It's just a minor issue, no need to get so angry. Coach Pang was just enforcing company policy. So, I'll apologize on their behalf. All your expenses today at our gym, including next month's membership fee, will be waived. How does that sound? He clearly wanted to smooth things over, afraid the incident would escalate and tarnish the new owner's impression of the gym. He'd rather lose a little money than keep this troublemaker around. Yet seeing Zhao Kai's apparent weakness, Mr. Lu grew even more aggressive. He glanced at Pang Wenwen beside him, curvy yet with an icy expression. A flash of greed crossed his eyes. Waive the fee? Manager Zhao, do you think I'm the kind of person who'd be short on such a small amount? He snorted coldly. I said it. For what happened today? Coach Pang must personally apologize to me. And she must accompany me for dinner. Otherwise, I'll call your new boss right now. And give him a piece of my mind. Is this how Miracle Fitness treats its VIP clients? He pulled out his phone, feigning a call. Though he didn't know who the boss was, that didn't stop him from threatening and intimidating. Zhao Kai's face instantly turned grim. He hadn't expected this Lu Fatso to be such a pain in the ass. He was completely unyielding. And now he was using the new boss to pressure him. He turned to Pang Wenwen with a pleading look, his eyes begging her to sacrifice herself for the greater good. Pang Wenwen was shaking with rage. Make her go eat with that greasy, disgusting scoundrel to apologize? In her wildest dreams. Just as the tension hung thick in the air, a calm, yet casually lazy voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Manager Zhao, right? What's all the commotion about so early in the morning? Chapter 43, No More Pretending, I'm calling my blows. Hearing the voice, everyone instinctively turned around. There stood Jiāng Chén, strolling over at a leisurely pace. Beside him was the pure and captivating Yan Shi. The two had just finished lunch and were taking a leisurely stroll, preparing to begin their afternoon training. Little did they expect to stumble upon this commotion the moment they entered. Zhao Kai froze upon seeing Jiāng Chén. Then he remembered this was the very Mr. Jiang who had spent nearly 200,000 yuan yesterday. He quickly forced a smile and stepped forward. Oh my! Mr. Jiang! You're here! My deepest apologies, just a minor misunderstanding, We'll resolve it immediately. We're terribly sorry for disturbing you. As he spoke, he frantically signaled to Pang Wenwen, urging her to stop arguing with the guest. Meanwhile, Mr. Lu, upon seeing Jiāng Chén, especially when he noticed the stunning beauty Yan Shi beside him even more breathtaking than Pang Wenwen, his eyes flashed with unmasked greed and jealousy once more. He recognized Jiāng Chén as yesterday's sucker who'd bought that lifetime membership card. He curled his lips and said in a sarcastic tone. Well, if it isn't young Master Jiang. What's this? Bringing your personal trainer to the gym again today? It's great that young people have so much energy, but you should know when to hold back. Careful you don't wear yourself out. He deliberately emphasized the words personal trainer. Between the lines, he mocked Jiāng Chén for spending money just to pick up girls, a fool blinded by beauty. Pang Wenwen's expression turned even colder upon hearing this. She was about to retort. But Mr. Lu cut her off, adopting the greasy tone of someone who'd been there before as he advised Jiāng Chén. Young man, take my word for it. A little fun is fine, but don't take it too seriously. These female trainers at the gym? How many of them are clean? They smile at you because you're generous with your money, but who knows what they're saying behind your back, calling you an idiot, sleeping around with other men. You drop hundreds of thousands on a membership and she'll train with you, say a few nice things, and you actually think she's into you? Don't be a fool. His words insulted not only Pang Wenwen, but also dragged Yan Shi and Li Yu into the mud alongside her. It was an indiscriminate broadside attack. Watch your ing mouth. Pang Wenwen finally snapped. She was never one to take abuse lying down. This fat bastard kept provoking her, even daring to insult her, Yan Shi, and Li Yu. She stepped forward. Pointing her finger right at Mr. Lu's nose, she was about to unleash a tirade. Yan Shi's face flushed crimson with anger. She wanted to pull Pang Wenwen back, to her not to act impulsively, but she too found the man utterly despicable and couldn't restrain herself. For a moment, she felt utterly at a loss. Zhao Kai was even more frantic, pacing like a caged animal. He truly feared these two sides would erupt into a full-blown argument, especially if it alerted the new boss. He hurried forward to mediate. Mr. Lu, please calm down.
Let's talk this out. But just then, Jiāng Chén, who had remained silent all along. Finally, he spoke. His voice wasn't loud, in fact, it was remarkably calm. Apologize. Just 2 simple words. No unnecessary chatter. Yet they carried the tone of a superior and an invisible aura of authority. Mr. Liu, who had been about to throw a tantrum, was momentarily stunned by Jiāng Chén's sudden words and that bone-chilling gaze. He instinctively took half a step back. Even Pang Wenwen, who had been about to explode, and Zhao Kai, who was frantic with worry, froze. Their gazes settled calmly on Mr. Liu's greasy face. Slowly, he repeated himself. You have 3 seconds to apologize to these 3 ladies for your earlier vulgar remarks. Pang Wenwen watched Jiāng Chén's back, not particularly tall, yet at this moment appearing remarkably upright and dependable as she listened to his calm yet powerful defense. The rage in her heart miraculously subsided by more than half. In its place came an inexplicable sense of reassurance and an unusual flutter in her heart. Was he standing up for me? Yanxi also stared at Jiāng Chén, her clear, beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. She never expected that Jiāng Chén, who usually seemed so gentle, would be so assertive and responsible at this moment. That demand for an apology was absolutely badass. Mr. Liu, who had been commanded to apologize in that almost imperious tone, flushed with fury after a moment of stunned silence. Who did he think he was? A seasoned veteran who'd been navigating the rough waters of society for years. He commanded a team of over a dozen people. Wherever he went, people addressed him as Mr. Liu or Brother Liu. When did some wet-beard kid get the right to lecture him? Especially in front of 2 stunning beauties. This was an utter disgrace. The slight apprehension he'd felt toward Jiāng Chén instantly evaporated, replaced by boundless rage and wounded pride. He thrust his beer-bellied stomach, now appearing unusually imposing, forward and pointed a finger at Jiāng Chén's nose, bellowing. Apologize? I'll be damned if I apologize. Who the hell do you think you are? Daring to lecture me? Who the hell do you think you are, interrupting me? And you want me to apologize? Who the hell do you think you are? Just bought some Thai card with your money? Think you're some big shot? His rant grew more frenzied, spittle flying as if he intended to vent all the frustration he'd swallowed earlier with Pang Wenwen onto Jiāng Chén. Then, as if remembering something, a look of even deeper contempt and scorn spread across his face. With utter arrogance, he declared, Kid, let me tell you something. Don't think having a few stinking bucks makes you special. I know the gym owner. You think I can't make one phone call and have you kicked out on the spot? These are the gym's rules. Who do you think you are, some outsider, telling us what to do? He stepped forward, his face almost touching Jiāng Chén's. Who do you think you are? This gym isn't your damn family business. Know your place. Get the hell out of my way. Stop meddling in other people's business. You're holding me back from my real work. The shrill outburst ignited the last shred of patience in Jiāng Chén's heart. He stared at the greasy middle-aged man before him, barking like a mad dog. A peculiar smile suddenly spread across his face, faint, yet tinged with mockery and an absolute confidence that commanded everything. He wasn't angry, not even raising his voice. Instead, he spoke clearly, enunciating each word. Oh, right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. He nodded, as if confirming something. Then, he swept his gaze around the room. His eyes passed calmly over Zhao Kai, who was ashen-faced, Peng Wenwen, whose expression was complex, Yanxi, whose face was filled with worry, Liu, who was on the verge of tears, and all the employees and members around them, who were holding their breath, staring in stunned silence. Finally, his gaze returned to Mr. Liu, who felt a flicker of unease at his calmness yet still forced himself to remain composed. No more pretending. I'll lay it out. Actually, this gym. He paused, then uttered the next words with deliberate clarity. Now, it's mine. I'm the new owner here. Chapter 44, Perfect. It's the hottie. Pang Wenwen's getting restless. Dead silence. Dead silence so thick you could hear a pin drop. Jiāng Chén's words were like a depth charge dropped into the calm lake. No. It was an atomic bomb. In an instant, it blew everyone's minds in the gym completely blank. The boss? He said, he's the owner? The new owner of this gym? Everyone froze in place as if petrified, staring wide-eyed at Jiāng Chén's face, which was etched with utter shock. Absurd. Unbelievable. Especially Mr. Liu, who had been so arrogant and overbearing just moments ago. The smugness and contempt on his face froze instantly, replaced by overwhelming bewilderment and absurdity. His eyes widened as he pointed at Jiāng Chén, stammering. You, what did you say? You're the boss? Ha 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 ha. He seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, unable to contain his maniacal laughter. He doubled over, nearly crying from laughter. Kid. You're crazy? The owner? Do you even know how much this gym is worth? Just the property in this prime location. Plus all these imported machines. It'd cost tens of millions to buy it out? You? A greenhorn kid? Ha 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 ha. You're the owner here? I might as well be Qin Shi Huang. He was convinced Jiāng Chén was just bragging to save face.
He'd admit Jiāng Chén had some skills, but there was no way he owned this place. Beside him, Pang Wenwen's slender frame trembled as her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She instinctively covered her mouth as her heartbeat surged to its peak.
The boss? Junior Jiāng Chén is the new owner? How could that be? He just came to sign up yesterday. Today he bought the entire gym?
And then, she suddenly recalled what Zhao Kai had said during the morning meeting. This bold speculation made Pang Wenwen feel like her brain was about to crash. Though she'd always suspected Jiāng Chén was hiding his true nature, perhaps the kind of wealthy playboy she'd only ever encounter in novels. In reality, someone of her caliber would never have a chance to cross paths with him.
But this was just too outrageous? Casually buying an entire large gym with real estate attached? What level of wealth would that require?
Staring at Jiāng Chén's face, still calm and composed, a tidal wave of emotion surged within her.
Reality was even more absurd than fiction. Could it be that he gave me that bag yesterday and bought the gym today just for me?
Beyond that explanation, she couldn't fathom any other possibility.
For a moment, Pang Wenwen's gaze toward Jiāng Chén grew intensely heated. Incredibly complex. Filled with shock, ecstasy, and admiration.
And an intense passion that threatened to melt her very core.
She hadn't misjudged him after all.
He was the man destined for her in her dreams. The greatest opportunity of her life. Yet she was equally stunned beyond words. Her small mouth hung slightly open, her clear eyes wide and round, utterly unable to process this earth-shattering news.
Junior Jiāng Chén is the owner? This gym belongs to him? Then she was essentially working part-time at his company?
She felt her cheeks begin to burn uncontrollably once more. But the one reacting most intensely was gym manager Zhao Kai. Upon hearing Jiāng Chén's words, his first instinct was disbelief. But then, he recalled Jiāng Chén's lavish spending spree yesterday. Then he recalled the vague hints about the new boss dropped by his superiors during this morning's meeting.
Young, surnamed Jiang.
A startling possibility struck him like lightning.
Could this Mr. Jiang really be the new boss? Zhao Kai's heart leapt into his throat.
Cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall. He dared not delay, ignoring Lu the fatso who was still mocking Jiāng Chén. He immediately turned and rushed to the front desk, grabbed the internal phone, and dialed the headquarters HR department with a trembling voice.
Hello? HR department?
This is Zhao Kai from the University Town branch.
Please. Immediately. Verify the identity information of our branch's new boss. Yes.
The one who just completed the handover today.
Yes.
Please hurry. His voice was distorted with tension and agitation. The surrounding employees held their breath, staring intently at Zhao Kai.
Fat Lu gradually stopped laughing, observing Zhao Kai's tense, battle-ready demeanor. A sudden, ominous foreboding crept into his mind. Impossible. This absolutely couldn't be.
A few seconds later,
Zhao Kai hung up the phone.
His face had turned deathly pale. Completely drained of color. Cold sweat poured down his forehead like a stream. The look he shot at Jiāng Chén was filled with unprecedented terror.
And relief at having dodged a bullet. Relief that he hadn't completely alienated this genuine heavyweight just now.
He drew a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength to steady his trembling legs as he strode swiftly before Jiāng Chén. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, he bowed deeply, nearly 90 degrees. His voice trembled uncontrollably with reverence.
Mr. Jiang. I'm so sorry. I was blind. My management failed. I have disturbed you. Please punish me. Mr. Jiang. It struck like a bolt from the blue, slamming into the heart of every person present.
Fat Lu's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression freezing like he'd seen a ghost before collapsing. He went as limp as a dead horse. Pang Wenwen's petite frame trembled violently, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. She covered her mouth again with her small hand, her beautiful eyes filled with utter shock.
The other employees and members were utterly petrified.
They stood frozen in place.
Their minds went completely blank. He was actually the owner? This multi-million-dollar gym was actually his? This realization crashed over everyone like a tsunami.
Jiāng Chén looked at Zhao Kai, who was practically collapsing to the floor before him, his expression still as calm as ever. His voice was calm yet commanding.
Manager Zhao, right? Stand up straight when you speak.
You didn't know I was the owner, so there's no need to panic. Zhao Kai trembled as if granted a reprieve, straightening his back, yet still dared not meet Jiāng Chén's gaze. Cold sweat soaked through his shirt. Jiāng Chén's gaze swept past him, landing on Mr. Lu, who had gone completely dumbstruck, his face as white as paper, his body shaking like a sieve.
What did you just say? Jiāng Chén's tone was flat. Did you say this gym isn't mine? Did you insult the trainers here? Did you say you'd kick me out? Mr. Lu's eyes brimmed with utter dread.
He'd clearly hit a brick wall, no idea what kind of power this young man wielded behind the scenes.
Taking over the gym in just a few days? Was it just for his own workouts? Or to hit on the trainers here?
Who cares? Whatever the reason, this was no one he could afford to offend.
He no longer had the mental capacity to ponder such questions, his lips trembling. Mr. Jiāng. I was wrong. I'm not human. Jiāng Chén couldn't be bothered to look at him anymore. Such a clown wasn't worth his time. He turned to Zhao Kai beside him and gave a curt order. Manager Zhao. Mr. Jiāng. At your service. Zhao Kai responded promptly. This individual, Jiāng Chén gestured toward Mr. Liu, permanently blacklist him. All his past transactions and membership records with us are null and void, no refunds. Should he raise any objections, we will prosecute him for disturbing public order and forcible indecent assault. Additionally, Jiāng Chén glanced at Coach Liu beside him, who was equally pale with fear. This is Coach Liu, correct? Liu trembled violently and nodded hastily. Yes, Mr. Jiāng. Jiāng Chén continued. The disruption of normal operations due to customer harassment constitutes management negligence. Award her 1 month's full attendance bonus as compensation. Furthermore, the gym must enhance security and management going forward. I don't want to see anything like this happen again. Any guest found harassing our staff or making unreasonable demands will be permanently banned, no exceptions. My employees are not here to be the punching bags for society's trash. His words rang out with conviction. This wasn't just about handling Liu the fat guy. It was a promise and a shield for every employee. In an instant, every employee in the gym looked at Jiāng Chén with eyes brimming with indescribable gratitude and reverence. Especially Li Yu and Pang Wanwan. Their eyes were reddened. A wave of warmth surged through their hearts. With a boss like this, what more could one ask for? Zhao Kai immediately began bowing and scraping. Yes. You're absolutely right, General Manager Jiāng. I'll handle it immediately. We'll definitely strengthen management. I won't let you down. Jiāng Chén waved him off, signaling him to handle it. Zhao Kai, relieved as if granted a pardon, immediately summoned 2 security guards who dragged the terrified Liu Fat out, half carrying, half dragging him. With this minor incident resolved, Jiāng Chén felt a wave of relief wash over him. The system's rewards were indeed reliable. He hadn't even looked at the property documents. But the gym's management had clearly received notification and verified his identity. Everything was legal and compliant, flawless. Though the gym might be just a minor piece in his future business empire. But this was, after all, his very first tangible asset since his rebirth. It held extraordinary significance. He couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. The feeling of being in control was truly satisfying. Just as he was in high spirits, ready to begin today's training with Yan Shi, a system notification sounded in his mind. Once again, it sounded at just the right moment. Ding! Host has successfully acquired registered assets and demonstrated initial management intent, meeting the criteria for industrial layout of the Divine Tycoon. Triggering new player turn. Player turn, the Tycoon's layout. Turn requirement, rational staffing allocation promotes healthy industry development and enhances profits. Host, please conduct preliminary personnel position assignments for Miracle Fitness University Town Branch based on current circumstances. Turn reward, Constitution plus 10. Unlocked industrial interest feature. Host may now collect daily interest from owned enterprises. Earnings determined by enterprise scale and quantity. Current enterprises, 1. Estimated daily interest, 10,000. Round duration, 8 hours. Chapter 45, Securing Industrial Interest, Commencing Personal Training. Seeing this string of rewards on the system panel, Jiāng Chén's spirits soared once more. The industrial interest feature meant he now had another avenue to earn money. And its potential was limitless. While daily interest already existed, it capped at 50,000. But industrial interest was different. Its returns depended on the scale and quantity of his holdings. Theoretically, there was no ceiling. If he owned enough properties, he could generate astronomical passive income solely from property interest. Jiāng Chén instantly identified his next core objective, acquiring properties. Purchasing all kinds of high-potential, quality properties. Jiāng Chén's heart burned with fervor. But Rome wasn't built in a day. The immediate priority was to complete this round. The task requirements were straightforward. Conduct preliminary staffing and position allocation for the Miracle Fitness branch. Jiāng Chén's gaze swept over Zhao Kai, who was still standing in place awaiting his instructions, and Pang Wanwan beside him, whose complex gaze held an undeniable spark of admiration. An idea instantly formed in his mind. He beckoned Zhao Kai over. Zhao Kai immediately jogged over, his back bending even lower. Mr. Jiāng, what are your instructions? Jiāng Chén pointed at Pang Wanwan, his tone casual yet naturally commanding. Coach Pang Wanwan here demonstrates strong professional competence and handles matters with clear methodology. Here's what we'll do, effective immediately, appoint her as head of client relations for our branch and concurrently as deputy head of the coaching team. She will be specifically responsible for managing client relationships and coordinating the coaching staff. As for her rank, set it at assistant manager level. Her salary will be increased by 50% from her current level. You handled the specific personnel appointment.
This decision was the result of Jiāng Chén's careful deliberation. He needed someone trustworthy and capable to help him keep an eye on the gym. Pang Wenwen was undoubtedly the best choice, highly emotionally intelligent, capable, and crucially, understanding.
Moreover, after last night, their relationship had become extraordinary.
Promoting her served both as a reward and an investment. It would also naturally fulfill the system's requirements. Killing multiple birds with one stone.
As for Zhao Kai, the manager,
Jiāng Chén has no immediate plans to move against him. Though he'd handled matters somewhat ambiguously earlier, his performance was still within acceptable standards.
His professional competence seemed adequate best to retain him for observation for now. Upon hearing Jiāng Chén's appointment,
Zhao Kai froze for a moment before snapping to attention. His face broke into a broad smile as he bowed and scraped. Yes. General Manager Jiang is wise. Coach Pang truly excels at his job. This arrangement is perfect.
I'll handle it immediately.
Right away. His gaze toward Pang Wenwen instantly grew warmer and tinged with flattery. She was the boss's favorite. He absolutely had to cultivate this relationship. As for Pang Wenwen herself, she was utterly stunned by this sudden promotion and raise.
Head of Client Relations? Deputy Head of the Coaching Staff? Deputy Manager level benefits? A 50% salary increase? This is essentially a triple promotion. Happiness came too suddenly?
She gazed at Jiāng Chén's young, handsome face, now graced with a faint smile.
Her heart brimmed with indescribable excitement and gratitude. He actually values me this much? Not only did he casually buy the gym, but he also promoted me immediately? Granting me such an important position and generous compensation? Is he really just messing around? Is he genuinely trying to cultivate me? Even bringing me into his inner circle?
This realization made Pang Wenwen's heart race wildly.
An unprecedented sense of belonging and drive surged within her.
Suppressing her excitement, she stepped before Jiāng Chén, bowed slightly, and spoke with a tremor in her voice and utmost sincerity.
Thank you for your promotion, Mr. Jiang.
I, Pang Wenwen, will never betray your trust or disappoint your expectations. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to managing the gym for you.
Her gaze fixed on Jiāng Chén now brimmed with unabashed admiration and profound affection. Jiāng Chén nodded with satisfaction, then gave Pang Wenwen a natural pat on the shoulder. Do a good job. I believe in you. Manager Zhao, regarding the appointment just made, implement it as soon as possible. Also, regarding that Coach Li Yu.
He glanced at the young woman beside him, who still looked shaken. Beyond the bonus compensation, tell her that in my eyes, any employee who works diligently will have my protection. Let her focus on her work without fear. At these words, not only did Li Yu's eyes instantly fill with tears of gratitude, but the gazes of several other young female employees and coaches nearby turned intensely admiring and devoted toward Jiāng Chén.
Wealthy, handsome,
and so considerate of his subordinates.
Protecting female employees. A boss like this is practically a godsend from heaven. Total peace of mind.
Zhao Kai immediately nodded vigorously.
Yes. Boss Jiang is so kind. I'll make sure your message gets across perfectly. Rest assured. Jiāng Chén nodded in satisfaction. Those who needed a stern talking to got one. Reinforce where needed. Those who needed promotion were promoted.
After adjusting a few simple personnel orders, he turned away from Zhao Kai, who was busy handling the appointments, and the employees around him who were casting envious, jealous, and resentful glances.
Chapter 46. Yen Shi's thoughtful massage truly exhausting after training. Ding.
Player turn. The Divine Tycoon strategy completed. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations, host.
Task completion rated excellent. Initial personnel arrangements for your holdings completed.
Congratulations, host.
Physical attribute +10.
Congratulations, host. Successfully unlocked the industrial interest feature. You will now receive additional daily interest from your properties.
Current number of properties, 1 Miracle Fitness University City branch. Estimated daily additional interest from this property, 10,000. Note, property interest will be settled and distributed uniformly at midnight the following day.
Expanding existing properties or adding new ones will increase daily interest income, with theoretically no upper limit. Gazing at the series of new prompts on the system panel, especially the newly unlocked property interest feature,
Jiāng Chén's spirits soared once more. 10,000 a day. And that's just from one branch. What if industries blossomed everywhere in the future? Wouldn't he be raking in millions or even tens of millions daily without lifting a finger?
While Jiāng Chén was confirming the system rewards, Zhao Kai had already taken orders and scurried off to process Pang Wenwen's promotion paperwork.
Pang Wenwen stood nearby, her lovely face still flushed with disbelief and excitement. Her gaze toward Jiāng Chén brimmed with admiration, gratitude, and an overwhelming urge, one she couldn't fully comprehend, to surrender herself completely to this man. Jiāng Chén gave her a slight nod, signaling her to calm down.
Then, he turned to Yen Shi, who stood beside them, still reeling from the shock and not yet fully recovered.
A relaxed smile spread across his face. Alright, problem solved. Senior, can we continue our training now? My personal coach? He deliberately emphasized the word personal.
Yen's pretty face flushed, and she flusteredly averted her gaze, murmuring in a slight pout, "Junior, you're just teasing me."
Yet deep inside, the word exclusive stirred an unusual sweetness within her.
Regaining her composure, she forced herself to appear professional and nodded lightly.
Yes, Mr. Jiang. I mean, Junior. Let's head to the training area.
She almost instinctively called him Mr. Jiang again, quickly correcting herself, her ears flushing even redder. Jiāng Chén watched her adorable attempt to feign composure, her blush and flustered confusion impossible to hide.
He found it utterly delightful.
He decided not to tease her further.
Let's go.
The two walked side by side toward the private training area of the gym.
This time,
the gazes of the surrounding staff and members had completely shifted. If before they'd merely been shocked and curious about Jiāng Chén's wealth, now, having confirmed his identity as the new boss, their gazes held nothing but profound reverence and endless envy for Yen. To be so highly valued by the new boss, especially one so young, handsome, and wealthy, and personally appointed as his exclusive coach. This campus beauty Yen was truly poised to soar to new heights overnight. Feeling the mix of envious and jealous gazes around her, Yen felt utterly uncomfortable, her cheeks burning fiercely. She dared not lift her head, keeping her gaze lowered as she followed Jiāng Chén step by step to the private training area.
She took a deep breath, forcing herself into the role of coach.
She looked up at Jiāng Chén, her lashes still trembling slightly, and said softly,
"Junior, we worked chest and back yesterday. Today, let's focus on shoulders and arms. And while we're at it, maybe strengthen those abs a bit?" Jiāng Chén nodded. He remembered the 8-pack abs goal he'd promised Yen. Alright, let's start with warm-ups first.
She guided Jiāng Chén through several sets of targeted shoulder and arm warm-up exercises. Then, they moved to a seated shoulder press machine. This machine primarily targets the anterior and medial deltoids. Yen explained while adjusting the seat height and weight stack.
Sit down and give it a try. Keep your back straight, core engaged, and elbows slightly forward. Jiāng Chén sat down as instructed, gripped the handles, and attempted the press.
This time, it felt completely different from yesterday. Yesterday during the bench press, he'd still felt strained and needed Yen's guidance to find the proper muscle engagement. But today, after his physical stats increased by another +10 to reach 83 points, he felt explosive power surging through his arms and shoulders. Consider this, the average fitness trainer's physical strength hovers around 75 points, with the absolute best barely reaching 90. Those who break the 90 threshold are nothing short of Olympic gold medal winning prodigies. Those weight plates, which were already no light load for a beginner, felt as light as a feather in his hands. He effortlessly pushed them to the max without exerting much force. And his form was impeccable, no need for Yen to correct him. Yen's prepared coaching words instantly stuck in her throat. Watching Jiāng Chén's effortless, graceful demeanor and his fluid, textbook perfect form, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. It had only been a day. How could his strength seem to skyrocketed so dramatically? Yesterday he was clearly struggling with the bench press. Today, lifting this weight off his shoulders was like child's play for him? Could it be the power of love? Yen's cheeks flushed crimson as she immediately dismissed this absurd notion. Or could it be that he was deliberately holding back yesterday? Deliberately pretending to be weak so that I would come give him close-up coaching? The thought crossed her mind. Yen's heartbeat raced uncontrollably once more. Her cheeks flushed hot again. She stole a glance at Jiāng Chén and found him watching her with a half-smile. Jr. How does this weight feel? Is it too light? She quickly composed herself, trying to hide her flustered state. Jiāng Chén set down the equipment, rolled his shoulders, and chuckled lightly. It is a bit light. Senior, could you add a little more weight? Yen. Silently, she stepped forward and added 2 more weight plates for Jiāng Chén, her mind screaming in frustration, monster. This guy is definitely a monster. Whether it was dumbbell lateral raises, bent-over flies, barbell curls, or cable flies, Jiāng Chén displayed strength and endurance far surpassing yesterday's level. Moreover, his grasp of form and ability to activate muscle groups was astonishingly quick. Often, the moment Yen finished explaining a key point, he could immediately execute an extremely precise form, even applying the principle to other exercises. This left Yen, a professional scholar, feeling a hint of frustration. It felt like his coaching was becoming redundant. He didn't need her guidance at all. Of course, despite the frustration, Yen felt more astonishment and pride. After all, he was his exclusive student. And while Jiāng Chén progressed rapidly in strength and technique, he still required Yen's assistance for certain movements demanding precise posture adjustments. And every time Yen had to get close to Jiāng Chén to correct his posture with her hands, their bodies would inevitably make some seemingly accidental yet heart-racing intimate contact. When instructing him on dumbbell behind the neck tricep extensions, Yen had to stand behind Jiāng Chén, cupping his elbows to prevent form breakdown.
Her breath would gently brush against the back of his neck. The soft curve of her chest would brush against his back almost imperceptibly. When guiding him through a wheel training, Yanxi would kneel on the floor to observe Jiāng Chén's core engagement, occasionally pressing her hand against his abdomen to feel the muscles contract. Through the thin fabric of his workout clothes, the warm, delicate touch and the increasingly familiar, elegant fragrance of gardenias emanating from Yanxi would send ripples through Jiāng Chén's mind. As for Yanxi, each close encounter left her flushed crimson, her heart pounding like a drum. Her eyes darted away, unable to meet his gaze. Even her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor and bashfulness. Pink bubbles filled the air. They rose, burst, and reformed endlessly. Chapter 47, New Scene unlocked the secret of the VIP bathroom. An hour of training swiftly concluded in this atmosphere that was both professional and tinged with sensuality. Jiāng Chén had worked up quite a sweat. He felt thoroughly invigorated, his energy still brimming. Yanxi, however, felt more exhausted than if she'd trained all day, mentally drained. "Alright, Junior, that's enough training for today. Let's do some stretching." Yanxi forced herself to sound composed, though her voice still carried an imperceptible tremor. They made their way to the yoga mat once more. Jiāng Chén sat down, stretching his legs out straight. Yanxi took a deep breath, forcing himself into the role of a professional coach. She crouched down halfway and began assisting him with leg muscle stretches and relaxation. Her slender, fair hands, carrying a faint coolness, pressed gently against Jiāng Chén's slightly warm, well-defined calf muscles, strained from exercise. Then, with a professional yet gentle touch that carried just enough pressure, she slowly massaged and pressed along the muscle fibers, moving upward from his calves to his thighs. The warm touch, the perfectly calibrated pressure, and the faint, exhilarating fragrance lingering at his nostrils. Waves of pleasurable tingling spread through his entire body. Jiāng Chén was utterly blissed out. He narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at Yanxi, who was mere inches away. Her head was tilted downward, revealing a stretch of snow-white, elegant neck. Her long lashes fluttered like tiny fans. A captivating blush still lingered on her fair cheeks. So focused, a tiny bead of crystal-clear sweat had even formed on the tip of her delicate nose. Under the light, her earnest profile was exquisitely crafted, like God's most perfect masterpiece. Pure, beautiful, and radiating a heart-fluttering innocence. Ripples stirred once more in Jiāng Chén's heart. Even a certain unspeakable part began to stir. Stirring with desire. He cleared his throat softly, attempting to break the overly quiet, suggestive atmosphere. "Ahem. Senior, you've really worked hard today." Yanxi paused her movements momentarily but didn't look up. She only murmured softly, "It wasn't hard." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Watching her bashful expression, Jiāng Chén felt his own lingering thoughts intensify. But he knew that with a pure and kind-hearted girl like Yanxi, couldn't be rushed. It needed to be done slowly. As soon as the stretching and relaxation were done, Yanxi sprang to her feet as if granted a reprieve, her face flushed as she said, "Jay Jr., we're done stretching. You should go take a shower. I'll tidy up the equipment." Without waiting for Jiāng Chén's response, she bolted away as if escaping. Jiāng Chén watched her slightly flustered retreating figure. He chuckled and shook his head. Then, in high spirits, he stepped into the VIP exclusive shower room. Shortly after Jiāng Chén entered the shower room, Peng Wanwan, who had just finished her shift and changed into a more provocative outfit, appeared like a ghost at the entrance to the VIP area. She glanced left and right, confirming Yanxi wasn't nearby, then curved her lips into a confidently seductive smile. Then, she silently pushed open the door to the shower stall, a symbol of privacy and luxury. She approached the shower stall where water was running but didn't enter immediately. Instead, she leaned against the frosted glass door and called out softly in a lazy, magnetic voice laced with endless allure. "Mr. Jiang." Jiāng Chén, who was rinsing off the soap, paused. Recognizing Peng Wanwan's voice, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What trick is this vixen up to now? He turned off the shower, wrapped a towel around himself, and opened the glass door. Outside the door, Peng Wanwan was smiling sweetly at him. She had changed into a deep V-neck black lace camisole. A loose boyfriend-style white shirt was casually draped over it. Her deep cleavage seemed ready to spill out. Her lower half was clad in ultra-short black leather hot pants, which accentuated her already stunningly long legs, making them appear even more sensual, fiery, and powerful. In her hand, she held a crystal glass filled with ice cubes and amber-colored liquid. She offered the glass to Jiāng Chén, her eyes narrowing seductively. "Mr. Jiang, you've worked hard. Have a drink and relax?" Jiāng Chén accepted the glass, observing the woman before him clearly dressed to impress and deliberately here to reward him. He chuckled inwardly. This woman truly had understanding carved into her very bones. He sipped the whiskey, the fiery liquid sliding down his throat, leaving a burning sensation. Leaning against the wall, he studied Peng Wanwan with leisurely composure. "Manager Peng, is there something you need?" Peng Wanwan shot him a feigned pout. "Ugh, I'm off duty now, you know." She stepped closer, extending her delicate fingers to lightly trace the droplets of water glistening on Jiāng Chén's chest after his shower. Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Mr. Jiang, you promoted me today. I don't even know how to thank you.
She paused, lifting her watery peach blossom eyes to meet Jiāng Chén's gaze.
How about letting Wenwen repay you in the most sincere way possible?
Jiāng Chén saw the unmasked desire and ambition in her eyes.
He smiled.
Perfect timing. The flame ignited by Yan Shi hadn't been extinguished by his shower yet. He set down his wine glass, reached out, and pulled her into his embrace. Feeling the astonishing softness and scorching warmth, he leaned down, his magnetic voice whispering in her ear.
Very well.
I hope Manager Peng's repayment will satisfy me. The sound of water splashing echoed once more. But this time, it was accompanied by increasingly urgent breaths.
Peng Wenwen felt as though she were melting completely. Like a pool of spring water. Jiāng Chén, now going all out, seemed to be getting the hang of it.
Peng Wenwen deeply appreciated how well the VIP shower stalls at the gym were soundproofed. But soon, the sound of water from the adjacent shower stall made her feel like she was dancing on the edge of a knife, teetering on the brink of a cliff. She had no idea how long it had been. All she knew was that she'd gone from fighting back at first, to eventual collapse, to finally abandoning all resistance. Consciousness blurred, leaving only instinct.
When everything finally came to a complete standstill, Peng Wenwen didn't even have the strength to lift a finger.
Her entire body felt as though it had been torn apart and reassembled. Stepping out of the VIP lounge, Jiāng Chén spotted Yan Shi sitting on the sofa outside, head down, playing with her phone. She seemed to be waiting for him. Spotting Jiāng Chén emerge, Yan Shi quickly tucked away her phone and stood up, a faint blush coloring her cheeks.
Junior, you're okay? Jiāng Chén nodded. Yeah, sorry to keep you waiting.
He glanced at Yan Shi. She seemed to have changed back into her original clothes.
Shall we head back to campus together? Sure. Jiāng Chén readily agreed.
The two walked side by side out of the gym.
However, after only a few steps, Yan Shi suddenly let out a soft "huh?"
She spotted a familiar figure ahead, walking with an extremely peculiar gait, almost limping. Concern crept into her voice as she asked.
Junior, look, isn't that Sister Wenwen? Why is she walking like she's hurt?
Jiāng Chén followed her gaze and saw Peng Wenwen's noticeably awkward and unnatural stride. A smile, one only he understood, curved his lips.
Injured?
That wasn't an injury. It was the aftereffects of being overly saturated with happiness. He glanced at Yan Shi and recalled Peng Wenwen's earlier complaints in the bathroom. You'd better hurry up and win over our little Yanzi.
Stop tormenting me. But Jiāng Chén remained outwardly calm. Maybe. Too tired from training? Or maybe she twisted it accidentally earlier? Let's go, senior. Back to school. Though Yan Shi found it odd, she didn't dwell on it.
Inexperienced, she lacked the imagination for such scenarios. She nodded with a hint of concern and followed Jiāng Chén's lead.
Chapter 48, Inseparable from the Campus Belle? Leaving Miracle Fitness.
Jiāng Chén and Yan Shi walked side by side along the tree-lined path back to campus. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light and shadow across Yan Shi's delicate, faintly flushed face. Though the gym incident had passed some time ago, Jiāng Chén's identity as the new owner and the commanding presence he displayed while handling the incident still stirred waves of emotion within Yan Shi. This junior was truly too mysterious. Students passing by clearly recognized the pair almost instantly. When they saw Jiāng Chén and Yan Shi walking together again, seemingly inseparable,
whispers and exclamations erupted once more. Look! It's them again! Breakfast drop-off in the morning, coming back together from off-campus in the afternoon. They're definitely a thing now, right? Holy crap! Yan Shi, the school flower, really? Ugh! My heart hurts. What kind of dog luck did that guy get? Stop being so bitter. Maybe he's actually a hidden big shot? Didn't you see Hu Weiwei get shut down this morning?
True. To make senior Yan Shi react like that, he must be something special.
This time,
Yan Shi still felt her cheeks flush at the whispers. But the awkwardness and panic in her heart had lessened considerably.
Instead, a strange, almost surprising sense of quiet satisfaction began to take root within her.
She stole a glance at Jiāng Chén beside her, his expression serene and his stride composed. Her heartbeat accelerated once more, silently. The two walked all the way to the fork in the road leading to the dormitory area.
Junior, I'll head back now. Yan Shi stopped, looking at Jiāng Chén.
Her voice was soft, yet her eyes brimmed with lingering affection.
Today, thank you. Jiāng Chén smiled. It's the least I could do. You worked hard too, senior. I'll message you about the private lessons later. Yan Shi nodded lightly.
Okay. She hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist adding with a hint of bitterness.
Get some rest tonight. Jiāng Chén was no fool.
He instantly grasped the unspoken meaning behind her words. He smiled with a hint of amusement.
Don't worry, senior. Tonight, I promise I'll sleep in the dorm.
Yan Shi flushed again at his gaze, which seemed to pierce straight through her thoughts. She shot him a reproachful glare before turning and scampering away like a startled little rabbit.
Jiāng Chén watched her retreating figure.
He only withdrew his gaze once she vanished around the dormitory building's corner, chuckling to himself as he shook his head.
This campus beauty senior was becoming more and more intriguing.
With a light-hearted mood, Jiāng Chén returned to dorm 412. He pushed open the door. The scene inside was almost identical to when he'd left at noon. Sun Yalong and Li Bin were still locked in an intense gaming battle at their computers, the clatter of keyboards and mouse clicks filling the air.
He Yuanquan sat quietly with headphones on, engrossed in his professional textbooks.
Song Yen sat with his guitar, eyes clouded with melancholy as he strummed a few discordant chords. The only difference was that Li Haoyu was now in the dorm too, holding his phone and chatting animatedly with someone, a lecherous grin plastered across his face.
Seeing Jiāng Chén enter, Li Haoyu's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately ended the call.
He lunged forward like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, wrapping his arms around Jiāng Chén's shoulders and bellowing.
Holy! Old Jiang! You're finally back! Quick! Spill it! This afternoon! Did you go on another date with Senior Yanxi? I heard about it. You two had lunch in the cafeteria. You were all over each other. The whole school's talking about it.
His outburst instantly drew the attention of the others. Sun Yalong paused his game and asked curiously.
Seriously? Old Jiang, you and campus beauty Yanxi, you two are actually a thing now?
Li Bin leaned in, his face beaming with gossip.
Nice one, old Jiang. Snagged her without a peep.
Share your secrets with us, bro. Even He Yuanquan set down his book, pushed his glasses up, and looked at Jiāng Chén. Though silent, the curiosity in his eyes was impossible to hide.
Only Song Yen snorted coldly. Oomph, heroes can't resist a beautiful woman.
Then he lowered his head again, continuing to strum his beat-up guitar.
Jiāng Chén found himself surrounded by their chatter, feeling both amused and exasperated. What the heck are you talking about?
It's just a regular dinner, and we're going to the gym together this afternoon.
She's my personal trainer, remember? Personal trainer? Li Haoyu immediately let out a shocked cry. Put! Don't give me that crap. What personal trainer personally delivers breakfast to you? Then has lunch together? Think I'm stupid? He winked and nudged. Old Jiang, tell me straight, have you two already? Ha ha ha. Get lost. Jiāng Chén scolded with a laugh.
Li Bin, however, patted Jiāng Chén's shoulder with a serious expression. Old Jiang, no offense, but Senior Yen, she may be beautiful and kind-hearted, but she's the campus beauty queen. The line of guys chasing her stretches all the way to France.
Are you really sure you can handle this?
His tone carried a hint of genuine concern.
Sun Yalong nodded repeatedly, chiming in, yeah, old Jiang. We know you've got money now, you're not the same guy anymore. But a goddess of Senior Yen, she's caliber? Money alone won't cut it. Don't crawl out of Hu Weiwei's pit only to fall into an even deeper one. They genuinely worried about Jiāng Chén. After all, in their eyes, Jiāng Chén had suddenly become a rich kid. But at his core, he was still that somewhat earnest, even a bit awkward, ordinary college student. Yanxi, on the other hand, was a goddess towering above him. The gap between them was simply too vast. They feared Jiāng Chén might suffer emotional pain again. He Yuanquan adjusted his glasses and said earnestly. Jiāng Chén, they have a point.
Yanxi is an outstanding student, but she's surrounded by many equally exceptional young men.
Moreover, matters of the heart aren't something you can buy with money.
You need to think this through carefully. Even Song Yen paused his playing, glancing up at Jiāng Chén. Though silent, his eyes held a hint of concern.
Listening to his roommate's heartfelt concern, a wave of warmth surged through Jiāng Chén. These guys, though usually carefree and scatterbrained,
they truly treated him like a brother when it mattered. In his past life, during his darkest days, Hu Weiwei had drained him of everything, leaving him struggling even to afford food. It was these roommates who secretly pooled their money to support him, helping him through that darkest period. That bond of friendship had never left his heart. Now, though his mindset and perspective had changed beyond recognition, Yanxi no longer seemed like some unattainable goddess in his eyes. In fact, she was already practically his employee. He found his roommate's worries about this situation both amusing and a bit exasperating. But he didn't argue or brag about it. He just smiled and patted Li Bin on the shoulder. Relax, guys. I've got this. Won't make that mistake again. Chapter 49, showing the brothers the high life a wealthy playboy's night out. Some things couldn't be explained, nor did they need to be. When the time came, they would understand naturally. Hearing Jiāng Chén speak thus, his roommates remained somewhat skeptical, but they didn't press further. Li Haoyu's eyes darted around as he quickly changed the subject. Hey! Old Jiang! To celebrate you successfully ditching that gold digger Hu Weiwei, we've all decided tonight you're going out with us to let loose. We won't stop until we're drunk. Li Bin chimed in loudly. Exactly. We gotta celebrate. Old Jiang, you were working day and night saving up for that woman. How many times did you skip our dorm parties? You were practically dropping out of the group. Tonight we're dragging you back in. Let you experience what real ING life is all about. Sun Yelong joined in the clamor.
Yeah. Drinks. Skewers. All night. We gotta make it happen. This was an old tradition in their dorm. Every so often, or whenever something worth celebrating came up, they'd head out to a street food stall or KTV to party and bond. However, Jiāng Chén had missed many of these gatherings due to Hu Weiwei and his financial struggles. Now that he was free again, his roommates naturally wanted to pull him back into the group immediately. Seeing the warmth and genuine anticipation in their eyes, Jiāng Chén felt a warm surge in his heart and nodded without hesitation. Alright. No problem. I'm in for the whole night. Now that he had both money and free time, his main focus was experiencing life and enjoying every moment. The moment he agreed, a system notification sounded in his mind. Right on schedule. Ding. Detecting host about to participate in group social activity. Potential conditions for displaying god-tier extravagance met. Triggering new player turn. Player turn, the splendor of a god-tier spender tonight's tab is on me. Round background, wealth unshared is like fine clothes worn at night. As an ordinary true tycoon, appropriately showcasing your strength before friends and brothers to earn admiration and respect is fundamental. Turn requirement, during this group event, proactively cover all expenses and use your wealth to deliver a truly awe-inspiring experience to those around you. Round reward, randomly distributed based on the final awe rating. The greater the awe, the richer the reward. Round duration, 24 hours. Seeing this task, Jiāng Chén's smile grew even broader. Show off my wealth? Impress those around him? This mission was practically tailor-made for him. Jiāng Chén instantly made up his mind. He glanced at his roommates, who were enthusiastically debating which street stall to drink at that night and which KTV offered the cheapest singing sessions. Clearing his throat softly, he interrupted their discussion. Ahem, guys. Jiāng Chén's face broke into a knowing smile, the kind only someone who'd been there before could wear. Celebrating my escape from misery is a good thing. But we're all brothers here. How could I let you guys foot the bill? His roommates all froze in surprise. Li Bin waved his hand grandly. Hey! Old Jiang, what are you saying? Are we really going to quibble over this among brothers? We said we'd treat you. So we will. Just sit back and enjoy. Sun Yalong nodded in agreement. Right. Just lie back, Godfather. Your sons will take care of it. Jiāng Chén smiled and shook his head. I appreciate the thought. But since this is my celebration, tonight will be done my way. He paused, his gaze sweeping over his roommates, who looked somewhat confused. I'll pick the place. I'll cover the tab. All you need to do is enjoy yourselves. What? We host the party, and Jiāng Chén pays? The roommates froze again. They exchanged bewildered glances. Li Haoyu was the first to recover, tentatively asking. Old Jiang, you're serious? Before he could finish, Jiāng Chén waved his hand to cut him off. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, money isn't an issue. He paused, observing his roommates who still looked hesitant and worried. Suddenly, he felt it was time to show a little of his capabilities. He picked up his phone and dialed a number right in front of everyone. He put it on speaker. The call connected quickly. A middle-aged man's voice came through, sounding extremely respectful, even a bit obsequious. Hello? Mr. Jiang. Good day. How may I assist you? It was Zhao Kai, the manager of Miracle Fitness. Before Jiāng Chén could speak, the others in the dorm were stunned again upon hearing that title. Mr. Jiang? Jiāng Chén spoke calmly into the phone. Manager Zhao, it's me. Check for me which nightclub in Jiangzhou city center is currently the most upscale, has the wildest scene, and the most beautiful women? Zhao Kai on the other end clearly hadn't expected Jiāng Chén to ask this out of the blue. After a moment's pause, he replied with even greater deference. Mr. Jiang. For the absolute top tier, it's definitely Starlight Club downtown. It's members only with extremely tight security, only the rich and powerful go there. The decor, drinks, service, and, well, the quality of the girls, it's unmatched citywide. No other place comes close. Jiāng Chén nodded. All right. Starlight it is. Book me the largest booth with the best view for tonight. For the drinks package, start with the dragon set. We'll order more if needed. Oh, and make sure to assign several sharp-witted waitstaff. The dragon set? Zhao Kai's voice cracked. Pure shock. Mr. Jiang. That package starts at 188,000 yuan. And it requires advance booking. Booking now, is that too late? Jiāng Chén remained utterly unfazed, as if he were discussing a mere 10 or 20 yuan instead of hundreds of thousands. Zhao Kai quickly corrected himself. We can make it. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang. Others might not get in on time, but if you ask, I'll make it happen even if it's not available. We'll reserve the absolute best booth for you. The Dragon Suite. Top tier. Arranged immediately. The servers will be the sharpest and most attractive. We guarantee you and your friends will have an unforgettable time. Satisfaction assured. He pounded his chest in assurance, fearful of showing the slightest disrespect. Jiāng Chén hummed in acknowledgement. All right. Time-wise, I'll arrive around 9:30. That's all. With that, he hung up. The entire dormitory had fallen into complete silence. Sun Yalong's grilled sausage dropped onto the keyboard. Li Bin's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a basketball. He Yuan's glasses slid down to the bridge of his nose. Song Yan's guitar clattered to the floor. Li Haoyu froze as if petrified, his face frozen in a look of utter shock. Starlight Club? The Dragon's Tail? And that's just one to start with? More if needed? What the hell did they just hear? This is the same Jiāng Chén they knew? The Jiāng Chén who'd eat instant noodles for a month to save money, the one who'd hesitate for ages before buying a single bottle of Coke? Chapter 50, The Power of a Wealthy Patron. You treat, I pay. The others turned their heads with difficulty, staring at Jiāng Chén. Their eyes were filled with utter shock, horror, and admiration. Jiāng! Sun Yalong's voice trembled. You weren't joking, were you? Jiāng Chén watched their expressions, which looked like they'd seen a ghost, and finally smiled with satisfaction. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. The impact level of this system quest should rack up quite a few points, right? He shrugged his shoulders, wearing an innocent expression as he said. What are you talking about? I've already made the arrangements. What's the matter? Don't you want to go? Or do you think it's too low class? No. We want to go. We really want to go. Li Haoyu was the first to let out a wild yell. He lunged forward and grabbed Jiāng Chén's leg. Godfather. My real dad. You're my reborn parents. Starlight. Divine Dragon set. Holy crap. I never even dared dream of this. Godfather. From now on, you're my real brother. No. My real father. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If you tell me to chase dogs, I'll never catch chickens. He babbled incoherently, nearly overcome with emotion. The others snapped out of their daze and crowded around him. Holy crap. Old Jiang. You're the man. Godfather. Take me with you. Jiāng Chén, you're a hidden gem. Poof. Money truly does solve everything. They finally understood when Jiāng Chén mentioned making peace with his family, it was pure modesty. This wasn't reconciliation at all. He'd clearly inherited his family's mining empire. And of a caliber beyond their wildest imaginations. In an instant, the title Godfather echoed throughout Dorm 412. Jiāng Chén looked at this group of stepsons before him, all hyped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. The pent-up resentment and frustration he'd suppressed since his rebirth, along with the bitterness over his tragic fate in his previous life. In this moment, it found immense release. In his previous life, he had given everything like a dog for Hu Weiwei, yet couldn't even buy back his dignity. Buying bags and clothes for Yan Shi and Pang Wanwan cost him dearly, yet it earned him their gratitude and even top-tier emotional value. Now look at these guys before him running errands, catering to his every need. The contrast. ING stark. And it felt ING amazing. See? Money may not buy everything. But it can buy respect. Status. Service. Emotional value. It can shut up those who look down on you. It makes those who envy you green with jealousy. It lets your good buddies enjoy the good life too. This is how spending money should feel. This is the joy it should bring. All that I gave up for that stupid woman Hu Weiwei. Absolute cosmic level idiocy. Once he grasped this truth, Jiāng Chén felt his mind clear and his whole body relax. Waving his hand grandly, he addressed his still excited adopted sons with unbridled bravado. Enough. Stop howling. Hurry up and put on your sharpest suits. Tonight. Starlight International. Your godfather will show you the world. Every single expense. On me. Whoa. Godfather, you're the man. The dorm erupted once more in deafening cheers. 9:30 p.m. Starlight International Club. Outside the entrance. A 7-seater business van pulled up slowly. The door opened. Jiāng Chén stepped out first. He wore the top-tier bespoke suit purchased at Hanglong, his posture erect and bearing an air of distinguished elegance. Paired with his face, made even more handsome and captivating by his 91 charm rating, he instantly drew everyone's attention. Next. Sun Yalong, Li Bin, Li Haoyu, He Yuanquan, and Song Yan, 5 young men with distinct styles stepped out one after another. Though they tried hard to look like regulars at such events. The unmistakable excitement, nervousness, and awkwardness in their eyes betrayed their true nature as first-timers. The greeters and waitstaff at the entrance, particularly upon seeing the extraordinary presence of their leader, Jiāng Chén, immediately approached them with the highest level of courtesy. Their faces lit up with the most professional and enthusiastic smiles. Welcome to Starlight International. Is this Mr. Jiāng? President Zhao has reserved the finest private booth for you. Please follow me. Jiāng Chén gave a faint nod, leading his 5 roommates who resembled bodyguards. They entered this top-tier den of iniquity in Jiangzhou City. Inside the club, opulence reached its zenith. Deafening top-tier speakers blasted the hottest electronic beats.
Dazzling, mesmerizing lights swept across the dance floor, where men and women writhed wildly. The air thickened with the scent of expensive perfume, alcohol, and raw hormones.
A world of glitz and glamour. A feast for the senses.
Jiāng Chén was led straight to the most prime, expansive VIP booth in the entire hall. The table was already laden with premium imported liquors, champagne, exquisite fruit platters, and gourmet snacks.
A dazzling array. Surrounding them stood several tall, stunningly beautiful female attendants dressed in sexy uniforms. Always ready to provide the most attentive service. What a spectacle! What a spectacle! Truly worthy of the divine dragon suite. Instantly elevating Jiāng Chén's status to the absolute pinnacle. Holy!
Sun Yalong and the others stared at the scene before them, something they'd only ever seen in movies, and felt their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets.
Their breathing grew ragged. It's ing extravagant. It was ing mind-blowing.
After they took their seats, waiters immediately approached, pouring drinks with attentive care. Jiāng Chén picked up a glass of rich, amber whiskey on the rocks. He raised his glass to his roommates, who were still a bit stiff.
Come on, brothers, don't be shy. Tonight, let's go all out. No turning back until we're drunk. All right. Thanks, Godfather. Godfather rocks.
Only then did his roommates snap out of their awkwardness, quickly grabbing their glasses to clink them excitedly with Jiāng Chén's. Then, they began to look around somewhat awkwardly. They had the scantily clad, fiery beauties who kept shooting curious glances their way. Jiāng Chén watched their wide-eyed, worldly wise expressions.
He found it amusing. He paid them no mind.
He sipped his drink, admiring the wild scene on the dance floor, savoring the unrestrained joy of the moment.
He picked up his phone and glanced at WeChat.
Both Peng Wanwan and Yan Shi had sent him good night and get some rest early messages. He replied briefly before setting them aside.
Tonight belonged to the brothers' revelry. Yet, after 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, and his roommates loosened up, laughing and talking loudly. But Li Haoyu, the social butterfly, suddenly felt like something was missing. He glanced at the all-male crew in their booth.
Then he glanced at the dance floor, filled with women swaying their hips, sexy and fiery. His eyes darted around before he leaned close to Jiāng Chén and chuckled.
Godfather. Just drinking like this, doesn't it feel a bit dry? How about calling over a few girls to join us? Chapter 51, Holy. That table really delivered. Starlight International Club. Shimmering lights, pounding bass. Swaying figures on the dance floor and the clinking of glasses in the booths combined to form the city's most luxurious nocturnal symphony. In a relatively quiet booth tucked away in another corner of the club, the atmosphere felt more refined.
Meng Yuchang held a glass of alluring pink cocktail, a faint smile of relief spreading across her face after shedding the weight of work. She was engaged in low-voiced conversation with her 3 closest friends. Today, for Meng Yuchang, was undoubtedly an extremely important day. The startup funding issue that had troubled her for so long, even keeping her awake at night, had been completely resolved in a way she never imagined, by a student with astonishing financial resources and a sharp eye.
5 million. Angel round.
Though relinquishing 70% of controlling equity had pained her for quite some time. But Jiāng Chén's subsequent demonstration of profound understanding for her business model, coupled with that absolute trust the "here's the money, spend it however you see fit" attitude and that "I believe in your capabilities" assurance, filled her heart with unprecedented excitement and ambition. She could already envision the first cornerstone of her business empire being firmly laid. This joy naturally had to be shared first with her closest sisters. Thus, after some gentle persuasion, her 3 rock-solid besties boldly reserved an entire private booth at Starlight. They declared they would celebrate her in style, marking the beginning of a new chapter in her life. Seated to Meng Yuchang's left was a sharp-featured beauty with cropped hair, exuding professionalism in her impeccably tailored Chanel ensemble. Her name was Lin Wei, a well-regarded elite lawyer in the industry, as well as Meng Yuchang's college roommate and lifelong confidant.
Seriously, Jiāng Chén, how did you pull this off? Just yesterday you were complaining about funding difficulties, and today you've secured 5 million in angel investment? Are you sure you didn't run into a con artist?
Lin Wei sipped her whiskey, her eyes behind the glasses carrying a hint of scrutiny and concern. Seated across from Meng Yuchang was a tall, leggy beauty dressed in the latest trendy outfits with immaculate makeup. Her name was Su Xiao. Born into a wealthy family, she was the epitome of a rich, beautiful woman, a fashion blogger and socialite with a bit of fame. Her personality was lively and outgoing, always up for fun and adventure. Su Xiao immediately retorted.
"Oh, Sister Wei Wei. Why do you always assume the worst about people? Our Chanxian has such sharp judgment. Anyone she takes a liking to and is willing to invest in must be extraordinary." She leaned in excitedly toward Meng Yuchang. Tell me. That Mr. Jiang. What's his deal? Is he handsome? Is he one of those rich kids who came out to experience life?" Her eyes blazed with the fiery curiosity of gossip. Seated beside Su Xiao was a classical beauty with gentle poise, dressed in a simple, elegant gown. Her name was Chinya, a young painter with a modest reputation. She also spoke softly to Meng Yuchang.
Ching, no matter what, we're all thrilled you secured the investment and solved your biggest hurdle. Here's to your bright future.
She raised her juice glass.
Meng Yuchang looked at these three close friends who genuinely worried for her, shared her joy, and offered their blessings. A wave of warmth washed over her heart and a genuine smile spread across her pretty face.
Thank you both. Rest assured that Mr. Jiang, though young, I sense he's no ordinary man.
As for the specifics, I'll share more with you when the time is right.
She didn't reveal much about Jiāng Chén. Seeing she didn't want to elaborate, Lin Wei didn't press further. She only reminded her, anyway, keep your guard up.
When it comes to large sums of money in company shares, make sure to review the contract terms carefully.
Don't get scammed and end up counting someone else's money. Su Xiaoxiao was even more curious. Where is he? Such an important investor, why didn't you invite him to celebrate? Let us sisters help you strategize. Meng Yuchang's eyes flickered. He seemed a bit tired.
Said he wanted to rest early. Since the money was transferred directly to her, if anyone got scammed, it would be Mr. Jiang.
Meng Yuchang felt touched yet couldn't help but mentally mutter a small complaint.
Recalling Jiāng Chén's weary expression, her cheeks flushed slightly. Besides, he's still a student.
He might not enjoy this kind of setting. What's wrong with being a student?
Su Xiaoxiao retorted immediately.
Being a student is perfect. Young, handsome, and rich. He's the absolute cream of the crop. You'd better seize the moment, Xiang.
A treasure like this, once it's gone forever. Her expression was one of frustration at his lack of determination.
Xinya smiled gently.
Yeah, Xiang, when you find the right one, don't let him slip away. As Meng Yuchang listened to her bestie's teasing and encouragement, Jiāng Chén's calm, confident gaze laced with playful teasing unconsciously flashed through her mind.
And his words, you still lack the qualities that would make me pursue you.
Her heartbeat quickened inexplicably, and a flush spread across her cheeks.
Meng Yuchang quickly raised her wineglass to cover her embarrassment. Oh, stop it, you guys. Drink up, drink up. After downing a mouthful, she immediately added. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Keep drinking. With that, she rose and headed toward the restroom. Meanwhile, in the luxurious private booth at the far end of the auditorium, Jiāng Chén observed his roommate's restless eyes, agitated by both alcohol and the stimulating atmosphere. Jiāng Chén didn't bother dampening their spirits. After all, tonight's mission was to blow their minds and let them have a good time. He waved dismissively. If you want to find someone to play with, go ahead. Pick whoever you like and strike up a conversation. Or, should I have the manager here arrange it? He gestured toward the waiter standing nearby. If you need it, I'll give them a word. With his current funds, he could indeed do as he pleased here. After all, the more he spent now, the more he might earn later. Hearing Jiāng Chén's words, Li Haoyu's eyes lit up. But then, Li Bin slapped his shoulder hard, his face flushed with drunken bravado and a stubborn resolve. Damn it, old Jiang. What do you take your brothers for? We're out having fun, and you expect us to pay for girls? What does that make us then? Freeloaders? He shouted, his neck stiff with indignation. Clearly, though, he was utterly stunned by Jiāng Chén's extravagance. But deep down, he still wanted to save Jiāng Chén every penny he could. This reminded Jiāng Chén of Hu Weiwei, what a spendthrift. All she did was spend, with no sense whatsoever. Sun Yalong quickly nodded in agreement. Right. Brother Bin's absolutely right. We can't keep spending our godfather's money. It's outrageous. Li Haoyu pounded his chest emphatically. You bet. Old Jiang. Don't worry. Your brother here, known as Jiang the Love Guru, will show you what I'm made of. Tonight, I guarantee I'll find you a few gorgeous, smooth-talking girls to keep you company over drinks. He Yuan Quan remained quiet, sipping his drink. He pushed his glasses up and said nothing. But his eyes held a hint of amusement, as if he were watching a show. Song Yan crossed his arms and snorted coldly, humph, vulgar. Yet his gaze couldn't help but drift toward the dance floor. Jiāng Chén couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at their pathetic display, clearly wanting it, yet clinging desperately to their pride. Fine. Let them experience society's cruelty firsthand, only then would they truly grasp the power of money. He nodded with a smile. Fine. I'll be watching. It's all up to you now. Let us know if you need any logistical support. Got it. Just watch us. Li Haoyu and Li Bin were pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. They quickly adjusted what they considered their stylish hairstyles and outfits, then headed toward the edge of the dance floor where several young women with attractive looks and figures were gathered. But reality proved far harsher than their dreams. Within 5 minutes, Li Haoyu and Li Bin returned looking utterly defeated. Their faces were etched with pure awkwardness. So, did it work? Sun Yalong asked curiously. Li Haoyu spat out a pft and cursed under his breath. Damn it. That woman. She must have eyes on the back of her head. I'm this handsome. This sincere. And she just rolls her eyes at me? Says, can't you see I'm busy? Busy rolling dice with that old guy next to her counts as busy? Li Bin looked equally dejected. I got it worse. I just said hey, beautiful, and she shot back, get lost, don't waste my time trying to pick up guys. Damn it. That pissed me off. The other roommates exchanged glances, feeling a mix of sympathy and amusement. Jiāng Chén, however, raised his glass and took a leisurely sip, a knowing smile on his face. This was reality. In a top-tier nightclub like this, without sufficient wealth or undeniable looks and charm, trying to get something for nothing? It's basically wishful thinking. The women here could spot a real player from a poser at a glance. Li Bin was an athlete with a solid build, while Li Haoyu knew how to dress well, but in this environment, they both looked utterly ordinary. Being ignored was only natural. Seeing his two friends looking so dejected, Jiāng Chén chuckled, set down his glass, and stood up. Alright, leave it to me. Ha? Old Jiang, you're stepping in personally? Li Haoyu froze. What else? Jiāng Chén adjusted his expensive bespoke suit. Li Haoyu's eyes suddenly darted around. He pointed toward another booth not far away, where several exceptionally beautiful women with striking features were seated. He said to Jiāng Chén. Old Jiang. If you've got the guts, go try that table. That table's no joke. I've been watching for ages, at least a dozen guys have tried hitting on them, and they've turned them all down. Didn't even get a word in. And look at the drinks they ordered. Li Haoyu lowered his voice. All top-tier black ace. Clearly, they're not short on cash. If you can land that table, I'll be truly impressed. From now on, whatever you say goes, no arguments. The other roommates immediately followed Li Haoyu's gaze. Sure enough, seated in the booth were three women whose looks, figures, and attire were all top-tier urban beauties. Their auras varied, some aloof, some intellectual, some alluring, each distinct. Yet all radiated an aura of goddess-like aloofness that kept strangers at bay. They ruthlessly rebuffed any man who tried to approach them, appearing utterly unattainable. Holy! That table is seriously top-tier. Li Bin stared, his eyes wide. Sun Yelong chimed in. Yeah. If only we could. Chapter 52, worried his bro might struggle, yet afraid he might drive a Range Rover. Over at the booth. Lin Wei, Su Xiaoxiao, and Xinya, three stunning beauties, each with her own distinct aura, had just rebuffed another wave of successful men attempting to approach them. Their faces bore faint traces of exhaustion and irritation. If it weren't for celebrating Meng Yuqian's birthday, they wouldn't have been particularly fond of Starshine's overly noisy and mixed-bag atmosphere. Especially Lin Wei, as an elite lawyer, she preferred valuable networking with peers in quiet private clubs. Though Su Xiaoxiao enjoyed socializing, she preferred hosting themed parties with the socialites in her own circle. She found the casual chatting at public events like this rather dull. Xinya, needless to say, was an artistically inclined beauty who naturally preferred tranquility. Had Su Xiaoxiao not dragged her here, she'd have preferred to stay in her studio. So when they saw yet another man approaching them with a glass in hand, their initial reactions were almost identical. Frown, ignore, prepare to decline. Lin Wei had already prepared her standard polite dismissal. However, when Jiāng Chén actually approached, stopping before their booth with a perfectly measured, gentle smile on his face, the three worldly wise beauties all froze in unison. They stared at the young man before them, so young it was almost unbelievable, yet so strikingly handsome it took their breath away. They felt the indescribable yet undeniably real confidence and composure radiating from him. In that moment, the thick walls of prejudice they had erected in their hearts began to unconsciously crack, especially when their gazes met Jiāng Chén's eyes, deep, serene, and seemingly holding the vastness of the cosmos. A chill ran down their spines. This young man was no ordinary figure. His gaze was too steady. Not a trace of the nervousness, awkwardness, or trembling one might expect from an ordinary young man facing beauties of their caliber. Instead, there was only an equal appreciation, perhaps even a composure born of having seen it all. This feeling was truly remarkable. It made them feel an overwhelming curiosity. From their booth in the distance, Li Haoyu and the others watched Jiāng Chén walk over. Their hearts leapt into their throats. Holy! Old Jiang actually went over. He's talking to those women. We're done for. Look at those girls' expressions. They seem a bit impatient. Sun Yalong nervously rubbed his hands together. Li Bin frowned deeply. I told you. That table is impossible. Old Jiang is going to get himself into trouble this time. Even He Yuan Quan and Song Yan's eyes were fixed intently on that table. They both hoped Jiāng Chén would succeed, yet secretly felt he might finally hit a brick wall this time. However, what unfolded next nearly made their eyes pop out of their sockets. After a brief silence, the most fashionably dressed and vivacious beauty actually picked up her wine glass. Her face lit up with a dazzlingly charming smile as she said something to Jiāng Chén. Then she actually clinked glasses with Jiāng Chén and downed it in one gulp. Immediately after, that short-haired beauty with the most aloof demeanor, the one who seemed the hardest to approach, actually picked up her glass too. Though she only took a sip. But that corner of her mouth clearly held a hint of a smile. Finally, That gentle, classical beauty raised her juice glass, nodding and smiling at Jiāng Chén. Holy crap? What is this? This isn't how it's supposed to go? What happened to the hell-level difficulty? What happened to the icy rejection? How? Why do these three top-tier beauties act like completely different people the moment old Jiāng shows up? Not only did they not reject him, they're actually chatting away happily?
Li Haoyu, Li Bin, and Sun Yalong felt their brains freeze up again. They rubbed their eyes hard, wondering if they'd had too much to drink and were hallucinating.
I'm not seeing things, am I? Sun Yalong stammered. They accepted old Jiāng's toast? Li Bin looked utterly bewildered. It seems like it, and they're actually chatting with him?
Li Haoyu, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, yelped in disbelief.
No way. Absolutely impossible. Those rich kids just got shut down. Why does old Jiāng get to do it? Does being good-looking really mean you can do whatever you want?
He Yuanquan pushed his glasses up, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with intelligence.
Perhaps it's not just about looks. Jiāng Chén's demeanor and conduct just now were remarkably distinctive.
Song Yen spoke up, his tone unusually complex. It was a kind of confidence, a kind of composure, as if everything was under his control.
That kind of presence is undeniably captivating, especially to women.
Just as they stood stunned in speculation. Over there, Jiāng Chén had just finished his first cup of wine with the three beauties.
He didn't immediately sit down as they'd invited him to.
Instead, he maintained a polite distance. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao, who had been the most enthusiastic and proactive, suddenly darted her eyes.
She flashed Jiāng Chén a sly smile. Hey, big brother, just drinking is so boring. How about playing a game with us instead? Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow. Oh? What game?
Su Xiaoxiao pointed at herself. Then she pointed to Lin Wei and Qinya beside her.
She grinned and said, Hey, you seem pretty familiar with this place, don't you? Why don't you try guessing our three professions? And then guess, which one of us is visiting a nightclub for the first time?
She paused, then tossed out the bait. If you guess everything right, I'll buy all the drinks at this table tonight.
Plus, you can stay as long as you want, we'll keep you company. How about it?
This wager was nothing short of huge. A bottle of Starlight's top-tier Ace of Spades champagne alone cost tens of thousands. Their table had already opened 2 bottles. Add in all the other bits and pieces, and a night of drinking would easily run into the tens of thousands. But the real lure was the last part. We'll drink with you as long as you want to stay. For any man, this was an offer impossible to refuse. Li Haoyu and his crew in the distant booth couldn't make out the exact words, but seeing Su Xiaoxiao's charming smile and flirtatious glances as she spoke to Jiāng Chén, they guessed it must be something explosive. Their eyes nearly turned red with envy. Lin Wei and Qinya hadn't expected Su Xiaoxiao to suddenly make such a request either, and both were slightly taken aback. But they didn't stop her. Instead, they both looked at Jiāng Chén with keen interest. They too were curious how this mysterious young man would respond. If they were to guess, how many would they get right? Jiāng Chén surveyed the 3 stunning beauties before him, each uniquely captivating, yet all equally irresistible. He chuckled inwardly. Guess their professions? Guess how many times they'd been here? Was that really that hard for him? In the past, he might have had to rely on guesswork. But now, he was a man blessed with a +10 intelligence attribute bonus. This +10 intelligence isn't just a simple IQ boost. According to the system's explanation, the intelligence attribute is incredibly complex. It encompasses logical reasoning, memory, observation, imagination, creativity, and numerous other facets. For ordinary people, this ability is influenced by innate genetics, acquired education, environmental experiences, and more. It simply cannot be quantified by a single simple numerical value. The intelligence points awarded by the system, however, represent a comprehensive enhancement and elevation of these foundational abilities beyond the individual's existing baseline. Therefore, this 10-point increase is far more effective than the straightforward boosts to physical attributes like constitution. Consider observing a person. An ordinary individual might notice only appearance, attire, and facial expressions. But now, Jiāng Chén could perceive countless details that eluded ordinary notice, as if his third eye had opened. Through formidable logical analysis and associative memory, he swiftly deduces the information concealed within these nuances. Now, facing Su Zhao's challenge, Jiāng Chén's mind instantly began racing at high speed. His gaze swept over the 3 beauties before him like the most precise scanner, quickly, silently, and without a flicker of emotion. Su Xiaoxiao wore the latest designer brands. Her makeup was flawless, accessories extravagant, nails adorned with glittering polish. Her eyes sparkled with lively mischief, her speech bouncy and rapid. She frequently checked her phone. A limited edition watch that looked expensive adorned her wrist. Visiting a place like Starlight should be second nature to her. This couldn't possibly be her first time. Qinya, dressed in a simple, elegant long dress, exudes a gentle and serene aura, wearing almost no makeup. Her fingers were clean, free of artificial nails. Her eyes were clear, radiating a serenity that seemed out of place here. She seemed slightly unsettled by the surrounding clamor. She held a juice glass in her hand the entire time, speaking little and mostly listening.
Wrapped around her wrist was a string of aged agarwood beads. Introverted by nature, disliking noise.
She was most likely dragged here probably for the very first time. Lin Wei, dressed in a Chanel ensemble, meticulous and poised, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Her gaze is sharp, her logic clear, and though her tone is calm, her word choice is precise and watertight. Her fingers are long and slender, with the faintest calluses on her fingertips from years of pen clutching or keyboard tapping. A discreetly luxurious lady's watch graced her wrist. Though she drinks, her posture remains elegant and her gaze clear, evidently a heavy drinker. Or perhaps she possessed extraordinary self-control. Moreover, she sat with perfect posture, maintaining a professional vigilance and observation at all times. As for whether this was her first time here, Jiāng Chén noticed that while she seemed well adjusted to the environment, but when her gaze swept over the menu and the surrounding waitstaff, she unconsciously revealed the professional habit of rapid assessment. This suggested she might not be entirely familiar with the rules here. So, it was most likely her first time too. Chapter 53, Holy crap! Teacher Meng still hasn't topped it? In just a few seconds, Jiāng Chén's brain had already processed and analyzed a massive amount of information. A confident smile spread across his face. Lifting his head to meet the three women's curious, expectant, and probing gazes, he began his performance. First, he looked at Su Xiaoxiao and said with a smile, "If I'm not mistaken, beautiful lady, you must be either a fashion blogger at the cutting edge of trends or a well-off young princess. Judging by how familiar you are with this place, this can't be your first visit to Starlight, right?" He deliberately teased her. Su Xiaoxiao chuckled and admitted with grace, "Young man, you have sharp eyes. I'm just a small-time fashion blogger. As for Starlight, I have indeed been here a few times." Her gaze toward Jiāng Chén grew even more admiring. He actually guessed my profession? Jiāng Chén then turned to Qinya, his tone softening with respect. "This lovely lady, your demeanor is as gentle as water, serene and refined. Your fingers are clean, and the antique agarwood bracelet on your wrist exudes simplicity. Your eyes are clear, as if you're not quite accustomed to the bustle here. I'd guess, you must be an artist? Like, a painter? And a beauty with your aura, this must be your first time in a place like this, right?" Qinya flashed obvious surprise and bashfulness in her eyes. She nodded lightly and replied softly, "You guessed right. I paint. This is indeed my first time here. Xiao Xiao practically dragged me along." Her gaze toward Jiāng Chén grew more curious and warm. She thought to herself, this guy has keen observation skills and really knows how to respect people. Finally, Jiāng Chén's gaze settled on Lin Wei, and he smiled. "As for this lovely lady, the Chanel suit, tailored to perfection, speaks to your status and taste. Your sharp gaze and clear logic reveal a meticulous mind and exceptional eloquence. The thin calluses on your fingertips bear witness to years of desk work. The understated luxury of your watch aligns perfectly with your profession. I'd wager you're a highly successful lawyer?" Lin Wei's eyes narrowed sharply behind her glasses. A greater wave of emotion surged within her. He actually noticed that? And with such precision? Before she could respond, Jiāng Chén continued, "As for whether this is your first time here, I noticed that while you seem quite at ease with the surroundings, your eyes tell me you're still subconsciously evaluating certain rules here, like drink prices, service procedures, and such. Combined with your meticulous and efficient demeanor, I'd wager that a place like Starlight isn't your usual haunt. So, I'm guessing this is your first time here too." The words fell. Lin Wei was utterly stunned. She stared at Jiāng Chén's face, now wearing a confident smile. She felt utterly exposed. This young man's powers of observation and deduction is nothing short of extraordinary. She drew a deep breath, forcing down her astonishment. For the first time, a genuine smile of deep admiration spread across her face. "You guessed everything correctly. I am indeed a lawyer, and this is indeed my first time at Starlight." Lifting her glass, she addressed Jiāng Chén solemnly. "This toast is to your discernment. I, Lin Wei, honor my wager. Tonight's table is on me." She was actually going to honor the wager. Tens of thousands might be nothing to her, but this straightforwardness and conviction came straight from the heart. Facing Lin Wei's admission of defeat, Jiāng Chén merely smiled and waved it off. "Attorney Lin, you flatter me. It was merely a wild guess. How could I let a lady pay for her own drinks?" He looked at Su Xiaoxiao and Qinya, then back at Lin Wei, his face breaking into a sincere smile. "Besides, sharing a table with three lovely ladies is an honor in itself. My friends." He gestured toward his roommates and continued, "They've been dying to meet you three beauties, but they're a bit shy and thin-skinned. Why don't we combine tables and make it a lively gathering? Tonight's entire bill is on me." He issued the invitation to join tables with remarkable ease. Lin Wei, Su Xiaoxiao, and Qinya exchanged glances, each seeing amusement and growing interest in Jiāng Chén reflected in the other's eyes. This guy wasn't just smart, handsome, wealthy, and charismatic. He also knew how to look out for his friends. His emotional intelligence is off the charts. Su Xiaoxiao immediately agreed. "Sure thing. The more the merrier."
Your friends are our friends. Quick, invite them over to join us.
Lin Wei and Qinya smiled and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Jiāng Chén waved toward the stunned roommates sitting at the booth in the distance.
He motioned for them to come over.
Li Haoyu, Li Bin, Sun Yalong, and the others shuffled over like puppets on strings, their eyes still wide with shock and fervent admiration. When they finally reached the three stunningly elegant beauties, they grew so flustered they didn't know where to put their hands or feet, barely daring to utter a word. They could distinctly sense the confidence and aura of upper-class elites radiating from these three beauties. It was a class divide they'd only ever witnessed on television or in magazines. It weighed on them so heavily they could barely breathe. It was like facing teacher Meng Yuchang at the front of the classroom during lessons. No. It was even more nerve-wracking than that. At least teacher Meng was a teacher. While Lin Wei, Su Xiaoxiao, and Qinya were warm and friendly toward Jiāng Chén. But toward Jiāng Chén's friends who were clearly just ordinary college students they maintained only polite, distant smiles. After a brief greeting, they paid him no further attention. Their attention remained firmly fixed on Jiāng Chén. Su Xiaoxiao would enthusiastically pour him wine, serve him snacks, and occasionally bring up amusing topics that made him laugh. Lin Wei would occasionally exchange a few words with Jiāng Chén about social phenomena or business issues, her eyes brimming with admiration. Qinya, meanwhile, sat quietly smiling nearby, occasionally casting her gentle, clear gaze upon Jiāng Chén as if etching his image into her mind, seeking artistic inspiration. This blatant difference in treatment left Li Haoyu and the others feeling like their emotions had been turned upside down, a jumble of bitter, sweet, sour, spicy, and salty tastes all at once. Damn it! We're all men. Why the hell is there such a huge gap? When we approach them, they couldn't care less. But the moment old Jiang speaks, they practically throw themselves at him? Though it stung like hell. But sitting at the same table drinking with three goddesses of this caliber was an experience they never dared dream of in their entire lives. And Jiāng Chén was such a good sport. Not only did he charm the goddess himself, but he also pulled his buddies along. He even invited them over to experience it too. This kind of camaraderie. Worth it. The men exchanged glances. Each silently resolved to cling to Jiāng Chén's coattails from now on. Hanging with the godfather. There's meat to be had. Though they didn't interact much with the beauties mainly because they lacked the guts. But just sitting here, soaking in the atmosphere of a top-tier nightclub, sipping premium imported liquor, watching their godfather mingle effortlessly among the beauties, laughing and conversing with ease. They felt a sense of pride. Pretty damn satisfying. At least they'd have something to brag about back at school. Yet the confusion in their hearts over Jiāng Chén's pickup skills only deepened. This guy used to be a total pushover who'd go weak in the knees just seeing Hu Weiwei. How could breaking up with her suddenly unlock his full potential? How could he effortlessly charm a goddess of this caliber? Could it be? Could breaking up really make someone grow? Or was he just faking it all along? The group was utterly baffled and decided they absolutely had to ask him about it once they got back. As the atmosphere in the booth grew increasingly lively, each person's thoughts drifted in different directions. Suddenly, Li Haoyu, with his keen eyes, spotted a familiar yet awe-inspiring figure slowly approaching their direction. Holy, holy! Li Haoyu nearly spilled his drink in shock. He yanked Li Bin and Sun Yalong beside him, his voice cracking. Quick, quick, look! Who is that? Li Bin and Sun Yalong instinctively followed the direction of his pointing finger. The next second, their faces instantly drained of color. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief and shock, mixed with the same fear a student might feel upon seeing the principal. Even He Yuanquan, who always carried himself with an air of nonchalance, and Song Yan, who affected an aloof demeanor, stiffened involuntarily at the sight of the approaching figure. Their eyes went blank. As if they'd encountered some unimaginable natural enemy. There she was, not far away, Meng Yuchang, their ice queen teacher, striding toward them with elegant steps. Chapter 54, Teachers here? Don't panic, let's play first. Li Haoyu, Sun Yalong, Li Bin, He Yuanquan, and Song Yan all snapped their heads around as if electrocuted, their gazes locking onto her simultaneously. The next second, their faces turned as white as ghosts. Their eyes were filled with utter disbelief. It felt like a group of elementary school kids caught red-handed by their homeroom teacher while sneaking a peek at a comic book during class. Meng. Sun Yalong's lips trembled, unable to form a complete sentence. Li Bin's sturdy frame stiffened abruptly. He Yuanquan's glasses slid down his nose again, but he was too stunned to adjust them, his eyes wide as if frozen in place. Song Yan's reaction was even more dramatic. He shuddered violently and nearly slid off the sofa. Teacher Meng Yuchang. She? How could she be here, appearing at such a place at such a time? Oh no! I'm toast. This is absolutely the end of me. Several roommates felt their hearts nearly stop, their minds going completely blank. After all, Professor Meng Yuchang was famously known as the Ice Queen at Jiangzhou University. Though stunningly beautiful, even encountering her on campus was daunting enough to make one hesitate to look her in the eye. To be caught by her out on campus at this hour, especially in such a high-end nightclub. For a moment, the roommates felt as if struck by lightning, their limbs going cold. They wished they could vanish into thin air. Yet, just as they trembled like frightened birds,
Jiāng Chén seemed utterly oblivious to the looming danger. Or rather, he was doing it on purpose.
After all, tonight's mission was to shock his good buddy and claim the reward. He remained seated calmly in the center of the booth, his face bearing its signature look of composed confidence. He even had the leisure to pick up a plump red grape and slowly peel it. Meng Yuqiang's three best friends Lin Wei, Su Xiaoxiao, and Qinya naturally noticed her return. Instead, they all simultaneously flashed mocking, gleeful smiles. Especially Su Xiaoxiao. She winked slyly at Jiāng Chén and deliberately spoke in a voice just loud enough to be heard. "Hey, big guy, you better hurry up, okay? Otherwise, once a certain someone arrives, it might become inconvenient to play." Her words were clearly hinting at Jiāng Chén while also subtly teasing him.
Lin Wei and Qinya couldn't help but chuckle. They knew Meng Yuqiang all too well.
They knew she usually appeared aloof and serious, but around her close girlfriends, she occasionally revealed her playful, girlish side. They were also eager to see what expression Meng Yuqiang would have when she discovered them having such a great time with this young guy.
What expression would she wear? Jiāng Chén, of course, understood Su Zhao's unspoken meaning.
He had certainly noticed Meng Yuqiang's approach, yet he deliberately pretended not to know, even letting a more playful smile curve his lips.
It was all about the thrill. Playing with the thrill.
Flirting with her best friend right under Ms. Meng's nose.
This feeling seemed rather exhilarating.
He held out the peeled grape closest to Su Xiaoxiao's lips. Su Xiaoxiao eagerly opened her mouth to take it, then spoke slowly. "I guessed all three sisters' professions and the number of times correctly.
Now it's my turn."
Meng Yuqiang had just stepped out of the restroom, feeling rather pleased. After all, she had secured a massive 5 million yuan investment, though the process had been somewhat unexpected.
But the outcome was favorable. Her project could finally get started. She was ready to head back to the booth and party hard with her girlfriends all night long. Yet, the moment she approached, she immediately sensed something off about the atmosphere at the booth. Her three best friends were sitting so close to a young guy, and judging by their expressions, they seemed to be having a pretty good time. Especially Su Xiaoxiao. He was actually feeding her grapes? What the hell was going on? How long had she been gone? These girls are already flirting with guys?
Meng Yuqiang's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Her gaze swept over to the boy sitting calmly and composedly among the three girls.
It's him? Jiāng Chén? What was he doing here?
And with her own girlfriends.
Hanging out with them? Meng Yuqiang was instantly stunned. Her mind went completely blank for a moment.
And in those few seconds of her dazed stupor, from the booth, Jiāng Chén's devilishly smooth voice rang out once more. And this time, he was addressing her three best friends. "Since I guessed correctly, ladies, shouldn't you?" He deliberately drew out his words. His gaze swept across their faces, some expectant, some curious, some flirtatious. Finally, he flashed a toothy grin and finished his sentence.
"Honor your promise and drink with me?"
As he spoke, he even reached out with remarkable ease, attempting to put his arm around Su Xiaoxiao, the closest of the three, with the utmost gentlemanly grace.
This scene, witnessed by Meng Yuqiang, was simply unforgivable. This guy. He actually dared to hit on my best friend right in front of me? What did he think his newly invested future business partner was? An indescribable rage and a jealousy she didn't even recognize surged through Meng Yuqiang,
making her momentarily forget all about composure, status, calmness, or reason.
She instinctively wanted to snap at him. But before she could utter a word,
beside her, her model students Li Bin and Li Haoyu finally seized the chance to remind Jiāng Chén. Terrified by the obvious anger in teacher Meng's eyes, they abandoned all caution. Frantically tugging at Jiāng Chén, they whispered in tearful, mosquito-like voices. Lao Jiang. Boss. Godfather. Stop playing around. Look behind you. It's Teacher Meng. Teacher Meng is coming. She looks angry. They were truly terrified. Terrified that Teacher Meng would make them all suffer together. Jiāng Chén finally turned his head reluctantly, gazing at the icy, stunningly beautiful face mere inches behind him. His expression perfectly conveyed the confusion and bewilderment of someone whose refined mood had been rudely interrupted. He seemed to have only just noticed Meng Yuqiang, even asking in a tone laced with surprise and curiosity. "Ha? Teacher Meng? What are you doing here? It's so late, haven't you gone to bed yet?" Put. Hearing Jiāng Chén's words, the roommates nearby nearly choked on their drinks. They stared at Jiāng Chén as if he were a god. "Holy crap! You old man, you really aren't afraid of death? At a time like this, you actually dare to question Teacher Meng? This is simply like dancing in front of the king of hell. It's like digging up the ground on the Tai Sui's head." They could already foresee the thunderous fury of Teacher Meng's wrath. Each of them was so terrified they wanted to curl up into a ball right then and there, trying to make themselves as inconspicuous as possible. Meanwhile, Meng Yuqiang froze in place upon hearing Jiāng Chén's abrupt, confrontational retort.
Suddenly, an unprecedented sense of absurdity and shame erupted within her like a volcano. Her already flushed face, tinged with anger, instantly turned crimson, as if bleeding. Even her snow-white neck and delicate earlobes were tinged with an alluring pink. Yes. He was absolutely right. She was a teacher. How could she? How could I be at a nightclub at this hour? And to make matters worse, he was caught red-handed by his own student who just invested 5 million in his business? Meng Yuqiang felt an inexplicable shame, as if caught red-handed in an affair. Though the circumstances were entirely different, it didn't lessen her embarrassment. She wanted to sink through the floor right then and there. She'd even forgotten why she'd been angry in the first place, seeing Jiāng Chén hitting on her best friend. Now, only one thought filled her mind. It's over. The towering, professional, perfect image I projected in his eyes, or so I believed, has completely shattered. For a moment, this usually commanding, all-knowing queen of the classroom experienced a rare mental freeze, utterly at a loss. She stood frozen in place, eyes darting wildly, lips parted slightly. She wanted to explain something, but didn't know where to begin. Her roommates, witnessing this scene, were utterly dumbfounded. Li Haoyu and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Their eyes were filled with enormous question marks and utter disbelief. What the hell is going on? This wasn't part of the plan? Shouldn't Teacher Meng be furious, losing his temper on the spot? And berate them all to high heaven? Why does it seem like Teacher Meng is the one caught red-handed, looking guilty, awkward, and flustered? Could it be that old John's entire sequence of actions just now was actually on the 5th level? Whoa! That's terrifying. Is this really the same old Jiang they knew? He's a demon. No. He's a god. Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably strange and awkward. Beside them, Meng Yuqiang's 3 best friends, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, finally couldn't hold back any longer. Su Xiaoxiao was the first to snap out of it. She glanced at Meng Yuqiang, who looked utterly bewildered and at a loss. Then she glanced at the boys beside them, frozen stiff as if they'd seen a ghost. Finally, her gaze settled on Jiāng Chén, who remained as calm as ever, a mischievous smile still playing at the corners of his mouth. A flicker of understanding passed through her eyes. She nudged Lin Wei and Qinya beside her with her elbow. Then, feigning surprise, she asked Meng Yuqiang. Oh my? Qian? Wait, you two know each other? Chapter 55, At school I call you teacher, outside you call me. Su Xiaoxiao's voice, 3 parts surprise and 7 parts mischief, rippled through the quiet like a pebble dropped into a still lake. As she uttered those words, all eyes once again turned to Meng Yuqiang and Jiāng Chén. Especially those 3 close friends of Meng Yuqiang's. Lin Wei, Su Xiaoxiao, Qinya. They watched their friend's rare flushed cheeks and flustered demeanor, even a hint of guilt and panic as if caught red-handed. Then they glanced at the young man across from them, still as calm as a cloudless sky, and the few young men cowering behind Jiāng Chén like frightened quails, not daring to breathe loudly. With their sharp wits, how could they not guess that this situation was brimming with sensational gossip? Jiāng Chén's roommates now sat like 5 groundhogs with ears perked up, eyes wide, staring fixedly at Meng Yuqiang, waiting for her answer. Their hearts were in their throats. Under the weight of all those eyes, Meng Yuqiang felt her cheeks burn even hotter. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, trying to regain the dignity and composure expected of an educator. Clearing her throat, she looked at her close friends, her gaze as composed as possible. Yes. This student, Jiāng Chén, is my student. She paused, as if feeling that statement alone seemed insufficient. Or perhaps she wanted to salvage a shred of dignity in front of her friends? As if compelled by some unseen force, she added another sentence, one that instantly sent the temperature in the booth soaring. He's a very thoughtful and outstanding student. Boom! If Jiāng Chén's earlier appearance and interaction had merely made the group of friends think he was interesting and not ordinary, then Meng Yuqiang's current remark, laced with obvious shyness yet unabashed admiration, felt like a bolt from the blue. It instantly ignited the fiercely burning gossip spirits within the 3 women. Student? Thoughtful? Exceptional? And he even made their ice queen who looked down on everyone and never showed the slightest interest in men flush with such bashful charm? If there wasn't something fishy going on here, they'd never believe it. Students? Su Xiaoxiao was the first to yelp in surprise. She suddenly leaned in close to Meng Yuqiang, her beautiful eyes widening as she scrutinized her from head to toe, as if seeing her for the first time. Qian. Way to hide it deep. When did you develop a taste for this puppy dog type of student? Spill it. How far have you two gone? Lin Wei pushed her glasses up her nose, her eyes behind the lenses flashing with shrewdness and teasing. Thoughtful and outstanding? Qian, we've known each other for years, and I've never heard you praise a man like this before. Even that Harvard postdoc who chased you for 3 years, didn't you just call him a defender? Come on, tell us what exactly makes this student of yours so outstanding? Even the usually gentle and reserved Qinya couldn't help but gaze curiously at Meng Yuqiang and Jiāng Chén beside her with her large, watery eyes. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips. Though she remained silent. Her eyes clearly screamed, spill it. We all want to hear.
Surrounded by her three best friends, who were scrutinizing her like she was a criminal, Mang Yuqiang felt so embarrassed she wished she could sink into a hole right then and there. She never imagined that a single compliment would draw such concentrated fire from her group of troublemaking friends.
Little puppy? Forbidden play? What kind of wild talk is this? How could they think of her like that? And how could they think that about Jiāng Chén? Mr. Jiang? Though she admits, Jiāng Chén is indeed exceptional and highly capable. In fact, far more outstanding than any man her age she'd ever met, and even many older men. If she truly had to choose a romantic partner. His youthful, handsome face, his steady and confident demeanor, his sharp and precise insight, and his unfathomable capabilities. It felt like, truly, completely fits her. All the fantasies about a partner? Stop. Mang Yuqiang. What are you thinking? He's your student. He's only 20. Are you trying to be an old cow grazing on tender grass? And he just said he hasn't attracted her attention yet. Thinking of this, Mang Yuqiang felt another wave of inexplicable irritation. No way. She absolutely couldn't let these troublemaking friends keep spouting nonsense. She had to set the record straight immediately. Mang Yuqiang took a deep breath, ready to speak up and rebuke her girlfriend's slander with righteous indignation. But before she could utter a word, beside her stood the very person who had always stirred such complex emotions within her. Jiāng Chén, the one who had always stirred such complicated feelings in her, suddenly smiled. He seemed utterly oblivious to Mang Yuqiang's flushed and flustered expression, nor did he care about the stunned stares from her roommates, whose worldviews had just been shattered once more. He simply raised his wineglass and toasted Mang Yuqi from afar. Then, in a tone that was utterly natural, intimately familiar, and tinged with the playful teasing only close confidants shared, he spoke slowly. Ms. Mang? He deliberately drew out the last syllable. A mischievous smile that made hearts race played at the corners of his mouth. At school, I call you teacher. Outside of school, what should you call me? Boom. If the teasing from her girlfriends earlier had merely left Mang Yuqiang feeling shy and awkward, then Jiāng Chén's ambiguous remark, brimming with endless possibilities, exploded like a bomb, instantly shattering the fragile composure Mang Yuqiang had barely managed to regain. What did he mean? Mang Yuqiang felt her mind go completely blank once more. Her heart pounded like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. Uncontrollable. Her cheeks burned so fiercely she felt like she might spontaneously combust any second. Her three best friends, upon hearing Jiāng Chén's words, instantly erupted in a knowing, suggestive "oh." Su Xiaoxiao dramatically nudged Mang Yuqiang with her elbow, laughing so hard she could barely stand. Listen. Jiāng Chén. What did I tell you? I knew there was something fishy between you two. Spill it. What do you call him privately? Little brother? Or, Lin Wei, unusually shedding her usual composure, let a mischievous grin spread across her lips. Well done, Xiang. You've been keeping it under wraps. No wonder you've been cold to all those young talents and business elites before turns out you've been secretly courting him all along? Xingya covered her mouth and giggled, watching Mang Yuqiang's flustered, indignant expression, utterly speechless, her eyes sparkling with playful teasing. Meanwhile, Jiāng Chén's roommates stood frozen like 5 statues. Completely petrified. Eroded. Shattered. They felt their ears were malfunctioning. Or perhaps, the world itself had suffered a catastrophic glitch. What had they just witnessed? Old Jiāng actually dared to flirt with Teacher Mang in public? And Teacher Mang didn't explode on the spot? She just blushed? What the hell? What the hell is going on here? Their worldview, their outlook on life, their values, have been utterly shattered by Jiāng Chén and Mang Yuqiang in this very moment. Am I dreaming? Sun Yalong muttered to himself, digging his fingernail into his thigh. Ouch. That hurts. It's real. Li Bin stared at Jiāng Chén and Mang Yuqiang with eyes wide as saucers, feeling his brain capacity severely insufficient. This shouldn't be happening. Yuan's glasses slipped down his nose again. He adjusted them, his gaze behind the lenses filled with philosophical bewilderment. Song Yan had given up on thinking altogether. He felt this world had gone completely mad. He'd rather continue living in his own artistic world. Only Li Haoyu. After a moment of stunned shock, his eyes blazed with the fervent light of discovering a new continent. Holy. So this is possible? Old Jiāng. No. Godfather. He made up his mind. Once he got back, I'll cling to my foster father's leg. Learn diligently, observe attentively. Amidst this sea of complex gazes, some stunned, some gossiping, some confused, some in awe. Mang Yuqiang nearly exploding on the spot from Jiāng Chén's single remark. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. She snapped her head up, her phoenix-like eyes now even brighter with shame and fury glaring fiercely at Jiāng Chén. Then, she shot a glance at the 3 friends beside her, grinning with ambiguous expressions. She took a deep breath, forcing the words out between clenched teeth.
A single sentence that sent shockwaves through the entire room, leaving everyone questioning their own sanity.
All of you.
Shut up. First, she barked the command with the authority of a teacher. Then, gritting her teeth, she turned to her best friends and said, enunciating each word deliberately.
He's not what you think he is. Jiāng Chén is my investor. He's the boss of my new project. Chapter 56, a little lesson taught to the proud teacher Meng. Investor? Boss? This revelation was even more explosive than the last. Even more outrageous.
Meng Yuchang's three best friends instantly shifted from their earlier expressions of ambiguity, teasing, and spectator-like curiosity to shock.
Stunned disbelief. Utter incredulity. Jiāng, always so proud and ambitious, a startup project she dared reject even top-tier VCs, had been snatched up by a student? And he became her boss? This was just too much to process.
The expressions on Meng Yuchang's three best friends' faces were as vivid as a palette. Shock, bewilderment, sudden realization, then deepening curiosity and a profound reassessment of Jiāng Chén's unfathomable depth.
A student? No. This is no ordinary student.
This was clearly a super powerful figure disguised as a student. The one who could make their haughty and arrogant best friend Meng Yuchi willingly call him boss. And without batting an eye, he'd thrown down 5 million for the angel round.
Jiāng Chén's true power and background must be far more formidable than they ever imagined.
No wonder Chang Xiang had always looked down on those so-called young prodigies.
Had she been captivated by this young boss all along? Su Xiaoxiao was the first to catch on.
She slapped her thigh and flashed Meng Yuchang a knowing, suggestive grin. Oh, so it's the little boss and his top assistant.
Ugh. It's the boss and the beautiful CEO's routine. Way to go, Jiāng Chén. Sharp eyes. Quietly snagged yourself such a young, handsome, wealthy sugar daddy who gets you so well. No wonder.
Her sharp-tongued remarks once again left Meng Yuchang so embarrassed and furious she nearly fainted on the spot. Lin Wei, unusually playful, glanced at Meng Yuchang, then turned to Jiāng Chén thoughtfully.
Investor and student, that dynamic is quite intriguing. Jiāng, would you call this an office romance? Or a campus fling?
Xinya covered her mouth and giggled, finding her sister's exasperated yet helpless expression particularly amusing. Meng Yuchang felt like she'd lost all the dignity she'd ever had in her entire life today. She was completely speechless under the relentless teasing of these cruel friends.
She glared fiercely at the culprit still standing by, enjoying the show. It was all his fault. Then, she practically ground out the words between clenched teeth. You lot. Keep talking nonsense. Believe me or not.
In the end, it dissolved into a helpless sigh, and she gave up on explaining altogether.
These guys, sigh, the more she explained, the more tangled it all became. Meanwhile, Jiāng Chén's roommates were utterly dumbfounded. Their brains couldn't process this overwhelming flood of information. Old Jiāng. No. Mr. Jiāng. He's actually teacher Meng's boss? He actually invested? How much? Holy? This is a million times more absurd than old Jiāng and teacher Meng having a teacher-student romance, okay? Their expressions were blank, hollow. This wasn't about being cool or not before they'd even started running. These guys were already capital tycoons they'd have to look up to. And they were still just broke students fretting over final exams and living expenses. The crushing disparity and a twinge of self-loathing made them lower their heads, silently drowning their sorrows in their drinks. Jiāng Chén shifted his gaze back to Meng Yuchang and her three friends, who were still reeling in utter shock. Ms. Meng, you flatter me. I was simply fortunate to recognize the potential in your project and your capabilities, so I made a modest investment. There's no question a boss or partner were equal business associates. His words were both modest and meant to reassure Meng Yuchang. Simultaneously, he cleverly conveyed a message to her friends. I, Jiāng Chén, am not only wealthy. I also possess discernment, vision, and a deep respect for my partners. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, the looks Lin Wei, Su Xiaoxiao, and Xinya gave him instantly changed. Their expressions shifted from earlier shock and curiosity to deeper admiration and recognition. This young man. Not only was his true strength unfathomable, but also possessed such remarkable emotional intelligence. He knew exactly how to save face for his partners at the crucial moment. It was almost too perfect to be real. Meng Yuchang shot Jiāng Chén a grateful glance, the last trace of awkwardness from her identity being exposed completely vanishing. Instead, a deeper curiosity about Jiāng Chén himself took its place. She composed herself, forcing her mind back to work. Her gaze toward Jiāng Chén now held a thirst for knowledge. Mr. Jiāng, given your profound understanding of the project, regarding the aspects of user growth and community operations we discussed earlier, do you have any more specific suggestions? At this moment, she was adopting the posture of a humble entrepreneur seeking guidance from her angel investor. Jiāng Chén watched her demeanor and chuckled inwardly, knowing he had this future CEO completely in his grasp. He had intended to continue playing the hands-off role. But seeing Meng Yuchang's eyes, burning with the intensity of someone who had found a guiding light,
He decided to offer a little guidance to this future capable lieutenant, a move that would also pave the way for his own future of effortless success. He paused for a moment before speaking slowly and deliberately. Ms. Meng, we should focus on people and content and the trust and community atmosphere built from them. So, what we need to do is seize these points and combine them with the uniqueness of our project for optimization and innovation.
Early user growth shouldn't be rushed, and we absolutely must avoid blindly burning cash on user acquisition.
The key lies in finding the most precise seed users, those who are genuinely passionate about and willing to share within our platform's specific niche areas, such as hanfu, handicrafts, or niche arts.
How do we find them?
Collaborate with vertical forums, communities, or even university clubs in these fields for targeted outreach and invitations. Simultaneously, establish a robust content incentive system to encourage these seed users to consistently produce high-quality, authentic original content.
High-quality UGC is the cornerstone of any community.
Content formats should be diverse. Text, images, short videos, and even live streams are all worth exploring. The key is authenticity, usefulness, and entertainment value that resonates with target users, creating a grass-planting effect. For community operations, prioritize atmosphere building in the early stages. Establish clear community guidelines, encourage friendly interactions, and crack down on malicious provocation and vulgar content. Simultaneously, identify and nurture a group of early KOLs, core users who possess influence in the field, strong content creation skills, and align with our platform's philosophy. Offer them traffic advantages, official recognition, and even early commercial collaboration opportunities to become the backbone of the community, driving overall engagement and content quality.
As for monetization,
Jiāng Chén glanced at Meng Yuqiang, knowing this was likely her top concern at the moment. He smiled slightly. In the early stages, we shouldn't rush into excessive commercialization. User experience and community atmosphere must take priority.
Advertising should be restrained and native in form, avoiding user backlash.
E-commerce integration must feel natural and seamless, ideally deeply interwoven with content so users can conveniently complete purchases while being influenced by recommendations. Consider formats like brand collaboration notes, influencer store tours, or product recommendations to subtly integrate commercial messages into high-quality content. You could even establish a platform-operated supply chain, collaborating deeply with distinctive designers, artisans, and niche brands to launch co-branded or exclusive custom products, building the platform's scarcity and uniqueness.
The most crucial point, Jiāng Chén emphasized. Prioritize data. Establish a comprehensive user behavior analytics system.
Leverage big data to precisely understand user profiles, interests, and consumption habits. Then, through algorithmic recommendations, deliver content and products that best match user needs directly to them. Achieve personalized experiences tailored to each individual. This is the core competitive edge of future community e-commerce. This speech not only captivated Meng Yuqiang, leaving her spellbound, but also opened her eyes. It felt like a door to a whole new world had opened before her eyes. Even the three girlfriends beside her, who had initially come with mere curiosity and gossip-mongering mindsets, were profoundly shaken by Jiāng Chén's logically rigorous and highly forward-thinking business analysis. Their gaze toward Jiāng Chén had completely transformed. If before they had merely thought him wealthy, handsome, and mysterious, now they saw something far more dazzling within him.
It was wisdom, vision, a grand perspective, the aura of a true leader who commands the world from behind the scenes. Chapter 57, compared to them, we're just kids. This young man was far more than just a spoiled rich kid relying on his family background. His own abilities and talents were likely far more terrifying than they could ever imagine. Lin Wei's gaze toward Jiāng Chén. For the first time, it carried genuine scrutiny and assessment.
She even began silently calculating whether she had suitable resources at her disposal for deeper cooperation. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao and Qinya's gazes toward Jiāng Chén were brimming with admiration.
A hint of admiration was beginning to surface. Rich, handsome, talented, ambitious, and he's so damn young.
He was practically the perfect male lead straight out of a novel.
What woman could resist a man like this? For a moment,
the atmosphere in the booth grew slightly awkward again because of Jiāng Chén's words.
Meng Yuqiang was lost in endless anticipation and contemplation about the project's future. Her three girlfriends each harbored their own thoughts, their eyes flickering. Only Jiāng Chén's roommates remained utterly baffled.
They couldn't make heads or tails of what Jiāng Chén and teacher Meng were discussing.
But it felt like it was something really impressive. Just then,
Su Xiaoxiao suddenly let out an ayah that shattered the slightly academic atmosphere.
Giggling coquettishly, she gave Meng Yuqiang's shoulder a hard pat. Hey, Jiāng, give it a rest. We finally get to relax.
And you're dragging our young and handsome general manager Jiang into work talk.
Look how tired you've made Mr. Jiang. And seriously, with such a handsome, wealthy young boss here, all you can think to talk about is projects?
You're just so clueless about romance. She mercilessly teased her best friend. Then, turning to Jiāng Chén with a beaming smile.
Mr. Jiang, don't mind her. She's a total workaholic. Let's keep playing games. That riddle game earlier doesn't count. Let's play something more exciting. What do you say?
Lin Wei and Qinya laughed along in agreement. Clearly, they too felt that in this setting, playing light-hearted games suited the mood better. It also offered more chances to assist Jiāng Chén, support her, and help them achieve their goal. Meng Yuqian blushed at Su Xiaoxiao's teasing, casting an embarrassed glance at Jiāng Chén. She noticed his face broke into an approving smile, as if he too felt it was inappropriate to keep talking about work. Her lingering desire to continue seeking advice was temporarily suppressed. With a resigned sigh, she conceded. Fine, I give in. What do we play? Let's play dice. Bluff. Su Xiaoxiao proposed with great enthusiasm. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Lin Wei and Qinya immediately agreed. They knew Su Xiaoxiao's sinister motives all too well. She just wanted to create an opportunity for Meng Yuqian and Jiāng Chén. Meng Yuqian looked at these three best friends who had clearly united to stir things up. She knew she couldn't escape this predicament today. Reluctantly nodding her agreement, she silently warned herself she had to stay sharp, give it 200% focus, and not embarrass herself. As for Jiāng Chén's roommates, the moment they heard they'd be playing games, and playing with a top-tier beauty, their alcohol-slurred brains instantly perked up. They completely forgot the awkwardness of being intimidated by the beauty's aura just moments ago. Games are great. Li Haoyu was the first to respond. Li Bin rubbed his hands together eagerly. Come on. Who's afraid of who? Sun Yalong was so excited his chubby cheeks trembled, getting to play games with you goddesses. I'm so honored. Though Yuan Quan and Song Yan remained silent, their eyes brimmed with anticipation and nervousness. Soon, the waiter brought over several elegant black leather dice cups and brightly colored dice. Su Xiaoxiao volunteered to take on the role of game host. She announced the rules with a smile. The rules are simple. It's classic bluff. We sisters are one team. We're in charge of. She flashed a nuclear-level smile at Jiāng Chén's roommates. Taking good care of these handsome young men. As for our Mr. Jiang. She turned to Jiāng Chén with a suggestive wink. Our very own Shang Shan will personally take care of him. One-on-one. A private lesson. How about it? Meng Yuqian was so furious she could have punched someone. You damn brat, Su Xiaoxiao. However, Jiāng Chén simply smiled and waved his hand again. Alright, minority obeys majority. We'll do as this lovely lady says. You five, make sure to entertain our three sisters properly. Show off the prowess of our 412 male group. Then, he turned his gaze to Meng Yuqian, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As for me and teacher Meng, well, this is perfect. We can use this opportunity to have some friendly discussions about our future project collaboration. Hearing the big boss Jiāng Chén speak, though the roommates felt resentful, they could only reluctantly accept. Meng Yuqi's heart skipped a beat under Jiāng Chén's intensely suggestive gaze. A blush crept across her cheeks once more, yet she found no suitable grounds to object. She could only tacitly agree to the arrangement. But she silently vowed to bring her a game later. To knock the cockiness right out of this kid. Let him learn the authority of a teacher and CEO. And so, under Su Zhao's coordination, the game officially began. First round. According to Su Zhao's arrangements, it was her, Lin Wei, and Qinya. The three of them faced off against Jiāng Chén's five roommates simultaneously. Jiāng Chén and Meng Yuqian were temporarily spectators. This was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter with no suspense whatsoever. Su Xiaoxiao, quirky and mischievous, excelled at trickery. Lin Wei, with her meticulous logic and precise calculations. Qinya, gentle on the surface, cunning beneath. In terms of drinking tolerance, experience, and mental fortitude, these three completely outclassed Jiāng Chén and his five roommates, who were still stuck in the newbie village. The dice cup shook wildly. The numbers were shouted at the top of their lungs. Glasses clinked and clattered. In less than 10 minutes, Li Haoyu, Li Bin, Sun Yalong, Yuan Quan, and Song Yan all five were wiped out. Sun Yalong's eyes were already glazed over, his speech slurred. Li Bin's face was flushed red like Guan Yu's, his tongue thick as he kept shouting, one more round. Li Haoyu lay face down on the table, questioning the meaning of life. Yuan Quan silently removed his glasses, wiping them over and over. Song Yan clutched his wine glass, his gaze growing even more melancholy. They stared across the table at the three beautiful women, still smiling charmingly. Their hearts were filled with profound defeat. This wasn't even the same league. Though they'd lost badly. Sitting at the same table as three goddesses of such supreme caliber, playing games and drinking together, this experience alone was enough to brag about until graduation. Just as the roommates collectively questioned their existence, Su Xiaoxiao finally extended her claws toward her true target. She slid a dice cup toward Jiāng Chén, her eyes narrowing seductively, a smile blooming on her face. Mr. Jiang, warm-up's over. Now, it's time for you and our Qianqian to engage in some friendly negotiations. Chapter 58. In his presence, they were as innocent as little girls. Lin Wei and Qinya also turned their gaze toward Jiāng Chén and Meng Yuqian, their faces wearing expressions of eager anticipation. Meng Yuqiang took a deep breath, smoothing the slightly disheveled strands at her temples. She picked up the dice cup, her gaze sharpening as she looked at Jiāng Chén. "Mr. Jiang, please." She was prepared to give it her all. Jiāng Chén found it amusing to see her tense, battle-ready demeanor masking her nerves. "Teacher Meng, you first." He deliberately addressed her as teacher again. Meng Yuqiang's pretty face stiffened, then she snorted and took the dice cup without hesitation. She grabbed the dice cup and shook it vigorously. Her movements were crisp and decisive. She slammed it down on the table with a thud. 5 fours. She called out a relatively high number. Trying to take the initiative. Jiāng Chén picked up the dice cup, gave it a casual shake, and without even looking closely, placed it on the table. He smiled faintly. 6 fours. Meng Yuqiang's brow furrowed. 6 fours? She didn't believe it. This kid was definitely bluffing. Without hesitation, she demanded, "Open." The dice cup is opened. Jiāng Chén sighed, 3 fours, 1 1. Meng Yuqiang sighed, 2 fours, 1 2. "Teacher Meng, you drink." Jiāng Chén smiled faintly. As if everything had been expected. Meng Yuqiang. She stared at the dice in disbelief. This kid's luck is just too good? She picked up the red wine glass on the table and took a small sip, her expression slightly sour. Round 2. Jiāng Chén called first. 4 fives. Meng Yuqiang followed, 5 fives. Jiāng Chén, 6 fives. Meng Yuqi hesitated. She sensed Jiāng Chén wasn't bluffing. But the odds of 6 fives weren't high either. She gritted her teeth, 7 fives. Jiāng Chén smiled, "Open." The dice cup opened. They added up the dice. Only 4 fives in total. Meng Yuqiang lost again. And she lost badly. "Teacher Meng, you've been too kind." Jiāng Chén still smiled with the same effortless ease. Meng Yuqiang. She silently picked up her wine glass and took another large sip. Her cheeks began to flush slightly. The 3rd round. 4th round. 5th round. In the rounds that followed, whether Meng Yuqiang played cautiously or boldly, she didn't win a single one. Jiāng Chén seemed to have truly opened the third eye, always accurately judging her point count. Or he'd use bold yet perfectly timed calls to force her to open her hand. And she ended up with a dismal outcome. Meng Yuqiang grew increasingly alarmed as the game progressed. The more she played, the more unnerving it felt. This kid. Is his luck just too damn unreal? Or could it be? He can actually read my mind? Staring at Jiāng Chén's face, perpetually adorned with that calm smile, her stubborn refusal to admit defeat flared up completely. She refused to believe it. A university lecturer in her own right. A future business elite. Couldn't possibly be outplayed by some greenhorn? Yet reality was brutal. Faced with Jiāng Chén's terrifying observational skills, memory, and logical calculation abilities granted by his intelligence plus 10, Meng Yuqiang's struggles were utterly futile, like a mantis trying to stop a cart. Soon, she had drained more than half her glass of red wine. A captivating blush had already spread across her fair, delicate face, and her gaze began to grow hazy. The phoenix-like eyes hidden behind her glasses now gazed at Jiāng Chén with an unnoticed mix of reproach and intoxication. I can't. I'm done playing." After losing another round, Meng Yuqiang finally pushed the dice cup across the table in a fit of irritated frustration. You must be cheating." She accused him, her words tinged with drunken innocence and stubborn defiance. Su Xiaoxiao beside her immediately burst into uncontrollable laughter, shaking like a leaf. "Oh my! Our Queen Meng can't take a loss and is starting to throw a tantrum?" She leaned close to Meng Yuqiang's ear and whispered teasingly. "I reckon if you keep playing, not only will you drink yourself under the table, but even the color of your panties might get guessed by Mr. Jiang." "You!" Meng Yuqiang was driven to the brink of humiliation and fury by Su Xiaoxiao's blatant teasing. She wished the ground would swallow her whole. She pinched Su Xiaoxiao hard, while Jiāng Chén found Meng Yuqiang's inexplicably adorable expression rather amusing. Especially when he saw her phoenix-like eyes, now watery and hazy from the alcohol, glistening like spring water, and her slightly pouted red lips, radiating a tempting sheen. Jiāng Chén smiled faintly. He picked up the penalty drink meant for Meng Yuqiang from the table. He tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. Then, setting the cup down, he gazed at Meng Yuqiang's breathtakingly beautiful face mere inches away. A hint of aggressive amusement played at the corners of his mouth. "Teacher Meng, since you don't want to play anymore, then I'll drink this cup for you. But, might I make a small request?" His words, paired with his suggestive gaze, instantly thickened the air inside the booth. Meng Yuqiang's heart began to pound wildly once more. Gazing into Jiāng Chén's deep, mesmerizing eyes that seemed to pull her in, she felt her body grow weak. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak of ambiguity, as if something unspeakable was about to happen in the next second. Suddenly, an untimely, yet sweetly coquettish voice forced its way into the moment. "Hey, handsome." A woman dressed in revealingly skimpy attire appeared, swaying her hips like a snake as she pushed a glass of wine between Jiāng Chén and Meng Yuqiang. She ignored Meng Yuqiang's gaze, which had instantly turned as cold as ice, and also ignored the hostile stares from Linwei, Su Xiaoxiao, and Qinya beside her. She paid no heed to the stunned expressions of Jiāng Chén's roommates in the distance. Her eyes had only Jiāng Chén. She pressed her voluptuous body tightly against Jiāng Chén's arm, her voice dripping with a sweetness that could make a man's bones melt as she purred. "Handsome, look what you've done, you've gotten this lady all tipsy. Why don't you let your little sister here keep you company with a few drinks? This little sister of yours can hold her liquor like a champ." As she spoke, she deliberately blew a hot breath into Jiāng Chén's ear. The implication was unmistakable. This scene left Jiāng Chén's roommates utterly speechless once again. Holy crap? Is this even a thing? Just coming right out to steal someone? Meanwhile, Meng Yuqiang's girlfriends all flashed a cold, murderous glint in their eyes. "You insolent vixen! How dare you try to steal a man right in front of us? You're practically begging for it." Chapter 59, Swarming In. The dominant woman's possessive instinct. The desire in the woman's eyes was practically overflowing. She wanted to devour Jiāng Chén whole, right then and there. Jiāng Chén's roommates were the first to react, their expressions instantly turning grim and shocked. Li Haoyu nearly jumped out of his skin. Wasn't this the very woman he'd mustered the courage to approach earlier, only to be completely ignored? And now she was actually approaching him with such a vulgar demeanor to hit on his godfather? Couldn't she see the four goddesses sitting beside the boss, whose looks, aura, and wealth outshone her by 100-fold? Was she blind? Damn it! How shameless! Li Bin also muttered a low curse in anger. He'd just been coldly rebuffed when he tried to chat her up, and now he saw this woman as completely different demeanor. She couldn't be bothered to acknowledge us earlier. But the moment she spots our godfather, she swarms like a mosquito drawn to blood? What a ing opportunist! Sun Yalong was so furious his chubby cheeks trembled. Exactly. So infuriating. Doesn't she even see us as human? Meng Yuqiang's girlfriends, however, reacted differently. They mostly looked down on her with disdain. This is the kind of trash? And she dares to try to steal a man right in front of them? She was just asking for humiliation. Linwei's lips curled into an icy sneer. She didn't even bother to speak, merely casting a dismissive glance at the woman as if she were trash. The contempt in that gaze alone was enough to make anyone with even a shred of self-respect cringe. Qinya, however, frowned slightly, as if the scene before her eyes were sullying her vision. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao, that little vixen, sparkled with the delight of a spectator watching a good show. Far from angered, she found it all the more amusing. Her gaze shifted to her best friend beside her, whose face had turned completely icy. "Oh my, look, Jiāng Chén. Our love rival has arrived. TSK, our Mr. Jiang's charm is truly extraordinary." She paused, then nudged Meng Yuqiang gently with her elbow, lowering her voice and winking suggestively. "So? Feeling threatened yet? Sis, I'm just warning you. If you don't make your move soon, your young, handsome, and wealthy little boss might just get snatched away by some other vixen." Her words seemed playful. But in truth, every word was stoking the fire. Provoking. Attempting to ignite that possessive urge within Meng Yuqiang one she might not even recognize herself. And with that provocation, an inexplicable rage instantly flared within Meng Yuqiang. Staring at the woman before her dressed provocatively and acting frivolously, a flash of obvious disgust and instinctive hostility flickered in her eyes. Though she was still wrestling with the complicated relationship between herself and Jiāng Chén. Though she was still striving to maintain the dignity expected of an educator. But that didn't mean she could tolerate another woman using such a despicable method to lay claim to the man who had given her immense support and trust, a man who had stirred unusual feelings within her. Meng Yuqiang took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm and rational. She reminded herself that Jiāng Chén was the boss. He had every right to decide who he drank with or associated with, and she had no place interfering. She even considered explaining that her relationship with Jiāng Chén was purely professional, teacher and student, or rather, investor and recipient, to stop them from making a scene. But before she could utter a word, something even more jaw-dropping unfolded. After the first woman boldly made her move, the others around her, those who had been watching and hesitating, like sharks smelling blood. One by one, they could no longer contain themselves and swarmed toward Jiāng Chén. "Hey, handsome. Mind if we join you for a drink? Hey, handsome, you're so cute, can I add you on WeChat? Sir, you have such distinguished bearing. What line of work do you do? A girl like me is utterly smitten by young, accomplished hunks like you. Bro, buy me a drink, I'm so thirsty." 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 women, each dressed in flashy, eye-catching styles, swarmed around Jiāng Chén. Each of them stared at Jiāng Chén with burning eyes, like starving wolves spotting a rabbit. They had clearly all realized something. Young, wealthy, a big-time investor, and seemingly easy to approach? Several ordinary guys nearby had struck up conversations with them earlier, unaware of what they'd missed. Now they knew. Better late than never. They rushed over, filled with regret. Jiāng Chén's roommates collectively froze in place once more. Meanwhile, Meng Yuqiang's girlfriends wore expressions that were nothing short of priceless. At first, they'd watched the first woman approach with mild amusement, finding it rather entertaining. But as more and more women rushed forward one after another, the smiles on their faces gradually vanished, replaced instead by solemnity and a strong sense of crisis, especially when they noticed several women whose looks and figures were no less impressive than their own. The alarm bells in their minds instantly went off. No! This man couldn't be snatched away by these seductive, vulgar outsiders. Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao almost instinctively turned their gaze toward Meng Yuqiang beside them. Their eyes were filled with urgency and encouragement. Qing, make your move. If you don't act now, he'll truly be snatched away. In their hearts, added silently. If you don't react soon, then, why let the opportunity slip away? We sisters will have to step in ourselves. But Meng Yuqiang, watching the chaotic scene before her, listening to the women's voices around her, some coquettish, some seductive, some feigning innocence as they tried to chat him up, feeling the physical jostling as they tried to push past her to get closer to Jiāng Chén, the final thread in her heart snapped. An unprecedented surge of possessiveness and jealousy erupted like a volcano, instantly shattering all her reason, all her restraint, all her reservations. This man, he's mine. At least right now, he's my investor. My boss. You seductive harlots. No one touches him. Meng Yuqiang's gaze instantly turned icy cold. Incredibly sharp. Like a sword drawn from its scabbard. Flashing with a chilling glare. She didn't even glance at the women still preening and flirting. Instead, she made a move so utterly unexpected it sent shockwaves through the entire room. Chapter 60, though we don't understand, we're deeply impressed. Get lost. Meng Yuqiang's two icy, sharp words carried an undeniable chill. The voluptuous woman, who had been flirtatiously pressing herself against Jiāng Chén, froze instantly, her seductive smile solidifying on her face. In disbelief, she whipped her head around to the source of the voice. When her gaze met Meng Yuqiang's icy, piercing phoenix eyes, she instinctively took 2 steps back, unable to utter even a polite remark. The other women around her, who had been itching to step forward and get a piece of the action, were also stunned into silence by Meng Yuqiang's sudden, powerful presence. For a moment, no one dared to approach. An eerie vacuum formed around the booth. Meanwhile, Meng Yuqiang's 3 best friends watched their sister finally erupt, displaying the unique authority of a queen. Their eyes lit up. Way to go, Jiāng. That's the spirit. Show them your true power. Crush these little devils. Jiāng Chén's roommates were utterly speechless. Holy crap. Teacher Meng. Has he lost it? What a terrifying aura. But, it's so thrilling? However, just when everyone thought Meng Yuqiang would continue using her overwhelming aura to clear out these uninvited guests, she did something that left everyone utterly speechless. A move that shook the very foundations. After forcing the alluring woman back with her piercing gaze, she did not stop. Taking a deep breath, as if steeled by some profound resolve. On her fair face, made strikingly beautiful by anger and alcohol, a resolute expression of utter abandonment. Then, under countless incredulous gazes, she abruptly turned to face Jiāng Chén, who looked slightly startled. Then, she stood on tiptoe, extending her slender arms, trembling slightly with tension. She wrapped her arms around Jiāng Chén's neck. Then, she pressed her own sensual red lips painted with exquisite lipstick and glistening with alluring sheen firmly against Jiāng Chén's equally startled, slightly parted mouth. She, Meng Yuqiang, Jiangzhou University's ultimate diva, the Ice Queen, had actually, in public, kissed her student, her boss, Jiāng Chén. Boom. Time seemed to freeze completely in that instant. Space seemed to freeze solid in that instant. All the music, all the clamor, all the neon lights and revelry, all the glitz and glamour, all paled in comparison beneath this kiss. Everyone who witnessed this scene, regardless of gender or distance, froze solid in place as if struck by the most potent petrifying spell. Their minds went completely blank. Their thoughts ground to a complete halt. Only the thunderous pounding of their own hearts remained. Meng Yuqiang's best friends Lin Wei, Su Xiaoxiao, and Xinya saw their expressions shift instantly from smirking anticipation to stunned disbelief. Then came an unbelievable surge of ecstasy. Holy? Qing, she actually went this far? She just went in for the kiss? And she made the first move? Holy crap! This is a historic moment. They were so excited they nearly screamed right there. Jiāng Chén's roommates' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, their mouths gaping wide enough to swallow a whole durian. Teacher Meng. She kissed. Kissed old Jiāng? In front of all these people? In a top-tier nightclub? This world is insane. Mom. I need to go home. Their worldview isn't just shattered. They've been crushed into atoms. As for those women who had just tried to approach Jiāng Chén or worse, spoken to him with insolence, they now felt as if an invisible giant hand had slapped them hard across the face. Their faces burned with stinging pain. Their eyes brimmed with humiliation, resentment, jealousy. As for the one who'd been forcefully kissed, Jiāng Chén, After a split second of shock, he quickly regained his composure. He felt the soft, warm lips against his own, carrying a hint of sweetness from the wine and Mang Yuchang's unique, cool fragrance. And her slightly clumsy advances, driven by nervousness and impulse. Jiāng Chén's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably, a primal urge igniting instantly. Interesting. He could even feel the faint tremor in the body of this queen, usually as cold and distant as an iceberg, and the heartbeat racing so fast it seemed ready to burst from her chest. Clearly, this kiss had required the greatest courage she'd ever mustered. A playful smile flickered in Jiāng Chén's eyes. A playful smile flickered. Instead of pushing her away, he reached out, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and pulled her soft body closer against his chest with a gentle yet firm pressure. Simultaneously, he turned the tables and took the initiative. Mang Yuchang's entire body trembled. As if struck by lightning. Her mind went completely blank. Only an overwhelming dizziness remained, as if the world spun and her soul had left her body. She could distinctly feel Jiāng Chén's aggressive aura, like a tidal wave completely engulfing her. Her body felt utterly drained of strength, leaving her limp and helpless in his embrace, completely at his mercy. Her heart was filled with unprecedented panic. Shame. Oh my God. What am I doing? So many people are watching. Yet simultaneously, an even more intense, unfamiliar thrill surged through her body like an electric current. It made her tremble slightly, even drawing an almost inaudible gasp from her lips. This sudden kiss, brimming with tension and drama, didn't last long. When Jiāng Chén pulled away, Mang Yuchang's face was already flushed crimson like dawn clouds, her eyes hazy and dreamlike, her breath coming in short gasps. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, her legs felt weak, and she could barely stand. She could only cling to Jiāng Chén's embrace to barely maintain her balance. She dared not lift her gaze to meet Jiāng Chén's eyes, much less meet the stunned stares of those around them. Never in her life had she been so utterly lost in the moment. So bold. Especially when doing it in front of so many people, kissing a student 7 or 8 years younger than you? Oh no. My cool, aloof older sister image is completely shattered. How could she possibly hold her head up in school now? How could she face Jiāng Chén? Mang Yuchang's heart was filled with endless regret, along with a sweetness and thrill she refused to admit even to herself. Meanwhile, Jiāng Chén gazed at the ice queen in his arms, now trembling like a frightened kitten, flustered and utterly adorable. The last trace of displeasure born from his forceful actions vanished completely. He lowered his gaze, taking in her ears flushed crimson, almost bleeding, and her long lashes quivering slightly. A meaningful smile curved his lips. This woman was indeed intriguing. She was more supple than he had imagined, though he wondered if she could be even more so. But just as Jiāng Chén was about to speak, beside them, the women who had been utterly stunned by Mang Yuchang's kiss earlier seemed not to have given up entirely. The most provocatively dressed woman among them pressed forward once more, refusing to back down. A defiant smile played on her lips as her gaze burned hotly toward Jiāng Chén. You're so amazing, little brother. One girl isn't enough, is it? How about letting me join you for some fun too? Holy? This time, not only Mang Yuchang's girlfriends, but even Jiāng Chén's roommates were utterly furious. Damn it. Think you're too good for us? Didn't you see Ms. Meng personally step in to seal the deal just now? And you still have the nerve to come over here? And spouting that kind of trash talk? It's like shining a lantern in a cesspool. You're asking for it. Get lost. This time, before Mang Yuchang or Jiāng Chén could speak, Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Wei, two besties with off-the-charts fighting prowess, simultaneously barked their orders. Jiāng Chén's roommates, especially Li Bin and Li Haoyu, abruptly stood up, towering menacingly beside Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Wei. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, Jiāng Chén spoke. He didn't glance at the woman who looked like a clownish figure. Instead, his gaze settled on Mang Yuchang, who remained in his arms, still reeling from shame and shock. His arms slipped effortlessly around her slender waist. He held her close, half embracing, half supporting her beside him, an intensely intimate and possessive gesture. He was declaring to everyone through his actions. Having done all this, he no longer looked at anyone else. Holding the utterly stunned Mang Yuchang in his arms, he smiled at the equally shocked group of girlfriends and roommates beside him. It's getting late. I suppose we should head back? After all, tonight's thrills and shocks should be enough, right? It was time to leave, brush off his sleeves, and let his achievements and fame fade into obscurity. Chapter 61, Key Laboratory of Future Energy and Materials Science. As Jiāng Chén finished speaking, Su Xiaoxiao was the first to snap out of it. She glanced at Jiāng Chén, then at her sisters, who were practically burying their heads in his chest like ostriches. Her face immediately broke into a mischievous, suggestive grin. Oh my, what are you two playing at? Looks like someone's body's here but their heart's elsewhere. Her soul must have flown off with our boss Jiang already. We wouldn't dare be the third wheel anymore. Lin Wei also smiled again, a rare occurrence. She pushed her glasses up and said to Jiāng Chén, Mr. Jiang, tonight has been most enjoyable. I hope we can have another chance to exchange ideas properly in the future. Then, he signaled to the dedicated attendant who had been waiting nearby. The bill, please.
The attendant promptly approached with a respectful demeanor and presented the bill. Jiāng Chén didn't even glance at it, pulling out his phone to pay directly.
His roommates beside him watched Jiāng Chén settle the bill. Though they'd grown numb to it, they still instinctively gathered around to glance at the bill.
216,800. Holy. 216,800.
Several roommates felt their hearts get hammered again. They nearly dropped dead on the spot.
The world of the big shots. Terrifying indeed.
Meanwhile, Jiāng Chén remained as calm as ever, as if this sum of over 200,000 was no different from a mere 20-odd bucks.
Beep. Payment successful. Ding.
Player's turn. The splendor of a wealthy patron has been perfectly completed.
Calculating rewards.
Host demonstrated extraordinary personal charm, exceptional social command, and overwhelming financial might during this turn, inflicting sustained, multidimensional, and profoundly intense shock upon surrounding targets.
Overall rating, SSS Great Perfection. Issuing SSS tier bonus rewards.
Congratulations, host. You have gained +10 to intelligence. Congratulations, host. Your nightclub expenditure of 216,800 has triggered a full refund.
Funds have been credited.
Congratulations, host. You have received an exclusive VIP reward. The system has automatically invested 100 million renminbi into Jiangzhou University's key laboratory of future energy and materials science. Congratulations, host. You have become the laboratory's sole designated investor and honorary advisor. You now hold priority cooperation rights and profit shares for all future commercialization outcomes from this lab. Additionally, you have been granted university-level honorary status at Jiangzhou University. Relevant documents and credentials have been stored in your system inventory. Settling this round's interest. Based on your current account balance, the interest income has reached the maximum limit of 50,000.
This action round concludes. Additional reward, 10,000. Whoa!
Staring at this string of mind-blowing reward notifications flashing through his mind, even Jiāng Chén, whose composure was usually rock solid, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath.
Intelligence. Another 10 points added. This was the most crucial attribute, unique and unmatched by anyone else.
Spent over 210,000, fully refunded, plus 60,000 in interest and rewards. It was like he'd eaten and drunk for free while netting an extra 60,000. And these were merely the appetizers. What truly made Jiāng Chén's blood boil was the exclusive reward for divine patrons.
100 million yuan investment for the school's energy lab? The system automatically processed the payment? And he became the sole investor? Honorary advisor? With priority cooperation rights and profit shares? Plus a ING university-level honorary title? He knew better than anyone what state Jiangzhou University's key laboratory of future energy and materials science was currently in, and the terrifying potential it would unleash in the future. Back in 2018 of his previous life, this lab was indeed just an obscure institution barely scraping by with chronic funding shortages, kept afloat by a handful of elderly professors and a group of graduate students. Its research focus seemed to be some kind of novel energy storage material. Back then, it seemed too cutting-edge, impractical, and with unclear commercialization prospects.
Jiāng Chén remembered clearly how, during his student days in that past life, the university had gone to extraordinary lengths to secure funding and investments for this lab. The usually aloof university president would personally schmooze with fat cat tycoons who knew nothing about technology, drinking and dining with them, bowing and scraping, begging and pleading for a few million yuan in sponsorship. Even so, willing investors remained few and far between. The lab remained perpetually in a state of limping alone, perpetually in the red. It even faced the risk of being cut or merged several times. Yet who could have imagined that just a few years later, with unprecedented national support for the new energy industry, and the dramatic shifts in the global energy landscape, this once obscure laboratory made a breakthrough in a critical technological field. The novel high-efficiency energy storage battery it developed outperformed all comparable products on the market at the time.
It caused a global sensation. Technology transfer. Industrial collaboration. National special funding injections.
Honors and resources poured in like a tidal wave.
In just a few short years, this once bankrupt laboratory transformed into Jiangzhou University's most dazzling flagship brand. The commercial value and technological influence it generated reached unimaginable heights. It even indirectly propelled the industrial upgrade of the entire city of Jiangzhou. At that time, every enterprise and individual who had invested in this lab early on reaped enormous profits, their net worth and status skyrocketing. Jiāng Chén suppressed the wild excitement surging within him, his face still bearing that calm, composed smile. He didn't even notice when he got into the car or who had called it, completely absorbed in his calculations for the lab. His mind was entirely occupied with future plans for the energy lab. He needed to find a quiet place to sort through his thoughts. But perhaps it was the lingering effects of alcohol from the club earlier? Or perhaps because he'd been too deeply engrossed in his thoughts? When Jiāng Chén finally snapped back to reality, he suddenly realized, for reasons unknown, the car had come to a stop at a location that wasn't entirely unfamiliar to him. the faculty housing complex. Right below Meng Yuqian's apartment building. And inside the car, besides him and the driver, there was only Meng Yuqian? Where the hell were his 5 crazy roommates? When did they get out? Jiāng Chén. He looked over at the mature-looking teacher beside him, who also seemed to have just snapped out of it. Meng Yuqian was staring back at him, equally bewildered. Their eyes met. An intensely subtle atmosphere filled the air. Meng Yuqian was the first to recover. A suspicious flush instantly spread across her pretty face, and her eyes darted away nervously. Clearing her throat, she explained. Ahem, Mr. Jiang. My apologies. I was just thinking about the project. Got a bit distracted, didn't notice where the driver was taking us. Even she knew this excuse was utterly flimsy. Jiāng Chén watched her adorable attempt to feign composure, her inner panic impossible to conceal. It was a stark contrast to her usual ice queen persona in the classroom, and he found it rather amusing. Chapter 62, An invitation from the diva teacher? How could a man say no? Jiāng Chén deliberately feigned sudden realization. Oh? Is that so? I thought it was you, Teacher Meng, who specially invited me up for a cup of tea. You. Meng Yuqian instantly flushed with both shame and fury. That bastard. Getting away with it and still acting cocky. What a rotten scoundrel. She glared at Jiāng Chén fiercely, wishing she could pierce holes through him with her eyes. But for some inexplicable reason, when she met Jiāng Chén's eyes that held a hint of amusement yet were as deep and vast as the starry sky, the fire of anger in her heart inexplicably died down by more than half. Even her heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably. Especially in this cramped compartment, just the two of them. Breathing in the air thick with the mingled scent of alcohol and the crisp, appealing masculine scent emanating from him. Meng Yuqian felt her body grow weak, her cheeks burning hotter, her breath becoming ragged. Jiāng Chén. Ha? Jiāng Chén looked over in confusion. Aren't you going for tea? What are you standing there for? Get out of the car. Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow. Teacher Meng, you're drunk. Seeing him unmoved, Meng Yuqian bit her luscious, tempting red lips. Her gaze grew bolder, more aggressive. What? You were so capable just now. Now you're afraid? She paused, her red lips curving into an intensely provocative smile. Or, is it that you can't? Holy. Jiāng Chén felt the flames within him ignite instantly at those words. This wasn't provocation anymore, it was outright contempt. This was intolerable. Fine. Very well. Meng Yuqian. Since you insist on playing with fire, I'll grant you your wish. Meng Yuqian's apartment. Click. The lock engaged. Completely cut off from the outside world. In the living room, the light was dim and suggestive, the atmosphere charged with tension. Meng Yuqian stood facing away from Jiāng Chén in the center of the room. Her shoulders trembled almost imperceptibly, yet she did not turn around. Jiāng Chén watched her graceful, delicate silhouette, striding forward to pull her tightly into his embrace from behind. Meng Yuqian gasped, her body instantly tensing. Teacher Meng. What did you just say? The scorching breath at her ear and the aggressive tone of his words sent shivers down her spine. Meng Yuqian's body instantly went limp, her cheeks burning as if they might catch fire. She bit her lip, forcing herself to stay calm. I was just talking nonsense after drinking too much. Oh? Is that so? Jiāng Chén chuckled softly. But I happen to detest it when people question my abilities. Especially when it comes from a lady like you, Teacher Meng. What do you say? His hands began to wander improperly along her waist, which rose and fell slightly with her nervousness. How should I prove it? You, let go of me. Meng Yuqian felt as if she were suffocating. Jiāng Chén's intense aura and his palm, hot as flames, sent electric tingles through her entire body. Trembling. Even her last shred of strength was being drained away. She tried to push him away, but her feeble resistance was utterly futile against Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén watched her, her body limp beyond belief, yet her mouth still spitting defiance. No more words. He swept her up in a princess carry. Ignoring her startled cries, he strode purposefully toward the master bedroom. Jiāng Chén. What are you doing? Put me down. Meng Yuqian was both embarrassed and frantic. Jiāng Chén gazed at the exquisite face in his arms, its beauty intensified by a flush of shame and anger. What are you doing? To thoroughly prove myself to Teacher Meng, of course. With that, he carried Meng Yuqian into the master bedroom, where every detail exuded elegance and taste. Then, he tossed her onto the large bed. The soft mattress sunk deeply under the sudden weight before gently springing back. Meng Yuqian felt as though she'd fallen into a giant cotton candy cloud. The world spun wildly. By the time she regained her bearings, a towering figure had already closed in. Their eyes locked. Their breaths mingled. Meng Yuqian gazed into those deep, piercing eyes, feeling the intense heat radiating from him. Her heartbeat raced out of control once more. Her mind went blank. Instinctively, she wanted to close her eyes and escape. Yet deep within, an overwhelming, inexplicable longing and anticipation surged. Even a ridiculous thought emerged. To fully experience it, to see what made this man so extraordinary?
Besides, she had suppressed herself for far too long. For 27 years, she had lived like a wound-up machine, studying hard, working tirelessly, striving relentlessly for professional success. She had never truly lived for herself, let alone indulged her own desires. Meng Yuqiang's gaze gradually shifted, transforming from earlier panic and shyness into a look of anticipation. She tilted her snow-white neck slightly, welcoming Jiāng Chén in the most primal, direct way possible.
The night deepened.
Meng Yuqiang lay limp on the bed, like a flower battered by a violent storm. Her gaze was vacant as she stared at the ceiling, her mind still in chaos and emptiness. Deep within her body, she was still sinking.
This sensation filled her with overwhelming shame, profound unfamiliarity, yet an inexplicable, intoxicating pull. She glanced at the man lying beside her. His sleeping face lacked the calm confidence he possessed when awake. Instead, he radiated the clean, pure innocence of his age. Long lashes cast soft shadows beneath his eyelids, his nose straight and prominent, his profile as sculpted and handsome as an ancient Greek statue. Meng Yuqiang's heart skipped a beat once more, utterly beyond her control. Her hand reached out, as if to touch his cheek. But at the very moment her fingers were about to touch his skin, they abruptly halted and retracted. No! Meng Yuqiang, snap out of it. You and him are just fulfilling each other's needs. Right. Mutual benefit. He's your investor. Your boss. You need his capital and vision to realize your business ambitions. And he might just be craving your body on a whim? Or maybe he just wants a thrill? In any case, you mustn't let yourself get attached. Absolutely not.
Meng Yuqiang repeated this warning to herself over and over, trying to suppress the strange feelings that were growing wildly like weeds with her rational mind. She must stay clear-headed. She must control the situation. She would leverage Jiāng Chén's resources to achieve her ambitions. Not like those foolish women who ended up as men's appendages, slaves to love. Yes. What Meng Yuqiang wanted was a career. Success. Men? They were merely stepping stones on her path to success. At this thought, Meng Yuqiang's gaze regained its clarity and resolve. She gently slipped out of Jiāng Chén's embrace. Then, barefoot, she stepped off the bed. Casually draped her nightgown over her shoulders. But instead of heading to the bathroom to wash up or returning to bed, instead, she walked straight out of the bedroom, entered the small study next to the living room, and switched on the desk lamp. Meng Yuqiang walked to the desk and opened her laptop. The screen lit up. It illuminated her face, still flushed with a languid glow yet intensely focused. She took a deep breath, forcing away the hazy, chaotic images swirling in her mind. Then, she began tapping away at the keyboard, revising her business plan. Jiāng Chén's suggestions today about user growth, community operations, and monetization had opened a whole new door in her mind, sparking countless inspirations and insights. Now that funding was secured and the direction clearer than ever, she felt energized like never before. She needed to immediately integrate these precious ideas into her plan. Her fingers flew across the keys faster and faster, her eyes growing brighter as she became completely immersed in the passion of her work. As if the storm that had just passed was merely an appetizer? While Meng Yuqiang was furiously typing away in her study, driven by her billion-dollar dream. In the bedroom, Jiāng Chén slowly opened his eyes. He turned his head to glance at the empty space beside him and the pillow still faintly scented with her fragrance. This woman. Indeed, she was extraordinary. She still had the energy to go to work? Seems I didn't give it my all earlier. He listened to the keyboard clicks coming from the study, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Ambitious and capable. A woman like this seemed perfectly suited to expand his empire. He pulled back the covers, revealing a physique with smooth lines and evenly toned muscles. Then, silently, he slipped out of bed and made his way toward the study. Chapter 63, Teacher Meng, it seems my work still isn't up to par. Several hours earlier. Meng Yuqiang's three best friends squeezed into the spacious, comfortable back seat, their faces still glowing with lingering excitement. Holy crap! Qian is so bold? She just went in for the kiss? And she made the first move? I've known her for years. This is the first time I've seen her act like this with a guy. Su Xiaoxiao was still reeling from the shock. Qinya covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with a tender smile. Yeah. I never expected Qian to be so bold. Lin Wei, however, remained relatively composed. Impulsive, absolutely impulsive. But considering the circumstances, it's not entirely incomprehensible. That Jiāng Chén, he's no ordinary guy. Whether it's the wealth he displayed, or his own looks, charisma, and appeal. Overall, he truly had an unprecedented impact on Xiangxiang. Plus, being surrounded by a group of women like that. And the three of us egging her on the whole time. Lin Wei's lips curved into a mischievous smile. Xian, acting on impulse, it's not like she did anything wrong. Su Xiao immediately retorted. Sis Wei, you're downplaying this way too much. We're talking about Meng Yuqiang here. We've known her for over a decade. When has she ever given a man the time of day? The men chasing her line up from China to overseas.
What young talents? Business elites. Overseas PhDs. She wouldn't even bat an eye. And what happened? She fell for a student 7 or 8 years younger than her? This is simply like a desert flower blooming. A once-in-a-thousand-years event. She grew more and more excited as she spoke. But this little guy, oh wait, Mr. Jiāng, he's got something special. Did you see that look on Jiāng Chén's face after the kiss? Seriously, wow. She flashed a knowing, suggestive smile. Xinya blushed and murmured in agreement, Jiāng Chén, she really seems different now. A thoughtful look flashed in Lin Wei's eyes. She definitely is different. But what worries me is, has Jiāng Chén gotten too deeply involved? That Jiāng Chén so young, yet possessing such wealth and cunning. A man like that, could he possibly lack women around him? Lin Wei's analysis cut straight to the heart of the matter. It instantly cooled the initial excitement of Su Xiaoxiao and Xinya. Yeah. That Jiāng Chén really seemed too perfect. So perfect it felt unreal. Could he possibly be sincere toward Jiāng Chén? Su Xiaoxiao frowned. Probably not. I thought he was pretty good to Jiāng Chén. All that investing. And supporting her. Lin Wei shook her head. Investment is investment, feelings are feelings. For people at their level, 5 million might truly be just a small investment, it doesn't mean anything. Then, what should we do? Xinya asked with concern. Qingqing, she finally met someone she might actually care about. Lin Wei sighed. It's too late to say anything now. Judging by how Jiāng Chén was acting earlier, she's probably already hooked. And given her personality extremely driven, extremely independent, especially when it comes to her career now that she's taken Jiāng Chén's investment, she'll likely pour all her energy into the project. Getting her to focus on romance now would be tough, she might even suppress her feelings for the sake of her career. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing this. Wait. Sister Weiwei. Now that you mention it. Actually, I think, this might not be a bad thing at all. She exclaimed excitedly. Think about it. Jiāng Chén is so driven. She values her career above all. Now she has the backing of a wealthy and visionary big boss like Mr. Jiāng. Her project is bound to succeed. Then she'll become a billionaire CEO. Isn't that way better than some unreliable romance? And Su Xiaoxiao shifted her tone, her face breaking into that signature mischievous grin again. Who says you can't have both career and love? I wouldn't bet against that Jiāng CEO having a thing for our Jiāng Chén. Besides, our Jiāng Chén might seem aloof and reserved normally, but who knows, in bed, ahem. I mean, who knows, one-on-one, she might just sweep that little boss off his feet. Then she'll have both career and romance. He he he. Lin Wei and Xinya listened to her increasingly outlandish analysis, both speechless. But they couldn't deny that the future Su Xiaoxiao painted was undeniably tempting. Perhaps things really would unfold that way? The three women, each harboring different thoughts, gradually fell silent, caught in a complex mix of worry and anticipation for their sister. Meanwhile, Zhangzhou University, dorm room 412. A different scene unfolded. Li Haoyu, Li Bin, Sun Yalong, He Yuanquan, and Song Yan, 5 young men lay sprawled across their beds. Each was flushed crimson, eyes glazed over, occasionally uttering incoherent mumbles and silly giggles. Clearly, after receiving special attention from 3 beautiful women at Starlight earlier, they had returned in a state of near total oblivion. Yet, even in this near comatose state, their faces all bore an eerily identical expression. Utter astonishment. Absolute admiration. Holy, that was insane. Sun Yalong rolled over, muttering incoherently. Godfather, you're a god. Teacher Meng, actually, kissed. Li Bin still wore a silly grin, as if reliving the breathtaking moment. Li Haoyu, meanwhile, hugged his pillow and chuckled to himself, muttering over and over. Learned it. Learned it. Godfather. True teachings. Only He Yuanquan and Song Yan remained somewhat composed. But when their eyes fell upon Jiāng Chén's empty bed, their eyes were equally filled with an indescribable sense of awe. Today, they had truly seen the light. They now fully understood the chasm-like gap between themselves and Jiāng Chén. It wasn't just about money. It was the composure he displayed when facing top-tier beauties. The command he wielded in complex situations. Even an ice queen of Ms. Meng Yuchang's caliber had been won over by him in public. Of course, they had no idea their godfather had done far more than just get Ms. Meng to kiss him. If they ever learned the truth, their jaws would likely drop permanently and never close again. Night deepened. In Meng Yuchang's apartment study, bright lights illuminated the room. The sharp, rhythmic clacking of keys echoed distinctly in the quiet night. Meng Yuchang remained seated at her desk, casually draped in a silk nightgown. Her jet-black hair was casually pulled back, revealing a snow-white, graceful neck. Her eyes were fixed intently on the computer screen, her fingers dancing across the keyboard like nimble sprites. Just as her inspiration surged and she was about to finish, behind her, the faintest of footsteps suddenly echoed. Meng Yuchang's brows furrowed slightly, but when she felt the familiar warmth slowly drawing near her body, instantly, she tensed uncontrollably, her breathing quickening. It was him? He's awake?
Meng Yuchang felt her heart begin to race wildly, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. She dared not even turn her head, stiffly maintaining her typing posture. She tried to mask her panic and the strange fluttering in her chest this way. Jiāng Chén walked up behind her but didn't speak immediately. He simply watched silently as her back curved slightly, tense with nervousness. He watched the sliver of her snow-white, delicate neck exposed as she kept her head down. He watched her long, jet-black hair, casually swept back yet still radiating a lustrous sheen. And the tantalizing glimpses of her figure beneath the loose-fitting silk nightgown. So, Teacher Meng still had the energy to write furiously here? That won't do. As the boss, allowing subordinates to get adequate rest is essential for them to better create value for you. He reached out and gently placed his hand on Meng Yuchang's fragrant shoulder, which trembled slightly with nervousness. Then he leaned in, bringing his lips close to her earlobe, which instantly grew hot and sensitive. Ms. Meng. Still working this late? Is there something you're dissatisfied with regarding me as your boss? Do you need me to give you some more thorough guidance on your work? Chapter 64, Teacher, don't run. Overtime tonight. Jiāng Chén's breath sent electric shivers coursing through Meng Yuchang's entire body. Shame and anger surged within Meng Yuchang. She abruptly tried to rise from her chair, trying to escape this dangerous situation that made her heart race and her body go limp. Yet, halfway up, a pair of strong, powerful arms had already wrapped tightly around her waist from behind. Her balance was thrown, and she plopped back down. Only this time, she could distinctly feel the warmth beneath her far surpassing anything before. Indeed, she was now seated in Jiāng Chén's embrace. Ugh! Meng Yuchang let out a startled gasp she couldn't suppress. Her body went completely limp, leaving her no choice but to lean helplessly against the solid, scorching chest behind her. Mr. Jiang. Meng Yuchang felt her voice tremble as she struggled to regain a shred of her teacherly authority. What are you doing? Let go of me. I'm still working. Jiāng Chén's low chuckle echoed in her ear. Working? He lowered his head, his nose nearly brushing against her exquisitely fragrant hair. Ms. Meng, didn't you ask me to guide you in your work? As he spoke, his large hands encircling her waist began to slowly glide downward, through the smooth, cool silk of her nightgown. The heat felt like a branding iron, searing Meng Yuchang's entire body as if she'd been electrocuted. She couldn't help but tremble with waves of tingling sensation. I didn't. Meng Yuchang felt her rationality slipping away. What I asked you to guide me on was the project. The business plan, not this. Oh? Is that so? Jiāng Chén's tone was utterly innocent. But I think this is part of the job too. One arm still held her waist firmly in place while the other pointed toward the illuminated computer screen before them. On the screen was Meng Yuchang's business plan, still half finished. Look here. Jiāng Chén's voice suddenly turned serious. Regarding the user profile analysis, isn't the data source for this section a bit too limited? You've only referenced industry reports without deeper, more precise primary research data supporting our target communities like the Hanfu Circle or the Handmade Crafts Circle. This approach risks skewed user profiles, which could compromise the accuracy of subsequent content creation and product positioning. He's actually giving me work advice? And he's pinpointing the exact problem? Meng Yuchang was stunned. She realized she had indeed overlooked incorporating more granular community research data earlier due to her overly rapid thinking. This guy. How could he even know this? Just as Meng Yuchang was momentarily lost in thought and admiration, Jiāng Chén's large hand, which had been resting on her waist, silently, an uncontrollable, kitten-like purr escaped her lips. Oh no! That single thought consumed Meng Yuchang's mind. This bastard, he actually ambushed me. The lamp in the study had gone out at some point. Meng Yuchang lay sprawled across the desk like a beached mermaid, utterly drained of strength. Her jet-black hair, long since drenched in sweat, clung disheveled to her delicate face and smooth back. Could it really be her, the woman who had just completely abandoned all reason and restraint? This man was poison. Like the most potent opium poppy. Once she touched him, she could never escape. Her lips parted as if to speak. But in the end, it dissolved into a soft sigh, thick with exhaustion and hurt. Jiāng Chén watched her languid, coquettishly aggrieved expression, reaching out to gently stroke her back, smooth as silk. Teacher Meng, do you still think I'm inadequate? Or, do you need me to guide you further? Meng Yuchang shot him a fierce glare. I'm warning you. Jiāng Chén. Tonight's events, just pretend they never happened. Starting tomorrow, I'm still your teacher. She tried to rebuild the psychological barrier that Jiāng Chén had completely shattered, using a strictly professional demeanor to mask her utterly shattered inner world and that unwarranted flutter of emotion. Oh? Jiāng Chén merely raised an eyebrow at her words. He extended a finger, gently lifting Meng Yuchang's stubborn chin, forcing her to meet his gaze once more. He studied her phoenix-like eyes, which tried to mask her panic and blush with icy detachment. He chuckled softly, speaking slowly. Ms. Meng, as the company's absolute controlling shareholder, I believe it's reasonable for me to make certain demands of my CEO.
For instance, requiring her to report to me at any time, anywhere that shouldn't be too much to ask, should it? Chapter 65, 100 million. The principal was stunned, the vice principal was shocked. In the study, Meng Yuqiang nestled into Jiāng Chén's embrace like a hakimi who'd lost all his claws and fangs. Alright, Teacher Meng, jokes aside. Work must still be done. You mentioned earlier that the project plan has undergone preliminary revisions? While your thoughts are still fresh, give me a brief update. I can help you refine it further. His words flowed with effortless ease. This effortless command over the situation once again stirred a profound sense of helplessness within Meng Yuqiang. What kind of monster was this man? She took a deep breath, forcing herself to refocus on the task at hand. She tried her best to ignore Jiāng Chén's large hand still resting on her waist. Clearing her slightly hoarse throat, she continued. Mr. Jiang, based on your suggestions, I worked through the night to significantly optimize and adjust the previous plan. For initial user acquisition, I propose collaborating with universities. Meng Yuqiang truly lived up to her reputation as a future billion-dollar CEO. Her mind was exceptionally sharp, her logic crystal clear, and her execution nothing short of astonishing. With just a few directional pointers from Jiāng Chén, she managed to absorb and digest these ideas within mere hours. She had even crafted a preliminary implementation plan tailored to the project's unique characteristics. Listening to her report, Jiāng Chén nodded approvingly. His admiration for Meng Yuqiang deepened further. Indeed, he hadn't misjudged her. This woman, born to accomplish great things. 5 million, what a worthwhile investment. After Meng Yuqiang finished outlining her initial concept, she looked up at Jiāng Chén, her eyes brimming with anticipation and nervousness. Mr. Jiang, these are my preliminary ideas at this stage. There might still be many areas that need refinement. What do you think? Is there anything that needs to be added or revised? At this moment, she genuinely regarded Jiāng Chén as a master and boss who could guide her through her confusion. Jiāng Chén looked into her phoenix-like eyes, brimming with a thirst for knowledge and a longing for validation. He smiled, but didn't offer immediate feedback. Instead, he countered. Based on your plan, how long would it take to produce the first testable version? At his words, Meng Yuqiang's eyes instantly flashed with unshakable confidence. She answered almost without hesitation. Mr. Jiang. Funding is already secured. I've also privately secured the core team members. As soon as you give the green light, we can immediately enter the high-speed development phase. Within 2 weeks at most. The first beta version. Absolutely ready for launch. Her tone was unwavering, brimming with the passion and drive expected of an exceptional entrepreneur. Half a month? Jiāng Chén nodded in satisfaction. This pace is acceptable. All right. He didn't press for further details, making a decisive call. Then proceed as you suggested. You have full authority over the specifics. Once again, he placed his utmost trust and authority in Meng Yuqiang. Hearing these words, Meng Yuqiang felt an indescribable surge of excitement and gratitude well up inside her once more. To encounter such a boss who possessed vision, decisiveness, and was willing to delegate authority and trust. It was a blessing she'd earned through countless lifetimes. Yes, Mr. Jiang. She nodded firmly, her eyes blazing with unprecedented determination. I promise. I will not disappoint you. MHM. Jiāng Chén nodded with satisfaction. With business concluded. The atmosphere, however, seemed to grow slightly awkward once more. In the study, only the sound of their slightly hurried breathing remained. Meng Yuqiang gazed at Jiāng Chén, mere inches away at his face, rendered even more strikingly handsome and captivating in the dim light, and those deep, enigmatic eyes still holding that playful smile. Her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably once more. A blush quietly crept back onto her cheeks. Her gaze began to shift away. Meanwhile, Jiāng Chén observed her body clearly sending out signals of invitation once more. Yet she was still trying to maintain that adorable, contradictory facade. It seemed Teacher Meng hadn't quite grasped the situation yet. As her boss, didn't he have both the responsibility and obligation to help her relax a little more? The next day, early morning. The sunlight was perfect. Jiangzhou University, Administration Building. Inside the president's office on the top floor. The atmosphere, however, was far from the brightness outside the window. Instead, it was heavy with solemn confusion and an undeniable sense of excitement. Behind the large mahogany desk sat the head of Jiangzhou University, President Zheng Jingru. Approaching 60, with graying hair, he exuded an air of scholarly grace and approachability. Yet now, his brow was deeply furrowed as he stared at the documents before him, his eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Across the desk sat two others. One was Li Jianguo, vice president overseeing research and industrial cooperation, who also served as dean of the School of Information and Engineering. In his early 50s, he wore glasses and exuded a strong scholarly aura. Yet his eyes were equally filled with excitement and concern. The other was Wang Zhenhua, director of the finance office, who held the university's financial reins. He was slightly overweight with a ruddy complexion. He resembled a Maitreya Buddha.
But at this moment, his usually smiling eyes were wide with shock, his hand tightly clutching a photocopy of a bank deposit slip.
The 3 highest-ranking leaders of the school.
At this moment, all 3 were plunged into unprecedented shock and bewilderment over the same matter.
Old Li, Old Wang.
Principal Jiāng Chén slowly set down the documents in his hands and massaged his slightly throbbing temples.
What do you two make of this?
Vice Principal Li Jiāngguo pushed his glasses up.
Unbelievable. It's like manna from heaven. We all know what's going on with that future energy lab.
The technology hasn't been fully developed.
The talent pipeline is dry. As for funding, it's running a deficit year after year. The money the university pours into it every year could fund another key discipline lab. If it weren't for the senior professor's reputation and that tiny bit of theoretical research value, I would have proposed shutting it down and merging it long ago. But now, he pointed to the report on the table. Someone actually made a single investment of a full 100 million yuan. He practically shouted it out, his inner excitement palpable. Wang Zhenhua, the finance director, was so overcome with excitement that the flesh on his face trembled. He waved the photocopy of the bank voucher in his hand. That's right. 100 million. Real money. Yesterday afternoon. Directly deposited into the lab's special account. I double-checked it multiple times. Absolutely no scam. Not money laundering either. The source of funds is crystal clear. Completely legal and compliant. It's a clean as can be massive investment. He slapped his thigh in excitement. This was a godsend. No, it was like a mountain of gold delivered in the snow. Principal Jiāng Chén watched his 2 excited subordinates, yet his face showed little joy. Instead, his brow furrowed even deeper. He picked up another document, this one even more classified. It contained only a name and some basic information. And an identity tag that left everyone privy to it utterly baffled. Money is indeed a wonderful thing.
Jiāng Chén spoke slowly.
100 million yuan in funding would be a godsend for that lab.
But, his tone shifted abruptly, his gaze sharpening.
The source of this money. Doesn't it strike you as odd?
Li Jiāngguo and Wang Zhenhua's faces instantly lost some of their excitement. They exchanged a glance, each seeing a trace of gravity in the other's eyes.
Wang Zhenhua cautiously inquired. Principal, what are you implying?
Jiāng Chén slid the classified document toward them.
We've learned through certain channels. He paused, then uttered the name that nearly made Li Jiāngguo and Wang Zhenhua's eyes pop out of their sockets. The sole designated investor who splashed out 100 million is a freshman at our university. Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén? Which Jiāng Chén? Li Jiāngguo and Wang Zhenhua exchanged stunned glances, their minds once again going blank. Chapter 66, Where's the Godfather? Why isn't he in the dorm? No, that can't be right.
After Li Jiāngguo learned about Jiāng Chén's background and behavior at school from Jiāng Chén, he was the first to express doubt.
Could it be a mix-up? Someone with the same name? Wang Zhenhua nodded repeatedly. Exactly, Principal. That Jiāng Chén. I remember him.
Last time he applied for a student loan, I personally reviewed his documents.
His family background is very ordinary. Both parents are laid-off workers.
He's still carrying tens of thousands in online loans himself.
How could he possibly come up with 100 million?
Jiāng Chén looked at their "I'd never believe it" expressions, gave a wry smile, and shook his head.
At first, I didn't believe it either. But through deeper channels, we've learned. This Jiāng Chén seems to be quite extraordinary. And
Jiāng Chén's expression grew even more peculiar. Yesterday afternoon, he splurged on a lifetime membership worth over 80,000 yuan at Miracle Fitness near campus. He also bought 100,000 yuan worth of personal training sessions.
Whoa! Another bombshell. It left Li Jiāngguo and Wang Zhenhua frying on the outside and tender on the inside.
First, he splurged nearly 200,000 yuan on gym memberships and training sessions in a single day.
Then, he injected 100 million yuan into the school lab? What kind of move is this? Could he really be the hidden heir to some top-tier tycoon family?
Li Jiāngguo muttered to himself.
So all that pretending to be poor and acting like a bootlicker was just him experiencing life?
The world of rich kids is beyond our comprehension.
Wang Zhenhua also sighed.
But to casually pull out 100 million yuan just to invest in a lab no one believes in. That kind of scale, that kind of boldness, the family behind him, probably. He dared not finish the thought, but the reverence in his eyes spoke volumes.
Jiāng Chén nodded solemnly. I think so too. This Jiāng Chén is no ordinary person. Either his previous actions were a facade, or something monumental has happened recently that we're unaware of. Either way, it shows he's deeply calculating and cunning, nothing like an ordinary freshman. Jiāng Chén's gaze grew even more intense. Then, President, Li Jiāngguo asked with a hint of concern. Should we talk to him? Or perhaps send someone to approach him indirectly?
Jiāng Chén pondered for a moment. Finally, he slowly shook his head.
It's unnecessary.
With someone like him, you either avoid him entirely or cultivate a relationship. Right now, we have no idea what he's capable of or what his true intentions are. If we approach him rashly or probe too deeply, and he takes offense, the consequences would be too great for us to bear. Besides, whatever his motives may be, his 100 million investment is real. It truly solves our most pressing problem. So my suggestion is to watch and wait, keeping our distance.
At the school level, we won't actively disturb him, treat him as an ordinary student. Let him do what he wants. We'll turn a blind eye. As for that lab, he turned to Li Jiangguo. Old Li, you'll personally oversee this. Make absolutely sure every penny of that 100 million is spent where it counts. Deliver real results. Yes, principal. Understood. Li Jiangguo immediately nodded solemnly, his eyes reigniting with the flame of hope for scientific research. Meanwhile, Zhangzhou University, dorm room 412. The lingering effects of a hangover continued to torment the poor young men. Li Haoyu was the first to struggle to his feet. His hangover wasn't too bad, it was mainly hunger. Yesterday at Starlight, he'd been too busy being shot and drinking. He barely ate a bite. He shook his still dizzy head. His gaze instinctively drifted toward Jiāng Chén's bed. Empty. The quilt was still neatly folded. No one had come back last night. Holy? Li Haoyu snapped wide awake. He leapt off his bed and rushed to the beds of his other roommates, who were still groaning and moaning. Wake up! Wake up, everyone! Something big happened. Don't bother me. Sun Yalong opened his eyes groggily. Haoyu, what the hell are you yelling about? Screaming? Li Haoyu pointed at Jiāng Chén's empty bunk. His voice cracked. Look, everyone. Old Jiāng didn't come back last night. Whoosh. Those words hit like a bucket of ice water, instantly sobering everyone in the dorm. 4 people practically leaped off their beds simultaneously. Their eyes instantly locked onto Jiāng Chén's empty bed. Holy. Combined with what happened at the nightclub last night, an incredibly bold, utterly insane, yet somehow perfectly plausible suspicion took root in their minds. Could it be that old Jiāng really got with teacher Meng? The gaze of the 5 young, blood-boiling college students toward Jiāng Chén's empty bunk changed completely. It was no longer admiration, it was outright worship. Godfather, you're the man. I always knew. Old Jiāng wasn't just any ordinary guy. But this is just too unbelievable? After a moment of stunned silence, Li Haoyu immediately pulled out his phone and opened the WeChat group. 412 Male God Squad 6. Fingers flew across the keyboard as he began typing. At Jiāng Chén. At Jiāng Chén. At Jiāng Chén. Li Haoyu, Godfather. Where is he? Li Haoyu, last night. Was it? He. Li Haoyu, quick. Tell me the truth. Confess and get leniency. Resist and face harsher punishment. Li Haoyu, did you really do something to teacher Meng? Li Haoyu, evil grin, evil grin, evil grin. No sooner had he sent the message. Over there. Meng Yuchan's apartment, master bedroom. Morning sunlight filtered through sheer curtains, gently spilling across the rumpled king-size bed. Jiāng Chén leaned against the headboard, staring at the sudden flood of messages in the dorm group chat on his phone. He chuckled helplessly. These kids. They really have boundless energy. In his arms, Meng Yuchan curled up like a lazy kitten, sleeping soundly. Her sleeping face was serene and beautiful, completely devoid of her usual coldness and sharpness. Long lashes lay lightly over her eyelids like butterfly wings. The corners of her mouth even curved upward in a satisfied, sweet smile. Clearly, last night's in-depth exchange and work guidance that lasted well into the night had brought her an unprecedented experience and satisfaction. Suddenly, as if startled by the vibration of Jiāng Chén's phone, Meng Yuchan's long lashes fluttered lightly a few times before her mesmerizing phoenix-like eyes slowly opened. Fresh from sleep, her gaze remained hazy, radiating lazy, unguarded innocence, a stark contrast to her usual sophisticated, older sister image. She instinctively snuggled deeper into Jiāng Chén's embrace, seemingly searching for a more comfortable position to linger in bed. However, when her gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiāng Chén's illuminated phone screen, seeing those messages filled with he and all sorts of lewd emojis, she snapped awake instantly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. All traces of sleep vanished. A wave of shame washed over her, drowning her in an instant. Did the students find out? Did they know about her and Jiāng Chén last night? Meng Yuchan felt her cheeks instantly grow hot enough to boil an egg. She abruptly sat up from Jiāng Chén's embrace. Jiāng Chén watched her flustered, bashful, and slightly annoyed yet adorable expression, like a startled little rabbit. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. He scooped her back into his arms and kissed her smooth forehead. Then, he teased softly in her ear, Ms. Meng, what's the rush? Easy for you to say. If they find out, how could I possibly continue teaching? Her voice grew increasingly aggrieved. Though she had indeed welcomed Jiāng Chén's advances last night, experiencing unparalleled pleasure. But that was under the combined influence of alcohol and impulse. Now that she was sober, a wave of shame flooded her heart. Jiāng Chén. Mr. Jiang. Could you keep this confidential? Just consider it a favor for the sake of my future role managing your company. She even resorted to pleading from her position as his subordinate. Seeing her pitifully vulnerable state, Jiāng Chén's playful mood vanished completely. Instead, pity and a sense of responsibility welled up within him. He knew Meng Yuqian was unlike any woman he'd ever encountered. She was proud, independent, and ambitious. Jiāng Chén reached out, gently cupping her face to meet his gaze. His gaze grew earnest. All right, I promise you. What happened tonight will remain between us. No one else will ever know. Hearing Jiāng Chén's solemn promise, Meng Yuqian finally felt a little calmer. She gazed into Jiāng Chén's eyes, filled with sincerity and complexity. A wave of warmth surged through her heart once more. But then, she caught sight of that familiar mischievous grin playing at the corners of his mouth. She watched as Jiāng Chén picked up his phone and swiftly typed in the dorm group chat right in front of her. Then, he hit send. Meng Yuqian's heart skipped a beat. What did he send? Could it be? She hurriedly leaned in to see. There, displayed prominently on the screen, was the message Jiāng Chén had just sent. Sorry, just woke up. In the classroom, about to clock in for class. Meng Yuqian stared at the message, completely dumbfounded once more. She stared at Jiāng Chén, torn between laughter and tears, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Jiāng Chén watched her utterly dumbfounded expression, a mix of exasperation and amusement, and found it utterly adorable. His mood lifted instantly. He leaned down and gave her red lips a light peck. Then he rolled off the bed and began dressing with crisp, efficient movements. All done, Teacher Meng. He said to Meng Yuqian, who was still in a daze on the bed, while buttoning his shirt. I have to go teach at school. As for you. He turned back, taking in Meng Yuqian's languid, alluring, yet visibly exhausted form. Just rest, well. After all. You worked late last night too. It must have been exhausting. With that, he paid no further attention to the flushed, flustered, and mortified mature teacher behind him. He turned and strode out of the bedroom with purpose. Chapter 67, Thanks for the invite. I'm in the classroom, getting ready to clock in. 9:50 a.m. 10 minutes until the second lecture. Zhangzhou University, Building 1. Inside Lecture Hall J1302. Today, Hu Weiwei seemed to have dressed up meticulously, her face adorned with flawless makeup. She wore a brand new designer dress. Probably bought yesterday with coins she'd extorted from that creep. In her hand, she was carrying, unlike her usual self, a breakfast box wrapped in what looked like high-end packaging. This scene was nothing short of a miracle. Am I seeing this right? Hu Weiwei, she actually brought breakfast to class. Yeah. And look at that packaging. It looks like it's from that trendy light meal shop outside campus. Didn't she always have Jiāng Chén bring her steamed buns and fried dough sticks from the cafeteria? Exactly. Jiāng Chén used to bring her breakfast rain or shine every morning, and she'd always pick at it and complain. What's this, a change of heart? Changed her ways? I don't think so. Did you guys skip yesterday's career guidance class with Teacher Meng? Let me tell you. Something absolutely shocking happened in there yesterday. What scandal? Spill it. The two girls perked up instantly, their eyes sparkling with interest. The well-connected girl glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention before launching into a vivid, embellished account of yesterday's events. The school beauty Yen, she actually lowered herself to confront Hu Weiwei on the spot just to defend Jiāng Chén? And Yen, she even hinted that she intended to pursue Jiāng Chén? Whoa! This barrage of revelations instantly plunged the entire classroom into a collective gasp of shock. Everyone's gaze toward Hu Weiwei changed completely. So all this time, she brought this on herself. She dumped him for being poor, only for him to get noticed by the goddess right after? Hu Weiwei, of course, felt the strange stares all around her. Her face flushed alternately crimson and ashen, her hands clenched into tight fists on her knees. It must be that little Yen, she deliberately spreading rumors, and that good-for-nothing Jiāng Chén, how dare he humiliate me in public. She thought Jiāng Chén was just riding a sudden wave of luck to act so arrogant. But last night, the more she thought about it, the more off it felt, especially Yen, she's final reaction. That didn't seem like a momentary impulse. It felt more like a desperate gamble after confirming some undeniable truth. What kind of truth could make Yen, she the school beauty who looked down on everyone and valued her reputation above all, act so recklessly? There was only one possibility. Jiāng Chén was truly a hidden super-rich second-generation heir. This realization thrilled Hu Weiwei, yet it also brought endless regret. Had she actually pushed away a super goldmine who had once obeyed her every word? No. No way. Absolutely not. Hu Weiwei snapped her head up, her eyes flashing with a near-mad gleam. She couldn't lose Jiāng Chén, just as the 3D zone couldn't lose Jerusalem. Especially not to that Yen Shi. She took a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging within her heart. Once again, she managed to squeeze out a smile she believed to be haughty and reserved, yet magnanimous. She heard a few girls whispering nearby. Who would have thought Jiāng Chén changed so much? He used to be so timid, but now he's actually... Yeah, you really can't judge a man by appearances. Hu Weiwei seized the moment, casually adjusting her designer dress. Then, with an air of effortless superiority, she remarked. What do you know? Jiāng Chén's just being himself, childish and sulky. After treating me so well before, suddenly going cold? He's just trying to get my attention. Wants me to care about him more.
A resigned smile spread across her face, as if she'd seen through it all from the start.
Men are all like that.
They throw little tantrums, just coax them a bit and they'll be fine.
As for that Yanxi? She's just a tool Jiāng Chén's using to provoke me.
A mere puppet, not worth worrying about.
When I'm in the mood and come to my senses, all I need to do is flick my fingers at him.
He'll come running back to me, tail wagging obediently like before, begging for my forgiveness. Her words were spoken with absolute confidence. The classmates around her, who had been murmuring among themselves, fell silent upon hearing her twisted logic. They stared at her as if she were a hopeless fool.
Is this girl living in a fantasy world? Is her face made of brick?
But Hu Weiwei completely ignored these looks of contempt, still immersed in the status she had imagined for herself. She even picked up that breakfast that looked fancy. She arranged it with an air of extreme domestic perfection. As if she were waiting for some sulking boyfriend to return and apologize, only for her to graciously bestow this breakfast upon him? Just then, a sudden commotion erupted at the classroom door.
Look! The school beauty's here. Holy crap! She's holding breakfast too? Could she really be here for Jiāng Chén? Whoosh! All eyes instantly turned toward the classroom door. There she was. Yanxi. The campus beauty of Jiangzhou University stood there, looking as radiant as ever.
She still wore the same pure and charming white dress and light blue denim jacket from that morning, and she was still carrying a breakfast in her hand. Her lovely face bore a noticeable flush, along with a hint of nervousness and resolve known only to herself. Hu Weiwei stared at the heartfelt breakfast yen she held, clearly homemade, then glanced at her own trendy breakfast bought with money. Her face instantly darkened to the color of a pot bottom.
Bitch! That little! She actually dared to come in front of me and try to seduce Jiāng Chén? And she's doing it so blatantly. Is she trying to show off in front of me?
Hu Weiwei trembled with rage, nearly exploding on the spot. Meanwhile, Yanxi felt her heart pounding wildly, her palms sweating.
She knew how bold and outrageous her actions today were.
But she was determined to see it through. Yesterday, when she heard those people slander Jiāng Chén and insult her like that, the inexplicable rage and competitive spirit within her had been completely ignited.
How dare they? Why should a vain, selfish, and vicious woman like Hu Weiwei get to have Jiāng Chén as her junior? Even if it was only in the past. And she, because of some so-called reserve, had to watch an outstanding young man slip away right before her eyes? And risk being hounded by someone like Hu Weiwei all over again? No! She wouldn't stand for it. Chapter 68. How did the campus Belle start speaking in riddles?
When Jiāng Chén reached the classroom door, he froze in shock. On his left stood his ex-girlfriend, Hu Weiwei, her face plastered with a deliberately feigned look of helpless vulnerability and deep affection, clutching a trendy breakfast box. To his right stood campus beauty senior Yanxi, her pretty face flushed with unmistakable blush and nervousness, also clutching a heart-shaped breakfast box. And all around them, the entire class stared like searchlights. Jiāng Chén felt utterly speechless inside. Just as he was about to speak, Hu Weiwei took the initiative, deliberately ignoring Yanxi beside her. Her expression instantly shifted to one of hurt and resentment, feigning magnanimity after being neglected by her boyfriend, her voice thin as a thread. Jiāng Chén, you finally showed up. I've been waiting for you for so long. Look, I even bought you that trendy sandwich you always raved about. Come try it, please. Jiāng Chén desperately wanted to ask, when did I ever say I wanted that thing? But Hu Weiwei had already stepped forward without a word, grabbing Jiāng Chén's arm. She tried to assert her claim with this intimate gesture. However, before her hand could touch Jiāng Chén, Yanxi, on the other side, mustered her courage and stepped forward to block Jiāng Chén. Though her body still trembled slightly, she didn't reach for Jiāng Chén like Hu Weiwei. Instead, she simply held out the breakfast she carried toward him. Junior. Good morning. I brought you your favorite millet porridge and meat buns. They're still warm. You should eat them while they're hot. Otherwise, it's bad for your stomach. Her words seemed ordinary, just a simple expression of care. But when combined with her declaration in Professor Meng's class yesterday, which had been misinterpreted, and her proactive act of bringing breakfast again this morning, the subtext was unmistakable. A collective gasp echoed through the classroom and beyond. Holy! This is a real-life battlefield of love. Two stunning beauties publicly fighting over a guy? This is way too intense. All eyes darted back and forth between Jiāng Chén, Yanxi, and Hu Weiwei, filled with the gleeful curiosity of onlookers. Pure excitement and anticipation. When Hu Weiwei heard Yanxi's words and saw the steaming breakfast she offered to Jiāng Chén. Especially when she saw Jiāng Chén's gaze actually linger on the millet porridge and meat buns. A flicker of satisfaction and warmth even passed through his eyes. The jealousy burning within her instantly flared up like gasoline had been poured on the flames. How the hell did that know Jiāng Chén likes this? She's deliberately using this method to disgust me.
To provoke me? Hu Weiwei was so furious she nearly lost her mind. She whipped her head around and glared at Yan Shi. Yan Shi! What do you think you're doing? Can't you see I'm talking to Jiāng Chén? You're an outsider. Why are you barging in like this?
She sneered coldly, her eyes brimming with contempt.
Jiāng Chén only likes the high-end Western breakfast I buy for him.
He couldn't care less about your tacky, cheap congee and steamed buns.
Get that out of here. Stop being an eyesore. She began shooing Yan Shi away outright.
Yan Shi's face flushed crimson at this unreasonable accusation, but this time, she didn't just feel hurt and angry like yesterday. Instead, she summoned unprecedented courage, lifting her head to glare back at Hu Weiwei without flinching. Junior, first of all, whether Jiāng Chén and I are outsiders is not for you to decide. Second, what Junior Jiāng Chén likes to eat seems to have nothing to do with you, right? After all. She offered a faint smile, as sharp as a thorned rose.
You two have already broken up. Isn't that right? Finally.
She glanced at the exquisitely packaged viral breakfast in Hu Weiwei's hands. Senior Hu, maybe you should focus on yourself after all, you still haven't paid back your junior for the meal. Yan Shi's words cut like poisoned blades, each one driving deep into Hu Weiwei's heart.
You! Hu Weiwei completely lost it.
She screamed, all rationality gone. She even raised her hand, ready to slap Yan Shi's pure, captivating face. But before her hand could land, it was seized by a hand as strong as iron tongs.
Jiāng Chén had intervened.
The moment he saw Hu Weiwei, enraged and frantic, about to strike, his gaze instantly turned cold.
You can't just beat the dog, you have to check the owner first. Though he wasn't Yan Shi's master.
Yan Shi was now, at the very least, his person.
Hu Weiwei, it seems the lessons of recent days haven't been profound enough? Or do you think I, Jiāng Chén, am too easy to deal with?
She stared into Jiāng Chén's icy, emotionless eyes and felt for the first time that this man before her was no longer the pathetic doormat she could bully and abuse at will.
I didn't.
Hu Weiwei stammered incoherently, visibly shaken. The surrounding classmates witnessed this scene and held their breath, frozen in fear.
Jiāng Chén's aura was terrifying. He was practically a different person. Yan Shi's heart brimmed with an indescribable sense of security and fluttering excitement.
Jiāng Chén paid no heed to the stares around him. He turned to face Yan Shi, and the icy chill on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a gentle smile.
Senior, are you alright? Breakfast, may I try some?
Yan Shi gazed at his gentle smile. Her heartbeat, once again, spiraled out of control. Her face flushed crimson. She murmured softly like a mosquito, then quickly lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze.
Jiāng Chén chuckled, deciding not to tease her further. He picked up a meat bun and took a bite. So delicious. But just then,
a flurry of commotion erupted from the classroom doorway.
Holy! Hurry up! We're gonna be late. Damn it! My head hurts so bad. I drank way too much last night. Water. Does anyone have water? I'm dying of thirst. Judging by the time, we've got 3 minutes left. Jiāng Chén's 5 roommates burst into the classroom looking utterly disheveled.
Li Haoyu was leading the charge.
No way. I just can't figure it out. Old Jiāng didn't even come back to the dorm last night. His bed was perfectly made. Not a single wrinkle. He claims he was in the classroom by 8 in the morning. Is he telling the truth or not? Li Bin looked just as baffled. Me too. We were at Starshine last night. We even kissed. Logically speaking, even if it didn't work out, ahem. He should have been out having fun, right? How could he have rushed to the classroom so early? Could we really have misremembered? Sun Yelong clutched his head, struggling to piece together last night's hazy fragments. Li Haoyu immediately shot down the idea. The boss's bed was definitely empty. Something's definitely off.
Yan Shi and Hu Weiwei, who had been facing off, their expressions changed almost simultaneously. Especially when they clearly heard. Old Jiāng clearly didn't return to the dorm last night. His WeChat shows he was in the classroom by 8 in the morning. Something's definitely wrong. Yan Shi's pretty face instantly turned deathly pale. Then, where exactly was he last night? And with whom? Could it be Coach Pine? Or those shady women out there? The mere thought of these possibilities filled Yan Shi with an indescribable pang of bitterness and hurt. Like a young bride cruelly betrayed by her beloved. But after a moment of shock, Hu Weiwei's face instantly lit up with a sickening excitement and smug satisfaction.
Ha ha ha. Just as I thought. I knew it. What does this prove? It proves that Yan Shi doesn't matter to him at all. He doesn't even value her as much as those casual flings he has on the side. It proves beyond a doubt that Jiāng Chén is a scumbag to his very core. He turns bad once he gets rich. This is absolutely perfect. Because scumbags are the easiest to control. And the fact that he deceived Yan Shi? That's a golden opportunity. She could use this as an excuse to thoroughly humiliate that Yan Shi and make her give up all hope. Hu Weiwei's heart raced with delight, yet her face instantly shifted into an expression of righteous indignation.
She whipped her head around and glared fiercely at Jiāng Chén.
Jiāng Chén. You've disappointed me beyond belief.
She accused him with heart-wrenching indignation.
I thought you were just momentarily confused.
Seduced by some seductress.
I never imagined you'd actually gone bad. Look at yourself now. Staying out all night. Lying and deceiving people. You were definitely out carousing. Wasting the whole night. Who do you think you're doing this to? Huh? Do you think you're doing this to your parents who raised you with such hardship? Do you think you're doing this to my undying devotion?
Her tirade not only left the surrounding students speechless once more, but also made Jiāng Chén burst out laughing.
Put. Jiāng Chén couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing.
He watched Hu Weiwei's ridiculous expression.
Was this woman out of her mind? Jiāng Chén couldn't be bothered to say another word to her.
He felt that getting entangled with someone like this would only drag down his own intelligence.
But his indifference didn't mean others could tolerate it, especially Yanxi.
Though her heart was filled with hurt and bitterness, the sight of Hu Weiwei's vicious attack on Jiāng Chén ignited her instinct to protect him. That long simmering affection once again overpowered all her negative emotions. She snapped her head up, her eyes once brimming with tears now burning like stars of flame, radiating pure combat intent. Fixing her gaze on Hu Weiwei, her voice rang out with anger, unusually clear, laced with coldness and madness.
Poof. Hu Weiwei, spare us your nauseating act.
How Jiāng Chén conducts himself is none of your business.
You say he's a womanizer? You say he's seeing other women?
She took a deep breath, as if making some momentous decision. She straightened her back and declared, each word deliberate and resonant.
Fine. So what if he did? So what if he really went? What of it? And
her gaze burned into Jiāng Chén, who stood speechless, her voice unwavering. As long as it's somewhere Jiāng Chén wants to go, be it bars or nightclubs, or even through fire and brimstone, Yanxi will accompany him. It's better than some people not even having the right to join him for a little relaxation.
Holy! Everyone froze completely, as if hearing demonic whispers from another dimension.
Completely incomprehensible and utterly unbelievable.
Yanxi Hua, what did she just say? She'd accompany Jiāng Chén through mountains of blades and seas of fire? Even when he goes out to party? And she said Hu Weiwei doesn't even have the right to go with him? This isn't love anymore, is it? She's gone mad, right? Has she been bewitched?
As for Jiāng Chén himself, he nearly choked on his steamed bun filling when he heard Yanxi's earth-shattering declaration.
Wait. Senior? Are you okay? How did me going to a nightclub turn into needing you to accompany me through fire and water? And why does it sound like I'm somehow unclean if I go there?
Jiāng Chén sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead in exasperation.
Everyone back to your seats. Class is about to start. Chapter 69, tagging along with my godfather means 9 meals a day. Jiāng Chén sat calmly at his seat.
The surrounding murmurs seemed to have nothing to do with him. He simply sipped his warm millet porridge and savored the fragrant, soft meat buns at a leisurely pace. It really was delicious. Beside him, Yanxi, who had been suppressing her bitterness and resentment, finally couldn't hold back any longer. Watching Jiāng Chén leisurely enjoy his breakfast, she thought of how he might have truly spent the night cavorting with another woman. A sudden surge of petty anger welled up inside her. Yes. She admitted she had feelings for Jiāng Chén, even liked him, and was willing to set aside her reserve to pursue him. Even if it meant confronting Hu Weiwei in public. But who doesn't have a little temper? Junior. Her voice carried a hint of bitterness. You promised last night that you'd come back to the dorm to rest. How come? She paused, as if choosing her words carefully. Why did you go back on your word? Or do you think Yanxi, can't hold a candle to those bar girls? Holy. Yanxi, the campus beauty, dropped some major bombshells here. The roommates instantly lost their composure. If Yanxi got the wrong idea, that would be disastrous. Li Haoyu reacted fastest. He flashed Yanxi an intensely sincere smile and loudly defended Jiāng Chén. Hey! Senior Yanxi! Please don't misunderstand. Our old Jiāng did go to Starlight last night. But it was just us bros celebrating his escape from the clutches of love and his return to single life. But old Jiāng insisted on picking up the tab to show us country bumpkins around to broaden our horizons. And he shifted gears. The boss's self-control is beyond compare. Last night at Starlight. At least 20 or 30 stunning women of all types came over to chat him up. And what happened? The boss didn't even bat an eyelid. He ignored them all completely. And Teacher Meng was there too. How could he possibly act out of line? His defense was delivered with genuine sincerity. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yanxi's doubts and grievances dissipated by more than half. Her expression softened slightly, and the look she gave Jiāng Chén regained a touch of bashfulness. She even felt a touch of regret. Had she perhaps overreacted earlier? But just as she was calming down. On the other side, Hu Weiwei, who had been huddled in her seat, ears pricked up, eavesdropping on the conversation. Her mind began racing at full speed once more. What?
Jiāng Chén went to Starlight last night. Was it to celebrate the breakup? Was it to show his friends around? He turned down every woman who hit on him? Ha 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 ha. So that's what it was. Hu Weiwei's heart surged with wild joy. She finally understood. That good-for-nothing Jiāng Chén still had feelings for her. He couldn't let go of her. Going to the nightclub wasn't about fooling around at all. He was just heartbroken and miserable after breaking up with her, trying to drown his sorrows in alcohol, numbing himself with booze. He rejected those women not because he was some kind of chaste saint, but because his heart belonged only to me, Hu Weiwei. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at those other common women. And the reason he didn't act recklessly wasn't because he feared Meng Yuchang, it was because he was afraid I'd get angry, afraid I'd misunderstand, afraid I'd truly abandon him. Yes. It must be this. Absolutely. He still loves me. He's hopelessly and deeply devoted to me. The more Hu Weiwei thought about it, the more convinced she became that her reasoning was flawless, logically perfect, and utterly unassailable. The slight unease in her heart stirred by jealousy toward Yan Shi and Jiāng Chén's indifference vanished completely. In its place surged an even stronger sense of superiority and self-assurance. Her gaze toward Jiāng Chén once again brimmed with indulgence. Oomph. At least you have a shred of conscience. You still know to keep yourself pure for me. Since that's the case, this lady will graciously forgive you. Hu Weiwei rose from her seat once more, her face wearing that look that said, I've seen through everything and decided to pardon you. She walked up to Jiāng Chén and said in a condescending tone. Oomph. So, you were just out drinking last night? I thought you'd really gone bad. A smile she deemed sweet spread across her face. Fine. Considering you still had me on your mind and didn't go fooling around with those shady women, I'll forgive you. With that, she actually reached out to grab the breakfast yen she had lovingly prepared for Jiāng Chén from his desk, declaring with righteous indignation. Alright. Since I've forgiven you, we'll be good to each other from now on. Hurry up and throw away this filthy thing. Come here and eat what I bought for you, this is what befits your status. Her utterly outrageous actions and remarks left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Jiāng Chén himself froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. A half-eaten bun still clutched in his hand, his mouth slightly agape, he stared at the deadpan-faced Hu Weiwei before him, feeling his brain struggle to process it all. What kind of twisted logic could possibly lead to such an absurd conclusion? For the first time, Jiāng Chén seriously questioned whether he'd been blind in his past life to have ever fallen for such a peculiar creature. As for Jiāng Chén's roommates, after a brief moment of stunned silence, they were absolutely furious. Li Haoyu's mind flashed with inspiration. His eyes darted around, and a wickedly cunning smile spread across his face. He intercepted Li Bin and Sun Yaolong, who were about to physically remove the person. Then, astonishingly, he reached out and accepted the exquisitely packaged viral breakfast from Hu Weiwei's hands. Oh my sister Weiwei, why go to all this trouble? The boss, he's eating it right now, isn't he? Hu Weiwei froze at the words, then her face lit up with wild delight. She instantly got it. This must be Jiāng Chén's doing, instructing his roommate to act this way. He was too shy to accept my breakfast in public. So he had his roommate do it indirectly. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Jiāng Chén's heart is completely filled with me. Hu Weiwei felt utterly triumphant inside, yet she still put on a reluctant expression. I bought this especially for Jiāng Chén. It's fine, it's fine. Li Haoyu cut her off immediately, his smile growing even broader. As he spoke, he deftly divided the breakfast between Li Bin and Sun Yaolong beside him. In no time at all, they had devoured every last bite of that expensive, trendy breakfast. Seeing this, Yan Shi frowned slightly. Are you guys that hungry? Then I'll just buy a few extra portions every day. Anyway, I've got some extra cash to spare lately. After all, he just earned a hefty sum from someone's private coaching fees. Her words left Li Haoyu and the others speechless once more. But unexpectedly, Li Haoyu belched contentedly and said to Hu Weiwei. Back in the day, the boss brought you breakfast every single day. Today, we ate the breakfast you brought, consider it paying back interest to our old boss. Put. Hu Weiwei felt as if a heavy hammer had struck her chest, sending her blood surging. She nearly spat out another mouthful of blood right then and there. She glared fiercely at Li Haoyu, then fixed an equally intense stare on Jiāng Chén. You just wait. Dropping that feeble threat, Hu Weiwei slumped back into her seat. Just then, hurried footsteps carrying obvious displeasure echoed from the classroom doorway. A young male teacher with meticulously combed hair entered. His gaze swept the classroom with the sharpness of a hawk, his brows tightly knitted into a frown. What time is it? Still making all this noise? Do you think this is a marketplace? Is there no classroom discipline left? Chapter 70, Has Teacher Meng's lapdog finally grown up? This lecturer, Li Ming, was rumored to be a connection of some old leader. He was notoriously strict about maintaining academic integrity and discipline. Anyone daring to be late, leave early, play with their phone, or whisper during his class was asking for trouble. Minor offenses would result in public reprimands and the loss of all attendance points. Serious offenses would be reported directly to the college, resulting in immediate disqualification from exams. He was ruthless and merciless.
His normally dignified square face was now so dark and gloomy it seemed ready to rain. Behind his black-rimmed glasses, his not particularly large eyes flashed with uncontrollable rage and gloom. He slammed the lesson plan in his hand onto the lectern. Thud! Every student held their breath, bowed their heads, and tried to make themselves as inconspicuous as possible, terrified of becoming the unlucky one used as a warning. He had faintly heard the loud commotion and girls' screams coming from this classroom while in his office. Something felt off the moment he heard it. When he stepped out to investigate. Holy crap! What Teacher Meng? What drinking? What's staying out all night? Teacher Meng? Drinking? Li Ming nearly exploded with rage upon hearing those words. Meng Yuchang, that ice queen he'd been desperately pursuing for nearly a year, showering her with flowers and gifts, yet couldn't even get her to agree to a single meal. Last night she actually went drinking at a bar with a bunch of students? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Ming's first reaction was disbelief. He was sure these students, especially that sycophant Jiāng Chén, were just bragging. Spreading rumors, trying to ruin Teacher Meng's reputation. He'd even sent her over a dozen WeChat messages last night, asking if she was free to catch a new movie together. And what happened? Ms. Meng hadn't replied to a single one. She was so busy, how could she possibly have time to go drinking with a bunch of greenhorns at some shady place? This was pure slander, nothing more than a toad dreaming of swallowing a swan. Li Ming's heart brimmed with contempt and fury toward Jiāng Chén and his roommates. Li Ming took a deep breath, forcing down his rage, and managed an extremely stiff smile. He opened his lesson plan, yet his gaze swept over Jiāng Chén's row of seats like a poisoned blade, seemingly by accident. Then, in a tone laced with sarcasm, he announced, "Good morning, everyone. Today, we'll explore the topic of moral cultivation among contemporary college students. We all know that university is a temple of knowledge, a cradle for nurturing talent. As the future pillars of our nation, we college students must place even greater emphasis on cultivating our moral character. We must establish correct outlooks on life and values. We must understand what constitutes truth, goodness, and beauty, and what constitutes falsehood, evil, and ugliness." However, he shifted his tone abruptly, his voice brimming with heartfelt dismay. There are always some students who, despite their youth, fail to cultivate themselves properly. Their minds are not focused on learning or self-improvement. All they think about day and night is eating, drinking, partying, keeping up appearances, showing off even. He emphasized his words, his gaze darting toward Jiāng Chén and the others like a venomous snake. Loitering in those seedy, disreputable places. Then there are those who not only neglect their studies but also spout nonsense. Spread rumors. Especially, they love using their teachers, particularly certain young, attractive female teachers, as fodder for their bragging and showboating. Oomph. He let out a cold, contemptuous snort. It's utterly absurd. Ridiculous. And shameful. This is a grave disrespect to teachers. And a profound insult to their own character. His words were veiled insults, thinly veiled accusations, barely stopping short of naming names. All eyes in the classroom instinctively darted toward Jiāng Chén in the front row and his roommates, whose expressions grew increasingly grim. Everyone knew full well that Teacher Li Ming was clearly targeting Jiāng Chén and his group. Many wore expressions of schadenfreude, especially the boys who envied Jiāng Chén. As for Jiāng Chén's roommates, they were beyond bewildered, they were furious. At first, they hadn't quite grasped it, just thinking Teacher Li Ming seemed unusually irritable today, speaking in a strangely sarcastic tone. But the more they listened, the more off it felt. Every ing word was a dig at them. Li Haoyu, the most hot-headed of the bunch, was boiling over with rage. He nearly jumped up to confront Teacher Li Ming right then and there. "Damn it! Who the hell is this asshole?" he muttered under his breath, cursing at Li Bin beside him. "Are you out of your mind? You're calling the pot calling the kettle black." Li Bin's face turned ashen. Did we do something to him? Just as they were both furious and bewildered, a boy quietly approached them and whispered, "Guys, let me spill the beans. This Mr. Li Ming? He's actually pursuing Ms. Meng. You're on your own, ha." Instantly, the group realized why this jerk had been making cryptic, veiled insults from the start. Upon hearing the explanation from the classmate beside him, Jiāng Chén also froze slightly, a look appearing on his face. Uncontrollably, Jiāng Chén's mind drifted back to Meng Yuchang's dazed and intoxicated expression from last night. Then he looked at the resentful-looking Li Ming before him. Put. Forgive him, but he really couldn't help but laugh. But laughter aside, a twinge of displeasure stirred within Jiāng Chén. Meng Yuchang, after all, she was his woman now. She was the queen he had chosen for his future business empire. And this pathetic bootlicker, not even worthy of tying her shoelaces, still dared to harbor illusions? It was utterly ridiculous. Originally, Jiāng Chén had planned to keep a low profile, diligently complete the godly rich man's etiquette quest, and leave a favorable impression on Teacher Meng. But it seemed some people needed a firm reminder, otherwise they'd start thinking they were something special. Just then, the system's announcement suddenly rang out. Ding! Host detected provocation and has decided to fight fire with fire. Educating the insolent target in the style of a divine tycoon aligns with the divine tycoon's code of conduct, triggering a new player turn.
Player turn, the divine tycoon's benevolence.
Turn background, as peculiar creatures, sycophants often drown in self-delusion, ultimately harming both themselves and others. As a benevolent divine tycoon, it is your duty to help this lost sycophant before you using your unique methods to face reality, sever delusions, and aid their swift escape from suffering.
Turn back while there's still time.
Turn requirement, employ your wisdom and charm to deliver a comprehensive, multifaceted, and profoundly impactful strike against the target Li Ming.
Continue until his defenses are utterly shattered. He must question his existence. He must voluntarily abandon his unrealistic fantasies about Meng Yuqiang. Round reward, Constitution plus 10.
Based on final mission completion, receive a random asset package reward and immediately collect this round's interest 50,000.
Round duration, 8 hours. Chapter 71, so tell me, is your head pointy? Today, we won't rush into textbook theories.
Instead, let's explore a more practical and pressing issue, namely.
Li Ming continued his eloquent discourse, his gaze once again drifting subtly toward Jiāng Chén. How should contemporary college students, especially those from privileged backgrounds, or those who perceive themselves as privileged, cultivate sound values? How can they resist society's negative temptations? How can they dedicate their precious youth to truly meaningful learning and self-improvement? The moment these words left his mouth, many students in the classroom instinctively held their breath. Here it comes. Here he goes again, taking a shot at someone else. Some students. So young. Yet they don't study hard. They squander their parents' hard-earned money on eating, drinking, and partying, competing and showing off. Do they think they're cool? That they're something special? In my view, it's utterly foolish, childishly ridiculous, a waste of life, and a drain on their future. Truly ambitious and idealistic young people. He shifted his tone, his face now radiating an air of lofty superiority. Should be like me, devoting every thought and ounce of energy to study and work, constantly improving and perfecting themselves, striving to contribute to the nation and society as soon as possible. Look at me, not even 30 yet, and already a lecturer at a top university. Soon I'll be promoted to associate professor. My future is bright. This is the kind of meaningful life we college students should pursue, not like some people who, so young, only know how to indulge themselves, shirking responsibilities and wasting their time. Keep this up, and forget about contributing to society. You won't even be able to land a decent job to support yourselves. His self-aggrandizing, condescending dad rap left the students below the stage nodding off in boredom. But Jiāng Chén's roommates grew increasingly livid with every word. Damn it, this idiot, he might as well have called out our leader by name. Especially Li Haoyu, who was already in a foul mood after being disgusted by Hu Weiwei earlier. Now this sycophantic lecturer, who seemed to have sprung up out of nowhere, was talking in a sarcastic, condescending tone. How could he possibly hold back? Hey! Haoyu! Don't lose your cool. Li Bin beside him acted fast, grabbing him by the arm. He's a teacher. Don't confront him head on. We'll be the ones who suffer. Sun Yelong chimed in quietly. Yeah. Bite your tongue and the storm will pass. That. Li Haoyu's face flushed crimson with rage. This asshole's practically riding us like a horse. How can we just take it? Besides, who does he think he is? Does he even have the right to lecture our boss? Just as the group below was arguing heatedly in hushed tones, their anger about to boil over, Jiāng Chén, who had remained calm and composed all along, suddenly spoke up. Professor Li, if I may interrupt, you said quite a lot just now. Lecturer this, associate professor that, promising future this. I just want to ask. He paused. An expression of utter sincerity and innocence spread across his face. Is that impressive? Silence. Dead silence. The moment Jiāng Chén uttered those words, the entire lecture hall fell into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. Every student was frozen in place, utterly petrified in their seats. One by one, they stared at Jiāng Chén in utter disbelief. After a brief, deathly silence, the classroom erupted in suppressed giggles. Put. Even Yuanquan and Song Yan, the two most serious and reserved students, couldn't help but let their lips curl into wild grins, their shoulders shaking violently. That felt so damn satisfying. On the podium, Li Ming, who had been basking in his own eloquence, froze the moment Jiāng Chén spoke. An indescribable wave of humiliation and rage surged through him, turning his already sullen face as red as a pig's liver. He glared at Jiāng Chén, his lips trembling. After a long moment, he ground out a few words through clenched teeth. What did you say? He could scarcely believe his ears. This sycophant, this good-for-nothing trash, dared to question him in front of the entire class? Li Ming felt his lungs were about to burst from rage. He wanted to storm down from the podium and punch Jiāng Chén twice in the face. But his last shred of reason told him he couldn't. He was on the verge of being promoted to associate professor. He had to keep his cool and avoid making any drastic moves. He took a deep breath, forcing down his rage, and squeezed out a smile uglier than crying. He tried to salvage his dignity by adopting the posture of an elder lecturing a junior. Ha!
Young man, it seems your understanding of society is still too shallow at your age.
Do you really think having a few stinking bucks makes you something special?
Let me tell you, someone like me who built this step by step through sheer effort, secured a foothold at a top university, and became a respected lecturer and associate professor, that's true success. That's a life of real value. You ask if I'm impressive? His sneer deepened.
Let me tell you. Of course I'm awesome. Do you know what that means? It means
a stable job,
a respectable income, high social standing, extensive networking opportunities. And it means after I retire, I'll get a generous pension, enjoying all the benefits and perks the country provides. And I can travel the world freely, enjoying life to the fullest.
Living the kind of high-quality retirement life you short-sighted youngsters who only know how to squander your youth could never hope to achieve in a lifetime. His words were delivered with impassioned fervor, ringing out with conviction, as if he already envisioned his own glorious and splendid twilight years decades hence. Once again, his face lit up with that indescribable sense of self-satisfaction and pride. He anticipated seeing Jiāng Chén utterly cowed by his wise and far-sighted words. Then, he wore an expression of self-loathing. But he was disappointed. For across from him, after listening to his impassioned life plan, not only did his face show no trace of shame or awe, but instead, he wore an expression that was even more resigned, even pitying? As if listening to a kindergarten child bragging about his new plastic toy? Jiāng Chén sighed softly and shook his head.
Oh. So? Teacher Li, after striving your entire life, your ultimate dream is to travel on your pension after retirement? Li Ming froze. Yes. What's wrong with that? Jiāng Chén smiled, a smile as compassionate as a Buddha. Nothing wrong with that.
It's just a bit pitiful.
Pitiful?
Li Ming bristled again.
Who the hell are you calling pitiful?
Jiāng Chén shrugged his shoulders, his face innocent.
I said you're pitiful.
You see. He pointed at himself. Someone like me, unemployed, wasting my life. I may not have any lofty ambitions, but... He shifted gears.
Forget retirement.
Even if I bought a Gulfstream G650 right this instant, hired the world's top flight crew, added a Michelin 3-star chef team and a Victoria's Secret Angel-level flight attendant squad, then traveled the globe daily, going wherever I pleased, eating whatever I craved, doing whatever I wanted, I'd probably still be at it when my grandchildren are born.
So? Jiāng Chén bluffed without a hint of embarrassment.
He was confident that before long, he'd make good on the bold claims he'd just made. He certainly couldn't afford a G650 right now, but he was confident he'd be flying one within the year.
Wasn't his current bluffing precisely the effort required to fulfill his boast and complete this round's mission? Watching Li Ming's face turn liver-colored again from shock and fury, Jiāng Chén wore an expression of genuine bewilderment. I really can't wrap my head around this. Why is it that what you've spent your entire life striving for, I can now enjoy so effortlessly? Wouldn't you say that's a bit unfair? Silence. Again. Dead silence.
If Jiāng Chén's earlier remark, "Is that so awesome?" had merely slapped Li Ming in the face publicly, then these words now felt like Garen-esque ability. Li Ming felt darkness swirling before his eyes. His chest felt as though a boulder had crushed it, leaving him nearly gasping for air. He pointed at Jiāng Chén, lips trembling, wanting to retort, wanting to curse, yet found himself utterly speechless. Chapter 72, Truth is the sharpest blade, reality is brutal. Li Ming felt his lungs were about to explode. Why? Why could this sycophant be so arrogant, so easily dismissing the achievements he'd fought for nearly a decade to attain? He had painstakingly earned his PhD, stayed on his faculty, burned the midnight oil writing papers, and navigated the whims of superiors just to finally become a lecturer. He was on the verge of becoming an associate professor, poised to become a respected pillar of the university with a promising future ahead. No! This absolutely couldn't be left unresolved. But he was a teacher, a future associate professor. He had authority, status, and standing. Jiāng Chén, on the other hand, was just a student. A piece of trash who, in his eyes, was morally corrupt, irresponsible, and had the audacity to defy his teacher and spread rumors about the goddess. He had plenty of ways to deal with such trash. A ruthless glint flashed in Li Ming's eyes. He forced down his rage, ignoring Jiāng Chén entirely as he turned his gaze to the other students below the stage. Classmates, everyone, you all witnessed just now how severely compromised the moral character of certain individuals among us has become. Disrespecting elders. Defying teachers. Spouting nonsense. Spreading rumors and slander. What kind of behavior is this? Are these the kind of students Jiangzhou University should have? This is nothing short of disgracing our university and tarnishing the reputation of our entire educational community. As the words fell, some students, unaware of teacher Li's motives, driven by resentment toward the wealthy, or simply upholding the traditional respect for teachers, began to cast disapproving and condemning glances at Jiāng Chén. Others, however, were inwardly raging. Holy crap? Is that even possible? You were the one who started with the snide remarks and personal attacks, only to be shut down by facts and left speechless, seething with frustration. Now you're actually turning the tables and blaming him? Accusing others of having issues?
Have you no shame? Jiāng Chén's roommates were so furious they nearly flipped the table.
Damn it, I've seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless.
This idiot had completely redefined their understanding of shamelessness.
Yet Li Ming completely ignored the piercing stares. Suddenly, he slammed his fist on the lectern, pointed at Jiāng Chén and the 5 equally indignant roommates beside him, and barked.
You lot! Get up and come with me to the department chair's office immediately. Your actions are utterly despicable.
This constitutes a serious violation of university regulations.
You will face severe disciplinary action.
As for any honors, scholarships, or grants, I say, they should all be revoked.
We should even consider disciplinary action. His tone was fierce and stern. Hearing that Li Ming was actually going to take them to the department chair, Jiāng Chén's roommates instantly panicked.
Though they were furious and despised Li Ming, they were still just ordinary college students. They harbored an innate fear and dread toward the idea of disciplinary action. If this were officially recorded in their files, it would have a profoundly detrimental impact on their future graduate school applications and job prospects.
No. Professor Li.
Sun Yelong was the first to speak up, his voice trembling with fear as he tried to plead for leniency. Li Bin and Li Haoyu, though still furious, knew better than to bite off more than they could chew. They planned to back down for now, waiting for their leader to regain face later. But before they could speak,
Jiāng Chén spoke again. And once again, he left everyone speechless. Far from showing any sign of nervousness or fear, he looked at Li Ming with an expression that seemed to say, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Mr. Li, your dad wouldn't happen to be Li Gang, would he? A mere lecturer wielding such immense power? Put. Li Ming felt as though
the blood he'd just managed to stop nearly gushed out again.
He trembled with rage, fuming with indignation. He knew that if he didn't win back this round today, if he didn't crush this thorn in his side, Jiāng Chén, then he'd never be able to hold his head up high at Jiangzhou University again. Good. Rage-induced laughter erupted from his throat.
He spat out 3 goods, his eyes darkening with vicious intent.
Jiāng Chén. Is that right? You've got some guts. Since you think the school's honor means nothing to you, then we'll have a proper chat with the department chair.
With that, he abandoned all concern for classroom discipline.
Waving his hand dismissively, he barked at Jiāng Chén and his roommates. Get out. Soon. The group arrived at the department chair's office door. Li Ming seemed quite familiar with the people inside. He didn't even bother knocking, instead shoving the door open forcefully and storming in.
In the office sat a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing glasses and sporting immaculately combed hair. He was none other than the department chair of their college, Vice President Li Jianguo, who had also attended the morning meeting with the president. Li Jianguo was reviewing documents when the door was abruptly pushed open. His brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. However, when he saw that it was Li Ming entering, the displeasure on his face softened slightly. Putting down his pen, he asked in a relatively gentle tone. Little Li, what's so urgent? You're in such a rush. Seeing Li Jianguo, Li Ming seemed to find his anchor, his posture instantly straightening. Pointing to Jiāng Chén and the others who had followed him in, his expression immediately shifted to one of deep distress. Director Li. Look at these students. They're completely out of control. During class, they openly defied the teacher and disrupted classroom discipline. They even spread malicious rumors and slandered a female teacher behind her back. What nonsense, that they went drinking at a bar with teacher Meng Yuqiang? This is utterly depraved, worse than beasts. If we don't deal with these students severely and punish them strictly, what will become of Jiangzhou University's academic reputation? As Li Ming voiced his accusations, Li Jianguo's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. His expression darkened. Talking back to a teacher? Disrupting class? Spreading rumors about a female teacher? The nature of these offenses was indeed quite serious. He lifted his head, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny and severity, settling on the students behind Li Ming. Wait a minute. Jiāng Chén? When Li Jianguo recognized the student Li Ming had singled out as the target of his accusations was none other than Jiāng Chén. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart gave a violent thud. The expression on his face instantly shifted from stern displeasure to utter shock and horror. Holy! How could it be him? That idiot Li Ming actually offended this mysterious big shot, the one even the principal decided to keep his distance from? And he did it to the extreme? Li Jianguo felt his scalp instantly tingle with dread. He was ready to kill Li Ming right then and there. Who the hell did you have to mess with? Why the hell did you have to pick a fight with this guy? Are you just itching to die faster? Or do you want to drag me, the entire academy, even the whole school down with you to clean up your mess? A tidal wave of fury surged within Li Jianguo, but he was, after all, a seasoned veteran of academia. On the surface, he forced himself to remain composed, abruptly clearing his throat twice to cut off Li Ming's incessant tirade. Then, in a solemn and impartial tone, he spoke slowly. Ahem. Comrade Li Ming, the situation you've reported is indeed extremely serious. The school maintains an absolute zero-tolerance policy toward such disrespectful behavior toward teachers and actions that undermine academic integrity.
Rest assured on that point.
Hearing this, Li Ming's heart leapt with joy, and a smug smile spread across his face.
See? Jiāng Chén, you little bastard, just wait and die.
However, before his triumph could last 3 seconds, Li Jiangwo's next words poured over him like a bucket of liquid nitrogen at -200 degrees Celsius, drenching him from head to toe in an instant chill that ran right through him.
But we must handle every matter based on evidence and facts. We cannot believe one-sided accounts, and we certainly cannot wrong an innocent person.
Therefore, regarding the matter you just reported, I will immediately assign personnel to investigate, meticulously verify the details, and uncover the truth.
I will show no partiality to either side. As for...
He paused, his tone growing more meaningful, even carrying a hint of an extremely subtle threat.
As for the matter you mentioned, Jiāng Chén and his classmates spreading rumors and slandering teacher Meng Yuqiang.
If proven true, the school will handle it with the utmost severity and show no leniency.
However, if certain individuals, driven by personal motives, spread malicious rumors and slander students based on unfounded speculation, then that is equally a grave violation of professional ethics.
Once verified, the school will also impose the harshest punishment without exception.
Minor offenses will result in a school-wide reprimand and the revocation of all eligibility for honors. Severe consequences,
He didn't finish the sentence, but that cold chuckle and icy glare were enough to send shivers down Li Ming's spine, making him feel as if he'd fallen into an ice cave.
Li Ming was utterly dumbfounded, staring at Li Jiangguo in disbelief. The leader who had always favored him, how had he become a completely different person today? Not only did he fail to immediately take his side as before, but every word seemed a warning? Was he even subtly siding with that Jiāng Chén? What was going on? Could it be that this Jiāng Chén really had some kind of powerful connections?
For the first time, a sense of foreboding stirred in Li Ming's heart. He looked at Li Jiangguo, his mouth opening as if to speak, only to find his throat parched, unable to utter a single word. After completely intimidating Li Ming with his gaze, he immediately turned his gaze to Jiāng Chén, his expression instantly shifting to one of extreme amiability.
Jiāng Chén, my dear student, this whole situation.
Teacher Li Ming was simply overcome by momentary frustration and may have been a bit too harsh in his words. But his intentions were undoubtedly good. Rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. I will see that justice is served. We will never let a talent like you suffer any injustice. It is our honor at Jiangzhou University to cultivate outstanding students like you. What the hell is this? The roommates standing nearby were dumbfounded once again. They watched their leader standing there calmly, not uttering a single word. And there Li Ming stood, all fired up, completely silenced by the university leadership.
And now he was being warned? Threatened? And the department head was so amiable toward the boss? So appreciative? Even a bit fawning?
Indeed, a godfather is truly a beacon guiding us through life's journey.
Chapter 73, Confrontation head-on, just what I needed.
Li Ming felt his world crumble completely.
He couldn't comprehend or accept this utterly absurd reality before him. Li Jiangguo, who had always valued him and even promoted him, how could he suddenly do a complete 180? Damn it! So what if he had connections and influence? Did that give him the right to twist black into white and confuse right and wrong? Could they just slander and insult his goddess with impunity? No. Absolutely not. Li Ming thought of Meng Yuqiang, that figure as pure and aloof as an ice lotus, untouchable and sacred.
That twisted adoration within him surged like wild grass, instantly overwhelming his fear of Li Jiangguo and his apprehension toward Jiāng Chén's background.
Who was Meng Yuqiang?
She was the goddess Li Ming had spent half his life striving to earn the right to gaze upon from afar. The only pure moonlight in his heart. She was the ultimate goal of his life. How much effort had he poured into becoming worthy of her? How many sleepless nights? How many papers written? How many times had he had to read his superiors' faces? His greatest daily joy was catching a glimpse of Meng Yuqiang on campus. Even if it was just a distant glance. The sight of her regal figure walking with unwavering gaze was enough to thrill him for an entire day. It took the greatest courage of his life to finally message her on WeChat, just to say hello. Even if she replied only half the time out of 10, it was enough to make him grin like a fool at his phone screen for hours.
Ask her out to dinner? That was harder than climbing to the moon. He'd tried countless times, using every excuse imaginable. Discussing academics, chatting about work, seeking advice.
But without exception, every single attempt was ruthlessly rejected by her icy stares, polite refusals, or outright silence. In his eyes, Meng Yuqiang was the kind of goddess who seemed untouched by worldly concerns, devoted solely to work and academia, utterly disdainful of ordinary men. How could such a lofty goddess possibly go drinking at a bar with trash like Jiāng Chén? The more Li Ming thought about it, the angrier he became, convinced that Jiāng Chén was utterly despicable. Unforgivable. His face, already slightly pale with fear, now flushed crimson with rage. He snapped his head up, glaring fiercely at Jiāng Chén and his smirking entourage. Impossible.
Teacher Meng is pure as jade, dignified and self-possessed. She dedicates herself entirely to her work and scholarship, working non-stop every day preparing lessons, teaching classes, writing papers, conducting research. She doesn't even have time to exchange a single extra word with me, with us colleagues. How could she possibly lower herself to frequent a seedy bar and drink with you uneducated students? This is an absolute joke. You're spreading rumors and slandering her. What are your intentions? His outburst left everyone present utterly speechless. Put. Li Haoyu was the first to crack, bursting into laughter. He stared at Li Ming as if he were some rare, exotic beast. Teacher Li? You must have some misunderstanding about Teacher Meng, right? From what I see, Teacher Meng seems pretty approachable? He deliberately paused, then dropped a more devastating piece of evidence. After class yesterday, Teacher Meng specifically called our boss into her office for a private chat that lasted nearly half an hour. And when they came out, Teacher Meng even personally escorted our leader to the office door with a big smile. Li Haoyu's vivid description drove the point home. Instantly, another dagger plunged deep into Li Ming's already fragile heart. What? The office? Alone? A heart-to-heart? Half an hour? How could that be possible? Li Ming felt his head buzzing, as if it might explode right then and there. He whipped his head around to look at Director Li Jianguo, desperate for a denial. But Director Li Jianguo merely nodded expressionlessly? As if tacitly acknowledging that Li Haoyu's words were true? No. Impossible. There must be some misunderstanding. Jiāng Chén must have used some underhanded tactics to coerce Teacher Meng. Yes. That must be it. Li Ming was desperately clinging to his final self-hypnosis and struggle. Over there, after enduring a series of blows, seemed to have finally grasped a new lifeline? He jerked his head up, his eyes flashing with the last glimmer of madness and obsession. Pointing at Jiāng Chén, he shouted at Director Li Jianguo in a near hysterical voice. I don't believe it. All of this. He's the one spreading lies. Director Li. You can't believe his one-sided account. I demand to see the principal. Yes. I'm going to find Principal Jiāng. I'll expose this fraud in front of the principal. I'll make sure the principal knows our school has such a scoundrel who corrupts teaching ethics and insults teachers. He actually wants to go see the principal? Director Li Jianguo's brow furrowed even deeper at the words. A flash of obvious displeasure and deep exhaustion crossed his eyes. This Li Ming was truly foolish, stubborn, and beyond redemption. Could he still not see the situation clearly? He actually wants to go see the principal? Wasn't he just trying to deliberately cause trouble for the principal? And he's putting himself in an incredibly awkward position. If Li Ming really does make a scene with the principal will likely sacrifice Li Ming to appease Jiāng Chén, making an example of him. At that point, Li Ming would likely be finished for good. Although Li Jianguo was extremely dissatisfied and disappointed with Li Ming's behavior today. But after all, he was his own protégé. Wouldn't it be a shame to completely ruin his future over something like this? Moreover, the most critical point was that if the matter escalated and the principal pursued it, he, Li Jianguo, as both department head and the overseeing vice principal, would likely bear responsibility for managerial negligence. That was absolutely not what he wanted to see. Li Jianguo's mind began racing. He had to devise a solution that would appease Jiāng Chén, save Li Ming, and allow him to extricate himself flawlessly. Got it. A sharp gleam flashed in Li Jianguo's eyes. His face instantly resumed an expression of impartiality. He first nodded at Li Ming. Comrade Li Ming. I understand your feelings. But you see, we must also consider the approach we take in handling matters, wouldn't you agree? After all, this concerns teacher Meng Yuqiang's personal reputation. If we escalate this directly to the principal, first, it creates a bad impression. Second, what if there's some misunderstanding? Wouldn't that put teacher Meng in an awkward position too? Since this matter originated with teacher Meng Yuqiang, I suggest we invite her here. We can confront each other face to face and clarify everything thoroughly. This way, we can clear your name, Jiāng Chén, and protect teacher Meng's reputation. It would also convince Comrade Li Ming and prevent the matter from escalating. What do you think? His proposal was remarkably smooth and ingenious. It spared Jiāng Chén any offense while shifting the burden to Meng Yuqiang. It also gave Li Ming a fair chance to confront her, though the outcome might be even more devastating. At the same time, it preserved his own image of fair and strict impartiality. It was a win-win-win. Having said that, his eyes burned with intensity as he fixed them on Jiāng Chén, awaiting the final verdict from this god of wealth. Chapter 74, The Final Blow to Kill the Lickspit. Exactly. Confrontation. Bring teacher Meng to confront him. Once she arrives, with her pure and noble character, she'll ruthlessly expose Jiāng Chén's slanderous face right in front of Li Jianguo. Then let's see how Jiāng Chén keeps up his act? How he dares to be so arrogant. Oomph. Ms. Meng's arrival will be the day you meet your end. Li Ming could already envision the glorious scene, Jiāng Chén being publicly humiliated and exposed by Meng Yuqiang, then facing Li Jianguo's stern punishment. His face, already twisted with fury and fear, began to twitch slightly. Was he trying to stifle laughter?
However, upon hearing Li Jiangwo's suggestion, Jiāng Chén's brow furrowed slightly.
A fleeting, almost imperceptible hesitation flickered in his eyes. Ha! He hesitated? Was he afraid?
This subtle shift in expression was instantly and keenly picked up by Li Ming, who had been staring intently at him the entire time.
Ha ha ha. He really panicked. He was just bluffing all along.
He didn't dare confront Teacher Meng face to face.
Li Ming's heart surged with wild delight.
Unable to contain his triumph, he immediately launched into another round of sarcastic remarks directed at Jiāng Chén.
Oh, what's the matter, Jiāng Chén? Hearing that Teacher Meng is coming, feeling guilty? Scared? Ha! You were so talkative in class just now, weren't you? But now that you hear about a confrontation, you're backing down? Oomph. He snorted loudly, his face brimming with contempt and disdain for Jiāng Chén.
I knew you were nothing but a complete fraud, a worthless piece of trash who only knows how to flaunt his family's filthy money to put on airs and win applause. Just wait until Teacher Meng arrives.
I'll see how you keep spinning your lies then. Li Jiangguo, however, noticed the hesitation in Jiāng Chén's expression.
A faint flicker of certainty flickered in his heart. Sure enough, that kid was probably just talking big earlier, or at most had one or two normal teacher-student interactions with Mr. Meng.
He must have blown it out of proportion himself, or perhaps he was trying to get Teacher Meng's attention this way?
The more Li Jiangguo thought about it, the more plausible this scenario seemed.
And so, a knowing smile immediately spread across Director Li Jiangguo's face. He began to smooth things over for Jiāng Chén. Oh my, Li. No need to get so worked up. I think Jiāng Chén might have just spoken without thinking earlier. Young people sometimes aren't careful with their words. Perhaps his choice of expression led to a misunderstanding. Then, turning to Jiāng Chén with an even more amiable smile. Jiāng Chén, you see. Teacher Li was just trying to protect the faculty's reputation. He got a bit carried away. His words might have come out a little harsh. How about we just let this matter drop? We're all part of Jiangzhou University. We'll keep running into each other. There's no need to make a big deal out of this. Taking it to the president's office wouldn't be good for anyone, would it? Could you just back down a little? Admit that maybe there was a misunderstanding earlier? Give Teacher Li a way out? Let's just consider this matter settled. What do you think?
His words were tactful and considerate. On the surface, he was mediating the conflict fairly and impartially. But in reality, he was hinting to Jiāng Chén, I know you were bragging earlier, but I'm giving you face by not calling you out. You give me face too, and we'll put this behind us. It must be said, Li Jiangluo's maneuver was indeed cunning and flawless. Most ordinary students would likely take the hint and back down in this situation.
After all, you can't fight City Hall.
There was no need to risk a real falling out with school leadership over a momentary verbal spat.
But he was facing Jiāng Chén. Make him back down? Give Li Ming, that sycophantic clown, a way out? Forget about having a mission to complete. Even without it, he wouldn't let a bootlicker like Li Ming walk all over him.
But before he could speak, Li Ming, blinded by jealousy and rage, was convinced that Meng Yuchang's arrival would make her finally see him in a new light for defending her honor.
Fearing Jiāng Chén might back down, Li Ming blurted out before Jiāng Chén could speak. Director. An upright person fears no shadow.
We must confront this rumor monger face to face and clear Teacher Meng's name. To prove his close relationship with Teacher Meng, he immediately pulled out his phone and began dialing Meng Yuchang's number in front of everyone.
A sickeningly overconfident look. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone rang out jarringly in the quiet office. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings, 10 rings. No answer. Li Ming's expression froze instantly.
Director Li Jiangguo, witnessing this, furrowed his brow and cursed inwardly.
Useless. Can't even make a phone call, yet here he is putting on airs. He sighed and said to Li Ming.
Perhaps.
Ms. Meng is busy.
I'll explain the situation to her so she doesn't have to make the trip. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed Meng Yuchang's number.
Beep, beep, beep. Result? Still no answer. The office atmosphere turned completely awkward. He'd insisted on a face-to-face confrontation, yet couldn't even reach the person involved? How could they possibly confront him now?
Ms. Meng must be in a meeting, or maybe her phone's dead. Li Ming blurted out nonsense.
Jiāng Chén's roommates struggled to stifle their laughter beside him.
Their contempt for Li Ming reached an all-time high.
Look at him. Look at him. This is what happens to a suck-up. He can't even get through to the goddess on the phone. And he still dares to bark like a mad dog here? Pitiful and laughable. Jiāng Chén watched Li Ming and Li Jiangguo scratching their heads in frustration.
Finally, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. He slowly pulled out his slightly worn Vivo phone and spoke calmly. Mr. Li, Director Li, seeing how flustered you both look, I gather you aren't very close with Ms. Meng? The moment those words left his mouth, both men's faces instantly turned as red as overcooked liver, especially Li Ming, who was shaking with rage. You smug bastard. So what if you can't get through? If you're so confident, go ahead and call.
He completely lost his temper, spewing words without restraint.
Though Li Jianguo also found Jiāng Chén's words stinging, he dared not offend this cash cow. Forcing a smile, he tried to smooth things over.
Ha! Classmate Jiāng Chén, teacher Meng might just be busy. Is that so? Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow, his expression growing even more amused. In that case, I'll give it a shot.
With that, under everyone's stunned gaze, Jiāng Chén lit up his phone screen.
He found the private number labeled Future CEO and dialed it.
And then, with utter arrogance, he pressed the speakerphone button.
Beep, beep, beep. In the quiet office, only the monotonous busy tone echoed.
Each ring felt utterly absurd to them.
This kid, he actually dared to call? He actually had teacher Meng's private number? And he dared to make the call right in front of them? Even putting it on speakerphone? What the hell was he trying to do? Did he seriously think teacher Meng would pick up his call? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ms. Meng is so aloof. How could he possibly? Just as Li Ming was frantically dismissing the idea, and Li Jianguo also found Jiāng Chén's actions utterly childish and impulsive. The call connected. And it was answered after barely 2 rings. A voice came through the line, slightly lazy, deadly, bone-meltingly seductive. Hello, Jiāng Chén? What's up? Feeling like picking on your teacher again? Chapter 75, Boss, Yu Chang is at your service. Boom!
The instant he heard that voice, Li Ming felt as if struck directly by a bolt of heavenly lightning. His entire body froze in place, his mind going completely blank. His eyes held nothing but endless gloom and despair. It was her. Truly her. It was Meng Yuqiang's voice, the one he'd never forget, even in his wildest dreams. But how could she speak to Jiāng Chén in such an intimate, suggestive tone, even tinged with coquettishness? And what had she just said? You want to bully the teacher again? Again? Does that mean they'd already? No. Li Ming felt as though an invisible giant hand had violently crushed his heart. All his beliefs, all his illusions, all his pride shattered completely in that instant. His vision darkened, his legs gave way, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. This time, my heart truly turned to ashes, leaving me utterly hopeless. When Director Li Jianguo heard the voice on the other end of the line, his pupils dilated in shock. 1,000 curses raced through his mind. Holy, this wasn't the cold, aloof lecturer Meng he knew. She sounded like a young woman flirting with her lover. And from the tone, it was clear something had happened between them last night. And it definitely wasn't the first time. Li Jianguo felt his scalp tingle again. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Jiāng Chén was no longer just awe. It was as if he were witnessing a deity descended from the heavens. Damn impressive. Incredible. He'd even won over Meng Yuqiang, that eternal ice queen, and from the looks of it, she was completely smitten. Just what level of being was this Mr. Jiang? As for Jiāng Chén's roommates? They'd long since gone numb, like 5 soulless shells, staring blankly at Jiāng Chén, at his still calm and composed profile. Only one thought echoed relentlessly in their minds. Godfather, take our knees, we, truly, surrender, completely surrender. Jiāng Chén heard Meng Yuqiang's lazy, coquettish voice on the other end of the line, and a satisfied smile curved his lips. Seems last night's overtime paid off nicely, even the ice queen's thawed into springtime warmth? He cleared his throat and spoke into the phone in as calm and normal a tone as he could manage. Ahem, Teacher Meng, it's me. Sorry to disturb your rest so early. It's just a small matter. I wanted to confirm something with you. Are you free to talk right now? Or should I call back later? On the other end, Meng Yuqiang seemed to have sobered up slightly. Realizing something, her voice regained its usual cool detachment, though a hint of hidden panic lingered. And no problem. I'm available. Mr. Jiang, what is it? Jiāng Chén chuckled, glancing at Li Ming slumped on the floor like a limp rag, his eyes vacant. He then glanced at Director Li Jianguo beside him, who wore an I-get-it expression, and spoke slowly. Nothing major, really. It's just, our faculty member, Professor Li Ming, seems to have some misunderstandings regarding our collaboration yesterday, and, well, a few other matters. Director Li Jianguo suggested inviting you over to clarify things in person? Would that be convenient? His phrasing was extremely tactful, skillfully shifting the blame onto Director Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo. On the other end of the line, Meng Yuqiang instantly understood. That sycophant Li Ming must be stirring up trouble behind the scenes again, and now he's even involved Director Li Jianguo? Worse yet, he's dragged Jiāng Chén into this? A surge of anger instantly filled Meng Yuqiang's heart. She immediately declared, all right. I'll be right over. Mr. Jiang, please hold on. Her voice was firm and decisive. She hung up. Jiāng Chén slipped his phone back into his pocket, then spread his hands and flashed an utterly innocent smile at Li Jianguo and Li Ming. All right, Ms. Meng said she'll be right over. Any misunderstandings can be addressed face to face when she arrives. Li Jianguo. Li Ming. Roommates. Li Jianguo stood silently beside the desk for a moment, his expression shifting like storm clouds, while a tidal wave of emotion surged within him. Uncontrollably, he began imagining some unspeakable scenes. He quickly shook his head, silently berating himself for being so gossipy at his age. But this only reinforced his earlier suspicions. This Jiāng Chén had connections reaching the heavens and astonishing methods. Not only could he casually throw down 100 million for investments, but he'd actually managed to melt Meng Yucheng, the campus's undisputed ice queen? Li Jianguo was almost certain Jiāng Chén's background was far more terrifying than he'd imagined. Such a figure was far beyond what a mere vice principal like him could afford to offend. Today's incident must be resolved flawlessly, leaving absolutely no loose ends. As for that fool Li Ming, a cold gleam flashed in Li Jianguo's eyes. Oomph. He brought this upon himself. Just wait and see how he handles things when Meng Yucheng arrives. Meanwhile, Jiāng Chén's roommates finally began to recover slightly from their utter shock. Holy! Was that teacher Meng's voice just now? Holy crap! Even that ice queen Ms. Meng turned into a sweet little woman in front of him? Godfather! The eternal legend! Please accept our shattered knees. Several roommates trembled with excitement, itching to rush over and kowtow to Jiāng Chén. But seeing Director Li Jianguo's shifting expression beside them and Li Ming lying on the floor like a dead dog, they forced themselves to suppress their urge. Instead, they fixed Jiāng Chén with an intensely fervent gaze. The office atmosphere remained in this awkwardly oppressive state as time ticked by second. Li Jianguo remained silent, playing the cool guy, sipping slowly from his water cup. Inside, his mind raced, calculating how to phrase things when Meng Yucheng arrived shortly. He needed to find a way to avoid offending Jiāng Chén while saving face and, incidentally, giving Li Ming, that fool, a stern warning. As for Jiāng Chén, he remained as calm as if he were at home. He pulled up a chair, casually picked up the latest issue of Nature from Li Jianguo's desk, and began reading it with relish. His composure unfazed even as a mountain crumbled before him, and still finding time to read a magazine left his roommates in awe once more. After waiting roughly 20 minutes. Finally, a series of hurried yet rhythmically elegant footsteps echoed outside the office door. Tap. 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 He's here. Every heart in the office skipped a beat as all eyes shot toward the doorway. The door opened gently, revealing a familiar, tall figure at the threshold, one that carried an unusual, languid charm. It was Meng Yucheng. She had truly arrived. And her current state was completely different from yesterday's. She had clearly taken great care to prepare herself, her face adorned with a meticulously applied, subtle nude makeup look. It perfectly concealed any lingering traces of exhaustion from last night's frenzy, instead accentuating her already stunningly beautiful features and skin that glowed with a dewy radiance. She had even changed into a Chanel-style ensemble, a tailored crop jacket over a matching silk top, paired with a high-waisted aligned skirt. The hem fell perfectly at mid-thigh, revealing her stunning legs encased in nude stockings, straight, long, and perfectly proportioned, without an ounce of excess flesh. Her feet remained encased in sleek black stiletto heels, elongating her frame and instantly amplifying her commanding presence. Her jet black hair was meticulously pulled back into a sleek bun, and she had once again donned those signature, intellectual yet restrained rimless glasses. At that moment, Meng Yucheng seemed to transform back into the ice queen who commanded everything from the lectern. Her gaze was cold and piercing. Her expression was calm and unruffled. Except for the faint blush that still lingered, and the deeply hidden joy and shyness in the depths of her eyes. Standing at the doorway, her gaze swept slowly across the people in the office. When she saw Director Li Jianguo's solemn and grave expression, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. But she showed little surprise, as if she had anticipated it. Chapter 76, Rewards Maxed Out, Tinglong Tower in Downtown. When Meng Yucheng saw Li Ming's eyes, dull as a dead dog's, staring at her expectantly, a flash of icy disgust crossed her own. When she saw the 5 students cowering in the corner like frightened quails, her lips twitched almost imperceptibly. Finally, her gaze settled on Jiāng Chén, who remained seated with his usual nonchalance, flipping through a copy of Nature magazine. He lifted his head, his gaze teasing and amused as it met hers. Their eyes locked, and invisible sparks seemed to crackle in the air. Meng Yucheng's heart began to pound wildly, beyond her control. Her cheeks began to burn uncontrollably. She even felt her legs grow slightly weak. She forced herself to steady her nerves, straightened her back, and once again donned that icy mask. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward with her long legs, the crisp click of her high heels echoing as she walked into the office. Then, she first gave Director Li Jianguo a slight nod of greeting. "Principal Li, you requested to see me?" Li Jianguo immediately forced a smile. "Ahem. Yucheng, it's like this, there's been a minor misunderstanding. We need you to clarify things." He pointed discreetly toward Li Ming. "Teacher Li Ming, well, he reported that some students have been spreading rumors and slandering you behind your back. They said you went drinking with students at a bar last night? The impact is extremely damaging, so we'd like you to confirm whether this actually happened." He carefully studied Meng Yucheng's expression, fearing she might lose her temper. She might lose her temper. Upon hearing Li Jianguo finally get to the point, a glimmer of hope, like a dying light, suddenly flared in his eyes. He cried out to Meng Yucheng with a look of grievance. "Ms. Meng, you're finally here. Quick, tell the principal. Tell everyone.
This Jiāng Chén is a liar, a rumor monger. Everything he said is false. Last night, there's no way you could have gone drinking with them. Expose his lies. He anticipated Meng Yuqian descending like a goddess of justice, delivering the final verdict to condemn Jiāng Chén. But Meng Yuqian's reaction shattered his last shred of hope. After listening to Li Jiangwo's questioning and Li Ming's tearful accusations, Meng Yuqian's face showed none of the anger or defense Li Ming had hoped for. With extreme calmness, even a hint of faint impatience, she turned her head to look at Jiāng Chén, who was watching the spectacle with leisurely composure. Then, under the stunned, ghost-like stares of everyone present, she respectfully sought his guidance. "Boss, about this matter, what do you think I should say?" Immediately after, Meng Yuqiang's red lips parted slightly. "Drinking?" First, she repeated the word with utter disdain. As if she'd heard something utterly ridiculous. Then, her icy, piercing eyes fixed on Li Ming like knives, her pretty face brimming with disdain. "Yes. I did drink with Mr. Jiang last night, and we had a splendid time. So what? He's my boss. My investor. I accompany my boss to necessary business engagements to foster mutual understanding and trust, laying a solid foundation for our future project collaborations. What's wrong with that? Or does Teacher Li have some ugly suspicions?" Boom! Meng Yuqian's words detonated like a bomb. Not only did she openly admit she and Jiāng Chén had indeed been drinking together at the bar last night, but she also crushed Li Ming's pathetic, groveling self-esteem underfoot with a domineering, ruthless manner, grinding it into the dirt over and over. Killing. And to destroy his soul. Put. Li Ming could no longer withstand this relentless barrage of devastating blows. His head lolled to the side, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. As the office fell silent once more, everyone stared at Li Ming lying on the floor, unconscious like a dead dog. Li Jiangwo stared in disbelief, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. He felt immensely relieved that he hadn't actually chosen to side with Li Ming earlier. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he forced a smile at Meng Yuqian. "Ahem, well. Yuqian, now that things are clear, it's Comrade Li Ming who lacks ideological awareness. He misunderstood you and President Jiang, even attempting to frame students. His behavior is utterly despicable. Rest assured, once he regains consciousness, I will severely reprimand him and report this to the school for appropriate disciplinary action. There will be no leniency." His words rang with righteous indignation. As if the person who had just tried to smooth things over wasn't him at all. Meng Yuqian shot him a cold glance. She remained silent, her emotions now intensely complex. Now that she had calmed down, a wave of dread and shame washed over her. Good heavens! What accompanying the boss to a business dinner? What is there a problem? It was simply. She stole a glance out of the corner of her eye at Jiāng Chén beside her, who had maintained a perfectly composed expression throughout. Her pretty face flushed uncontrollably once more. Oh no, oh no. Now she'd completely ruined her image in front of him. After Jiāng Chén finished admiring Meng Yuqian's performance, truly a queen's descent. Finally, the system notification sounded. Ding! Player turn the philanthropist's kindness judgment complete. Target Li Ming has been completely broken, questioning his existence, and has utterly lost all unrealistic fantasies about Meng Yuqi. Mission completion rating SSS grade perfect. Dispensing SSS tier bonus rewards. Congratulations, host. Gained +10 to physical constitution. Congratulations, host. Received Divine Tycoon exclusive special reward, 100% ownership of asset Dragon Ascension Tower, a grade A+ office complex integrating offices, retail, and hotel in Jiangzhou CBD core area. Includes full property rights and operational control. Note, estimated value exceeds 5 billion renminbi. Relevant documents stored in system inventory, ready for materialization anytime. Settling this round's interest. Earnings, 50,000. This action round concludes. Additional reward, 10,000. Holy. Dragon. Dragon Ascension Tower? That iconic building in the downtown CBD? Worth over 50 billion? System. Just like that. Just handed me a building? Chapter 77, Jiāng and I have business to discuss. Seeing the series of rewards the system had granted, Jiāng Chén couldn't help but let a smile slip from the corners of his mouth. This reward was indeed unprecedentedly generous. In downtown Jiangzhou, where every inch of land was precious, property prices remained sky high and continued to appreciate. This building was valued at 5 billion yuan, a figure Jiāng Chén even suspected was too low. Moreover, as the city's central business district, it housed a concentration of industries. The profits the Longting building would bring him might far exceed his expectations. But the specifics would only become clear after an inspection. Now that it was his property, it was only natural to go observe the situation. Jiāng Chén kept this in mind, planning to visit as soon as possible. Unlike Jiāng Chén, who suppressed his amusement and remained composed and detached, several of his roommates huddled in a corner of Li Jiangwo's office were visibly agitated, their faces alternating between flushed and pale. One particularly overwhelmed individual was on the verge of fainting. Good heavens! What on earth was happening? Could this scene before their eyes possibly be an illusion?
Their gazes darted between Meng Yuqiang and Jiāng Chén, their eyes burning with such intensity they seemed ready to burst into flames.
Not foster father anymore. He's no longer foster father.
Jiāng Chén, he's practically a role model.
An idol.
The cold, aloof Ms. Meng they remembered was nothing but a timid little woman in front of foster father Jiang.
Look at how she constantly defended him, look at that ardent gaze even they could see.
Look at the blush spreading across teacher Meng's cheeks when she gazed at Jiāng Chén, like a young girl's budding affection.
A whirlwind of scenarios played out in their minds: wealthy CEOs and beautiful CEOs, students and teachers. The group nearly fainted. The scene before them felt utterly unreal. Li Ming, collapsed on the floor, was completely forgotten. They licked their dry lips, eyes fixed only on Jiāng Chén's heroic figure. Their knees itched relentlessly, begging to scrape the floor. Then they bellowed, "We surrender, Godfather." We're truly in awe. Noticing his roommate's unsettling stares, Jiāng Chén's mouth twitched. What on earth were these guys thinking? But this time, there's no way to gloss over it.
Meng Yuqiang's playful pout during that hands-free call is pretty hard to explain.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. The thought flashed through Jiāng Chén's mind but quickly faded. After all, what was there to say about a wealthy investor and a beautiful CEO having a little story between them? Jiāng Chén shot his roommates a deep, amused look. I trust you won't go blabbing about this outside, right?
The roommates felt a chill run down their spines under Jiāng Chén's gaze, their souls snapping back into place. Whether they understood his meaning or not, they immediately went limp and nodded repeatedly.
Withdrawing his gaze from them, Jiāng Chén shook his head.
After a fleeting, indifferent glance at the fainted clown, his eyes met those of the Ice Queen, who was stealing glances at him out of the corner of her eye. The eternal ice instantly melted into a pool of spring water. Meng Yuqiang shot Jiāng Chén a vicious glare before turning her cherry-pink cheeks away, her expression becoming incredibly complex. Shame, regret, and a tinge of irresistible excitement.
Huff. Suppressing her slightly uneven breathing, Meng Yuqiang's expression turned icy once more. She looked at Li Jiangguo with little enthusiasm and said, "I actually have business with Mr. Jiang. If there are no further issues, we'll be leaving now. How about that?" Li Jiangguo wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead before laughing. "No problem at all. The school will certainly deal with him severely. As for you, Yuqiang, and Mr. Jiang. I mean, classmates, I'll apologize on behalf of that fool Li Ming. We won't keep you from your business." Li Jiangguo dropped the official tone, his words growing much warmer. Amidst the forced smiles, he didn't forget to show goodwill toward Jiāng Chén. Only after Meng Yuqiang led Jiāng Chén away, her footsteps ringing crisp and clear, did his expression turn bitter again. Heaven knew why he, a department head, had to stoop so low. His attention then fell on Li Ming, still sprawled on the floor, a vein throbbing prominently on his forehead. The culprit was right here. All because of this idiot. For a moment, Li Jiangguo felt an overwhelming urge to kick the fool. But mindful of his position, he ultimately restrained himself. Instead, he turned to Sun Yelong and the others, who were still frozen in a daze. "Ahem, what are you standing around for? Help your teacher up first." Jiāng Chén's roommates snapped back to reality, glancing left and right before exchanging hesitant looks. Occasionally, they would glance at Li Ming with looks of disgust. As if they'd just been disgusted by that pathetic suck-up showboating. Whoever wanted to help him could go ahead. Besides, why didn't Director Li help? But despite their thoughts, they weren't as detached from their student ways as Jiāng Chén. After a moment's hesitation, they helped move Li Ming to a safer spot, pulling him onto the sofa. Inside Meng Yuqiang's office. After closing the door, Jiāng Chén gently drew the icy beauty before him into his embrace. She offered no resistance. After a momentary stumble, she lowered her head and reluctantly collapsed into his embrace. He desperately wanted to assert his authority as a teacher and push away this insolent upstart who dared to offend him, but his hands simply couldn't muster the strength. A petty troublemaker? This was her boss standing before her. And if anyone had been the one to offend. Recalling that night, remembering her own uncharacteristic, petulant outburst on the phone just moments ago, and all the criticism she'd heaped on Li Ming for Jiāng Chén's sake, Meng Yuqiang's breathing gradually grew erratic. Her warm, moist, and faintly fragrant breath seeped through Jiāng Chén's thin shirt, colliding with his already broadened chest. "I can't be a teacher anymore. Ugh." Meng Yuqiang pinched Jiāng Chén's waist lightly, her eyes red like a caged rabbit as she lifted her head, gazing at him with a hazy expression. Her phoenix-like eyes glistened with tears. This expression was completely unlike her usual self. Probably no one but Jiāng Chén had ever seen it. "We promised to keep it secret, but now everyone will know." Meng Yuqiang felt both hurt and embarrassed. The thought that rumors about her and Jiāng Chén might spread throughout the school made her feel like she could never go back. Yet the distinct awareness of something unusual about the man holding her in his arms stirred a hint of reproach within Meng Yuqiang. Towards Jiāng Chén, the man who had given her a future and that unforgettable joy. Jiāng Chén gazed into Meng Yuqiang's flushed eyes, his teacher and subordinate. She appeared strong and proud, yet in moments like this, she softened into something tender and heartbreaking.
Gently kissing her flushed forehead, Jiāng Chén lifted Meng Yuchang's beautiful face and said earnestly, "Trust me, everything will be fine."
That sycophant of yours won't even admit to having a drink with me. He got so worked up he caused such a scene. He probably wouldn't dare speculate about us. And Director Li Jianguo and my roommates certainly won't go spreading rumors. Chapter 78, Jiāng Chén, you're not going to bully the teacher again, are you? Jiāng Chén's words calmed Meng Yuchang's unsettled emotions.
Yet paradoxically, her heartbeat quickened and a wave of guilt washed over her.
After calming down in Jiāng Chén's embrace, she realized his predicament.
If Li Ming hadn't pressed relentlessly, even escalating things to Li Jianguo, Jiāng Chén wouldn't have called me. And if I hadn't uttered that suggestive remark back then, I wouldn't be in this predicament.
So, it seemed she could blame Li Ming, she could blame herself, but she simply couldn't blame Jiāng Chén?
Meng Yuchang's gaze grew evasive, attempting to conceal the fleeting, complicated thoughts stirring in her eyes. She bit her lower lip lightly, glancing sideways at Jiāng Chén's no longer upturned mouth, and self-reproach welled up within her. She had been so proactive herself she shouldn't have pressured Jiāng Chén to keep secrets in the first place. Now she'd ignored his stress and blamed him. After much reflection, she realized she should comfort Mr. Zhang's wounded heart. Suddenly, Meng Yuchang seemed to grasp something. She extended her slender jade-like fingers, gently pushing Jiāng Chén away before reclining back in her office chair. Her flesh-colored stocking-clad legs swayed, her toes tracing a tantalizing arc not far from Jiāng Chén. Just as Jiāng Chén was about to catch a glimpse beneath her skirt, she crossed her legs again, leaning forward slightly. A pointer, seemingly produced from nowhere, tapped lightly against Jiāng Chén's body. Biting her lip, she adjusted her rimless glasses and fixed Jiāng Chén with an indescribable gaze. Her moist lips parted slightly as she spoke. "Jiāng Chén, you're not going to bully your teacher again, are you?" "Oh? So this is the business you meant." A smile touched Jiāng Chén's lips. After confirming the office door behind him was securely shut, he slowly approached his dear teacher. Jiāng Chén now occupied the office chair, while Meng Yuchang, her clothes disheveled, knelt breathlessly before him. Her face bore an unnatural flush. Exhaustion mingled with astonishment and alarm in her eyes. Yesterday's work guidance had exhausted her thoroughly. She'd assumed Jiāng Chén was on the same level as her, so today's tasks should be wrapped up quickly. But clearly, she was wrong. The only one who'd broken down was herself. "Jiāng Chén, he just kept getting stronger. Your physical stamina is incredible." Hearing Meng Yuchang's teasing reproach, Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "My recent fitness regimen has been quite effective." But the main reason was still the 10 points of physical constitution granted by the system reward. After this boost, his physical constitution had soared to an impressive 93 points. Even elite athletes rarely possessed such exceptional physical prowess. If anything could still pose a challenge to Jiāng Chén's physical prowess now, it might be the gold and silver medals at the sports meet. As for Meng Yuchang's abilities, they were no match for him anymore. Oof. She spat lightly, her cheeks flushing crimson. It seemed her unhealed body could only resort to other methods to help Jiāng Chén unwind. In the classroom, Yanxi's delicate brows furrowed, her expression filled with worry and self-reproach. Jiāng Chén must be getting a severe scolding right now, she thought. Yanxi also overheard the other students' gossip. She knew that lecturer Li Ming, perhaps because of teacher Meng, disliked Jiāng Chén intensely. He might even be deliberately making a big deal out of this incident, trying to get Jiāng Chén disciplined. Yanxi felt restless, desperate to get up and see what was happening. To some extent, Jiāng Chén's predicament was connected to her own actions. Had she not been so preoccupied with clashing with Hu Weiwei, she would have noticed the teacher's arrival earlier and warned Jiāng Chén to avoid this trouble. Yanxi's agitation didn't go unnoticed by her classmates, many of whom exchanged puzzled glances. It seemed the rumors about Jiāng Chén and the school beauty Yanxi having a connection weren't unfounded. Yanxi was always elegant and aloof, a high mountain flower in the eyes of her classmates. Though approachable, her breathtaking beauty and otherworldly grace made others feel inadequate, creating an unspoken barrier that kept people at arm's length. No one had ever seen Yanxi act this way before, and no one dared believe she was doing it for a junior. Damn it! What does that Jiāng Chén even have to make the goddess worry about him like this? I'd love to kick him out this time. A bespectacled guy in the corner glared viciously at the spot where Jiāng Chén had been sitting. Given how things are now, if Jiāng Chén gets expelled, your goddess might just drop out too, a girl nearby remarked sourly. Hearing this, the bespectacled guy immediately slumped, dejected. Forget it then. We can't make Miss Yan, the campus beauty, sad. Turtle. Wimp. Scattered throughout the sparsely populated classroom, low murmurs of mockery erupted. Hu Weiwei shot a glance at Yanxi, who was so worried about Jiāng Chén she couldn't sit still. Jealousy flared anew within her, and the more she looked at Yanxi's beautiful face, the more venomous and snake-like her expression seemed. Bitch. How dare you worry about Jiāng Chén like that? You're just putting on an act. Don't think pretending like this will win Jiāng Chén over. He's nothing but a pawn I use to provoke you. Hu Weiwei instinctively stopped comparing herself to Yanxi's far superior looks and unattainable elegance, her mind still fixated on the matter interrupted by Li Ming. So many words were bottled up inside her, words she needed to say to Jiāng Chén.
She was certain their connection wasn't over. It wasn't even a matter of lingering threads. Between them, it was just a matter of who would break the ice. Once that happened, they could quickly mend things. Of course, breaking that final barrier wouldn't be easy.
Jiāng Chén was still angry with her, and besides, that she was stirring up trouble between them. Withdrawing her venomous gaze, Hu Weiwei slowly began organizing her books. Being interrupted might actually be a blessing in disguise. If Jiāng Chén was being harshly reprimanded right now, or even facing punishment, his mood would surely hit rock bottom. And that would be the perfect moment for her to make her move. If she offered him comfort and support in his time of need, Jiāng Chén might instantly forget the recent unpleasantness and reconcile with her. He'd become completely devoted to her.
Jiāng Chén was far wealthier now than before. As for Yanxi,
she can go sit in the shade somewhere. She's nothing but a lowlife who preys on others' misfortune.
Don't ever think she and Jiāng Chén have a chance. There's no place for you between us.
Hu Weiwei snorted coldly, flicked her chin in a disdainful glance at Yanxi, then strode out of the classroom under the stunned, dumbfounded stares of the surrounding students. Leaving the classmates trembling, muttering, "Holy crap, I don't get it. What kind of magic does this Jiāng Chén have? They're all acting like they've been bewitched." Watching Hu Weiwei leave, Yanxi suspected this scheming woman was off to bother Jiāng Chén again. Instinctively clenching her fists, she too dashed out of the classroom. Skipping class was a first for Yanxi, but for Jiāng Chén, she'd already crossed plenty of boundaries lately. What was one more? Chapter 79, Player Turn Ends, New Hex Tech Selection. Meng Yuchang finished her work with a frown, her jaw aching from the strain. There was no helping it, her boss was exceptionally capable. To satisfy him, she had to pull out all the stops. After catching her breath and resting for a moment, the fatigue gradually faded. Meng Yuchang made a few minor adjustments before glancing at Jiāng Chén, who wore an expression of serene calm. She found herself almost amused by his expression. At that moment, Jiāng Chén, immersed in his sage-like state, had no heart to continue teasing his teacher. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the newly appeared system prompt. Player turn concluded. Proceed with Hex Tech Enhancement Selection. As the words appeared on the light screen, 3 dazzling options once again materialized on the panel, slowly flickering under Jiāng Chén's gaze. Before I knew it, it was time to choose Hex Tech Enhancements again. Time really flies. After a moment of reflection, Jiāng Chén composed himself, focusing his awareness on the panel to examine it carefully. His initial Hex Tech upgrade had been nothing short of a life-changing game-changer. This time, he had to seize the opportunity even more firmly. 1. Pure Nature I. When in a high-level natural environment, Physical Constitution x2. 2. Investment Plus, instantly gain 1 million. For each asset owned, the daily interest cap increases by 10,000. Currently 2 assets owned, daily interest plus 20,000. 3. Useful Talent I. Instantly gains Constitution Charm plus 5. In any 3 subsequent attribute boosts, the probability of gaining Constitution Charm plus 5 increases. Jiāng Chén's demeanor remained steady. After several rounds of cultivating his god-tier status, he faced this choice, one capable of altering an ordinary person's entire life, and had learned to remain unflappable. His gaze swept across the 3 options, and he swiftly weighed the pros and cons. Option 1, Pure Natural I, was immediately dismissed. He was a god-tier player, not a forest ranger, and he certainly wouldn't abandon human civilization just for a constitution boost. As for the third, it seemed promising at first glance. But upon closer thought, even if all probabilities triggered, the cumulative points gained would only be 40, seemingly less generous than the turn rewards. That too was immediately discarded. Finally, with calm composure, Jiāng Chén tapped lightly on the Investment Plus option, then let a faint smile spread across his face. Much like Meng Yuchang's entrepreneurial plan, his Hex Tech strategy also emphasized deep cultivation within a specialized field. Scattering efforts haphazardly was useless. Armed with the experience gained from his rebirth, Jiāng Chén had long since solidified his objective during this period. That goal was wealth, the relentless accumulation of wealth. This Hex Tech Investment Plus perfectly aligned with Jiāng Chén's strategy and initial Hex Tech, promising to significantly amplify his long-term returns. Not choosing this, Jiāng Chén felt he would regret it later. Moreover, compared to the Demon Contract option in the initial hexes sacrificing lifespan for attributes, or the Pure Natural I that abandoned city life for massive physical prowess, the Investment Plus option offered a remarkably favorable payoff ratio. The Investment Plus option offered a remarkably favorable cost-to-benefit ratio. Simply investing in even and profitable ventures would generate a steady stream of returns, why not? And broad investment wasn't a difficult task, he now possessed the capability to handle it. At this thought, Jiāng Chén's eyes lit up. Once the direction was set, the challenges ahead naturally came into focus. Zhangzhou City was a metropolis teeming with industries that met his investment criteria. If he planned to frequently travel for investment inspections, transportation became a pressing issue. After all, as an investor and CEO, he couldn't very well ride a scooter to sign contracts, could he? The other party might not only ignore him but suspect fraud, promptly dialing the police.
Though these problems hadn't materialized yet, it wouldn't hurt to prepare for them in advance. I'll need to find time to address this matter. Too drained to tidy up the messy office. Meng Yuqiang nestled quietly in Jiāng Chén's embrace, savoring the fleeting warmth. She tilted her head to look at the CEO, who seemed deep in thought, and found herself unconsciously filled with a longing for dependence. She longed to simply lean against Jiāng Chén, doing nothing else, just resting there. But the moment this feeling surfaced, Meng Yuqiang snapped out of her bliss. She lightly tapped her cheek, using external force to snap herself back to reality and dispel thoughts that had no place in her mind. She couldn't afford to be lazy. Jiāng Chén had invested in her because he valued her future. If she indulged in such thoughts and neglected her work, she couldn't bear to become that person. And most crucially, she was a teacher. A role model. Acting like that with a student was already outrageous. How could she sink so low? Peck. After planting a light kiss on Jiāng Chén's cheek, Meng Yuqiang quickly rose to tidy up the mess and return to her work. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. Teacher Meng. Is Jiāng Chén here? She knocked a few times before asking hesitantly. It was She's voice. It was Jiāng Chén's little girlfriend. Meng Yuqiang froze in shock, her entire body stiffening instantly. When had she arrived? How long had she been waiting? Had she overheard anything? Shame and anger made Meng Yuqiang stamp her foot lightly. She glared at Jiāng Chén, who was calmly and leisurely getting up, her nerves stretched to the breaking point. The mess in the office hadn't been cleaned up yet. And that lingering scent. If she opened the door now, she'd definitely be discovered, right? If the student's girlfriend found her like this, ugh, her teaching career would truly be over. Damn you, Jiāng Chén. You may have relieved your stress, but now it's all on me. After waiting for a long time, Teacher Meng's office door finally opened. Even with the window open, a wave of damp, hot air washed over her. She's mind was entirely preoccupied with Jiāng Chén, leaving her no room to ponder what had transpired here. She instinctively chose to ignore Meng Yuqiang, who stood slightly disheveled and flushed. Excuse me, Teacher Meng. Thank you for helping Jiāng Chén out of that predicament. She bowed respectfully to Meng Yuqiang before hurrying over to Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén, are you okay? She asked anxiously. The girl's brow was etched with unmistakable self-reproach. It's my fault. I should have noticed the teacher entering the classroom earlier. Before she could finish, Jiāng Chén's gentle hand rested on the crown of her head. Chapter 80, Senior Yan's Powerful Control Skills. Senior, don't overthink it. This isn't as complicated as you imagine. Jiāng Chén couldn't help but smile, though his expression remained remarkably gentle. After all, Senior Yan had lost her composure precisely because of him. How could he possibly mock her? The warmth radiating from Jiāng Chén's palm, combined with his relaxed and casual tone, greatly soothed She's heart, which had been consumed by self-reproach. The next moment, She realized the unexpected intimacy of the gesture. Yet she offered no resistance, merely trembling slightly as she tacitly accepted her junior's head pat. The peculiar atmosphere lasted only an instant. Though physical contact was unavoidable as his private tutor, this was her first time being patted on the head. Overwhelmed by blushing embarrassment, she hurriedly changed the subject to escape the situation, especially since Teacher Meng was watching nearby. This sort of thing could wait until no one was watching. She's cheeks flushed pink as she gathered her courage to inquire about the events in Director Li's office. She had visited earlier but, preoccupied with finding Jiāng Chén, had only received a vague explanation. Jiāng Chén gave a faint smile and briefly recounted the ridiculous spectacle Li Ming had made of himself. He then turned to Meng Yuqiang, who stood nearby with her arms crossed and a cold expression, and said gratefully, of course, as you know, it was ultimately thanks to Teacher Meng stepping in to save the day. If Teacher Meng hadn't spoken up for me, and if that jerk Li Ming had been allowed to keep causing trouble, who knows what might have happened. With that, Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow and smiled, his gaze lingering inexplicably on Meng Yuqiang's unfastened collar. Caught by Jiāng Chén's gaze, Meng Yuqiang's expression shifted, yet she maintained her composure as if nothing had happened, carefully fastening the buttons on her collar. The subtle emotions that had begun to stir within her gradually dissipated at the sound of Jiāng Chén's conciliatory tone. Thank you, Teacher Meng. She bowed slightly to Meng Yuqiang once more, expressing gratitude for her assistance to Jiāng Chén. Seeing She's reaction, Meng Yuqiang found nothing more to say. Yet whenever she avoided She's gaze, her eyes would dart coldly toward Jiāng Chén, as if to pierce him. Jiāng Chén sighed helplessly, forcing a faint, silent smile. It was only now, noticing the somewhat disheveled office and Teacher Meng's expression finally returning to its usual icy composure, that she began to grasp what had transpired. Jiāng Chén and Teacher Meng had been alone in the office for so long. Could they have? The thought barely formed before she shook her head vigorously, trying to banish the wicked notion from her mind. This is Teacher Meng, after all. She wasn't one. How could she possibly do that kind of thing with Jiāng Chén? Besides, they were teacher and student. The more she thought about it, the more flushed She's cheeks grew, and the more evasive her gaze became when looking at Meng Yuqiang. Noticing this, Meng Yuqiang's lips twitched slightly, fully embracing her icy-hearted teacher persona. Clearing her throat, she urged, if there's nothing else, you should head back. Class is still in session.
Meng Yuqi stood with her arms crossed, her jade-like fingers lightly gripping the pointer. Yan Shi immediately stopped her wandering thoughts, but Jiāng Chén was entirely different. As a rebellious disciple, faced with Meng Yuqiang's demeanor, he licked his lips with a hint of relish. The lust brewing in those handsome features did not escape Meng Yuqiang's notice. Her body grew weak, nearly betraying her teacherly composure.
Ah, well then, Ms. Meng, see you tonight.
Jiāng Chén shrugged with a laugh, ignoring Meng Yuqiang's threatening glare as he half-pushed Yan Shi toward the exit.
Evening.
The mere mention of that word stirred a mix of shame and irritation within Meng Yuqiang. Yet the more she felt this way, the harder it became to explain anything.
Saying too much would only make things worse.
My dear Jiang, please take your little girlfriend and leave.
Meng Yuqiang's eyes pleaded. Jiāng Chén.
Just as the two were about to bid farewell to teacher Meng, a fragrant breeze wafted in from outside the office. A delicate floral fragrance, quite pleasant, yet Jiāng Chén, who recognized this scent, felt only aversion.
Because the owner of that scent was Hu Weiwei.
Unlike Senior Yan, who blushed and hesitated to approach when standing beside Jiāng Chén, Hu Weiwei boldly rushed to his side the moment she arrived. She nestled her soft body against Jiāng Chén's arm, where his muscular contours were already clearly defined. Then, adopting what she believed to be a charmingly flirtatious expression designed to make Jiāng Chén weaken the knees, she declared, Jiāng Chén, it's okay.
No matter what. I'll always be by your side. With that, Hu Weiwei clung even tighter to Jiāng Chén and shot Yan Shi a defiant glare.
This is something only I, as his official girlfriend, dare to do.
Yan Shi? If you've got thick skin, come learn from me?
After being apart from Jiāng Chén for so long, this first intimate moment made Hu Weiwei suddenly realize that the faint, lingering dislike she once felt had vanished completely. Instead, she felt profoundly happy. The Jiāng Chén of the past had always presented himself as weak and easily bullied in front of her. He never disobeyed her commands and would go out of his way to please her, only to be rewarded with a small favor as if she were bestowing a favor upon him. But now, it seemed completely reversed. Jiāng Chén had changed so much richer, more confident, more handsome, and more charismatic. This was the man worthy of being hers. Hu Weiwei lifted her eyes, carefully retouched with makeup, and gazed at Jiāng Chén with a smile, fantasizing that he had changed his mind because of her comforting words. But he wasn't looking at her. A chill suddenly gripped Hu Weiwei's heart. Jiāng Chén paid Hu Weiwei no mind whatsoever, nor did he care to guess her thoughts. A look of impatience flashed across his face as he prepared to pull his arm away. He wanted to give Hu Weiwei a reality check, telling her to get a grip and get lost. But before Jiāng Chén could speak, at that moment, the faint yet undeniable softness emanating from the other arm left Jiāng Chén stunned. It was Senior Yan. Senior Yan had used a powerful control skill. Yan Shi had also wrapped her arms around Jiāng Chén's arm, but unlike Hu Weiwei, who seemed desperate to glue herself to him, Senior Yan touched him and immediately pulled away. Her heart pounded wildly as she savored the touch, utterly different from the emotion during her figure management routine, and Yan Shi blushed to the extreme. But now was no time for shyness. She had to stand up and assert her claim. The matter with lecturer Li Ming has been resolved. It has nothing to do with you. Junior, could you please stop harassing Junior Jiang? There's no future between you two, is there? Yan Shi's trembling hands clasped Jiāng Chén's arm as if in a virtual embrace. Her flushed cheeks radiated unwavering hostility toward Hu Weiwei and possessiveness. Yan Shi suppressed her surging emotions, swallowing the words Jiāng Chén is mine that threatened to escape her lips. She didn't need to say much. Hu Weiwei wasn't worth their breath. Yan Shi glanced sideways at Jiāng Chén, whose intense gaze fixed upon her, and felt an inexplicable tingle in her heart. This was her awakening her awareness as the rightful wife. Harassment? What a joke. Hu Weiwei's feigned coquettishness turned sour. She glared at Yan Shi and sneered, we were just arguing. She knows perfectly well who the real third wheel harassing Jiāng Chén is. Where were you hiding when Jiāng Chén and I were getting intimate? Me. Yan Shi was momentarily speechless. She understood exactly what kind of intimacy Hu Weiwei was implying. She and Jiāng Chén were nowhere near that stage. But that alone wasn't enough to make Yan Shi back down. Shameless. Yan Shi spat. Chapter 81, Ex-Girlfriend vs. Campus Belle? Meng Yuqiang never backed down. You. Hu Weiwei had expected her words to enrage Yan Shi, hoping Jiāng Chén would witness the ugly spectacle of that fake campus beauty losing her temper. But Yan Shi's helpless, innocent-looking counterattack felt like a basic attack turning into a powerful move, sending Hu Weiwei into a rage. She immediately started cursing. Jiāng Chén's expression turned icy as he swiftly withdrew his arm from Hu Weiwei's embrace, his gaze as cold as ice. To him, Hu Weiwei was nothing but air he couldn't be bothered to acknowledge. But if she dared to speak disrespectfully to Yan Shi. Tap tap. The sharp crack of the ruler against the desk halted the trio's next move. Enough. What do you think this place is? Meng Yuqiang's expression darkened, her words carrying an inexplicable weight that pressed down on the trio. Her authority as an educator shone through. You're acting nothing like students. What kind of behavior is this, pulling and tugging? Don't forget this is a school, my office.
Meng Yuchan's words, heavy with oppression and anger, echoed through the office.
Both Yanxi and Hu Weiwei felt their newly gathered courage crushed, their lips pouting as they fell silent. The icy-hearted teacher's stern gaze swept over Hu Weiwei and Yanxi with undisguised hostility before settling on Jiāng Chén with a complex expression. She had miscalculated one thing: the emotion that had welled up within her earlier would not fade easily. No matter how proud, independent, or self-restrained Meng Yuchang might be, she was still a woman. A woman who had just tasted the sweetness of fulfillment and craved more. Watching the man she desired slip from her embrace only to be fought over by two younger women, one whose beauty rivaled her own. It stung. During class time, Jiāng Chén's absence from the classroom was unavoidable. But what about the two of you? Not only did you skip class without permission, but you even dared to engage in petty jealousy right in the teacher's office. Meng Yuchang paused on those last four words, her icy gaze fixing on Hu Weiwei and Yanxi. Both women immediately lowered their heads, unable to utter another word. My relationship with Jiāng Chén. Hu Weiwei mumbled something, but after trying to grab Jiāng Chén's hand again and being pushed away, her face drained of color with shame. She slumped, exhausted, and fell silent. A pin-drop silence hung heavy for several breaths. Jiāng Chén rubbed his nose wearily, vaguely sensing Meng Yuchang's current state. But on one side stood the campus beauty and senior classmate, while on the other was his own teacher, Meng. The choice was agonizing. Finally, Yanxi broke the silence. Sorry, Teacher Meng, we'll be leaving now. Yanxi hurriedly bowed, her small hand, slightly damp with sweat, clasping Jiāng Chén's tightly as she pulled him toward the exit. Jiāng Chén's lips curved upward as he followed the pull of Senior Yan's hand, walking forward at a leisurely pace. Before leaving the office, he glanced back at Meng Yuchang with a hint of amusement. Meng Yuchang shot back a defiant, displeased glare. Yet after the trio had vanished, she stamped her foot in frustration. She snorted coldly. Why are you looking at me like that? Does Jiāng Chén really think I'd get jealous? Oomph, that's just ridiculous. How could I possibly be jealous? Meng Yuchang felt her heart and body stir with the unusual presence of Jiāng Chén, her breathing growing uneven. She had always regarded their encounter as nothing more than a one-night impulse. Even if something else happened afterward, it would merely be a matter of mutual convenience. That was all. Even just now, she only comforted Jiāng Chén out of guilt. She absolutely hadn't developed any inappropriate feelings. Meng Yuchang sat down, feeling troubled, staring blankly in the direction Jiāng Chén had left. She was his teacher, his subordinate, and older than him. There were too many mismatches between them. Even if Jiāng Chén truly harbored feelings for her, she herself couldn't get past that mental barrier. But the mere thought of Jiāng Chén made Meng Yuchang involuntarily clench her legs together. In the battle between mind and body, her body proved far more honest than she'd ever imagined. It seemed she couldn't live without Jiāng Chén, in every sense. Hu Weiwei watched Jiāng Chén and Yanxi walk away arm in arm, her face twisted with reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, she chased after them. She couldn't give up. To win Jiāng Chén back, she wouldn't get many more chances. She had to act while he still cherished their past connection. Moreover, if she still thought she could manipulate Jiāng Chén like before, that would be tantamount to handing him over to someone else. Realizing this, though deeply humiliating, Hu Weiwei finally resolved to lower herself and resort to any means necessary to beg Jiāng Chén back. Without Jiāng Chén, she might never find a more handsome, wealthier boyfriend. Of course, it was only a temporary humiliation. Once Jiāng Chén's heart was hers again, she'd have ample chances to redeem her lost dignity. Stealing her resolve, Hu Weiwei doggedly pursued him once more. Grabbing his hand, she put on a pitiful act. Jiāng Chén, can we just stop here? I truly regret what I did. Jiāng Chén froze at her abrupt plea. This was the umpteenth time, wasn't it? So Hu Weiwei still thought there was a chance between them? Had she really taken her own fantasies seriously? His silence made Hu Weiwei think she'd swayed him. A triumphant smile flashed across her face as she prepared to press her advantage. I knew you still cherished our past. I was wrong before. Can I make amends? Hu Weiwei adopted an extremely submissive posture, acutely aware of Yanxi's gaze. She felt so ashamed she could practically catch fire. But for Jiāng Chén, for her own future, she could endure it. Yet Jiāng Chén's next move caught her completely off guard. Jiāng Chén coldly shook off Hu Weiwei's hand, his expression dripping with mockery. Old feelings? I don't have any old feelings for you. Though come to think of it, there are indeed unforgettable things between us. Before Hu Weiwei could cling to any renewed hope, Jiāng Chén continued. That would be the 20,000 yuan you owe me for meals. It was now break time, and curious classmates had followed the commotion to the scene. Both those in the know and those unaware were drawn by the scent of drama, pausing to gather in a cluster at a respectful distance. A chorus of astonished murmurs filled the air. Wait, what's going on here? I thought Jiāng Chén was that guy who was all over Hu Weiwei? This looks totally different. Exactly. It looks like Hu Weiwei is the one fawning over Jiāng Chén. I don't get it. Hu Weiwei's pretty, right? What's up with Jiāng Chén? He doesn't even flinch when she's acting so pathetic. Ha! You have no idea how Hu Weiwei treated Jiāng Chén before.
It'd be weird if he acted nice now. Hold up, that's Yen, the campus beauty. How is she with Jiāng Chén too, and so close? I can't handle this. The buzzing chatter was cut short by a shriek.
Everyone turned to see the desperate, unrequited admirer grimacing in despair.
Most started laughing, but their smiles quickly faded.
Because, suddenly, they realized they weren't much better off themselves.
Could it be, the rumors about Jiāng Chén and Yen Shi aren't just rumors after all? Chapter 82, New Round, just in time to buy a car. What's going on? They're together? Not just that.
Word is Jiāng Chén splurged tens of thousands to buy a lifetime membership at that gym where the campus beauty works part-time.
Whoa!
Dozens of gasps echoed simultaneously, instantly raising the temperature in the air by several degrees. Hu Weiwei, oblivious to the distant whispers, bore the stabbing stares with a self-righteous gaze, lost in her own romantic reverie.
Jiāng Chén's mouth twitched.
Under Hu Weiwei's intense gaze, all he felt was disgust.
Get lost. Stop being an eyesore. Give up your delusions, Hu Weiwei. I just don't get it. You're not even a hair's breadth as good as Senior Yen. Where on earth did you get the confidence? The words struck Hu Weiwei like a thunderbolt.
She stumbled backward, off balance, while Jiāng Chén merely watched her coldly.
No, it's all fake. Jiāng Chén's words, Yen Shi's hostile glare, and the surrounding whispers became unbearable. She erupted with a single cry, Jiāng Chén, you'll regret this. Even if you beg me, there's no chance between us now.
Then she fled in panic. Jiāng Chén merely shook his head, his tone tinged with disgust.
I couldn't care less. Not even worth a single strand of Senior Yan's hair.
Yen Shi clutched Jiāng Chén's hand tightly, her thoughts still tangled in those words.
Am I really that special in Junior Zhang's heart?
Yen Shi let out a faint, dazed chuckle, but quickly stifled her smile under Jiāng Chén's puzzled gaze, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She shifted her tone, after this, she probably won't bother you anymore.
Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow. Is Senior Yen trying to comfort me?
Yen Shi lowered her head and gave a soft nod. Seeing his senior so docile, Jiāng Chén smiled. But mere words of comfort seem a bit too simple.
Is there anything more practical? Something more practical.
Yen Shi felt a surge of warmth in her heart, turning her head away in flustered embarrassment, no longer speaking.
Practical comfort. What tangible thing could she possibly offer Jiāng Chén? Only.
Yen Shi silently released the hand she'd been holding Jiāng Chén's with, clasping her own hands nervously over her chest. She looked up at him with a hint of hurt in her eyes.
Can I think about it?
The moment those words left her lips, Jiāng Chén instantly realized his senior must have misunderstood, though he admitted there was a fair amount of deliberate misdirection on his part. Jiāng Chén narrowed his eyes as he explained. Senior, don't get the wrong idea. I just meant ordinary, tangible comfort like a lunch or something like that.
Ah.
Yen Shi's face flushed crimson instantly, and she couldn't help but let out a pitifully low moan. So it was just a meal after all.
She thought Jiāng Chén wanted to devour her.
Yen Shi raised her hand to cover her face, unable to meet Jiāng Chén's gaze. She'd accused Hu Weiwei of being shameless, yet here she was, proving herself quite the bold girl too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have immediately thought of that sort of thing.
But if it was Jiāng Chén?
Yen Shi dared not dwell on the thought. Blushing fiercely, she raised her voice. Fine, I'll treat you to lunch today. But you're not allowed to skimp on the bill, and you're not allowed to back out.
All right. Jiāng Chén nodded, admiring the uniquely charming beauty of Senior Yen in her blushing state.
It felt like he was just a hair's breadth away from winning her over. Meanwhile, upon hearing that campus beauty Yen Shi was treating Jiāng Chén to lunch, the onlookers erupted in a chorus of jaw-dropping gasps. Yen Shuehua is treating Jiāng Chén to lunch. And from the way Yen Shi sounded, it felt like Jiāng Chén might bail at any moment.
Damn it, that Jiāng Chén is a freeloader. Yen Shui is inviting him to dinner, yet he seems reluctant? That guy is infuriating. I just don't get it. Who said Jiāng Chén was the one groveling? It seems to me that not only Hu Weiwei, but even Miss Yen is fawning over him. What the hell does he have going for him? Seriously, what does he have going for him? The onlookers were utterly baffled. Jiāng Chén's previous image was so firmly established. This current situation felt like a stark contrast, almost like an illusion. Hu Weiwei slunk away from the classroom building and retreated to her dorm room. Weiwei, what's going on between you and Jiāng Chén?
I heard he struck it rich taking girls shopping at Louis Vuitton. Her roommate teased with a hint of sarcasm.
Hu Weiwei could only put on a brave front. What do you know? Jiāng Chén is just playing around with those trashy girls. In the end, the only one by his side will still be me. She didn't bother listening to what her roommate said next.
Pulling the bed curtain closed, she stared at Jiāng Chén's contact info now blocked, her knuckles turning white from the grip. She still couldn't accept it. She hadn't lost. To think this would make her back down? Impossible. Jiāng Chén was merely venting his own frustration. Everything he'd done had been deliberate, calculated. His earlier humiliation had actually played into his hands. The Jiāng Chén of the past was so submissive, perhaps he just enjoyed that style.
I must remain firm. Childish fool, how long do you plan to play this game? I'll play along.
Hu Weiwei turned off the fruit machine Jiāng Chén had scrimped and saved to buy her. Taking a deep breath, her eyes flickered as she murmured to herself. Once the game ends and you fall back into my hands, every bit of torment you've inflicted on me will be returned to you in full. As for whether Jiāng Chén would become her plaything again, Hu Weiwei had no worries. After all, his actions were merely to provoke her. The more outrageous he became, the more it proved he cared. Ignoring the stares of their classmates, some filled with surprise, others with envy or jealousy, Jiāng Chén and Yan she left the school grounds, walking at a decidedly intimate distance. Junior, where'd you like to grab a bite? Yan she asked cautiously. With her current savings, as long as they avoided the extravagant places they'd visited before, she should be able to afford it. Jiāng Chén pondered briefly before casually replying, let's go check out the Longting building. I happen to have some other business to attend to there. Perfect Longting Tower was now his property, so he'd take advantage of Senior Yen's tree to go check it out. Longtung Tower. Hearing the name, Yen she bit her lip. Junior Jiang really was extravagant. Going there meant the bill wouldn't be cheap. But that's exactly why it's perfect. Yen she's face broke into a smile. She always felt she owed Jiāng Chén, having received so much kindness from him. This was the perfect chance to repay him. Let's go there then. Yen she was quite excited. Alright, I'll hail a ride. Jiāng Chén pulled out his old Vivo phone, ready to open any map app and order a ride-hailing service. But just as the driver accepted the ride request on the screen, a crisp system notification sounded in Jiāng Chén's mind. A new round had arrived. Ding! Detecting host approaching affiliated asset, triggering new action round, the Tycoon's ride. As a Tycoon, how could you travel without your own exclusive vehicle? Round requirement, visit any dealership and purchase your own exclusive vehicle. Round reward, charm plus 10. All funds spent on the vehicle will be refunded, with daily interest settled immediately. Round duration, 1 day. Indeed, how could a Tycoon not have his own exclusive ride? Seeing the new action round, Jiāng Chén's lips curved upward. He had been planning to purchase a vehicle anyway. This task couldn't have come at a better time. Chapter 83, a building with a 40 million annual rent? Mine. He casually checked the map and discovered a car dealership ranked among the largest in Jiangzhou City, located just a short distance from the Longting building. He decided to visit it with Yan Shi after lunch. Luxury cars and beautiful women both within his grasp. To many drivers, the students living on campus weren't students at all. They were bundles of kindling, bursting with energy. Whenever vacation hit, they'd flood out of the gates, feeding the driver's business. That's why, no matter the season, you'd always find drivers lurking near the university gates, waiting for fares. Precisely because of this, within 2 minutes of Jiāng Chén hailing a cab, a BYD Cheen pulled up smoothly in front of them. To Longtung Tower, right? Last digits? 4399. After giving the license plate number, Jiāng Chén ignored the driver's startled gaze when he caught sight of Yan Shi and chatted casually with his senior. The driver, glancing at their destination while occasionally stealing looks at Jiāng Chén and Yan Shi through the rearview mirror, found himself momentarily unable to even muster the thought of making small talk. Old Yang had been driving for ride-hailing services for 2 or 3 years, having picked up countless student couples. While some were certainly attractive and well-presented, compared to these two, Old Yang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He felt there was simply no contest. Even heavily made-up celebrities on TV struggled to match their looks and presence. Listening to their casual conversation, Old Yang was even more astonished. Was that petite beauty actually offering to treat him to dinner? That was truly rare these days. He'd observed countless couples over the years, and even splitting the bill was uncommon. 80% of the time, the guy paid. If he spent enough, everything was fine. But if he didn't spend enough, well, that was when the drama started: crying, tantrums, and breakups. Where had the simple, honest social values of his youth gone? Nowadays, if a woman willingly spent money on a man, he'd bet 99% it was true love. Hey, buddy, this is your stop. Soon they arrived near Longting Tower. Old Jiang watched Jiāng Chén get out of the car and suddenly gave him a thumbs up. Jiāng Chén shrugged, baffled by the gesture, but Yan Shi's cheeks flushed noticeably. Stealing a glance at Jiāng Chén's handsome profile out of the corner of her eye, Yan Shi felt her heartbeat quicken once more. Could that uncle have mistaken me for Junior Jiang's girlfriend? Yan Shi thought to herself, her eyes curving into crescent moons. It seemed she'd brought honor to Junior Jiang. How wonderful. Coach Yan, what are you smiling about? Jiāng Chén's gaze met Yan Shi's sparkling eyes, a teasing curve lifting his lips as he asked. Yan Shi lifted her head with a charming poise, her beautiful eyes sparkling. I just remembered something funny, she declared defiantly. Alright. Let's go eat first. Today's entire bill is on you, Coach Yan. Yan Shi responded to Jiāng Chén's playful nickname, but her earlobes flushed several shades redder after speaking. Fearing Jiāng Chén might notice her flustered state, she stiffened slightly and walked ahead. Seeing this, Jiāng Chén's mood lifted considerably. The more he got to know his senior classmate, the more endearing her quirks became. As they approached the Longting Tower area, luxury cars became noticeably more frequent.
A quick glance revealed dozens of million-dollar Porsches, Ferraris, BMWs, AMGs, and more.
Well-dressed, meticulously groomed handsome men and beautiful women were everywhere, as were those decked out in luxury brands, looking every bit the nouveau riche. This was hardly surprising, as the Longting Tower district was practically the heart of Jiangzhou City, where most high-end consumption areas were concentrated. Longting Tower comprised 4 towers A, B, C, and D, with Tower A being the largest at approximately 60 stories tall.
Its ground floor housed a shopping mall with remarkably comprehensive offerings.
Beyond the luxury boutiques and high-end establishments, the mall is actually dominated by more accessible shops, food courts, movie theaters, grain stores, cat cafes, the list goes on. This diverse mix attracts students and tourists from across Jiangzhou and beyond to shop and dine here. A mall employee in a tailored black suit scanned the area left and right as usual, searching for potential customers. He knew well that big spenders frequently appeared here, so he never dared to be careless. But his gaze lingered on Jiāng Chén and his companion for only a moment before shifting elsewhere. To him, though they possessed an extraordinary aura, they were still more likely just ordinary students here to spend money not worth investing too much effort in. This was his hard-earned insight, and he trusted it wouldn't fail him.
Should we go to the 20th floor? Might it be too late to make a reservation now? She hesitated.
Earlier, when discussing where to dine, she had scoured Xiaohanshu for ages before finding this rather pricey restaurant with excellent reviews. She'd intended to take Jiāng Chén there, but upon arriving, she discovered the establishment only accepted advance reservations.
She wasn't sure if booking now would still be possible. No rush. Let's look around first,
Jiāng Chén said casually. He wasn't particularly hungry yet, nor did he want Shi to spend too much. His primary purpose for visiting the Longting building was to inspect his property. Dining arrangements were of little consequence to him. After about an hour, Jiāng Chén had gained a general understanding of the property. Buildings A, B, C, and D, B housed the hotel, while C and D were purely office towers. Tower A, the tallest and largest main structure, was relatively complex. Its ground and basement levels housed a mixed-use shopping mall.
Higher up were numerous high-end establishments like indoor golf simulators, aromatherapy spas, haute couture ateliers, and bespoke restaurants.
The upper levels contained hotels and various discreet studios with peculiar names but exceptionally high turnover. Overall, both retail spaces and offices were in extremely high demand. Even with rents already at the top tier in Jiangzhou, those seeking prime retail locations had waiting lists stretching 3 to 4 years ahead. Only a handful of poorly located offices, squeezed between the hotel and mall, remain vacant.
What's the average rent for Tower A? Jiāng Chén stroked his chin, his gaze scrutinizing as he inquired.
The suit-clad employee's confident flow halted, a twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth.
How much could he possibly know, having only been on the job for half a year?
Besides, these two clearly looked like students.
Why were they asking? Could they possibly afford it?
The salesman gave a faint, bitter smile. He should have slipped away when he judged these two to be of no value. Now he was stuck answering their endless questions. What a pain. But now, with the supervisor watching, it was awkward to refuse. Sighing, the man in the suit said, I'm not entirely sure about that, but I've heard the annual rental income for Longting Tower might be around 40 million.
40 million? Not bad. Jiāng Chén's lips curved upward. That figure met his best-case expectation.
With over 5 billion in net assets and annual rent of 30 to 40 million, even if he couldn't collect this year's rent and had to wait until next year, it was still quite substantial. It proved to be an absolutely correct decision back then to have Meng Yucheng step in and humiliate Li Ning. Even without the system, this Longting Tower alone would be enough to let him coast through life.
But soon, the fleeting surprise in Jiāng Chén's eyes faded. After all, with the system at his disposal, the Dragon Ascension Tower's value seemed rather ordinary.
Jiāng Chén narrowed his eyes, confident that the system would undoubtedly grant him even more extravagant assets in the future.
Chapter 84, The Sales Secrets of the Top Female Salesperson.
With a casual thank you to the man in the suit, Jiāng Chén, in a good mood, grabbed Shi and headed straight for the food court.
Occasionally indulging in affordable fare was quite pleasant. Whoa, is he really pulling this off?
Making it seem like Longting Tower is his family business. The man in the suit watched them leave with a fake smile, muttering under his breath.
He couldn't fathom the logic behind Jiāng Chén casually saying, 40 million? Not bad. 40 million? Even if it were 400 million, what business was it of his some guy bringing a girl out for a meal?
Guests who made him waste his breath like this were best avoided in the future.
As for whether Longting Tower might actually belong to Jiāng Chén. Ha ha.
The man in the suit gave a dry chuckle.
Probably not, right? No need to save me money. I've got a little nest egg myself.
Shi's face flushed slightly as she spoke, her gaze shifting nervously. After all, she worked in Jiāng Chén's business. Those savings of hers were essentially what Jiāng Chén had given her.
Save money? You actually think $30 for a bowl of rice noodles is cheap? Jiāng Chén chuckled with amusement, then feigned indignation. Senior, I think money has corrupted you.
Whether it's $30 or 30,000, it's still just a meal first and foremost. Hearing this, Yanxi froze, her earlobes visibly flushing crimson. True. Last year around this time, she'd still be scrimping and saving after splurging on expensive cosmetics. Things had only improved this year. But she certainly hadn't reached the point where she could casually spend 10,000 on a single meal. Had she truly fallen so low? Had her values about money truly gone awry? No. I'm usually very frugal. It's just this time, to repay my junior. It took Yanxi a few seconds to process this. She was about to defend herself, but before she could speak, she caught Jiāng Chén's mischievous glint in his eyes and realized he was deliberately teasing her. Stop teasing me. Yanxi's cheeks puffed out slightly, like a squirrel stuffing its cheeks with nuts, as she glared at Jiāng Chén in displeasure. Sometimes, juniors could be downright mischievous. Alright. Senior, now that we're full, it's time to head to the next stop. Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow, placing a hand on Yanxi's shoulder. Just as she tensed and closed her eyes, expecting him to do something, he simply turned her around and said, "Care to come check out the car with me?" Glancing at the flickering system panel, Jiāng Chén thought to himself, the time has come. After reviewing his holdings, it was time to tackle the turn-based mission. With only a day's time limit, it was best not to delay. The sooner it was resolved, the better. Sure. Yanxi nodded like a little chick pecking at grain. Jiāng Chén really did need to buy a car. For someone of Jiang Shuidi's standing, constantly hailing taxis or riding electric scooters just didn't quite match his status. Shengyuan Auto City, the premier luxury car dealership in Jiangzhou, differed from conventional 4S stores. Unconstrained by rental costs, it had boldly chosen a location near the city center. It was less than a few kilometers from the Longting Tower. After a ride of less than a minute, Jiāng Chén glanced up at Xingyuan's imposing decor before stepping inside with Mei. We have clients. Not far from the main entrance, three stunning saleswomen in professional attire spotted Jiāng Chén and Yanxi approaching. Two of them observed Jiāng Chén's attire from a distance, hesitating slightly. Before they could act, the seemingly lead saleswoman stepped forward first. She left the two with only an elegant and capable silhouette. Sister Chen beat us to it again. No wonder she's the top salesperson, the round-faced saleswoman pouted, sticking out her tongue with a hint of resentment. Beside her, the taller saleswoman sighed, Xiaomo, there's no need to compete. Next time, don't play favorites. But that wastes so much time. I still think serving high-value clients is more efficient. Xiaomo still didn't believe Sister Chen was just lucky there was nothing worth learning from her. Seeing her stance, her colleague didn't press the issue further. In the sales business, top salespeople possess uncanny insight, instantly gauging a client's financial capacity and purchasing intent. But such salespeople rarely become top performers. True sales champions never judge a customer's wealth before offering service. Just like Qin Jichu, who was attending to Jiāng Chén at that moment. Good afternoon, sir and madam. May I ask if you have a specific model in mind, or would you like to browse first? Before him stood a figure with curves that seemed ready to burst from her tailored skirt, while her long, shapely legs in black stockings radiated a devastatingly alluring beauty. Even Jiāng Chén couldn't help but glance twice. Chen Jichu, too, was sizing up Jiāng Chén. She instantly recognized the extraordinary aura of both him and Yanxi. Though young, their presence was distinctly otherworldly. In fact, it was their ethereal presence that first caught her attention, only later did she notice their exquisitely expensive attire. Thus, she immediately adopted her most attentive service attitude. Of course, she treated all guests well, but Chen Jishu felt these two might deserve a little extra special attention today. Alright, show us around. Jiāng Chén remained calm and composed. His sharp gaze swept over Chen Jichu's slender figure before he casually relinquished control. This salesperson seemed quite reliable, so he'd let her lead the way. Please follow me, sir. May I ask if you're purchasing for yourself or for this lady? We have Lexus, BMW, and Mercedes-Benz models from recent years. If you're interested in intelligent driving, we also have over 20 models equipped with Huawei's intelligent driving solutions. This is a Bentley Continental GT, European specification, imported through parallel channels. Let's keep looking. Jiāng Chén's expression remained largely unchanged. Chen Jichu didn't ask about Jiāng Chén's budget. As she introduced the cars, she observed his gaze and expressions. Noticing his gaze lingered more on sleek, sporty models, she deliberately steered him toward the sports car section. The sports car section was noticeably more crowded with customers. Perhaps because he was flanked by two stunning beauties, Chen Jichu and Yanxi. Jiāng Chén's arrival drew considerable attention. Lexus LC 500H. The Porsche 718 understated elegance. Perfect for city cruising with this lady. Noticing Jiāng Chén pause, Chen Jichu swiftly stepped forward. She deliberately brushed past him, her movements graceful as she opened the door, inviting him to experience the car. Senior, care to try it? Jiāng Chén smiled. As an entry-level sports car, the 718 offered barely acceptable value for money. Its main appeal was its sleek looks, perfectly matching Yanxi's refined aura. Chapter 85, Spacious interior, convenient for business. Me? No, you try it.
She felt a bit overwhelmed by the attention, but ultimately couldn't resist Jiāng Chén's persistence and tried sitting in the driver's seat. Though she felt a bit awkward, her delight was impossible to hide. After a moment of pure joy, however, she reluctantly stepped out of the car. After all, even at its cheapest, a 718 would still cost 8 or 900,000 yuan, far beyond her means. Continue looking. Jiāng Chén maintained a faint smile, gesturing for Qingjichu to proceed. They proceeded to tour the Lotus, Mustang, BMW, and Jaguar booths. But Jiāng Chén never showed any desire to buy. After stepping out of a supercar where you had to practically climb in and where even sitting in the driver's seat felt cramped, Jiāng Chén sighed. Sports cars were undeniably sleek, but Jiāng Chén wasn't a car enthusiast. If something looked good but wasn't practical, it just wasn't worth it. Most of the sports cars they saw had extremely cramped interiors, making any activity inside inconvenient. Jiāng Chén might buy a sports car as a toy, but for his first luxury ride, he probably wouldn't choose a sports car. After all this time, she hasn't even asked about the price. Looks like Sister Chen's in for a rough ride this time, sales rep Xiao Mo remarked with a glint of amusement in her eyes, whispering to her colleagues gathered nearby. Should we tell Sister Chén? Someone hesitated. No way. Just watch the show, will ya? Xiao Mo protested vehemently. Her sales figures didn't even reach a third of Chen Jichu's. Just seeing Chen Jichu's efforts go to waste made her happier than making money herself. In the end, no one went to warn her. After all, no one could even come close to matching Sister Chen's sales figures. So what if she wasted a deal? The conversation circled back to Jiāng Chén. Showing off with a girl? We've seen that act before. Hey, you're right. Looks good, but I've seen plenty like that. The ones with real money are either single or still relying on their parents. The rest? Ha! If they're not showing off with a girl, they're eyeing us sisters, trying to reel us in. Like Ling, right? Someone chuckled softly, tapping Ling's waist. Wearing round-frame glasses and sporting a fresh-faced influencer makeup look, Ling wrinkled her nose. Her earlier anticipation for a good show vanished instantly. After glaring at the person beside her, she decided to raise her voice in a deliberately sarcastic tone. Crossing her arms, she deliberately moved closer to the trio and rolled her eyes as she spoke. Who says it isn't? There are always those broke guys pretending to be rich to pick up girls. Like that one I ran into last time? He started off asking for a Porsche 911. I thought I'd hit the jackpot. She shrugged her shoulders. And what happened? I wasted 3 meals of Wagyu beef treating him. He even tried to take advantage of me. Talked a good game the whole time, but when it came time to put down the deposit, he just vanished into thin air. What a loss for me. Hope Sister Chén doesn't run into that kind of thing. After all, she's our top salesperson. Ling emphasized the words top salesperson with deliberate clarity. Ah, us little salespeople shouldn't worry about it. Sister Chén definitely has it under control. Xiao Mo chimed in with a mocking tone. Ha ha ha. A wave of laughter erupted. Junior. She overheard the less than flattering remarks drifting from nearby. She reached out and tugged at Jiāng Chén's sleeve, whispering softly. I'm a bit tired from walking. How about we skip it this time? We can come back when we know what we want to buy? We're still students. We don't really need a car that urgently, right? The more cars Jiāng Chén looked at, the more expensive they became. The prices were enough to make She's heart skip a beat. Jiāng Chén had just bought the gym. Even with his money, he'd likely face financial strain for a while. That was She's reasoning. She didn't want to see Jiāng Chén embarrassed in public, so she feigned exhaustion to give him an easy way out. That was enough for today. She knew Jiāng Chén's character well enough to dismiss any notion that he was showing off to impress girls. In fact, she was already delighted to have spent so much time with him today. Not buying a car and just heading back was perfectly fine. Alright, we've seen enough here. Jiāng Chén nodded. She breathed a sigh of relief, but Jiāng Chén's next words quickly made the stone that had just settled in her heart rise again. I'm not considering a sports car right now. Jiāng Chén had no intention of leaving so soon. The saleswoman was quite professional. He couldn't just let her work for nothing, could he? Rubbing his chin, Jiāng Chén's eyes lit up as he suddenly recalled a luxury car that perfectly matched his needs. The Yuewang U8. As the saying goes, Porsche owners aren't necessarily wealthy, but those driving this model definitely aren't penniless. After all, who but a top-tier tycoon would spend millions supporting a domestic luxury brand? Of course, Jiāng Chén valued this particular model mainly for its spacious interior, perfect for handling business matters on the go. Having settled on his choice, Jiāng Chén inquired directly, I'm quite interested in that Yuewang U8. Do you have it here? At his words, Xiao Mo and Ling exchanged a subtle glance before letting out a quiet snort. A domestic electric SUV? And a big off-roader at that. That's the worst value for money. Who in their right mind would buy that? Exactly. Sports cars hold their value well and can fetch a good price when resold. Buying a Yuewang U8? That's just burning money. Xiao Mo's eyes narrowed, her usually innocent and cute features now slightly twisted. The U8 cost around 1.1 million yuan. If Chen Jichu closed this deal, their chances of meeting this month's sales targets would be even slimmer.
But as expected, this Jiāng Chén probably couldn't scrape together 1.1 million.
Xiao Mo was certain Jiāng Chén had deliberately requested to see the car. After all, it was an obscure model that wouldn't sell easily. If he asked to view it and they didn't have one in stock, wouldn't that be a face-saving excuse to walk away? But Jiāng Chén was wrong.
At Shang Yuan, they had not only the U8, but even the pricier U9, and even the newly released U7. If this customer was playing that card, he was in for a major embarrassment. Oh, and our top salesperson, Sister Chen, would also face a Waterloo in her sales career.
We do, sir. We do.
When Jiāng Chén asked to see the Aspire U8, Chen Jichu froze, her deep, enigmatic eyes flashing a moment of college student-like innocence and bewilderment.
Truth be told, this model was incredibly niche. For a bit more, you could get a Mercedes-Benz G-Class at the same price point, there was the Land Rover Range Rover or Defender, and for less, there was the 80 M8. Most buyers of this type of vehicle leaned toward off-roading and went straight for Land Rover, while city-oriented buyers chose either Mercedes or AITO. Chen Jichu had never encountered anyone who came straight in wanting to buy the Aspire U8. Yet despite her surprise, the seasoned saleswoman quickly composed herself, leading Jiāng Chén toward the Aspire model display area. Sir, your taste is truly exceptional. The Aspire U8. We've just received the latest top-of-the-line model 0-100 km h in 3.6 seconds, 1,000 km combined range, and it comes equipped with a DJI drone. Chen Jichu demonstrated remarkable professionalism, effortlessly rattling off the vehicle specifications and advantages. Jiāng Chén finally showed signs of being genuinely intrigued. Dominance, pure, unadulterated dominance.
Amidst the sea of exhibition booths, Jiāng Chén spotted the U8 from afar. There was no mistaking it radiated sheer, imposing power, resembling a tank in its presence. Compared to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class nearby, whose paintwork looked slightly dull, the U8's craftsmanship was clearly a cut above. Of course, it wasn't just about looks. With today's mature technology, electric vehicles' acceleration, horsepower, and torque were simply unmatched by internal combustion engines.
In terms of performance, it could easily outclass the G-Class and Land Rover. Chen Jichu continued his explanation, but Jiāng Chén felt there was no need to listen further. Let's take delivery. This is the one. Chapter 86, so what if it's $1 million luxury car? If you like me, take it. Jiāng Chén waved his hand dismissively, his gaze meeting Chen Jichu's eyes as casually as if ordering food. He cut her off mid-sentence. $1 million luxury car? No big deal. If I like it, I'll take it. Sir, you haven't test-driven it yet. Chen Jichu was caught completely off guard by Jiāng Chén's response. Her hand holding the car keys trembled. She'd seen clients splurge on luxury cars before. But someone as extravagant as Jiāng Chén? This was a first. Bro, that's 1,100,000 yuan, not virtual beans. Could you please not be so impulsive? No need to test drive it. Is this a new car? If it is, I'll pay and drive it away right now. Jiāng Chén couldn't be bothered with a test drive. Besides, 1.1 million yuan was nothing to him. He glanced at his current balance displayed by the system. 6,574,349.09. Add in the million from investments in Hex Tech rewards, plus interest from several transactions, and his cash flow had already reached a staggering 6,570,000. Of course, for someone with 6.57 million, buying $1 million luxury car should still sting a bit. But Jiāng Chén was different. Hey! There's this thing called full reimbursement. Meaning, this car purchase was essentially paid for by the system. He didn't spend a single coin. Pure free loading. This was infinitely more satisfying than spending happy beans. She was so stunned she couldn't speak. She knew Jiāng Chén was wealthy, but this level of wealth was borderline outrageous. Chen Jichu, meanwhile, was struggling to maintain his composure. Sir, are you certain you wish to purchase this vehicle? Just then, a woman's voice laced with malice cut through the silence caused by Jiāng Chén's $1 million splurge. Xiao Mo hurried over to Chen Jichu's side, speaking urgently. Sir, please don't make an impulsive purchase. Electric vehicles, especially domestic ones, require careful consideration before buying. Don't fall for sales pitches. They only highlight advantages to boost commissions while glossing over drawbacks. Battery degradation, risk of explosion. This guy named Xiao Mo was clearly so jealous his eyes were red, unable to even recognize the nonsense he was spouting. Facing this righteous outburst, Jiāng Chén suppressed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. So you're different from your colleagues, huh? Rare indeed, a salesperson who actually discourages customers. Shengyuan Auto Mall is quite the place. Jiāng Chén's smile held a hint of danger. Xiao Mo instantly froze, her face flushing from pale to crimson, unable to continue. In that instant, she suddenly realized how foolish her words had been. She'd treated both her colleagues and the customer like fools. Furious and mortified, she covered her face and fled. If the higher-ups found out about this, she'd be finished. Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow and turned his attention away from the woman. After watching the spectacle unfold, he ended up being the one who became the laughingstock.
And chances were, she wouldn't be able to keep her job here much longer. Watching Xiaomo flee in disarray, the other salespeople still felt too embarrassed to admit defeat, stubbornly persisting in their arguments.
Over $1,000,000.
That's not cheap compared to those sports cars we just saw.
And he's still pretending. Don't tell me he's actually interested in Chen Jichu? Isn't that little girlfriend beside him enough?
Just wait and see how long he can keep up the act.
Exactly. Who knows if it's real until the final payment?
But by now, they dared not let Jiāng Chén and the others overhear. They muttered under their breath or simply cursed him in their minds, trying to regain some psychological ground.
Mr. Jiang, I apologize for the embarrassment.
Chen Jichu bowed deeply, revealing a deep cleavage, expressing regret for his colleague's indiscretion.
Jiāng Chén's gaze lingered involuntarily for a few moments.
The apology seemed sincere enough. Fine, he let it slide. He was a man of integrity.
It's fine. Let's get back to the car. Jiāng Chén tilted his chin, steering the conversation back on track.
Yes,
Mr. Jiang.
The price range for this model varies significantly depending on the configuration.
The lowest we can offer here is 970,000 yuan.
Chen Jichu swiftly pulled out the quote sheet and began scribbling.
But Jiāng Chén cut him off mid-sentence. No need to explain. Just go all out, give me the top-of-the-line specs.
Who cares if it's useful or cost-effective?
The system was footing the bill anyway. Just max it out, the bill S on the system.
Splurging this much for Chen Jichu must be rolling in cash if he's spending like that at the dealership.
The salesperson watching couldn't hide their envy. Whoa, doesn't seem like he's faking it, Ling exclaimed, utterly stunned.
A fully loaded U8 costs 1.47 million yuan.
Imagine the commission on that.
Ling shot a few envious glances at Chen Jichu. Who cares if it's heartfelt or just a splurge? If she were standing there, she'd be dragging the customer into the VIP lounge right now. Why didn't she have Chen Jichu's luck? Sir, perhaps reconsider? This drone, for instance, it really isn't necessary to add that option. Chen Jichu felt a pang of guilt at how effortlessly this money was coming. Conscience pricked, he began proactively suggesting cost-cutting measures for Jiāng Chén. With a few quick swipes, he eliminated 4 or 5 truly unnecessary options, shaving 150,000 yuan off the price. Seeing this, Jiāng Chén couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This is truly bizarre. The buyer pushes the price up, yet you, the seller, are actively driving it down.
I'll leave this deal to you.
I just didn't want you to lose too much, Chen Jichu admitted, slightly embarrassed by his first major misstep. No need to worry about me. Just go all out. Honestly, with these downgrades, this car wouldn't even be worthy of me.
Jiāng Chén had nothing more to say. That's exactly what he wanted. Go all out.
Chen Jichu wiped the imaginary sweat from his brow, ceasing his futile resistance and conceding to Jiāng Chén.
This was the first time making money had left her feeling so uneasy.
If this deal closed, she'd have to find a way to make it up to this Mr. Jiang. Chen Jichu regained her composure, offered a faint smile, and proceeded with the subsequent car purchase process.
First came the payment method, full payment or installment financing. Jiāng Chén would definitely pay in full.
Chen Jichu simply nodded upon hearing this, not attempting to persuade him to finance the purchase as she usually would with other clients. Although financing would have netted her a significantly higher commission, the U8 was hard to sell, and the commission wasn't low. Even with Jiāng Chén paying in full, she'd still earn a decent amount on this deal. It was wise to know when to stop and leave a favorable impression on this Mr. Jiang. Oh, and the license plate and any other paperwork, you handle all that. Money's no object. I'll pick up the car once it's all sorted. Jiāng Chén skimmed through the documents Chen Jichu had brought, casually tossed them aside, and once again splurged generously. It seemed these expenses would be factored into the purchase cost by the system anyway, so why hesitate? Any problem money can solve is a good problem. Ling and the others were utterly flabbergasted. As the saying goes, the wealthy are notoriously stingy. Except for nouveau riche types, most affluent individuals know exactly where to save and where to splurge. It's just that their scales of frugality and extravagance operate on entirely different dimensions compared to ordinary people. Previous sports car buyers always handled registration and license plates themselves. After all, while the car dealership offered convenience, the fees were steep. These inflated, publicly listed fees might still be pocket change for the wealthy, but they clearly bordered on scamming the gullible. Consequently, very few customers entrust the dealership with these tasks. This Jiāng Chén truly has money to burn. Chapter 87, Strange Investments Increase, the shopping spree begins. Ling's expression turned bitter. Why wasn't she the one serving this big spender? Where exactly did she fall short compared to Chen Jichu? When it came to attracting male clients, she was clearly the boldest and most daring one. Yet why did her career never take off? If she could just latch onto a big spender like Jiāng Chén, she'd probably never have to worry about money for the rest of her life. Ling seethed with jealousy toward Chen Jichu and Yanxi, the girl beside Jiāng Chén with that naturally pure face that no makeup could replicate. The envy stung like acid. The other customers nearby were also startled. The way Jiāng Chén was spending money, he was treating his bank balance like virtual beans. No comparison, no comparison. Chen Jichu beamed with delight, her gaze toward Jiāng Chén shifting subtly. Whether Mr. Jiang's extravagance stemmed from genuine interest in her or not, she, for her part, had definitely developed an interest in the young man before her. Calculating the commission she'd earn once this deal closed, Chen Jichu felt a warm glow of satisfaction. Her lips parted lightly. Mr. Jiang, might I exchange contact details? I could assist with any future after-sales needs for your beloved car. Also, since you've been so helpful this time, I'd like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. What do you think? Oh? Gratitude? Dinner? Jiāng Chén's expression shifted slightly. Exchanging contact details posed no issue. Jiāng Chén was rather curious to see how this gratitude would manifest and what form this dinner invitation might take. The tone seemed unusual. But he was no stranger to women vying for his attention. After a moment's thought, he dismissed it. The system task took precedence. It was best to get straight to the point. Chen Jichu worked swiftly, immediately setting up the payment process for Jiāng Chén. Sales staff and other customers gradually gathered around, craning their necks to watch and listen. Many still suspected Jiāng Chén was putting on an act, but they figured even the most skilled pretender would slip up when it came time to pay. Of course, their expectations were dashed. With a ding, 1.51 million yuan including the agency fee was transferred. Jiāng Chén's expression didn't waver. The onlookers' expressions instantly turned sour. They pretended to be busy and slowly drifted away from Jiāng Chén. Holy crap, he's the real deal. If we'd stayed another second, we'd have been humiliated before we could even get a word in. His balance returned to just over 5 million. Jiāng Chén felt no ripple of emotion. It would all be refunded after completing the task anyway. But the color in Jiāng Chén's eyes shifted instantly from confusion to delight the moment he noticed something. The daily interest cap is now 30,000. Does the car count as an asset? As he savored this unexpected windfall, Jiāng Chén quickly realized something else. It seemed that even after purchasing the car, this godly riches mission hadn't ended. So, holy! Jiāng Chén cursed inwardly. There was one thing he had to verify immediately. He just bought a car, but he still had money left, and the round wasn't over yet. Even if he spent the remaining 5 million on more cars, it would all be reimbursed after this round ended. He could absolutely use this round to massively increase his assets. Each car added 10,000. With 5 million now, he could buy 300 cars, reaching the daily interest cap of over 3 million. Jiāng Chén held his breath, not giving Chen Jichu time to revel in his joy. He casually pointed around and continued, "How much is this car?" "I'll buy it too." Chen Jichu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Huh?" The car Jiāng Chén pointed to was a Mercedes-Benz GLB 220, a standard model priced just over 300,000 yuan. When Chen Jichu snapped back to reality and realized Jiāng Chén wasn't joking, he swiftly paid and took the car as well. But after Jiāng Chén made his purchase, his expression darkened. Not counted as assets because it's too cheap? Does the system only recognize vehicles priced in the millions as assets? Jiāng Chén pondered. Jiāng Chén's slightly dejected expression led Chen Jichu to assume he was regretting an impulsive purchase. After all, even the wealthiest wouldn't spend 1.5 million yuan 1 minute and then another 300,000 yuan the next. Chen Jichu adopted a serious tone. "Mr. Jiang, I have the authority to handle this. If you're not satisfied with this Mercedes, I can arrange a full refund immediately." Though this meant forfeiting a significant commission, Chen Jichu insisted on knowing when to quit while ahead, showing no greed. "Alright, then refund it." Jiāng Chén frowned and nodded, waiting for the funds to be returned. He'd originally planned to buy a fleet of cars with 5 million to drastically increase his interest ceiling. But if the system only counted million-dollar luxury vehicles as assets, he could only add 5 more at most. But that wasn't actually so few, was it? Never mind. No need to be greedy. There'd be plenty of opportunities later. Jiāng Chén accepted the demise of his aggressive interest-boosting plan with remarkable composure. "Sir, the funds have been returned to your bank account." After Chen Jichu processed the refund for Jiāng Chén, she felt a strange sense of relief. She couldn't help but marvel it was true, after all. No one's money ever came from the wind. Even Mr. Jiang must be feeling the pinch after purchasing the U8, right? She hoped her actions today would make Mr. Jiang remember her. Chen Jichu was delighted that she had finally succeeded in saving Jiāng Chén money. But Chen Jichu's serene smile lasted only 3 seconds. Literally, just 3 seconds. Because after confirming the refund, Jiāng Chén uttered a single sentence. A remark that instantly drew the attention of dozens of people nearby, making them whip their heads around without a second thought for their frozen shoulders or stiff necks. Jiāng Chén frowned and said, "The Mercedes-Benz GLB? That car is still too cheap. The more I think about it, the more I feel like I'm losing out. Alright then, there were 5 cars I test drove earlier, right? The Porsche, the Lexus, the BMW M4. I'll take all 5 of them." "What the hell? 5 cars? $1 million luxury cars? You want all of them?" In an instant, the vast car showroom fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes except for the man drooling over the V8 race car widened in shock, fixated on Jiāng Chén. Everyone, including Chen Jichu and Yan Shi, was stunned. Chapter 88, Senior, take the Porsche. This. Are you sure you're just here to buy a car, not to go on a shopping spree? Witnessing Jiāng Chén's mind-blowing actions, the crowd's expressions were priceless. They'd assumed splurging on a fully loaded yuan would be the height of extravagance. But 1.5 million yuan was nowhere near his limit. Porsche, BMW, Lexus, Lotus. Good grief, $5 million luxury cars in a row. He just casually snatched them up one after another. How ridiculously wealthy was this man? Ling and her colleagues looked like they'd swallowed a bitter pill. As seasoned sales professionals, no one was better at gauging a client's net worth than them. Under normal circumstances, the vast majority of clients would only spend less than 3% of their total assets on purchasing vehicles. Exceeding the threshold was extremely rare, usually the domain of reckless second-generation heirs. Judging by Jiāng Chén's demeanor, he didn't seem like a reckless rich kid either. He probably genuinely had the money. Calculating his true net worth, a terrifying astronomical figure flashed through the minds of the sales team. Over 100 million. Could it be that this Mr. Jiang is worth over 100 million? Had Chen Jichu just landed a client worth over 100 million? It must be said that the salespeople's wild guesses were remarkably accurate. Jiāng Chén did indeed possess assets exceeding 1 billion, and it was actually over 50 billion. Though few knew it now, the truth was that the 50 billion yuan Longting Tower was currently owned by Jiāng Chén. Staring at Jiāng Chén's composed demeanor, Ling and the others could no longer hide their envy and jealousy. It was written all over their faces. 6 cars, 6.5 million. Chen Jichu's commission from this single deal alone could match what others earned in a year. Why can't I land such a big spending client? Ling and the others screamed inwardly over and over, but it was utterly useless. What was lost was lost. They could only blame their own bad luck and lack of discernment. Mr. Jiang, are you serious? Chen Jichu's stunning eyes fluttered slightly. What was unfolding before her was utterly unbelievable. 6 luxury cars worth millions, that was more than she could usually close in half a year. Yet now, in just over an hour, she had secured such a massive deal. Chen Jichu's heart pounded wildly with excitement, and she could no longer maintain her composure. Her expression dazed, she asked. Did I hear that correctly? Just a few million? Pocket change. What's there to be serious about? Jiāng Chén spread his hands, his expression calm, as if money meant nothing to him. Prepare the contract as soon as possible. My time is valuable. After urging her a few times and reassuring Chen Jichu, Jiāng Chén turned his head and smiled at Yan Shi, who was still in a daze. Senior, I can't handle 6 cars myself. Could you give me a little help? Yan Shi snapped back to reality and nodded instinctively. Sure. As long as it was a request from Jiāng Chén and not too unreasonable, she never refused. But moments after agreeing, Yan Shi's eyes widened in realization. She quickly backtracked. Junior, maybe we should reconsider. She grasped the implication behind Jiāng Chén's words. He was essentially offering her a car to drive. That, she dared not accept. These were million-dollar vehicles far beyond her income level. Even if she accepted Jiāng Chén's offer, driving it around would only invite ridicule. I'm not worthy of such a fine car, Yan Shi mumbled awkwardly, avoiding the envious glances around her. Jiāng Chén frowned at her words. I say you're worthy, so you are. Take that Porsche 718. Yan Shi's aura perfectly complemented that white Porsche. Driving it would reflect well on him, no objections allowed. Jiāng Chén made the decision outright for Yan Shi, arranging everything with decisive authority. He even added a hint of threat. If I don't see you driving to work from now on, don't blame the boss for docking your pay. Jiāng Chén reminded himself that while he was indeed her junior, he was also Yan Shi's boss. A boss lending their car to an employee, how could anyone refuse? I understand. Faced with Jiāng Chén's domineering attitude, she couldn't very well refuse. After agreeing to Jiāng Chén's request, Yan Shi lowered her head and murmured a quiet thank you. She felt a pang of resentment, her junior actually using his position as her boss to coerce her. But she couldn't quite muster the grievance. After all, she was the one benefiting. She should be secretly delighted. Jiāng Chén, why are you so good to me? Yan Shi murmured to herself, her beautiful lips moving slightly. The emotions in her eyes were incredibly complex. Perhaps, from the very beginning, it hadn't been just her pursuing Jiāng Chén. He, too, had feelings for her. She recalled all that had happened before, especially those intimate training sessions as his personal coach. Whispered words close to the ear, those accidental brushes. Yan Shi's cheeks instantly flushed a delicate pink. Seen from this angle, the sight was almost unbearable. But if Jiāng Chén liked her too, then continuing like this or even going further wouldn't be so bad after all. Chen Jichu had completely calmed down. Watching Yan Shi's expression, she smiled with a look of half understanding, half confusion. Her gaze held equal parts envy and regret. In her own youth, she'd never encountered a man as outstanding as Jiāng Chén. This girl really had incredible luck. Tap tap. The click-clack of high heels echoed as Chen Jichu approached Jiāng Chén. Her commanding gaze swept the room, instantly silencing the sales staff's murmurs. Standing close, Chen Jichu offered a sweet smile and said softly, "Sir, given the substantial contract amount, might we discuss this in the VIP room? I could also arrange some special benefits for you." "Alright, lead the way." Jiāng Chén had no objections. Signing contracts was indeed a hassle. It would be better to find a place to rest before proceeding. Besides, judging by Yan Shi's expression, the stares from the salespeople and other customers around them seemed to be putting quite a bit of pressure on her. "Please follow me." Chen Jichu bowed respectfully. After guiding Jiāng Chén and his companion to the reception area, she exercised her privileges to escort them directly into the reserved VIP lounge. Yan Shi remained outside, snacking on fruit and taking a brief break. On the way to the VIP lounge, Chen Jichu officially arranged for colleagues to prepare 5 contracts for Jiāng Chén. After consulting Jiāng Chén, the necessary details were filled in. Ultimately, only the signatures remained. In less than 10 seconds, Jiāng Chén's elegant handwriting graced the documents. However, after collecting the contracts, Chen Jichu had no intention of letting Jiāng Chén leave just yet. A hint of moist warmth gradually rose in Chen Jichu's eyes. Swinging her pair of beautiful legs clad in black stockings, she sat down very close to Jiāng Chén. Almost immediately, her delicate hand casually rested on Jiāng Chén's thigh. Securing such a major deal so effortlessly, if she didn't show her appreciation, Chen Jichu felt it wouldn't sit right with her conscience. But what could she possibly offer as a show of appreciation? As a saleswoman, she was confident in her looks. Her smile was charming and alluring. Her slender fingers traced upward along the contours of Jiāng Chén's abs, gently resting on his chest. She asked casually, "Mr. Jiang, that young lady is your girlfriend, right?" Jiāng Chén leaned back naturally, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "You could say that." "So?" With a soft chuckle, Chen Jichu knelt upright, then seemed to lose her balance and fell back, burying herself against Jiāng Chén's broad chest. And just like that, she nestled against him like a young animal. Looking languid, she murmured suggestively, "Nothing really. She just looks so innocent." "Sir, you two haven't done it yet, have you?" A pleasant scent gradually wafted from Chen Jichu's body. She lifted her head, obedient yet seductively licking her lips. "If you need anything, sir, I can provide some after-sales service for your car." Her eyes narrowed as she gazed up at Jiāng Chén's eyes from a low, submissive angle. And with deliberate ease, she arched her waist, revealing a stunning curve. Jiāng Chén took in every detail of her posture. Compared to Pang Wenwen and Meng Yuqiang, this woman embodied a different style altogether. She appeared seasoned, yet carried a hint of raw innocence. This very innocence, however, was not a flaw, it only made her more alluring. Truth be told, Chen Jichu was quite a looker. Under such alluring circumstances, Jiāng Chén's breathing grew hot and heavy. Especially when he sensed those cool, delicate hands about to begin the maintenance work. Jiāng Chén gave a deep, audible nod, silently consenting to Chen Jichu's actions. This top-selling beauty knew exactly what she was doing. Even with Jiāng Chén's self-control, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pent-up heat needing release. "Well then, let's just keep going like this." Knock knock knock. Just as Chen Jichu slipped off her blazer, preparing to get even more intimate, the VIP room door was knocked upon. Both of them froze in their tracks. "Jiang, are you in here?" It was Yan Shi's voice. Chapter 89, Jiāng Chén must be signing a contract. Good things come to those who wait, but Mr. Jiang's girlfriend arrived at a rather inopportune moment. Chen Jichu flashed a hint of helplessness. After a quick peck on Jiāng Chén's lips, she rose and began carefully tidying up the scene. Thankfully, there was still room for explanation. "Mr. Jiang, my apologies." Chen Jichu batted her eyelashes, signaling that his girlfriend mustn't discover anything. "Well, that's all for today then." Jiāng Chén's mouth twitched. Yan Shi, that girl, had arrived at the worst possible moment, knocking on the door just as his temper was flaring up. "Open the door." Resignedly. Straightening his clothes, Jiāng Chén instructed Chen Jichu to open the door, though he was now in an awkward and uncomfortable position. But what else could he do? He couldn't very well leave his senior sister waiting outside while he enjoyed himself inside, could he? There would be plenty of opportunities for that later. No need to rush it right now. A contract that took over 10 minutes to sign left Yan Shi feeling uneasy, a nagging sense that something was off. It felt like someone was taking something away from her, a discomfort she couldn't ignore. Finally, she sought him out. "Mr. Jiang, your girlfriend is getting impatient. You'll be able to drive your beloved car shortly. I'll be waiting right there. Today, I'm only serving the two of you." After opening the VIP room door, Chen Jichu, contract in hand, flashed a friendly smile at Yan Shi before strolling away, leaving Jiāng Chén and Yan Shi alone. Just as her figure was about to disappear, she glanced back at Jiāng Chén, whose eyes were fixed solely on Yan Shi. Her expression held a hint of reluctance. "Junior, are you okay?" Yan Shi shot Chen Jichu a peculiar look. This woman, nothing seemed off a moment ago, but now she gave her this strange, unsettling feeling. But Yan Shi didn't dwell on it. Her thoughts were entirely focused on Jiāng Chén. "Fine. What could possibly be wrong with me?" Jiāng Chén yawned, waited a moment until it felt appropriate, then rose and stretched lazily as he walked toward Yanxi.
Nothing?
Yanxi's beautiful eyes were filled with deep confusion. She noticed something was off about Jiāng Chén's expression. He looked like he was in pain. How could signing a contract leave him like this? She couldn't quite figure it out. Watching the clueless, innocent Yanxi, Jiāng Chén smiled fondly.
Stop overthinking. Rest a bit longer. We'll be driving off soon.
After resting for a while, Jiāng Chén still couldn't shake the heat rising within him. This was the curse of his formidable physique. Anger flared easily, but once ignited, it proved even harder to extinguish.
Compounding the issue was the lingering, desire-laden scent of Chen Jichu in the air.
This fragrance, mingling with the alluring aroma emanating from Yanxi, relentlessly stoked the embers of Jiāng Chén's barely suppressed passion. The longer Jiāng Chén stayed in this VIP lounge, the more unbearable it became. After making a call to check on Chen Jichu's progress with the paperwork, he had no desire to linger any longer. He took Yanxi downstairs. At that moment, Jiāng Chén gradually realized another issue. In just a few short hours, he had transformed from a taxi rider to a car owner in not just one, but 6 vehicles. But problems followed. He still hadn't figured out where to park them. It seemed today, he could only drive away in that Ewan-U8. But that was fine. Once the parking situation was sorted in a few days, he could have the car dealership deliver the sports car then. It would actually save him the hassle. Parking space? Come to think of it, if cars count as assets, then real estate must count too, right? Jiāng Chén pondered the matter of buying a parking space, his eyes lighting up. After all, most of the time, a parking space is merely an add-on to the property. Why not just buy the property outright? Moreover, Jiāng Chén believed there was a high probability that real estate could also be counted as an asset. Not bad. Looks like buying a house is also a necessity. I'll have to check that out when I get a chance. He mentally noted the property viewing but wasn't in a rush. He definitely couldn't go today anyway. After all, his cash flow was down to just over 10,000 yuan, and the round-based task wasn't complete yet. The full cashback hadn't arrived. He figured he'd have to keep a low profile for a few more hours. My cash flow is still too tight. Thinking about how he'd only managed to secure 6 vehicles, Jiāng Chén shook his head regretfully. His cash flow was indeed too tight. 6 million yuan really couldn't accomplish much. If he had more money, he could have milked the system dry this time. He wouldn't be stuck with a measly 60,000 interest cap like this. Of course, every cloud has a silver lining. Who knows if this misfortune might turn out to be a blessing in disguise. After a moment of regret, Jiāng Chén reminded himself to be content. Getting tens of thousands in extra interest every day, wasn't that pretty good? Pretty sweet. The other sports cars were still going through the paperwork process, but thanks to paying for expedited service, the Ewan-U8 was cleared quickly. Jiāng Chén could drive it away immediately. As he leisurely settled into the driver's seat and gripped the steering wheel, Jiāng Chén couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, this was his very first car, a moment worth celebrating. He pressed the accelerator, and the beast stirred silently. At that very moment, a crisp, pleasant system prompt accompanied a radiant panel appearing before Jiāng Chén's eyes. Ding! Player turned godly Tycoon's chariot judgment complete. Player has exceeded the objective by purchasing X6 vehicles. Mission completion rating, SS perfect. Dispensing perfect tier rewards. Congratulations, host. You have gained +10 to your charm attribute. Refunding funds spent on vehicle purchases this turn. Calculating daily interest. Refund complete. Balance +64,700,000. Interest settlement complete. Earnings 130,000. Jiāng Chén's smile broadened. Not bad. He'd only recently experienced the poverty of a 4-digit balance, and now the money was back. And it was even more than before. Jiāng Chén stared at the reassuring balance, his smile lingering long after. Balance, 66,243,490.09. Chapter 90, Junior, are you about to explode? With his cash flow maxed out again, Jiāng Chén was thoroughly satisfied. However, he had no intention of buying any more cars. The main reason was that the round had ended, and the system wouldn't refund any expenses he incurred from here on out. If he spent it all, it would take a long time to recoup the costs through interest. Creating a cash flow gap for himself out of sheer idleness seemed utterly unnecessary. Besides, what if he encountered another bonus round like this and found himself broke? Know when to quit while you're ahead. There'd be plenty of opportunities later to buy houses and parking spaces. Places to spend money were endless. After circling the test track a few times, Jiāng Chén drove back to where Yanxi and Chen Jichu were waiting. Coincidentally, with Chen Jichu's help expediting the process, the 718 was ready to drive away immediately. Jiāng Chén suggested Yanxi give it a try. But the moment Yanxi sat in the driver's seat, she let out an awkward laugh. Like a timid deer, she shot a pleading glance at Jiāng Chén. I don't have a driver's license. Ever since starting university, she'd been so busy juggling part-time jobs that she never found time to get her license. She'd considered it several times, but each time, various distractions had pulled her away, and she'd ultimately given up. Watching Yanxi's adorable expression, Jiāng Chén's eyebrows twitched up and down, finding the situation rather amusing.
No driver's license. Well, without a license, there's no way. Even if I gave you the car, you wouldn't know how to drive it. Then just leave it here for now. Once you pass your test, you can drive it away. For now, I'll give you a ride back. Good luck, senior. I'll be waiting for you to take me for a spin.
Offhandedly offering a suggestion, Jiāng Chén opened the passenger door of the U8 and motioned for Yanxi to get in.
They'd been out long enough today. It was time to head back.
Yanxi felt incredibly embarrassed. She'd only realized she didn't have a license after gripping the steering wheel. How humiliating. But when she stole a glance at Jiāng Chén's expression, she didn't detect any trace of mockery.
She instantly relaxed.
After cautiously observing Jiāng Chén for a moment, Yanxi's gaze was gradually drawn to a rather prominent area. She stared fixedly at the tent beneath Jiāng Chén for a long moment before belatedly realizing what it was. She quickly turned her head away, pretending she hadn't noticed anything. But resisting the urge to look seemed impossible. After forcing her gaze forward for a long while, Yanxi's peripheral vision drifted back to that area unconsciously. Yanxi had never been in a relationship, nor had she ever had intimate contact with the opposite sex. Yet she was innocent, not naive. She understood the basics of physical knowledge. She knew what it was, and she understood what its current state signified. One was right after all. Yanxi felt her face burning like fire. She didn't need to look to know how red she'd become, so she simply turned her head away again. She forced herself not to look, but those few glimpses had left an indelible impression. Even with her eyes closed, Jiāng Chén's imposing presence palpable even through his clothes haunted her mind. She could only whisper to herself in an attempt to divert her attention. Pang Wenwen was Yanxi's co-worker at the gym, and they were also close friends. After Yanxi sensed something might have happened between them, she'd mustered the courage to ask. Pang Wenwen had always felt she lacked the ability to keep Jiāng Chén by her side. That night of pleasure had been nothing more than mutual convenience. Therefore, she offered no pretense, being completely open with Yanxi. At first, Yanxi was deeply dissatisfied, but later, especially recently, it had turned into envy. She was the one who came first, so why was Wenwen the one who got to that with Jiāng Chén? Her best friend sensed Yanxi's awkward mood and spent a long time explaining and comforting her until she felt better. Yet, the seed of wanting to take things further with Jiāng Chén had been planted at that very moment. Pang Wenwen noticed it too and gave Yanxi a mischievous warning. His appetite in that department is a bit intense. Watch out, or he might wear you out. Ruined? Yanxi thought Wenwen was exaggerating at the time, blushing fiercely as she cut her off. But now, having witnessed it firsthand, she realized Pang Wenwen might have been right. Jiāng Chén's certain abilities were indeed rather extreme. Yanxi secretly opened her browser to search. Upon seeing information about what was normal for men in such situations, her eyes widened in panic. Not just possible, but definitely. After driving for over half an hour, Jiāng Chén's anger showed no signs of subsiding. This must be agonizing, right? Yanxi shot Jiāng Chén a worried glance. A sudden, unstoppable thought emerged in her mind. Jiāng Chén seemed to be suffering terribly. Should she help him? After all, Jiāng Chén had been so good to her, and she hadn't really done anything to repay him. Why not just go for it? Besides, she had always liked Jiāng Chén and wanted to pursue him. Jiāng Chén must be interested in her too. So between lovers, it's actually quite normal, isn't it? Yanxi's thoughts raced as she tried to convince herself. Jiāng Chén's popularity was absurdly high. Maybe his current distress was caused by that scheming woman selling cars. She needed to take the initiative. Yanxi's gaze hardened with resolve as she gathered her courage to shift closer to Jiāng Chén. The sweet scent brushed against Jiāng Chén's cheek, making him feel a bit restless. What's up, senior? I'm driving, cut it out. Jiāng Chén remained focused on driving. Junior, you've been. Yanxi's gaze remained fixed on that spot, her sweet breath tickling Jiāng Chén's ear like the scent of orchids. Boom! Jiāng Chén suddenly felt something erupt within him. The fiery energy that had been maintained in equilibrium surged, intensified, and exploded. Yet Yanxi continued her seduction. Her face flushed with coyness, her eyes so misty with desire they seemed ready to spill over. Junior, are you about to lose control? Chapter 91, so that's Mr. Zhong's girlfriend. At the auto mall, Chen Jichu watched Jiāng Chén drive away with his young girlfriend, her eyes filled with regret. But that regret vanished in an instant. She had already secured Jiāng Chén's contact information, and the handover of the next few vehicles would also pass through her hands. There would be ample time and opportunities to maintain contact with Jiāng Chén. What she desired, she would obtain. Chen Jichu bit her lip lightly, then turned to offer a faint smile to her colleagues, whose gazes held mixed emotions. She gathered her documents and returned to her post. Not long after Chen Jichu departed, a woman hurriedly appeared before the crowd. It was none other than Hu Weiwei. Jiāng Chén. Hu Weiwei silently repeated Jiāng Chén's name, her gaze lingering on the direction he had departed, unable to snap out of her daze. After briefly gathering her composure, she still felt that this battle of wills ignited by Jiāng Chén couldn't end with her conceding defeat.
If Jiāng Chén wanted to keep playing this game, then so be it. There would come a time when he couldn't keep up the act. And when that moment arrived, Hu Weiwei would repay every bit of the humiliation she'd endured recently. To secure ultimate victory, she couldn't afford to remain passive like before. Information gaps kept disrupting her plans, making her look like a fool time and again. Learning from past mistakes, Hu Weiwei resolved to meticulously track Jiāng Chén's every move and gather intelligence on his assets and other critical details in the days ahead. This intelligence would define the boundaries of her actions. This time, it was Hu Weiwei's first intelligence-gathering operation. She had already been tailing Jiāng Chén and Yanxi since the moment he hailed a taxi to take her to the Longting building. However, to avoid detection, she waited until Jiāng Chén had purchased the car and driven away before revealing her presence. All that hustle just to buy a beat-up SUV? And it's electric? Hu Weiwei had never heard of the Yuang brand, nor did she know the price of the U8. She muttered to herself based on her own understanding. An SUV? A green-plated electric vehicle with no visible exhaust pipe? Hu Weiwei simply couldn't reconcile this car with the wealth Jiāng Chén had recently flaunted. If he were a rich kid, wouldn't he at least buy a sports car? Hu Weiwei frowned. Among her socialite friends, their rich second-generation boyfriends all drove sports cars. And those second-generation kids supposedly had monthly allowances of 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. Thinking about it, Jiāng Chén's displayed wealth didn't quite reach that level. So, the truth was, Jiāng Chén had money, but not quite enough. Compared to those second-generation heirs with deeper family pockets, he still fell short, didn't he? At this realization, Hu Weiwei felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over her. After all, if Jiāng Chén wasn't as wealthy as she'd imagined, she didn't see the point in continuing this petty argument with him. With her looks, finding a second-generation heir to flirt with shouldn't be too hard, right? Hu Weiwei was fairly confident in herself. But these were just suspicions. Her past humiliating experiences had taught Hu Weiwei to think twice before acting. Forget it. I'll just go ask the car dealership directly. What if I'm wrong? Hu Weiwei frowned before striding toward the group of salespeople. Ling saw Hu Weiwei approaching, her eyes darting nervously. She instinctively took a few steps back, hiding behind her colleagues. In her eyes, Hu Weiwei, whether it was her makeup or her demeanor, was the quintessential gold digger raised by a well-off family. People like that, if they didn't have a man by their side, wouldn't have a penny to spare. Serving her was basically a waste of time. As for why Ling knew this so well. She let out a dismissive TSK. She had clawed her way up from exactly the same circumstances as Hu Weiwei. From a gold-digging fake socialite to an independent woman who could at least support herself, though that independence remained questionable, it was still enough to make Ling despise her former self. If Ling didn't take the bait, someone else would. A female salesperson flashed a bright yet fake smile as she approached. After a moment's observation, she asked, "Miss, are you here to look at cars for your boyfriend? I noticed you've been admiring this car for quite some time. Your boyfriend is truly lucky. This is the Japanese God of War GTR V8 engine, 0-100 km h acceleration. It's rare to find a beauty who appreciates fine things like you." Hu Weiwei was caught off guard by the saleswoman's rapid-fire questions and sales pitch. She instinctively glanced down at the emblem on the car beside her. Her eyes brimmed with disdain. "What's all this gibberish? It's just a crappy Nissan." Hu Weiwei's response caused the sales staff's expressions to shift. Alright, now it was confirmed this customer truly wasn't worth the effort. Ling felt a surge of pride. Her judgment had been spot on. Hu Weiwei wasn't just broke, she knew nothing about cars. If you put a GTR in front of her, she'd call it a beat-up Nissan. Put a Corvette beside her, and she'd probably ask, "Do Wuling Hongguang make sports cars too?" They'd categorize her as a worthless customer, just send some new salesperson to handle her. After all, she wouldn't contribute to their commissions anyway. But the moment that thought crossed her mind, Ling's expression shifted to one of obsequiousness at Hu Weiwei's next words. "I'm Jiāng Chén's girlfriend. He just left. What did he buy here?" Hu Weiwei didn't want to waste time with the sales staff, so she lifted her chin and pretended to be Jiāng Chén's girlfriend to ask the question. As Jiāng Chén's ex-girlfriend, she didn't even break a sweat pretending to be his current girlfriend. "Mr. John's girlfriend?" The sales staff, who had just turned cold, suddenly lit up. Ling, in particular, despite having just spent ages mentally disparaging Hu Weiwei moments ago, immediately pushed past her colleagues and stood before Hu Weiwei the moment she heard she was Jiāng Chén's girlfriend, regardless of whether it was true or not. She flashed a nearly fawning smile. "So you're Mr. John's girlfriend? Shang Yuan has been remiss. Please follow me." A sense of unease instantly rose in Hu Weiwei's heart. How could these people change their attitude so drastically just upon hearing Jiāng Chén's name? And it was like night and day. What on earth had Jiāng Chén bought? Hu Weiwei suppressed the strange look in her eyes as she was surrounded by the sales staff fawning over her like stars surrounding the moon. They arrived at the spot where Jiāng Chén had picked up his car earlier. Along the way, Hu Weiwei overheard every exaggerated detail of Jiāng Chén's recent antics. A fully loaded, roughly 1.5 million yuan Yangwang U8 plus $5 million supercars.
In less than 2 hours, he'd spent over 6.5 million yuan. She had assumed Jiāng Chén couldn't afford a sports car, yet not only could he bought 5 at once as if stocking up. The impact of this information on Hu Weiwei was overwhelming. Her footsteps felt light and unsteady, and it took her a long while to recover from the shock. Licking her suddenly parched lips, she felt relieved she hadn't rashly judged Jiāng Chén's financial standing earlier. Chapter 92, If it hurts, leave it to your senior. Now she understood Jiāng Chén wasn't just capable of buying luxury cars, he genuinely had the means. Driving that beat-up electric SUV was probably just his way of keeping a low profile. Jiāng Chén's net worth had reached a level that left her utterly in awe. The gap between their fortunes was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Hu Weiwei sensed she might not be able to hold her ground anymore. Facing someone as wealthy as Jiāng Chén, she no longer dared to be confident in the effectiveness of her original plan. From now on, she'd likely have to lower her standards indefinitely just to have a chance at winning Jiāng Chén back. Over 6 million, over 6 million. That figure had been swirling in Hu Weiwei's mind since the moment she heard it. Now she was kicking herself. If only she'd been nicer to Jiāng Chén. That money could have been spent on her. Not that Yan Shi. From Qi Lingling's boastful words, Hu Weiwei also learned that Jiāng Chén had gifted Yan Shi a Porsche 718. She was now suffering unbearably. A Porsche. That was clearly a gift meant for her. Hu Weiwei clenched her fist so tightly her knuckles turned pale and blue. Several people in the area were still looking at cars and signing loan contracts. They were drawn to Hu Weiwei, who was surrounded by salespeople. Hu Weiwei's looks weren't bad to begin with, but the snippets of conversation overheard from the salespeople were another matter entirely. That beauty, is she the real girlfriend of that guy from earlier? Then who was that innocent-looking schoolgirl earlier? The man who'd just signed a $300,000 car loan turned purple with frustration. Was this the life of the wealthy? Having such a stunning beauty at home, yet still needing to bring along an innocent-looking schoolgirl when going out. And to pick up girls, they'd just hand over million-dollar sports cars like it was nothing. Holy, the rich sure know how to live it up. What a lavish lifestyle. Staring at his own 300,000 yuan car loan, the man's expression darkened until he finally flung the pen to the ground in frustration. He cursed, I'm not buying it. They toss around 6 million like it's pocket change, while I'm stuck paying off 30 grand for a decade. I'm not buying a damn thing. The onlookers who had secretly looked down on Jiāng Chén earlier now all wore extremely grim expressions. They never expected Jiāng Chén's comeuppance to come in such a devastating combo. The damn guy's gone, and now he's got a legitimate girlfriend to make us all jealous? We're all human beings, how can our lives be so vastly different? The onlookers collectively felt their envy turn purple. Meanwhile, Hu Weiwei remained surrounded by the sales staff, showered with warm greetings and inquiries. Among them, Qi Lingling was the most eager, practically abandoning all boundaries, as if genuinely intent on girl helping girl. Ms. Jiang, may I have your contact information? I'll let you know when new models arrive. Discounts. Would you mind if we treated you and Mr. Jiang to a simple meal sometime? Qi Lingling pulled out all the stops, trying to win over Hu Weiwei and even Jiāng Chén. This time, Chen Jichu was finally absent, a rare golden opportunity. Last time, Chen Jichu had snatched the chance and made a killing. Next time, Qi Lingling resolved to prepare in advance and seize it firmly in her own hands. To achieve that goal, she'd have to put in serious effort with this Jiāng Chén's official girlfriend. Becoming besties would be ideal. Besties' money was the easiest to make. I'll keep yours. Hu Weiwei accepted the title of Ms. Jiang with shameless ease, reveling in the adulation. She poured every ounce of effort into projecting the aura of Jiāng Chén's rightful wife. She accepted only Qi Lingling's friend request with utmost reserve. Accepting them all? That would be ridiculous. It would make her seem cheap. Hu Weiwei's vanity was immensely satisfied in that moment, even making the pain she'd endured lately feel less unbearable. She'd been treated this way before by salespeople and service staff, but back then, she could clearly sense that their fawning glances were directed at the man by her side. This was the first time in her life she'd been treated this way as an independent woman. It was absolutely exhilarating. Yet amidst this satisfaction, Hu Weiwei's mind gradually settled. She realized that even though she was alone now, ultimately, she was still riding on Jiāng Chén's coattails. If these people knew she and Jiāng Chén were currently separated, their attitude would do a complete 180-degree turn. How eagerly they fawn now, how coldly they'll treat her later. So the key lay with Jiāng Chén. If she wanted to keep being treated like a wealthy wife, she had to win him back. She must do whatever it takes, no matter the cost, to get Jiāng Chén back. Hu Weiwei vowed silently. The intoxicating sensation of being fawned over was something she craved to possess forever once she tasted it. And to achieve this goal, all she needed was to win Jiāng Chén back to reclaim what had once been hers. It was, as they say, a single step away. Despite the sudden, heartbreaking, the heavy, massive vehicle came to a remarkably steady halt by the roadside. Inside, Yan Shi's blunt words reached his ears, her exquisitely alluring expression displayed before Jiāng Chén, her seductiveness almost beyond description.
Jiāng Chén's throat convulsed and something threatened to burst through his pants at any moment. The school beauty senior, had she finally come to her senses? Jiāng Chén licked his lips, his deep, desire-filled eyes locking onto Yan-Shi's rippling gaze. Under normal circumstances, such a scorching gaze would have made Yan-Shi shyly avert her eyes. But this time was entirely different. Though her earlobes flushed crimson like ripe cherries, she stared back at Jiāng Chén with rapid breaths. Not a hint of evasion in her gaze. Their moist, burning gazes intertwined, and an indescribable, lingering aura filled the car's air. After less than 10 seconds of this unspoken, sensual silence, Yan-Shi's lips trembled as she leaned closer to Jiāng Chén once more. "If it's uncomfortable, let me handle it. Junior." Yan-Shi's heart pounded wildly as hormones surged through her veins. She was startled by her own boldness. She was actually offering to relieve her junior's discomfort. This was unprecedented. Her hair clung to her forehead with beads of sweat. As Jiāng Chén's face descended toward hers, Yan-Shi neither dodged nor retreated, she met him head-on. With things having come to this, there was no turning back. For the one she loved, for Jiāng Chén, she had to continue. Their bodies merged, their lips lingering together for an eternity before reluctantly parting. Yan-Shi flushed crimson, hastily covering her mouth in shame at her own initiative and wildness. It was supposed to be her first kiss. Why had she been so greedy, so reckless? Jiāng Chén, having savored the sweetness of Yan-Shi's lips for a moment, continued to gaze at her with burning intensity. "Senior, is that all?" Chapter 93, Returning to School, Stirring Up a Commotion. Jiāng Chén curved his lips. This alone wouldn't be enough to quell his burning desire. "Junior, close your eyes." Yan-Shi murmured shyly. Jiāng Chén remained unmoved. Seeing his indifference, Yan-Shi felt both embarrassed and annoyed, yet her actions didn't stop. Her breath quickened as she leaned in close once more. Click. 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 Jiāng Chén's belt gradually came undone under Yan-Shi's clumsy manipulation. After a long moment of stunned awe at the sight before her, Yan-Shi swept her hair behind her ear. Her lips parted softly, and she kissed him. The challenge Yan-Shi faced proved far more difficult than anything demonstrated in the instructional videos she'd watched. But she would persevere. Her moist eyes held unwavering resolve. Huff. Jiāng Chén, meanwhile, leaned back comfortably, savoring the therapeutic service from his senior classmate. The driver's seat automatically adjusted to his movements, creating more spacious room for both of them. At this moment, Jiāng Chén felt satisfied once again for choosing the U8. If he'd gone with a sports car, he wouldn't have had the chance to experience his senior's assistance. Running a hand through Yan-Shi's hair as she worked diligently, Jiāng Chén felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Nothing felt more satisfying than winning over the pure campus beauty with sheer personal charm. Half an hour later, Yan-Shi wiped her mouth, clutched her jaw, and slid back into the driver's seat. Her eyes darted nervously toward Jiāng Chén, but she remained silent. This was the consequence of a novice attempting a hell-level challenge. Yan-Shi felt sore all over, especially her jaw and throat. Honestly, Jiāng Chén was taking things way too far, wasn't he? But Yan-Shi quickly regained her composure, her eyes softening once more with contentment. Jiāng Chén's contented expression now put Yan-Shi in a remarkably good mood. Though the process had been tough, she had ultimately helped her junior out of trouble. That felt good. You worked hard, senior. Jiāng Chén wore a look of having gotten his way yet still playing the innocent, reaching out to pinch Yan-Shi's cheek. He was certain that if he pressed further now, his senior would likely yield. But, better to quit while he was ahead. If there was a first time, there could be a second. Jiāng Chén decided to wait for the next opportunity when Yan-Shi would willingly offer herself again. "It's okay, just keep this between us, okay?" Yan-Shi didn't want anyone to know about this, not even Peng Wanwan. The very thought was mortifying. Confidentiality? Certainly. But you'll have to pay for it. Jiāng Chén's expression turned serious, as if discussing something of utmost importance. Ha? Yan-Shi tilted her head in confusion. Payment, money? Or? Yan-Shi pouted and lowered her head. She muttered, "Fine. Next time, I'll still help you." With Yan-Shi's promise secured, Jiāng Chén felt even more cheerful as he drove toward the school with a smile. The imposing vehicle stood out prominently in the stream of traffic. Among conventional SUVs, it was indeed rare to see one with such a massive frame. Most car owners with some knowledge recognized the value of this Yiwang U8. Drivers approached it with extreme caution. Forget about potential compensation for scrapes or dents given the Nissan Absorbable Energy Box's body strength. A collision would likely shatter their own car's body panels, while the Yiwang U8 would probably only lose a bit of paint. For a moment, they even seemed to be actively letting Jiāng Chén cut in. Consequently, despite the slightly congested stretch near the school, Jiāng Chén managed to drive in with surprising ease. After parking at the school entrance, Jiāng Chén opened the door and stepped out. His arrival stirred up a peculiar commotion among the bustling crowd at the school entrance. "Hey, isn't that Jiāng Chén? Whoa, he's driving back? Did he buy a car? An SUV? Driving an SUV. Doesn't seem like his style. Yeah, SUVs feel kinda lame. Too practical, right? Don't rich folks usually drive sports cars?"
A few car novices chatted idly, but their opinions were quickly countered by others.
Isn't the Yuan U8 flashy enough? Do you guys even watch videos?
That car starts at over $1,000,000 bear. I think being able to afford this actually shows more class than buying some sports car.
Holy crap, a U8. That's seriously badass.
Serious college students, regardless of gender, generally aren't overly price sensitive. After all, they haven't entered the workforce yet and haven't developed a solid grasp of things like cars, houses, or salaries. So, they mostly just thought the car was awesome and that Jiāng Chén was a badass with serious money. Beyond a touch of envy, there was surprisingly little negative sentiment. The students weren't about to let wealth gaps create fear or distance toward their fellow classmate Jiāng Chén. Led by a few of his acquaintances, the crowd gathered around him.
They chatted with Jiāng Chén while admiring the rare, imposing U8.
Just then, Yanxi also got out of the car, her appearance further fueling the commotion. The noisy, congested crowd of students partially blocked one side of the road.
Most vehicles entering the campus opted to detour around the crowd.
But one driver, clearly seething with pent-up frustration, refused to yield. Instead, honking his horn, he slowly steered his car toward the throng. It was a Toyota Supra in excellent condition, its body bearing visible traces of modifications, likely worth over $1 million.
Mr. Wang, just drive straight ahead. I'll go check what's going on. These students. Day after day, they don't focus on their studies. All they do is buzz around like headless flies, getting involved in every commotion. Li Ming's face darkened as he pulled open the door and stepped out, frowning as he scolded. What's going on here? Get out of the road. Startled by the honking, a student turned and retorted, Is this road your private property? It's wide enough, why must you walk here? But upon recognizing the school instructor, they immediately shrunk back, too intimidated to speak further. Li Ming's expression darkened further as his gaze locked onto Jiāng Chén, who was chatting and laughing with others. His lips tightened. Great, it's that kid again, picking a fight with me. Meng Yuqian's incident had deeply wounded Li Ming's heart, but he couldn't possibly harbor resentment toward his goddess. Thus, all his negative emotions could only be directed at Jiāng Chén. And this time was different. Previously, he had retreated in the face of Jiāng Chén's silver tongue, but this time, things would be different. Li Ming had indeed taken some of Jiāng Chén's words to heart, like how he focused solely on academics and truly didn't have much money. But in Li Ming's eyes, with Jiāng Chén's vulgar, nouveau riche perspective, how could he possibly understand his own level? Making money was trivial, he simply hadn't wanted to before. If he truly wanted to, a single phone call would bring a boss carrying hundreds of thousands to discuss a partnership, with subsequent payments far exceeding that figure. Take Mr. Wang, sitting in his sports car right now. He had just returned from off-campus business talks with Mr. Wang, his pleasant mood thoroughly ruined by Jiāng Chén. Li Ming's eyes brimmed with disgust, yet they also held a trace of smug satisfaction. He intended to thoroughly humiliate Jiāng Chén in front of these jeering students. Chapter 94, The Legend of the Mysterious Buyer, Humiliating Li Ming. Jiāng Chén? I knew it would be you again, you good for nothing. Hurry up and clear the road. Even sports car drivers don't act as pretentious as you. You're driving a beat-up SUV and already acting like you own the place. Having been humiliated by Jiāng Chén once, Li Ming rose like a phoenix from the ashes, no longer caring about his status as a lecturer. Whatever he could think of to make Jiāng Chén miserable, he would do. Jiāng Chén couldn't be bothered to respond, completely ignoring his presence. The school entrance was a 6-lane road, and warning signs to yield to pedestrians were everywhere. Li Ming was just looking for trouble. Didn't he even notice he was practically driving on the curb? Yet he dared to blame the students for blocking the road. What a complete idiot. But Jiāng Chén didn't need to deal with him, someone who couldn't stand idiots would handle it. Who's yelling? The first to come check out the commotion was none other than Jiāng Chén's roommate, Li Bin. Tall and sturdy, Li Bin craned his neck through the crowd and immediately spotted Li Ming and the blue sports car. Having witnessed Li Ming's pathetic demeanor in front of his godfather, Li Bin felt no fear toward him whatsoever. Glancing at the Toyota emblem, he snorted with laughter. I thought it was a Lamborghini. Turns out it's just a Toyota. What a load of crap. Of course, after laughing, Li Bin sensed something was off. Brands like Toyota and Nissan did have some pretty expensive sports cars. He immediately lowered his gaze to Sun Yelong beside him. Sun Yelong nodded, signaling his buddy was spot on. Go ahead and rant. Li Bin didn't know cars, but Sun Yelong did. He had a Toyota Supra in his Horizon garage too. Even fully modified, that car was worth less than $1 million in real life. How could it possibly compare to Jiāng Chén's fully loaded U8? The base model U8 starts at $1.1 million. Get this straight, not everyone who drives a sports car is rich, but anyone driving a Yuan U8? That's real money. Mr. Li, you must know how expensive Jiāng Chén's car is, right? Li Ming's face darkened. He genuinely didn't know. To this day, he was still driving the Honda Accord his family had financed for him back when he got into graduate school. The Yangwang U8? He'd never even heard of it. But judging by the students' reactions, it must be ridiculously expensive. Li Ming's expression darkened considerably, but he couldn't argue back.
In his frustration, he prepared to seek support from Mr. Wang. Yet Mr. Wang, without a word, slowly reversed his car, preparing to leave. His gaze toward Li Ming held a hint of displeasure. They just sealed the deal, and this guy was already causing trouble. Had he spent so long in the ivory tower that his mind had regressed? In that instant, Mr. Wang felt as if a crowd had gathered before his car, and among them, the most student-like and childish of all was this university lecturer, Li Ming. Mr. Wang had navigated the business world for years, relying on his ability to read people. In his eyes, Jiāng Chén, the man targeted by Li Ming, was extraordinary, even setting aside his million-dollar car. At this age, to possess such composure. Mr. Wang marveled inwardly. If not innate, it must stem from extraordinary confidence beyond the ordinary. And that confidence. Mr. Wang narrowed his eyes. Jiāng Chén's confidence surely ran deeper than mere millions. Over the past 2 days, beneath the surface of Jiangzhou City in the upper echelons inaccessible to ordinary people, a significant storm had been brewing. The catalyst for this upheaval was the change of ownership at Longting Tower, one of the city's most prestigious enterprises. Longting Tower had indeed changed hands once before, but that previous transfer was nowhere near as counterintuitive as this one. The previous acquisition involved multiple corporations and consortiums engaging in over half a year of intense competition, collaboration, and negotiations before finally securing the tower. This time, however, rumors suggest an anonymous capital group simply offered the highest valuation and outright purchased the entire Longting Tower. Over 5 billion yuan in liquid assets, truly staggering. Mr. Wang couldn't even imagine encountering such colossal wealth in his lifetime. Pondering this matter, in Mr. Wang's eyes, the image of the mysterious figure who had secured the Dragon Ascension Tower gradually merged with Jiāng Chén, who stood not far away. Mr. Wang immediately shook his head and gave a self-deprecating chuckle. My intuition is getting worse and worse. How could a 20-year-old student possibly be the owner of Longting Tower? Mr. Wang dismissed his own conjecture, yet he still dared not underestimate Jiāng Chén. Even if Jiāng Chén wasn't the owner of Longting Tower, his status was likely quite extraordinary. Mr. Li, I'll drop you off here. We'll discuss business matters later. Frowning, Mr. Wang informed Li Ming before driving away with decisive efficiency. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. Li Ming stood frozen for a moment before rushing out after him, but Mr. Wang was already far away. Boom! Li Ming felt struck by lightning once more. He never imagined that Mr. Wang, whom he had regarded as his rock, would simply abandon him like this. Could even Mr. Wang not suppress Jiāng Chén's sharpness? What was this kid? No, maybe Mr. Wang just had to leave first. Liam's mind was in turmoil, clinging to a sliver of self-delusion. But the students couldn't care less about Li Ming's thoughts. Sun Yalong snorted derisively, mocking him. A sports car, how impressive. Not only is it no match for Jiāng Chén's, but it turns out it's not even Teacher Li's. That's laughable, ha ha ha. Li Bin and the others joined in the laughter, echoing the taunt. Exactly. Thought it was his own car. Showing off with someone else's car, only to have them drive off? If that were me, I'd want to crawl into a hole right then and there. The barrage of mocking voices pierced his ears like a demonic chant, instantly turning Li Ming's face crimson. Blood surged violently through his veins, and soon, the world before his eyes began to blur. Fragile as he was about to faint from anger again. You bunch of college scum. But he managed to stay conscious. After yelling that in a flustered rage, Li Ming fled in disarray. He grabbed his shared electric scooter by the roadside and fled, bearing the stabbing glances piercing his back. Pretty loyal of me, huh? Got rid of that disgusting guy. Felt like a huge weight off my shoulders. Li Bin wrapped his arm around Sun Yalong as they approached Jiāng Chén, grinning as if seeking praise. Sun Yalong rubbed his eyes and chimed in, exactly. Yelling like that made my throat feel raw. Cough cough. Someone needs to get me some throat lozenges. Jiāng Chén nodded, his expression showing genuine concern. Indeed, you must take good care of your throat. Senior Yen, you should also look after your health. Especially your voice. Jiāng Chén's expression was as still as a deep well, as if he were genuinely concerned. But to Yen Shi's ears, the tone felt distinctly off. Yen Shi shot Jiāng Chén a fierce glare, her cheeks flushing unnaturally. The slight soreness in her throat and jaw, which had just begun to ease, started throbbing faintly once more. She knew exactly what kind of twisted humor this was. He was clearly referring to what happened in the car earlier. If this keeps up, next time I won't fulfill your needs. Yen Shi declared defiantly in her mind, but her resolve quickly softened. If I don't handle it myself, am I supposed to let one take care of it? Absolutely not. Woo. Yen Shi suddenly felt utterly distressed. It seemed her act of helping had become a bargaining chip in Jiāng Chén's hands. And it was her own doing. And she still wanted to continue this. Chapter 95, Shen Jichu's Invitation. Damn it. This is utterly humiliating. Next time I help you, I'll show you just how capable I really am. Yen Shi glared at Jiāng Chén, vowing to brush up on her skills once she got back. Next time, she would make Jiāng Chén throw down his armor and surrender completely to her. But for now, she'd better just leave. Being publicly teased wasn't a big deal in theory, but with that incident weighing heavily on her mind, it felt especially humiliating.
She couldn't hold it in any longer. She pinched Jiāng Chén's waist hard before hurrying away. What's with my sister-in-law?
Sun Yalong scratched his head in confusion, utterly baffled by the situation.
Hadn't her godfather just been showing concern for her? Why was she suddenly upset? Young couples are so complicated. Couldn't figure it out. Better keep sucking up to Jiāng Chén.
Student vehicles weren't allowed on campus without proper paperwork, so today they'd have to park outside. After locking up the car, Jiāng Chén, Sun Yalong, Li Bin, and the others, with nothing better to do, chatted and joked their way back to the dorm together.
Back at the dorm, everyone was present, a rare occurrence.
The moment they entered, Li Bin started bragging loudly about Jiāng Chén's luxury car. In normal dorm relationships, the saying goes, don't worry if your buddy's struggling, just worry if he drives a Land Rover.
But in Jiāng Chén's dorm, this was an exception.
Everyone knew Jiāng Chén had long since moved into a different world.
That they could still connect and occasionally share a room was all thanks to university.
There was no room for envy. In fact, the more impressive Jiāng Chén became, the prouder they felt.
My roommate just bought AU8. Just listen to that, how face-saving it is to say. Man, you've really made it big.
If I can't find a job after graduation, I'm coming straight to you.
You decide my salary. Li Bin exclaimed, slapping the table in admiration.
Yuan Quan, who had been practicing calligraphy and reading nearby, stifled a laugh and teased, well, you'd better get your security guard certification early then.
Sun Yalong couldn't hold back his laughter.
Li Bin rolled his eyes indifferently.
What's so funny? What's wrong with being a security guard?
It saves you 30 years of struggle. That's called getting straight to the point. Besides, with my imposing presence, I'd be a figurehead security guard. My pay might even rival some white-collar jobs.
Right. You really want to be a security guard? A bachelor's degree for that job? That's really something. Song Yan and the others joined in the conversation.
The dorm filled with cheerful laughter.
We'll see if there's an opening. I'm totally up for it.
Facing his roommate's interest in joining him in his job search, Jiāng Chén responded, come on over, everyone's welcome. His roommates all had solid grades and unique talents. As long as he needed help later and they happened to have the skills, he wouldn't hesitate to lend a hand.
Holy crap, what a generous offer.
I hereby declare you the shining star of room 412.
With Jiāng Chén's affirmation, the group suddenly felt their futures brighten.
They were set, absolutely set. They wouldn't take such words from others seriously, but Jiāng Chén was different. This man was their godfather, their role model.
This is getting out of hand, ahem.
Jiāng Chén felt slightly awkward under the flattery and tried to steer the conversation elsewhere.
Sun Yalong, getting carried away, pressed on, what's excessive about that? When the second son of the Jiāng family rises, we'll cheer him on just the same, right? The second son?
Li Bin was a bit lost. Sun Yalong scratched his nose and raised an eyebrow at Jiāng Chén. Well, that depends on how hard Jiāng Chén and his sister-in-law work.
Oh.
A chorus of oaths echoed through the dorm room.
Jiāng Chén smiled helplessly, yet deeply content.
This pure roommate bond was truly precious. He only hoped that even when future complications clouded their bond, the most genuine essence of it would remain intact. After discussing employment issues, the conversation gradually came to an end. Instead, the room filled with the crisp clicks of mechanical keyboards and mice. Tonight ended with several exhilarating gaming sessions. Waking up early to a steadily rising bank balance, Jiāng Chén felt quite cheerful. He unlocked his old Vivo phone, and the first thing that caught his eye was Yan Shi's good morning emoji.
Jiāng Chén replied with a muah.
On the other end, after a long pause while typing, a single message finally popped up.
Love you bear emoji popped up. Jiāng Chén couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Yan Shi, the campus beauty, was just too adorable.
Old Jiāng, what's so funny?
Li Haoyu, who had just finished his morning routine and was getting ready to head out again to pick up girls, noticed Jiāng Chén's cheerful laughter and came over to interrogate him.
Sun Yalong gave a wry chuckle from afar. No need to guess, he's definitely exchanging sweet nothings with Yin Xiaohua.
Damn it, the burlap sacks are ready, one for the North Pole, one for the South Pole. After a brief stay in the dorm, Jiāng Chén headed over to inspect the situation at Meng Yuqiang's place.
What, done with your little girlfriend and now you remember your teacher?
Meng Yuqiang wore a cold, elegant makeup, her expression distant and unwelcoming, clearly not in a good mood toward Jiāng Chén. But remembering he was still her boss, her tone softened. Of course, that was only the surface reason.
Don't be fooled by Meng Yuqiang's current demeanor.
Last night, who knows who hesitated for ages, too scared to even ask what the boss was up to. No teacher-student roleplay today. Come on, little Meng, give me a shoulder massage. Jiāng Chén smiled faintly, settling into his seat with the air of a master as he idly scrolled through his phone.
You, Mr. Jiang.
Meng Yuqiang felt her anger rising, truly boiling over. Then, her delicate hands pressed firmly into Jiāng Chén's shoulders. Even a CEO occasionally has to handle tasks meant for a secretary. What could they do? Their small company was understaffed, and she just happened to be exceptionally capable. But Jiāng Chén hadn't come just to enjoy himself, he genuinely had business to discuss. While enjoying Meng Yuqiang's massage, Jiāng Chén shared some thoughts that had formed in his mind after his trip to the Longting building. The main topic was the practical issue of their office location, which they discussed at length. But Meng Yuqi wasn't convinced by Jiāng Chén's idea.
Longtung Tower? The rent must be sky high. Spending your investment capital on that is like throwing money down the drain. I can't agree to it.
Then we'll revisit it later. Jiāng Chén nodded, deciding for now not to reveal that he was the owner of Longting Tower. He'd save that as a surprise for Meng Yuqiang later. Time ticked by, and it was almost time for work. If they stayed any longer, the other teachers in the office would arrive. If anyone discovered Meng Yuqi giving a student a massage, she'd lose all face. So, after reluctantly rewarding Jiāng Chén with a kiss, she shooed her boss out.
How heartless.
Jiāng Chén sighed and shook his head.
After teaching all morning, Jiāng Chén returned to the dormitory.
But just as he lay down, his phone suddenly rang.
It was Chen Jichu calling. Mr. Jiang, would you be available for a meal?
A remarkably gentle and melodious female voice came through the phone.
The pleasant tone instantly drew the attention of his 5 roommates, who perked up their ears, their faces brimming with curiosity.
Chapter 96, Irreplaceable Experience. The roommates were furious.
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have landed such a big order. I definitely need to show my gratitude. Besides, there are still some unfinished matters, wouldn't you agree? Chen Jichu's voice brimmed with sincerity.
When she mentioned matters only she and Jiāng Chén could understand, her tone carried an undeniable hint of allure.
Alright, I'll be there.
Jiāng Chén accepted Chen Jichu's invitation, narrowing his eyes as he waited.
Yet the system remained unresponsive. It seemed this rendezvous with beauty wouldn't yield any extra rewards from the system. But it didn't matter. No reward, so be it. One couldn't force it.
Besides, Jiāng Chén was far more interested in that unfinished business that had been interrupted. After discussing the meeting location with Chen Jichu, Jiāng Chén calmly ended the call and resumed his afternoon nap as if nothing had happened. But the burning gaze beside him clearly had no intention of letting Jiāng Chén rest peacefully.
What's going on? What's with you two?
Jiāng Chén looked around in confusion, his gaze meeting 5 pairs of eyes, some envious, some angry. His 5 roommates were all glaring at him with a shared look of resentment. You beast, eating from one bowl while eyeing the pot.
Old Jiang, come clean. How many other women are you seeing on the side?
Sun Yalong clutched his chest dramatically, feigning heartfelt disappointment and frustration.
Isn't one campus beauty enough for you? I've misjudged you, bro.
Old Jiang, you've really changed.
This isn't who you used to be.
Li Bin's face twisted in anguish as he punched Jiāng Chén's bed frame in frustration. Though Chen Jichu and Jiāng Chén hadn't used speakerphone, their voices carried distinctly through the speakers in the quiet midday. Even without hearing the entire conversation, the fragmented, indistinct female voice was enough to fuel their imaginations, conjuring up all sorts of melodramatic scenarios.
How envious they were.
Out of the 5 of them, aside from Song Yen and the social butterfly, none had even a hint of a romantic interest so far. It seemed their entire 4 years of college would pass in solitude.
And right in the midst of this cringe-worthy predicament they couldn't help but wince at, Jiāng Chén emerged as the odd one out.
Ms. Meng, campus beauty Yen, and this newcomer whose face they couldn't see over the phone, but given Jiāng Chén's track record, they'd bet she was a stunner too.
3 women already? Holy! Does money really buy you anything you want? Jiāng Chén, you're not even human.
Facing their intense resentment, Jiāng Chén gave a helpless smile. It wasn't just about money, his sky-high charm attribute wasn't something to be taken lightly. Jiāng Chén believed wealth was merely a catalyst, his charm was the true game-changer that captivated countless young women.
Ha ha ha. Come on, instead of giving me a hard time, why not go out and try your luck yourselves? Jiāng Chén couldn't fathom their posturing and teased them. Take Senior Yen, for instance. Everyone says she's untouched by worldly concerns, unapproachable. But I feel she's actually quite down to earth. See? You're all too timid, with filters too thick. When you meet a girl you like, just go for it. With genuine effort, chasing a girl is as easy as pie.
Jiāng Chén shared his pickup tips, but swallowed the crucial point whole, keeping it to himself.
That crucial point being, if you're lacking in finances and modeling skills, it's best to take it slow with the imitation. His roommates rolled their eyes nonstop, utterly numb.
Old Jiang had already erected a thick barrier between himself and them.
What kind of nonsense was he spouting?
If they ever took his advice and went all out, they'd be dead social media material.
Down to earth? Yen, the campus beauty, and teacher Meng, they're only approachable to you, kid. Give it to anyone else, and they wouldn't give you the time of day. Your approach is solid, but it's a bit heavy on the modeling. Any more down-to-earth options? Nope. Time to sleep. Jiāng Chén shrugged his shoulders, his expression utterly innocent.
Anyway, he'd shared his hard-earned insights. Whether they could distill their own pickup techniques from it depended entirely on their own talent.
Whoa! The 5 guys surrounding Jiāng Chén sucked in a sharp breath. Hard. Fists hard. They finally caught on old Jiang was totally doing this on purpose, right? Who could possibly compete with him in looks or wealth? What wisdom from experience? Purely copying him is a death sentence. That afternoon, Jiāng Chén drove to the rendezvous.
His rare vehicle remained an eye-catching spectacle. Wherever it went, people pulled out their phones to record it or whispered envious comments to their companions. Unless he ventured into office districts teeming with corporate drones, where luxury cars and sports cars were constantly surrounded by admiring stares, that was the norm. Jiāng Chén had timed his arrival to coincide with Chen Jichu's expected workday end, arriving at the agreed-upon location ahead of schedule. But traffic was light today, and he arrived a few minutes earlier than expected. Unfamiliar with the shop, he leaned against the car, waiting idly. His relaxed demeanor drew surprised glances from the men and women who had earlier been captivated by his car. Is he that handsome? Several men found the sight almost unbearable. Damn, they'd assumed the driver would be some pot-bellied, middle-aged nouveau riche to be driving such a car, but instead, the owner turned out to be a young man who looked barely 20. The stares gradually lessened. Rich and good-looking, it made them feel inadequate. The more they stared, the less they could find fault, only growing more insecure. The women, however, reacted quite differently. Their initially indifferent gazes lit up the moment they saw Jiāng Chén's true appearance. After quickly looking up the value of Jiāng Chén's car online, their reactions became even more exaggerated. Their burning gazes felt like they were about to pounce and strip him bare. And indeed, that's exactly what they did. If only I could get close to him. If I could have something with him. Whether driven by wealth or charm, Jiāng Chén's appearance stirred the desires of many. But the men watching this scene felt not only jealousy but also utter contempt and disgust. Put. Not a single one of them has a clue. They can't seriously think they're good enough for that guy, can they? Loser, mind your own business. A heavily made-up girl dressed provocatively, who looked very young, shot a contemptuous glance at the man beside her and retorted, "Go take a bath. You reek of poverty." The man's eye twitched. He tried to retort but was silenced by his companion. Let's go. Don't mess with them. But what if the two guys didn't plan to provoke them? From the moment they opened their mouths to mock, they were already doomed to be dragged into a Wahoo battle cry, hung out on Weibo for all the netizens to tear into. Poof. The girl watched their retreating figures with a disdainful snort. Then, she quickly changed her expression and walked toward Jiāng Chén. She aimed to beat her sisters to securing the contact details of this young, wealthy, and handsome catch. Hey, handsome. Can we get to know each other? Mr. Jiang, sorry I'm late. Chapter 97, Mr. Jiang, aren't you afraid your girlfriend will find out? Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. Jiāng Chén completely ignored the short girl with her heavy makeup and surly demeanor, his gaze instead shifting with a hint of surprise to the figure behind her. A pale yellow Mazda MX-5 pulled up slowly nearby. Its adorable hazard lights flashed a few times before the engine's rumble gradually faded. Her owner, accompanied by a self-reproachful apology, awkwardly turned off the engine, stepped out, and glided toward Jiāng Chén. Today, she looked different from the woman seen at the auto mall. She wore a khaki-colored crop top, exquisitely tied with a ribbon that perfectly accentuated her alluringly curved waist. Her lower half was clad in a matching, form-fitting aligned skirt that perfectly showcased her ample curves with every step. Compared to her professional attire, this outfit perfectly accentuated Chen Jichu's stunning figure, making her appear far more alluring and seductive. Noticing Jiāng Chén's stunned expression at her stunning appearance, Chen Jichu flashed a charming smile, gave Jiāng Chén a slight bow, and then naturally leaned into his arm. The exaggerated softness of her form shifted slightly beneath his arm. But instead of pulling away, Chen Jichu proudly pushed her chest out. This gesture caused all the buzzing bees attempting to disturb this blossoming flower, Jiāng Chén, to instinctively retreat. Even if some were reluctant, they could do nothing about it. Their looks, compared to the one in Jiāng Chén's arms at that moment, were worlds apart. What was the point of approaching him? Were they betting Jiāng Chén was some CEO novel protagonist with peculiar tastes who fancied working-class girls? The woman who had approached Jiāng Chén first felt particularly humiliated. Her expression shifted between crimson and purple before she finally lowered her head and hurried away. Damn it, I've made such a fool of myself today. The girl clenched her fists. It's all those two losers' fault. If they hadn't wasted my time. Male passerby? The restaurant had been booked by Chen Jichu, an Italian eatery called Tizia. Its decor exuded exotic charm, and its prices placed it firmly in the upper middle range for Jiangzhou. Under normal circumstances, Chen Jichu would never splurge on a place like this, let alone treat someone else. But today was different. He was hosting Jiāng Chén, a handsome young man who just helped her rake in hundreds of thousands in commissions in a matter of hours. Forget money, she'd give anything to repay Jiāng Chén. While waiting for the food to arrive, Chen Jichu slipped off her short top, revealing the cooler inner layer beneath. She bent down to pour wine for Jiāng Chén. The flash of white flesh flickered before Jiāng Chén's eyes, dizzying to behold. Jiāng Chén maintained his faint smile throughout. Chen Jichu kept observing him, and he did the same. He could tell that despite her obvious efforts to use her alluring figure to captivate him, the awkwardness in her movements was no illusion.
It seemed this beautiful saleswoman, though seemingly adept at leveraging her assets, was merely putting on a show.
Mr. Jiang, I never imagined your girlfriend would chase you all the way to the auto mall. And yet you still dared to show up for our date today.
Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will be upset? I'm feeling a little nervous myself.
Chen Jichu giggled suggestively, her pale hand cradling a wine glass as she swayed it gently.
Nervous? Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow. He couldn't detect any signs of nervousness from this beautiful saleswoman. She seemed thoroughly enjoying herself, didn't she?
But Jiāng Chén had no time to ponder this now. His thoughts were entirely consumed by Chen Jichu's next words.
Girlfriend? My girlfriend went to the auto mall? Doubt welled up in Jiāng Chén's heart. Where had he gotten a girlfriend? Though he'd formed bonds with many people, none had formally confessed their feelings or established a relationship yet, had they? Meng Yuqiang? Impossible.
If it were her, she would have told him this morning.
So was it Pang Wenwen? She didn't seem to have a motive. Pang Wenwen showed no possessiveness toward him.
On the contrary, she was eager to share Jiāng Chén with her sisters, even if it meant being pushed aside in the end.
That was something Jiāng Chén had known all along. It probably wasn't her either. Seeing Jiāng Chén's expression, Chen Jichu's face also clouded with confusion before quickly breaking into a smile. So, it was a misunderstanding? That woman isn't your girlfriend. I knew it.
Compared to that little beauty by your side last time, her aura is nowhere near as captivating. After several inquiries, Jiāng Chén finally understood who the woman pretending to be his girlfriend really was.
Jiāng Chén chuckled bitterly. He should have known who else but Hu Weiwei could be that shameless. Jiāng Chén's mood soured. He hadn't expected Hu Weiwei to manage to disgust him even at a time like this. Aren't you curious about what happened at the auto mall?
Chen Jichu's teasing tone was laced with playful curiosity as she met Jiāng Chén's gaze.
Not particularly. Just an annoying fly.
Jiāng Chén clearly didn't want to know anything about Hu Weiwei, but she was pretending to be his girlfriend. In the end, Jiāng Chén decided to get a rough idea of the situation first.
What if that guy caused trouble by impersonating him? Better to handle it.
Seeing this, Chen Jichu remarked with an amused tone. She's been making quite a splash as your girlfriend. My snobby co-workers would practically turn themselves into a red carpet to lay at her feet.
They'd do anything for money.
But this time, their fawning will likely be for nothing after all, she's just a fake. Jiāng Chén sipped his red wine, his tone playful.
So, what about you? If she really were my girlfriend, what would you do?
Chen Jichu's lips curved into a startling smile, her beautiful eyes meeting Jiāng Chén's once more.
When I can shower you with attention right here, why would I need to do it for anyone else? Besides, that interrupted affair left me feeling a little uneasy, you know?
A faint, peculiar atmosphere spread with Chen Jichu's words, spoken with a hint of coquettishness.
Jiāng Chén's gaze deepened. You're quite straightforward, aren't you? Sir, madam.
Just then, a waiter in a tailcoat approached, tray in hand, bowing respectfully as he presented the meticulously prepared dishes. It temporarily put a pause on their suggestive exchange. But this time, neither of them seemed inclined to let it rest there.
If it weren't for you, I never would have found Jiāng Chén.
Hu Weiwei glanced at the U8 parked in the garage below and exhaled in relief. She'd spent the entire day searching for Jiāng Chén, but aside from catching a glimpse of him in the classroom, she hadn't had a single chance to get close to him. That one chance to follow him in the classroom had been blocked by his roommates, leaving Hu Weiwei seething with frustration. Fortunately, while Jiāng Chén was elusive, his car was not.
How many Aspire U8s could there be in all of Jiangzhou? Once she found the car and confirmed the license plate, where could Jiāng Chén possibly hide?
Hu Weiwei steadied her breathing, preparing to go upstairs and investigate.
Doubts now plagued her mind. She was certain she was currently on campus. So then, who exactly was Jiāng Chén dining with here?
A sense of foreboding filled Hu Weiwei's heart. Chapter 98, The Upside-Down Heavenly Gangs, The Contrasting Chen Jichu. Inside Tijia restaurant, Chen Jichu pressed down Jiāng Chén's hand as he reached for a napkin.
Jiāng Chén instantly understood her intent and simply let her proceed.
Both were slightly tipsy, yet neither was a lightweight.
They remained lucid, yet unspokenly feigned intoxication.
After all, alcohol proved remarkably effective at making people sincere. Chen Jichu carefully wiped away the faint oil residue from Jiāng Chén's lips, speaking from an extremely close distance. Looks like neither of us is going home tonight.
Mr. Jiang, you wouldn't want your license revoked just days after picking up your new car, would you?
Chen Jichu's words carried an almost threatening edge, yet paired with her soft demeanor, it felt more like a plea to Jiāng Chén.
A proud yet pleading request.
A plea for Jiāng Chén not to leave.
You had this planned all along, didn't you? Jiāng Chén stood up, towering over Chen Jichu.
Chen Jichu smiled submissively, yet rose with aggressive intent to press herself against Jiāng Chén. Feeling their hearts race in unison, she murmured with satisfaction, indeed.
The hotel is upstairs. I've already booked a room. Mr. Jiang, dare you come? Reversing heaven's gangs. Jiāng Chén's lips curved upward, the alcohol fumes instantly dissipating.
For Chen Jichu's actions, he had only one verdict.
Upside down. Who would fear a mere saleswoman?
It was like a hunter trembling before a fawn, especially one that leaps into the pot of its own accord. In that case, I suppose I'll have to accept your invitation once more.
Jiāng Chén refused to let Chen Jichu seize the initiative. He seized the saleswoman's slender wrist in his grasp. The unstoppable force sent Chen Jichu stumbling forward, crashing into Jiāng Chén's embrace.
Her forehead slammed hard against his chest. While Jiāng Chén felt nothing, Chen Jichu's forehead flushed red, her eyes brimming with reproachful tears. Oh, this was merely a small punishment for someone trying to turn the tables. He inhaled the faint scent of perfume on Chen Jichu, which carried little of the worldly aura.
Jiāng Chén was slightly puzzled.
You must have made a tidy sum from yesterday's deal.
And is money already in your pocket really worth sacrificing yourself for? Or is this your standard practice with every client? Just an unspoken rule you rely on to survive?
Jiāng Chén's blunt words silenced Chen Jichu, her carefully cultivated allure becoming unsustainable.
After a few breaths of quiet, Chen Jichu replied, unwritten rules?
Perhaps.
But I only submit to you.
Mr. Jiang, the commission from a few sports cars isn't enough to make me do this.
Don't underestimate me. Couldn't I simply want you? Couldn't I want to devour you?
Truthfully, the term unspoken rules stung Chen Jichu, yet she offered no rebuttal.
Because it was all true, though the truth was far more complex than those three simple words could ever capture.
She desperately needed money, yet her dignity remained an insurmountable barrier. She could never bring herself to trade her body for wealth like her colleagues did, but now she had no choice. Debts remained unpaid at home, her mother still lay in the hospital bed, and her younger sister's tuition was due soon.
She had to earn enough money quickly.
And Jiāng Chén was the lifeline she saw before her. A fleeting, almost imperceptible calculation flashed in Chen Jichu's eyes. Then, tiptoeing, she drew her face closer to Jiāng Chén's. Besides being a car saleswoman, she also moonlighted in real estate. Her current act of flattery before Jiāng Chén was precisely to ensure he would consider using her connections when he eventually bought a house.
Chen Jichu was quite confident in Jiāng Chén's needs. After all, who would willingly leave a newly purchased car at a dealership if they owned property? Cars weren't like houses. If she could sell Jiāng Chén a villa, her mother's medical expenses would be completely resolved. What could she possibly gain by sacrificing herself for the burdens she'd willingly taken on?
Chen Jichu refused to close her eyes, studying the extraordinarily handsome face of the man so close to her.
Besides, getting involved with someone like him wouldn't be a loss for her, would it? So, Miss Chen, you've fallen for me at first sight? Two pairs of breaths parted abruptly as Jiāng Chén asked with a smile. But deep down, Jiāng Chén didn't think so. Chen Jichu, your sense of calculation practically oozes out of you. How could I not notice? Money is never enough. Why push so hard when your income is already decent? Is there something else going on? Jiāng Chén didn't refuse Chen Jichu's advances. Why not take advantage? Chen Jichu's looks and figure were right up Jiāng Chén's alley. Besides, she couldn't directly gain anything from him anyway. So what if he played along? Who knows who might end up devouring whom? Calming their ragged breaths, the two hurried upstairs. Beep. The door swiped open, then slammed wide with a thud. Chen Jichu let out a startled cry before Jiāng Chén scooped her up, hoisting her onto his shoulder, then tossed her onto the plush, springy mattress. The bed, plush and full, quivered like jiggly jelly. Chen Jichu's face finally flushed crimson. She raised her hands to cover her chest, her legs crossed together, half exposed, half concealed, utterly alluring. Wait, let me catch my breath. As Jiāng Chén lunged forward, Chen Jichu pushed against his chest, her expression betraying discomfort born of tension and fear. Jiāng Chén froze for a moment. Ever since the car dealership, something had felt off. Beneath Chen Jichu's mature allure, there lingered an inexplicable sense of distance. This paradoxically heightened allure now reached its peak. Yet it also stirred surprise within Jiāng Chén. Watching Chen Jichu's awkward, half-reluctant, half-inviting demeanor, Jiāng Chén's temper flared up rapidly. He could tell now Chen Jichu was clearly an inexperienced novice. Those provocative gestures were pure pretense. This one was even more exaggerated than that certain beautiful CEO, Xiao Meng. If Meng Yuqiang was outwardly aloof yet inwardly consumed by desire, Chen Jichu seemed to be the exact opposite. Fine, such a contrast? Ignoring Chen Jichu's plea for a break, Jiāng Chén pressed on. Who was it just now saying they wanted to devour me? Why the sudden fear now? Overconfidence deserves a lesson. And at this very moment, the one delivering that lesson to Chen Jichu could only be Jiāng Chén. Chen Jichu couldn't change anything. Her fragile resistance shattered instantly, her futile struggle swiftly stripped away. The yearning rising from within her body intertwined with the faint, hesitant refusal in her heart, battling, until the former ultimately prevailed. Her pride was corroded by desire, her dignity gradually forgotten. Realizing Jiāng Chén's irresistible pull, Chen Jichu felt the world spinning before her eyes. Even the suggestive light streaming from the ceiling filled her with shame and frustration, yet she couldn't tear herself away. This was her choice. Acceptance was the only outcome. Once the facade was torn away, revealing the self beneath proud and self-respecting, yet ultimately subjugated by reality. She found herself utterly drained of strength, softening into a limp heap, utterly at his mercy. Chapter 99, Running into my girlfriend outdoors. A minotaur? Was this a transaction of interests? Trading one of her few valuable assets for an opportunity to gain more wealth. Was that it?
Chen Jichu refused to objectify herself, but reality forced her hand. She had no choice but to comply. After all, she lacked the means to resist.
She wasn't someone who could sit on the fence.
Ever since she'd latched onto Jiāng Chén, she understood exactly what she was doing.
But it didn't feel unpleasant.
For the first time in her life, she was this close to another person's breath, another heartbeat. Though her heart burned with shame and reluctance, her instincts conveyed an entirely opposite emotion.
She didn't dislike it. She couldn't muster even a shred of resentment toward Jiāng Chén, this forceful invader. Instead, this feeling of being stripped bare, stripped of all pretense,
had her utterly captivated.
I said it, I'm the one who's going to devour you.
Her voice grew hoarse without her noticing.
Chen Jichu's face, flushed with a sickly glow, was filled with stubbornness.
She was determined to reclaim some control.
Jiāng Chén narrowed his eyes, signaling he'd watch her performance. Dusk fell.
Chen Jichu forced herself to rise and wash, attempting to scrub away some of the pain and that unforgettable lingering sensation. But her legs, weakened by the pain, made her stumble as she walked.
Why not rest a while? Jiāng Chén gently steadied the swaying Chen Jichu, asking with concern.
If you're uncomfortable, just stay and rest.
Don't push yourself. No need, Mr. Jiang. She shot Jiāng Chén a complex look. Isn't this all because of you? Why couldn't you have been gentler back then? This belated concern was something she'd rather do without. But Chen Jichu sighed.
After refusing, she still found herself honestly craving that warmth. She truly needed rest for the time being. She wouldn't be able to walk normally. Chen Jichu remained silent, her heart a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, her thoughts battling relentlessly. She could no longer maintain her previous demeanor before Mr. Jiang. The hidden side of her heart had been laid bare.
It's just a pity he'll never belong to me.
Chen Jichu lifted her head to gaze upon Jiāng Chén's face, handsome beyond mortal design. Beyond the satisfaction of achieving her goal, a faint sadness of letting go lingered in her heart. Her complexion glowed with fresh vitality, radiating a renewed radiance, yet her expression remained complex.
How would she present herself before Mr. Jiang from now on? A shameless little saleswoman, or something else entirely? An interesting person.
Even at this point, even as she demanded so much from him, Jiāng Chén could still sense the faint chill emanating from Chen Jichu's very core.
But wasn't that precisely what made it interesting? Chen Jichu was no ordinary saleswoman. Just as he had surmised, she harbored many secrets.
And she was fiercely proud. Her current submission was merely a means to some end.
This greatly stirred Jiāng Chén's desire for conquest.
Making this woman submit completely heart and body might prove far more complex than winning over Teacher Meng.
I relish a challenging process. Jiāng Chén twirled a strand of Chen Jichu's damp hair.
From this moment on, it was no longer just a matter of taking advantage of a free meal. His fingers tangled in Chen Jichu's hair as the two, each harboring their own thoughts, nestled together in repose. Each harbored their own thoughts. There's plenty of time ahead. After a short rest, Chen Jichu felt better. Her stubborn, icy demeanor gradually faded, replaced by that familiar mask of gentle, pure desire. She dressed herself in her slightly torn clothes, preparing to leave. The alcohol in her blood had mostly broken down, driving now wouldn't count as DUI that Mazda was actually borrowed, and it would be best to return it sooner rather than later.
Mr. Jiang, I'll be going now. Let's make plans again sometime. Chen Jichu smiled.
If not for her two trembling legs, one would never guess what she had just endured. Her acting was truly formidable.
Salespeople really are something, they've got the stamina for it.
Jiāng Chén, in his sage-like state, propped his hands behind his head and teased lightly. Chen Jichu flushed at his words, nearly breaking character.
Good physical condition, my foot. Jiāng Chén, you're practically a beast.
I nearly broke down.
I'll need at least a few days to recover properly, right?
Chen Jichu forced herself to maintain a neutral expression, but her mind was already scheming about taking time off to recover. As she left the hotel and stepped into the lobby, Chen Jichu steadied her weak legs, her gaze suddenly sharpening.
Is this Mr. John's girlfriend?
Though she knew Jiāng Chén didn't think much of this girlfriend, Chen Jichu still felt a sudden pang of guilt. After all, Hu Weiwei and Jiāng Chén were that kind of relationship, and she had just.
Perhaps Jiāng Chén's scent still lingered on her.
This feeling of being caught red-handed made Chen Jichu even more hesitant to move forward. She never intended for anyone to know she'd actively sought out Jiāng Chén, let alone someone connected to him. Overwhelmed by guilt and shame, Chen Jichu felt tears welling up in her eyes. Had she truly crossed that line, never to return to her former self?
Chen Jichu's mind was in turmoil.
She dared not leave, for if she did now, Hu Weiwei would surely discover her.
As for Hu Weiwei, they'd met once at the auto mall, she couldn't have forgotten so quickly. I can only go back and hide again.
Chen Jichu took a deep breath and climbed the stairs back to her room.
Chen Jichu's departure and sudden return puzzled Jiāng Chén. Wasn't this woman planning to leave? Why did she come back after just a few minutes? Could it be she wasn't satisfied and wanted to go at it again?
Jiāng Chén rubbed his nose, feeling a twinge of self-doubt.
With his current physical condition, surely he wasn't incapable of satisfying a young woman?
Well, if she wasn't satisfied, he'd just have to keep feeding her.
After all, he was a highly responsible keeper. Jiāng Chén's footsteps appeared silently behind Chen Jichu, gently pressing her against the wall. "Yeah!"
Already on edge, Chen Jichu let out a startled gasp at Jiāng Chén's sudden approach.
Chapter 100, Jiāng Chén, say something.
Realizing her overreaction, Chen Jichu flushed with embarrassment and spun around, ready to push away the source of that intensely tingling aura. But she had overestimated her strength in this state. What she thought was a forceful push was more like a playful nudge.
"Your girlfriend's here."
Realizing resistance was futile, Chen Jichu rolled her eyes and pouted reproachfully. Jiāng Chén released her, his eyes clouding with confusion.
"Which girlfriend?" Chen Jichu glared at Jiāng Chén, feeling a bit helpless. Who else could it be? It was Hu Weiwei, the one who had come to the auto mall. They had just discussed her not long ago. How could Jiāng Chén not realize it? Chen Jichu informed Jiāng Chén that the visitor was Hu Weiwei. Jiāng Chén immediately relaxed. "Oh, her? That's fine. I was worried it might be."
The names Yanxi, Meng Yuqiang, and Pang Wenwen were on the tip of his tongue, but Jiāng Chén swallowed them back. That hesitant tone stirred a pang of jealousy in Chen Jichu's heart. Judging by Jiāng Chén's tone, his girlfriend's squad, even excluding Hu Weiwei, his ex probably included several others. Oh right, and then there was someone like herself, a cabbage he could pick whenever he wanted. Chen Jichu refused to show it, instead savoring the bitterness in her heart alone. She had brought this upon herself. Besides, was it really worth overthinking? As long as she could earn enough to cure her mother, she should be content. So what's the deal with this ex-girlfriend of yours? What, is she like a stalker or something? Unable to maintain her usual facade for the moment, Chen Jichu reluctantly nestled into Jiāng Chén's embrace and asked. They'd briefly mentioned Hu Weiwei earlier, but Jiāng Chén's expression had darkened, so she hadn't pressed further. This time, however, Chen Jichu felt it necessary to understand. Hu Weiwei's stalker-like behavior was a bit unsettling. It would be best to get to the bottom of things. Yeah, she's like a shadow that won't go away. Honestly, I still can't wrap my head around how she can be so shameless. Jiāng Chén's voice grew noticeably colder as he frowned and briefly recounted Hu Weiwei's situation. He briefly recounted how, before he made it big, Hu Weiwei had tormented him relentlessly. After finally breaking up with her, she continued to hound him. Chen Jichu couldn't help but gasp. So this Mr. Jiāng has that kind of past. You'd never guess it. He must have been pretending to be poor to test Hu Weiwei. She must have been completely fooled, right? Chen Jichu thought this, but her sympathy was reserved solely for Jiāng Chén. For Hu Weiwei, she felt only scorn. Jiāng Chén must have loved her deeply back then, but why couldn't Hu Weiwei see it? The hardest thing to salvage isn't what you never had, but what you once possessed. When you personally cast your love into the mud, don't ever dream of retrieving it. Chen Jichu shook her head. That Hu Weiwei would likely only humiliate herself over and over again. Let's go. You're too weak to walk. I'll take you back. The air between them hung heavy for a few moments before Jiāng Chén broke the silence. Leaving Chen Jichu no chance to refuse, Jiāng Chén issued a command. But she saw us. Chen Jichu still couldn't bring herself to face Hu Weiwei or anyone connected to Jiāng Chén, for that matter. His despicable actions truly couldn't bear the light of day. But what does it matter to her? Come on, I've got this. Jiāng Chén countered, his tone radiating unwavering reliability. Hearing this, Chen Jichu stopped resisting and obediently chose to rely on Jiāng Chén instead. In this moment, she began to grasp, however faintly, the benefits of being Jiāng Chén's girlfriend. Beyond the peak of pleasure, this man could also shield you from the storms. After dressing and tidying up, Chen Jichu's expression had calmed considerably. Yet the turmoil within her persisted. Some things simply couldn't be reconciled with oneself in such a short time. At this moment, Chen Jichu was still anxious about matters of morality. Even though Jiāng Chén and Hu Weiwei had parted ways, they had indeed been in a romantic relationship before. Beyond Hu Weiwei, Chen Jichu also found herself preoccupied with thoughts of Yanxi, who hadn't even been present. The sense of moral transgression within him grew ever more intense. He was essentially playing the cuckold, and not just once, but multiple times. Chen Jichu discreetly licked his lips, utterly consumed by the sensation of being a minotaur. This time he'd committed adultery in front of his mistress. What about next time, in front of his legitimate wife, Yanxi? Huff. Chen Jichu's breathing quickened. It felt so thrilling. Hu Weiwei had arrived early, but after searching the place thoroughly, she inquired, Jiāng Chén seems to have checked into the hotel. She'd been arguing with the front desk and customer service ever since. Hu Weiwei wanted to check if Jiāng Chén was actually there, and if so, whether anyone else was with him. The customer service representative naturally refused, stating it would violate guest privacy. The two remained at an impasse. By now, the staff member was visibly irritated and preparing to call security to have them removed.
This woman, she looks decent enough, but she must be mentally unstable, right?
That's what the girls at the front desk all thought.
After hearing the situation, the security guard prepared to escort Hu Weiwei out.
The lobby was crowded, and continuing the commotion would tarnish the hotel's reputation. But just then, Hu Weiwei, who had been passionately arguing, suddenly fell silent. Her gaze shifted toward the elegant spiral staircase extending down from the second floor of the lobby. There, a man and a woman were slowly descending hand in hand.
It was Jiāng Chén and that woman.
Hu Weiwei's eyes turned venomous, locking onto Chen Jichu's face with a gaze as deadly as a scorpion's. She had seen this woman before at the auto mall. She was the one handling all the paperwork for Jiāng Chén's car purchase. The saleswoman, Ling, had said this woman's name was Chen Jichu. So this woman had used her beauty to seduce Jiāng Chén, convincing him to spend over 6 million in one go? Hu Weiwei felt she had uncovered the truth, and her resentment flared within her.
Jiāng Chén's money. That money should have been mine. It should have been spent on me.
If it weren't for that Thai saleswoman, if it weren't for Yan Shi, the person Jiāng Chén brought along that day should have been me.
Every single penny of that 6 million could have been spent on her. But because of those two 6 million yuan just went down the drain. Yes, not spent on me, completely wasted.
Hu Weiwei was furious beyond measure, yet in this moment, she managed to maintain her composure. Her furious glare at the security guards made them pull their hands back. Then, she turned her cold, mocking gaze toward Jiāng Chén and Chen Jichu. The frenzied and complex atmosphere instantly drew numerous stares. The air of impending drama drew dozens of eyes toward them. Curiosity flitted restlessly between Hu Weiwei, Jiāng Chén, and Chen Jichu.
One man, two women, what kind of story could possibly unfold? Such thoughts swirled in the onlookers' minds.
But Hu Weiwei broke the silence with a startling remark.
You think you're worthy of him, some lowly used car salesman? Jiāng Chén, say something. Chapter 101, you're just part of the game.
Hu Weiwei's venomous accusation cut straight at Chen Jichu. Slut, she spat.
You seduced Jiāng Chén.
Instantly, the entire lobby erupted. Whispers of disapproval echoed around the room, and the gazes directed at Jiāng Chén and Chen Jichu turned increasingly hostile. At first, people wondered if Hu Weiwei had some mental disorder and ignored her. But upon hearing her accusations, suddenly, everyone felt their suspicions and reality align perfectly. Their slight distaste for Hu Weiwei abruptly reversed, transforming entirely into anger toward the cheating man, Jiāng Chén, and the mistress, Chen Jichu.
Mentally unstable?
Yes, this woman named Hu Weiwei did appear somewhat emotionally fragile.
But wasn't that precisely because of the torment inflicted by this faithless man before them?
The onlookers gradually felt they had uncovered the truth, joining Hu Weiwei in attacking the pair. Standing on the moral high ground to condemn the betrayer, the crowd felt no psychological burden. They unleashed a torrent of vile insults, sparing no harsh words. Wow, he looks so polished and impressive, I thought he was something special. Turns out he's just a cheating scumbag. And that woman beside him doesn't look like much of a saint either, dressed so provocatively.
Didn't you hear that woman? She's a car saleswoman.
Well, that's just how their line of work is, nothing unusual about it.
It's just infuriating that these two scoundrels have ruined a family.
But whether her words stemmed solely from pity for Hu Weiwei was unclear after all, they were laced with personal, highly derogatory remarks.
Some people are inherently jealous and insecure.
Seeing Jiāng Chén radiant and Chen Jichu stunningly beautiful only made them feel miserable. Hu Weiwei merely gave them a reason to lash out.
Among these critics, a few of the most vicious weren't condemning Jiāng Chén as scum.
Instead, they seethed with envy, wondering why they weren't Jiāng Chén, why they couldn't have a stunning girlfriend like his, or land such a gorgeous girl themselves. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare in these fleeting verbal assaults.
Jiāng Chén's expression remained cold and indifferent as he swept a mocking glance across their faces. Most couldn't hide what they were thinking. Poof. Nothing but a bunch of opportunistic sycophants, a motley crew of nobodies.
Not worth mentioning. But Chen Jichu was deeply affected.
The barrage of disparaging remarks struck a nerve with Chen Jichu's hidden anxieties.
The fleeting thrill vanished, replaced by shame and fear. The carefully cultivated confidence she had built up shattered like thin porcelain under a heavy blow. She felt the piercing stares darting at her from all sides, especially Hu Weiwei's gaze, which burned like poisonous fire.
Chen Jichu couldn't help but adopt a pitifully timid demeanor. She clutched Jiāng Chén's hand tightly and instinctively hid behind him.
Her pitifully adorable posture was beyond description.
Jiāng Chén's lips curved upward.
This was precisely the reaction he'd been seeking.
Wasn't the fun of contrast precisely in that moment when the mask slipped?
Not to mention the subtle atmosphere of being caught in the act of an illicit affair. Just thinking about it gave him a secret thrill. Indeed, Jiāng Chén couldn't care less about Hu Weiwei or the barrage of insults from this crowd. They were merely part of his game with Chen Jichu. Hu Weiwei stood amidst the crowd, perched on the moral high ground, secretly reveling in the moment herself. Having others help her denounce the mistress felt absolutely fantastic.
But gradually, Hu Weiwei sensed something was off.
Her tactics seemed to have no effect on Jiāng Chén, who remained as calm and composed as ever. Only that Chen Jichu seemed a bit crestfallen from the scolding, but that meant nothing. Hu Weiwei knew exactly what her goal was. Chen Jichu was merely collateral damage. Her fundamental objective was to force Jiāng Chén into submission. If all her yelling was getting her nowhere, then what was the point? Hu Weiwei grew impatient. Jiāng Chén, say something. But Jiāng Chén remained as if he hadn't heard a word. He led Chen Jichu downstairs as if no one else existed, heading toward the lobby exit. Fine, you're scared, aren't you? Don't think playing dead will let you off the hook. Your business of chasing wild women out there won't end so easily. Jiāng Chén's silence carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Hu Weiwei believed his quietness stemmed from having no words to counter her. Her plan was already within reach of victory. She had to press on. There are so many people watching here. If you don't explain yourself, this won't end. Hu Weiwei spread her arms wide, blocking the path between the two. Amidst the surrounding onlookers, two tanks suddenly burst forth. After unleashing a devastating war stomp, they boomed in deep, resonant voices. Sis, don't worry. Guys like this need a good lesson. We've got your back. Exactly. Strong women stick together. Hu Weiwei frowned. She despised fat women, but since they were offering help, she might as well give them the benefit of the doubt. The three women blocked Jiāng Chén's path. Truthfully, Jiāng Chén could have easily flicked them aside with a casual flick of his wrist, but he genuinely had no intention of fighting. He feared getting his hands dirty. So he waited, curious to see what disgusting tricks Hu Weiwei would pull next. Jiāng Chén gave a faint smile. He felt like Hu Weiwei had turned him into a voyeur, increasingly drawn to the spectacle. Jiāng Chén, I know your temperament. If you prefer silence, I can't force you. But for the sake of our friendship, I can offer you a solution to this matter. Hu Weiwei squeezed a greedy smile from between her lips. Her eyes locked onto Jiāng Chén's, revealing nothing but self-interest and calculation. Jiāng Chén sighed inwardly. Despite her relentless persistence, when it came to genuine feelings, she couldn't hold a candle to Chen Jichu, whom he'd only met 2 days prior. Back then, he'd looked up to this sort of person with utter devotion, truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Hu Weiwei spoke with an air of certainty, as if she had him in her grasp. Give me a sports car, and I'll pretend I never saw this happen. You were willing to give one to that yen, she don't expect me to be an exception. Boom. The lobby suddenly fell silent. The crowd of onlookers who had been verbally attacking Jiāng Chén exchanged bewildered glances. What had they just heard? Was something terribly off here? Was this so-called legitimate wife here to catch him cheating or to demand a car? Why did it feel more like the latter? Whoa, was she even the legitimate wife? Suddenly, it didn't seem quite right. The clamor died down as all eyes turned to Jiāng Chén, hoping to glean some insight from his words. After all, none of them were fools, nor did they want to be used as pawns. Chapter 102, Ex-Girlfriend? Then what's your name? Among them, some remained silent for another reason entirely. Like those stunned by Jiāng Chén's wealth. Damn, no wonder he's so generous, turns out he's a rich guy? Listen to him, several luxury cars, and from the sound of it, he's already gifted one to his woman? Damn, if I were a decent-looking woman, I'd be sucking up to this guy too. Sports cars, man. If a guy buys cars like he's stocking up on goods and gives them away like they're bottled water, that wouldn't just charm thousands of girls, even guys would be impressed. A male customer muttered resentfully under his breath, while his girlfriend sheepishly covered her face with her hand. Then she dragged her boyfriend away. Damn it, my gold-digging girlfriend. So what exactly are you thinking? Don't you find this ridiculous? Jiāng Chén looked down at Hu Weiwei, his words dripping with contempt and irritation. Many women might consider themselves my girlfriend. Unfortunately, you're not one of them. Hu Weiwei, when will you finally realize you're already out of the picture? We broke up. Can't you just get lost? Why must you keep coming back? You're just humiliating yourself. Jiāng Chén took Chen Jichu's hand and walked forward. With every step, his icy words stabbed at Hu Weiwei's heart like sharp blades. Hu Weiwei's expression instantly twisted into utter misery. The feeling of this scar being ruthlessly ripped open caused her inexplicable agony. Her expression twisted into a grimace. Fine. Since I'm out of the picture and can't threaten you anymore, there are still others. I have something on you, Jiāng Chén. Aren't you afraid Yen Shi will find out? That you were lured into a hotel by some wild woman? And what does that have to do with you? Jiāng Chén shrugged dismissively. No one would believe a word you say. Oh, right. If Chen Jichu is willing, she could be my backup girlfriend right now. But you. Jiāng Chén couldn't be bothered to continue. The remaining shame and torment were for Hu Weiwei to savor on her own. Mr. Jiang. Chen Jichu's cheeks flushed crimson as she gently squeezed Jiāng Chén's hand. Pre-girlfriend? Was he serious? Chen Jichu hesitated, but ultimately didn't dare to voice her question. Meanwhile, the crowd around them erupted into chaos over Jiāng Chén's series of remarks. Damn, thought it was the main wife, turns out it's just an ex-girlfriend? Damn it, wasted half my day. Thought it was a family drama, turns out it's a gold-digging ex-girlfriend going nuts demanding handouts.
Hey girl, go livestream begging for money online. At least that'd be more dignified than this.
In that instant, everyone realized they'd been used as pawns by this crazy woman, Hu Weiwei.
Their anger boiled over. The venom they just hurled at Jiāng Chén now rebounded onto Hu Weiwei multiplied tenfold. Pfft, so cheap. All she sees is money. Not some bar girl, is she? Or maybe the breakup settlement wasn't enough and she wants more? Don't think you can leech off someone forever just because you dated them. The barrage of filthy insults never ceased.
Even the two good sisters Hu Weiwei had secretly dismissed as fat slobs in her mind now scornfully distanced themselves from her. Women like this, who are just as clingy as a tick, are the most irresistible to men. They're practically a disgrace among independent women.
But their eagerness stems from an even more fundamental reason.
That is, to curry favor and make amends.
What a joke. They just spent ages berating Jiāng Chén, this super rich tycoon. If they didn't put in the effort now to curry favor, what if Jiāng Chén got in a bad mood someday and spent his money to make their lives miserable?
Driven by a mix of atonement and righteous indignation, the more viciously they berated him, the more satisfied they felt inside.
Gradually,
the words she had intended to hurl at Chen Jichu now echoed like a haunting melody, piercing Hu Weiwei's mind in waves. Her heart raced, her body stiffening.
Before she could utter another word, Jiāng Chén's next move plunged her into an even more wretched predicament. Everyone.
Jiāng Chén snapped his fingers and raised his voice. Everyone. His voice instantly silenced the crowd of onlookers. They glanced at him nervously, their eyes darting away, fearful of facing his wrath later. But these people had talked for ages without hitting the nail on the head. Their words were mostly wasted breath. Why would Jiāng Chén care about them? Once all eyes were fixed on him, Jiāng Chén spoke calmly.
My apologies, everyone. The blame for today's incident lies with me. I failed to properly handle certain disgusting, outdated relationships. If this incident has affected your appetite. Jiāng Chén offered a faint smile. Then, I'll cover the entire bill for everyone here today.
Whoa! The entire room fell silent. Then came a chorus of stunned gasps.
Holy, that's insane. It's like a movie scene playing out right here. This guy's a god-tier spender. Damn, bro.
I was blind to insult you earlier. I'm bowing down to you, bro.
Handsome, wanna take me as your godson? I wanna call you daddy.
The places Chen Jichu was willing to spend money at, even if he thought they were pricey, weren't actually that expensive. Their previous meal had cost a mere 6,688 yuan. And now, with over a dozen tables here, even if you added them all up, how much could it possibly be? Probably not even as much as his daily interest income.
Such small change was easily dismissed. Jiāng Chén couldn't care less.
The onlookers cheered, but Chen Jichu glanced at Jiāng Chén with a flicker of panic. Confused, she asked, Mr. Jiang, why are you spending so extravagantly, especially since these people just... Chen Jichu wanted to persuade Jiāng Chén to reconsider, for she sensed her own influence in this matter. Had it not been for her, Jiāng Chén would never have spent so extravagantly. Reserving the entire venue for food and drinks for so many people would easily cost at least 100,000 yuan. That wasn't a small sum. But Jiāng Chén remained completely unfazed. He simply raised a hand in a dismissive gesture, signaling Chen Jichu to calm down. Meanwhile, Hu Weiwei's situation was different. Chen Jichu was heartbroken over Jiāng Chén's spending, and Hu Weiwei was heartbroken too, but only because she wished that money had been spent on her instead. Hu Weiwei's heart burned with impatience as she stared at Jiāng Chén, her gaze pleading.
Another 100,000 gone. Why wasn't this money spent on me? Damn it. Damn it. She had to get a grip on Jiāng Chén.
She had to fiercely reclaim all this missed wealth. Hu Weiwei appeared relatively composed, but inside, she was already screaming like a shrew.
Just then, the crowd of onlookers, their cheers fading, noticed Hu Weiwei stubbornly refusing to leave. Their expressions immediately soured. Chapter 103, Hu Weiwei loses it. Where are the security guards?
Get her out of here. They couldn't fathom it. Mr. Jiang had just laid it out so plainly.
What was this woman's deal?
Her face was thicker than asphalt.
Damn, it was thick and durable.
This time, having tasted the sweetness of Jiāng Chén's favor, the crowd no longer needed Jiang Kaiju to speak up. They planned to repay Jiāng Chén's favor by helping him expel this annoying, stupid woman.
Why hasn't she left yet? Is she still eyeing that sports car? She's disgusting me. Humans really are all different.
I admit this woman's face is 1,000 times thicker than mine. Sis, honestly, with that kind of mental resilience, you could succeed at anything.
Take my advice. Turn left at the exit, walk straight to the end. The third psychiatric hospital is where you truly belong.
I was even thinking of recording a video to post online. This is just too outrageous. The crowd's taunts, disgust, and disdainful stares gradually shattered Hu Weiwei's mental defenses. Especially the third mental hospital remark. It nearly made Hu Weiwei spit blood with rage. But she resolved to endure it. She had to endure it. If she couldn't swallow this bit of humiliation, how could she ever reclaim the wealth that rightfully belonged to her from Jiāng Chén? Still, Hu Weiwei had to admit that continuing with her previous approach would now offer no chance of forcing Jiāng Chén to comply. After Jiāng Chén decisively pointed out their broken relationship status and swiftly secured dozens of people here as her supporters, Hu Weiwei was utterly defeated. Under these circumstances, if she still wanted to fight back and see if she could get a sports car, she'd have to try a different approach. If force wouldn't work, then she'd have to try persuasion. Hu Weiwei mentally calculated her next move. Her gaze lingered on Chen Jichu for a long moment before finally settling on her with a confident, triumphant smile. After all, her current rival was merely Chen Jichu, a mere individual. Chen Jichu was just a wild woman selling cars, no education, not young, and aside from being reasonably attractive, what other advantages did she have? When it came to looks, Hu Weiwei admitted she'd be overshadowed by Yan Shi. But where was Yan Shi? The only one she had to deal with was Chen Jichu. After a moment of deliberation, Hu Weiwei turned to Jiāng Chén and pleaded softly. Jiāng Chén, please don't be angry. I know why you sought out that woman. What she can do, I can do too. And I'm younger than her. Hu Weiwei pleaded, but Jiāng Chén remained unmoved. Seeing this, Hu Weiwei gritted her teeth and pushed her argument further. Jiāng Chén, please stop being so stubborn. At the end of the day, she's just a saleswoman. Don't you know what these salespeople are capable of? She's just a woman who'll sleep with anyone any rich guy comes along and she sells herself. Don't you feel disgusted associating with someone like that? So stupid, so brainless, so unbelievable. For a moment, Jiāng Chén couldn't even muster the energy to be angry. Hu Weiwei's mindset truly left him speechless. Her self-hypnosis and stress resistance abilities were so extraordinary she was practically divine. No wonder she had him wrapped around her finger in his past life. That sheer tenacity grinding away with sheer nerve until she dragged others' IQs down to her level before attempting to crush them left Jiāng Chén feeling utterly outmatched. Still, that was a bit too crude. Shielding Chen Jichu behind him, Jiāng Chén glared coldly at Hu Weiwei, determined to cut off her nonsense. Yet, the situation now held a certain fascination for Jiāng Chén. Chen Jichu, who had been cowering behind him, suddenly stepped forward. Instead of hiding behind Jiāng Chén, she now stood before him, locking eyes with Hu Weiwei. Disgusting. It was utterly unbearable. Even the most level-headed person would have been provoked to anger by now. Chen Jichu had heard Hu Weiwei's earlier nonsense, confident that Jiāng Chén wouldn't believe this woman's lies. But the sheer vulgarity of the insults, combined with mounting anger, pushed Chen Jichu past her breaking point. She decided to confront Hu Weiwei head-on. She claimed it was a buy a car and get one free deal, but clearly, Jiāng Chén was her first. She never even wanted to be with anyone else again in her life. Calling her cheap was pure slander. Moreover, mentioning this reminded Chen Jichu of something Jiāng Chén had once told her about Hu Weiwei. Without a hint of fear, Chen Jichu shot back. Cheap? Are you talking about yourself? I recall someone getting dumped by Jiāng Chén and immediately latching onto some small-time boss. And you thought that guy was richer than Jiāng Chén, but look how it turned out? You can't even stomach eating at the same restaurant as Jiāng Chén. Ah, that's just laughable. And you still owe Jiāng Chén tens of thousands in meal debts, right? Isn't it time to pay up? Jiāng Chén was taken aback. Chen Jichu, this woman could be quite sharp-tongued when she wanted to be. At the mention of repayment, Hu Weiwei's eyes darted nervously. At the same time, she felt a surge of resentment toward Jiāng Chén. How could you even tell that about this? Does this mean more to you than I do? Hu Weiwei silently questioned herself. Little did Jiāng Chén know about this very question. Had he known, he would have laughed again. You, Hu Weiwei, are not just inferior to Chen Jichu. Frankly, you're not even worth the dried poop stuck under the tire this morning. Oh no, that's insulting poop. At least poop can be turned into egg tarts when tossed to certain people. You, Hu Weiwei, are utterly useless except for disgusting others. And at this moment, Chen Jichu's verbal assault wasn't over yet. Amidst the spectators' verbal cheering, Chen Jichu once again struck directly at the weakest point in Hu Weiwei's psychological defenses. Yes, I admit I approached Jiāng Chén because I coveted certain things about him. But wasn't it consensual? What about you? Who the hell has been stalking Jiāng Chén every single day? Who's been pretending to be Jiāng Chén's girlfriend out there, ruining his reputation? Today you even had the nerve to ask for a sports car. Ha, why don't you crawl into a money shredder and spend the rest of your life with your beloved cash? Such vanity and stupidity. Someone like you? Even if given for free, people would find you disgusting. The barrage of words fell like a hailstorm. After a moment's reaction, the surrounding onlookers burst into applause. Right. That's exactly how she should be called out. This gold digger needs a wake-up call. Beware how individual cases tarnish the group's reputation. Women like this should be stripped of their female status. Following Chen Jichu's lead, onlookers, men and women alike, united in their hostility, launching a coordinated attack against Hu Weiwei. They dared not take Jiāng Chén's kindness for granted. Eating for free meant they had to put in the effort. The crowd grew increasingly vicious in their criticism. Gold digger. What are you thinking? Do you really believe threatening your ex-boyfriend will get you a sports car? What a joke. Exactly. If it were that easy, we'd all be rich by throwing tantrums. She has absolutely no sense of law or common sense. Hu Hu Weiwei, already at her breaking point with her defenses shattered, now faced the relentless barrage of stinging remarks from dozens of people closing in. She could barely breathe. Uing. But Hu Weiwei still wanted to argue back, to fight back. At that moment, Jiāng Chén, who had been watching the spectacle for a while, finally decided he wouldn't stay silent any longer. He'd had enough of this bizarre spectacle. It was time to clear out the actors and wash his eyes clean, lest nightmares haunt his sleep tonight. Jiāng Chén shot Hu Weiwei a look as if she were a maggot, then raised his hand to signal. Security? Time to get this lunatic out of here. She's just ruining everyone's appetite. Chapter 104, Guess Who Wasn't Invited? Hearing this, the security guards who had been frozen in place for a moment snapped back to reality. Exchanging glances, they closed in around Hu Weiwei. Ma'am, it's time for you to leave. Please don't disturb the other guests while they're dining. The security guard stood in front of Hu Weiwei, blocking her from making eye contact with Jiāng Chén. He used his body as a barrier, attempting to force her to leave. Hu Weiwei, still feeling defiant, stubbornly tried to inch closer to Jiāng Chén. She refused to believe these security guards could actually kick her out. No, Hu Weiwei sneered inwardly. Not only could they not kick her out, but if any of them dared lay a finger on her, she'd find a way to stick around and ruin their careers. But clearly, Hu Weiwei had underestimated the security guards' pay grades and professionalism. The guards exchanged a faint smile. They weren't quite daring enough to physically carry her out after all. If she were to cry out about assault, it could get messy. But not using their hands didn't mean they couldn't use their tools. While Hu Weiwei continued her blustering rant, the guards produced riot forks and transparent shields from somewhere. A monthly salary of 3,000 yuan barely covered their own expenses. 5,000 a month meant shielding the owner, Xiao Dan, from the storm. But at the 10,000 yuan level, the guards' eyes hardened as they demanded Hu Weiwei leave once more. This time, their tone carried an unmistakable threat. Refusal was not an option. With such high pay, they wouldn't hesitate to stand their ground not just against a woman who might be mentally unstable, but even if real criminals showed up. Hu Weiwei hadn't anticipated these guards defying convention. As she was gradually pushed toward the exit, her expression darkened. You have no right to kick me out. You have no right to refuse service. I'm a customer, how dare you? Hu Weiwei's eyes darted as if recalling something, attempting to twist the argument. But at this moment, no matter what she said, no one would believe or support her. The more she spoke, the more she lost her composure, the more foolish she appeared, and the more people would attack and refute her. Give it a rest. Not only are they within their rights to remove a dangerous individual causing a scene in public, but let me remind you, Mr. Jiāng Chén has just reserved the entire place. Today, our restaurant will only serve guests invited by Mr. Jiāng. And guess who the only one among them is who wasn't invited? The front desk attendant who had earlier argued face to face with Hu Weiwei until she was red in the face and nearly driven to the brink glared coldly at Hu Weiwei. She sneered with satisfying vindication. Only you. Get lost, you bum. Jiāng Chén's attempt to put an end to this farce received the full support of everyone present, who could no longer tolerate Hu Weiwei's utterly brainless behavior. One by one, they chimed in to back him up. Someone gnashed their teeth in confusion. I thought this guy was trying to extort money from Mr. Jiāng. But what gives you the right? Just because you slandered his girlfriend? Just because you pestered him relentlessly until he lost his temper? Seriously? Does anyone actually think provoking Mr. Jiāng this badly could possibly benefit you? Absolutely ridiculous. Just get lost already. Mr. Jiāng has spoken. What good is your thick skin? Can you trade it at the bank for Mr. Jiāng's account password? What a shameless bastard. The crowd erupted again, pointing and whispering at Hu Weiwei. They'd certainly seen something today. The security guards, unwilling to linger any longer, began forcibly pushing Hu Weiwei away. Their reasoning was straightforward. Jiāng Chén had been so generous in reserving the entire venue. They'd overheard him buying sports cars like they were everyday goods. His wealth and arrogance were plain for all to see. Who knows? If they handled Hu Weiwei's situation well, they might even get a sweet deal later. A cacophony of shrieks, curses, and objects crashing to the floor erupted. Hu Weiwei had been driven to the entrance, where a dense crowd of onlookers had gathered outside. An unprecedented sense of humiliation and unwillingness flooded Hu Weiwei's heart. Clinging to the doorframe, she looked utterly disheveled yet fiercely defiant. I can't leave here. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes torn, and her heart raced with anxiety. If she missed this chance, it would only get harder later. She had to stay here at least. As long as she remained by Jiāng Chén's side, the misunderstanding would eventually be cleared up. And the money would flow in. Driven by her craving for wealth. Thud. Hu Weiwei dropped to her knees. Half kneeling on the ground, clutching the gate, she refused to leave, pitifully pleading with Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén, must you be so heartless? Isn't it enough that I know I was wrong? I'll change from now on, I swear. Please, give me another chance. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it. I'll obey you. Her appearance was quite pitiable, yet not a single person present was moved. Everyone felt either aversion or disgust. As the saying goes, Hu Weiwei had previously treated everyone like fools. Now, begging for sympathy, she couldn't expect anyone to believe her lies. But for now, they held back their insults. They knew who held the upper hand. Thus, all eyes turned to Jiāng Chén. They decided to simply echo whatever Jiāng Chén said later, refusing to act on their own initiative. Under their collective gaze, Jiāng Chén shook his head coldly, too disdainful even to mock her with a smile. Did Hu Weiwei really still think he was that penniless kid from before? That he'd just follow her lead the moment she softened? Ridiculous. The continuous enhancement of his wealth, physique, wisdom, and charm had already transformed Jiāng Chén from the inside out. He and Hu Weiwei no longer inhabited the same world. Women of this caliber? Forget pursuing them even if they threw themselves at him, all he'd need was a wave of his hand to have a crowd of them lining up for a chance with him. And what advantage did Hu Weiwei have in this category? More reckless? More foolish? Thicker-skinned? Jiāng Chén ignored Hu Weiwei, treating her as if she were invisible. Exchanging even a single word with her felt like lowering himself, so why bother? Jiāng Chén's coldness was like iron frozen in the harshest winter, bitterly icy, impossible to thaw, and capable of inflicting pain. Everyone saw it except Hu Weiwei. She was still screaming, still begging. But at this point, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape the humiliating fate of being swept out the door. Silence. The silence that had finally arrived. The restaurant doors slowly closed. Without Hu Weiwei's frantic, shrieking commotion, the entire space felt noticeably quieter. The irrelevant party has departed. Please continue. Those who forgot to order can do so now. I said it before today, I'm covering the entire bill. As long as I'm here, that offer stands. Jiāng Chén suddenly lost his urge to leave. After a series of strenuous physical tasks, he felt hungry again. He decided to have a late-night snack with Chen Jichu before departing. Those present now were reaping the benefits. Chapter 105, Expulsion, Hu Weiwei's pitiful state. Holy crap! Boss Jiang is so generous. I bowed down in admiration. Only Mr. Jiang could pull this off. What an amazing night, ha ha ha. Look at him, young, wealthy, handsome, and generous. Jiāng Chén's lavish spending once again ignited the enthusiasm of everyone present, and flattering compliments poured out incessantly. Jiāng Chén felt nothing special about these flattering remarks. Such as human nature, people tend to remain impartial when they see no personal gain, but once they taste a bit of sweetness, their boundaries shift and their affections sway. This moment was no exception. From Hu Weiwei's initial offensive, to these people learning of his wealth, to him covering everyone's expenses. Through these successive shifts and reversals in the prevailing sentiment, from being the target of everyone's attacks to now subtly becoming a model figure, Jiāng Chén had experienced it all firsthand. Nodding slightly in response to the compliments, Jiāng Chén happened to notice the security guards eyeing the others with envy. These few seemed unaware that Jiāng Chén's invitation extended to them as well. But Jiāng Chén wouldn't let those who'd contributed go unrewarded. He motioned them over, casually swiped a 10,000 yuan tip, and invited them to join the meal. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. The security guards were visibly thrilled. They'd merely escorted a crazy woman out, yet received such a generous tip. It was nearly a month's salary. Thus, their gratitude toward Jiāng Chén deepened. Their flattery toward Jiāng Chén was even more effusive than that of the other patrons. After all, the others were merely dining, while these security guards had actually gotten their hands on the money. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang. From now on, whenever you dine here, we'll keep our eyes and ears wide open to make sure that crazy woman stays far away. Exactly. Protecting your safety, Mr. Jiang, is our duty. Envious glances shot their way from all around, though more than anything, they were filled with admiration and warmth for Jiāng Chén. The restaurant, usually filled with soft jazz, now echoed with cheers and clamor. Yet not a single guest voiced complaint, and even the manager remained unmoved, merely watching it all unfold with a satisfied smile. He was quietly calculating how much extra profit tonight would bring. All of this was possible because of Jiāng Chén. He had taken over the entire venue, so those present could do as they pleased. That's the perk of being loaded. Chen Jichu, seated beside Jiāng Chén, gradually calmed from her earlier restlessness. She grew quiet and cautious. Truth be told, he knew Jiāng Chén was wealthy, but he never imagined he could be this rich. Yesterday, Jiāng Chén had swiped over 6 million in one go. Chen Jichu felt that even someone that wealthy would need to manage their cash flow and turn over funds to rebuild such liquidity, right? Precisely because of this, Chen Jichu's decision to curry favor with Jiāng Chén and build connections early on was essentially a long-term investment. He had long prepared himself for the possibility of little immediate return. But, it seemed she'd miscalculated. 6 million might be just a drop in the bucket of Jiāng Chén's wealth? Chen Jichu knew this was highly improbable, yet both Jiāng Chén's demeanor and her gut instincts insisted it was true. After all, if it weren't for that, how could someone casually spend over 100,000 on a single dinner? Chen Jichu's Mazda was borrowed from her roommate, and over 100,000 yuan was practically the price of that car. He's so rich, Jiāng Chén. Staring at Jiāng Chén's face, Chen Jichu felt a growing sense of hope. Perhaps he'd be buying property soon. Her mother's medical bills would soon be covered. Chen Jichu steadied her breathing, a smile gradually spreading across her face as she rose to pour Jiāng Chén another glass of wine. All her flattery and ingratiation wouldn't be in vain. Who knows? Maybe Jiāng Chén was serious about that reserved girlfriend thing? The joys and sorrows of people are not the same. While the restaurant buzzed with pleasant vibes, the situation outside was almost entirely different. The scenes inside the restaurant had reached the ears of the onlookers outside, so after Hu Weiwei was kicked out, the pointing fingers and whispers didn't cease. Amidst the barrage of mockery, Hu Weiwei fled in disarray. Her carefully applied makeup was now smudged and streaked, her hair disheveled, and her clothes torn and tattered. Worse still, when she had knelt earlier, she hadn't noticed a hard object beneath her, and her knee had struck it, leaving an open wound that bled freely. At that moment, her appearance was indistinguishable from that of a madwoman. Her disheveled appearance made hailing a taxi nearly impossible, forcing her to call for a ride-hailing service instead. Even the ride-hailing driver, upon seeing his passenger's ghastly appearance, flinched in fear. But with no other options, and to avoid complaints and platform penalties, he gritted his teeth and picked up Hu Weiwei. Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén. Hu Weiwei clutched her phone tightly, glaring through the rearview mirror at the brightly lit area rapidly fading from view. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Was Jiāng Chén doing all this just to spite her, forcing her to admit defeat? But hadn't she already conceded defeat just now? Had she misread the situation? Perhaps Jiāng Chén never intended this at all, she'd been hypnotizing herself. No. Hu Weiwei's dazed eyes regained their clarity. It must be that I haven't done enough. Jiāng Chén hasn't seen my sincerity yet. The thought of giving up vanished in an instant. She'd come this far, how could she abandon it so easily? Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén was her closest shot yet at financial freedom. Win him over and she'd live worry-free for the rest of her life. For this goal, any suffering was worth enduring. She wouldn't give up. She would fight again. Hu Weiwei regained her composure and began formulating her next move. Just then, the neglected pangs of hunger swept over her. Only now did Hu Weiwei realize she hadn't eaten a single bite all day amidst her frantic efforts. But a single meal? Hu Weiwei couldn't be bothered to think about her own sustenance. She had plenty of admirers. Different people treated her to meals every morning, noon, and night. Even if she ate something different every day, it could easily last her a fortnight. With a dismissive air, Hu Weiwei opened the green bubble app, intending to pick today's lucky ATM to solve her dinner dilemma. But the moment she looked, a pang of sadness struck her heart. Not a single sucker had messaged her in the past 2 days. It seemed she'd been so focused on Jiāng Chén that she hadn't nurtured her relationships with her ATMs for far too long. Whatever. Don't I know these men? Just give them a little attention, and they'll be back to fawning over me in no time. Hu Weiwei drafted a message, sent it to 3 people, and then began hinting that she needed someone to treat her to dinner. Hey, I've got a girlfriend now. Not gonna happen. Weiwei, you. Never mind, I'm busy today. Huh? Why aren't you focused on getting back together with Jiāng Chén today? Their replies varied, yet the underlying sentiment was strikingly similar. They didn't want to play along with Hu Weiwei anymore. Word of Hu Weiwei's antics had already spread around campus. Even these turtle-like guys had sensed something was off, so things couldn't possibly go on as usual. Whatever. I'll just find new ones. Hu Weiwei's eyes darkened. Gritting her teeth, she blocked the 3 of them before resuming her mass messaging. Just a bunch of lapdogs who can only hang on to me. If you 3 won't lick, plenty of others will. Chapter 106, Creepy Guys, Get Lost. Hu Weiwei's ATM's gone. Time ticked by second, as Hu Weiwei's finger never stopped tapping the block button. She, who was always the center of attention, was simply trying to find someone to treat her to dinner. How could she end up with nothing? Hu Weiwei's expression remained dark and sullen, making the driver, who kept glancing at her through the rearview mirror, increasingly nervous. The driver silently prayed. Please don't cause trouble. Ma'am, I'll even let you ride for free, but please don't cause trouble. I still have car payments to make. The driver recalled the countless news stories he'd seen recently about some fairy with delusions of persecution jumping out of a moving car, or someone slashing a driver's throat with a knife. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Such incidents had become far too common lately, and he wasn't the only driver feeling anxious. For their line of work, the biggest threat used to be drunk passengers, but now it had shifted to all kinds of fairy girls. The difference? Drunks were easy to spot, they were clearly out of it. But these fairies? They looked perfectly normal until the very moment they lashed out. These people were like landmines. Lost in her resentment, Hu Weiwei clearly hadn't noticed the driver's fear and anxiety. She was still busy inspecting her latest batch of ATMs. The results of her inspection, however, were hardly cause for smiles. Hu Weiwei even discovered that some of the suckers she'd hooked at school had blocked her before she could block them. This discovery infuriated Hu Weiwei. She couldn't fathom what was happening. Hu Weiwei also remained oblivious to the fact that the various embarrassing incidents and scandals she'd caused by hounding Jiāng Chén recently had already spread far and wide. Under these circumstances, some people were even being mocked and slandered simply for having been associated with Hu Weiwei.
They certainly wouldn't continue to fawn over Hu Weiwei anymore. Bunch of losers, backing down at the first sign of trouble? Fine.
Hu Weiwei naturally refused to admit that her actions had caused the ATM to disappear.
Faced with their distancing and rejection, she chose to convince herself.
She convinced herself they had realized she would never stoop to their level and had backed down.
Hu Weiwei didn't doubt her own judgment.
After all, she'd always thought this way. During those periods, whether it was Jiāng Chén or these other men, they were merely tools Hu Weiwei used to whet her appetite, feed her vanity, and solve her spending problems. Once she found the man who truly met her standards for a partner, she would discard them all. And now, Hu Weiwei felt the time had come to discard them. Because the man worthy of her lifelong commitment had finally appeared.
Even if reconciling with them now presented some difficulties. That man was Jiāng Chén. Once I secure Jiāng Chén, I'll be set for life. Why would I need this bunch of broke jerks pretending to be something they're not? Yes, that's the way to go. Instead of wasting time on these people, I should focus all my energy on Jiāng Chén.
Hu Weiwei tapped her forehead, flashing a grim yet resolute smile. Failure is the mother of success. As long as she persisted, she would surely triumph. Pushing aside the unpleasant events of the day, Hu Weiwei completely revitalized herself, beginning to strategize her next move against Jiāng Chén. Just then, the ride-hailing driver pulled over and cautiously reminded her, "Miss, remember to confirm payment on the app." Hu Weiwei gave a cold nod, pushed open the door, and got out without looking back. Her heart was filled with irritation. It was just over 60 yuan for the ride, but without any support, she genuinely couldn't afford it. The suffocating pressure of poverty made Hu Weiwei feel as if every bone in her body ached. She hated poverty with a passion, hated the helplessness of needing money yet having none to spare. She also despised Jiāng Chén, who splurged recklessly while she struggled, and Yan Shi and Chen Jichu, who profited from climbing Jiāng Chén's coattails. Because mine. Jiāng Chén's money should have been mine all along. Hu Weiwei gritted her teeth, avoiding the stares of those around her as she fled into the dormitory building. Her appearance was utterly disheveled now. Once inside the dorm, Hu Weiwei felt slightly calmer and gained a clearer understanding of the predicament she now faced. If she couldn't get cash from the ATM, forget about maintaining her high-end lifestyle. Even buying cosmetics and new clothes to keep up her glamorous appearance would be impossible. And clearly, if she went from being a fake socialite to a broke student, her chances of landing him would plummet. Therefore, to better pursue Jiāng Chén, she had to find a way to earn some money. But how? Hu Weiwei sighed, deeply troubled. Normally, when she was short on cash, someone would simply give her money. She'd never had to consider this problem before. Could she really sell herself? Hu Weiwei hesitated. It seemed like the most lucrative and quickest way she could think of, but what if Jiāng Chén found out? Wouldn't he be even less likely to accept her then? Hu Weiwei dismissed that option. "Welcome, can I still reach the other shore?" to the livestream. "Oh, thank you Slander for your gift. Love you meow." At that moment, a sweet, syrupy voice that made one's heart flutter drifted over from the other end of the dorm room. Hu Weiwei frowned. Part of the reason she disliked staying in the dorm was because of this roommate. Though her live streaming was quiet and never disrupted others. But Hu Weiwei simply disliked her. She hated the way she fawned over men every single day, acting all sweet and coy. What a joke. Those ordinary men should be worshipping women instead. But today, Hu Weiwei's furrowed brow gradually smoothed out. Her expression wavered. Being an internet celebrity seems pretty lucrative. Maybe I should give it a shot? If it meant making money, selling a little dignity, well, maybe that wasn't so bad after all. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Bright sunlight streamed through the curtains into the hotel room, illuminating Chen Jichu's golden lashes and her slightly tousled hair. Jiāng Chén slowly opened his eyes. After adjusting to the light, he reluctantly pulled the delicate figure beside him closer into his embrace. Chen Jichu hadn't woken yet, her brow lightly furrowed. Certain aspects of Chen Jichu's behavior the previous day had left Jiāng Chén feeling restless and unsatisfied. Coincidentally, Chen Jichu herself seemed reluctant yet receptive, as if she too was left wanting more. Thus, this second round had begun. The night's battle had been grueling. Jiāng Chén's physical stamina could have sustained another dozen rounds, but Chen Jichu was a different story. Poor thing, who knew when she'd finally wake up? Such was the price of a novice attempting a hell tier challenge. 7:30. Time to head to class. Otherwise, I'll have some explaining to do. Jiāng Chén glanced at the alarm ringing on his old Vivo phone, yawned, and quickly silenced it to avoid disturbing Chen Jichu's slumber. He quickly tidied up, paid for an extra day's lodging, and prepared to leave. Chapter 107, Senior Yan's Hearty Breakfast. He hadn't returned last night and had even asked his roommate to handle his checkout procedures. If he skipped class again this morning, it would be truly hard to explain. Therefore, Jiāng Chén intended to return to school as quickly as possible. As for when Chen Jichu might wake up, that depended entirely on her own constitution. Someone is resting in the room. Please try not to disturb them. Before leaving, Jiāng Chén specifically instructed the hotel staff not to disturb Chen Jichu for cleaning or any other reason. The extra day's room fee he paid was for this very purpose. As long as Chen Jichu could sleep, no one would disturb her until she woke up tomorrow.
Understood, Mr. Jiang.
Rest assured. The staff member nodded repeatedly, treating Jiāng Chén with great enthusiasm.
Though Jiāng Chén seemed unaware, this staff member was actually one of those who had benefited from Jiāng Chén's private booking the night before.
With gratitude in his heart, he naturally took Jiāng Chén's request to heart. He descended the stairs, started his vehicle, and accelerated toward the university. Housing really is a necessity after all. Once you buy a place, you can apply to move out of the dorms and live off campus. It makes handling things so much easier, and I won't be bothered by all sorts of rules anymore. The more Jiāng Chén thought about it, the more he felt purchasing a property was urgent. Ideally, he'd resolve it this afternoon, or at the very latest, by the day after tomorrow.
As for right now, that was out of the question.
Jiāng Chén shook his head and chuckled. He still had to rush to clock in. There was no chance of buying property this morning. Parking his car off campus, he timed it perfectly. Blending into the crowd of students rushing back for the 8 a.m. class, he made his way toward the academic building. College students had vibrant night lives, and the early morning hours were their time of groggy drowsiness. Yawns filled the air, and dark circles under eyes were everywhere. Even when they spotted the campus celebrity Jiāng Chén arriving, they lacked the energy to react. As for Jiāng Chén, he was perfectly content. The moment he entered the classroom, Jiāng Chén sensed a shy gaze fixed upon him. He raised his eyebrows in acknowledgement, then walked over with a smile. The one watching him was Yen Shi. She had arrived early and had been waiting for him for quite some time.
Good morning, senior.
Jiāng Chén felt no awkwardness whatsoever about having just crawled out from beside another beautiful woman. He sat down beside Yen Shi with perfect ease, drawing a chorus of boos from his roommates. Old John's forgotten his brothers for a pretty face won't even sit with us now. Li Bin, who had been catching up on sleep with his head on the desk, opened his eyes groggily. Turning his head, he saw Jiāng Chén and Senior Yen beside him, who now seemed to radiate an air of delicate femininity. He instantly exclaimed, "Damn it! I just woke up and you're already feeding me dog food. How am I supposed to wake up properly like this? If you're tired, sleep, brothers. Wake me when class ends." The group of good brothers loudly voiced their opinions about Jiāng Chén's blatant disregard for brotherly bonds. But the one most affected was actually Yen Shi. Setting aside whether she'd misheard him call her sister-in-law, the rest of Jiāng Chén's remarks were enough to make Yen Shi blush. It was a strange, yet undeniably pleasant feeling of being acknowledged. "Enough already, there's plenty of room here. Come sit on my side." Jiāng Chén gave a helpless chuckle, gesturing toward the empty seat beside him with a nod. "Got it, bro." In an instant, Sun Yelong and the others scurried over, snatching up the seats on Jiāng Chén's other side. Even Li Bin, who had been sound asleep, was practically dragged and lifted into the group. Sun Yelong chuckled, "Good thing the social butterfly dropped this elective, otherwise, we wouldn't have had enough room here today." The roommates' banter and small talk continued for a little while. Yen Shi listened with a smile spreading across her face. Jiāng Chén's good friends were indeed quite entertaining. Just then, Yen Shi slowly withdrew her hand from beneath the desk. She had prepared breakfast for Jiāng Chén. If she didn't hand it to him soon, the food would grow cold. At the classroom door, Hu Weiwei entered carrying a box of food. Her eyes lit up when she spotted Jiāng Chén, and she quickened her pace. She noticed Yen Shi beside Jiāng Chén and felt a twinge of discomfort, but so what? Hu Weiwei felt a flicker of satisfaction. The empty space before Jiāng Chén meant no other girl had brought him breakfast today. Thus, her solitary gesture of care would be all the more precious. "Jiāng Chén, have you had breakfast? I bought you." Hu Weiwei lifted the thin white plastic bag containing a simply packaged boxed meal. Smiling at Jiāng Chén, she hurried forward. Just then, Yen Shi's hand, hidden beneath the table, finally emerged. Holding a 4-tiered insulated lunchbox, he pushed it toward Jiāng Chén. "I bought this breakfast especially for you. Want to try it?" Yen Shi had learned to ignore Hu Weiwei's presence entirely. Her eyes were fixed solely on Jiāng Chén, leaving no room for anyone else. Seeing Jiāng Chén nod with a smile, Yen Shi reached out to open the lunchbox, arranging its contents on the table. This drew murmurs of envy from her roommates. A set of Hong Kong-style dim sum, varied in style and looking delicious. And when the steamy aroma wafted over. "Wow! It smells delicious too." Sun Yalong's mouth watered. "Sis, you really spoil old Jiang." Jiāng Chén was slightly taken aback. "This is so lavish, you've really gone out of your way, senior." Yen Shi shot Jiāng Chén a look. "What's extravagant about this?" After retorting, she even unwrapped his chopsticks, preparing to feed Jiāng Chén. This scene left nearly half the classroom feeling a bit restless. Campus beauty Yen Shi had clearly become Jiāng Chén's devoted companion. Watching this scene, Hu Weiwei's smile froze. Her raised hand hovered uncertainly, neither offering nor withdrawing. She forced an awkward smile, frozen in place. Her gaze shifted from Yen Shi's Hong Kong-style dim sum to the plain white plastic bag in her own hands, and all her plans vanished in that moment. The gap was too vast.
How could her roadside stall boxed lunch possibly compare to these exquisite dim sum costing several hundred yuan? That cheap woman sure knows how to spend money. Hu Weiwei inwardly disparaged her. But deep down, she was green with envy. After all, without her sugar daddy ATM, she was now a complete pauper. She couldn't even afford such delicacies for herself, let alone give them as gifts. Just then, her roommates finally noticed Hu Weiwei. Seeing the plastic bag in her hand, they raised their eyebrows in mockery and teased her. Wow, old Jiāng, you've got an extra breakfast? Want it? If not, give it to me. But looking closer, this breakfast seems kinda half-assed. Sun Yalong's exaggerated expression was downright smug as his gaze darted back and forth between the two breakfasts, practically begging Hu Weiwei to catch him. Hu Weiwei gave a wry smile and finally gritted her teeth to step forward. Jiāng Chén. She refused to give up, determined to try one more time. Chapter 108, Massive Home Purchase Funds, the Tycoon's Real Estate Move. She believed that as long as genuine feelings existed, simple fare could surpass the most exquisite delicacies. But Hu Weiwei had clearly forgotten one crucial thing: the genuine affection wasn't between her and Jiāng Chén, it was between Jiāng Chén and Yan Shi. In other words, no matter what breakfast Yan Shi brought Jiāng Chén, whether cheap or crude, he would gladly accept it. But she was different. Even if Hu Weiwei served him a full Manchu Han imperial feast, Jiāng Chén wouldn't give her a second glance. Thanks, senior. This is delicious. Ignoring Hu Weiwei, Jiāng Chén savored the small dessert Yan Shi had picked out for him, his eyes lighting up as he gave her a thumbs up. Glad you like it. He. Yan Shi felt happy. Watching all this unfold, Hu Weiwei felt miserable. Jiāng Chén's indifference left her deeply frustrated, and the pitying and disgusted glances from other classmates made her feel utterly shaken. Well, if you're not going to eat it, give it to someone else. Don't let it go to waste. Hu Weiwei gave a wretched smile and pushed the breakfast she'd prepared toward Sun Yalong and the others. Then, looking pitiful, she turned and walked away, retreating to a corner seat in the classroom. Yet the anguish in her heart wasn't as evident as her actions suggested. Settling for second best isn't so bad. From the back of the classroom, she watched Jiāng Chén and his roommates. A new plan formed in her mind. If she couldn't make a move on Jiāng Chén for now, and had no hope of defeating Yan Shi, then she'd approach it from a different angle. Jiāng Chén and his roommates seemed to get along quite well. Perhaps by taking a different path and focusing on them, she could achieve twice the result with half the effort? If she could win the support of his brothers, wouldn't it be much easier to win Jiāng Chén back? But how could she win their support? Hu Weiwei pondered, gradually forming a plan. His roommates all seemed like lonely, unloved singles. If someone showed genuine kindness to them, their affection would surely soar. All she'd need to do was spend a little money treating them to meals and drinks, right? These male college students were surprisingly easy to please, and it wouldn't cost her much. Hu Weiwei suddenly felt confident. But to execute this plan, she had one more thing to resolve. That was the money issue. Treating Jiāng Chén's roommates to meals and drinks would have been a small expense for her in the past, but circumstances had changed. She was broke now. In this state, even small expenses felt like major expenditures. She had to find a way to make money fast. At the very least, I can't let Yan Shi outdo me when it comes to breakfast. Starting a live stream to raise funds is now urgent. Hu Weiwei took a deep breath. If all else failed, she'd have to consult her roommate. Hu Weiwei wisely backed away, so Jiāng Chén and the others saw no need to keep focusing on her. The conversation shifted back from breakfast comparisons to Jiāng Chén himself. Song Yan flipped her hair back with a headband, her eyes darting as she frantically typed on her phone. In the dorm group chat, she teased, "Old Jiāng didn't come back last night again, right? Where'd you go?" With my senior right beside me, saying these things directly would definitely be inappropriate, but it's different in a group chat. Song Yan, could it be? Li Bin, you mean? Sun Yalong sent a lecherous dog head emoji and said, "What else could it be?" Old Jiāng finally got the school beauty yen. But after sending it, Sun Yalong belatedly added a follow-up. But that doesn't add up either. If they were together last night, shouldn't they have come back together? Or did Jiāng Chén rent a place outside and won't be living in the dorm anymore? His phone buzzed incessantly. After finishing the delicious breakfast Yan Shi had brought him, Jiāng Chén leaned back comfortably against the table behind him and opened his phone to peek at the screen. He wanted to see what his roommates were whispering about that they couldn't discuss face to face, forcing them to talk in the group chat instead. But upon seeing the chat, Jiāng Chén tilted his phone. Alright, this definitely couldn't be said to his face. These guys had some nerve, daring to gossip about him and Yan Shi like this, and in such filthy terms. Take down? Take down what? Jiāng Chén felt compelled to defend himself. It was the senior who made the first move, okay? And they hadn't even gone all the way yet. Jiāng Chén stared at his phone, his lips twitching as he pondered what to send to put an end to these guys' shameless chatter. Meanwhile, Yan Shi beside him was flushed bright red. Sitting right beside him, even if Jiāng Chén tried to hide it, Yan Shi could clearly see the words displayed on his phone screen. She inwardly spat in disgust, thinking to herself how Jiāng Chén's friends seemed perfectly normal on the surface, yet behind closed doors, they were so utterly despicable. But Yan Shi didn't blame them. After all, in a way, what they said was reality. The established reality. Sooner or later, she would have Jiāng Chén, or he would have her. Her mind wandered, and she recalled that scene in the driver's seat. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, making her throat tighten. She lowered her head in shame, burying it on the table. Viewed from behind, Yanxi's neck showed a stark contrast in color above it. She was already flushed red. Meanwhile, the dorm chat group continued its idle chatter. Sun Yalong at Jiāng Chén, did you rent a place outside? Are you ditching us? Sun Yalong, that kind of thing. No way. As long as you stay in the dorm, we'll do anything, okay? Li Bin, that doesn't make sense. With old Zhang's current finances, why rent? Wouldn't buying a place be way better? Jiāng Chén read Li Bin's comment and found it spot on, so he replied. Jiāng Chén, yeah, buying a place is definitely better. Given his current status, renting an apartment would be beneath him. The instant Jiāng Chén pressed send. Ding. The system's crisp, pleasant notification sound suddenly rang out, drawing a long overdue smile to the corners of Jiāng Chén's mouth. The long-awaited player turn had finally arrived once more. Jiāng Chén eagerly cast his gaze upon the interface, where several pieces of information were clearly displayed. Ding. Critical information detected, triggering a new player turn. As a top-tier spender, how could you not have your own exclusive residence? Triggering player turn, the spender's residence. 500 million in property funds have been disbursed. Please purchase your exclusive property promptly. Turn duration, 1 month. Turn rewards, charm plus 10, constitution plus 10. All monetary expenditures beyond the property fund will be refunded, with daily interest settled immediately. How much? Jiāng Chén's breath caught, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Was he seeing things? How much? Jiāng Chén swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the balance panel that had begun displaying wildly fluctuating numbers since just moments ago. An astonishing figure now sat displayed. Balance, 506,837,885.5 note, 500 million property purchase funds, usable only for real estate transactions. His balance had suddenly increased by 500 million, a solid 500 million. Even if this money could only be used for buying property, it was enough to send Jiāng Chén into a frenzy of excitement. The instant jump to a 9-digit balance sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. This tangible 500 million yuan moved him far more deeply than the 50 billion yuan Longting Tower ever could. The tangible weight of that balance increase was something no mere phrase like ownership rights could ever match. Chapter 109, Auto City, Envy from Colleagues. Jiāng Chén suppressed his inner joy and began strategizing how to leverage this fortune. A full 500 million yuan. A smile spread across Jiāng Chén's lips as he felt exceptionally pleased. With such a massive sum, he could play around with it however he wanted. The instructor is here. A soft voice suddenly alerted him, snapping Jiāng Chén back to attention. He looked up to see the instructor walking toward the podium. The instructor seemed uninterested in engaging with the students, merely asking a randomly selected student to take attendance before proceeding to lecture from the PowerPoint presentation. The morning class gradually concluded in this lackadaisical atmosphere. Unlike the other slackers around her, Yanxi had no intention of coasting through. Once she estimated she'd scraped together enough credits, she pulled out her prepared materials and began gearing up for the IELTS exam. At noon, Jiāng Chén bid farewell to Yanxi and his roommates, strolling through the campus. With the funds secured, though the timeline was quite generous, Jiāng Chén's nature won't tolerate procrastination. He was ready to start scouting properties immediately. But Jiāng Chén's knowledge of real estate was clearly lacking. To save time and work more efficiently, it would be best to find someone knowledgeable to guide him. The only person who came to mind was Chen Jichu. Sales industries were all similar, perhaps she knew something about this, or even knew someone in the field? Wonder if that guy's awake yet after a whole morning gone by. Jiāng Chén felt no remorse whatsoever for his reckless actions the night before and dialed the number without hesitation. Beep. Not long before that, at Shengyuan Auto Mall. Chen Jichu returned looking somewhat listless. Though he was late, it wasn't worth worrying about just a deduction from his base salary, which amounted to less than a fraction of what he'd earned the day before yesterday. Well, it wasn't worth worrying about. No, it was worth worrying about. Chen Jichu puffed out her cheeks in silent protest. Unlike Jiāng Chén, she wasn't rolling in money. A few $100 was still a significant sum to her. Jiāng Chén, why didn't you wake me up? Chen Jichu sighed heavily, her expression bitter. When she woke up that morning, it was already nearly 11 o'clock and Jiāng Chén was nowhere to be found. Only after questioning the hotel staff did she learn what had transpired. She wanted to be angry, but the anger just wouldn't come. After all, Jiāng Chén had extended her room stay so she could rest properly and even had someone prepare a hot breakfast for her. Maybe, just maybe, Jiāng Chén was actually a very considerate person. But there was no time for sentimentality, work came first. After finishing breakfast, Chen Jichu hurriedly drove home to change clothes before rushing back to the auto mall. The moment she arrived at the auto mall, however, Chen Jichu suddenly sensed something was off. While her strong performance had always kept her somewhat distant from her colleagues, they rarely gathered unless it was for superficial small talk. But today's feeling was unlike anything she'd ever experienced before. Glares of mockery, envy, ridicule, and disparagement were directed her way.
Vague, teasing remarks reached her ears, as if she had committed some heinous crime that had outraged both heaven and earth. The usual workplace cold shoulder had little effect on Chen Jichu. Having battled in the corporate world for years under immense pressure, she had long mastered endurance and pretense. But today was different. Their conversations mentioned Jiāng Chén, and their words were undermining her dignity. A male salesman standing beside Ling fixed Chen Jichu with a greedy stare, his eyes devouring her. He sneered, thought she was all business, but turns out she's just as flirtatious after hours. Exactly. She puts on this innocent act in public, but who knew she was this kind of person behind closed doors? She really thinks she's above it all. Another voice chimed in from the other side. Chen Jichu, being quite attractive, was practically the first fantasy object for every single male salesperson at Shangyuan. During her initial days on the job, invitations and dinner requests poured in relentlessly. But she turned them all down without exception. This gave her male colleagues the impression that she was solely focused on her career and had no interest in romance. Gradually, they all gave up. But what happened? What did they hear? The woman who had always gently rebuffed him was now throwing herself into another man's arms and might even. This news instantly ignited their fury. What did they lack compared to that Jiāng Chén? Was it because they weren't as rich, as handsome, or as young as Jiāng Chén? True, but so what? In short, their resentment reached a boiling point. The moment Chen Jichu arrived for work, they eagerly unleashed their verbal attacks, venting their frustration. And for some reason, the female sales staff's verbal attacks were even more blunt and explicit than the men's. For the male salespeople, Chen Jichu still carried the aura of a dream lover. Even though that illusion had shattered, some lingering positive impression remained. But for the female sales staff, the situation was entirely different. From the very beginning, Chen Jichu had been their enemy. Her looks, her figure, her sales performance, her character, there were simply too many reasons for them to resent her. Thus, they behaved like crabs tossed into a boiling pot, preferring to sacrifice their own kind rather than face their own demise. This was the merciless, ruthless war between women, as it had always been since time immemorial. Ling fixed her gaze on Chen Jichu's slightly trembling legs, well aware of what had transpired when Chen arrived late and even what had happened the day before. Frowning, she clicked her tongue. Oh my, isn't this our beauty sales champion? Where could she have been? Seems like that Mr. Jiang doesn't have much of a soft spot for the fairer sex. Ling raised an eyebrow. Remember back when we used to entertain clients with drinks and meals? That's certain someone never once joined us. I actually thought she was that pure. Who would have guessed? Turns out her gratitude is way more intense than any of us office drones. Xiao Mo, who had nearly processed her resignation, stood to Ling's right, her expression cold toward Chen Jichu, the very person she'd once sought advice from countless times. She chimed in. Looks like last night was rough, huh? So that's how you rake in those sales figures, no wonder you're the top performer. I've learned something today. Xiao Mo's looks were average cute, perhaps, but nowhere near sexy or alluring. Her looks might work for fishing for poor guys with high-end makeup, but in the cutthroat world of sales, she had zero advantages. She was the type who might try to hook up with a client, but the client probably wouldn't even be interested. That's why she harbored such intense resentment toward Chen Jichu. And it was clear she wasn't the only colleague harboring long-standing resentment toward Chen Jichu. Now that they had something to hold over her, they all ganged up on her. Exactly. Looks like she got played for a fool. But raking in that much cash at once? Our sales champ Chen must be over the moon. Seriously. Shameful. Chapter 110, no need to hold back, because you're mine. Who knows what she was thinking? Mr. Jiang is young, rich, and plays hard. His girlfriends alone could fill an MPV. You're just a salesperson. No chance of moving up. It's not hard, it's completely impossible. He's a rich kid. How could he possibly look at a salesperson? At best, it's just a fling. Their words were harsh, but the envy in their eyes made their true feelings obvious. If given the chance to trade places with the one being toyed with, 9 out of 10 here would raise their hands. It was just a thank you to the client. If they could get that much money in one go, they'd gladly do it too. Of course, they never got that chance. So they could only hurl venom at Chen Jichu, the sole recipient of this privilege. Sigh. Chen Jichu listened to the barrage of slander, her heart aching with an indescribable bitterness. She could only pretend not to notice and distance herself from the others. We're all women. How could you speak so harshly? Chen Jichu desperately wanted to confront them all, but the words stuck in her throat, leaving only a long, drawn-out sigh. Could they really believe she wanted this? Chen Jichu defended herself silently in her mind. She truly didn't want it this way, but to earn enough money quickly, she had no choice but to throw caution to the wind. If money weren't tight, who'd choose sales? If life weren't unbearably hard, who'd willingly work alongside a pack of jealous demons? A resolute glint flashed in Chen Jichu's eyes as she swept a cold gaze across Ling and the others. Only when they shifted their uncomfortable gazes away did she finally relent.
Chen Jichu had already made up her mind. Neither the sales industry nor Shangyuan Auto Mall were places she intended to stay long.
Once she earned enough money, she would absolutely leave this place.
And that day wouldn't be too far off.
Chen Jichu calculated silently, if she could land just one more big deal like Jiāng Chén's car purchase, she wouldn't have to waste her life here, enduring the humiliation to her dignity. This facade was not her true nature. Chen Jichu could never accept who she had become. If she could escape this place, this life, she would surely find work more suited to her, wouldn't she? Just then, Chen Jichu's phone rang abruptly. She answered hurriedly and saw Jiāng Chén's name on the caller ID. A flicker of surprise and delight crossed her eyes. She began to anticipate the conversation that followed. Was he concerned about her? I don't want anyone's concern. This is Jiāng Chén. How's your rest going? Feeling any better? Better. Much better, Chen Jichu replied softly.
Good, glad you're feeling better. I need your help with something. Listen up.
The voice on the other end continued.
Chen Jichu's heart swelled with even greater joy. Jiāng Chén needed her help? What kind of help? Was it about buying a car again?
Maybe her own troubles could be solved today. With that thought, she suppressed her excitement and adopted a highly professional tone to respond.
All right, go ahead. I'm listening.
But as she listened, Chen Jichu's gaze gradually grew vacant, her reaction slowing by half a beat. It wasn't until Jiāng Chén prompted her with a follow-up question that she snapped back to reality.
I understand, Mr. Jiang. I happen to be able to help with this. Actually, I also work part-time at a real estate company. You have come to the right person.
Chen Jichu replied hurriedly, her voice tinged with nervousness. She felt an urge to pinch her thigh to make sure she wasn't hearing things. What had she just heard?
Mr. Jiang was buying a house. And he might be buying quite a few. What did that even mean? Chen Jichu was stunned. Was Jiāng Chén planning to go on a buying spree with real estate just like he did with cars? Buy 6 units at once? Good heavens! Property prices in Jiangzhou weren't exactly cheap. Even an ordinary house cost at least 2 million yuan. Could Jiāng Chén really shell out over 10 million for real estate? As these thoughts swirled, Chen Jichu couldn't help but chuckle softly. That was impossible, she was overthinking it.
Yet she still felt elated. Even if Jiāng Chén bought just one property, the commission she'd earn would easily cover her mother's medical bills. Jiāng Chén was going to rescue her from her misery.
But did she even deserve it? Complex emotions swirled once more within Chen Jichu's heart. Sweet, yet bitter. That works out perfectly. Where are you? I'll drive over to pick you up.
Jiāng Chén found the situation rather amusing.
So Chen Jichu moonlighted as a real estate agent? Was she that driven? But Jiāng Chén didn't dwell on it.
Eager to spend his money, he didn't ask further questions and immediately prepared to have Chen Jichu take him to view properties. I'm already at Shangyuan Auto Mall, but maybe. Chen Jichu's expression grew complicated as she considered suggesting a more suitable location.
But Jiāng Chén cut her off. His tone was firm, worried about what others might say. You're already mine. Why care about their opinions? Did you think my words that day were a joke? I said it. If you're willing, you can be my girlfriend.
I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of someone and then runs away without responsibility. Jiāng Chén detected the hesitation and stubbornness in Chen Jichu's voice, and a vague suspicion began to form.
Chen Jichu's situation might be even more complicated than he'd imagined.
And someone like her certainly didn't seem the type to just give herself away. So, what was she really after? He'd find out soon enough. After giving Chen Jichu a verbal promise, Jiāng Chén hung up the phone.
The phone rang with a busy signal.
Jiāng Chén's decisive action only deepened the complexity in Chen Jichu's heart.
She had only intended to make money at first. How had their relationship become so complicated? Could she truly possess this long-cherished situation? A flicker of sorrow danced in Chen Jichu's eyes. Did she like Jiāng Chén? She certainly did. She might never forget this man for the rest of her life. Handsome, wealthy, strong. But Jiāng Chén was in a league of his own. Women would never be scarce around him. No matter what, he was a playboy. Even if she stayed by his side, how long could it last? Once he grew tired of her, she'd be discarded, wouldn't she? Her pessimistic musings gradually faded as Chen Jichu's thoughts returned to reality. She turned her attention to the matter at hand. If those people saw me again, I wonder what they'd say about me. Chen Jichu felt both anticipation and dread, momentarily at a loss. She was already at the center of a storm in the auto city, and Jiāng Chén's arrival would only add fuel to the fire. What would these people think of her? They'd surely heap even harsher criticism upon her. Just then, more mocking voices reached Chen Jichu's ears. Her expression instantly turned cold. Oh, looking all happy after answering that call? More business coming your way? Ling emphasized the word business heavily, clearly implying something else. The moment those words reached her ears, Chen Jichu's mood shifted abruptly. Her worries vanished instantly. Instead, she now hoped Jiāng Chén would hurry over and take her away right in front of everyone. To slap these people in the face. Make them swallow every vile word they just spat out, and let them know I'm not like them. I was forced into this. You chose to wallow in your own degradation. I admit my impurity, but you'd do well to recognize. Hypocrites are the most detestable of all. Chen Zhichu sneered coldly, refusing to engage with Qi Lingling. She strode toward the gate leading to the parking lot. Soon someone would come to pick her up, to take her away from this revolting place. What's going on? A guest arriving? Let's follow and see. Qi Lingling and her colleagues exchanged glances before following after. If it was a client, they'd seize any chance to snatch them away. After all, as long as the contract hadn't been signed yet, it was every agent for themselves. Chen Zhichu seemed off today. If a big spender showed up, this might just be my lucky day. Qi Lingling trailed behind Chen Zhichu. Her scheming expression soured when she spotted a familiar car. Is that Jiāng Chén? Chapter 111. Arrogant at first, obsequious later. How laughable. After parking, Jiāng Chén ignored the fawning sales staff surrounding him and headed straight toward Chen Zhichu. Qi Lingling's stride faltered abruptly, her eyes filled with hesitation. Could it be that Jiāng Chén had come to find Chen Zhichu? Earlier, Chen Zhichu had been chatting on the phone with someone, looking delighted. Could it have been Jiāng Chén? Could it be that this wealthy patron was about to favor Chen Zhichu again? The anxiety of seeing money slip away spurred Qi Lingling to act quickly. Just then, a thought struck her, revealing another possibility. In the direction Chen Zhichu was standing, she wasn't the only one present. Including herself, there were 5 or 6 people in that very spot. Perhaps Jiāng Chén wasn't here for Chen Zhichu at all, but for her. Qi Lingling's heart raced with excitement. She quickened her pace, practically jogging past Chen Zhichu to greet Jiāng Chén. Yes, she was almost certain Jiāng Chén had come specifically for her. And why was she so confident? All that time I spent buttering up Jiāng Chén's girlfriend wasn't for nothing. Qi Lingling's eyes brimmed with confidence and self-satisfaction. She turned her head slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Zhichu with her peripheral vision. Jiāng Chén's girlfriend is quite the catch. It hasn't even been long, and she's already introduced her boyfriend to me to boost my sales. And with Jiāng Chén's financial clout, who knows? Maybe today she could rake in a huge commission. Replacing Chen Zhichu as the new sales champion. The thought filled Qi Lingling with such delight that all her earlier frustrations melted away in an instant. Of course, she couldn't let triumph go to her head just yet. When dealing with Jiāng Chén, she had to present the best service attitude possible. Smoothing over her inner excitement, Qi Lingling flashed a flattering smile and bowed deeply before Jiāng Chén. Mr. Jiang, welcome back. But Qi Lingling hadn't anticipated that Jiāng Chén wouldn't pause for even a second at her greeting. The instant she bent her waist, he had already swept past her and continued walking forward. Left bowing to thin air, she looked like a complete fool. Her face instantly flushed crimson with embarrassment, but the real agony was yet to come. While Qi Lingling was still confused, pondering whether Jiāng Chén's girlfriend hadn't told him what she looked like, leading to his failure to recognize her lost in a series of foolish thoughts, Jiāng Chén had already walked up to Chen Zhichu. Amidst the puzzled and envious stares of everyone present, he gently pulled Chen Zhichu into his embrace. Ah! Caught off guard by Jiāng Chén's abrupt gesture, Chen Zhichu was flustered and flushed, momentarily unsure where to place her hands. Witnessing this scene, Qi Lingling and the other female sales staff looked utterly devastated. The male salesman who had been eyeing Chen Zhichu felt deeply unsettled. But then, they looked at Jiāng Chén's looks, his aura, and his luxury car. They knew they couldn't compete. They might as well just watch. Besides, business came first. What did it matter what relationship he had with Chen Zhichu? They'd just go up and see. If Chen Zhichu got the meat, maybe they could get a taste of the broth too? After a moment of disappointment, some of the salespeople, both male and female, quickly regained their smiles and gathered around. They practically laid out every ounce of charm they possessed for Jiāng Chén. Their fawning flattery reached a level beyond description. Mr. Jiang, is there anything else you require? Shangyuan Auto Mall is at your service. We currently offer complimentary car maintenance services, specifically tailored for distinguished guests like yourself. Some even began to flirtatiously adjust their hair, subtly hinting at something, seemingly trying to emulate Chen Zhichu by using their bodies as capital to curry favor with Jiāng Chén. Mr. Jiang, I know a fantastic private hot spring. Mr. Jiang, would you do us the honor of joining us for a meal? Just as they had swarmed around Huawei earlier, the entire group now gathered around Jiāng Chén like butterflies and bees drawn to honey, their enthusiasm palpable. They were desperate to employ every trick in the book just to catch a single glance from Jiāng Chén. The other guests suddenly left out in the cold were utterly baffled. Why were they being ignored? Their expressions darkened, and many turned and walked away. Zhangzhou isn't just your Shangyuan Auto City. Yet, the salespeople's fervor so intense it bordered on abandoning professional ethics, as if they'd given up on their jobs, had no effect whatsoever on Jiāng Chén. He either dismissed their antics with a laugh or ignored them entirely. He'd already heard from Chen Zhichu about the treatment Huawei received when she pretended to be his girlfriend that day. How was it any different from what he was experiencing now? It was all fake affection put on for sales targets.
If Chen Jichu hadn't been met with cold stares, Jiāng Chén might have at least gone through the motions with these people.
But who asked you to mess with our Jichu?
Jiāng Chén let out a cold, silent laugh, completely ignoring everyone around him. His eyes held only Chen Jichu.
We're right on schedule, so it's time to move on to the next stop. Jiāng Chén tilted his head, motioning for Chen Jichu to follow him. Chen Jichu's breath quickened. She nodded and followed Jiāng Chén with evident delight.
Meanwhile, the sales team led by Ling watched as Jiāng Chén paid them no mind whatsoever. Their hearts nearly bled. Who in their right mind would let a cash cow appear before them only to let it slip away? Naturally, they had to try harder, even if it meant losing all dignity.
Jiāng Chén was like a seamless egg, they couldn't crack him open.
So they'd have to focus their efforts on Chen Jichu instead. Perhaps she'd be more receptive after all, they were colleagues.
Surely some goodwill remained? Jichu, could you hook me up with some business leads in the future?
Sis, if you're busy later, let me handle the handover for Mr. John's vehicles. I'll make sure it's taken care of smoothly.
Sis Chen, I've got connections to set up private power stations. If Mr. Jiang needs one, I can get him a 40% discount.
The flattery that had been showered on Jiāng Chén instantly shifted to Chen Jichu. Though their words still revolved around Jiāng Chén, being treated this way by her former colleagues, those ingrate colleagues, brought Chen Jichu an inexplicable sense of satisfaction.
Just as she'd anticipated, the moment Jiāng Chén appeared, these people's true colors flashed.
Every vile word they'd spat earlier now felt like a slap across their own faces, then forced back into their mouths. With Jiāng Chén as her backing, Chen Jichu no longer needed to maintain her usual polite smile. Her expression now mirrored Jiāng Chén's, a mix of indifference and contempt.
These people blocking the path were truly irritating.
Chen Jichu's eyes suddenly turned cold as she looked at Ling.
She then remarked coolly, "You guessed right. I am here on business. Could you please not block our way?"
Chen Jichu's tone remained soft, but to Ling and the others, it tasted distinctly off. This remark felt like tearing off Ling's face in front of everyone and then rubbing salt into the wound. After all, she had just used the word business to insult Chen Jichu.
But now, Ling couldn't even muster a reaction.
She could only force an awkward smile and play dumb. Chapter 112, The Perks of Having a Backer, Chen Jichu convinced.
Jiāng Chén was standing right there.
While she didn't think Chen Jichu held much significance to him, what if?
What if Chen Jichu truly possessed extraordinary abilities and shared an unusual connection with Jiāng Chén? If she said the wrong thing now, wouldn't that completely sever any possibility of working with Jiāng Chén? Worse, it might even drive him away from Shang Yuan. Ultimately, it could cost her her job. Weighing the stakes, Ling dared not show even a trace of her anger.
She merely watched Jiāng Chén and Chen Jichu, offering apologetic smiles. "We're sorry, it's our fault." They then led the others to clear a path for Jiāng Chén and Chen Jichu. By now, they had realized their mistake. They had gotten overly emotional earlier, which was a major faux pas. Excessive enthusiasm, much like cold indifference, would only provoke the customer's displeasure. Chen Jichu observed the scene and sneered inwardly. Look at them now, how different they were just moments ago. Truly, their sudden shift from arrogance to servility was laughable. She had no close friends here. After all this time fighting her way up, where had she ever been treated like this? Of course, amidst her delight, Chen Jichu didn't forget the person responsible for this sudden change in attitude. It was Jiāng Chén. If only she could always rely on him, then she wouldn't have to work herself so hard. Chen Jichu admitted it, she was almost completely won over by Jiāng Chén. But ultimately, it wasn't quite enough. A flicker of sorrow crossed Chen Jichu's eyes. She knew Jiāng Chén had at least 2 other women in his life, and their existence made it incredibly difficult for her to convince herself to shamelessly pursue him in her current position. Watching their retreating figures, Ling couldn't shake her reluctance. She suddenly asked, "Sis Jichu, what are you two rushing off to do? If it's car-related, Shang Yuan should be the most comprehensive service provider in Jiangzhou. Going elsewhere might not give you the best experience." Ling still desperately wanted to keep Jiāng Chén here. A sliver of hope lingered in her heart, the connection to Hu Weiwei. Perhaps she could try keeping Jiāng Chén and Chen Jichu here, then inform his official girlfriend Hu Weiwei? That way, not only would she achieve her goal, but she could also use the situation to make Chen Jichu pay the price she deserved. The surrounding colleagues had likely guessed Ling's thoughts, their eyes lighting up with anticipation. But Jiāng Chén remained unmoved by their words, simply instructing Chen Jichu to speak for him. "Oh, no need to trouble yourselves. Mr. Jiāng just wants to purchase a few properties, that's all." Chen Jichu's voice faded into the distance. By the time the stunned sales staff snapped back to reality, the U8 had already vanished from view. A group of salespeople stood left behind, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Did I just hear that? Properties? Several units. This can't be real. Chen Jichu must have just made that up to show off. Xiao Mo refused to believe it, letting out a shriek. But Ling shook her head. Even she found it hard to believe, but Mr. Jiang is standing right beside her. You can doubt Chen Jichu, but what about Mr. Jiang? Can you really doubt his financial standing? The room fell silent at her words. No one understood Jiāng Chén's wealth better than those who'd watched him go on a shopping spree in the sports car section. Seated in the passenger seat, Chen Jichu's nostrils twitched slightly as she fastened her seatbelt. A faint, exquisite fragrance drifted toward her unbidden. Chen Jichu's keen senses immediately identified it as coming from a young woman. A young, beautiful girl with impeccable poise. And she knew exactly who this person was. Yin Shi. Does that girl know I'm with Jiāng Chén right now? Chen Jichu strangely tucked away the feelings of betrayal and moral transgression that should have arisen in Jiāng Chén's heart, instead harboring them within her own. And because of it, she felt dazed. Jiāng Chén noticed Chen Jichu's unusual state but didn't know why. He cut straight to the point. I know nothing about real estate. I'm leaving it all to you. Where should we go next? Hold on, I'll call and check. Chen Jichu snapped back to reality, offering a slightly bashful smile before explaining, I'm only working part-time, so I can't just take you to view properties directly. I need to notify my supervisor first. No problem, I'm not in a rush. Jiāng Chén focused on driving while listening to Chen Jichu converse with a middle-aged man over the phone. After less than a minute, Chen Jichu hung up, her expression slightly awkward. All set. I'll navigate you there, just head to this location. At noon, under the blazing sun, Jiāng Chén's Yuawang U8 and a black Audi A4 pulled into a parking lot one after the other. A tall, thin, middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a leather briefcase got out of the car. Spotting the massive beast of a vehicle parked nearby, which cast a shadow almost entirely over his own car, he paused, momentarily stunned. Uncle Lu, it's here. It wasn't until Chen Jichu stepped out and greeted him that the man snapped back to reality. Oh. This must be Mr. Jian? The balding man wiped the sweat from his palms with a tissue before extending his hand respectfully to Jiāng Chén, who stood beside Chen Jichu. He introduced himself, Mr. Jiang, I'm Lu Jiangwen from Jiutian Real Estate. You can just call me Xiao Lu. Here's my business card. Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén kept his greeting concise. After shaking hands, he took the card with a hint of surprise, his expression turning slightly peculiar as he looked at the man. This guy looked to be in his 40s, yet he wanted me to call him Little Lu? That's some dedication. Interesting. What type of property are you interested in, Mr. Jiang? Residential? Commercial? Industrial? Please look this way. This is our group's high-end residential community. The feng shui layout was designed by a master. Prices start at 13,000 per square meter, though there's certainly room for negotiation. After asking a question, Lu Jiangwen noticed Jiāng Chén seemed deep in thought, so he simply led him on a tour. A good salesperson doesn't necessarily have to push what the customer wants. There's significant room for maneuver here, and Lu Jiangwen's approach was to use his skills and persuasive tactics to make clients feel they needed what he offered. Jiāng Chén was actually pondering whether the system would impose restrictions on fund usage, similar to when purchasing a car. For instance, could properties under $1 million be deemed too inexpensive to meet the system's requirements? Jiāng Chén decided to test it out. After all, aside from the 500 million yuan earmarked for the property purchase, he still had over 6 million yuan in hand. Running his fingers over his chin, he inquired, any properties valued between 500,000 and 800,000? At these words, Lu Jiangwen's expression instantly stiffened. His demeanor turned cold and uncomfortable. His mouth twitched, his gaze growing distinctly unfriendly. Chen Jichu had made such a big deal about him he assumed he was some big shot. Turns out, he is just average. What's the point of putting on airs? 50-something thousand. That's the big deal that interrupted my nap at noon to summon me here? Just 50-something thousand? The gaze Lu Jiangwen cast at Jiāng Chén now carried a hint of sarcasm. Chapter 113, you brought me here to see this cheap stuff? Lu Jiangwen frowned at Chen Jichu, his expression sour. Driving an Audi in middle age while still working in this field clearly demonstrated that Lu Jiangwen was quite successful in sales. In recent years, he personally handled almost exclusively large deals. Smaller orders under $1 million were delegated to subordinates like Chen Jichu. So what happened today? Well, they woke him up in the middle of the day, talking all sweet and nice, but it turned out they just wanted to buy a measly 500,000 yuan apartment. 50,000. He wouldn't get much commission on that. Honestly, he was starting to feel like he didn't want to play along anymore. But with a lingering grogginess from waking up, Lu Jiangwen didn't want to just give him the cold shoulder and walk away. He even suspected Jiāng Chén couldn't scrape together 50 grand. This was clearly just a scam to toy with Chen Jichu. He couldn't just stand by and watch that happen. After shooting Chen Jichu a glare, he turned back to Jiāng Chén. Young man, let me give you some advice. If you want to spend money on fun, you'd be better off checking out the car dealerships. With 50 to 80,000, you can buy a decent car, but in Jiangzhou, that won't get you anything worthwhile in real estate. Jiāng Chén gave a helpless smile. These salespeople sure knew how to flip their scripts fast. Just moments ago they were calling him Mr. Jiang, and now it's young man? With such narrow perspectives, these people were probably stuck at this level for life. Jiāng Chén shrugged off Lu Jiangwen's faint hostility, raising an eyebrow. No problem, little Lu. Keep looking. I might not even buy anything. Little Lu. Veins bulged on the middle-aged man's bald forehead.
Little Lou?
As if he deserved to be called that. If some big shot called me that, fine.
But you?
You're just a middle-class guy scraping together 50-odd grand for a house.
And you dare call me Little Lou? This young man was truly not someone to be liked.
Lu Jiangwen's aversion to Jiāng Chén grew stronger, but seeing Chen Jichu's resolute gaze, he held back from erupting. He merely turned his head and sighed, fine.
Come with me.
Though it's a luxury complex, there are indeed more affordable options. The trio approached the complex's commercial facilities and took the elevator up to the 16th floor. There they found a unit labeled loft sounding trendy, but essentially just a converted, renovated abandoned space. 76 square meters, commercial water and electricity, 2 levels, fully renovated, 69,000 yuan.
Lu Jiangwen didn't bother with a detailed introduction, just stating the facts offhand. This is the cheapest unit here.
After speaking, he turned his gaze toward Jiāng Chén.
At that moment, Chen Jichu's gaze was also fixed on Jiāng Chén, her curiosity piqued. With Jiāng Chén's financial standing, buying a house would surely start at the million yuan range, right?
After all, his car cost several million. A house that cheap simply didn't fit his stature. Why would someone as wealthy as Jiāng Chén come straight for a bargain property costing only a few $100,000? Properties like this were typically only considered by outsiders like her who came to Jiangzhou to make their fortune but were strapped for cash.
A house I would consider? As this thought crossed her mind, Chen Jichu's eyes suddenly flickered with a complex gleam.
An idea she found almost too unbelievable to contemplate suddenly took root in her heart.
Could Jiāng Chén know about my financial struggles and be planning to buy a house for me? But how could that be?
We're just... Chen Jichu pressed her hand over her pounding heart, her gaze toward Jiāng Chén growing intensely moist.
Xiaolu, how should we pay?
Jiāng Chén smiled, snapped his fingers, and flipped his right hand to reveal an ordinary-looking bank card.
Got the POS machine? Yeah, I got it.
Lu Jiangwen pulled the POS machine from his bag, looking at Jiāng Chén with some confusion.
Could he really afford it?
Amidst the lingering doubt, Lu Jiangwen handed the POS machine to Jiāng Chén, waiting for him to swipe his card. Though a house costing over 60,000 yuan was considered the lowest tier in Jiangzhou, it was still a substantial sum.
How could anyone spend money like it was nothing? Lu Jiangwen saw no hint of reluctance on Jiāng Chén's face.
It seemed like 600,000 yuan was mere pocket change to him.
But he looked like just a young man. I don't believe it.
Yet the POS machine returned to him after entering the PIN, along with the deposit notification text from his corporate account, both confirmed one thing.
He had underestimated Jiāng Chén. The kid actually had the money.
Still, Lu Jiangwen wanted to put on a tough front. Since he'd already put on a cold face, he might as well go all the way. Otherwise, wouldn't he just look like a complete fool? With that thought, he said, "Alright, I've received it. We can proceed to sign the contract now. Once it's signed, this house is yours." Simultaneously, he thought to himself, the proper procedure is to sign the contract first, then make the payment.
This young man really doesn't know anything. But Jiāng Chén merely smiled faintly. No rush. Let's keep looking at other properties. Who said I'm only buying one?
In the brief moment after payment, Jiāng Chén received no feedback from the system. The funds were deducted from his balance, leaving him unable to tell whether the money spent came from the 6 million or the 500 million. Finding a temporary transfer too troublesome, he decided to use the loose change in his account to purchase more properties. On one hand, he could test how much would qualify as a system-recognized luxury property, and on the other, it would increase his interest income. Moreover, the system would eventually refund all his other expenditures beyond the 500 million, meaning those 6 million plus would return anyway. So why bother with careful calculations?
Money shower, commence. Not just one property. Lu Jiangwen's expression shifted from shock to a broad grin. Bulk property purchases? Why didn't you mention that earlier? Now I've been so cold to the customer. Lu Jiangwen quickly ran the numbers in his head.
A property worth 5 or 60,000 yuan certainly wasn't worth interrupting his afternoon nap, but 2 units were a different story. The cheapest unit in this complex was priced at 690,000 yuan. 2 units meant 1.38 million yuan, and even if Chen Jichu took the lion's share, his commission would still be substantial.
Jiāng Chén was definitely worth serving with a smile.
Mr. Jiang, there was a bit of a misunderstanding earlier.
I wasn't fully awake. My sincere apologies. I promise it won't happen again. Lu Jiangwen offered an awkward smile and stepped forward to shake hands again.
But this time, Jiāng Chén couldn't be bothered to play alone. Pulling his hand away, Jiāng Chén said coolly, "No need for handshakes.
Let's continue looking at the properties."
Right. Lu Jiangwen's expression remained unchanged as he nodded repeatedly, adding, "There happens to be another unit of this type upstairs.
Please follow me, Mr. Jiang." But Jiāng Chén declined.
Frowning, he remarked, "This place feels too cheap."
Chu mentioned you're a top-tier salesperson at Jiutian. And this is the best you can show me? Chapter 114, Unlimited Budget? Buying a house? A piece of cake? Lu Jiangwen's eyes widened in disbelief.
His mind was in turmoil, yet he couldn't voice his frustration.
Didn't you specifically request to see properties in this price range?
He swallowed the words, shifting his tone to apologize and inquire, my fault, all my fault.
May I ask what your budget is, Mr. Jiāng? What price range are you looking at? Jiāng Chén's lips curved into a faint smile. The next one.
Around $1 million, I suppose.
Understood. Lu Jiangwen pulled out a tissue and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Not long after, the same conversation played out almost identically, and Lu Jiangwen endured another round of pressure.
But when Jiāng Chén followed up with another request, he forced himself to smile and respond.
The third property around 3 million yuan, right? Lu Jiangwen felt a strange unease. Buying another one? 2 apartments, 2 million yuan over 150 square meters combined. Isn't that enough for just you? Was he just putting on airs to impress everyone, or did he genuinely have the means? Lu Jiangwen wiped his brow, clearly skeptical.
Chen Jichu also felt rather strange. If Jiāng Chén bought another property, the commission she'd earn would be enough to free her up and welcome a new life.
Yet for some reason, she couldn't quite muster any joy.
Following her initial thought, Jiāng Chén might be buying the property to give away. Setting herself aside, shouldn't his official girlfriends each get one? But if that were the case, wouldn't he buy them all at similar price points to keep things fair and avoid any drama? Why were the properties Jiāng Chén bought getting more expensive with each purchase? Or, did Jiāng Chén actually rank his girlfriends by importance? Better homes for the more important ones, cheaper ones for the less significant? What a scumbag. Chen Jichu sighed inwardly, but strangely, this realization made her feel better. If Jiāng Chén were a decent man, she wouldn't have had a chance to get involved with him in the first place. After securing the property priced at around 3.2 million, Lu Jiangwen endured another verbal jab from Jiāng Chén. This time, however, he felt not a shred of discomfort. What a joke. Jiāng Chén's behavior was practically paying him to insult him. How could he possibly refuse? The more, the better. The more, the better. But there must be a limit, right? Lu Jiangwen took the POS machine with a blank expression. Jiāng Chén continued, the contract can wait, we'll sign everything later. Now it's time to view the fourth property. Budget is 5 million. You pick it out for me. Lu Jiangwen Chen Jichu, ? Over an hour later. Jiāng Chén, fifth property. 10 million yuan budget. Just look around. I'm tired. Lu Jiangwen Chen Jichu? After paying another 11.2 million to secure the 270 square meter luxury CBD residence near Longting Tower, Jiāng Chén rubbed his chin in resignation. After 5 attempts, he discovered that any property, even those not classified as luxury residences by the system, could utilize the purchase funds. But no matter what, Jiāng Chén still had to complete the mission. If he kept buying these scattered bargains, what if he spent all 500 million yuan without completing this round? Jiāng Chén had never failed a round before, and he certainly didn't want to now. For a moment, money wasn't the problem. Instead, determining how expensive a property had to be to qualify as a luxury residence became Jiāng Chén's urgent challenge. As Jiāng Chén sank into deep thought, Chen Jichu and Lu Jiangwen were already numb. Chen Jichu had witnessed Jiāng Chén's extravagance before, splurging over 6 million in just over an hour, and now seemingly spending around 20 million in 4 hours today. While shocked, she actually felt it was manageable. After all, she knew his net worth was unfathomable. Another reason was that his carefree attitude toward money, spending it like drinking water, somehow undermined her own sense of financial values. As long as she stopped thinking about what 20 million yuan actually meant, she wouldn't be so shocked. But Lu Jiangwen had never witnessed such extravagant spending before. After Jiāng Chén paid 11,200,000, he was utterly stunned. He genuinely wanted to snatch that card from Jiāng Chén's hand. He'd love to see what Jiāng Chén actually had in that bank account. Happy beans were the entire universe. Good heavens. 5 houses, totaling over 20 million. Had I hallucinated after eating mushrooms today? How could such a fantasy exist? One person buying houses like they were shopping at the market, and even at the market, you wouldn't buy everything you saw. Today, this guy looked at 5 houses and bought all 5. Lu Jiangwen's face flushed crimson, his expression utterly exaggerated. His gaze toward Chen Jichu was filled with a unique kind of resignation born of admiration, as if he were saying, "Little Chen, I'm truly impressed. You really brought a big spender to me today." Lu Jiangwen stopped complaining entirely. Both his face and heart had reached a state of complete harmony. This Mr. Jiang before him was incredibly powerful. Forget calling him little Lu, he'd gladly accept being called his own grandson. Lu Jiangwen fell silent, ceasing his sales pitch as he waited for Jiāng Chén to finish his thoughts. Judging by Jiāng Chén's expression, he could roughly guess the outcome. This wealthy tycoon seemed unsatisfied. He was still preparing to purchase even more extravagant properties. Lu Jiangwen suppressed his rapid breathing, silently cataloging the top-tier properties in Jiangzhou's rankings. He planned to seize a favorable moment to recommend them to Jiāng Chén. Ah! Jiāng Chén sighed helplessly. It seemed houses and cars were different. In the system's eyes, a car over $1 million was considered a luxury vehicle, but a house costing around $10 million was apparently just an ordinary large flat, hardly matching the system's definition of a mansion fit for a tycoon. It seemed he'd have to look toward villas next.
But villas? Jiāng Chén frowned.
From what he remembered, most villas in Jiangzhou were located in the suburbs, and their prices were generally lower than the large flat he had just purchased. However, this information came from a short video he'd once scrolled past, so its reliability was questionable. After all, certain extravagant indulgences were never readily displayed to ordinary people. He'd still need to consult the professionals before him. Jiāng Chén had no intention of proceeding step by step through the price tiers. He cut straight to the point, still not enough.
The sixth one. Are there any properties in Jiangzhou that could be considered luxury mansions? Lu Jiangwen's eyes lit up at the suggestion, thinking to himself, just as I expected. He then smiled and began listing options for Jiāng Chén.
I knew a property in the tens of millions wouldn't match your stature. There are indeed more expensive options. At this price point and above, you won't find retail spaces or offices anymore unless you buy an entire floor of a building. But, Mr. Jiang, your primary need is still for residential purposes, correct?
Lu Jiangwen swallowed hard, tentatively asking, "May I inquire, Mr. Jiang, what your budget is?" Jiāng Chén pondered briefly.
He'd been low-key long enough, occasionally showing off a little wouldn't hurt.
He replied, "No limit." Chapter 115, Tinglong Manor, Jiangzhou's premier luxury residence.
While Jiāng Chén's current liquid assets certainly weren't limitless, 500 million yuan for a luxury residence, that budget effectively equated to unlimited funds. Lu Jiangwen sucked in a sharp breath before replying in a solemn tone, "Understood, Mr. Jiang. The only place that qualifies as a luxury residence for you is likely that location. If even that fails to meet your requirements, then we'll simply have to look in another city. Tinglong No. 1 Mansion." Lu Jiangwen's hands trembled slightly at his sides, and the gaze he directed at Chen Jichu shifted from its previous softness to one laced with a distinct chill.
Tinglong No. 1 Mansion.
If Jiāng Chén could purchase this property, then he could retire completely on the commission alone. But there was one precondition.
Tinglong No. 1 Mansion? Interesting name. Let's go.
Jiāng Chén shrugged, his words interrupting Lu Jiangwen's train of thought. Soon, the three of them were driving toward the location of Dragon Soaring No. 1 Courtyard. In the heart of Jiangzhou City, beyond the bustling commercial district, lay the city's largest man-made park. Lakes, bamboo groves, forests, rustic cottages, everything one wouldn't expect to find in a city center was present here. Yet this vast park, with its exceptionally rich natural environment, had roughly 3/5 of its area strictly cordoned off and closed to the public. At this moment, Jiāng Chén, guided by Lu Jiangwen, entered that inaccessible 2/3. This was Jiangzhou's most extravagant high-end residential district, boasting the most secure and luxurious security systems, infrastructure, and interior design.
The Dragon Soaring Manor.
These 5 courtyards were numbered sequentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with their value decreasing in order. The destination for Jiāng Chén and his companions was the only one remaining unsold or unrented.
Tinglong Courtyard No. 1.
The moment they approached this area, an air of freshness rarely found in the city washed over them.
Jiāng Chén's lips gradually curved upward.
Even if the system didn't classify this place as a divine tycoon residence, it was still worth purchasing. Wouldn't it be perfect for leisurely stays, rest, and vacations? Moreover, the security here was exceptionally tight. As long as he resided here, that bothersome Hu Weiwei would likely never be able to get close to him again.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Even before seeing the courtyard itself, Jiāng Chén had already made up his mind to buy it. Driving past an artificial lake, he spotted a massive stone structure by the shore, exuding a strong vintage charm.
This was the main structure of Dragon Ascension No. 1.
3 stories tall, it boasted over 2,300 square meters of living space, complete with its own garden, swimming pool, private hillside, fountain, and even a helipad. Whether measured by size, functionality, or sheer extravagance, this place was remarkably impressive. Under the butler's command, the gates slowly opened, allowing 2 cars to enter. After parking, Lu Jiangwen led Jiāng Chén on a tour of the property while explaining.
Tinglong Manor has only 5 properties. 4 are now sold, occupied exclusively by Jiangzhou's most elite individuals. They either come from wealthy families who inherited fortunes or possess immense personal power and vast wealth. As you've noticed, Mr. Jiang, 2 other, slightly lesser estates lie just beyond the left and right sides of Estate 1. The residents there are certainly no ordinary people. Courtyard No. 2 is occupied by Song Yushu, CEO of Jiangzhou Baihui Industrial.
Courtyard No. 3 belongs to Wang, son of the head of Jingzhou Venture Capital.
Yet even figures as formidable as these wouldn't dream of purchasing Courtyard 1.
Lu Jiangwen marveled, spreading his arms wide to take in the surroundings.
This place possesses unique feng shui. Those who reside here do so for the auspicious energy that attracts wealth and prospers their families. And the pinnacle of this auspicious energy lies right beneath our feet. Tinglong No. 1, valued at twice the price of No. 2 Courtyard.
Lu Jiangwen was practically gushing over the property, leaving Jiāng Chén feeling increasingly exasperated as he listened.
Get to the point. So how much is it? Jiāng Chén really liked this place. If the price was right, he'd take it outright. He couldn't believe it. Could this place possibly not meet the system's requirements? 500 million yuan. Are you really sure you want to buy it? That's just the listed price. The actual price is negotiable. Lu Jiangwen paused, his whole demeanor suddenly becoming more energetic. No problem. Mr. Jiang is actually buying it. He was going to strike it rich. 500 million was the listed price, but the actual selling price was only 460 million. Jiāng Chén glanced at his bank balance. It seemed he couldn't even spend it all, so he took the remaining funds and bought 2 more properties to increase his interest rate ceiling. Then he began preparing for the contract signing and final payment. Hey, Chen, why don't you go get Mr. Jiang a glass of water? He's been running around all day and must be thirsty. After a brief wait, with all contracts prepared, Jiāng Chén entered the first floor lobby of Building 1 to sign the agreement on site. But before the signing, Lu Jiangwen smiled and sent Chen Jichu away. Chen Jichu, who had been in a dazed state throughout, looked like a complete fool. Without a second thought, he turned and left. Once Chen Jichu was gone, Lu Jiangwen finally retrieved all the contract materials with satisfaction and handed them to Jiāng Chén. Yet, despite the cool air in the hall, Lu Jiangwen was drenched in sweat. Of the 8 contracts, 7 bore Chen Jichu's name. After all, Jiāng Chén had been recruited by her. But for one contract, Lu Jiangwen reluctantly filled in his own name. That was the contract for Dragon 1. Over 400 million yuan. If he claimed responsibility for it, he could pocket over 3 million in commission. With that money, he could retire immediately. But if it went to Chen Jichu, he'd only get a bonus hundreds of thousands, sure. But passing up over 3 million for a few 100,000? That'd be downright foolish. As long as he could distract Chen Jichu and quietly swap the name in an inconspicuous spot. Lu Jiangwen was drenched in sweat, watching Jiāng Chén sign document after document. His heart raced to 180 beats per minute, reaching its maximum limit. But at the crucial moment of signing the Dragon 1 contract, Jiāng Chén's hand froze. Thud. Jiāng Chén flicked the pen onto the desk, sending a spurt of ink splattering onto Lu Jiangwen's soaked white shirt. Leaning back on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, Jiāng Chén regarded the balding man with a cold expression. Little Lu, he remarked casually, isn't there something off about this contract? No, it shouldn't be. Jiāng Chén's gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto Lu Jiangwen's eyes as he sneered coldly, why is your name appearing there? Lu Jiangwen scrambled to explain. Ah, you see. Little Chen has always worked under me. All the materials he used came from me. It must have been a mix-up. But Jiāng Chén had no intention of listening further. He cut straight to the point, replace the contract. Let me remind you, the money I give you is yours. If I don't want to give it, you can't just take it. Jiāng Chén's tone was calm and matter-of-fact, but to Lu Jiangwen's ears, was filled with a palpable sense of impending doom. You could never fathom how a man who could casually pull out 500 million would deal with someone who angered him. Chapter 116, What I give you is yours. What I give you is what's yours. Lu Jiangwen felt his pores contract. Just moments ago, he'd been drenched in cold sweat from feverish tension. Now, under the crushing weight of Jiāng Chén's words, a chill gripped him, making him tremble almost uncontrollably. His fear was understandable. The wealth and presence Jiāng Chén displayed were simply staggering. To Lu Jiangwen, someone of Jiāng Chén's caliber shouldn't even exist in their middle-class world. If they ever crossed paths, it would be from afar or perhaps as his servant. But, faced with the temptation of 3 million, Lu Jiangwen found his rationality slipping. Jiāng Chén's domineering words had only stunned him for an instant. What followed was the greed ignited by the allure of wealth? Mr. Jiang, it's just a minor oversight. I'll replace it immediately. Lu Jiangwen's eyes darted nervously as he reached for the contract Jiāng Chén refused to sign, his posture deliberately submissive as he tentatively offered an explanation. Truthfully, I'm quite close with Xiao Chun. Her mother was my colleague before the accident. I've helped her out quite a bit since she entered this line of work. As he spoke, the middle-aged man cautiously observed Jiāng Chén's expression out of the corner of his eye. With sums this enormous, Jiāng Chén, as the buyer, held absolute dominance in this transaction. Once Jiāng Chén caught his little maneuver, Lu Jiangwen abandoned any further scheming. Upon reflection, Jiāng Chén was right. What he wasn't willing to give, no one could take by force. Attempting to scheme for ill-gotten gains would only lead to losing the bigger picture for minor gains or ending up with nothing at all. Realizing this, driven by a lingering, uncontrollable greed, he resolved to try harder to appeal to sentiment, as long as he could secure more. Mr. Jiang, you've seen how much effort I've put in along the way. And honestly, without my resources, Chen Jichu wouldn't be much help. Diminishing Chen Jichu's contributions while elevating his own. And he was courting praise from Jiāng Chén. By this point, Lu Jiangwen's intentions were crystal clear. He hoped that among these 8 contracts, at least one would list him as the intermediary. And ideally, it would be the one for the Dragon Ascendant number 1 courtyard. But how could Jiāng Chén possibly agree? Little Lu, don't overthink it. I know you've earned your share from the properties Zichu sold.
Disdain flickered in Jiāng Chén's eyes as he rose from the sofa and walked slowly behind Lu Jiangwen.
Lu Jiangwen, equally quick on his feet, rose to accompany him. The message was clear: if you stand, I won't sit.
Jiāng Chén patted Lu Jiangwen on the shoulder and continued, know when to quit while you're ahead.
I'm not stupid.
Don't end up with nothing in the end. After saying this, Jiāng Chén tossed out one final remark: notify me once the new contract is ready, before turning his attention to surveying his new home. Lu Jiangwen was left frozen in place, unable to decide whether to stand or sit. He couldn't grasp one thing: the moment he'd spoken disrespectfully to Jiāng Chén at the outset, he'd forfeited any claim to more. And whatever little he managed to get now was actually thanks to Chen Jichu. If not for Chen Jichu, Jiāng Chén would never have become his client. As the long-unsold luxury residence at Tenglong No. 1 Mansion, countless agents in Jiangzhou were qualified to broker its sale before it finally went to market. It wasn't as if Lu Jiangwen was indispensable. After a long while, Lu Jiangwen sighed and sat down, his gaze suddenly clear. Gradually, he too came to understand. In fact, it was possible that if Jiāng Chén hadn't overheard him mentioning how he'd once helped and cared for Chen Jichu, the moment his underhanded tactics were exposed, he would have lost the chance to benefit from Chen's influence altogether. Yes, know when to quit. With a complex expression, Lu Jiangwen dialed the phone and instructed someone to prepare a new contract. In that moment, his eyes betrayed both fear and awe toward Jiāng Chén. How could someone so young appear so worldly wise yet coldly domineering? To this, Jiāng Chén had only one response. What else could it be? Money can buy anything, after all. Without a net worth in the billions, Jiāng Chén wouldn't dare imagine himself being this carefree. It was only with wealth and the system as his safety net that he could possess such confidence and composure. Meanwhile, Chen Jichu searched the mansion for ages before finally finding water. When she reached the main hall, only Lu Jiangwen was there. His expression was downcast. After summoning Chen Jichu, he handed her all the contracts and sighed helplessly, I'll leave the contract signing to you. You little troublemaker, remember to let me know if anything good comes up in the future. One contract had an issue, so I made another copy. You wait here. With that, he sighed and slowly drove away from this place of sorrow. Chen Jichu stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. The contracts, all mine? She couldn't quite believe it. Normally, when she brought in business, only half would count as her commission, with the rest going to Lu Jiangwen's performance metrics. How could Uncle Lu have completely changed his ways today, handing over every single contract to her, even that Tenglong No. 1 mansion worth over 400 million? This must be worth a fortune. Chen Jichu suddenly felt dizzy, clutching her forehead as she nearly collapsed to the ground. What's wrong? Are you okay? Jiāng Chén caught her in a princess carry, preventing her from falling and hurting herself. It's okay. Put me down. Chen Jichu's face flushed crimson as she snapped back to her senses, demanding Jiāng Chén put her down. Jiāng Chén complied, gently setting her down on the sofa. The lack of distance in his movements reminded Chen Jichu of recent events, deepening her embarrassment. She quickly shifted the topic to the serious matter at hand, signing the contract. Jiāng Chén chuckled softly, sitting nearby as he watched Chen Jichu bustle about. This silly girl, apart from that one contract that hasn't been delivered yet, all the contracts here have already been signed. Jiāng Chén roughly calculated that his total expenditure for the day came to just over 500 million yuan, every last penny of the property funds and discretionary spending gone. This deal would net Chen Jichu a commission of nearly 37 million yuan. The money would go to someone anyway, so it might as well go to someone close to him. Besides, Chen Jichu might be facing some urgent financial troubles. Jiāng Chén recalled Lu Jiangwen's vague mention of her mother having an accident. Hopefully, this money could help her through the crisis. Jiāng Chén wasn't one to lavish money on women without reason, but when it came to offering a helping hand, he certainly wouldn't hesitate. After half an hour of frantic work, Chen Jichu finally realized all the contracts in her hands were already signed. Her expression grew even more awkward. She'd never embarrassed herself this badly in front of colleagues. Why did things always go wrong around Jiāng Chén? Her gaze grew increasingly unable to meet Jiāng Chén's. Deep down, she always harbored this feeling that she simply wasn't worthy of any of this. Chapter 117, Gratitude, Chen Jichu's shift in perspective. Why on earth was Jiāng Chén being so kind to her? Accompanying him like that seemed insufficient. Just then, the new contract arrived. Under Jiāng Chén's supervision, Chen Jichu had no time left for further distracting thoughts. She began signing the final contract and processing a massive payment, one so large it should have triggered a bank verification call and required prior notification to the bank. Of course, this money came from the system, seemingly bypassing the standard procedures required in reality. This inconvenience was completely ignored. Chen Jichu stared at the staggering figures, her expression frozen in shock. Only after Jiāng Chén completed the payment did she collapse onto the sofa. Dazed, she murmured, so much money. I really need to thank you properly this time. Chen Jichu even wondered if Jiāng Chén had run a background check on her before recruiting her into the girlfriend squad, learning about her troubles beforehand, which was why he was looking out for her like this. If that were the case, she absolutely had to thank him.
Jiāng Chén watched Chen Jichu's distinctly homebody demeanor, a flutter stirring in his heart. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Thanks? You don't mean just a verbal thank you, do you?"
The moment Jiāng Chén finished teasing Chen Jichu verbally, the system's notification sound abruptly chimed.
Jiāng Chén exhaled in relief.
It seemed this residence met the system's definition of a divine tycoon's mansion. This round, he had successfully wrapped things up. Now, it was time to reap his rewards. A smile curved Jiāng Chén's lips as his gaze fell upon the system panel, now shimmering with multicolored lights. His heart swelled with delight.
Ding! Player turned millionaire's residence evaluation complete.
Player exceeded target by acquiring the 469.3 million yuan residence Dragon Ascension No. 1 mansion.
Funds utilization rate 93.86%. Mission completion rating S perfect.
Dispensing perfect tier rewards. Congratulations, host. You have gained +10 to charm and +10 to constitution.
Refunding this turn's spent funds. Calculating daily interest. Refund complete. Balance +6,973,800. Interest settlement complete. Profit 200,000. Jiāng Chén couldn't help but lick his lips, breaking into a carefree smile.
From today onward, his holdings had reached 20 properties, and his daily profits had soared to a staggering 200,000.
Balance 7,832,094. Gazing at the figure, Jiāng Chén shook his head faintly. His true liquid assets would transform into a new number by tomorrow morning. Over 8 million.
But this figure barely stirred much excitement in Jiāng Chén anymore. After all, for someone earning over 200,000 daily and still growing 8 million was truly small change.
Come to think of it, with 8 additional properties, shouldn't the interest cap be 21? Why is it only 20? Jiāng Chén pondered this for a moment before quickly figuring it out.
It was probably the same as when he bought that car. Assets under a million simply weren't counted.
Jiāng Chén suddenly felt that 69,000 yuan was a waste. Damn it, that was 3.5 days worth of his interest.
After checking his balance gains, he moved on to attribute gains. Jiāng Chén instantly felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body, his physical constitution seemingly undergoing a qualitative transformation.
Broke 100? Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow, realizing the reason behind this sensation.
After receiving this reward, his physical attribute had surpassed 100, reaching a staggering 103. If his previous physical condition had already been sufficient to compete for gold medals in various athletic events, now, with just a little training, he could challenge the human limits on every track. 100 had always been the physical ceiling humans were inherently unable to surpass. And Jiāng Chén had shattered that ceiling with effortless ease. Wait, didn't my charm stat break through the limit even earlier? With this latest 10-point boost, Jiāng Chén's charm had soared to an astonishing 111. In truth, he had already surpassed the 100 mark at the end of the previous round, reaching 101. Realizing this, Jiāng Chén clapped his hands in understanding. No wonder Yin Shi and that girl both made their moves on me these past 2 days, and Hu Weiwei's been clinging to me even more persistently. So the root cause lies in my charm breaking the 100 mark. Sigh, I really am a sinful man. Jiāng Chén sighed, glancing at his dual attributes, both physical and charm stats breaking 100 while his intelligence stubbornly remained stuck at 21. He gave a helpless chuckle. Just then, Jiāng Chén suddenly noticed Chen Jichu staring at him with a dazed expression. The smile he'd just suppressed rose again. Chen Jichu felt puzzled, experiencing a strange sensation that Jiāng Chén had suddenly become more handsome. But she didn't dwell on this for long, her thoughts quickly shifting elsewhere. Namely, Jiāng Chén's earlier remark. Thanks? Just verbal thanks? Chen Jichu could easily guess what Jiāng Chén wanted in return for his thanks. Wasn't it her? Chen Jichu lowered her head, hesitating to meet Jiāng Chén's gaze. Jiāng Chén slowly rose to his feet and extended his hand toward Chen Jichu. Let's go. We should head upstairs. I haven't finished exploring down here yet. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Jichu took Jiāng Chén's hand. He gently pulled her close, and she leaned against his side. A salesperson showing a client around a property what followed would surely be perfectly proper. Chen Jichu silently reassured herself. After all, this was Jiangzhou's premier luxury residence. Even when unoccupied, it was cleaned daily by dedicated staff who replaced worn parts and maintained the furnishings. Therefore, the moment Jiāng Chén completed the payment, the place was immediately ready for occupancy. There was no need to worry about issues like formaldehyde or dust. Today, Jiāng Chén planned to fully enjoy this new home, though exactly how he'd do that depended on consulting our little salesperson. Surprisingly, Chen Jichu proved far more proactive than Jiāng Chén had anticipated. Click. While Jiāng Chén was inspecting the bedroom, Chen Jichu quietly slipped inside and gently closed the door behind her. After confirming the door was closed, Chen Jichu, whose demeanor was outwardly graceful yet privately often revealed aloofness and timidity, suddenly looked at Jiāng Chén with boldness, unabashedly displaying her affection. She was actually about to leave, Chen Jichu thought to herself. After earning this money, she would stay by her mother's side until she recovered. Then, with the remaining funds, she would travel the world. She would find a respectable job, build her own life, and support her family as she could.
Perhaps she might even leave Jiangzhou altogether. Her chances to see Jiāng Chén wouldn't be many. So I want to give you everything I have to show my gratitude.
You don't need to ask, you don't need to force me.
It is my own desire to do this.
A cool breeze from the lakeshore drifted through the window, gently rustling the sheer curtains. In Jiāng Chén's astonished gaze, Chen Jichu carried a hint of triumphant satisfaction. She threw herself toward Jiāng Chén. No room for refusal.
Chapter 118, New Round, Life Secretary Recruitment.
Chen Jichu's furrowed brows relaxed helplessly. As she looked at Jiāng Chén beside her, his expression clear and composed, an inexplicable surge of irritation welled up within her. After brewing for a moment, Chen Jichu could no longer hold back. Her voice trembled slightly as she confronted Jiāng Chén. Why, are you even more powerful than before?
Last time, you weren't this.
Since this wasn't exactly a topic for polite conversation, Chen Jichu's words came out haltingly. Her words carried a mix of embarrassment, frustration, and pain. She genuinely couldn't fathom how someone's stamina could change so drastically in just a few days. She'd been practically on her last legs the entire time.
Sigh, I wonder if Jiāng Chén's girlfriends can even handle this guy.
Chen Jichu grumbled under her breath.
Oh? So you think I wasn't giving it my all before?
Jiāng Chén's eyes, as still as a deep pool, rippled slightly. Watching Chen Jichu's demeanor, a hint of amusement began to flicker in his gaze. His power was far beyond what Chen Jichu could fathom. To let him enjoy himself completely, that was something no single opponent could achieve. Hearing this, Chen Jichu could only roll her eyes at Jiāng Chén.
Fine, you're the strongest.
With that, she struggled to her feet, gathering her things.
The sky was already darkening.
After all, this was Jiāng Chén's new home.
Perhaps she shouldn't linger.
Chen Jichu was acutely aware of her own standing.
Moreover, her recent efforts alone seemed insufficient to repay Jiāng Chén's kindness.
Therefore, she was trying to consider more for Jiāng Chén to solve more problems. To make the wealth she had gained feel more justified.
Mr. Jiang, what are your plans for the remaining properties? Will you rent them out, or?
After roughly tidying up the mess in the room, Chen Jichu posed the question. Upon hearing this, Jiāng Chén nodded. The disposition of those properties did indeed require consideration. He had initially thought of just leaving them as they were, collecting the daily interest.
But upon reflection, that seemed far too wasteful. Letting valuable assets sit idle and gather dust was not Jiāng Chén's style. Then, want to rent one? Pick a place we can work out the rent.
Jiāng Chén tugged at the corner of his mouth, speaking casually.
Chen Jichu's breath caught. No, thank you.
Better give it to your girlfriend.
I mean, if you're planning renovations, I can recommend a very reliable contractor. Chen Jichu began describing the options.
This time, she wasn't trying to earn herself a commission. She simply wanted to help Jiāng Chén save money and achieve the best possible renovation results. She explained everything clearly, even noting potential pitfalls on her phone as she spoke and sending the list to Jiāng Chén. She presented herself as earnest and thoroughly professional.
Jiāng Chén listened patiently. After a while, other plans began to form in his mind. Chen Jichu's professional skills were truly impressive, wasn't she? Jiāng Chén had witnessed it firsthand, at least compared to others he'd encountered in this industry.
She always gave off an aura of reliability and warmth, like a gentle spring breeze. She was undoubtedly a talent. Even without his intervention, it would only delay her success by a few years. At this moment, Jiāng Chén considered bringing Chen Jichu under his wing.
Just then, a flash of light appeared in Jiāng Chén's field of vision.
Accompanied by a crisp notification sound, a new action turn materialized before him.
Ding! As a successful tycoon, how could you possibly be without a personal assistant to handle all your daily affairs? Triggered turn, personal assistant. Recruit a personal assistant promptly. Action deadline, 1 month.
Action reward, daily interest increases by 30% immediately and for all future days.
Just what the doctor ordered. Jiāng Chén perked up instantly, his gaze darting between the words life secretary and Chen Jichu. Finding a personal life secretary, well, the options were limited right now. Yan Shi? Forget it, she has another identity. Pang 11? She's currently in charge of my gym.
As for Meng Yuqiang, she juggles multiple roles as a teacher and CEO. After much consideration, only the person before him seemed suitable. Besides, in certain combat capabilities, Chen Jichu outshone Meng Yuqiang a mere minnow and stood shoulder to shoulder with Pang Wenwen in the secure second place, vie for first tier. Having her serve as his personal assistant would save him both time and effort. No need for further discussion. After Chen Jichu single-handedly finalized the renovation details for Jiāng Chén, he extended an olive branch without hesitation. Zichu, quit sales. Come work for me.
Jiāng Chén looked at Chen Jichu with utmost sincerity. Chen Jichu's cheeks instantly flushed crimson.
It was unclear whether the blush stemmed from embarrassment at the intimate use of Jichu or from the awkward connotations of other characters that might easily come to mind. She hesitated. After gathering her composure, she shook her head, preparing to decline. She still had to care for her mother, and she also. Chen Jichu sighed softly, lamenting the pain no one else could understand. Her burdens were too numerous and too heavy otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen this path after graduating from a prestigious university. I can never truly feel what you feel, but I know the pain will pass. You must embrace a new life someday. Besides, isn't the commission you've earned these past few days enough to resolve your issues? And once they're resolved, you probably won't stay in this line of work anyway. What are your plans for the future? Jiāng Chén's voice was always detached, yet these words pierced straight into Chen Jichu's heart. After Jiāng Chén pointed out how much he'd helped her, Chen Jichu could no longer bring herself to refuse him outright. How could such immense kindness be repaid? Chen Jichu couldn't convince herself to stop here. Deep down, she wanted to give Jiāng Chén more. Sinking weakly beside Jiāng Chén, she confessed her despair. While I was studying, my mother was in a car accident. The other driver wasn't wealthy, and the compensation he offered barely covered the medical bills. Gradually, we lost everything. My mother lying in the hospital became a bottomless pit, but I'd rather die than abandon her. Fortunately, my persistence paid off. A glimmer of hope finally appeared. With the money I recently received, all our troubles will be resolved. I can even do more than that. Jiāng Chén, I'm truly grateful to you. Chen Jichu's eyes glistened with misty tears as she gently leaned against Jiāng Chén's side, falling silent. These words had been bottled up inside her for years. This was the first time anyone had truly listened. After speaking, she looked at Jiāng Chén with a hint of self-doubt, fearing that someone as wealthy as him might not understand her pain, mistaking her words for a ploy to elicit sympathy. A pang of regret washed over her. Chapter 119, Boss. If you don't cut my salary, I quit. But Jiāng Chén didn't react as she had feared. Her mother would be proud to have raised such a wonderful daughter. Jiāng Chén gently touched Chen Jichu's tear-stained cheek and spoke softly, "You've done more than enough. From now on, think more about yourself. Secretary, I'm offering you a salary of 100,000 yuan a month. Think it over." Jiāng Chén's decisive words and the offer that brooked no refusal sent waves of turmoil crashing through Chen Jichu's heart. Tears that had just stopped flowing now fell uncontrollably, leaving a trail of colorless moisture. Yes, my mother would be proud. Chen Jichu repeated Jiāng Chén's words. She had waited years to hear them. Avoiding his gaze as she wiped away her tears, Chen Jichu sank into deep thought. After a long moment, she finally nodded. I understand. My boss, thank you. Hearing this, Jiāng Chén smiled, though he couldn't understand why the system hadn't indicated the round had ended. The reason lay in Chen Jichu's next words. But 10,000 is really too much. It needs to be lower, otherwise Chen Jichu possessed a clear self-assessment. Neither her educational background nor her relevant experience qualified her as a competent secretary. 100,000? That wasn't a salary commensurate with her labor. That kind of pay level felt more like Jiāng Chén was keeping her as a mistress. She'd much rather ask for 10,000, 8,000, or even 5,000 would be best. Chen Jichu stared at Jiāng Chén stubbornly, as if she might resign at any moment if he refused to lower her salary. After a long, tense stare, Jiāng Chén reluctantly gave in to Chen Jichu's demand. Well, that's strange, someone actually offering to take a pay cut. But 5,000? That's impossible. Way too low. 3,000, then. Any lower and I'll get angry. Jiāng Chén agreed to the pay cut but refused to lower it too much, adopting a firm stance. Chen Jichu was the type who responded to firmness, not softness. Fine. The stubbornness in Chen Jichu's expression gradually faded as he looked at Jiāng Chén with a complex expression. Once again, that question he'd asked himself countless times echoed in his mind. Why are you so kind to someone like me? The confusion quickly dissipated, and Chen Jichu immediately adopted a serious expression, slipping into the role of the diligent little secretary. Any future tasks must be handed over to me. I guarantee I'll handle them properly. I want to earn my keep through my own abilities. If I mess up, just dock my entire salary. Chen Jichu declared this with remarkable boldness. Jiāng Chén couldn't help but shake his head. Was this girl burning through her money? What nonsense was she spouting? Ahem, there won't be anything too difficult for now. Actually, there's a task right here that you could handle perfectly. Want to give it a try? Jiāng Chén glanced at the increased rewards after the round ended. The daily interest had jumped from 200,000 to 260,000. Thanks to the instant settlement, his balance had already surpassed 8 million before the day was even over. Balance, 8,092,094 7,832,094 plus 260,000. Moreover, every future asset increase would grant him a plus 30% bonus. Long term, this meant his future income would effectively rise by 30%. Naturally, he felt immensely pleased. And as his mood lifted, the cooldown for Sage Mode quietly passed. Jiāng Chén's gaze once again fell upon Chen Jichu's provocative figure. What kind of work? Chen Jichu's eyes sparkled with excitement, but Jiāng Chén's mischievous gaze quickly made her realize what this so-called work truly entailed.
It was the kind of work a secretary does when the boss has nothing better to do. Silently complaining to herself about how Jiāng Chén never ran out of mischievous ideas, Chen Jichu began her first task as his personal assistant. Due to her current physical condition, Chen Jichu had to adopt a different approach. But just as she started, a phone call froze her in place. It's nothing. Keep working. Jiāng Chén dismissed the concern, glanced at the caller's name, and despite Chen Jichu's reproachful gaze and awkward work style, launched straight into conversation. The caller was Pang 11. Truth be told, after handing over the gym's operations to her, Jiāng Chén hadn't contacted her for 3 or 4 days. Suspecting Pang 11 might have something urgent, he answered without hesitation. Hee, what's keeping you busy, Mr. Jiang? Pang 11's deliberately hushed voice came through the speakerphone. Jiāng Chén smiled faintly. Bought a house, hired as secretary. What's up? Needs something? On the other end, Pang 11 let out a playful "oh" before teasingly adding. She teased, a secretary worthy of your attention? She must be quite the beauty. After a few playful remarks, Pang 11 turned to the matter at hand. Alright, let's get down to business. I've been busy these past few days, and things at the gym are finally on track. But there's too much to cover over the phone. Would it be possible to meet in person? Actually, I have something else I need your input on. Jiāng Chén replied, alright, come to Tinglong No. 1 compound. Pang 11 responded cheerfully, got it, boss. But her smile froze in shock the next moment as a deafening roar erupted from the speaker. Tug. Tinglong No. 1? Did I hear that right? The very same Tinglong No. 1 that's been sitting on the market for 3 years with a 5 billion yuan price tag and no takers? No. Jiāng Chén, what kind of background do you have? Pang 11 stammered and stuttered, clearly overwhelmed by the shock of Jiāng Chén purchasing the Dragon One estate, a level of astonishment that had clearly exceeded her expectations. A 500 million yuan house? What kind of person could possibly afford to live in that? The top tier of Jiangzhou's wealthy elite all had net worth starting at 10 billion yuan, with liquid assets easily exceeding 1 billion. But how many such individuals existed? And even among the most powerful and well-connected, they'd only splurge on the second courtyard or even the third, which were in a completely different price bracket. Could it be that Jiāng Chén was more powerful than the richest tycoons? Just what kind of boss have I hooked up with? This is getting ridiculous. Pang 11 was in a state of utter disbelief. Even over the phone, Jiāng Chén could sense her shock. Jiāng Chén slowly pulled Pang 11's phone back toward him and smirked. It's just a house. Why are you freaking out like this? Hurry up and come over, or you'll miss your chance. Alright, I'm on my way. Hope the security at Tinglong Garden doesn't stop me. Pang 11 agreed and hung up. Jiāng Chén turned his questioning gaze toward Chen Jichu, who had stopped working. Why stop? Chen Jichu looked aggrieved. Aren't we expecting a guest? Jiāng Chén's gaze grew even more intense. Then speed it up. Pang 11 drove into Tinglong Garden, her face frozen in shock. Upon learning she was a guest of the owner of Courtyard 1, the security guard immediately granted her entry. Holy cow, it's true. Only then did Pang 11 truly believe Jiāng Chén had indeed purchased the entire Tinglong No. 1 compound. Jiāng Chén's image grew ever more unfathomable in her mind. Chapter 120, Dearest friend, if you don't step up, you're in trouble. As Pang 11 parked her car, walked upstairs, and entered the room. What greeted her was a refreshed and energetic Jiāng Chén, alongside his personal assistant Chen Jichu, her expression evasive, her demeanor carrying an air of perpetual shyness. Pang 11's lips twitched downward. She knew that look on Jiāng Chén's face all too well. It was obvious what had just happened. So I'm part of your game now, huh? Pang 11 retorted playfully, sticking out her tongue before casually plopping down on the other side of Jiāng Chén. Only then did she turn her attention to Jiāng Chén's so-called secretary. The more she looked, the more she couldn't help but marvel. Chen Jichu was undeniably beautiful, and beyond her looks, every other aspect of her was top tier. No wonder Jiāng Chén wanted her by his side. But this means she will have to work twice as hard, huh? I get the feeling this woman is no pushover. Pang 11 herself didn't care about Chen Jichu's presence. She understood her own position while she was nothing more than someone Jiāng Chén summoned when needed and dismissed when he was done. But her best friend she was likely aiming to become Jiāng Chén's official partner. That Chen Jichu was a bit of a threat. She definitely had more opportunities to appear by Jiāng Chén's side than she did. She'd worry about that later. Pang 11 cleared the cluttered thoughts from her mind, composed herself, and turned to serious business. Earlier, Jiāng Chén had bestowed upon her a slew of important yet undemanding titles: client manager, supervisor, and more. Coupled with Jiāng Chén's status as the owner of Miracle Gym, no one dared challenge Pang 11. She had practically become the deputy manager of Miracle Gym's Jiangzhou University branch. But she wasn't just collecting a paycheck for nothing in this role. Over this period, she'd implemented numerous optimizations and adjustments throughout the gym. She'd fired a group of unethical, slacking trainers and hired new ones, optimized the existing courses, and even invested in marketing campaigns around campus.
In less than half a month, Miracle Gym's projected monthly revenue had surged by over 40% compared to the previous month. And this was just the beginning.
Pang Wenwen was confident that as long as everything continued to improve, ultimately, the gym's performance could double, triple, or even quadruple compared to before.
That's why she rushed over to take credit.
Hard work deserves recognition from the boss.
If she toiled away without the boss noticing, well, it might as well have been for nothing.
Not bad.
Jiāng Chén listened, nodded in surprise, and gave Pang Wenwen a thumbs up. When he first acquired Miracle Gym, he hadn't intended to profit from it. Collecting interest was sufficient. If the gym's profits, after expenses, could land in his pocket, that would be a bonus. Yet this idle move of his unexpectedly brought him a pleasant surprise. Based on Pang Wenwen's presentation, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could reliably earn hundreds of thousands each month. That was roughly 3 days' worth of interest.
Not bad. Quite impressive. Jiāng Chén didn't hold back his praise. Well done. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Pang Wenwen isn't just a sensible woman, she's a smart one too.
Given that, perhaps beyond the gym, other ventures could be placed in her capable hands.
Jiāng Chén pondered.
Pang Wenwen, after letting out a few proud chuckles, brought up another matter. It concerned ways to further increase the gym's revenue. Miracle Gym originally purchased a large usable area, and there's actually still unused space available. I'd like to expand the gym's functional zones, but I haven't decided what exactly to add yet. As she spoke, Pang Wenwen shot him a pleading look, clearly pinning her hopes on Jiāng Chén for this matter. Jiāng Chén stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before a sudden idea struck him.
How about trying fitness meals? Fitness is 30% exercise and 70% diet.
Many of our members are college students and working professionals. Their jobs are already demanding enough. Expecting them to spend significant time preparing low-sugar, low-fat, high-protein meals is somewhat unrealistic. I think the gym could handle that, serving up convenient, tasty meals that hit their sweet spot. But regarding ingredient combinations and pricing, it's best to conduct research first before making any decisions. Jiāng Chén's gaze grew distant as he looked up at the fading night sky. He mused, if this business model succeeds at Miracle Gym, it could easily be replicated elsewhere. Jiāng Chén ran a rough calculation in his mind. While the market for gym-integrated fitness restaurants might not be massive, it was certainly substantial. If truly successful, it could represent a future worth tens to hundreds of billions. Moreover, Pang Wenwen hadn't even approached him for investment, suggesting she wasn't short on funds.
So, what reason was there not to proceed? Go ahead and try it. Call me when you need funding. Just don't run the gym into the ground. Everything else is up to you. Jiāng Chén smiled, handing over full authority to Pang Wenwen. Pang Wenwen frowned, insisting bankruptcy was impossible, then fell deep in thought. She had considered Jiāng Chén's idea before, but not nearly as thoroughly as he had. She knew it would be costly and risk-heavy, so she dismissed it from the start. But now, with Jiāng Chén's additional perspective and financial backing, Pang Wenwen found herself wanting to pursue it again. I'll give it a shot. Her expression turned serious, signaling she took this matter very seriously. While the two were talking, Chen Jichu had been observing Pang Wenwen. He sighed inwardly. Another beautiful woman. Jiāng Chén truly had no shortage of women around him. Moreover, Chen Jichu sensed a subtle hostility from Pang Wenwen toward her. After sensing this hostility, Chen Jichu decided it was best not to draw attention to herself. When it came to the women around Jiāng Chén, it was probably better to keep her distance. But listening to their conversation, Chen Jichu, who had been sitting like a pincushion for half an hour, couldn't hold back any longer. Like a student, she hesitantly raised her hand, signaling she had something to say. Jiāng Chén and Pang Wenwen's gazes turned toward Chen Jichu. Seeing her intent to speak, they prepared to listen. After all, many hands make light work. Chen Jichu bit her red lip, her voice tinged with awkwardness as she murmured, fitness nutrition meals. I think I could be of some help. Don't judge by appearances, I actually hold a PhD in nutrition. PhD? Pang Wenwen's eyes widened in disbelief. A PhD at such a young age? How is that possible? Having a bookworm best friend, Pang Wenwen knew a thing or two about academia. In her understanding, even at the most lenient universities in China, a PhD graduate would be approaching 30 even without taking extra time. But Chen Jichu looked like he was only 26 or 27, incredibly young. Jiāng Chén's secretary was no ordinary person. I wonder if Shi is actually won Jiāng Chén over. If you don't step up your game, you're in trouble. Pang Wenwen silently worried for her best friend once more. Chapter 121, even the rich feel empty sometimes, time to have some fun. But while she worried, the battle for Jiāng Chén was ultimately her bestie's own concern. Pang Wenwen declared, Girl, I'm getting busy lately. My friendly assistance ends here. From now on, it's all up to your own efforts. Pang Wenwen muttered helplessly to herself, causing Shi, who was studying for her driver's exam in her dorm room far away, to sneeze softly, utterly confused. Truly a beauty with brains. Putting Shi out of her mind, Pang Wenwen could finally focus entirely on Chen Jichu.
The already faint hostility she felt toward her vanished completely. On Chen Jichu's end, sensing the hostility vanish, she was already fully focused on fulfilling her duties as secretary to ease Jiāng Chén's burdens. She couldn't be bothered to dwell on it further. Thus, they immediately began discussing several expansion directions and potential market opportunities, such as healthy fitness and healthy fitness meals. One had years of experience as a fitness trainer and recently gained management expertise, giving her a solid grasp of the industry. The other was one of those who had climbed to the pinnacle of the ivory tower, possessing formidable academic prowess. Even after years away from his core work, he showed no rustiness. The more they talked, the more serious and meticulous they became, as if they were rediscovering long-lost knowledge and reconnecting with their past. So engrossed in their conversation, they became completely oblivious to their surroundings. Jiāng Chén wanted to interject but couldn't find a suitable topic to join in, so he simply watched. His gaze lingered particularly on Chen Jichu, his eyes constantly flickering with curiosity. The moment Chen Jichu began discussing her professional field, her demeanor transformed. The faintly mercenary air of the salesperson vanished entirely, replaced by the authentic Chen Jichu. The authentic self she had concealed for so long to navigate the competitive world of fame and fortune. Witnessing this, Jiāng Chén felt a quiet satisfaction. Not everyone in this world had the chance to drift for years, encountering twists and turns, yet still find their way back to their original self. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiāng Chén sensed that Chen Jichu seemed to hold even more secrets. 27 years old, with a PhD and already 3 years of hard work under her belt. It was indeed somewhat unbelievable. Could it be a foreign diploma? But that didn't make sense. Even if her mother hadn't passed away, Chen Jichu's family didn't seem capable of supporting her overseas studies. Or perhaps, Chen Jichu was some kind of prodigy. Like winning competitions to get into a top university at 14 or 15, then going straight to a PhD program. That would explain graduating with a doctorate at 24 or 25. These were mere speculations, but regardless, Jiāng Chén began to feel fortunate for hiring this girl as his secretary. My eye for talent is still sharp. I certainly didn't miss out on a gem. Jiāng Chén smiled as he waited for the two to sort things out. He wanted to wrap up business quickly so he could indulge in some tender moments. Whether Jiāng Chén's thoughts had been sensed or not, Pang Wenwen paused her conversation with Chen Jichu. She gave Jiāng Chén a knowing wink. If you really can't hold back, you can always find my little bestie. Secretary Chen and I won't have much time to keep you company these next couple of days. Jiāng Chén tilted his head, a huge question mark forming in his eyes. He glanced at Chen Jichu, his expression seeming to ask, is that so? Is my personal assistant about to abandon her boss? Chen Jichu suppressed a smile and nodded repeatedly. It was exactly that. Besides, her body genuinely needed rest and recuperation. Continuing to accompany Jiāng Chén would only lead to her breaking down sooner or later. Sigh. Jiāng Chén watched the two of them, united in their shared grievance and standing on the same side, and felt a pang of discomfort. Hadn't there been a palpable tension between them just moments ago? How could they become such close partners after just a short while? And now he was the one being left out? Upon reflection, Jiāng Chén realized the responsibility likely lay with him. If he hadn't brought up the fitness meal industry, Chen Jichu wouldn't have been drawn into the conversation. Sighing, Jiāng Chén feigned indignation and stormed off. He mused inwardly, a secretary with too much ambition just won't do. A personal assistant is supposed to handle life matters, right? Why should you be the one managing this gym business? But ultimately, it was just a fleeting thought. Jiāng Chén wouldn't stand in the way of two women creating wealth for him. With money, an industry, a plan, and the capability. Go for it. Go big. It just meant poor boss Jiāng Chén would have to endure a few lonely, cold days. Alright, you two go ahead and plan it out. If it gets too late, just stay here. I was just heading out for a walk to take a good look around our new place. Jiāng Chén put on an air of nonchalance, pulling on a jacket against the night's slight chill. He waved goodbye to the two women and left. He then drove around Tinglong Garden. Passing by Courtyard 2, he noted it was roughly 4/5 the size of Courtyard 1, though otherwise appeared quite similar. A pure white Ferrari with gold side stripes sat in the courtyard's attached parking lot, and a light was on inside one of the rooms. This suggested the owner of Courtyard 2 might be staying there tonight. Song Yushu from Baihui Industries? Jiāng Chén recalled the information Lu Jiangwen had shared with him. The implication was quite heavy. It felt as though staying in Courtyard 1 could open up cooperation opportunities with these people. Still, Jiāng Chén felt those people would have to come to him. After all, he couldn't let the extra few hundred million he had go to waste, could he? His strength was undeniable. He then passed by Courtyard 3. Glancing casually, he noticed several Japanese sports cars parked inside. One blue model looked familiar, but he ultimately paid it little mind. He simply turned the steering wheel and drove toward the exit of Tinglong Garden from another direction. Boredom. He was utterly bored. Perhaps I should seek out some entertainment myself? Jiāng Chén's brow furrowed slightly. Previously, his visits to entertainment venues had mostly been out of obligation or driven by serious objectives. He'd never done it purely for his own enjoyment.
So, should he try it today? Jiāng Chén pondered for a moment, and just as he was about to make up his mind, the system's notification chime suddenly rang out. The third player turn of the day had arrived. Ding! New player turn triggered. The empty-hearted tycoon. Even the wealthiest tycoons feel emptiness at times. Before bed, find some fun to fill that void. Action deadline, 8 hours. Action reward, Constitution plus 10, full refund of all funds spent on entertainment. Hey, what a coincidence. Jiāng Chén's weary expression, born of boredom, instantly sharpened. All entertainment expenses refunded? Then I'm going to spend every last million. Jiāng Chén's lingering resentment vanished instantly, replaced by pure excitement about finding fun. And that balance, which would turn into 16 million after the round ended. Chapter 122, Who would stream for a broke guy if not for Jiāng Chén? Turns out I really am the center of attention. That day was just an illusion. Back at the school dorm, Hu Weiwei had set up her live streaming equipment on her desk. She picked it up quickly, mastering the basics in just one day, and her performance was quite impressive, with her initial fan base growing steadily. Men's money is so easy to make. Wealth that shouldn't fall into their hands always finds another way to leave them. Hu Weiwei watched the flood of comments calling her beauty and mommy while gifts poured in relentlessly, a wave of contempt washing over her. Strangely enough, the moment Hu Weiwei flashed that dismissive, disdainful look, the crowd in her livestream room went wild, showering her with even more gifts. Hu Weiwei was naturally attractive, and with her makeup and beauty filters, she easily reached internet goddess status, and her looks held up better than most of those so-called goddesses. Consequently, from morning until now, the number of viewers in Hu Weiwei's livestream had steadily climbed from just a handful to over 400. While this number might not seem huge, for a newcomer without any platform or MCN promotion, it was a rare achievement. What's more, among those 400 viewers who stayed in her livestream, quite a few were willing to spend money. From inexpensive to expensive gifts, Hu Weiwei had received nearly 8,000 yuan worth of virtual gifts just today. After deducting the platform's cut, she would be able to withdraw over 3,000 yuan directly shortly. This solved Hu Weiwei's immediate financial need. But she wasn't entirely satisfied. Earning just 3,000 yuan from a day of streaming felt like such a hassle. After working her fingers to the bone all day, this was all she got? If she hadn't been completely broke, she wouldn't have bothered. Hu Weiwei frowned. Whether it was rockets, planes, roses, or hearts, she couldn't care less about them. Back in her prime, sycophants would scramble to transfer money to her. Sometimes she'd get over a dozen 3,000 yuan transfers in a single day. Even then, she never gave those people a friendly look, let alone the crowd in this livestream room. Watching a fan who kept sending 50-cent gifts for 200 consecutive times, Hu Weiwei swallowed her scorn. She forced herself to stay calm, continuing to make small talk with these people. She couldn't fathom how someone could have the nerve to send a 100 yuan gift split into 200 separate gifts. Was this supposed to make them look impressive? But could they possibly be cooler than Jiāng Chén? And even if they were, once it reached my hands, wouldn't it just be 50 bucks? This crowd was truly pitiful and laughable. But the fans on the other side of the screen would never know how their idol privately belittled them. They just rummaged through their own tight wallets, joining this carnival that was really just a love-seeking frenzy. Watching Hu Weiwei on screen cold, aloof, and utterly indifferent to the gifts, her face a mask of haughty disinterest. The crowd confidently believed they had deciphered Hu Weiwei's character, convinced she was an aloof fairy unaffected by fame and fortune, untouched by the mud, viewing money as worthless dirt. There was simply no other possibility. They'd watched livestreams for so long, shelling out money for countless people. They'd witnessed streamers tearfully crying one moment, then grinning and thanking their big brothers the next after receiving rockets. They'd seen live streaming couples bicker, only to instantly reconcile upon receiving gifts. The internet was full of fakery, but their goddess Hu Weiwei was absolutely genuine. They'd never seen a streamer, let alone a female streamer, whose eyes could actually betray contempt when rockets flashed by. Hu Weiwei's little expressions like that were driving them wild. So the goddess doesn't want gifts? Well, they'll flood the chat with them. Working 3 shifts a month at the factory for 7k? Fine, 6k goes to goddess Hu Weiwei. Sanha God, currently holding the top spot on the leaderboard, even resolved to work harder and spend lavishly just to hear Hu Weiwei say thank you, top donor, for his rocket. And he wasn't alone in this mindset. At least a dozen active users were immersed in this frenzy of affection and courtship. But only when their wallets are empty and the short-lived thrill fades do they realize that their meager gifts, exchanged across the internet, can never win the goddess's affection. But what good does that realization do? A few days later, when payday rolls around, the cycle starts all over again. Because they were convinced that while any other streamer might end up with the top donor and break their hearts, Hu Weiwei wouldn't. She was a pure soul who didn't care about money. Spending money on Hu Weiwei at least guarantees she won't betray us. With this thought, another viewer began showering her with gifts. But Hu Weiwei remained unmoved by the gifts. If it weren't for scraping together cash to woo Jiāng Chén, who'd bother playing with you broke-ass losers? Once I've earned enough, I'm quitting streaming immediately. Hu Weiwei grumbled inwardly, feeling nothing but disgust as she watched the gift givers and private messengers. These people couldn't hold a candle to Jiāng Chén. If she could land Jiāng Chén, what difference would it make if everyone in this stream sent gifts every day? Together, they wouldn't amount to a single hair on Jiāng Chén's body.
Hu Weiwei hesitated for a moment before ending the stream, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to stop. Perhaps it was because she had just smiled at the thought of Jiāng Chén, triggering another wave of gifts in the chat.
Watching the money pour in, Hu Weiwei decided she might as well stream a little longer.
Her latest strategy was to target Jiāng Chén's group of friends.
Though his brothers spent little, there were 5 of them.
It was still wise to push the budget higher. Reluctantly, she maintained her cold expression, half-heartedly engaging with the big brothers in the chat.
Spend money, spend money. I want to spend money.
Jiāng Chén drove around the block. Most shops on the main street were closed, and even if he went inside, he wouldn't be able to spend much.
Wait until dawn to raid the luxury watch boutiques? Buy Breitlings and Rolexes by the box? Throw in a Vacheron Constantine too?
It was possible, but that would only bring happiness tomorrow.
What about now?
And he only had 8 hours, no time to wait until tomorrow.
Jiāng Chén felt a bit troubled. These days, it was really hard to buy happiness with money.
Helpless, he slumped in the driver's seat, feigning sleep while pondering what other ways remained to buy happiness with money. As he pondered, a sudden realization dawned on him.
There is, brother, there is. In the internet age, finding fun with money is a piece of cake, right?
Just hop into a livestream and start showering the streamer with virtual gifts while watching the stream. He craved that exhilarating feeling of being both hated and envied by netizens. In his previous life, Jiāng Chén had seen a post by the top-ranked player on the leaderboard. That's how he found his fun. At the time, Jiāng Chén had thought to himself, that's how a real man should live. Little did he know he'd get to emulate that today. He immediately pulled out his phone, opened the video platform, and started flipping through videos casually, intending to find one that caught his eye to play around with. After just a few glances, Jiāng Chén froze upon seeing a particular username.
Lu Ruyan? That username. Could it be that borderline streamer who'd amass millions of fans years later? Is this her debut?
Seeing 13,000 followers and 900 viewers in the livestream, Jiāng Chén couldn't help but click in.
Sure enough, it was the person from his memories.
She seemed to have just started out, her signature style, that blend of innocence and sultriness, not yet fully developed.
Instead, she gave off an oddly shy vibe. Fine, you're the one.
Jiāng Chén couldn't be bothered to search for other streamers, settling on her as one of his choices for spending money to relieve boredom today. This was the future star streamer, Lu Ruyan.
Chapter 123, From Hating Cilantro to Edgy Streamer.
Lu Ruyan started out as an educational content creator, but somehow ended up jumping ship to the dance section and started pushing boundaries. She later dabbled in cosplay, riding the wave of several popular anime trends until she exploded in popularity. Amidst the fawning praise from her otaku fans and pilot fans, she solidified her position as the undisputed top star in both the dance and cosplay categories. Any video she posted would rack up hundreds of thousands of likes and millions of views. Every move she made seemed to turn into pure gold. And now, well, she's just starting her transition. Jiāng Chén scrolled through her published videos. The tutorial she'd made 2 months ago was still up. Glancing at the gift leaderboard in the room, he saw only a few 100,000 in total donations.
Jiāng Chén gave a wry smile.
This is pretty bleak.
Don't worry, the top donor is on his way.
Changing his username, Jiāng Chén immediately started flooding the comments with playful banter. Money's not my fault. Hey, sweetheart, bend over a bit, got something to tell you. Money's not my fault. You're gorgeous, sweetheart, right up this uncle's alley.
Money's not my fault. Jiāng Chén didn't overthink it.
He simply mimicked the greasy comments he'd seen in live streams from his past life.
At first, no one paid attention to Jiāng Chén's comments.
After all, it was just a level 1 account spamming a few lines.
Neither Lu Ruyan nor the fans in the chat paid him any mind.
But when Jiāng Chén started copy-pasting comments at a rate of 3 per 5 seconds, someone in the chat got annoyed.
Holy crap, what's this guy doing? Spamming the screen? Probably trying to get the host's attention. Is there a moderator? Kick him out. Damn, what is he even saying? So cheesy. Where'd this loser come from trying to stir? Can't he even use a higher level account? What a joke. Lu Ruyan and Hu Weiwei shared similar niches, but Lu's persona proved more captivating.
After all, the longtime fans in the livestream room have watched this little beauty evolve step by step from the No Cilantro study version to Lu Ruyan's borderline cosplay dances. That feeling of watching an innocent goddess gradually fall from grace had them hooked. But this pleasure must be kept bottled up inside, never voiced aloud. Thus, the very fans most delighted by Lu Ruyan's gradual edging became her fiercest defenders of purity. They won't tolerate anyone attacking or slandering Lu Ruyan. Except themselves. Jiāng Chén's flood of posts had struck precisely at their sacred cow. Thus, he drew the collective wrath of the group. But Jiāng Chén's assessment was not aggressive enough. Lacks any spirit. Do it again. Jiāng Chén paid no mind to the barking in the comments. He simply laughed off these feeble attacks. Before his rebirth, Jiāng Chén had been a master of online debates, with resilience maxed out. Against the current generation of netizens' firepower, taking on 100 opponents single-handedly was no problem for him.
Lu Ruyan's die-hard fans kept firing away. Don't kick him. His name says he's rich, right? Then top up your account. Playing with a level 1 account is so impressive.
Several accounts, ranging from level 10 to 20, were ranting wildly.
They seem to have found Jiāng Chén's weak spot, relentlessly hammering away at it.
Jiāng Chén merely smiled lightly in response.
I've been waiting for you.
He casually topped up 500 yuan, sending gifts to Lu Ruyan.
Jiāng Chén's account level instantly jumped to 15.
The fans in the live stream room continued their mockery.
After all, who would hesitate to spend 500 yuan on gifts? Surely this rich guy doesn't think $500 is a lot? Jiāng Chén's top-up only fueled more ridicule.
Even Lu Ruyan, who was awkwardly dancing and trying her best to avoid accidental exposure, found herself drawn into the intense battle of comments. But upon seeing the gift was only worth 500, her interest waned.
She merely offered a non-committal thanks for the gift, it's not my fault I'm rich.
Facing the barrage of comments, Jiāng Chén simply typed, hold on, topping up. As the saying goes, streaming is a bottomless pit, big spenders get a 30-70 split, blah blah blah. Today, he, Jiāng Chén, was determined to play the big spender to the fullest. Anyway, with the system backing him up, spending money was essentially making money. No matter how much he spent, it would be doubled back. What was there to fear? He went all in. He casually topped up another 2,000 yuan, flocking gifts to the screen.
Jiāng Chén's account level instantly jumped to level 21. On the current contribution leaderboard, he now ranked in the lower middle tier. Though still modest, the free riding spectators quickly retreated. Their accounts couldn't match the big spenders, and following the big brothers cursing the poor. Was that insulting them or themselves? Still, the livestream remained lively overall. The top spenders on the leaderboard were pouring out their support with impressive spending power. Wow, level 21 is so impressive. That could buy me a month's worth of pork knuckle rice. Ugh, he can't seriously think a few thousand is impressive, right? The chat room relentlessly mocked Jiāng Chén, not stopping for a second. Jiāng Chén shrugged, casually topped up another 5,000, launched a few rockets, and pushed his level up to 26. Jiāng Chén leapt to 7th place on the current contribution leaderboard. The vibrant level 26 text flashed across everyone's screens, causing some to turn red with embarrassment. Yin Yang remarked, he sure is generous. 5 or 6,000 is no small sum. Yet those still ahead of Jiāng Chén on the contribution list showed no sign of conceding, continuing their taunts. Dude, don't blow 2 months' salary just to show off, okay? You're wrong there. Rich guy has money, right? 5 or 6,000? That's nothing to him. The most vocal among them was the current top contributor, a level 30 player who had essentially bet 5 or 6,000 yuan on Lu Ruyan. He couldn't imagine Jiāng Chén would splurge 50 or 60,000 just to prove a point, so he unleashed a torrent of insults and slander without restraint. He called him a poor schmuck and a show-off at every turn. Jiāng Chén scratched his face. Why does this still feel so harmless? Seeing you guys insult me just makes me think it's cute. But it'll be even cuter when you get called out later and try to act tough or just run away. Jiāng Chén chuckled. This was exactly what he wanted to see. He promptly spent another 60,000 credits, sending a massive cluster of rockets to Lu Ruyan. His account level shot up to 30, solidifying his spot at the top of the new rankings. Alright, everyone, cut the nonsense. Comparing wealth with me is pointless. Streamer Twist, show us something good. The emergence of the new top spot sent shockwaves through the livestream. Everyone inwardly cursed how could someone spend 60,000 in a few minutes just to prove a point. Had he lost his mind? Or was he just that thin-skinned, desperate to save face? Don't tell me he's just putting on airs? Exactly, pure bluffing. The original top-ranked viewers seethed with resentment. While spending heavily to try and knock Jiāng Chén off the top spot, they mocked him relentlessly in the chat. Rich guy, don't blow half a year's salary on this. Are you starving yourself? Going broke trying to look rich, is that even fun? LOL. Admit you're broke and take the hits. 60 grand is peanuts. Got the guts to keep pushing? Chapter 124, Streamer, stand up and show me your legs. The live chat war raged on, but Lu Ruyan couldn't care less. The fiercer the insults, the more she earned. Thanks, rich guy, it's not my fault, I'm not yours. What would you like to see, big bro? After the platform and company took their cut from Jiāng Chén's donation, Lu Ruyan still pocketed a hefty sum, and her attitude instantly softened considerably. She even began swaying her hips suggestively, asking Jiāng Chén what he wanted to see. Before Jiāng Chén could respond, the former top spender and several other big spenders grew frantic. Oh no, damn it. They'd finally found a prime target just starting down the wrong path, planning to spend a few tens of thousands to secure her. But not only had they spent ages without any sign of success, now the competition was only getting fiercer. The big shots were furious enough to spit blood, but they couldn't take it out on Lu Ruyan. Instead, they directed their anger at Jiāng Chén.
Just then, Jiāng Chén had been silent for a minute or two, and the former top-ranked player sneered.
Where's he? Why's he not topping up anymore? Broke already? Look at this, that's what you call trying to act cool when you're broke. This is trying to act cool when you're broke. Others chimed in. Exactly. What's with all the bluffing? Got the guts to keep topping up? Oh dear, looks like he can't top up anymore, probably can't even afford food now.
The chat stream erupted into a mocking frenzy directed at Jiāng Chén. Seeing Jiāng Chén silent for so long, Lu Ruyan assumed the live stream fans had hit the nail on the head.
She pretended to be understanding. Brother, you should only spend what you can afford. Honestly, just seeing you watch my stream makes me happy.
Her words only drew more hatred toward Jiāng Chén.
The jeers and insults erupted once more.
But at that moment, Jiāng Chén wasn't actually in the live stream room. He had just received a call from Douyin's live streaming service.
Hello, sir. May I confirm it was you who just... We've activated your exclusive top-up feature. Top up over 1 million and you'll receive double tokens. Go ahead, go ahead.
Jiāng Chén idly agreed to the customer service representative's request to activate the exclusive top-up channel. He didn't really need it, but figured why not take advantage of it while it was available. Anyway, Jiāng Chén planned to spend all 8 million he had on hand. The exclusive recharge channel offered discounts, letting him show off a bit longer better than nothing. The tier levels for Douyin Kuaishou live streaming accounts scaled up proportionally with spending. For instance, reaching level 30 required roughly 60,000 yuan, while level 40 demanded a staggering 900,000 yuan. Reaching level 60 would demand a staggering 2 million. With his current funds, Jiāng Chén could purchase 16 million Doukwai tokens, enough to create 8 level 60 accounts.
Transferred. 8 million. Remember to give me extra ghostwriting credits. Jiāng Chén casually transferred 8 million to his account, gave the customer service rep a final reminder, and hung up. Before the busy tone kicked in, Jiāng Chén even caught the adorable female voice suddenly exclaiming, "Holy!" Yawning, Jiāng Chén transferred 800,000 out. It's not my fault, I'm rich, account level 40.
Amidst the crowd's raucous shouts and curses, the screen was suddenly flooded with an overwhelming number of rockets.
Lu Ruyan thought the platform had glitched and hurried over to investigate.
But all she saw was her income rapidly climbing.
Who on earth is this? Who on earth sent me all this money? Lu Ruyan frantically tried to find out.
But when she saw it, she froze. It was "being rich isn't my fault." In just over 10 seconds, he had sent her over 800,000 yuan.
Lu Ruyan's expression instantly turned fawning as she addressed her new leaderboard. Bro, you're still here? What did you like to see? Ruyan can do anything.
Spectators lured by the rocket from other livestreams sent blessings and demi messages, all adopting a spectator's attitude.
Jiāng Chén simply replied with a single sentence. Oh? Then stand up and show me your legs. A brief silence followed, then the livestream exploded again. Oh yeah.
Show us those legs.
Holy crap, Rich Bro is awesome. Shouldn't this kind of perk be reserved for private chats? Yes, yes, yes. Rich guy really cares about us. Ruyan, show us your legs 3. As mentioned earlier, the majority of these loyal fans who fiercely protect their idols simply want to show their devotion, hoping Lu Ruyan will acknowledge them. As for expecting more, they dared not even dream of it.
But now, Jiāng Chén had given them this chance, a chance to see their goddess's legs up close. Naturally, their allegiance would shift. From Lu Ruyan to the top-ranked Jiāng Chén. After all, following a rich guy means getting fed. Whether these individuals were among those who previously disparaged Jiāng Chén remains unclear, but they certainly didn't seem like it now. Yeah, they were flipping their allegiance at warp speed. But the top-tier sycophants in the livestream weren't having it.
Damn it, we spent our money. Why should you get to see Lu Ruyan's legs? Our 60k, 40k, 9k aren't worth as much as your 900k? Oh, really? So what? Our Lu Ruyan still has a big spender who hasn't even started yet. Think your measly rockets mean anything? Lu Ruyan herself was a bit hesitant. 90,000? That's a lot.
Forget showing her legs, even if it were private, she'd probably agree to show other parts. But this was a live stream. She just couldn't quite cross that line. Besides, she'd actually chatted with those top-ranked viewers before and knew they were loaded. They'd made requests before, but she'd managed to dodge them. So, why not seize this chance to earn more? Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, determined to stir things up and keep the big brothers showering her with coins. She said, "How about this? If the other big brothers in the stream agree, I'll stand up. And who knows, there might be other surprises in store." But before Lu Ruyan could finish, a new wave of gifts flooded the screen once more. The former top donor, now ranked second, instantly flooded the screen with carnival gifts. His rank shot up from 30 to 41, just barely edging out Jiāng Chén. I told you to sit still. His demand was the exact opposite of Jiāng Chén's. He wanted Lu Ruyan to stay seated. The viewers erupted in a storm of resentment and complaints. Damn it! You spent tens of thousands more than rich guy, ruining the show for us all, huh? We're going to support you. When the big shots at level 40 started competing with their wallets, everyone still thought it was best to support whoever was stronger. Compared to oboling the goddess's legs, they were more excited about the possibility of pleasing the big boss and snagging some red envelopes. In an instant, most of those who had earlier backed Jiāng Chén switched their allegiance to support the top spender. The top-ranked big shot, Sun Urge, sat at his desk, watching the screen with a cold sneer. Daring to compete with me in wealth? What a joke. Seeing Jiāng Chén still inactive, Sun Urge assumed he must be about to leave the livestream. A smug satisfaction filled his heart, while his gaze toward Lu Ruyan burned with pure greed. I can't have that crazy woman Song Yushu, but a mere internet celebrity? Lu Ruyan, you're mine. Sun Urge wore an expression of absolute confidence, as if Lu Ruyan had already fallen into his hands and become his plaything. Chapter 125, 1,000 Rocket Chains, My Infinite Challenge. How will you compete? He continued typing in the chat. Thanks to his premium account level, every word he typed appeared enlarged in bold. Kid, give it up. Don't embarrass yourself. In Jiangzhou, you can match my financial clout. Below, a sea of comments echoed his words and condemned Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén burst into laughter upon seeing his comment. He felt that spending money for entertainment today had truly paid off. This top-ranked big brother is truly entertaining. Confident in your wealth? I, Jiāng Chén, may be unremarkable, but I'm even more confident. And his money gets refunded by the system. What about you, top spender? Smiling, Jiāng Chén fired off 300 consecutive luxury rockets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 200,000 plus in spending propelled his rank upward, firmly cementing his dominance once more. The screen flooded with rockets, sparking a barrage of wild praise and bewildered question marks in the chat. Some had thought 900,000 might be Jiāng Chén's limit, but clearly, this rich guy's bullets were far from spent. Holy, rich guy is insane. He's already at 1.1 million. Even Sun Gu couldn't pull this off, right? Rich guy, if I start streaming, can you throw me some gifts too? Rich guy wants to see legs. Got any? Of course I do. Don't thick, muscular black legs count? Sun Urge, already lost in his own triumph, ignored the nonsense in the chat. His body lurched forward in disbelief. His gaze remained fixed on that top spot he'd just regained only to have it snatched away again. Another casual 200,000 plus? Where does he get all this money? Damn it! Sun Urge's brows furrowed tightly. His raised hand hovered just inches from the screen, yet he hesitated to press the button. Including this latest bid, he'd already spent over 900,000 on Lu Ruyan this month. Was he really going to keep going? Sun Urge even felt a strange illusion that he was actually at an auction right now, and the person bidding against him for Lu Ruyan was a bloody plant. But I can't lose. Sun Urge gritted his teeth. He'd already thrown so much money at this. Was he really going to back out now? Would over 900,000 yuan just go to waste? Sun Urge refused to concede defeat. After hesitating for a long while, he raised his bid again. A 300,000 yuan bid shot up. When he saw his account finally surpass Jiāng Chén's, Sun Urge finally exhaled in relief. He absolutely had to win. Lu Ruyan watched the two men vying for her attention, her heart brimming with delight. Her luck today was off the charts. Just from these two alone, she could easily rake in 4 or 50,000. That was more than she'd ever made from all her live streaming combined. Sweet. Choosing not to pursue graduate studies and instead doing borderline live streaming was definitely a lucrative path. Lu Ruyan put on an innocent expression. Since Sun Urge had outbid Jiāng Chén, she obediently sat down. Jiāng Chén yawned as 1,000 standard rockets flooded the screen. The screen was flooded once more. Jiāng Chén's account instantly hit level 60, the maximum rank, solidifying his position at the top of the leaderboard once more. The live stream room was utterly dumbfounded. 1 million. Without another word, another million was flashed. Holy, what a god-tier spender. Rich guy, drop the Hackdoin Kuaishou link. I wanna pull off swag as effortlessly as you. Rich guy's only been in the stream for like 10 minutes? Went from level 1 to 60, spending over 2 million in total? What kind of background lets someone be this ing loaded? Never seen anything like this. Damn, I've been watching live streams for years and never witnessed this kind of spectacle. This is insane. I gotta start streaming too. Rich bro, hurry up and join. The chat exploded with frenzy. As rockets worth over 3 million yuan kept flying in, Lu Ruyan's stream surged to become the hottest channel of the moment. Viewer counts and follower numbers skyrocketed, jumping from just over 10,000 minutes ago to nearly 40,000, still accelerating. All this traffic was generated by Jiāng Chén and Sun Urge's financial showdown. Sun Urge fell completely silent. He turned off his phone screen to compose himself. A full minute passed before he dared to look again, only to witness a scene that was undeniably real. This time, he was truly stunned. He was certainly well off, one of the wealthier second-generation rich kids, with monthly spending money reaching 2 or 3 million yuan. But being rich didn't make him stupid. At this moment, Sun Urge felt he should stop. It wasn't his fault that the guy across from him was loaded. There was definitely something off about him. Competing with that guy might just get him fleeced to death. But the more Sun Urge thought about it, the angrier he got.
Damn it, what a moron.
Spending over 2 million to chase some internet celebrity, someone you can't even touch through a screen.
What a ing moron.
Sun Urge silently cursed Jiāng Chén as an idiot in his mind, and cursed himself as an idiot too. Without another word, he quietly exited the livestream. He'd chalk up the over $1,000,000 loss as tuition paid for a lesson learned.
As soon as Sun Urge left, the livestream room erupted with renewed excitement.
Why'd brother Sun bail?
He really did run off. Did he blow through all his money? Looks like he wasn't all that capable after all. You can say that again.
Sun kept going on about how Money Guy was a broke loser, pretending to be rich when he wasn't, but when it came down to the real deal, Sun took off. Next time I see that bastard Sun in a livestream, I'll curse him to hell. He made me follow a bunch of rabble to slander my rich buddy.
There won't be a next time. Just checked, Sundog deleted his account. Deleted his account? He must have lost it. You're awesome, bro. I declare you my idol. Guess I still can't compete with Rich Bro. That username is genius. Rich Bro is seriously loaded. Jiāng Chén just grinned indifferently.
This was nothing. He still had tokens worth nearly 14 million sitting in his account, just waiting for an opportunity to spend.
2 million worth of tokens? Not even enough to open his eyes.
After Sun Urge was scared off, the others who had latched onto the big brother quietly exited the livestream.
Some deleted their accounts, others changed their usernames.
But it was all for naught. The shame of being humiliated by Jiāng Chén today would haunt them for years to come. Even if they dreamt about it in the dead of night 4 or 5 years later, the embarrassment would keep them awake.
But Jiāng Chén couldn't care less about that.
What mattered to him now was this.
Get up. Let me see your leg. With all the obstacles cleared away, could Lu Ruyan still resist? No. Watching the live stream's online count soar toward 300,000, Lu Ruyan's lips grew dry. Though terrified, she obediently stood up.
Before 300,000 pairs of eyes, she displayed her long, fair legs. The shame was overwhelming.
Chapter 126, looks like some training is needed. Lu Ruyan stood with her eyes half closed and took a step back.
Though only the front-facing camera of her phone was pointed at her, the endless stream of comments on the screen and the unassuming yet wildly exaggerated number on the page made her feel exposed. She felt as though hundreds of thousands of eyes were piercing her, each gaze sharp as a blade, cutting into the bare skin beneath her hot pants. Even though the weight of these gazes was significantly diluted by the distance of the internet, the faint sense of betrayal this first experience of being asked to display her figure before a camera made it unbearably agonizing for Lu Ruyan. Her heart raced, her limbs trembling slightly without a single moment's respite during this brief interval. In her panic and fluster, Lu Ruyan had no sense of time passing.
A simple action felt like an eternity. After appearing fully on camera for over 10 seconds, Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and moved closer to the phone again.
She flashed a slightly awkward, seductive smile, her eyes darting up and down the screen. Upon confirming Jiāng Chén was still watching, her eyes crinkled into a smile.
You scared me to death.
I thought you'd left, big brother.
Didn't I do pretty well, Ruyan?
Lu Ruyan's smile was sweet as she kept smiling at the screen, for she knew very well that as long as she could keep Jiāng Chén there, what she could earn today would be far more than just this moment. $1 million was already a lot, but who wouldn't want more? Lu Ruyan anticipated the top patron's further requests while signaling to her sisters off camera to add Jiāng Chén using their personal accounts. If she could maintain contact with Jiāng Chén in real life too, she was certain she'd reap even greater rewards.
Lu Ruyan still remembered the advice from that older online hostess she'd met when she first entered the industry. Everything online is fake. No matter how glorious her future might be, there would always come a moment when it all vanished. If she could learn to be smarter and appropriately apply what she gains online to real life, her career longevity would increase significantly. Even if she were to leave this line of work, she would still gain valuable assistance and life assistance that would manifest in every choice she makes going forward. This money isn't my fault was precisely the kind of person she considered absolutely worth getting to know, someone whose importance might even surpass that of the playboy Sun Urge. Therefore, Lu Ruyan would spare no effort in her flattery. Lu Ruyan's coquettish demeanor instantly drew wails of lament from the viewers who had just feasted their eyes in the livestream. Why is our goddess being so nice to that big shot? Aren't we all fans? Is it just because Big Brother spends more money? Well, that's true, but it genuinely stings. However, the vast majority of fans weren't so thin-skinned. They came online for entertainment, and lacking any sycophantic tendencies, the more Lu Ruyan revealed, the happier they became. They've all joined the chorus of praise for Jiāng Chén. Big Brother's the man. What a sight today, ha ha ha. Keep teasing her, rich guy, ha ha ha. I totally get it. Of course, there were also some abstract individuals, the kind you could spot just by their comments, not their avatars, who were earnestly criticizing Jiāng Chén. They accused him of not valuing money, claimed the cash in his hands was dirty money, and speculated he might be laundering it. Or that Lu Ruyan was a gold digger, grinning like a Cheshire cat at the sight of cash. To such comments, one response suffices. If you can resist temptation when money's right in front of you, no one's arguing. But sour grapes? That's just pathetic. Of course, these minority voices aren't worth paying attention to. Their comments get instantly drowned out in the flood of live chat. Jiāng Chén watched these netizens bicker for his amusement.
After giving a thumbs up and praising the ingenuity of a particularly clever comment, Jiāng Chén's gaze returned to Lu Ruyan, who had moved closer to the camera. His plan to switch to another livestream was put on hold as a rather amusing idea took root in his mind. Lu Ruyan's skills in acting are nowhere near what they'll be years from now.
Looks like she needs some coaching.
No, she needs some guidance.
Jiāng Chén's eyebrows twitched slightly, his eyes gleaming with amusement.
He began recalling the survival skills those borderline streamers relied on years later, preparing to teach Lu Ruyan a few lessons early. Whoosh, 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 3 premium rockets launched.
Jiāng Chén typed again.
Money's not my fault, try challenging me, I say, you do. Money's not my fault, streamer, roll your eyes.
Lu Ruyan glanced at Jiāng Chén's new request and exhaled in relief.
Compared to showing her legs, rolling her eyes was practically nothing. She nodded decisively, bit her lip, and rolled her eyes, stopping after just 2 seconds. Her gaze returned to the screen, now flooded with question marks. The fans in the livestream room hadn't quite grasped Jiāng Chén's purpose yet, only flooding the chat with sour comments.
A few $1,000 for a roll of the eyes? Big bro, send me some too, I'll scratch your eyeballs right out. Come on, bro, it's not worth it. A few $1,000 isn't worth.
LOL, the guy above says Sasuke's eyes are hot swappable.
Jiāng Chén rolled his eyes. How could these guys possibly understand his meaning? Keep watching.
It's not my fault I'm rich, oral exam time, let me check if your tongue coating is normal.
5 rockets launched alongside the text. The massive rockets representing wealth that appeared on the screen instantly cut through Lu Ruyan's hesitation. Just a look at the tongue, nothing else. Fine, I'll let you look.
Lu Ruyan pondered for a moment, then shyly licked her lips.
The entire comments section erupted in boos. That's not cool, streamer. Big bro wants to see your mouth, where's your tongue coating? Come on, be a good girl, open wide. Host, show us your molars. The comments section was a chaotic mess. Lu Ruyan glanced at them a few times, feeling uneasy.
She dared not gamble on whether Jiāng Chén shared the same thoughts as the viewers.
What if he found her efforts insufficient?
Gritting her teeth and holding back for a moment, Lu Ruyan apologized and finally granted Jiāng Chén his wish.
And in that very instant, Jiāng Chén fired off 5 more rockets.
Money's not my fault, not bad at all.
Last challenge.
Money's not my fault, succeed in the challenge, and I'll send 66 rockets. Lu Ruyan stared at Jiāng Chén's message, her heart racing with worry that the final challenge might be too extreme. But seeing the reward for completing the challenge was 66 rockets, her resistance nearly vanished. She merely pressed her lips together, her face flushing as she murmured, big bro, I'll succeed.
TSK, she's getting the hang of it, this woman. Watching Lu Ruyan's innocent yet flushed expression, Jiāng Chén couldn't hide his smile. The final challenge ahead might not only teach this woman advanced skills early but could also make her an overnight sensation across the entire internet.
Chapter 127, The God of Edgy Content, the livestream goes wild.
3 challenges, rolling eyes and sticking out her tongue individually, were perfectly normal.
But when combined, especially with the third action,
it was anything but ordinary.
Money's not my fault, go on, third challenge. Money's not my fault, roll your eyes and stick out your tongue while doing the peace sign with both hands.
Come on, 66 rockets are waiting for you. Alright, I'll give it a shot.
Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered for a moment, but she ultimately chose to obey Jiāng Chén's command.
To give Jiāng Chén a clearer view, she stepped back again, ensuring her hands were visible in the frame.
Then, she made the exact expression Jiāng Chén had described. Watching Lu Ruyan like this, the flood of comments on the screen suddenly stalled. Then, they erupted completely. Individually, these 3 actions weren't particularly remarkable, but when combined, they sparked an extraordinary reaction. Even someone as inexperienced as Xiao Chunan could feel the impact of this gesture and expression.
Holy! I finally get what the big guy's up to. Bro's so intense, you're gonna have a reputation now, huh? I don't get it, what's going on?
Hey, bro up there, your top priority right now is middle school entrance exams.
Holy, this is insane.
Guys, watch this while I switch platforms. The bullet chat went completely wild, gifts flying everywhere.
Even lurkers who knew their wallets couldn't hold a candle to Jiāng Chén's couldn't resist the urge to tip. They licked their lips with anticipation, contributing their share to Lu Ruyan's livestream.
After sending 66 rockets, Jiāng Chén surveyed the completely exploding chat room, feeling no particular emotion.
This outcome had been entirely within his expectations.
The technique he'd just taught Lu Ruyan actually originated overseas, where several female streamers had made a fortune using it. Now, he had essentially taught Lu Ruyan a streaming technique half a version ahead of its time.
Lu Ruyan's challenge lasted a mere 5 seconds.
She silently counted down in her mind, stopping the action the moment the time was up to check the chat.
Seeing Jiāng Chén's 66 rockets and the gifts from other viewers, she couldn't help but smile. At this point, she still hadn't realized how extraordinary that combo move she'd just pulled off was. She was simply grinning like an idiot over the money she'd made. The chat exploded with laughter at the sight. The streamer's still too green. Ah, Big Brother really knows how to play the game. Streamer, I recorded that just now. Just wait till it goes viral, I'm dying laughing, ha. Reading these comments and reactions, even Lu Ruyan, who was usually slow to catch on, began to realize something. Then, after catching a glimpse of her assistant frantically gesturing behind the camera, a flush of color spread across Lu Ruyan's fair cheeks. With a shriek, she darted out of the frame and fell silent. Jiāng Chén couldn't help but feel a hint of disappointment. Truly the queen of edgy content. Years from now she's got the talent and the impact. With my help this time, she saved herself 3 years of detours. But Jiāng Chén was still quite pleased. The joy derived from this blend of control and nurturing was deeply satisfying. Many viewers in the livestream felt the same way. Though they weren't the ones holding the remote, experiencing the action through Jiāng Chén's perspective was incredibly thrilling. This was truly satisfying. And right then, one of the virtues of the internet sharing began to manifest. Taking advantage of Lu Ruyan's brief absence from the camera while adjusting her setup, bored viewers spontaneously began migrating to other livestreams to spread the word about Jiāng Chén's impressive achievements. A big shot with a new account splurged 3 million on a rookie streamer. The female streamer, once a nobody, instantly gained tens of thousands of followers. Her career seemed poised to take off. Such stories held immense appeal for both viewers and streamers alike. Within mere minutes, hundreds of streamers and millions of viewers were swept up in the wave, launching a massive expedition toward Lu Ruyan's channel. In an instant, the number of viewers in Lu Ruyan's livestream began climbing toward the highest record ever recorded in this category. In other livestream rooms, guys, hit those little red hearts. Watch Brother Leopard show you some serious action. Brother Leopard picked up a brick and smacked it against his own head. A dull thud echoed as the brick remained intact, but his bald head began to turn purple. He squinted in confusion. The brick in his hand remained perfectly intact. Instantly, he thought to himself, oh crap. Which brainless idiot swapped his prop for a red brick? Thankfully he hadn't swung hard just now, otherwise the brick wouldn't have shattered, but his forehead would have. Even so, it hurt like hell. Brother Leopard clutched his head as he hurried over to check his phone. Though the brick hadn't shattered, at least it proved he'd used the real thing. The show had its dramatic effect. But the moment he picked up his phone, he froze. Forget about gifts, not even a single red heart had appeared. There were still 200 or 300 people in the livestream just now. How did they all vanish so suddenly? Beast Brother stubbornly scrolled up to check the comments, growing more and more baffled. Some big shots battling for the top spot, spending over 4 million in a flash, raising their hand for a yee and firing off 66 rockets? What the hell is this nonsense? Seriously. The comments from just minutes ago were buzzing about the chaos in Lu Ruyan's livestream. The viewers suddenly realized, why bother watching this nonsense? Watching big shots splurge money is way more entertaining. They quietly cleared out without a trace. But the more Brother Bao watched, the more uncomfortable he felt. The massive bruise on his forehead throbbed with increasing intensity. Over the past 2 years, he'd done it all, biting lighters, smashing rocks with his chest, sleeping in graveyards, cracking durians with one hand. The only thing missing was going to the public toilet too. But despite all these extreme stunts, he'd barely scraped together 66 rockets. And now, a female streamer just flips a bird and makes that much? Brother Leopard felt his heart take a 10,000 point critical hit. Clutching his chest, he groaned, no way. I gotta get in on this too. Just how stunning does she have to be to make people drop that kind of cash? The situation in other livestream rooms was much the same. Smaller streamers saw their audiences vanish as soon as they left, while even major rooms with tens or hundreds of thousands of viewers experienced massive drops in viewership. They frantically called their assistants to check if anything major had happened, then scrambled to salvage the situation in their livestreams. But it was mostly futile. Boring. Watching the big spenders splash cash is way more fun. Exactly. You don't even give perks. Check out what Lu Ruyan's doing in her stream, go learn a thing or two. Forget it, I'm outta here. Gonna go watch the fun. Holy crap, come quick. That Lu Ruyan stream has over 1 million viewers? Huh? You mean the stream where rich guy keeps gifting? Is it really that big? Who's rich guy? It's not my fault I'm loaded, he just dropped over 3 million in gifts in half an hour. Chapter 128, Rockets? Big deal. Our goddess doesn't even glance their way. The pleas of several top female streamers couldn't hold back the viewers' hearts. Their exodus remained terrifyingly swift. At that moment, many streamers both hated and envied this streamer named Lu Ruyan. Why does her stream suck all my viewers away? Why is that big spender only showering her with gifts? No way, I have to get that big spender into my stream. Several female streamers resolved to do whatever it took, even groveling, to lure Jiāng Chén to their channels. They hurriedly urged their assistants to contact the big spender. Some, desperate, shut down their streams, gritted their teeth, snapped selfies, and added Jiāng Chén. Over 3 million in less than half an hour. This was no ordinary big spender. They had to go all out. Compared to Jiāng Chén, what were the penniless viewers in their own streams?
Checking her earnings, tens of thousands of viewers, streaming all day, yet she'd barely made 40,000. That wasn't even enough to match what that one rich guy spent in a single minute.
Landing that big spender? Even if he was the only one watching, it'd be a goldmine. Who cares about those self-proclaimed loyal fans who claim they'll never leave? Wang Lei was stunned.
He'd just finished delivering food and was taking a break, opening the livestream to watch his favorite goddess. But not long after entering the stream, the viewer count started plummeting. Turns out it was all because some rich guy was showering gifts in another stream. Everyone was rushing over to join the frenzy.
Wang Lei couldn't care less about that.
These guys clearly aren't loyal to the goddess.
I won't be like you lot.
I'll watch her stream until she finishes today. Not only that, but I'm going to shower her with gifts. This is exactly when loyalty shows, Wang Lei thought, licking his lips as he fantasized about staying by the goddess's side through thick and thin, making her finally notice him. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. His finger hovering over the recharge button grew firm. But the next moment, his eyes bulged in utter disbelief.
Huh?
I just sent gifts, why did the stream stop?
Wang Lei hadn't anticipated this.
He wanted to prove his loyalty, but the goddess hadn't even given him the chance.
How was he supposed to make sense of this?
Recalling how the goddess seemed to be discussing that rich guy with her assistant earlier, he rationally deduced she might be off to become his sycophant.
But Wang Lei refused to accept it.
He immediately dismissed the obvious conclusion.
He remained steadfastly glued to her page, waiting for her to come back online. Nini isn't that kind of person.
She wouldn't abandon her fans for money.
There must be another reason. I just need to keep waiting. That's it. However, not all live stream rooms were affected in the same way.
A newly emerged Ice Queen goddess, who had attracted nearly 1,000 loyal viewers just by going live this morning, became the only oddball unaffected by this storm. In Hu Weiwei's live stream room, her fans also mentioned the wealthy viewers' frenzy of gift-giving, but almost none of them left to join the commotion.
Because in their eyes, Hu Weiwei was absolutely unmoved by gifts or money. The moment someone brought it up in the comments, other viewers immediately dismissed it as boring. 1,000 rockets? Big deal. 3 million? Big deal. Come to our goddess's stream, and we'll still ignore him. Yeah, so what if he's got a few stinking bucks? What's he so proud of? There's always someone who treats money like dirt, right? He probably just stumbled upon some gold digger. Put that in our stream and it wouldn't even make a ripple. She might even look down on him for insulting her with money. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't send gifts to the goddess anymore? She always seems a bit annoyed whenever we do. I agree. Just watching is fine. The goddess doesn't care about money anyway.
Hu Weiwei watched the comments, her brow gradually furrowing.
No more gifts? No, please. Even if it's not much, every little bit counts.
Hu Weiwei felt a flicker of panic, baffled by why these sycophants suddenly stopped splurging on coins. She wanted to stop them but couldn't bring herself to speak. After all, aside from Jiāng Chén, she refused to grovel or show weakness in front of anyone. Hu Weiwei scrolled through the comments from her loyal fans. When she saw the figure of over 3 million, her icy expression began to slip.
Can live streaming really make that much money? Bro, can you approve my friend request? Image.
The constant ding-ding-ding notifications kept coming.
In less than a minute, over 70 unfamiliar accounts had added Jiāng Chén. The flood of messages included countless high-resolution photos. Even Jiāng Chén's battle-hardened old Vivo phone started lagging.
Only after switching his phone to silent mode did the constant commotion finally cease. Now, Jiāng Chén felt like opening a few messages to see what was going on. Some accounts had barely any followers, yet sent extremely explicit photos and suggestive messages.
Jiāng Chén promptly blocked and deleted them.
Pure wheat, average looks best wishes to Xiaomai. Many others were normal, sending a beautiful photo and saying they wanted to get to know Jiāng Chén. There were simply too many of these. Jiāng Chén didn't have time to look at each one individually, so he only checked a few accounts with larger followings, those that could be considered minor internet celebrities. He wasn't particularly interested in engaging with them either, so he simply sent a like and kept them as friends. Even so, the little streamers on the other end were over the moon. Having a friend request meant there was a chance. Jiāng Chén randomly selected a few to check out. But as he scrolled through, something felt off. Holy crap, something weird popped up. Hey bro, what's your preference? Into sweet, soft blue boys? A cross-dressing streamer was also trying to latch onto Jiāng Chén's coattails. But the moment Jiāng Chén saw this message, he nearly froze solid. What the hell? Guys too? He tapped the block button hard, and half his good mood vanished instantly. The internet never fails. In real life, people still have some sense of decorum, but online? It's all about exaggeration and pushing boundaries. Feeling a chill from this person, Jiāng Chén curled his lip and returned to watching Lu Ruyan's livestream to feast his eyes. 1,300,000 viewers? 19,000 followers? Not bad. Glancing at the chat stats, Jiāng Chén felt a small sense of accomplishment. Even the fully realized Lu Ruyan of the future wouldn't consistently draw such massive viewership. Seems like he'd become this woman's lucky charm, bringing her glory ahead of schedule.
Chapter 129, Solo's boring, let's do a live PK.
Lu Ruyan took a minute to adjust off camera before stepping back into the livestream, her face flushed.
She'd never seen such high viewership or so many viewers before.
Knowing she had to seize this opportunity, she continued streaming. But as the stream progressed, both she and her assistant behind the camera sensed something was off.
It seemed. Rich guy hadn't given her any more instructions for 5 or 6 minutes now?
A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Ruyan, and panic began to set in.
Could it be he got lured away by another stream?
This platform had plenty of big spenders. Even before she started pushing the boundaries, she'd often heard about them, though most turned out to be fake.
A senior colleague had once shared the inside scoop. Many of these big spenders were actually MCN companies boosting their own streamers' popularity, nothing to take seriously.
Lu Ruyan was actually quite lucky she'd snagged two rare, genuine big spenders, Jiāng Chén and Sun Urge, who should have disappeared by now. She was confident that as a small-time streamer, she wouldn't attract big companies splashing cash, so her big brothers were definitely the real deal. But such organic big brothers were precious. And after that massive display, she was bound to be targeted by other streamers. If she didn't hurry up and work hard to secure this big brother, once someone else snatched him away, crying about it would be useless. With this thought, Lu Ruyan's resolve hardened. Even without Jiāng Chén's prompting, she proactively began performing highly seductive actions. She cooed sweetly at the screen. "Big brother, why did you suddenly disappear?
You can't ignore me, you know.
I was just getting ready to be a good girl and listen to my big brother." Lu Ruyan's demeanor was remarkably restrained, yet it was precisely this controlled allure that proved irresistible. She knew this was precisely her greatest asset. Previously, she'd been unable to overcome her psychological barriers, but after Jiāng Chén's guidance earlier, she'd long since come to terms with it. She began to give it her all.
Lu Ruyan's all-out performance sent shockwaves through the entire livestream room once more. Question marks and exclamation points flooded the screen.
"Wait, who are you, beautiful?
Could you please give the stream back to Lu Ruyan?"
I stepped away for a moment and thought I'd joined the wrong stream.
Holy crap, no way. Girl. Wha, stop burning me, I can't watch this. My goddess Lu Ruyan wouldn't be like this. Bro, I'm crying in solidarity.
Buddy, cry all you want, but keep your hands above the table.
You're crying? Is he even being serious? Money's power is terrifying. Even goddesses end up like this. Money really corrupts people. Ha? Would you change if you had it? I would. I just pee and poop wherever I want. Comments and bullet screens erupted into chaos, a tangled mess of excitement, fervor, confusion, and envy. Watching Lu Ruyan like this, and all these netizens like this.
Jiāng Chén's mood, which had just been soured by the sickly little boy, began to lift. Better to turn off private messages.
Out of sight, out of mind. First a boy girl, now a boca? Who could handle that?
Jiāng Chén smiled bitterly as he disabled private messaging, forcing himself to forget what he'd just seen in those messages.
Only then did he manage a smile. Overall, it's still fun. Not bad, not bad.
Scrolling through the viewers' various silly comments, Jiāng Chén laughed heartily. In stark contrast, Lu Ruyan's livestream was gradually losing its appeal. Continuing like this wasn't a viable solution. Jiāng Chén's gaze sharpened as he resolved to find a way to reignite the excitement. More viewers meant more fun. Once the chat dwindled, the livestream would lose its charm. After a few breaths of contemplation, an idea popped into his head. He sent a rocket and casually remarked, "Watching just you is getting a bit boring. Why not invite some other streamers for a PK battle?" As soon as Jiāng Chén spoke, the live stream room grew livelier once more. Responses poured in one after another. "Rich guy's still here. Holy crap, 1 rocket per sentence. I've spotted the pattern. Whenever rich guy speaks, rockets fly. This episode's got the best timing ever. Thumbs up, thumbs up. PK?" Jiāng Chén finally spoke up again. Lu Ruyan paused for a moment before responding enthusiastically. "I knew you wouldn't want to leave, bro." While continuing her coquettish whining, Lu Ruyan began to speak vaguely. The idea of a PK match left her somewhat reluctant. A PK would inevitably involve bringing in a lot of people, but she didn't want to share Jiāng Chén with others. What if some vixen managed to lure her big brother away? Deep down, Lu Ruyan was utterly unwilling. Jiāng Chén could probably guess her thoughts. With a carefree chuckle, he continued. "PK it is. Want me to shower you with rockets later? Or is it that you don't like big brother's rockets?" Seeing this, Lu Ruyan puffed out her cheeks. Though still reluctant, she dared not disobey this time. Who doesn't love rockets? She wished Jiāng Chén would shower her with them. By now, numerous streamers both big and small had already lurked in Lu Ruyan's livestream. The moment they heard Jiāng Chén challenge her to a PK, they instantly recognized this as a golden opportunity. They pulled out all the stops, mobilizing fan groups, having assistants contact her backstage, and even stepping into the comments section themselves to volunteer, all in hopes of becoming one of Lu Ruyan's live PK opponents. Lu Ruyan and her assistant were suddenly overwhelmed, unsure who to connect with. The sheer number of applicants was overwhelming, including several top-tier streamers she had once only dared to admire from afar. Although there were many potential candidates, Lu Ruyan felt none of them met her criteria, neither in terms of how to choose nor whom to select. If possible, she'd rather connect with men who were either less attractive than herself or of a lower caliber. That way, she could reduce the chances of Jiāng Chén being snatched away. After pondering for a while, Lu Ruyan feared Jiāng Chén might grow impatient waiting, so she resigned herself to fate and prepared to select someone at random. But just then, an idea suddenly popped into her mind, a way to win Jiāng Chén's favor. With a hint of a smile, she said, "Brother, so many people want to connect with me. I don't know who to choose. Why don't you pick one for me?" Jiāng Chén smiled faintly. This girl was quite clever and sensible. As long as she wanted to keep him close and win his favor, how they played and what they played was entirely up to him. Jiāng Chén was pleased that Lu Ruyan had recognized the situation so quickly. From now on, who Lu Ruyan connected with and who remained in the PK room would be entirely up to Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén's voice connection became the second window in the room. His tone, cool yet tinged with a playful nonchalance, would now serve as the verdict for every streamer entering this room. Stay or go, it all hinged on Jiāng Chén's whim, on his every word. After Jiāng Chén's approval, the first streamer connected to the room. Chapter 130, Choosing a Consort. Only to find an ex-girlfriend? The female streamer, known as Sankey Angsu, wore traditional style attire. Upon realizing she had entered the PK room, a nervous smile finally broke across her face. That smile grew even brighter when she spotted the big brother with the default gray avatar, "Money isn't my fault," also present in the livestream room. "Sister Ruyan, how do we PK? What should we play?" Sankey Angsu adopted a very humble demeanor. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan froze slightly. She recognized Sankey Angsu and remembered her vividly. She had always been a devoted fan of Sankey Angsu. But today, her favorite streamer was calling her sister? Could this really be happening? In a daze, Lu Ruyan glanced at her follower count and realized she now had far more fans than the streamer she once admired. And this was all thanks to the big brother in her livestream room. Biting her lip, Lu Ruyan purred, "Brother, what kind of PK do you want to see? No rush for a duel. More people means more fun. Show us some talent first. We'll see if you're up to par." Jiāng Chén activated his mic and casually remarked. That unexpectedly youthful voice sent excitement rippling through both streamers' eyes. They had assumed this wealthy patron was likely a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, someone they'd have to flatter for money, and they'd harbored some resistance. But upon hearing Jiāng Chén's voice, that resistance vanished completely, replaced by a greedy curiosity. What kind of woman would such a young big brother like? What did he look like? Thousand Snow, Willow Smoky, countless other aspiring streamers found themselves indulging in forbidden fantasies. Jiāng Chén had no time to dwell on these streamers' unflattering thoughts about him. At that moment, Jiāng Chén was consumed by a single thought. A business concept that might potentially generate massive wealth through the live streaming industry. At this point in time, the top mainstream streamers were almost all on platforms like Douyu and Huya. Douyin and Kuaishou couldn't compete with them yet. But Jiāng Chén, possessing memories from another life, understood that the gap between them was steadily narrowing. Soon, Douyin and Kuaishou would surpass the older platforms to become the new kings of traffic. And this dominance would endure for years. Douyin and Kuaishou were undeniably destined to become the future giants. Making strategic moves now would definitely yield a decent profit. Start an MCN company? The entry point lies precisely in MCN companies. While such firms already exist at this stage, the vast majority are still small-scale operations, with few reaching truly massive scale. The market remains a blue ocean, primarily due to top-tier venture capital's lack of confidence in the sector, resulting in insufficient funding. Fortunately, he never worried about his own ventures. Jiāng Chén narrowed his eyes, having confirmed the feasibility of this venture, though he wasn't in a rush to act just yet. He'd simply hand it over to Chen Jichu once she finished handling Pang Wenwen's affairs. Today, he could simply take advantage of his free time to mark a few streamers with potential or those likely to become popular in the future. The entire thought process had taken no more than 3 or 4 seconds. His thoughts returned to the livestream, where Sankey Angsu's talent performance had already begun. She'd chosen singing as her talent. After fumbling to set up the background music, she launched into an ancient-style song. Less than a minute later, Jiāng Chén casually sent her a rocket. Seeing the rocket appear on the screen, Sankey Angsu's tense heart relaxed. He sent a rocket. Does that mean I've made the cut and can stay? But that wasn't the case. Average. Next. Jiāng Chén spoke through his microphone, his tone as casual as if he were selecting merchandise. Fans from all sides and curious onlookers in the livestream instantly erupted. Holy crap, he didn't pass but still sent rockets? Did the rich guy click the wrong button? Am I the only one who thinks this is insulting? Yeah, only you do. Come on, getting paid is already pretty good. But he's singing so well. Why didn't he pass? Glancing at the chaotic flood of comments, Jiāng Chén only responded to the one he could make out clearly. Right. Anyone who joins the livestream can earn rockets based on your performance.
This statement plunged San Xian Shui into utter despair. So rockets were given just for joining the live stream?
She had thought that even though she didn't quite meet the wealthy guy's standards since she'd been given a rocket, it might mean there was still a chance that she could try reaching out privately.
But Jiāng Chén's subsequent explanation shattered her illusions.
Leaving no room for pleading, Lu Ruyan swiftly kicked Senki Yangsu out of the call and moved on to the next candidate.
Wow, it's rich guy. I just heard fans talking about you and rushed right over. Bro, did you see the backstage? My little assistant sent you my green bubbles. Can we meet? The second person to join the call was equally humble in demeanor, but their purpose was immediately obvious. She was clearly here to add Jiāng Chén as a friend, hoping for something to happen in real life. The way their idol was acting had the fans in the livestream room losing it. The luxury car they'd only dared to admire from afar, was she now actively offering it up for Jiāng Chén to ride? Oh no, don't tell me she's actually getting up and pedaling hard. Fans were nearly despairing, silently pleading, "Rich guy, go easy on our goddess."
But unexpectedly, Jiāng Chén remained completely unfazed. He simply unmuted his mic and announced,
"Got talent? Step up. No talent? Next."
As for the friend request he wanted to send, Jiāng Chén simply ignored it. Seriously, even with the beauty filter maxed out, she looks pretty average.
How dare she try to add me? With looks that are just average, it's best not to get your hopes up. The fact that Jiāng Chén didn't immediately order Lu Ruyan to remove this person was actually her showing mercy. This person's fate ended up no different from Senki Yangsu's earlier.
She got one rocket before getting kicked out of the room.
Continue. Jiāng Chén motioned for Lu Ruyan to proceed.
Over the next 20 minutes or so, she interviewed 15 streamers. Only 2 passed and were kept in the live stream room.
Still unsatisfied, Jiāng Chén instructed Lu Ruyan to keep streaming.
Just then, among the viewers who had been clamoring that Jiāng Chén was here to pick a concubine, a different kind of noise emerged.
Their voices grew louder and louder, with dozens even willing to pay to register their favorite candidates. They're all gold diggers. Nothing to see here. Streamer, connect with our goddess. Let them see who the real goddess is. Exactly.
Stream Chunwei, the real goddess is right here, not some cheap knockoff like that bunch of trash.
Lu Ruyan didn't want to pay them any mind. What if this Chen Wei was actually quite formidable? She'd already found 2 opponents for herself, she certainly didn't want another formidable rival. Let's connect. See what she's made of. Jiāng Chén urged. Chen Wei. This online name always gave Jiāng Chén a peculiar sense of familiarity. Well, let's see. Lu Ruyan couldn't refuse Jiāng Chén and obediently searched for the streamer.
She searched for this new streamer named Chen Wei, whose real name was Hu Weiwei.
Chapter 131, How much did you just tip to want to see my performance?
Lu Ruyan found Hu Weiwei streaming live and clicked to request a connection, but there was no response for ages. After waiting nearly a minute, Hu Weiwei reluctantly joined the call. This caused a slight pang of frustration to well up in Lu Ruyan's heart. She had connected with so many people just now, and everyone had been so eager and fawning, rushing to connect, rushing to be the rich guy's lapdog. Even she herself had been included in that flattery. But why, of all people, did this Chen Wei have to be different? Why was she so reluctant to even join the call? Was it really true, as the comments claimed, that this woman was some kind of pure goddess? So pure and unblemished that she regarded money as dirt, utterly unwilling to bend for wealth? Lu Ruyan hadn't believed it before, but now she found herself half convinced. She just hoped the rich guy wouldn't fancy this kind of streamer. Lu Ruyan silently prayed that Jiāng Chén wouldn't be lured away by this new challenger. After a few seconds of loading, a new window appeared in the chat room. After being repeatedly invited by the audience, Chen Wei finally joined the live stream. Come show them what you've got, let those commoners see what you're made of. Yeah, streamer. Got any talents to show? Let us all witness something special. I've been hanging out in your stream all day and haven't seen any performances yet. Goddess Weiwei, give us something to feast our eyes on. The moment Hu Weiwei joined the call, her sycophantic die-hard fans and those who'd slipped away to lurk elsewhere began flooding the chat with frantic demands for a talent show, hoping to outshine the previous streamers. They were all incredibly excited, as if Chen Wei's victory would somehow reflect positively on them. Of course, there were also fans who'd followed Hu Weiwei for ages without seeing her show off her skills. They wanted to see a different side of her. Honestly, just having Chen Wei's goddess-like face crafted by Nuwa herself is authority enough. After watching so many livestreams, if we rate all these internet celebrities' looks on a scale of 10, Chen Wei easily scores around 9.5. In this PK room, only Lu Ruyan can even come close to competing with our goddess Chen Wei in terms of looks. With all this going for her, won't Big Brother take our goddess in? Some went overboard praising Chen Wei's looks, insisting Hu Weiwei could outshine everyone and win Big Brother's affection purely on her appearance. But these comments sparked outrage among fans, igniting internal conflict. The majority of fans didn't want to see Hu Weiwei swayed by money, ultimately succumbing to the wealthy brother's monetary advances. Instead, they craved to witness the wealthy man's desperate pursuit of Hu Weiwei, spending lavishly yet failing to win even a smile from the beauty. They craved the sight of vulgar gold diggers crumbling before Hu Weiwei, exposed in their ugliness. The vast majority of Hu Weiwei's fans were drawn to her precisely for this spectacle. But whether it was the earlier demands in the bullet comments or the current infighting, Hu Weiwei remained utterly unfazed. Hu Weiwei glanced at the comments demanding she perform a talent, a flicker of annoyance crossing her eyes. They think spending a little money means she'll put on a show? They're dreaming. A bunch of real-life losers, just a bunch of broke jerks who could only reinvent themselves online to find a shred of confidence. Not for your measly pittance. Even just showing her face in the livestream or enduring a chat was a favor Hu Weiwei was doing these people. She, Hu Weiwei, was the future woman of Jiāng Chén. She was well aware of her own status. As for joining the call, it was only because the fans in the livestream were spamming the chat, driving her crazy. Plus, she wanted to see what this big shot who splashed out 3 million was all about. She certainly had no desire to compete with a bunch of flashy, wild women that would be utterly beneath her. With this mindset, Hu Weiwei frowned the moment she entered the livestream and immediately averted her gaze, turning her attention elsewhere. It was as if the million viewers in the chat and the few female streamers glaring at her were nothing but air. Her attitude infuriated Lu Ruyan and the others. Especially the petite, cute-looking streamer who had been ordered to stay by Jiāng Chén earlier for her excellent dancing. Gritting her teeth at Hu Weiwei's blatant disregard, she felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. After barely 10 seconds of this silence, she couldn't hold back any longer. Adopting the air of someone chosen by Jiāng Chén, she sneered with a hint of superiority. Seriously, this is a bit too much of an act, don't you think? If you added just a little more to your performance, I might actually believe half of it. But sis, pulling this stunt right off the bat? It's really hard to buy. Under her influence, the counterattack against Hu Weiwei's die-hard fans surged in the comment stream, quickly overwhelming their numbers. After all, even with the massive surge in followers from her fans' relentless promotion, Hu Weiwei's fan count barely topped 1,000. But the streamers present now? The least among them had over 100,000 followers. Her fans had just been quiet, they weren't dead. Seeing their idol rally the troops, they immediately joined the fray and started firing back. Yeah, this Chen Wei is so fake. She's putting on way too much of an act. Her acting is so over the top it just looks fake. Does she even have any talent? If she can't land a single rocket, she should just get off the stage. As the tide in the livestream chat turned overwhelmingly against Hu Weiwei, Lu Ruyan and another streamer spared by Jiāng Chén joined the open and covert rivalry with Hu Weiwei. So, Chen Wei, I'll just call you Weiwei, little sister. If you really don't have any talents, could you at least give us a self-introduction? Let everyone get to know you. Lu Ruyan added with a faint smile, exactly. We're all in the same line of work, it's only right we get acquainted. I'm a bit out of the loop myself. I've never quite understood how Weiwei's fans are so fiercely loyal, yet I've never heard of her before. Their back-and-forth banter carried an underlying sarcasm, as if wondering where this Chen Wei had come from out of nowhere. Across various live stream rooms, the targeted remarks directed at Lu Ruyan and the others drew even more agreement. After all, in everyone's eyes, they were all ordinary people. If they weren't ordinary, why would they stream or watch streams? If they weren't ordinary, why wouldn't they be tempted by money? Chen Wei was trying too hard, which only made people dislike her. Yet despite this barrage of criticism, Hu Weiwei remained unfazed, casually chatting with her own stream's fans as if she hadn't heard a thing. And indeed, that was the case. She had her phone volume turned down low, so others' voices came through muffled and indistinct. What's all this gibberish? So boring. Disdain deepened in Hu Weiwei's eyes as she began to hesitate about ending the call. Sensing their goddess's growing frustration, her devoted fans erupted in the chat. They unleashed a torrent of criticism, directing their attacks at Lu Ruyan and her followers. Chapter 132, the pure goddess turns out to be a gold digger's ex-girlfriend? Who's acting? You bunch of lowlifes can't pull it off yourselves, so you call others actors? How dare you project your own ugliness onto our goddess? Stop speculating like idiots. You've never tasted anything good. Today you finally got a taste. What good does seeing it do? These stubborn fools will never admit it. It's the middle of the night and our goddess deigned to entertain you fools, that's kindness enough, okay? Or do you even know what time it is? Talent show, self-introduction, so all the hassle falls on our goddess, huh? Show some gratitude. Getting to see our goddess's divine beauty before bed will guarantee sweet dreams tonight. Don't get too greedy. The full force of over 1,000 fans was indeed something other live stream rooms couldn't match in such a short time. Chen Wei's fanbase bordered on cult-like devotion, organized, disciplined, and each member packing the punch of dozens. Though their logic was questionable and their speech bordered on nonsense in the heat of the moment, they somehow managed to out-debate the other spectators. They branded all the other female streamers as vulgares, while their own fans became licking dogs and trash. Their goddess, Chen Weiwei, emerged as the sole pure and pristine deity. For now, they needn't be weighed down by the constraints of reality, having found their own glory online. They became her followers, her devotees, together radiant and extraordinary, set apart from ordinary people. As the insults flew thick and fast, Hu Weiwei remained aloof and detached. Her fans, seemingly immune to sleep, showed no signs of waning combat power as night deepened. Their intensity only grew. This began to unsettle Lu Ruyan and the others. Could it be that they truly fell short of Chen Wei, that they were merely vulgar gold diggers, while Chen Wei remained untainted by the mud, a rare and extraordinary flower among the masses? Their own fanbase gradually lost momentum, unable to match the frenzied intensity of Hu Weiwei's supporters who seemed to defend their idol with religious fervor. Doubt began to creep into their hearts. Maybe it was true after all. Otherwise, why would a bunch of guys go this crazy? These guys didn't seem like bots either. Gradually, the intensity of attacks against Hu Weiwei and her fanbase weakened by 20 to 30%. Among these critics, many began visiting Hu Weiwei's livestream channel, hitting the follow button with the intention of long-term observation to see if she truly possessed such divine qualities. It all seemed complicated, but in truth, this open and covert battle lasted only 2 or 3 minutes. Jiāng Chén had just finished charging his phone and now turned his gaze back to the screen. His gaze locked onto Chen Wei, and he couldn't help but frown. Familiar face. Damn, really familiar. Have I met this person before? Jiāng Chén stroked his chin, convinced he should recognize this Chen Wei. He strained his memory, searching his mind with all his might. As he thought it through carefully, Jiāng Chén finally recognized her. Holy crap, this is Hu Weiwei. With the beauty filter cranked up so high, I almost didn't recognize her. Jiāng Chén deduced it was his ex-girlfriend Hu Weiwei based on her facial structure, which rarely changed with beauty filters, and her subtle expressions. Her online name confirmed it, Chen Wei. She still had feelings for him? That was a bit creepy. Upon confirming Hu Weiwei was a streamer, Jiāng Chén felt a sudden pang of confusion. According to his memories from his previous life, Hu Weiwei never became a streamer until the very end. So what was this now? Butterfly effects from my rebirth? That'd explain it. With limited information, Jiāng Chén couldn't yet deduce that Hu Weiwei had driven away her leech-like sugar daddies by refusing to let him off the hook, forcing her to earn her own living expenses. He simply filed it away as a possible butterfly effect and didn't dwell on it further. Instead, his thoughts turned to something else. The stark contrast between Hu Weiwei's current appearance and her real-life self was downright absurd. Moreover, when exactly had she amassed this legion of devoted fans? Judging by their fervor and loyalty, Hu Weiwei had clearly become a major force in the streaming world. As these thoughts swirled, Jiāng Chén felt another wave of dread wash over him. This stark contrast in Hu Weiwei was anything but pleasant to him. Didn't he know Hu Weiwei? In real life, she was such a mess that Jiāng Chén often wondered if she'd truly lost her mind from too much trauma. Yet, with a beauty filter and a new persona as a streamer, she transformed completely. Pure, aloof, flawless as jade. Just thinking about it made him sick. Jiāng Chén curled his lips in disdain. She's such a master of pretense. No wonder I couldn't outmaneuver her in my past life. A true master. While Jiāng Chén felt a certain disgust toward Hu Weiwei's new persona, he didn't intend to kick her off the livestream just because he knew the truth. Instead, he wanted to keep her around for now and play along with this charade. Because. Hu Weiwei, you're the biggest amusement I've encountered tonight. Jiāng Chén licked his lips, a peculiar thought forming in his mind. Hu Weiwei, pretending to be pure in front of over 1,000 brothers, treating them like dogs, huh? Fine. Very well. I'll be watching to see how these people treat you once your true colors show. As for how to expose Hu Weiwei's true colors, Jiāng Chén assured himself there was no need for concern. For someone who values money above all else, all he needed to do was put the cash on the table. He wasn't worried she wouldn't slip up. A cold smile flickered in Jiāng Chén's eyes as he lowered his voice and spoke into the mic. Alright, keep this Chen Wei. Ruyan, stay on the line. Jiāng Chén casually sent Hu Weiwei 6 standard rockets before muting his mic to observe the unfolding situation. Only 6 rockets? Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. 6 rockets were nowhere near her own stash, even 3 fewer than that dancing loli had. It seemed Chen Wei had only barely met Jiāng Chén's standards. The probability of her snatching Jiāng Chén away from her was practically 0. 6 rockets? Hu Weiwei's expression remained unchanged, but turmoil stirred within her heart. A 6-shot rocket was actually quite valuable. Based on her stream performance today, it would take nearly 2 hours, just over an hour on average, to earn roughly the same amount in donations. But right now? That rich guy not my fault just casually flashed it out. Hu Weiwei's resentment faded considerably. If she could receive more rockets, then coming here today to connect with these people wouldn't be entirely without value. Thanks to the beauty filters and skin smoothing effects, no one noticed the flicker in Hu Weiwei's eyes. Seeing that 6 rockets couldn't even make Hu Weiwei smile, her die-hard fans immediately ramped up their antics. I told you so. It's pointless. Rich guy, stop sending them rockets, mean nothing to our goddess. Even if you send 1,000 rockets, it won't make a difference. Seeing the fans' comments, Hu Weiwei frowned. She should probably find the mute button. But then again, maybe this would actually encourage that rich guy to spend more? Just as Hu Weiwei paused to block the fan, she suddenly realized she could play along. These comments seemed to work like reverse psychology. Chapter 133, Game on. This is way too intense. Another half hour passed. Lu Ruyan connected with nearly 20 streamers and selected 4 to join the multiplayer PK. With that, the pre-game selection phase concluded. Including Lu Ruyan, Jiāng Chén had chosen 8 individuals whose looks, voices, and talents met his standards. As for how to play, Jiāng Chén already had a plan in mind.
Initially, facing Lu Ruyan was essentially a one-on-one match.
The recent round of connecting and selecting players was essentially a 1-on-2 scenario.
And now, naturally, it was 1 versus 8. Training someone like this was far more entertaining with a crowd than alone.
A hint of anticipation curved Jiāng Chén's lips as he instructed everyone to get ready. The rules are simple, I give the commands, you obey. Whoever reacts fastest and pleases me most will receive a rocket reward. Got it? Jiāng Chén's detached voice echoed through the screen, rippling across millions of faces illuminated by its glow. The vivid imagery painted by his words made throats rattle in anticipation. Some gritted their teeth, cursing the extravagance of the wealthy. How could they afford 8 top-tier streamers? Yet another silently thanked Jiāng Chén. Without him, they might never have witnessed this scene in their lifetime. Except, of course, for Hu Weiwei's die-hard fans. They were still putting up a front.
One fan sneered with hidden sarcasm, "So, rich guy, you're trying to recruit our goddess?
Well, you're in for a surprise. Our goddess wouldn't give 2 rosters for your rockets."
Yeah, ha ha ha, looks like our goddess is gonna be at the bottom then.
Hu Weiwei nodded slightly in tacit agreement amid her fans' cheers, offering no further comment. The other female streamers, however, were quite the opposite.
Each was intensely eager, some trying to curry favor with Jiāng Chén, others hyping up the atmosphere, and still others questioning Hu Weiwei.
Their approaches varied, but their intentions were clear.
Rich brother, you said it's about reaction speed. What if my internet lags? Just accept your bad luck. Does only the one who pleases you the most win? Pretty much. Only 1 per round.
The pre-game QA concluded, and the 8 streamers were now primed and ready,
awaiting Jiāng Chén's command. And Jiāng Chén's first instruction was, act like a puppy.
The moment he said it, the chat exploded with boos and laughter.
I'm dying laughing, making these streamers imitate dogs?
Rich folks sure know how to have fun.
Seriously, isn't this a bit insulting? No amount of rockets could.
But before most viewers could finish typing their comments and hit send, the 8 streamers had already started moving.
One of them, wearing a black deep V gown, stood out with her unique aura and striking features reminiscent of Bing Bing. She reacted fastest, almost instantly letting out a woof.
She then shyly stuck out her tongue and panted, adding a touch of cuteness. With this streamer, known as Izaaing, leading the charge, the others quickly followed suit. Even Lu Ruyan, who was busy attacking psychological defenses, subconsciously moved closer to the camera and started mimicking a puppy's woof woof. But she wasn't yet the queen of edgy content she would become, and her technique showed her inexperience. By the time she snapped back to reality, she realized that aside from Hu Weiwei and the first sister ring, every other streamer had performed better than her.
How could you all go overboard like this?
Lu Ruyan felt like crying, watching her competitors who not only barked but also paired it with various gestures, expressions, and even puppy ear props. Her heart was filled with helplessness. This competition was too intense. It seemed the gifts for this round wouldn't be coming her way.
Nico Cohen, you did well. 30 high-grade rockets are yours.
Jiāng Chén gave a slight smile to the anime streamer who came fully equipped and was even cosplaying as a Beast Girl today, then casually dispatched the 30 high-grade rockets. The Beast Girl streamer couldn't stop thanking him, and even during her expressions of gratitude, she enthusiastically delivered extra bonus performances.
Could you really blame her for being so eager?
It was just like what she usually did, acting like a little puppy could get her 30 high-grade rockets.
Who could resist that?
Beaming as she accepted the rockets, the Beast Girl streamer grinned at the other 7.
Sorry, ladies, the jackpot's mine. Best of luck to you all next time.
Though she said this, her gaze remained sharp.
If possible, she wanted to take them all.
At that moment, Lu Ruyan's sense of crisis reached its peak. Only when the game truly began did she vaguely realize that her skill level was ultimately a notch below these veteran streamers.
Perhaps she'd only gotten so many gifts from Jiāng Chén because of sheer luck.
If she continued clinging to the notion that she was the first to arrive, she might end up losing miserably.
I have to go all out now.
Lu Yuyan stared at Jiāng Chén's avatar, clenching her fists silently. She knew she had to give it her all from here on out. She absolutely didn't want to see her top donor lured away by another streamer. Meanwhile, Hu Weiwei was scoffing in disdain. She hadn't lifted a finger during the entire challenge. 30 rockets were nothing, they certainly wouldn't make her grovel.
My earlier judgment was spot on. These female streamers are nothing but cheap goods selling their dignity to make money off strangers.
Hu Weiwei thought of her roommate, letting out a cold laugh as her disdain for the others deepened. She admitted she also made money off men, but there was a fundamental difference between her and these women. Her money came from men who rushed to give it to her. She never had to beg for it. The gap between her and these streamers was as vast as heaven and earth.
To me, every man is just an ATM.
I'd never stoop to making a spectacle of myself like you lot. Hu Weiwei stared coldly at the screen. The only man worthy of her lowering her guard was Jiāng Chén.
As for anyone else trying to get her to do something, Absolutely impossible. And this so-called rich guy? No matter what, he couldn't possibly be wealthier than Jiāng Chén. She just received word from Ling, the saleswoman at the auto mall, that Jiāng Chén had taken that Chenjichu to buy a house at noon. They'd gone straight to an upscale neighborhood. If Jiāng Chén could afford to gift an entire apartment to a salesperson, would he really balk at spending over 3 million on a present? In Hu Weiwei's eyes, this so-called rich guy still couldn't hold a candle to Jiāng Chén. The thought of Jiāng Chén buying that a house made Hu Weiwei unhappy. Yen she was bad enough, but now this Chenjichu. That money was clearly meant for me. Hu Weiwei's expression darkened considerably. Her die-hard fans interpreted this as her disgust with Jiāng Chén's tactics and her disdain for other streamers. In an instant, the chat exploded once more. Chapter 134, is this the Big Brother perspective? Are you impressed yet? Just tell me, are you impressed yet? Hu Weiwei's fans flushed with excitement, their fingers furiously tapping away at keyboards. Though their goddess had never once responded to their speculations or opinions, Hu Weiwei was now bolstering their confidence through her actions. Now, Hu Weiwei's fans harbored not a shred of doubt about their idol. They were utterly convinced that the woman they adored and supported was a pure white lotus untouched by the world. Genuine and beyond reproach. You gold diggers are just embarrassing yourselves. Look at yourselves. How can you even compare to our Chen Wei? Exactly. She's a big influencer with hundreds of thousands of followers, yet she drools over a single rocket gift? Where's her dignity? Where's her bottom line? Hey, guys over there, drop that girl and join our family. Exactly. You guys who follow that girl can't resist a pretty penny. She might be crawling into this rich guy's arms by tomorrow morning. Imagine the despair then. But our goddess Chen Wei? No worries there, she couldn't care less about money. Hu Weiwei's die-hard fans were incredibly aggressive, praising her while dragging down other streamers. They were practically trying to convince the brothers on the other side to see the light and join their family. Their intensity left onlookers speechless. Many couldn't help but wonder. It's just a female streamer, right? Is it really worth this? But that's how fan communities operate. Once they form a collective, once they unite against a common enemy, once the competitive spirit kicks in, their rationality vanishes. Lu Ruyan, eyeing. Their fans couldn't hold their own against Hu Weiwei's sycophants. So they just cursed the sycophants and turtle men, clinging stubbornly to their own views. Just wait. Rich guy will definitely keep playing for several more rounds. 30 rockets? That's nothing. Wait until he hits 300, 1,000. I'll see if this white lotus can keep her cool then. Exactly. She's clearly building her persona, baiting the hook for a bigger catch. These lapdogs are unbelievable, they can't even see through it. The opposing side, though slightly on the defensive, had numbers and valid points, leaving the outcome still too close to call. The outcome hinged on Jiāng Chén's next move. Jiāng Chén watched Hu Weiwei's icy expression and felt his lips twitch. Impressive, she acted so convincingly. If he hadn't witnessed her shameless tantrums countless times in restaurants, schools, hotels, he might have actually believed her. But there was nothing he could do. Jiāng Chén had seen it all. He knew exactly what kind of person Hu Weiwei really was. Fine, you like to put on a show, huh? A few thousand isn't enough? How about tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Jiāng Chén's earlier desire to tear away Hu Weiwei's facade only grew stronger now. He couldn't stand seeing his good brothers, who didn't know her, get swindled by this gold digger. He was determined to make Hu Weiwei reveal her true colors completely. Throwing thousands at her right off the bat won't mean much. This game needs a gradual process, slowly peeling away her facade, tempting her greed. In that case, then. Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow, suddenly smiling with amusement as a rather intriguing tactic formed in his mind. Then, he opened his mic. Alright, giving dozens of small tips isn't exciting. Let's try something new. I'll issue my commands individually. For those who satisfy me, first round 1 gift, second round 2 gifts, third round 4 gifts, fourth round 8 gifts, and so on. How about it? The moment Jiāng Chén finished speaking, the minds of several streamers began racing. Doubling rewards each round? That meant 128 tips after 8 rounds, 256 after 9. 11 rounds, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars. This was far more exciting than earning a few thousand at a time. Almost all the streamers immediately agreed to the new rules, their eyes flashing with fierce competitive desire as they glanced at each other. If they could keep Jiāng Chén's attention locked on them, raking in millions today might not be out of the question. Soon, the game resumed with the new rules in place. On Jiāng Chén's side, the selection was random. If a streamer performed well enough, she could not only receive the initial reward but also directly initiate a second round, third round. Theoretically, as long as she kept performing well, she could keep raking in rockets. The new first round quickly commenced with eyeing. Since the reward was only 1 rocket, the other streamers remained relatively composed. Unless rockets started flying by the thousands, which could potentially drain Jiāng Chén's funds, they stood to earn more the longer the game went on. Thus, no one worried during the initial stages. Bro, you give the commands this time, I promise I'll do my best.
Ayan bit her lip, sweet-talking Jiāng Chén, hoping he'd stick around for a few more rounds with her.
But Jiāng Chén remained silent. Everything depended on her performance. In the end, Aang only lasted until the 4th round, wrapping things up hastily after earning 7 rockets. The second player took the stage, and her rewards started directly at 8 rockets. She too lasted only 2 rounds, ending abruptly after collecting 24 rockets. Next, the starting reward would jump to 32 rockets. But just as Jiāng Chén was about to continue randomly selecting participants, a red notification dot popped up on his message page. The message was from Aang, who had lasted 4 rounds. She couldn't accept that despite lasting 1 round longer than others, she'd received 2/3 fewer gifts and the gap was only widening. For Jiāng Chén's gifts, she decided to go all in. She offered to meet certain special conditions in exchange for another chance to challenge. Bro, can you pick me again? Log in with your alt account to this livestream room, it has a much better view. Aang sent suggestive emojis, seemingly hinting at something. Jiāng Chén never cared who received the gifts, his goal was simply to expose Hu Weiwei's true colors. Fairness? Not his concern. If Aang wanted to cut in line, so be it, first come, first served. Jiāng Chén logged into the new livestream with his alt account. He was the only one in that room, and the view was quite peculiar. Is this what they call the Big Brother's perspective? Jiāng Chén watched the screen displaying content that couldn't help but stir his emotions, and smiled faintly. In his previous life, he'd heard rumors that some streamers would create exclusive VIP perspectives for their top donors, offering them a unique experience that made them feel special and more willing to open their wallets. Back then, Jiāng Chén had dismissed it as mere rumor. Only now, experiencing it firsthand, did he realize it was indeed true? Well, as long as it's entertaining. 32 rockets? Sent. When the third pick landed on Aang again, Jiāng Chén didn't even give her instructions, he just sent out 32 rockets. Later came 64 rockets, then 128. This time, when Aang was selected again, he racked up a total of 224 rockets across 3 rounds, maxing out the contributions in her livestream and propelling her to the top of the new rankings. Aang happily clenched her legs together, unintentionally creating an oddly intense vibe for Jiāng Chén on the other side of the camera. With over 100,000 yuan secured, even if she didn't get another chance to cash in later, she was thoroughly delighted. Chapter 135, Lu Ruyan's sense of crisis offline meeting? Unlike the jubilant Aang, other streamers gradually grew anxious and irritable, especially Lu Ruyan. Her sense of urgency intensified. When another streamer who'd been completely unremarkable until now received 256 rockets, that sense of crisis peaked. Mingming, I was supposed to be his first. Lu Ruyan stared at Jiāng Chén's avatar, her face twisted with hurt. She'd assumed he'd pick her among the first few rounds, but 9 rounds had passed without him even mentioning her name. What if she was left out completely? She was genuinely terrified that her big brother might be snatched away by someone else. If this keeps up. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and decided to send Jiāng Chén a private message. She had to resort to extreme measures. Bro, you're really going all out here. If it really doesn't work out, could you pick me later? I'll give you half the profits, no, 70%. How about that? The platform takes a hefty cut from viewer donations, leaving only the remainder for the streamer. Lu Ruyan had initially planned to offer half, but realizing that wouldn't amount to much, she decided to make a bold concession. All to keep Jiāng Chén in her livestream. When Jiāng Chén didn't reply for a long time, she grew even more determined, preparing to offer a full refund. Even if she made nothing, as long as Jiāng Chén stayed with her, she'd earn it back sooner or later. Jiāng Chén saw Lu Ruyan's private message and was slightly surprised. Another one who doesn't care about money. Strange. Chen Jichu had been the same back then, watching me spend money, then gradually finding ways to save it for me. She was actually quite nice. Too bad Jiāng Chén didn't need to save money. Whatever he spent, the system would fully reimburse him. As for exploiting the system's glitches, well, time was tight, and Jiāng Chén couldn't be bothered to test it. With less than 5 hours left before the round ended, he needed to keep increasing his spending pace. So Jiāng Chén replied to Lu Ruyan. No worries, I'm not short on cash. Get ready. The rocket launch speed is about to ramp up. Lu Ruyan froze as the screen before her suddenly filled with rocket animations. Before she could even finish her command, Jiāng Chén had already fired off 512 rockets. Lu Ruyan was utterly dumbfounded. Could Jiāng Chén really have infinite ammunition? No longer in a rush to complete the command, a blush rose in Lu Ruyan's eyes. She continued in a private message, bro, can we meet up in a few days? I see you're in Jiangzhou. I want to come visit. Could you show me around? After typing that, her face flushed as she quickly stepped out of the camera's view. The onlookers were so stunned their typing slowed considerably. Some curious souls calculated the total value of rockets Jiāng Chén had sent tonight. It had already reached a staggering 4 million plus. Bro, you're loaded. How'd you make that much? Teach me. How come you guys are all so loaded? Why's it only me who has to make an appointment and state the purpose when withdrawing 50,000 from the bank? 4 million? Holy crap.
That's enough for a downtown apartment, and he just flashed it at a bunch of streamers.
What's next? 1,000 rockets?
Brothers, prepare to witness history rich guy's second 1,000 rocket streak tonight.
Amidst the gasping fans and sycophants, Huawei's die-hard lapdogs kept spewing their praise. So what if it's 1,000 rockets? Even 2,000 wouldn't faze our goddess Weiwei, she wouldn't even blink. See?
Even with all these rockets flying now, our goddess Weiwei remains completely unfazed, right? Where are the haters?
Come out. Keep talking?
But Weiwei wasn't nearly as composed as her fans claimed she was. Truth be told, when the rocket count hit 128, she started to feel restless. But thinking about how the numbers would only keep climbing, she forced herself to endure.
Then came 256. 512.
When Jiāng Chén casually brushed off the 512 rockets without a care, Weiwei's resolve began to waver. If she had received that many rockets just now, she would have at least gotten over 100,000 yuan, right?
And if she got the next 1024, the money would be even more.
Even during her peak period of being the most devoted and highest quality lapdog, the total allowance they gave her each month barely reached this amount. Today, if she just bit the bullet and pushed herself a little harder,
in mere minutes, hundreds of thousands would be hers. This thought made Weiwei unbearably restless.
Her mouth went dry, her fingers itched to reach out. The urge to contact this wealthy guy and sign up with a command challenge was sky high. Just then, the tone of the chat in the livestream began to shift subtly. Viewers who had been bitterly insulted by Weiwei's fans and had been seething for quite some time finally found a new angle to attack her.
Rich guy sure is generous. But if some people say they don't care about money, why are they still hanging around the stream? Exactly. It's late at night and they're not even getting paid, why not just end the stream and go to sleep? Or maybe that whole money is worthless act was just a facade? Maybe she just didn't think enough was on the table before. The bullet comments never directly mentioned Weiwei, yet every word was about her.
Faced with this, Weiwei's die-hard fans could only offer vague, evasive responses, utterly unable to counter the crowd's arguments.
Exactly, if she doesn't want to stream for free, why not just leave? Why waste everyone's time in the chat? This was something even some of Weiwei's own fans couldn't understand. The flood of comments and reactions gradually quieted down.
Everyone turned their gaze toward Weiwei, some with trust, others waiting to see the show. Weiwei was starting to feel restless.
Jiāng Chén's gift-giving felt a bit chaotic lately. What if she didn't act quickly and he ended up showering all his gifts on someone else? What if this big spender ran out of money?
Even though Jiāng Chén's bulk gifting had broadened her horizons, her perspective remained limited. In her view, this big brother would likely spend all his money after sending another 2,000 or 4,000 rockets. That would leave her with only 3 final chances. Weiwei was torn, engaged in a fierce internal struggle. On one hand, she'd grown arrogant from being fawned over. She refused to grovel or bow down to anyone, especially men, except Jiāng Chén.
On the other hand, she desperately needed money.
If she could get 1,000 or even 2,000 rockets, she could continue her extravagant lifestyle and avoid embarrassing herself in front of Jiāng Chén and others due to lack of funds. Moreover, if she managed to secure 1,000, 2,000, or even 4,000 rockets totaling 7,000, her wealth could potentially shift the balance of power between her and Jiāng Chén. The fact that he's been holding on to that few thousand for so long proves he only splurges when chasing girls.
Otherwise, he's frugal and money-minded. Once I make a little money, maybe he won't be so stubbornly rejecting me anymore.
The internal dialogue raced for dozens of breaths before Weiwei gradually convinced herself.
Right, it's just online anyway. No one knows me. And I'll only do this once. Once it's done, I'll have enough funds to bring Jiāng Chén down. Just this once. Chapter 136, The Rocket's Ready, No Turning Back.
Weiwei's lips twitched slightly. After fully convincing herself, she leaned forward and declared with decisive clarity.
I'm in. Who said I wasn't joining?
Weiwei's voice held not a trace of tremor, her gaze unwaveringly resolute. Seeing her like this, hearing her say she'd keep participating, their eyes lost their certainty.
And within minutes, the place erupted. Fans in Weiwei's livestream were dumbfounded, flooding the chat with endless question marks.
Fans were left speechless, their confusion and distress evident even in their text comments.
What's going on? What happened to treating money like dirt? What happened to rising above the mud without being tainted? No way, what's going on here? I just don't get it. Weiwei, you can't do this. How did everything change so suddenly? Many were too upset to even speak.
Just moments ago, they'd gloated with such satisfaction over Weiwei's supposed purity while mocking other streamers.
Now, that same satisfaction had turned to agony.
It felt like their faces had been slapped raw. Just then, the counterattack from other livestream rooms arrived, those very rooms that had been attacked by Weiwei's sycophants. Upon hearing Weiwei's words, they burst into laughter and pounced, mercilessly mocking both Weiwei herself and her fans.
This is hilarious. Pure as ice and jade? Yeah, right. I told you no one's pure when they're streaming. They just need more damn money. Bunch of dumb suck-ups, hearts broken now? Shattered, ha ha ha. This is priceless. Finally, the tables have turned. Those pathetic losers gloated for so long, only to be betrayed by their goddess. What a year-end drama. The backlash from their trash-talking and mudslinging hit them hard. Compared to their earlier overwhelming onslaught, tenfold more intense, now flooding Huawei's livestream. Beyond the barrage of comments and messages, every Huawei fan ranked on the contribution leaderboard faced personal attacks ranging from 3 or 5 to over a dozen or even dozens of direct messages. Some even created fake accounts just to privately message and insult these people. But they could no longer fight back as they once did. Their idol had fallen from grace, tarnished by money. The attackers were right, and they could only remain speechless. Driven to desperation, some of Huawei's most loyal fans began unfollowing her, and some even deleted their accounts. Huawei saw it all in the flood of comments. She saw her fans' desperate pleas, but she simply didn't care. She never found live streaming enjoyable to begin with. Nor did she see any value in these fans who had contributed thousands of yuan to her. Anyway, once she earned Jiāng Chén's rocket later, she'd simply delete her account and stop streaming. Why bother caring about these people? Huawei let out a cold laugh, finding the flood of losers' comments in the bullet chat utterly amusing. Jiāng Chén watched Huawei completely fall out with her fans, gradually becoming the target of their collective attacks. He couldn't stop grinning. Damn, he thought Huawei might hold out a bit longer. Who knew she'd crack after just 1,000 rockets? Talk about low standards. Jiāng Chén snorted, waiting for the next act to unfold. As long as Huawei volunteered for the challenge, the fun was about to begin. Meanwhile, the other female streamers watching the drama unfold chimed in with their own sarcastic comments. They'd all seen this coming. These veteran streamers were no fools. How could they not spot a newbie's hidden agenda? They were just waiting for the right moment. And now, that chance had arrived. After being verbally attacked by Huawei's fans earlier, this was the perfect moment to get even. Some people really have the nerve to play both sides. If you thought the pay was too low, why didn't you say so earlier? We all got fooled. Enough already, enough. If we keep this up, our holy White Lotus followers will be all over us again. Got it, sis will handle it. The female streamers giggled and bickered, their words laced with subtle jabs, all aimed squarely at Huawei. But Huawei remained astonishingly unfazed. She still ignored everyone else. Even now, her expression carried an inexplicable air of superiority that felt uncomfortable to witness, its origin a mystery. This feeling stemmed entirely from Jiāng Chén. Huawei was so shameless and delusional that she had absurdly come to regard Jiāng Chén and even his money as her personal possessions. She remained convinced that she was but a step away from possessing Jiāng Chén's wealth and becoming a millionaire. With such confidence, she naturally looked down on these women selling their looks online. Her gaze swept coldly across the streamers' screens before Huawei's voice softened slightly. Big spender, she asked, could I take on the next challenge? She carefully maintained a balance firmer than when facing Jiāng Chén, yet softer than when dealing with sycophants. This only made the other streamers look down on her even more. You've shown your true colors, what's the point of maintaining that facade? Is there any meaning left in pretending? How amusing. Don't get too excited. What if Mr. Rich doesn't give you a chance? Or even if he does, he might not give you rockets. Then you'll be in for a surprise. The female streamers giggled, waiting for Huawei to make a fool of herself. Her face really is as thick as ever. Well then, the real game should begin. Jiāng Chén marveled once more at Huawei's audacity before opening voice chat and accepting her request. A new round of command challenges began. Huawei thanked Jiāng Chén, mentally reviewing the previous commands, mostly simple ones like imitating a dog, a cat, or rolling her eyes. Nothing challenging at all. She was certain she could breeze through them. But what Huawei didn't know was that this game had been specifically designed for her. Before she even stepped onto the stage, all the commands were merely appetizers and child's play. What was about to unfold was the real main event. Of course, before the main event began, there was one more transition. That would be Jiāng Chén's final act of mercy. The previous rules remain unchanged, but this time you can all participate together. Besides the one who gets 1024, if I enjoy watching the others, I'll also send out a few hundred rockets. Jiāng Chén's words instantly ignited the enthusiasm of every streamer. The audience's attention was also drawn in, and everyone had a feeling. Something big was about to happen. Chapter 137, Manipulation Streamers Have Equipment. Ready? Then let the game begin. Jiāng Chén's calm tone always carried an inexplicably tantalizing aura, making the streamers' hearts flutter. Especially when they considered that while they were technically participating in a challenge, it felt more like a master puppet manipulation game. They were the dolls, while Jiāng Chén, mysterious and seemingly bottomless in wealth, was the master. This peculiar sense of familiarity, even through the internet, made several streamers who hadn't taken that step feel quite uncomfortable. Among them, Lu Ruyan felt it most acutely. Ready, bro? She pumped her tiny fist at the camera with slightly too much force. Thanks to her makeup and beauty filters, she hadn't yet noticed the peculiar flush spreading across her cheeks.
Perhaps it was the nervousness of privately arranging a real-life meeting with Jiāng Chén, or the thrill of receiving massive gifts, or the shame of feeling manipulated in this moment.
Or perhaps all of the above.
Either way, her cheeks were flushed brilliantly, paired with her increasingly unsteady breathing, leaving the viewers in the livestream room feeling alarmed. Some viewers urged the streamer to calm down, while others joked that he'd pressed the remote control. But the latter, who had been making such jokes across multiple livestreams, noticed that everyone's faces were flushed. He began to hesitate.
Holy crap, don't tell me it's real? There really is a remote?
His words went unnoticed for the moment. Meanwhile, Hu Weiwei and others promptly responded to Jiāng Chén, declaring they were ready to accept the challenge. Seeing this, Jiāng Chén activated his mic and said hesitantly, "First command simple.
Bite your lip. Let's see how you handle it." With that, Jiāng Chén decisively muted his mic and watched the 8 participants carry out their tasks.
Though the command seemed simple, no one underestimated the challenge.
Frankly, the simpler the challenge, the more complex it often becomes.
They were all competitors, after all. If the boss told you to bite your lip, would you just bite your lip?
What if others did more? Ultimately, it was about pleasing the boss. Completing only the basic instruction meant certain defeat. Thus, the streamers began wildly improvising their own flair.
A simple bite your lip led to one pairing it with a seductive, half-closed gaze and suggestive hand gestures, another dancing while biting her lip, each approach uniquely their own. Even the streamer who had previously given brother Jiāng Chén a VIP perspective, whose expressions merely shifted in everyone else's livestream.
She was clearly going all out, practically skirting the edge of platform bans while flaunting her figure for Jiāng Chén. Good, good, good. That's impactful bonus points.
Over at Lu Ruyan's end, after sustaining the challenge for over 10 seconds, she instructed her assistant to snap a candid photo and privately message it to Jiāng Chén. Indeed, compared to the standard livestream feed, he was seeing far more interesting content.
This one gets extra points too. Then came another heavyweight move. Here's the remote, bro, control it however you like, but there are so many rockets I'm afraid I won't be able to resist. Little lamb, you're something else.
The streamer, who hadn't received any gifts from Jiāng Chén yet, sent him a private message with a user manual. It detailed which gifts would trigger specific programs on certain little devices.
And this little device.
Jiāng Chén watched the girl in the livestream biting her lip and swaying her hips, his eyes brimming with amusement.
Got it.
The pleasures of being a big spender truly know no bounds. First the VIP view, now gift manipulation.
Interesting.
Unlike Hu Weiwei, this streamer didn't adopt an innocent yet aloof persona, but she was quite similar in that she played up the dumb next-door big sister vibe. She was quite popular with the viewers in the chat. But poor viewers, they clearly had no idea that the kind, gentle big sister they admired
is someone who trembles at the sight of a rocket gift? This definitely deserves extra points.
Jiāng Chén narrowed his eyes, glancing at other streamers' private chats filled with send photos and hints about offline meetups. If Jiāng Chén had seen a few of these earlier, he might have given them higher scores. But someone had gifted Jiāng Chén the most perfect, most profound experience of manipulation. Thus, the winner of this challenge round was practically predetermined. From this moment on, victory would no longer be decided within the livestream. How many gifts they could receive from Jiāng Chén depended on how much they could offer him in private, beyond the view of others.
Blown away, guys. How about you? I'm definitely not sleeping tonight.
Seriously, my blood's boiling.
These rich folks sure know how to play. It's just like some harem vying for favor, each one desperate for the rich guy to pick their token. I hereby declare this is my life goal.
Seeing the goddesses turn into this because of the rich guy's rockets, my heart is breaking. Wha?
Heartbroken? Well, are you watching or not? Of course I'm watching. This is a rare spectacle you don't get to see every day. I'd be crazy to miss it.
The chat room buzzed with chatter.
Amidst the shock, viewers flooded Jiāng Chén with gratitude for this gift.
Without Jiāng Chén, they'd never have seen this side of their goddesses. Meanwhile, in Little Lamb's livestream, she finally got her wish: Jiāng Chén's rocket. 1 rocket, 2 rockets, 10 rockets, 50 rockets, 100 rockets.
500. Rockets kept appearing on Xiao Yang's livestream page.
Her expression gradually shifted from a shy, moist smile to a bitter one, then to sheer terror and utter helplessness.
Too many, far too many rockets.
Suppressing the breathy voice that nearly escaped her throat, she pleaded with Jiāng Chén to stop sending them. Her body trembled as she slumped onto the desk, temporarily leaving the camera frame. The viewers were puzzled.
Wait, how can someone actually complain about getting too many rockets? Is the streamer feeling unwell from getting too excited? Maybe she should take a break? Little Sheep's livestream had a warm and peaceful vibe. Her fans weren't overly enthusiastic, but they genuinely cared for her. But Xiao Yang dared not and couldn't respond to their concern as she usually would. Every ounce of her energy and focus was concentrated on one thing: she couldn't resume streaming normally until it stopped. Xiao Yang covered her mouth, her flushed face glistening with sweat. She never imagined Jiāng Chén would send her so many rockets.
She'd thought it would be 100 or 2 at most, but it turned out to be 500.
Does this mean I'll have to quit streaming? Xiao Yang thought with her last shred of rationality.
Perhaps that was the case, for there was no opportunity or space for her to remove her equipment now.
Doing something like this during a live stream. I really am a shameless woman.
After hesitating, Xiaoyang finally trembled as she snapped a few selfies and sent them to Jiāng Chén.
Image. Little lamb, brother, I'll hold back. Chapter 138, Goddess? Just a toy for the wealthy. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. These people are geniuses. Jiāng Chén slapped his thigh in delight.
The emotional value from today's investment not only held steady but grew stronger as time passed.
These streamers really knew how to put on a show.
Besides Little Lamb, several other streamers performed reasonably well, so Jiāng Chén sent them each 88 rockets as a token of appreciation. But from start to finish, not a single person had won the round's grand prize of 1024.
Had Jiāng Chén run out of money? Impossible.
He'd been firing off 500s and 88s without a second thought.
This clearly proved Jiāng Chén's financial resources remained sky high.
Therefore, only one reason remained.
The current performances hadn't met his psychological expectations. Guess we'll just have to wait for the next round?
The streamers who had received gifts sighed softly. In a way, receiving those gifts also signaled their temporary elimination from this round.
Fortunately, it seemed everyone was eliminated. This round, no one received the final reward. The 1024 rockets might carry over to the next round. No. As these thoughts crossed their minds, the streamers sensed something was amiss. It seemed not everyone had received a gift. Right now, one person was still in the command challenge phase. It was Hu Weiwei. Hu Weiwei furrowed her brow. Even though she'd mentally prepared herself to sacrifice a bit of dignity for the fortune. But now that the moment had arrived, she still hesitated. Watching how those women instantly twisted into seductive poses at Jiāng Chén's casual bite your lip command, Hu Weiwei felt an intense wave of discomfort at the thought of possibly having to do the same. Was she really going to do the same thing as these women? Hu Weiwei was extremely reluctant, but ultimately, she couldn't resist the allure of the rocket. She averted her gaze from the camera, avoiding everyone's eyes, then bit down on her lower lip, forcing herself to endure the discomfort. After holding on for over 10 seconds, Hu Weiwei thought it should be over and turned to look at her phone screen. But there was no trace of the rocket. All that remained were fans who felt utterly hopeless and a few scattered cheap gifts. Forget 1024 rockets, Hu Weiwei didn't even get a single one. What's going on? Did this rich guy run out of money? Hu Weiwei instinctively blamed others, and the only possibility she could think of was that Jiāng Chén had run out of money. After all, she'd made such a huge sacrifice being manipulated by him in front of so many people, so he should at least send a few hundred rockets as a token gesture. But the reality was not a single rocket. To Hu Weiwei, the only explanation was that Jiāng Chén had run out of funds. And, when she applied to join the challenge, he hadn't mindlessly showered her with gifts like he had the previous participants. If he's broke, I'm not wasting my time on this. Hu Weiwei's expression darkened slightly. If she was going to throw caution to the wind and grovel, it had to be worth her while. No money? Don't expect a friendly reception from her. But what was the real reason Hu Weiwei hadn't gotten anything? Jiāng Chén knew, the other streamers could see it, but Hu Weiwei herself couldn't figure it out. Do you take me for a fool? This is what you expect to get me to drop rockets? Jiāng Chén scoffed coldly. Hu Weiwei had been this foolish from the start, utterly clueless about the situation. She played coy when she should have been shameless, then threw a tantrum when she should have shown some dignity. Jiāng Chén had no intention of rewarding Hu Weiwei with a single gift this round. He pulled out the money just to show Hu Weiwei, to bring out her true colors. As for gifting, Jiāng Chén would spend on anyone but Hu Weiwei. Who knew beggars could stand tall? Impressive, our pure as lotus goddess. Seeing Hu Weiwei come up empty-handed, the other female streamers immediately launched into mocking mode. Not a shred of sincerity. How do you expect rich guys to send gifts? If you're begging, lower your standards. Stop pretending. Utterly disgusting. Hypocrisy taken to this level. Even those who go out for live streams wouldn't give her the time of day. Shut up. Her fans weren't as vocal as before. With no one defending Hu Weiwei, the barrage of attacks poured directly onto her. The frustration of having sold her dignity for nothing made Hu Weiwei increasingly irritable. She lashed out, demanding everyone shut up. But Hu Weiwei's counterattack only made them more mocking, more relentlessly sarcastic. A clown's counterattack isn't a counterattack, it's just entertainment. This time, Hu Weiwei was genuinely upset. On one hand, she despised these female streamers who earned their money by groveling and fawning over men. On the other hand, it stunned that this time, they were the ones profiting while she got nothing. This back and forth left Hu Weiwei's expression grim, so much so that even beauty filters and effects couldn't mask it. Must I really stoop to their level, becoming that shameless? Images of those streamers writhing and flirtatiously posing flashed through Hu Weiwei's mind. She couldn't bring herself to bet that Jiāng Chén was truly broke. She still wanted those rockets worth over 1,000, maybe even 2,000. Given the current situation, she feared she might have to stoop to the same level as those she had once looked down upon. Blood rushed to Hu Weiwei's neck and above.
No one received the 1024 rocket reward this round, so Jiāng Chén immediately began the next round, raising the reward to 2048 rockets. Now, it was the preparation phase before the new round began. Before the main event commenced, it gave the streamers time to change outfits, prepare props, touch up their makeup, or adjust their state. This period would last 10 to 20 minutes, but everyone was willing to wait. Despite it being 1 a.m., nearly a million pairs of eyes remained glued to the screen. As long as they could immerse themselves in Jiāng Chén's journey, they were in for an exhilarating night.
Turn off your phones and go to sleep? No way, that'd be a huge loss.
And it was precisely during this intermission that a portion of Hu Weiwei's fans, those who still refused to give up hope, began to resurface. They flooded several live stream rooms, attempting to whitewash Hu Weiwei's image. They believed their arguments were sound and well-founded, but realistically, they were only convincing themselves.
Hey, did we misjudge our goddess Weiwei?
Watching her now, she's still as pure as ever.
What? Are you crazy? Trolls, get lost. Just admit it. While the other 7 streamers were getting all worked up, what about our goddess Weiwei?
My guess is she was just giving us fans a treat by hanging out with those rich guys.
It definitely wasn't about the rockets. That makes sense. If it were really about rockets, any smart person would know she had to burn some to please rich guy. Goddess Weiwei isn't stupid.
Jiāng Chén stared at the comments and bullet chats, stunned once again. There sure are a lot of pathetic losers out there. These guys are so repressed they can actually delude themselves into fawning over trash like Hu Weiwei.
Jiāng Chén shook his head.
If these guys were incorrigible, there was nothing he could do. He'd just do his own thing and let these stubborn old guys be stubborn. His motto, respect others' fates and abandon the urge to help.
And Hu Weiwei giving you guys perks? Ha ha ha, that's laughable. Didn't she just blatantly suspect I might be broke?
Jiāng Chén knew Hu Weiwei's nature all too well. He snorted derisively. The preparation time was nearly up. The new challenge began immediately. This time, in front of over 1 million viewers across 8 live streams, Hu Weiwei pulled down her collar. With what she thought was a casual gesture, she displayed her delicate collarbone to the camera.
She even deliberately lowered the camera angle. Jiāng Chén chuckled.
It seemed that under the temptation of 2048 rockets, Hu Weiwei could no longer maintain her act.
Chapter 139, Character Collapse, Backlash Strikes.
Bro, I wasn't in the right state earlier.
Now I'm really getting into it, give me another chance.
The soft, sweet voice and tender demeanor Hu Weiwei never showed her sycophantic fans in the livestream were now fully on display for Jiāng Chén on the other side of the screen and for the millions of other viewers watching. This stark contrast from icy detachment to fiery passion left tens of thousands of viewers gasping holy, in the dead of night.
Holy, is this really the same Chén Wei from just now? Money really does have infinite power.
Even if this woman was ice, seeing millions float past her would melt her.
Damn, rich guy, she actually couldn't keep up the act anymore. What a show.
The audience was caught completely off guard, and even the other streamers in the live chat were startled by Hu Weiwei's sudden change. They'd expected Hu Weiwei to keep up the act for a while longer. After all, she'd held it together for so long.
If she broke character too quickly, it would look downright embarrassing.
If her change had been gradual, they could have blamed it on being overwhelmed by the massive fortune, a momentary lapse, not her true self.
But now, Hu Weiwei's transformation was lightning fast.
In the brief pause for preparation, she had completely changed, as if she were a different person. This was undeniably a case of her mask slipping, revealing her true nature. As Hu Weiwei began to exert herself, the other streamers mocked her while swiftly following suit, barely regarding her as a competitor.
They had privately connected with Jiāng Chén, investing things they couldn't show on camera.
Our battlefields were no longer the same.
How could a phony, self-righteous poser ever compare to us?
Men may have a penchant for persuading virtuous women to dive into the sea and urging those already in the sea to come ashore, but that only works if you're actually virtuous. Most present saw through Hu Weiwei's feigned superiority from the start.
They couldn't believe rich guy hadn't noticed. Chén Wei? The so-called goddess of purity? Go ahead and embarrass yourself. Go ahead and torture yourself.
This round's reward could go to anyone except you. Ling, who had been the target of Hu Weiwei's fans' harshest attacks, felt immense satisfaction seeing Hu Weiwei's persona crumble. As the live stream's fan count and viewership plummeted, her satisfaction knew no bounds.
Jiāng Chén also smiled faintly. Good. This was exactly what he wanted to see.
He was about to witness Hu Weiwei's true colors exposed, watching her throw every trick in her bag only to end up with nothing. He opened his mic to pour fuel on the fire. Chén, if this is the best you can do when you try, you won't get any rewards for these rounds either.
Take a look at others and learn from them. If you're going to be in this line of work, at least be professional.
Got it, bro.
I'll learn.
Hu Weiwei's face had been flushed crimson, expecting her display of innocent yet sensual charm to outshine everyone else. Instead, she received only Jiāng Chén's cold, scathing criticism. Worse still, he told her to learn from those cheap women she looked down on. Hu Weiwei gritted her teeth, unsure what was wrong with her signature moves.
Didn't men love this kind of thing? Or did Big Brother have unique tastes, and what she'd just shown wasn't his cup of tea? Jiāng Chén's criticism deflated Hu Weiwei instantly.
Filled with shame and awkwardness, she obediently began studying other streamers' movements and expressions, forcing herself to mimic them despite the humiliation.
Jiāng Chén's lips curled upward. To him, every one of Hu Weiwei's movements and performances looked like a clown on a circus stage. He did appreciate that raw, innocent yet sensual style, but his taste was genuine. Not the kind Hu Weiwei was spouting obviously fake from the get-go. Besides, did Jiāng Chén not know exactly what kind of person Hu Weiwei was? Knowing her inside out meant Hu Weiwei's future efforts were destined to be nothing but a joke. A complete mess, a hodgepodge. Other streamers used their prep time to change outfits, prepare new props, and even the bold ones like Lu Ruyan added Jiāng Chén's contact and called him. But Hu Weiwei? The time allotted for preparation seemed spent solely in a daze. Her makeup and attire remained utterly unchanged. Her attempts to mimic others' gestures and expressions were bafflingly tinged with a subtle, almost imperceptible air of disdain. Pretending. She was pretending so hard, even at this point. No sincerity whatsoever, yet stubbornly refusing to let go. Her renewed effort earned her yet another scathing critique from Jiāng Chén. After expressing his frustration with Hu Weiwei, Jiāng Chén turned his praise toward Lu Ruyan and the other streamers. Rockets flew from his hands non-stop. Within moments, each streamer received at least 40 or 50 rockets, with some getting as many as 99. But Hu Weiwei didn't get her symbolic rocket until the very end. Watching that solitary rocket appear and vanish on her screen, Hu Weiwei's gaze went blank. Then, a fierce, seething resentment surged within her. Why do I only get one shot? What makes me any less than them? Driven by resentment, Hu Weiwei blurted out in frustration. She felt utterly wronged and miserable. From her perspective, she had tried so hard, couldn't Jiāng Chén at least give her a little face? Instead, he not only bluntly criticized her but also compared her to those trashy women. And to top it off, he insulted her with a rocket. Just one shot? She'd rather have none. Why did others get 40, 50, 90, or even 100, while she got only one? This crushing disparity was unbearable for Hu Weiwei, who had spent the entire day basking in the adoration and praise of her devoted fans. It all boiled over into seething jealousy toward the other streamers and bitter resentment toward this big brother who clearly lacked discernment. Hearing Hu Weiwei's tone, which bordered on accusation, Jiāng Chén laughed bitterly. He was about to speak up and shatter her defenses. But before Jiāng Chén could act, the 7 who had received his favors couldn't sit still any longer. Not only do you dare to look down on us, you pretentious fool, but you have the audacity to speak disrespectfully to Big Brother. This alone is unforgivable. Instantly, Lu Ruyan and the other 6 streamers joined forces to attack him. Some hurled direct insults, others delivered sarcastic jabs, while personal attacks and veiled criticisms flew thick and fast. In an instant, it became the second most spectacular scene in this livestream, rivaling the manipulation in training. Listening to the chaotic livestream, some bystanders couldn't help but start recording. Cut the crap, you hypocrite. You're not exactly short on rockets. Exactly. Our big brother, considering how you treat money like dirt, was afraid too many rockets would tarnish your character. He's actually being considerate of you. Ah, too bad we're just ordinary folks, can't refuse a generous guy's kindness. I'm so jealous of you, just a few $100 and you're satisfied. The other streamers seized upon every slip-up Hu Weiwei had made recently, dismantling her carefully crafted persona. Though her skills weren't superior and her earnings weren't higher, she still dared to look down on them with such arrogance. Each took turns attacking her. For a moment, Hu Weiwei was speechless, unsure how to defend herself. When women start arguing, 2 or 3 can be as thick as thieves, let alone 7 sharp-tongued, venomous speakers. In a verbal showdown, Hu Weiwei simply couldn't hold her own against them. The only male fan who might have backed her up was completely disillusioned by her next outburst of heartfelt words, shattering his defenses and causing him to unfollow her. Money, money, money. Hu Weiwei could tell these 7 were attacking her by exploiting her perceived disdain for wealth. The more she listened, the angrier she grew. Who said she didn't care about money? Did she think she was volunteering when she streamed? I never said I don't love money. That's all made up by those broke losers. Hu Weiwei raised her voice, shouting across the screen. Hearing this, the 7 streamers paused their attack with amused expressions. Fine, fine. Daring to call your own fans losers on stream? Your streaming career is over. Alright, we won't be participating in what happens next. Just watch karma come back to bite you. Chapter 140, 1,000 rockets each. Except for Hu Weiwei. Losers? Did my ears deceive me? Goddess Weiwei called us losers? Goddess my ass. Your eyes must be deaf too. You're such a ing suck up, embarrassing us guys. Let me add one word, we're not just losers, we're broke losers. We spent nearly 10,000 on gifts today. Whose money isn't real money? Taking our cash and still calling us broke losers? Shen Wei, you're something else. Forget it, I'm finally seeing clearly. This isn't some ice queen. She was cold during the stream because she looks down on us guys. I can't take it anymore. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'm not deleting my account, I'm going to expose this S. Count me in. I'm going to call her out right now. I want to see what kind of school or city could produce such a two-faced. The tide in Hu Weiwei's livestream turned completely. Her fan count plummeted to triple digits. Except for those asleep, nearly everyone unfollowed her right then. The once devoted fans had transformed into the most vicious trolls, unleashing every vulgar insult they'd ever learned upon the goddess who had shattered their illusions. But Hu Weiwei remained utterly unfazed. Open what? She had no clue. She couldn't care less about the attacks from a bunch of unknown, broke losers. It felt like nothing more than mosquito bites. Instead, Hu Weiwei muted the chat, completely shutting off the outlet for their rage. Meanwhile, she focused her energy and thoughts on how to continue pleasing her big brother. Since the mask was already off, there was a chance she'd be recognized even if she switched accounts. She had no intention of continuing in the live streaming business anyway. So she might as well ride this wave to rake in some cash, at least she wouldn't have suffered for nothing. She hadn't made much anyway. Suppressing her disgust, Hu Weiwei plastered a flattering smile on her face for the camera. Big brother, please give me one more chance. I'm definitely better than this bunch of shallow ES. She didn't know exactly how she was superior, but Hu Weiwei was just that confident. This inexplicable confidence had been cultivated by years of sycophants fawning over her. This peculiar self-assurance left a profound impression on Jiāng Chén. In fact, whenever he heard the word confidence, the first thing that came to mind wasn't Liang Jingru's song, but Hu Weiwei's outrageously thick skin. Hu Weiwei began to flirt and tease. Jiāng Chén hadn't taken her because he was still sulking. And this stranger, this big brother, had never crossed her path before. She was certain she could win him over. But despite Hu Weiwei's every trick and her heart full of expectation, in the end, all she got was, "I'm laughing in disbelief." Jiāng Chén sighed into the mic, "I'm genuinely laughing in disbelief. Choosing this person for the PK was purely for show, sacrificing my good mood for ratings. Alright, just pretend she doesn't exist. This round counts as a win for everyone, 10-24 rockets each." Seeing the clock ticking toward 2 a.m., Jiāng Chén had had his fill of entertainment. Now Hu Weiwei couldn't just walk around with her head held high in real life, her online reputation was utterly ruined too. It was pure satisfaction. Next came the cleanup and rewards phase after the climax of this spectacle. Seeing his token balance still hovering around 9 million in value, Jiāng Chén decided to blow it all in one go. After delivering another crushing blow to Hu Weiwei, he launched into a frenzied rocket firing spree. 7 people were shocked. Millions were stunned. Over 7,000 rockets? Didn't they say rich guy might actually be broke? Over 7 million? How could that be possible? But no matter how unbelievable it seemed, no matter how mind-boggling the feat, Jiāng Chén had genuinely sent over 7,000 rockets, filling the 7 live stream rooms with a sky full of fireworks. Lu Ruyan, Ying, Xiaoyang, Neko. Everyone was so excited they nearly held their breath. Could it be everyone gets a share? Just this single wave meant each of the 7 would soon receive over 500,000 yuan. With such a windfall, all their hard work tonight wouldn't go to waste. The 7 women erupted in cheers, loudly expressing their gratitude to Jiāng Chén in their respective live streams. "Boss is so generous. Rich guy, I love you to bits. Thanks, bro, he. But it wasn't just these streamers. Since Jiāng Chén still had several 100,000 yuan in spare change, he decided not to shortchange his good brothers in the live stream rooms either. He pulled up the contact from his call log, the customer service rep who had called him earlier, and arranged for a massive platform-wide red envelope. He sent the remaining tokens directly to millions of viewers. The luckiest viewers snagged several hundred tokens, while the least fortunate still got 5 or 6 dimes. Unlike Hu Weiwei, who was greedy and hypocritical, everyone was thrilled with even 5 or 6 cents. The screen was flooded with messages thanking and blessing Jiāng Chén. "Boss is so generous. I was just being stubborn earlier, my apologies. Following you now, rich bro. Wherever you go, I'll be there. Ha, snagged $500 just for watching the drama late at night, awesome. Bro, tell us poor folks the truth, you're not some big shot CEO of the platform, are you? What a tacky thing to say. Our rich bro is clearly just a super handsome guy passing by." Jiāng Chén was happy, the streamer was happy, the platform was happy, and even most of the viewers were happy. Thus, according to the law of conservation, where there's joy, there must be sorrow. And that someone was Hu Weiwei. At this moment, Hu Weiwei was ignored by everyone, reduced to a mere bystander. When she saw Jiāng Chén sending rockets, she tried to say something, but Lu Ruyan swiftly kicked her out of the stream. By then, her own stream was already deserted. Trembling all over, Hu Weiwei gritted her teeth and shut down her stream, then stormed straight into Lu Ruyan's livestream to hurl insults. But the assistant didn't give her a chance. The moment Hu Weiwei tried to speak, she was immediately blocked. All that cursing for nothing, all that suffering for nothing, all that loss of face for nothing, all that effort wasted. Do I have some grudge against you people? Hu Weiwei trembled with rage, snatched the phone from its stand, and slammed it onto the floor. After hearing the sound of the screen shatter, she frantically knelt on the floor and cried out. "This was bought for me by Jiāng Chén." Just then, her roommate, who had been driven to the rooftop by Hu Weiwei's racket to catch some fresh air, returned.
Spotting her, Hu Weiwei immediately pointed and screamed, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you." Her roommate's eye twitched, but she couldn't be bothered to respond. She flipped her middle finger and slammed the door shut. Hu Weiwei dashed to the rooftop, unlocked her phone, and promptly posted Hu Weiwei's personal information online. "Crazy, copying my livestream then complaining it's too loud and disturbing you. You're just a phony poser. I can't wait to see how those losers you called S will deal with you once they find out your real info." Roommate Xi Ping chuckled coldly. She'd had it with Hu Weiwei for ages, and this was the perfect chance to get back at her. The commotion Jiāng Chén had just stirred up had caught the attention of nearly all the major streamers still online. As an influencer with nearly 90,000 followers, Xi Ping had also signed up for the livestream. But alas, she hadn't been selected. She was already resentful toward Hu Weiwei, who had gotten lucky. Now, having been unjustly insulted, how could she resist kicking her while she was down? Chapter 141, round ended, super perfect reward. Ding! Player turned the empty-handed big spender judgment complete. Player exceeded objectives, achieving 0 balance in 4 hours, 39 minutes, and 15 seconds. Mission completion rating, SSS super perfect. Dispensing perfect grade rewards. Congratulations, host. You have gained +10 to physical attribute and +5 to intelligence attribute. Double refunding this turn seeking fun expenditure. Calculating daily interest. Refund complete. Balance +8,352,094 2. Interest settlement complete. Earnings, 260,000. Current balance, 16,964,188. 16,968,000. The emptiness from the account balance being wiped clean in an instant didn't linger for even a few minutes. What arrived next was the exhilaration of the balance surpassing 10 million for the first time, even reaching over 16 million, along with the boundless energy from his physical constitution increasing by 10 points once more. Even though it was the dead of night, he remained utterly alert. This time, it wasn't just the balance that doubled, it was the joy. Over 10 million, this was wealth beyond the reach of an ordinary worker toiling their entire life. The self before rebirth had never even dared imagine possessing such a sum. Back then, the most ambitious daydream he'd ever dared to entertain was how he'd spend 5 million. What had he been thinking back then? Use a few $100,000 to pay off debts, deposit the rest in the bank, and as long as he didn't splurge recklessly, he could live comfortably for the rest of his life. But now, looking back at those pre-rebirth thoughts, Jiāng Chén could only laugh at how small-minded he had been. A mere 5 million? Even if he made no progress whatsoever now, or even stopped collecting rent from the Longting Tower, he could earn 5 million in just 20 days. To his current self, sums of thousands or tens of thousands had become mere decimal points, figures scarcely worth considering. Watching the endless stream of flattery, the ever-growing numbers of followers and private messages, Jiāng Chén's mood had surprisingly settled into a state of calm. Amidst this sea of indistinguishable flattery and adulation, his mindset had returned to a state of detached calm. It's late. Let's talk tomorrow. 7 female streamers, their heads spinning from the flood of virtual gifts and hearts fluttering with anticipation, scrambled to contact Jiāng Chén through the back end. They hoped he would grace their live streams again, some even hinting at wanting to meet him in person, or perhaps something more. But Jiāng Chén had little interest in that for now. Night had fallen, and as a health-conscious high roller, pulling an all-nighter was hardly ideal. Whatever else might happen tonight, Jiāng Chén had no desire to participate. His overtime was done, and now rest was paramount. After giving the streamers a cold, perfunctory response, Jiāng Chén yawned and set off for home. Did the beautiful coach and the little secretary forget about me? Flipping through his phone overheated and lagging from too much streaming, Jiāng Chén found no messages or calls from either of them. Had the two girls gotten so busy they passed out? Jiāng Chén shrugged. But just then, the spinning white circle in his signal bar vanished. A flood of messages and missed call alerts, accompanied by relentless vibrations, surged toward his phone. Pang 11, Chen Jichu, Yan Shi, Meng Yuqiang. Dozens of people had sent him messages after midnight. But because his phone had drained completely just from staying in the live stream room, Jiāng Chén hadn't received a single one. Vanishing for over 4 hours had left many panicked. Phone calls and text messages bombarded her relentlessly, yet Jiāng Chén remained unresponsive. Jiāng Chén could almost picture how frantic everyone must be. With a heavy sigh, he conceded, time to get a new phone. He then steeled himself to start replying to each message one by one. The women who'd worried about his midnight disappearance, the roommates teasing him about spending the night at some beauty's place again. Jiāng Chén handled them one by one, and the process wasn't as tedious as he'd imagined. This feeling of being cared for and remembered was surprisingly pleasant, especially considering that before his rebirth, Jiāng Chén had been a loner ignored by everyone except his parents, his landlord, and Xia Chui, due to his countless failures. Time to head home. Jiāng Chén smiled gently, knowing Chen Jichu was waiting for him aboard the Dragon Ascendant. His spirits soared at the thought of returning home. The system had granted him more than just wealth and dignity. It also gave him a place to belong. Good evening, Mr. Jiang. Please get some rest.
Driving back to Tenlong Garden, the security detail spotted Jiāng Chén's vehicle from afar. They opened the gates, saluted, and welcomed him home. Given the professionalism of their security system, within 10 minutes of Jiāng Chén completing his property purchase, they had meticulously recorded his appearance, vehicle, and license plate number. They instantly recognized the young man driving the Yuan U8 as the newly wealthy Jiangzhou resident who had purchased courtyard number 1 in full. The entire team dared not show the slightest negligence, adopting an attitude several times more attentive than usual, all to earn Jiāng Chén's favorable impression. Their efforts paid off. Good. You've worked hard. Though it was late at night, these security personnel remained steadfastly at their posts. While their substantial income undoubtedly played a role, their inherent dedication was truly commendable. After exchanging warm greetings with several of them, Jiāng Chén returned to his own courtyard. The message from above mentioned he was very young. Indeed. What kind of background could this person have? I've never heard a whisper about him in Jiangzhou. After watching Jiāng Chén depart, the security guards who served as the face of the establishment whispered among themselves, their expressions tinged with envy and confusion. To be able to shell out hundreds of millions for a house at such a young age even with family backing was truly formidable. Maybe he's some big shot from another province or even the capital. Probably. Dropping 500 million like that? Jiangzhou doesn't seem like the kind of place that could produce such a dragon. Dragon? Tenlong Garden. That's quite a coincidence. Sure, let's not talk about it. Just focus on our shift. We'll be off in a few hours. You're right. The security guards at the entrance didn't linger long. Soon, they returned to their respective posts, their eyes fixed intently on the murky night sky, blurred by the city's light pollution. Boss, where did you disappear to in the middle of the night? One even drove around looking for you. Chen Jichu, looking utterly exhausted, glared at Jiāng Chén, who appeared refreshed and energetic, muttering with a hint of resentment. But as his secretary, she dared not blame Jiāng Chén, she was merely looking out for him. Want some late-night snacks? Chen Jichu helped Jiāng Chén change into an outer garment, hooked her hand through his belt, and led him toward the kitchen. The butler and servants at this mansion don't start work until 6:30 a.m. If you want anything to eat now, you'll have to rely on me. Jiāng Chén followed Chen Jichu's lead and went with her. His eyes sparkled with amusement. Chapter 142, just a late-night snack? Is it really just a late-night snack? Jiāng Chén watched Chen Jichu in his thin apron, his mouth growing dry. We'll have the late-night snack later. First, I'll have you. The moment they entered the kitchen, Jiāng Chén swept the irresistibly alluring Chen Jichu into his arms and pressed a deep kiss upon her lips. The dryness in his mouth gradually subsided, and the desire stirred earlier by those female streamers surged back with renewed intensity. Secretary Chen, I'm afraid you'll have to work overtime tonight. Jiāng Chén's tone was firm as he slapped his hand against Chen Jichu's soft curves. The young secretary, who had intended to resist, instantly lost all strength and let Jiāng Chén have his way. The first courtyard covered a considerable area. If Jiāng Chén were to handle the cleaning himself after purchasing it, he might work himself to exhaustion and still not finish the task in a single day. And household chores hardly seemed like something a wealthy tycoon should be doing. This is where the soft services included in the hefty purchase price of Compound 1 came into play. To coordinate the entire operation of the compound, managing meals, cleaning, furniture maintenance, gardening, pool upkeep, and other complex tasks, the sum Jiāng Chén paid included a professional, high-end team of servants. From butlers to cooks and housekeepers, these professionals, seasoned from working in 5-star hotels and luxury villas worldwide, were all present. They would begin their service at 6:30 a.m. and attend to the residents until 11 p.m. Thus, when Jiāng Chén awoke at noon, a lavish lunch had already been prepared in the dining room below. Thank goodness I don't have class on Friday mornings. Jiāng Chén escaped the embrace of comfort, sighing as he pressed his hand to his forehead. Staying out all night without permission, pulling an all-nighter only to wake up at noon, Jiāng Chén nearly forgot he was still a student. I really need to strike a better balance between studying and life. Jiāng Chén resolved to stop indulging like this in the future. Yet, as he glanced at Chen Jichu beside him, her complexion rosy, her eyes glistening as she gazed quietly at him, he felt himself stirring with desire once more. This was simply too much energy. With his physical constitution exceeding 100 points, he had surpassed human limits. That overflowing energy could only be released through physical exertion, not mental work, but physical labor. In every sense of the word. But Jiāng Chén didn't want to torment Chen Jichu any further. He smiled, gave her soft flesh a light pat, and said, "You worked hard overtime. Get some rest, then come downstairs for lunch. I'll dash back to school the clock in first." Chen Jichu hugged herself shakily, then pulled the quilt over her pale skin. Staring at Jiāng Chén's radiant face in the sunlight, she froze for a moment. After a long pause, she asked incredulously, "Huh? You're still a student? What's wrong? Doesn't it show? I look like a high-level intellectual, don't I?" Jiāng Chén slipped into yesterday's outfit, spreading his hands helplessly as he looked at Chen Jichu. "Little Chen, you still don't know your boss very well." Chen Jichu didn't know what to say, so she buried her head under the quilt, waiting for Jiāng Chén to leave.
She knew Jiāng Chén was young, but she hadn't realized he was only a freshman.
So was she being taken advantage of by a younger freshman? Or was she the one going for the younger guy?
The more Chen Jichu thought about it, the more bashful she felt. She slowly closed her eyes, determined not to get up anytime soon. Downstairs, under the guidance of housekeeper Zhu Huimei, 7 servants bowed in unison to Jiāng Chén.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jiang. Lunch is ready. Enjoy your meal. Good morning.
But why weren't you all here yesterday? Being bowed to by all 7 made Jiāng Chén feel slightly uncomfortable. After a casual inquiry, he added, there's no need for this in the future.
I'm not accustomed to it. Everything revolves around Mr. Zhang's needs.
Zhu Huimei waved for the other servants to withdraw before explaining their duties. Before the sale, maintenance and cleaning here were done once a week.
Now that you're the owner, it's twice daily.
Zhu Huimei appeared to be in her early 30s, possessing a graceful and dignified appearance. Yet, fine lines had formed at the corners of her eyes, likely from years of hard work.
How are your salaries calculated?
Jiāng Chén sat down at the dining table, his appetite whetted by the impressive spread of 4 dishes, 2 soups, and 1 staple. For 10 years after the sale, our team will remain here to attend to Mr. and Mrs. Zhang's daily needs.
Zhu Huimei explained briefly.
They were actually employed by Ling Capital, the entity behind Tinglong Garden. The service fees for the next 10 years were already included in the property payment Jiāng Chén had made, so he wouldn't need to worry about them. Even all utilities, food, maintenance, replacements, and repairs for the next decade were covered. All these were included in the initial property payment.
Jiāng Chén was delighted.
So, half of the hundreds of millions he paid was for the property itself, and the other half was for the services. This arrangement suddenly made the value for money seem incredibly high.
Jiāng Chén actually recognized Ling Capital.
After all, the original developer of the Longting Tower, which he now owned outright, was also Ling Capital.
After lunch, Jiāng Chén knew he couldn't delay any longer. He unplugged the charging station and drove straight to the university.
He finally arrived at the school just in time for the first class of the afternoon. After all, he and Yan Shi were separated by 1 or 2 academic years. Beyond a few large lectures, opportunities to be in the same classroom together were scarce. It was Hu Weiwei who shared his major and his few roommates he saw constantly. But today, Jiāng Chén only saw his roommate in the classroom, no sign of Hu Weiwei. He speculated that perhaps her defenses had been breached yesterday, and she might have skipped class today. The thought flickered briefly, but Jiāng Chén quickly dismissed anything related to her. Not being bothered by Hu Weiwei was a rare blessing.
Hey Chang, come clean, what were you up to last night? Senior Yan called our dorm in the middle of the night. Just before class ended, Sun Yelong crept over with a sly, lecherous grin. Let me guess, you were probably lost in the arms of some beauty again, huh? Who was it? A car saleswoman? An internet celebrity? Some wildflower you picked up on the street? Tisk, cut the nonsense. I was just looking at a house yesterday. Nothing else.
Jiāng Chén shot a playful scolding glance at Sun Yelong and the others who were eyeing him suspiciously.
Oh, so it was a pretty real estate agent? Nice work, Brother Chen. But Sun Yelong wouldn't let it go, continuing his cheeky teasing,
leaving Jiāng Chén momentarily speechless.
Can I say you guessed right both times?
Our personal assistant, Little Chen, seems to be a real double agent.
Enough.
I'll invite you all to my new place sometime.
The chef there cooks pretty well.
Jiāng Chén didn't want to dwell on the topic of women any longer, so he casually changed the subject. But unexpectedly, after he said that, the looks from his roommates and classmates grew even stranger.
A chef? Old Jiang, you didn't buy a villa, did you? Li Bin's fingers trembled, his envy reaching its peak. He didn't want to believe it, but he had to. With Jiāng Chén's financial resources, buying an ordinary house just didn't seem fitting. Only a villa could match his status.
I've seen the prices for suburban villas, they start at 7 or 8 million.
Old Jiang, is your family planning to settle you down and start a business? That's quite the investment.
No wonder you were almost late, it is quite a distance from campus. His roommates murmured among themselves, though they could only stretch their imagination to the tens of millions range when speculating about Jiāng Chén's wealth.
As for the 500 million yuan Tinglong No. 1 mansion? News of such high-end properties rarely reached ordinary people's ears. They didn't even have the foundation to imagine it. Yeah, it really is far. Jiāng Chén had no intention of revealing his true status.
Even without flaunting it, he was already making everyone uncomfortable. If he actually showed his strength, he feared his roommates might get up in the middle of the night to play landlord and beat him up. Of course, that was just a joke. Even if something like that did happen, 7 or 8 people armed wouldn't stand a chance against Jiāng Chén's physical prowess of over 100 points.
Chapter 143, Purple truly has its charm. After class, Jiāng Chén didn't rush to process his dorm withdrawal.
For one, he couldn't be bothered to pack his things. For another, he still planned to drop by occasionally. After all, the dorm itself wasn't particularly appealing, he mainly couldn't bear to leave his good brothers behind and needed to drop by occasionally to maintain their bond. Walking alongside his roommates and chatting idly, Sun Yelong and the others suddenly stopped in their tracks, all eyes turning to Jiāng Chén. Their eyebrows danced as if performing a routine.
Following their encouraging gazes, Jiāng Chén looked in the opposite direction.
There stood Yanxi, dressed in a pale purple gown that looked simple yet elegant. She held the bag Jiāng Chén had given her earlier, standing quietly beneath a tree and gazing intently. A sudden gust of wind lifted Yanxi's hair and skirt, making them flutter gently. At the sight of such a beauty, Jiāng Chén found himself momentarily lost. Indeed, purple has a certain charm. By the time he snapped back to reality, his roommates had already dashed off in a flash, leaving the two lovers, reunited after a brief separation, with a world all their own. "Senior, you look absolutely stunning with that bag." Jiāng Chén strode confidently toward Yanxi in the fading afternoon sunlight.
Is the school beauty waiting for him? Who is this? Huh, you didn't know?
That's the school beauty's boyfriend, Jiāng Chén. Gossip swirled among the crowd of boys and girls in the distance, their gazes complex and varied. Some had once harbored secret crushes on Yanxi, while others seethed with envy and resentment. Now, the admirers dared not reveal their feelings, while the envious ones clamped their mouths shut and retreated into the shadows of the trees.
All because Yanxi was no longer alone.
This goddess had found her prince charming. Merely walking side by side, they radiated an aura of divine companionship.
Who would dare to jump up and down in protest?
Even if they wanted to say something unkind, they would only dare to do so in the most private of moments.
MHM.
Yanxi had intended to gently scold Jiāng Chén, but when he stood beside her, her heart held nothing but boundless affection.
How could any complaints arise?
She simply took his hand with her cool, delicate fingers and leaned in close, letting him catch the faint fragrance in her hair.
"Senior, would you like to go shopping with me?"
After a quiet embrace, Jiāng Chén suddenly asked. Truthfully, today's date with Yanxi had been arranged back in the early hours of the morning, though at the time, they'd only discussed having a meal together.
But Jiāng Chén didn't want to settle for just a simple meal.
Having spent nearly half the day glued to Chenjichu yesterday, Jiāng Chén felt he'd neglected Yanxi. Today, he had to make up for it. Coincidentally, he was planning to buy some clothes and such. He trusted Yanxi's taste, so it was perfect timing to go together.
"Shopping? Please don't buy me anything."
Yanxi gasped, then waved her hands frantically. The seven-figure handbag already dangling from her arm felt like a hot potato. She dared not let Jiāng Chén buy her anything else. "No, I'm buying for myself."
Jiāng Chén pinched Yanxi's cheek playfully and explained.
His old Vivo phone was indeed struggling to keep up, and it simply didn't suit his status as a high roller. It was time for an upgrade. Then there was the new issue Jiāng Chén had realized upon waking this morning. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, or rather, the horse. As a tycoon, he couldn't keep wearing his old clothes or the outfits his former female trainers had picked out for him. In a mansion as grand as Tinglong No. 1, he needed to at least fill his wardrobe a bit. It couldn't stay so empty. Jiāng Chén had initially considered assigning this task to Chenjichu, but thinking of how exhausted his little secretary was from overtime work, he decided not to burden her further and would handle it himself. Besides, who knows? He might even stumble upon a player or two during the process and snag some more rewards. That was Jiāng Chén's main plan. The two strolled together until they reached the parking lot outside campus where Jiāng Chén had left his car.
The moment Jiāng Chén mentioned buying a phone, Yanxi's eyes lit up.
She practically skipped forward, blocking his path.
"Hey! Buying a phone? Let me buy it for you."
Her voice was loud, betraying a forced toughness. As a couple, they had to reciprocate each other's gestures. Jiāng Chén had given her such an expensive gift, so she had to return the favor properly. She certainly didn't want to be the kind of girlfriend who could only be useful when it came to that sort of thing. Yanxi's voice rang out loud and clear this time. Several unlicensed taxi drivers who had approached to ask if he needed a ride heard her, and their expressions toward Jiāng Chén shifted. Damn, he's so handsome and has such a sensible girlfriend. He's got the same charm as this old man back in the day.
The taxi driver silently gave Jiāng Chén a thumbs up before hawking, "Need a ride, student? $90 flat to the airport." "No thanks, I have my own ride."
Jiāng Chén shook his head, tapped his phone, and the Ewang U8 parked nearby automatically pulled out of its spot, gliding to a stop before him.
The unlicensed taxi drivers stared in astonishment. A luxury car like that belongs to a student?
Somehow, it felt like I'd been living in vain.
He's got real money.
The drivers headed back to their usual spot, suddenly losing all interest in soliciting fares. Meanwhile, Jiāng Chén drove off with Yanxi toward a shopping mall near the school. Jiāng Chén barely glanced at Douyin all day, almost forgetting the massive stir he'd caused in the dead of night. The legend of his 16 million yuan splurge that night continued to ferment.
Jiāng Chén's account was plastered across forums and websites for all to gawk at.
Unbeknownst to him, his account, a blank profile with no posts, had somehow amassed over 79,000 followers. And the numbers kept climbing as clips from his livestream circulated online.
Ding! Triggered player turn, a glimpse into the life of a god-tier spender. Chapter 144, player turn, a glimpse into the life of a wealthy streamer. Ding!
Host's total followers across platforms have reached 80,000, triggering a new action turn, glimpse into the life of a wealthy influencer.
As a kind-hearted wealthy influencer, you will generously showcase your life to netizens.
Turn requirement: upload short videos meeting the standards of a wealthy elite's lifestyle to gain 3 million followers across all platforms.
Rewards: charm plus 10, intelligence plus 10, full reimbursement of all video production costs incurred during this turn. Round duration: 1 month.
As soon as he parked in the lot, Jiāng Chén glanced at the subtitle that suddenly appeared before him, slightly taken aback.
800,000 followers across all platforms? What's going on? He recalled having little interest in sharing his life online.
Across platforms like Weibo, Douyin, and Kuaishou, his accounts were essentially inactive. He wouldn't even bother registering them if not for killing time by scrolling through videos.
And now you're telling me these dormant, blank accounts suddenly gained 80,000 followers? But upon reflection, it didn't seem entirely implausible.
If it was the result of his gift spamming spree last night, or even the impact of sending red envelopes to the entire live stream audience, gaining 80,000 followers in a single day wasn't impossible. He casually pulled out his phone and skimmed through it, marveling at the sight.
No wonder his follower count had skyrocketed so dramatically.
Wow, the homepage was plastered with clips from last night's stream, and scrolling through brought up all sorts of highlights.
View counts, likes, and comments were all sky high.
Looking closer, he realized that besides himself, all the other streamers who participated in the PK had seen massive follower growth. This late-night battle had already gained enough momentum to break out of the niche scene. Compared to a while back, both he and those other streamers. If anyone mentions us now, this event is likely to be the first thing that comes to mind. Lu Ruyan hit 390k followers. Looks like she's about to blow up early. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan was persistently messaging Jiāng Chén privately. After casually sending her his contact info, Jiāng Chén clicked into her homepage for a glance.
He couldn't help but nod slightly.
In his previous life, Lu Ruyan's rise to fame had come steadily after reaching over 600,000 followers, a process that took a year or two. But judging by the current momentum, if this heat keeps building, forget 60,000, even a million followers could be within reach by the end of this month. Her early rise to fame was now inevitable.
Jiāng Chén had truly changed some people's lives. Bro, you're in Jiangzhou, right? I'm planning to buy a ticket to come visit. When would be a good time?
The moment she accepted Lu Ruyan's friend request, a long string of text immediately poured out. Mostly playful hints and subtle suggestions, each word carefully chosen.
Jiāng Chén could clearly sense the other party's cautious approach.
After sending the flood of messages, Lu Ruyan flopped onto her bed, her face glowing green from the screen.
She waited anxiously for Jiāng Chén's reply. In the PK battle that had taken place in the early hours of the morning, she had earned the most, directly withdrawing over 1.8 million yuan. Lu Jia, who brought me into this industry, said she made 780,000 yuan in 4 years.
Lu Ruyan placed her phone on her ample chest, lost in daydreams. Last month, she'd heard influencers could rake in 200,000 yuan annually, and she'd been content just dreaming of earning 100,000 herself. But reality turned out to be far kinder than she'd imagined. In her very first month in the industry, she raked in 1.87 million yuan, a sum that utterly transformed her life.
2 million, Ruyan?
Who would have thought you started posting videos just to pay for your graduate school prep course? Her assistant, who was also her college roommate and best friend, sighed as she leaned against Lu Ruyan, wiggling her hips to squeeze closer. Her assistant, Yuan Xiaoxian, had a youthful face. Compared to Lu Ruyan's tall, slender, and sexy figure, she looked much more delicate and petite.
Move over, my big spending Lu, let me lie down too. Xiaoxian, you've gotten fatter again.
Lu Ruyan stuck out her tongue and reluctantly shifted over a little.
Still haven't gotten in touch with that rich guy? Honestly, just take the money. Why do you have to throw yourself at him? Xiaoxian was baffled. Her best friend hadn't slept all day, either chasing after that rich guy or researching moving to Jiangzhou.
Back when they were preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam, Yuan Xiaoxian had never seen her work this hard.
Of course, the most puzzling part isn't Lu Ruyan, it's that rich guy. Generally speaking, when wealthy patrons shower streamers with money, they usually have an agenda, right?
Small amounts are for fun, while big sums definitely mean they want something to happen. But this rich guy is just bizarre. He splurged over 10 million on 7 streamers combined, then vanished without a trace?
Is this some kind of online charity drive?
Yuan Xiaoxian admitted he couldn't make heads or tails of it.
Try again. Maybe he's just busy.
Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at her friend's teasing.
What giving away? I just wanted to get to know him.
If I were the kind of person who'd do anything for money, I wouldn't have turned down that Sun guy.
Oh, come on. Yuan Xiaoxian thought, as if I don't know you? You're just not going to let go until you get what you want. Oh, and that rich second-generation guy surnamed Sun who added you earlier, he's in Jiangzhou too, right? Southerners really are loaded. As they chatted, the phone in Lu Ruyan's chest pocket began to vibrate.
Lu Ruyan hurriedly checked it and her face lit up with delight.
It was rich guy replying. Yeah, I'm in Jiangzhou. And I happen to need your help with something. Details later when you get here. Glancing out of the corner of his eye at Yin Shi, who had already gotten out of the car, Jiāng Chén had no heart to chat with Lu Ruyan any longer. After exchanging a few brief words, he brought the conversation to a temporary close. He genuinely needed Lu Ruyan's help. Lu Ruyan's rise from gaining followers to exploding in popularity across the internet wasn't just due to her borderline perfect looks and personal positioning, her hard skills were also undeniable. Among these strengths, her video editing skills stood out as the most crucial. Lu Ruyan possessed an uncanny sensitivity to video pacing, masterfully blending music, filters, and effects in post-production with near magical precision. As one netizen put it, she's mastered the art of pushing boundaries to perfection. Her unique style is impossible for others to replicate. Any attempt would just be a poor imitation. Now that Jiāng Chén had secured a collaboration with an internet-savvy player, he wondered if he could cultivate Lu Ruyan's talents early on. Of course, whether they could actually collaborate would only become clear after meeting in person. After all, in his previous life, Jiāng Chén had never crossed paths with such a top-tier internet celebrity. His understanding of her was limited to watching a few videos and the personal documentary put together by netizens for fun. For now, his primary focus remained on Yin Shi. After all, he had personally invited the senior sister here. Neglecting her would be. That simply wasn't something Jiāng Chén would do. Sorry to keep you waiting, let's go, senior. He strode over to Yin Shi's side and took her small hand into his palm with practiced familiarity. But Yin Shi wasn't satisfied with just that. A gentle breeze swept through, and she leaned into Jiāng Chén's embrace. The softness of her chest instantly enveloped Jiāng Chén's arms. Not wearing anything? Jiāng Chén froze, glancing down at Yin Shi's hairline. Oops, he instantly went microblogging. Wait, when did that innocent little senior transform into this? Could it be that incident in the car opened up a whole new world for her? But it wasn't exactly a bad thing. Jiāng Chén licked his lips, his throat clearing. If she'd gone this far, it was probably for him, maybe even just for that collision earlier. What a calculated move. Ahem, you still have to put it on. Jiāng Chén tapped Yin Shi's forehead with a finger, his gaze scanning the silk dress, searching for differences. But after staring for ages, he couldn't spot anything unusual. How could I not be wearing it? I put that thing on. Yin Shi rolled her eyes at Jiāng Chén, her face flushed crimson as she stubbornly insisted. She refused to accept that her relationship with Jiāng Chén was progressing too slowly. She knew that someone as outstanding as him inevitably had women coming and going around him. How could she possibly compete with them all? With just that little bit of flirtation between senior and junior? That was clearly insufficient. With Pang Wenwen's earnest late-night reminder yesterday finally sealing the deal, Yin Shi made up her mind. The campaign was about to accelerate. Operation Capture Jiāng Chén commence. And the R stickers, along with those peculiar outfits only Jiāng Chén would ever see, would be the winning tools in this operation. Chapter 145, sponsored by my senior? Yin Shi flushed crimson as she lowered her head, her eyes sparkling with triumphant delight at the peculiar sight on Jiāng Chén's body. Her operation had been quite successful after all. Fine, you've gone bad, haven't you? Jiāng Chén summoned his formidable willpower to forcefully suppress his primal urges, his face stiffening as he stared at Yin Shi. No chance now, but I'll deal with this girl properly later. Do you like it, Junior? Yin Shi sidestepped the question, countering with her own. What else could Jiāng Chén do? He liked it. He liked it so much. But this was truly not the right time or place. Senior, please don't embarrass me. Jiāng Chén muttered a few complaints in his mind before sighing helplessly. I like it, I really like it. But how about we go shopping first? Yin Shi nodded obediently, though the delight in her eyes was impossible to hide. Who'd have thought someone who looks so put together would end up having a little girl foot the bill? Living off someone else's money. At Yin Shi's insistence, Jiāng Chén followed her into a Huawei-authorized store, where she picked out the top-of-the-line Porsche Design Edition model that had just been released that year. The price tagged exactly 10,000 yuan. Though Yin Shi knew it was outrageously expensive, she insisted on buying it. If she didn't spoil her own man, who else would? To upgrade Jiāng Chén's phone, she'd tapped into her personal savings, determined to buy him whatever he wanted. But just as Yin Shi was about to pay, an unfriendly voice sounded beside her. A man in a ready-to-wear suit, his expression tinged with petty malice, narrowed his eyes and snorted derisively. His gaze locked onto Jiāng Chén beside Yin Shi, radiating intense loathing. He just splurged at the Apple store across from Huawei to buy his girlfriend the newly released iPhone XS Max, blowing over 2 months' salary in the process. Now she was rushing off to meet her girlfriends for lunch. After grabbing the phone, she didn't even acknowledge him, just hurried away. As if it was her right to receive a phone he'd paid for. He felt bitter inside, but there was nothing he could do about it. Maybe I just haven't been good enough to her. Once I get promoted, get a raise, and buy a house in a few years, she'll surely settle down and live happily with me, right? The man opened his ancient, worn-out Xiaomi 6, his gaze drifting involuntarily toward the Huawei store across the street. His feet carried him inside without conscious thought. The bosses and managers at his company all used Huawei. He couldn't afford one, but surely he could just look?
So there he stood, holding the Mate 20R for a long while, his hands repeatedly stroking the smooth leather back cover. Finally, he muttered sourly under his breath, so expensive. I wonder who actually buys these things. He turned to head back to the office to keep working overtime. But just then, he spotted a stunningly beautiful woman hundreds of times more attractive and elegant than his own girlfriend dragging along a pretty boy type, ready to pull out her wallet and buy the very phone he'd been longing for but could never afford. Instantly, a fiery jealousy ignited within him. We're all men, why should you get to spend a woman's money while I have to work like a beast of burden just to please mine? His clenched fists trembled as he lowered them, and a sneer curled his lips as he spat out a highly aggressive remark. As if belittling others and trampling their dignity. As if that could inject a tiny spark of excitement into his dreary existence. What kind of man spends a woman's money? You've got hands and feet, can't you earn your own? Getting kept by someone at your age? Seeing Jiāng Chén's silence, he assumed he'd struck a nerve, raising his voice considerably. This drew the attention of several customers, who began discussing him based on his words, forming preconceived notions. Jiāng Chén frowned. The man's miserable expression alone was enough to guess what kind of person he was. This is someone who's unhappy with their own life, trying to find a sense of self-worth by picking on me. Well, you've picked the wrong person to mess with. Jiāng Chén stared at his balance showing over 16 million, his lips twitching. He found the person before him rather amusing. What business is it of yours? I want to support him, so what? After paying, she pressed the brand new phone into Jiāng Chén's hand and immediately turned to confront the stranger. These days, just buying a phone for your boyfriend could draw unwanted attention. She found it utterly ridiculous. Besides, if she could actually afford to support Jiāng Chén, that would be absolutely wonderful. Keeping Jiāng Chén as a kept man, hee. The thought made Shi chuckle inwardly, her ears flushing crimson in response. Damn it. The man in the suit felt his heart clench painfully. Damn it, why didn't I have a girlfriend like that? He lamented inwardly, his resentment toward Jiāng Chén growing heavier. It's got nothing to do with me, but I just can't stand that pretty boy. So what? Can't I even talk about it? He was still putting up a front. Just then, someone else sighed. I just noticed that little Beauty's bag is Burberry's new season model, right? The one that costs over 70,000 yuan domestically? Over 70 grand just slung over her arm? Whoa, looks like she's a real sugar mama. Damn it, why isn't she keeping me? This is infuriating. The man in the suit's face darkened instantly. 70,000 yuan. Working his ass off for 2 years, he'd barely saved 60,000, still far short of a down payment on a house. And here she was, carrying a bag worth more than his entire net worth. Rich people deserve to die. This? He bought it for me. She was also irritated by this man, and she certainly didn't want to see Jiāng Chén looked down upon. This made her, who was usually very low-key, do something completely out of character. This sort of thing wasn't uncommon, though. She'd even argued with Hu Weiwei over Jiāng Chén before. By her old standards, this wasn't something she'd typically do. But for Jiāng Chén, she did it. Seriously? Doesn't look like it. This guy's carrying such an old phone. His clothes are all wrinkled, he doesn't even iron them. Probably just some rich woman trying to save face for her pretty boy. Can't be trusted. Whispers spread around them. The man in the suit, who had been rendered speechless by Shi's sharp retort, now found new fuel in the crowd's support. He sneered coldly and launched another barrage of insults. Ignoring Shi entirely, he directed his barb straight at Jiāng Chén. Letting a woman take the lead? You're really pathetic, buddy. Just admit you're being kept. Everyone says all jobs are equal. His tone alone carried unmasked sarcasm. TSK. Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow slightly. His senior skill at retorting still leaves something to be desired. He then tucked his phone into his pocket and strolled leisurely toward the counter. The phone was indeed impressive. Jiāng Chén found himself thinking about upgrading everyone around him to the same model, and once again, he effortlessly dove into his favorite pastime. Shopping sprees. This model, every color, every configuration, 2 of each, please. Jiāng Chén's knuckles tapped lightly on the table. He couldn't be bothered with these unimportant people. He'd finish his business and leave. Dealing with these people was nothing but a waste of time. All of them? Sir? Ma'am? The salesperson looked flustered, roughly calculating that this offhand request amounted to a purchase worth hundreds of thousands. He'd never seen anyone make such a lavish purchase before, his gaze shifting nervously between Jiāng Chén and Shi. The newly released models aren't fully stocked in our store yet, he said awkwardly. I'll need to contact the manager. Chapter 146, Hundreds of Thousands is my daily interest. Jiāng Chén's fingers tapped lightly on the table, the rhythm coincidentally matching his heartbeat. The models Jiāng Chén was pointing at included not only the May Porsche edition starting at 9,999 yuan and topping out at 12,999 yuan for the top-tier configuration, but also every variant of the digital edition and Pro series. The salesperson felt his throat go dry. If this Mr. Jiāng was serious, he was about to purchase nearly 400,000 yuan worth of phones in one go. 40,000 yuan even with a decent job, it might take 5 or 6 years to save that much.
Enough to buy a BMW, Mercedes, or Audi. Why spend it on phones? Is this customer crazy, or am I? Could this customer be a dealer too? But why would a dealer buy at retail price? In a split second, over a dozen possibilities flashed through the clerk's mind, yet none could help him fathom Jiāng Chén's intentions. In the end, he could only conclude with one phrase. Money talks. The goods can be delivered later. I'll pay now, and someone will come pick them up later. Jiāng Chén's expression remained impassive. A few 100,000? Just a day and a half's interest. What's there to think about? Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. The clerk nodded like a bobblehead, dispatching a colleague to contact the manager while pulling out a calculator to tally the total value of the phones Jiāng Chén intended to purchase. Junior, you. Yenshi froze, unsure of Jiāng Chén's intentions. He asked in confusion, why buy so many? Gifts. Jiāng Chén replied, and Yenshi didn't object. As long as Jiāng Chén ended up using the phone she bought for him, she'd be happy. Watching Jiāng Chén's extravagant spending, the man in the suit and the others couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. He's got deep pockets, splurging hundreds of thousands on domestic phones? That's ridiculous. With that kind of money, you could buy an iPhone. What kind of serious person uses a domestic phone? Two young women strolling together through the mall, their bodies covered in large tattoos and adorned with iron rings through their noses and lips, snickered. One casually waved her heavily armored iPhone 8 Plus. A middle-aged man chuckled beside them, leaning in to strike up a conversation with the pair. The girls he usually picked up at the club were just like these, easy to get. Uncle, you're so funny. Let's grab a few drinks together, but we gotta wait for our friends. The tattooed woman spotted the Rolex on the middle-aged man's wrist, and her initial resistance instantly melted into flattery. The cute young guy had already been snatched up by a higher-level woman. There was nothing for them to gain by joining in, so they could only make a few sour remarks. But this uncle? That was a different story. Some questioned whether Jiāng Chén was just showing off with Yenshi's money, adopting a tone of earnest concern toward her. Sweetheart, why are you keeping a guy like that? He's just wasting your money. Yeah, how could he be so wasteful? Yenshi felt bitter inside. She wished she hadn't bragged about supporting Jiāng Chén. She really wasn't good at handling situations like this. I was just joking. He's actually my boss. In reality, he's the one supporting me. Yenshi gave a wry smile, trying to explain. But the others weren't listening. In their minds, someone as young as Jiāng Chén couldn't possibly be a boss. And if he was a boss, why was his attire so ordinary? Yesterday, Jiāng Chén had been in such a rush that he hadn't washed or changed his clothes. Even though they were high-end, they now looked like pearls covered in dust. The man in the suit who had spoken up first looked even more flustered and irritated. Deep down, he refused to believe it. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts outright. Years of climbing the corporate ladder had taught him to be cautious and smooth. He couldn't fully indulge his malice, fearing the consequences. He merely fixed his gaze on Jiāng Chén, hoping the moment would come when payment failed and Jiāng Chén was left in an awkward predicament. Only then would he dare to continue his mockery. But the POS machine processed the payments successfully. The counter began printing the receipt, and the sound of the beep filled the man with despair. Could this pretty boy actually be loaded? Or was he using some rich woman's card? But even if it was the latter, what difference did it make? His face was already a bloody mess. The mockery spilling from his mouth blew back in the wind, slapping his face with a stinging crack. It's just a rich woman's card, what are you pretending for? He shouted from within the crowd, his voice neither loud nor soft, then fled in panic. Just as the man in the suit drove off in his second-hand Jetta, a Mercedes-Benz approached in the rearview mirror. In the passenger seat sat a woman whose figure looked strangely familiar, chatting and laughing animatedly with a middle-aged man driving. The man in the suit couldn't make out the woman's face, but from that glint of light, he vaguely recognized it as the one he'd bought for his girlfriend. Apple XS Max 512GB Space Gray. While Jiāng Chén was swiping over 300,000 yuan, the store manager finally showed up. He repeatedly assured them he'd expedite restocking, promising to replenish the missing models within 2 hours. Alright, I'll send someone over. Jiāng Chén casually agreed, then called Chen Jichu to ask her to bring the household staff over to pick up the goods when she had time. After that, he gave Yenshi a nod and headed toward the Apple store across from Huawei. Just then, the Huawei store manager caught up, beaming. Mr. Jiang, I also own this store. Allow me to show you around. Jiāng Chén's expression instantly turned serious. So these competing stores were both opened by the same person? Interesting. Following the store manager's lead, he proceeded to purchase over 200,000 yuan worth of goods at the Apple store. The OV and Me stores over there, they're mine too. Would you like to take a look at those too? The shopkeeper's smile grew even brighter after collecting the payment. No thanks. Are all the phone stores in this mall yours? Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow. This was getting more interesting. It seemed that whenever someone wanted to buy a phone and stepped into this mall, the money would inevitably flow into this man's hands. Haha, indeed they are. Chen Kong, nice to meet you. Knowing Jiāng Chén wouldn't be spending anymore, he didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. Instead, he extended his hand to introduce himself. Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén nodded and shook his hand. Good, Mr. Jiang.
I see you're not satisfied with ordinary phones.
I have something more interesting here. Care to take a look? Chen Kong released Jiāng Chén's hand and pulled out his business card. This man was one of the top distributors for Jiāng Chén's electronics.
Whether it was phones, computers, or cameras, he had access to all the channels. Judging by Jiāng Chén's impeccable taste, Chen Kong instinctively knew that to match this wealthy young gentleman's status, he'd need something more exclusive.
For instance, Virtu.
A premium model under the Rokia brand, its specs aside, the materials and service were top tier. Featuring gold-plated bodies, gemstone inlays, and leather finishes, prices ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan, complete with numerous premium services. These encompass travel, leisure, entertainment, legal consultation, and more. While marketed as a phone, it's essentially a service package.
Jiāng Chén found this concept rather intriguing.
Whether it was practical or not didn't matter, he simply saw it as a tool for filming videos. To complete that so-called glimpse into the life of a super-rich tycoon task. As for the cost, since it's a filming prop, it should be reimbursed. No problem then. Just set a time to check out the product. Chapter 147, The Situation Escalates. Hu Weiwei and her roommate's argument. Pick one? Jiāng Chén had purchased dozens of phones, briefly recorded videos with each, and temporarily stored them in the shop. Right now, he only had two in his hands. One was identical to his own phone, the other a top-of-the-line Apple device. Holding one in each hand, Jiāng Chén offered them to Yanxi, suggesting she pick one to use. After all, his senior's phone was quite outdated.
No way. I told you I'm buying one for you today. Yanxi's lips puckered in apparent reluctance.
Jiāng Chén chuckled softly.
What? Just because you gave me something, I can't return the favor? That's a different matter. Just take it already. Fine, then I'll take this.
Yanxi puffed out her cheeks, ultimately unable to resist Jiāng Chén.
After some hesitation, she chose the same one as Jiāng Chén. Then she happily turned it on and started playing with it.
Expensive things really are better, they just feel different to the touch.
Don't mistake Yanxi's generosity toward Jiāng Chén for anything else. It was reserved solely for him.
When it came to herself, Yanxi remained remarkably frugal. Whether it was phones or clothes, if something still worked, she rarely replaced it. And when she did replace things, she never went for anything expensive. Today was the first time Yanxi had ever held such an expensive phone, and she was genuinely surprised.
Glad you like it. Who was the one who didn't want it just now? Then I don't want it. Fine, I won't tease you anymore.
The two of them laughed and bickered as they strolled leisurely through the mall. Their eyes were only for each other. As long as they could be together, their hearts were filled with a rare sense of contentment and joy. Meanwhile, Jiāng Chén and Yanxi were laughing and joking as they tried on clothes in several affordable luxury boutiques. The atmosphere was wonderfully cheerful. Yet at the school, events were unfolding that stood in stark contrast to this atmosphere. Hu Weiwei, why don't you just apply to switch dorms yourself? Hu Weiwei's 5 roommates gathered together, their tone sharp and pointed. Even the one who'd always gotten along reasonably well with Hu Weiwei now wore a cold expression, signaling she wanted to distance herself.
Are you out of your mind? What's gotten into you today?
Hu Weiwei paused her makeup application, turning to glare at the 5 with obvious irritation.
If anyone should move out, it should be them. She'd had enough.
Today, these people were actually turning the tables and pressuring her.
Absolutely unreasonable. Yeah, we're acting up again, unlike you, the pure and innocent goddess Chenwei.
She ping-shot Hu Weiwei a contemptuous look, her tone dripping with disdain.
Dust? As in Jiāng Chén's dust?
Never mind whether he actually broke up with you, just the fact that you were acting all flirty in the livestream late at night, do you really think he'd still want you? With several roommates backing her up, Ji Ping had no intention of putting up with Hu Weiwei any longer. Ever since the start of the semester, this girl had been walking around with an arrogant attitude, repeatedly rubbing her the wrong way. They'd long since grown to despise each other. Now that Hu Weiwei was embroiled in scandals, it was the perfect moment to kick her while she was down and reclaim the humiliation she'd endured.
What? What are you talking about? How do you know? Hu Weiwei's powder puff slipped from her hand and hit the floor. Panic began to set in.
Her eyes widened as she fought back.
Stop talking nonsense. Stop pretending, Hu Weiwei. We've lived in the same dorm for so long, don't you think I'd recognize you? That PK clip is all over Douyin and Kuaishou now. Everyone's seen it. And guess what? Someone posted your story online.
Now the whole Jiangzhou University knows about all the disgusting things you've done. Dorm leader Wang Xing scolded, suppressing her disgust. She genuinely wanted nothing more to do with Hu Weiwei. If this scandal kept brewing and some busybody reported it to the school, they'd inevitably get dragged into the mess too. So the situation was now crystal clear. Either Hu Weiwei gets kicked out, or they do. Impossible. I didn't do anything. Hu Weiwei's voice rose sharply as she frantically pulled out her phone and began swiping through it.
Sure enough, Douyin was filled with screenshots. The comments section was filled with attacks and insults directed at me. Damn, this person is disgusting. We showered her with gifts and she calls us losers? Maybe other streamers are just as bad behind the scenes? Stop sucking up. Private is private. At least she said it openly instead of behind our backs.
Damn it, scum like this should have their accounts terminated, put an end to their streaming careers.
Exactly.
Don't let this Chen Wei switch accounts and scam people again in a few days. Hu Weiwei trembled as she checked the campus wall again. After scrolling through a few posts, she spotted an image Wall had shared earlier that morning. It read, "I was the brainless idiot who gifted Chen Wei yesterday."
That Chen Wei is from your school, right? I need an apology. I already have her personal info. Don't force us to contact your school administration. The comments below had already piled up over 300 posts. Among them, many suspected it was Hu Weiwei herself. Yes, the internet is another world. With beauty filters activated, who knows who you really are?
Hu Weiwei's thinking was sound, but the heat of this incident was too intense, and some people's drive was too strong.
A bunch of broke losers daring to come after me? What a bunch of trash.
Hu Weiwei felt an inexplicable panic welling up inside her, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Still, she stubbornly cursed them out. They were just a bunch of penniless nobodies she'd never even glance at. Allowing them to watch her livestream was already a favor. Yet these people had the nerve to cause trouble for her.
How utterly ridiculous. So what if it's me? Jealous?
I made over 7,000 yesterday. After mentally cursing the netizens, Hu Weiwei turned her ire back on her roommates.
Especially Qi Ping. Qi Ping, you're just jealous and picking on me on purpose, aren't you? I know you probably couldn't earn that much in a week or two. I've had enough.
Dorm leader, if this can't work out, let's move out and rent together.
I'll cover the first month's rent.
Qi Ping stared wide-eyed at Hu Weiwei, utterly baffled by her train of thought.
Had she really been wasting her breath arguing with someone like this?
It felt like her IQ had been dragged down to their level.
Qi Ping didn't want to waste any more time on Hu Weiwei.
This was just the beginning, it was still brewing. As time passed, it would only escalate. And with the fuel she'd added to the fire, this raging online violence would soon spill over into reality, coming to Hu Weiwei's doorstep.
This idiot, this self-important lunatic. She'll get a lesson from society. As for Qi Ping, she wanted nothing more to do with Hu Weiwei. Teaching someone a lesson? Let someone else handle that. Chapter 148, Junior, I'm just visiting. I wonder how her ex-boyfriend ever put up with her.
Poof. If I were Jiāng Chén, I'd have lost my mind long ago.
The 5 women weren't backing down.
While verbally attacking her, they packed their bags and prepared to leave. Since Qi Ping wanted to share a place with everyone, it was definitely better than enduring Hu Weiwei's torment at school.
You're talking nonsense. How dare you slander my reputation out of thin air? Whether her roommates moved out or not, Hu Weiwei couldn't care less.
In fact, she'd be delighted to see them gone.
But now that they were leaving, why stir up unnecessary trouble to torment herself? Rage surged through Hu Weiwei. This wasn't going to be easily resolved. He, who was always fawned over and praised, had never encountered anything like this before.
Seeing her roommates start packing their belongings, Hu Weiwei dropped her phone, spread her arms wide, and blocked the doorway to stop them from leaving. She had to make today's events crystal clear.
Purity? What purity are you talking about? Do you think we don't know? Who was it that dumped Jiāng Chén for being poor, only to crawl into some nouveau riche's arms?
Then when you found out Jiāng Chén's poverty was just an act, you shamelessly tried to get back together.
You think we don't know about all this? We're on the same campus, we see each other every day. Do you really think no one will find out about your little shenanigans? Someone like you? Just wait to be alone for the rest of your life.
Jiāng Chén and the campus beauty are a perfect match.
Who do you think you are? Daydreaming all the time.
With Hu Weiwei's face already completely torn off, her roommate spoke without holding back, showing her no mercy. Earlier, we tried to reason with you nicely, but you treated us like fools. Now that we're speaking our minds, don't complain when we don't mince words.
Oh, right, what's so harsh about that? We're just repeating what you've done to us. You're the one who broke your own defenses.
The 5 of them spoke like knives, united in their hatred, each blow stabbing deep into Hu Weiwei's heart.
Truthfully, Hu Weiwei could pretend not to hear most insults now.
But one thing alone had become her Achilles heel, something she couldn't bear to mention, much less hear.
That was the matter of her relationship with Jiāng Chén. No matter what, Hu Weiwei refused to admit that there was no chance of reconciling with Jiāng Chén. To reconcile with Jiāng Chén and secure enough wealth to last her lifetime.
This had become Hu Weiwei's lifelong goal, the anchor that kept her steady despite countless blows. Yet at this moment, her conviction was ruthlessly pierced and shattered by her roommates' unsparing words. Their words, sharp as blades, shattered her self-delusion.
You're talking nonsense. You're just jealous of me and Jiāng Chén, aren't you? You.
Hu Weiwei's expression was chaotic, madness simmering beneath her eyes as she continued to rant at her roommates. But this time, her roommates couldn't be bothered to respond.
Crazy woman.
They called her crazy over and over before dragging their suitcases away.
Don't go.
Hu Weiwei scrambled after them, grabbing the dorm leader's arm as if she still had something to say. What awaited her, however, was Qi Wei deliberately shoving her hard. Hu Weiwei fell to the floor, her eyes filled with seething hatred for these people, completely unaware that her downfall had been brewing for a long time. After all, she had once bullied the entire dormitory single-handedly. Now she was getting her comeuppance. Buzz buzz buzz. Hu Weiwei struggled to her feet, cursing her roommate to be hit by a car on her way out.
Just then, her phone rang.
Without looking, she answered it, her tone already irritated.
Hello? Who is this? Get to the point, or shove it.
Hu Weiwei. The familiar voice on the other end calmed Hu Weiwei instantly. It was her advisor.
What could he possibly want?
Before she could ask, the advisor's next words made Hu Weiwei feel unsteady on her feet. Hu, the buzz around your situation has gotten pretty big.
Come help us handle it.
Hu Weiwei's heart began pounding violently. She never imagined this incident would not only spill over into real life but now even draw the school's attention. What should I do? Hu Weiwei stumbled, a flicker of panic and fear breaking through her usually unfathomably confident gaze. And in that moment, she still found herself thinking. If Jiāng Chén were here, he could definitely help me.
What's wrong?
After finishing their shopping, Jiāng Chén drove toward Tinglong Garden in his car, the trunk packed to the brim. On the way, Jiāng Chén's sudden frown while concentrating on driving caught Yan Shi's attention.
Was Jiāng Chén feeling unwell?
Her face flushed as she asked with concern.
Nothing. Just a feeling that something great might be about to happen.
Jiāng Chén shrugged, the sense of impending good fortune slowly fading. Lately, his life has been filled with nothing but good news, nothing worth dwelling on.
But what about you? Are you really okay with not going back to school today? Jiāng Chén narrowed his eyes.
When he'd learned earlier that Yan Shi wanted to visit his place, certain unspeakable thoughts had stirred within him.
Don't read too much into it, it's just a simple visit. Besides, you bought way too much.
What if you can't carry it all by yourself? Yan Shi gazed at Jiāng Chén's profile, waving her hand dismissively as she explained. But the thoughts churning inside her were entirely different. She, too, harbored ideas she was too shy to voice. Had it not been for these very thoughts, she wouldn't have taken leave so early, nor would she have donned gear she'd never normally wear to go out.
You better be.
Jiāng Chén smiled faintly, thinking to himself, once you step into my home, certain things won't be entirely up to you. He then gently applied the brakes at the entrance of Tinglong Garden.
Good evening, Mr. Jiang. Miss Son, please drive safely.
Four security guards saluted in their respective directions before opening the gates.
Jiāng Chén brushed past a woman's silver-white Ferrari Roma. Neither noticed the other. What exactly is the Sun family up to now? Son Yushu's brows betrayed weariness as she drove into the night.
Jiāng Chén looked relaxed and content, another hard day's work done as he headed home.
Beside him, Jiāng Chén, you live here?
Yan Shi's eyes widened as she stared at the picturesque mountain scenery nestled in the city center, momentarily speechless.
Chapter 149. Does my junior need my help? Last night you said you were house hunting. Was this the place?
Through the car window, Yan Shi gazed in awe at the garden scenery and the nearby courtyard number 1.
This place wasn't far from the city center.
To carve out such a vast, elegant green space on this plot of land and build residences within it. Even though Yan Shi knew next to nothing about high-end real estate, he could roughly guess how expensive this place must be.
This must be at least 10 million, right?
Yan Shi stammered in awe. 10 million was already a staggering sum to her, anything beyond that was beyond her wildest imagination. Even that figure was only estimated based on Jiāng Chén's actions like buying out the gym where she worked and going on a shopping spree at the car dealership. In Yan Shi's eyes, Jiāng Chén was already incredibly wealthy, and his net worth was undoubtedly in the tens of millions.
Just a bit more expensive. Jiāng Chén observed Yan Shi's astonished expression and sighed inwardly.
His senior classmate had clearly underestimated his financial resources.
But that was fine.
He'd deal with it later. He'd give his senior a surprise when the time was right. Jiāng Chén pinched his thumb and index finger together, leaving less than half a centimeter between them. It signified that the price was only a little bit higher than 10 million, but just how much a little bit entailed, well, that was for his senior to figure out on her own. The courtyard gate had been programmed with Jiāng Chén's vehicle information. The moment his car appeared on the radar, the gate slowly swung open. The lights on either side flickered on intermittently, utterly devoid of emotion. The ceremonial atmosphere was palpable. Come on, senior, it's time to get out. Yan Shi had never witnessed such extravagance before. Feeling somewhat flustered, she hesitated, lingering in the car. Only when Jiāng Chén opened the door beside her and leaned over to unbuckle her seatbelt did she belatedly come to her senses. She murmured shyly, "MHM." Before returning home, Jiāng Chén had already sent a message to the butler. The moment they stepped into the mansion, the faint aroma of dinner wafted toward them from afar.
Dinner is ready. I've prepared mostly your favorites.
Without needing Jiāng Chén's instructions, the servants immediately grabbed the car keys to unload his day's haul while he led Yanxi to the dining table. Thanks to the special arrangements, tonight's dinner was far more lavish than the hastily prepared lunch. Though the portions appeared modest, the variety was impressive, a full array of delicacies from land and sea.
Yanxi's eyes sparkled at the sight. So this was the kind of life her junior classmate lived?
That time she'd treated him to dinner, she'd really shortchanged Jiāng Chén. Yanxi obediently sat down under Jiāng Chén's gentle urging, her thoughts lingering on her earlier suggestion to dine at the Longting Tower. Clearly, Jiāng Chén had chosen a meal that seemed beyond his usual spending habits, likely to accommodate her financial situation. My efforts for him still fall far short. This sudden sense of disparity made Yanxi frown slightly, even with the delicious food before her.
Jiāng Chén, why are you so good?
Yanxi suddenly lifted her head, gazing intently at Jiāng Chén as she asked. Jiāng Chén had already noticed a hint of disappointment in Yanxi's mood, though he hadn't understood its source. Hearing her question now, however, he instantly understood. It turned out his senior felt he was too good to her, while she always felt she wasn't giving enough in return.
This imbalance in their intimate relationship was causing Yanxi some anxiety. How could I not be good to my girlfriend?
Jiāng Chén returned her gaze with equal earnestness, his eyes crinkling with a smile.
Or are you still not convinced our relationship has reached that stage? His earnest gaze swiftly transformed into something unabashedly lustful, sweeping over Yanxi's body. Yanxi's earlobes instantly flushed crimson. She turned her head and amended, I don't know.
Though she put up a front, her actions over the past period had long revealed her true feelings. Jiāng Chén had seen it all and accepted her boldness as a matter of course.
At this point, what was there left to worry or fret about? Ahem, who's the one who went out wearing armor, huh?
Seeing Yanxi's expression, which seemed ripe for teasing, Jiāng Chén's appetite grew.
The slight heat he had suppressed earlier in public now reignited. Jiāng Chén moved silently behind Yanxi. Bending down, he murmured again, Senior, have you been taking good care of your throat since last time?
His magnetic voice carried a gentle warm breeze that brushed past Yanxi's hair and caressed her face.
Yanxi's breathing instantly became erratic. Reminded by Jiāng Chén, she recalled her strenuous work that day.
The rich, vibrant scent of the person seemed to surge into her nostrils out of thin air, sending a wave of dizziness through Yanxi's mind. In this hazy state, she licked her lips and murmured, her voice trembling, I did.
So, do you still need my help with that today? Junior. Jiāng Chén snapped to attention.
His peripheral vision briefly swept over the lavish dinner spread before refusing to look again. His gaze was entirely fixed on Yanxi, who remained silent with her head bowed, yet whose delicate hands were creeping toward him.
Hungry? Not at all.
Jiāng Chén bent down, swept his arm out, and flipped Yanxi over, hoisting her onto his shoulder.
Whoa, easy there.
Yanxi lightly tapped Jiāng Chén's back, her face flushed crimson, yet she offered no resistance to what was about to unfold. That damp sensation that surfaced whenever she thought of Jiāng Chén, like the rainy season, proved one thing. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. With a rustle, Jiāng Chén casually pulled back the quilt, then slammed the delicate body on his shoulder onto the mattress. Yanxi curled into a nervous ball, locking eyes with Jiāng Chén as his breathing grew increasingly ragged. Feeling his intense desire for her, Yanxi bit her lip, her eyes brimming with affection as sweet as honey, as smooth as silk.
This time, let me help you.
Her delicate hands gently tugged at Jiāng Chén's collar. Suppressing her blush, she rose and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her smile bloomed like a flower. I've learned quite a lot since I returned. Her breath, sweet as orchids, brushed against his ear as she attempted to lay him down. A pleased curve lifted at Jiāng Chén's lips.
Want to take the initiative? No problem.
First round, the senior sister could have her way. After all, with his stamina, he could always wait until Yanxi couldn't maintain her dominance. And when that moment came, Jiāng Chén would show his senior sister what real, no-holds-barred, bloody combat truly meant.
Personal coaching from Coach Yen? That's been a long time coming.
Jiāng Chén smiled faintly, his gaze growing increasingly intense as he watched the pale purple gauze slowly fade away.
Junior, do you like it? Chapter 150, Jiāng Chén, I want more.
Yanxi placed one hand on the elbow of her other arm, shy yet eager as she displayed herself. That special equipment he'd sensed not long ago was now clearly visible. How could Jiāng Chén possibly resist? As the surroundings gradually dimmed, Yanxi gasped, losing control of her body.
11 p.m.
Jiāng Chén carried Yanxi, wrapped in a bath towel, down the stairs slowly. Yanxi's eyes were half closed as she clung tightly to Jiāng Chén's neck, refusing to let go. It was as if she feared that if she loosened her grip, he would vanish. All right. Let's eat first. Sister Zhu and the others prepared a fresh batch before their shift ended.
Jiāng Chén placed the exhausted, limp Yanxi onto the sofa.
He patted the soft cushion behind her, coaxing the little octopus to release her tentacles.
Okay, feed me.
Yanxi curled up lazily on the sofa like a kitten, lifting her messy head and slightly opening her mouth. She looked ready to be fed.
All right. Jiāng Chén felt no fatigue whatsoever at that moment. He even had the energy to fight again.
But seeing Yanxi, who had just tasted the fruit for the first time, he suppressed his desire. Instead, he turned his attention to tending to this hungry little kitten, starting by filling her belly. Bit by bit, he fed his adorable senior a little food. The flush on her face gradually faded as her senses returned, and she realized the embarrassing things that had just happened to her. She snatched the chopsticks from Jiāng Chén's hand, tightened the soft bath towel wrapped around her delicate form to conceal her modesty, then turned her face slightly away as she began eating on her own. How adorable. Jiāng Chén chose to comply. No matter what Yanxi did or said in this state, it was utterly endearing. Yet the delicate towel could never fully conceal the agile, wildcat-like physique hidden beneath her demure exterior, a body brimming with enviable vitality. As she took small bites of her dinner, glimpses of her beauty slipped out again. Jiāng Chén took a deep breath, sat beside Yanxi, and gently tugged her towel into place. He chose to control his desires. Yet Yanxi refused to let Jiāng Chén restrain himself. As his official girlfriend, she was determined not to let him go unsatisfied while she was present. But indeed, the newly blooming bud could not yet withstand the storm. Then, there was only one option. Yanxi scampered out, stumbling to the sink where she began rinsing her mouth and washing her face. A while later, she reappeared before Jiāng Chén, who had recovered and was now eating his dinner, or rather, beneath the table. In the dim shadows beneath the table, Yanxi's eyes, rippling like water, gazed up at Jiāng Chén. "Jiāng Chén, I want to eat more." Huff. Jiāng Chén nodded, exhaling deeply. He marveled inwardly. "Senior now, she's really good at this. Miracle Jim. Good morning, Sister Pang. I brought breakfast. Want to grab something together?" Pang Wanwan arrived early. After greeting several familiar staff members, she happily slipped into her private office. After it was assigned to her, it underwent some renovations, transforming into a space that perfectly matched her aesthetic. That Chen Jichu really is quite capable. My dear little sister is still in a bit of a dangerous situation. At that moment, the proposal she and Chen Jichu had worked on together lay beside her. After reviewing it several times, she found no major oversights. They could proceed to the next step soon. This was largely thanks to Chen Jichu's exceptional expertise and keen market insight into specific industries. I wonder how someone so talented ended up in sales. After muttering a few complaints under her breath, Hu Weiwei stretched lazily and opened her phone to browse through it. Then it hit her. Where the hell is Yanxi? He's been missing all night. No. Something's wrong. Pang Wanwan instantly recalled the mischievous idea she deplanted in Yanxi's head just 2 days prior, and how she de-egged her on to buy those QQ-themed clothes. Could it be Yanxi had gone off to face Jiāng Chén alone without telling her? Damn it, how could you possibly win against that monster now? Pang Wanwan was heartbroken. How come this silly girl suddenly has such strong initiative at a time like this? Out of concern for her sister's well-being, she immediately dialed Jiāng Chén's number, determined to get to the bottom of things. The call connected unexpectedly quickly. She blurted out, "Boss, is Yanxi with you? You didn't do anything to her, did you?" What do you mean? What do you mean?" Jiāng Chén countered with a laugh. Before the conversation could continue, Yanxi snatched the phone and said in a soft, trembling voice, "Nothing's wrong. I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Jiāng Chén watched Yanxi talking on the phone with her best friend, her expression shifting constantly with whatever was being said. His heart was filled with pure joy. He had effectively won over both of these close friends. Moreover, Pang Wanwan clearly didn't mind. In fact, she seemed to actively encourage something developing between him and Yanxi. Which meant that if Yanxi agreed, a little drama between the three of them wouldn't be impossible. I know what to do. Don't worry, I'll be back this afternoon." Yanxi seemed to agree to something before quickly hanging up. She returned the phone to Jiāng Chén. His gaze darted away, shifting to the other side, clearly harboring some mischievous little scheme. But Jiāng Chén paid it no mind, taking the phone and diving into preparations for the upcoming mission. Today's Saturday. Lu Ruyan arrives Wednesday. The other streamers want to meet me too. Am I some kind of Tang Seng's meet? Jiāng Chén chuckled, having no intention of meeting all 7 streamers individually. Among them, the only one who truly piqued his interest was Lu Ruyan. Shaking his head, he put the matter aside for now and opened Douyin to check his followers. Compared to yesterday, his follower count had grown significantly, reaching 91,000. And this was before he'd even uploaded a single video. This account is right in the center of the hype. Even doing nothing brings in traffic. With just a little effort, completing the system tasks will be a breeze. This operation was actually quite simple. Show off his car, flaunt his mansion, display his girlfriend, these were all quick and easy ways to gain followers. But Jiāng Chén was a man with aspirations. He didn't want to resort to such lowbrow displays of wealth. Even when showcasing his car or home, he insisted on professional camera work, music, and color grading. It had to be sufficiently stylish and impactful. So for now, Jiāng Chén wasn't in a rush to flaunt his motorhome or other possessions. He planned to start small, gradually revealing glimpses of what a god-tier wealthy lifestyle truly entails. And this first glimpse? The nearly 100 phones he'd swept up yesterday.
Sister Zhu, gather everyone here. Each of you may choose one.
After pondering for a moment, Jiāng Chén summoned all the servants.
Mr. Jiang, how could that be? We who do this kind of work would never take anything from the household.
Xu Huimei bowed slightly, her surprised expression conveying her refusal.
Chapter 151, the first attempt at a show-off video. Consider it a gift or perhaps a tip. Jiāng Chén was decisive. If he wanted to give, they had to take it. If you refuse, how am I supposed to film that show-off video? Since my foster sons in the dorm aren't here, you lot will have to fill in for now. Under Jiāng Chén's firm insistence, several servants cheerfully each took a phone.
However, due to Xu Huimei's restraint, everyone tacitly only took the standard or low-end models.
So Jiāng Chén recorded a video of everyone taking their phones from him. He captioned it, "This year's new phones are pretty nice.
I've equipped the household staff with them too, they can choose their own models." He attached the payment receipts for spending hundreds of thousands on phones in one go, then sent it out.
This became Jiāng Chén's.
This was the first video of his "It's Not My Fault I'm Rich" internet campaign.
Forget it. I'll watch it later tonight.
After posting the video, Jiāng Chén yawned. After breakfast, he walked into his home's small gym. He began his workout routine. He hadn't been to Miracle Gym much lately, though his physical condition had steadily improved and his physique was getting better and better.
But Jiāng Chén always felt like something was missing. So he reintroduced his daily stretching routine into his regimen.
Hard work and sweat wouldn't harm him, they would only forge his unwavering resolve to face hardship and danger, along with an indomitable fighting spirit.
These were rewards the system couldn't grant.
Only through his own relentless pursuit and struggle could Jiāng Chén truly reap the benefits. Chen Jishu stood at the entrance of the auto mall where she'd worked for years, her heart filled with a sense of melancholy. After waking yesterday in exhaustion and pain, she had expected to feel disgusted with herself for trading her body for wealth.
Yet, that wasn't the case. Life secretary, it was a legitimate job, wasn't it?
Besides, whatever had happened, she had been a willing participant.
To feel defiled and tainted by this alone, would that be fair to Jiāng Chén, who had rescued her from misery? The answer was clearly no.
Chen Jichu smoothed away the unease in her heart and resolved to continue this illicit relationship with Jiāng Chén. Until he no longer needed her. This was the price a grateful soul, greedy for wealth, willingly chose to pay. Mother's hospital bills and other expenses have been settled. The funds for future needs are in a dedicated account. As for my sister, I've transferred 3 months' worth of living expenses in one go. I hope she won't squander it. With the heavy burden lifted, Chen Jichu had never felt so light. From now on, she would work even harder for Jiāng Chén, doing everything in her power to fulfill his every need. As Chen Jichu saw it, the first step of this new journey began with severing past ties. She would transport Jiāng Chén's 5 remaining vehicles back to Compound 1, then promptly process her resignation from several positions. A confident smile, unlike any she had ever shown before, spread across Chen Jichu's face. This was her task for the day. The boss really is something. He buys cars but never bothers to manage them himself. Chen Jichu took a deep breath, stepping into the familiar surroundings with a renewed attitude, her mind drifting to idle complaints. Back when she was weighed down by pressure, even venting her frustrations felt like a luxury. But now, things were completely different. "Shun. Sister." Ling instinctively stepped forward to greet the incoming figure, but her expression shifted the moment she recognized it as Chen Jichu. But this time, she didn't dare utter any disparaging remarks like before. The sales circle was small, and news of Chen Jichu sweeping through several luxury communities with Jiāng Chén eventually reached her former colleagues at the auto mall. While details about the Tenglong Garden development remained unclear, the sheer scale of the other properties was staggering. After all, we're talking about 7 properties ranging from 690,000 to over 10 million yuan. To these salespeople, the total value was astronomical. Not to mention the rumor that Jiāng Chén had gifted the most expensive one to Chen Jichu. To the sales team, Chen Jichu had now firmly latched onto Jiāng Chén's coattails. Perhaps she would become a pampered bird in a golden cage. While they privately mocked and even looked down upon Chen Jichu's choice, if the same opportunity presented itself to them, they would most likely, no, they would definitely agree too. Ling stared at Chen Jichu with a complicated look, unsure what to say. Just imagining Chen Jichu raking in a commission of 1 or 2 million yuan these past few days, plus a property worth tens of millions, it felt almost suffocating. Sigh, why was it Chen Jichu and not me? I worked so hard in front of Jiāng Chén's girlfriend, yet she never offered me any help at all. Could that person have been faking it? That's just ridiculous. Ling's expression darkened as she silently cursed Hu Weiwei in her mind. What a phony. What a waste of my time. Are you here to resign? You probably won't be working in this line of work anymore, right? Ling asked as Chen Jichu ignored her and walked away. After handling Mr. Zhang's car, I'll resign. Have the paperwork for his vehicle been processed here? Chen Jichu said, glancing at her former colleague. A flicker of joy finally rose in Ling's heart. Once Chen Jichu left, they wouldn't be competitors anymore. He could become a potential client. Why make things so tense?
Alright, do you need us to arrange for someone to drive it to Mr. John's place?
Ling had just reviewed the situation and responded directly.
We're pretty free today.
I'll have a few male colleagues drive it over for you.
Chen Shichu's expression turned cold.
He couldn't fathom why this colleague, with whom he'd clearly had a falling out, was suddenly putting on a friendly face.
What was she up to?
Frowning, he replied, no need.
Just move it to the external parking lot.
I'll send someone to retrieve it later. Chen Shichu didn't want these outsiders to know Jiāng Chén's residence, especially Ling, who seemed to have connections to Jiāng Chén's crazy ex-girlfriend.
To avoid dampening Jiāng Chén's mood, she decided to cut off any possibility of that woman finding him at the source.
As for the car, she had already coordinated with the staff at Tinglong Garden when she left yesterday. These matters fell squarely within their responsibilities.
All right.
Ling's lips twisted in a grimace as resentment welled up inside her. Chen Shichu had truly transformed from a hen into a phoenix overnight. Her entire demeanor was utterly different now.
And sending people to retrieve it? How laughable. Aren't they still under that Mr. John's command?
Just wait until he dumps you, then we'll see if you can still strut around like that.
Chapter 152, Both are 1,000-year-old foxes, what are you playing at with strange tales?
Driven by jealousy and resentment, she found it impossible to let go. Her outward harmony was merely a facade. The moment Chen Shichu hit rock bottom, she seized the chance to kick her while she is down. To exact revenge for all the wrongs she'd endured. This kind of sisterhood, all smiles on the surface, backstabbing behind the scenes, was a game she'd played with glee since childhood.
Sis, don't be angry. There might have been some misunderstanding before. Anyway, it's all my fault.
Now that you've made it big, we're not asking for any favors, just don't let things get so frosty between us. Ling sent someone to move the car while she leaned in close to Chen Shichu, smiling apologetically.
Sigh.
Chen Shichu watched this performance, momentarily speechless, with no intention of saying anything more.
They were both foxes with 1,000 years of cunning. Why bother putting on a show in front of her? Chen Shichu understood Ling's thoughts all too well. It was no different from how she'd fawned over Hu Weiwei that day she wanted to leverage his connections to gain access to Jiāng Chén, or even the benefits flowing from Jiāng Chén's circle, right? Chen Shichu couldn't say for sure, but for the sake of making money, there was no need to be overly critical. She disliked it, but she could endure it. After all, they probably wouldn't have much chance to interact again. Chen Shichu forced a stiff smile at Ling. At heart, she was still a kind person. After parking Jiāng Chén's 5 sports cars in spots convenient for departure, Chen Shichu felt at ease to process her resignation. The boss was actually quite decent. After all, the bulk of the profits came from the auto dealership. Beyond her regular salary, he generously awarded Chen Shichu a substantial bonus. After handling these matters, Chen Shichu headed to the real estate sales office. Resignation and preliminary arrangements for Jiāng Chén's 7 properties. Guess she's being kept by a rich guy now. How shameless. Give it a rest. Would you even go if someone sponsored you? At least the guy sponsoring Sister Chen is handsome and young. Can't envy that. Just work hard. Watching Chen Shichu walk away, the group of men and women still murmured discontentedly. But as they talked it over, the chatter gradually died down, fading into silence. Whether Chen Shichu would be abandoned or not, in their eyes, that was something that might happen far in the future. Right now, they had no right to say anything more. Whether it was teasing or slander, in the end, the only ones left with their faces torn to shreds would be themselves. The ugly spectacle of the envious and the frustrated showing it once was enough. Why seek out misery for themselves day after day? Once Chen Shichu was gone, their lives would remain unchanged. Monotonous toil, with the end clearly in sight. What a hands-off boss. Where's that little brat off gallivanting now? As time passed, Meng Yuqiang had mostly resolved the troubles at her school. Holding the 5 million yuan investment Jiāng Chén had provided, she felt genuinely heartened. Over the past few days, Meng Yuqiang had begun executing her initial plan. Thanks to Jiāng Chén's earlier assistance, she had already finalized the basic functional concepts. The next steps involved recruiting personnel, developing an initial interactive prototype, and tackling practical matters like company registration and office space leasing. Meng Yuqiang had hoped to meet with Jiāng Chén again to discuss his thoughts, but he was either elusive and hard to find. Or when he did come, it was only for that kind of thing. Meng Yuqi clenched her legs together, realizing she was actually thinking about Jiāng Chén. An immediate surge of irritation welled up inside her. It was all because of that kid, Jiāng Chén. Now she found it hard to slip into that effortless flow state at work unless she was satisfied first. Does this mean I'll need Jiāng Chén to activate me before every work session from now on? Meng Yuqiang tapped her flushed cheeks, her mind in turmoil. The idea of letting Jiāng Chén kickstart her work mode would have to be handled one step at a time for now. The more pressing matter now was assembling the initial team. Since Jiāng Chén was temporarily taking a hands-off approach, she'd have to handle it herself. Jiāng, just wait for me to surprise you. Meng Yuqiang didn't wait for Jiāng Chén to message her back. She held back from contacting him too. Because without Jiāng Chén, she couldn't enter her flow state.
Meng Yuqiang desperately wanted to prove she could excel at her job without relying on him.
After spending the entire day alone with Yanxi at home, Yanxi was thoroughly satisfied.
By the afternoon, as she prepared to leave, her face radiated the blissful glow of being thoroughly cherished, filled with reluctance to depart. Only when Pang Wenwen arrived by car and thoroughly exhausted Jiāng Chén in bed did she manage to coax her best friend away.
Phew! Alone again.
In the post-orgasmic state induced by Pang Wenwen, Jiāng Chén's exceptionally clear and rational mind became more susceptible to loneliness. Yet, with the mundane distractions stripped away, he found immense freedom in embracing this solitude. Working out, studying, there were so many things to fill the void of solitude. After a carefree afternoon, Jiāng Chén felt it was time to check the response to the video he posted. He pulled out his phone to check. 7 or 8 hours in, it had racked up 230,000 views, 10,000 likes, and 900 comments.
Not bad at all. Sure enough, when you're riding the wave of popularity, whatever you post gets views and gains followers.
Jiāng Chén shifted his gaze to the follower count, now over 113,000. Though the growth had slowed compared to yesterday, that was only natural. After all, he'd only been active for one night and had only posted one video that wasn't particularly substantial. The real plan would begin the day Lu Ruyan arrived.
Meanwhile, the video's comments section was buzzing with excitement.
Top up your phone credit and get a Porsche RS.
Is this the account of that rich guy? Holy crap, he actually posted a video. What kind of family is this? They even have a maid?
Just by the huge entrance and the mansion villa, even from the crappy camera angles showing bits and pieces, I can tell how massive that living room is.
Just the living room alone must be over 300 square meters. And look at this decor, wow. I'd estimate this place starts at least 20 million. That's actually cheap. Just from the glimpses we've seen and the quality of the furniture. How to put it? My cousin's villa on the California coast is worth $4 million. This place alone is worth at least twice that. Holy crap, we've hit the jackpot here. So the focus is actually on my house? Jiāng Chén lay on the sofa, gazing up at the distant crystal chandelier, and guessed the reason. Compared to his phone, his home, both discreetly luxurious and imposing, had sparked netizens' curiosity and desire to explore. As time went on, the netizens' focus would inevitably shift to speculating about his property. Forget it. I'll just keep waiting for the professionals. Jiāng Chén shrugged, not particularly eager to keep posting videos with little substance it felt beneath his standards. Chapter 153, not tired, just wanting to lean, wanting to be pampered. Boss, I'm back. At that moment, Chen Jichu, looking utterly exhausted, clattered in on her high heels. After a moment's hesitation, she half collapsed beside Jiāng Chén. You've worked hard. Jiāng Chén reached out and ruffled Chen Jichu's hair. Chen Jichu offered no resistance. She had mentally prepared herself for anything given their ambiguous, illicit relationship, nothing would surprise her. But after resting for a moment, she suddenly sat up, her expression stiffening. With a sigh of resignation mixed with a hint of hurt, she looked at Jiāng Chén and remarked, "There are so many women's scents in this house." Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow, straightening his posture into a prim and proper gentlemanly pose. They're just maids. Aren't they all women? It's different. Chen Jichu shook her head, then leaned her head against Jiāng Chén's shoulder. I'm so tired. Let's just rest here for a bit. Is the workload too heavy? There's really no need to rush like this. No, it's actually much lighter than usual. Leaning against Jiāng Chén's shoulder, Chen Jichu picked up the remote and turned on the giant screen TV. As the music gradually grew louder, her voice grew soft. It's just, finally having someone to lean on makes me want to be spoiled. She whispered her inner thoughts, convinced Jiāng Chén couldn't hear her over the music. But in reality, with senses sharper than most, Jiāng Chén heard every word clearly. But to let Chen Jichu rest more peacefully, he pretended not to hear and asked, "What did you say?" "Nothing." "Then get some good rest." Tuesday. Near Jiangzhou Airport, two stylish women dragged oversized suitcases toward a nearby hotel. After unloading all their luggage, Lu Ruyan and Yuan Shaoxian exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the hotel bed like a pile of mud. After a short rest, Yuan Shaoxian clutched her rumbling stomach and asked in confusion, "Ruyan, didn't you arrange to meet that rich guy on Wednesday? Why did we have to come on Tuesday? Maybe if we'd come tomorrow, that guy would have picked us up and treated us to dinner." "Eat your heart out." Lu Ruyan shot Yuan Shaoxian a disapproving glare. "And you want to be my personal makeup artist? Think about it, after a 3-hour flight, how good do you think we'll look? Arriving early is all about getting ready. Makeup, to give them the best first impression, you know." Yuan Shaoxian nodded obediently, then grinned mischievously. "Eat me? Oomph. Ruyan's so eager. Who exactly wants to be eaten? And who do you want to eat?" With that, she let out a wah and pounced on her bestie, causing Lu Ruyan to squirm and laugh uncontrollably. A little while later, when Lu Ruyan's stomach started growling too, the two finally stopped roughhousing. Exchanging a glance, they prepared to head out in search of food. As for what to eat, they decided that after all that traveling, they deserved something special.
Fortunately, the money earned from her livestream had just been withdrawn, making Lu Ruyan a bona fide rich woman she was determined to eat and drink well. She'd also pick up some nice clothes after all, she was meeting her big brother tomorrow.
But stepping outside, the sight of Jiangzhou City, a metropolis bustling with a vibrancy that dwarfed their small hometown county, left Lu Ruyan staring at the urban skyline in stunned silence. "Hey, big dummy, where are we going?"
Yuan Shaoxian nudged her friend, delivering a playful elbow jab to her waist.
But Lu Ruyan had no idea.
There were so many places she wanted to go, yet she couldn't decide where to start. "Then let's go to Longtang Tower."
Yuan Shaoxian opened the navigation app and hailed a ride.
Unlike the scatterbrain Lu Ruyan, Yuan Shaoxian knew better than to wing it on a rare trip like this. If she was going, she had to hit up the #1 spot in Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou's CBD city center. If you want to buy nice clothes, you'll definitely find them there. And they say you can overlook the nearby Tinglong Garden from up high, maybe even catch a glimpse of the legendary homes of Jiangzhou's elite hidden deep within its grounds.
Yuan Shaoxian looked utterly entranced, speaking with great conviction. Clearly, both had done their homework, but Lu Ruyan's research had only scratched the surface. Once they arrived, her mind went completely blank. "Fine, I'll go with your plan." Lu Ruyan stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. "Oh, and this." Yuan Shaoxian stood on tiptoe and placed a pair of oversized sunglasses on her best friend's head. "You're pretty much a sensation now. Watch out for fans recognizing you." "No way. Without beauty filters in real life, I'm not that pretty." "What nonsense. My bestie is naturally gorgeous." As they strolled through the shops, hunger vanished and fatigue melted away. Full of energy, they walked for 2 solid hours. Only when their arms were full of bags and they could barely carry anything more did their stomachs finally start to protest. "Not eating would kill us." They finally ducked into the food court, snagged a window seat, and began eating while marveling. "The mall back in my county town isn't even 1/5 this big. And it doesn't have LV or Dior either, just a bunch of random little brands. Why did Jiangzhou build such a huge park right in the city center? There's even a mountain blocking the view, it stretches on forever. Shen, how much do you think this building is worth? What if the rich guy we meet tomorrow turns out to be a balding middle-aged dude? Maybe he's even wearing a voice changer." Lu Ruyan's mouth was stuffed full, yet she still chattered non-stop to her bestie. At first, Yuan Shaoxian responded occasionally, but soon she grew numb. She cut Lu Ruyan off, looking genuinely confused. "Ruyan, are you freaking out? It's just a meeting. Think of it like meeting your online crush in person. Why so scared? Does having a rich guy mean he'll eat you alive? Didn't you say he doesn't care about looks? Or are you worried that when you meet him tomorrow, he'll be some cute guy and you'll get all flirty and throw yourself at him?" Yuan Shaoxian picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and shoved it into Lu Ruyan's mouth. "Can't even shut you up with good food? Calm down, calm down. Give us back our wise, charming, voluptuous, delicious, our beautiful Lu Ruyan." Her mouth stuffed full of food, Lu Ruyan couldn't speak for a moment. After swallowing with great effort, she tried to speak again only to be met with another chopstickful from Yuan Shaoxian. "Put." This time, Lu Ruyan blocked it. She carefully spat the food back onto the plate and glared at him. "Yuan Shaoxian. Are you trying to choke me to death so you can take my place at the meeting? No way." Yuan Shaoxian flashed a sly grin, then pulled a goofy face and mimicked her in a weird voice. "LOL, you want to take my place at the meeting?" "But." Lu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh at the sight, and Yuan Shaoxian chuckled too. Where did this country girl come from, such a waste of good looks? The two girls' innocent demeanor drew laughter from the surrounding locals. They had no idea who stood before them. After all, the future internet sensation was currently just a girl who had barely begun to make a name for herself in live streaming, having only recently shed the rustic air of her small town. Chapter 154, Breaking Out of Poverty Single-Handedly. "Mr. Jiang, Ms. Chen says your 5 cars are already parked outside. Here are the keys." That morning, after Jiāng Chén finished breakfast, his housekeeper Zhu Huimei brought over the keys to his 5 sports cars and handed them to him. Jiāng Chén accepted them and set them on the table for the moment. Then he casually asked, "Sister Zhu, your accent doesn't sound like you're from Jiangzhou." Zhu Huimei smiled and bowed her head slightly. "The mainland economy is better, so I came here for work." Jiāng Chén hummed in acknowledgement, instantly understanding Zhu Huimei's origins. Though her name and accent already hinted at it, his guess was pretty much spot on. "Bro, we're taking off. We'll be in Jiangzhou by 11. Will you come pick me up?" Her phone vibrated as a text from Lu Ruyan popped up, adorned with emoticons. Today was Wednesday, the day he'd arranged for Lu Ruyan and her group to arrive in Jiangzhou. With only one free period in the morning, Jiāng Chén had taken the day off. This left him with ample free time. "Sure, let me know when you arrive." Jiāng Chén replied briefly before heading to wash up and get dressed. Soon it was 11 o'clock and a message arrived again from the other side. "Brother, I'm here. I brought my sister along too." Attached was a photo of the two of them, the enchantingly beautiful Lu Ruyan and a petite girl with a pouty face that grew more endearing the longer you looked at her. "I'm heading out now. Do you have a lot of luggage?" "Quite a bit. Alright, hold on.
But as they prepared to leave, Jiāng Chén faced a dilemma. Picking up 2 people plus a mountain of luggage, best to take the Yuang. Though the Yuang was reliable, he'd grown a bit tired of driving it these past few days and fancied trying something different for a change. Gazing at the 5 sports cars lined up before him, Jiāng Chén stroked his chin, nearly succumbing to choice paralysis.
You're the one.
After deliberating for a dozen breaths, Jiāng Chén finally settled on the Lexus LC500 as his mode of transport for the day. Its matte black body radiated an air of sophistication under today's overcast skies and light drizzle. The body lines, achieving near-perfect harmony between sportiness and elegance, exuded understated composure without sacrificing luxury. Come to think of it, this was my dream car back in the day. Sitting inside, Jiāng Chén felt a slight pang of disappointment as his past dreams overlapped with his current reality. The car was undeniably sleek, but the issue was that at the $1,000,000 price point, its interior felt a bit too ordinary, especially compared to the U8.
It seems foreign automakers still don't prioritize the details in the interior: the refrigerator, TV, and big sofa.
Of course, if you bump the price up to $3 million or more, things might improve significantly. Jiāng Chén narrowed his eyes, feeling his current fleet still carried a hint of cheapness. Once he grew tired of driving them, he could consider upgrading his ride to a higher tier. But that was for the future. Today, he'd focus on picking up the big internet celebrity who traveled all this way. Before leaving, Jiāng Chén called over Chen Jichu and asked her to pick another car to accompany him for the pickup.
Why did Jiāng Chén value Lu Ruyan?
Beyond her striking beauty and hidden technical prowess, her background played a significant role. In the future of his previous life, before Lu Ruyan skyrocketed to become a top internet sensation only to be tragically banned. Stories about her rise to fame had circulated online. After reading them, Jiāng Chén could only describe her as one thing compared to others in the same field. That word was clean. Remarkably clean. As a borderline content creator, Lu Ruyan kept a low profile, rarely seen outside of events. She had virtually no scandals attached to her name. The few rumors that surfaced were attempts by other minor influencers to ride her coattails, all of which were later debunked.
Her background was particularly unique. To borrow a popular internet slang phrase from a few years back, it was like waving a flower and rolling out in a Maybach, then kicking through the walls of a bare-walled home. Her narrative is pure inspiration, rising from a rural village to get into a top-tier university, only to find her family draining her resources instead of supporting her. So she switched tracks and became a streamer. Viewed in isolation, these experiences project an image of diligence, ambition, and reliability. Jiāng Chén was seeking collaborators, and someone with these qualities would be top-tier. Just hope it's not a marketing ploy. Jiāng Chén curved his lips into a smile. Seeing the time was right, he floored the accelerator and drove away from Tinglong Garden. After passing through a controlled section exclusive to Tinglong Garden, he merged into the ceaseless flow of Jiangzhou traffic, heading toward the airport. I told you he'd show up, didn't I? Lu Ruyan beamed as she showed her best friend the reply from Jiāng Chén on her phone. Did someone just say they might stand me up? Ha? Still bringing that up now?
Yuan Shaoxian whined with a pout. Even if they agreed, they might not show up.
Ruyan, you just don't get my good intentions. I'm worried you'll get into trouble. Look at you, so naive and gullible, you'd fall for anything.
What if some rich, handsome guy shows up and sweeps you off your feet? Lu Ruyan frowned, dragging her suitcase forward as she retorted with a cold laugh. I wouldn't mind.
You're just scared I'll find a boyfriend before you, aren't you? Yuan Shaoxuan's eyes widened at the remark. Oh, Lu Ruyan, I knew something felt off about you. So you really came here hoping to hook up with someone?
I misjudged you. Who was it who swore up and down back then that they turned their life around through sheer effort? As best friends who had sworn blood oaths to work hard together, Yuan Shaoxian felt a pang of heartache. Clearly, Lu Ruyan was abandoning her little assistant for a big shot.
Could a few million really change your dreams?
Yuan Shaoxian pressed her hand over her unimpressive chest as she demanded. Seeing her friend like this, Lu Ruyan could only smile and explain, it's not as dramatic as you make it sound.
I just need to properly thank him. If he's interested in me, we can talk. If not, that's normal too. He spends over 10 million in a single night without batting an eye. He's a top-tier tycoon. And I'm just a mediocre little streamer. Hearing Lu Ruyan say this, Yuan Shaoxian still couldn't shake her unease. She wouldn't stand in her friend's way of finding true love, but she wanted to urge Lu Ruyan to be cautious and lower her standards a bit. A god-tier rich guy like Mr. Wealthy was simply beyond the reach of ordinary people like them. Sure, you could use your looks to get close to him, Lu Ruyan. But then what? You wouldn't still be fantasizing about clinging to him forever, would you? They were both adults. Though they'd been separated for over 20 years, even hearsay taught them one truth. Love that transcends class boundaries at first sight? That's just something you read about in novels. In reality, matching social standing is the truth. Forget it. I'm not bothering with you. Yuan Shaoxian gave up on persuading her and turned her thoughts to the person who would soon be picking them up. She thought, if that rich guy dares to hurt Ruyan, she'll fight him to the death. Chapter 155. Sorry, sir, we already have boyfriends.
glancing at the two massive suitcases behind Lu Ruyan and behind herself.
Yuan Xiaoshuan's mouth twitched.
Seriously, did we really need to haul all the stuff we bought yesterday out of the hotel?
You can't even pretend to be normal. What kind of decent person carries such huge luggage off a plane? Lu Ruyan giggled. Well, someone's picking us up anyway.
Mr. Huang, we've made arrangements with Mr. Wang.
The restaurant is booked for tonight. Enough. Just take me back first.
Facing the driver's report, Huang Yuan, fresh off the plane, looked utterly exhausted and disinterested. Born in Jiangzhou, he had never particularly liked his hometown, building his entire career elsewhere. Yet this time, to establish connections with Jingzhou venture capital, he had no choice but to return to this hometown he didn't particularly care for. As the host, he was now arranging a banquet to meet them.
Boring city, congested traffic, outdated facilities. Stop the car.
Huang Yuan stared out the window, muttering complaints to himself as he fought to stay awake.
Just as he was about to drift off,
two graceful figures flashed past his eyes. Yes, this place was nothing special, and the local customs were utterly dreadful.
But people?
Well, there were still beautiful ones.
He needed to get acquainted.
After all, he'd finally escaped the Tyrannosaurus at home. A business trip without a little fun would be a total waste. So he ordered the driver to pull over, then slowly made his way toward Lu Ruyan and Yuan Xiaoxian. He considered himself reasonably good looking, and with this Mercedes-Benz S350 under him, any girl who knew how to play the game shouldn't refuse.
Hey, ladies, waiting for someone? Let me give you a ride.
The rear window of the white Mercedes rolled down. Huang Yuan struck what he considered a dashing pose as he extended his invitation to the two women. Yuan Xiaoxian frowned as she sized up Huang Yuan, then pulled her best friend back a step.
Almost in unison, they replied. No thanks, someone's picking us up. Huang Yuan's expression remained a faint smile. One approach didn't work? Try another. Surely we can at least get acquainted?
He extended his hand out the window, deliberately positioning his wrist against the sill to showcase a Breitling watch beneath his suit. He inwardly regretted the woman's lack of discernment. Had he been wearing a Rolex, perhaps his charm would have been more effective? He liked the Breitling, but it was still a bit obscure for these common roadside flowers.
Sorry, we both have boyfriends. Yuan Xiaoxian and Lu Ruyan exchanged a glance. Having been hit on countless times, they instantly understood what this greasy guy was after. Adding them as friends? No thanks. What if some wealthy guy here happened to see?
Besides, they weren't gold diggers. They liked money, but they had their limits.
So no matter what tactics Huang Yuan deployed, their response remained firmly no. You really won't give me the time of day, ladies? Someone picking you up? Boyfriends? Faced with rejection for the second time, Huang Yuan's expression darkened.
These young girls really had such narrow horizons.
Hooking up with him would be way better than sticking with their loser boyfriends, wouldn't it? Huang Yuan snorted in disdain, instructing the driver to wait right there.
He was determined to see just what kind of men these two had as boyfriends.
To have their partners so utterly devoted.
He didn't believe these college-aged girls could have found boyfriends who were particularly successful.
Most likely just penniless.
The car he was sitting in alone was worth decades of hard work for those young folks.
Can I at least meet them? Huang Yuan wasn't ready to give up. He kept his gaze fixed on Lu Ruyan through the car window.
Admittedly, both girls were pretty, but upon closer inspection, he realized the taller one possessed a breathtaking beauty.
This was no ordinary beauty. Huang Yuan swallowed hard.
If this girl were more proactive,
he could buy a place in Jiangzhou just to keep her there. If he could win Lu Ruyan, Jiangzhou City wouldn't seem so unbearable after all. Lu Ruyan immediately sensed Huang Yuan's intensifying gaze.
Suppressing her discomfort, she grabbed Yuan Xiaoshuan's arm and pulled her toward the exit.
Miss, it won't hurt to introduce yourselves, will it?
But before they could take a few steps, the white Mercedes blocked their path once more.
Huang Yuan's expression had already begun to show impatience. We've been waiting forever and your boyfriend still hasn't shown up. And even if he did, what kind of car would he drive? A Santana? A Civic?
Sigh, you young girls just don't understand the wealth you possess at this age.
Must you waste your prime years accompanying some penniless loser? And after a decade or so, when your looks start to fade, who knows if your boyfriends will dump you? I've been there, so I'll be honest, you're better off using your youth and beauty to make some serious cash. That way, when life throws curveballs, you'll have the financial cushion to weather the storm, right?
Huang Yuan's earnest words were blunt enough to make anyone's face turn red, and in a way, he was telling the truth. But Yuan Xiaoxian and Lu Ruyan weren't the type to be swayed by such words.
Cut it out, old man.
Don't project your own experiences onto everyone else.
Like everyone's going to cheat.
Yuan Xiaoxian rolled her eyes, laughing sarcastically. Every word this old guy uttered had nothing to do with himself, yet every word was about himself. If you can't control your urges, just admit it. Don't spout some pseudo-philosophical nonsense like you're some wise old sage.
And flaunting his wealth like this? Not to mention Lu Ruyan is a little rich lady with millions stashed away. No matter how rich you are, could you possibly be richer than rich guy? The guy makes over 10 million a night. It's just a crappy Mercedes. Rich guy probably has a whole garage full of cars that Class C probably picks which one to drive before he even gets in. Having seen what a true high roller looks like, Jiāng Chén could only regard the man before him as nothing more than a clown. Want to exchange contact info? That's laughable. With that thought, Jiāng Chén sneered coldly once more, ignoring Lu Ruyan's attempts to stop him. I'll give you my contact info for 2 million. 2 million? Huang Yuan's face darkened, and he shot Lu Ruyan and Jiāng Chén a look reserved for lunatics. What kind of joke was this? Had he lost his mind over money? Just to exchange contact info and he wants 2 million? Does he think he's a fool or a lunatic? His wife controlled all the big money, and the freely accessible funds in his account barely reached 2 million. And these two wanted to take it all? This was outright robbery. Cut the nonsense. 2,000 each for pocket money. Hop in the car, I'll treat you to dinner. Huang Yuan frowned, offering his absolute maximum. Jiāng Chén just sneered coldly, 20,000? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? If you're broke, just quietly get lost. Can't even cough up 2 million, yet you want to cut into someone else's profits? Huang Yuan gradually calmed down upon hearing Jiāng Chén's sarcasm, realizing what she was implying. She meant someone had already offered them 2 million, likely the very people coming to pick them up later. But how could that be? He admitted Lu Ruyan was beautiful, but 2 million? She couldn't possibly be worth that price. Chapter 156, just wait until Jiāng Chén arrives, see how you'll pretend then. Young lady, have you been reading too many novels? Stop daydreaming all the time. Huang Yuan dismissed their chatter as nonsense, his mood instantly souring. Pulling this out any longer would make him look like a pathetic sucker, absolutely not. A successful man must always position himself above others. He said. Opportunities like this don't come around every day. Think it over. Old Jiāng, keep an eye on things. We're leaving in 3 minutes. 3 final minutes to decide. If these women still couldn't figure it out, then so be it. Any regrets afterward would be their own fault for being foolish in their youth. Seeing Huang Yuan's face full of arrogance and disdain, Jiāng Chén nearly gasped in shock. This guy was such a show-off. Fine, she'd just stand right here then. She'd be damned if she didn't see how he'd keep up this act when Brother Chen showed up. Lu Ruyan had intended to slip away quickly, but Jiāng Chén, her temper flaring, insisted on standing her ground. Helplessly, she had no choice but to stay. Time ticked by second. Huang Yuan shook his head. The girl isn't telling the truth. Why hasn't the person picking you up shown up yet? Here they come. Jiāng Chén noticed a car driving straight toward them. Though she didn't recognize the emblem, it looked like a luxury vehicle. Adding to that, Lu Ruyan's phone started ringing, and she immediately knew for sure. That matte black coupe was the rich guy sent to pick them up. I see you now. Who's been bothering you? Need help? Jiāng Chén's voice came through the phone, casual yet inexplicably reassuring. Lu Ruyan hurriedly replied, yes, someone keeps demanding our contact info. I haven't given it. Got it. Jiāng Chén clicked his tongue and hung up. The deep, rumbling engine fell silent as the car came to a steady stop directly opposite the white Mercedes. Through the tinted windows, Lu Ruyan and Jiāng Chén could faintly make out Jiāng Chén's deep, handsome features. Those eyes, hidden within the darkness, shone like a single star, instantly striking Lu Ruyan's heart. So handsome. The moment she saw Jiāng Chén's true appearance, all of Lu Ruyan's worries about this trip vanished. Opening the door, Jiāng Chén stepped out and walked toward them. His tall, slender frame, with its perfect proportions, looked even more dashing and heroic in his impeccably tailored clothes. Yet beyond his striking looks, beyond his graceful, tree-like posture, it was his unique aura that shone most brilliantly. An air of scholarly refinement intertwined with raw power, effortlessly calm and composed. What kind of family, what immense wealth, could possibly cultivate such an aura? Lu Ruyan and Jiāng Chén found themselves unable to tear their eyes away from Jiāng Chén's face. Under the overwhelming charm radiating from Jiāng Chén, both women's cheeks flushed pink. They even forgot reality, utterly captivated by the awe-inspiring presence of Jiāng Chén's appearance. Only when he walked beside them, grabbed their luggage, and pulled it along did they. Only then did they realize their embarrassing expressions. They hastily waved their hands. We can manage our own luggage. They started to reach for their own suitcases. But Jiāng Chén's grip was ironclad. No matter how hard Jiāng Chén strained, she couldn't budge the suitcase handle in his hand. Finally, her face flushed crimson, she hid behind Lu Ruyan and muttered something indistinctly. There's. Lu Ruyan stiffly followed Jiāng Chén over. She opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly realized she didn't even know Brother Qian's name. Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén casually introduced himself, then turned to study Lu Ruyan. This was the first time he'd seen her without the screen between them. At this moment, Lu Ruyan wore simple, elegant makeup and appropriate attire, her demeanor shy and reserved, not a trace of the edgy queen persona she projected online. Jiāng Chén chuckled inwardly. Another case of striking contrast, it seemed. Brother Jiāng Chén, thank you for coming to pick us up. Knowing his name and sensing his gaze, Lu Ruyan's expression brightened.
She perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hands tucked behind her back, she said, I thought it'd be some bald uncle with a voice changer, but, wow, you're so handsome. Her beautiful eyes kept darting toward Jiāng Chén's face, only to flit away nervously whenever their gazes met. In the small town where she lived, someone like Jiāng Chén had never appeared. He was far more handsome than any of the pretty boy actors she'd seen on TV, and far more distinctive too. You're quite the smooth talker. Lu Ruyan's proactive side matched Jiāng Chén's expectations. How could someone not be socially awkward and still be a streamer? With a faint smile, Jiāng Chén replied before asking, have you found a place to stay since arriving in Zhengzhou? If not, I have 7 or 8 vacant properties. Pick one to stay in for now. Rent is negotiable friendship price. You, huh? Lu Ruyan had intended to say yes, but upon hearing about the 7 or 8 vacant properties, her eyes widened as she forced the words back down her throat. 7 or 8 houses, in Zhengzhou, a secondary provincial capital in southern China? How much would that cost? No. Boss Jiang, we'll leave it up to you. Yuan Shaoxian pinched Lu Ruyan's arm from behind as she stood frozen. Stupid Lu Ruyan, turning down such a sweet deal. You idiot. Alright, I'll drive you guys over to check it out later. Jiāng Chén couldn't resist reaching out to ruffle Yuan Shaoxuan's hair as he addressed the pair. In that instant, Yuan Shaoxian, who had recklessly charged forward to take the hit for Lu Ruyan, froze in place. He touched my head? Not far away, Huang Yuan sat in the car watching Jiāng Chén and the two girls playfully bickering. His face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. Boyfriend. You two share the same boyfriend? You two are cold as ice to me, yet you're practically fighting over this guy? And, boyfriend my ass. You two barely even know each other's names. An uncontrollable surge of fury flooded Huang Yuan's body and mind. He couldn't bear the thought of the woman he'd set his sights on first falling into someone else's hands. Especially into the hands of some guy driving some no-name car. Huang Yuan collects watches but not cars. His knowledge of automobiles extends only to the extremely cheap, the extremely expensive, and whatever he happens to be driving. Lexus? Huang Yuan had never encountered one. Though it looked decent enough, his hostility toward Jiāng Chén led him to immediately categorize it as just another domestic value car, worth no more than 30,000 yuan. Old Zhang, pull over there. Huang Yuan couldn't swallow his pride, instructing the driver to pull closer to the group. Then he sneered, hey, sweetheart. Does your boyfriend's beat-up car have enough room for all your luggage? Though his own car couldn't handle it either, 3 suitcases would require an SUV. But he still dared to sneer with a sour expression. For a middle-aged man who knew nothing about cars but was full of fatherly condescension, this was perfectly reasonable. Junk car? Jiāng Chén frowned. See? A million yuan car was still too cheap. People were already showing off right in front of him. He definitely needed to find a chance to upgrade to something pricier. Chapter 157, Why are all the women swarming around you? Sighing, Jiāng Chén looked up. Oh, so there's someone else here? Did you guys call a ride-hailing car? Jiāng Chén fixed his gaze on Huang Yuan. His expression was neutral, but the more so, the more his sarcasm reached its peak. Who in their right mind would use $1 million car for ride-sharing? Huang Yuan fumed. Though his Mercedes was already 3 years old, he paid a whopping 1.1 million yuan for it back then. And now this guy was calling it a ride-hailing car? What a joke. Doesn't this guy know anything about cars? Huang Yuan felt both infuriated and amused. That cheap? Seems like a decent deal for the price. Jiāng Chén shrugged and waved his hand toward the distance. He paid Huang Yuan no further attention. Slowly, Chen Jichu pulled up in his U8 not far from Jiāng Chén. His gaze lingered on Lu Ruyan and Yuan Shaoxian before clouding over with resentment. Jiāng Chén was looking for women again. One was his senior classmate Yan Shi, the other a fitness instructor named Peng Wanwan. And me. How could he still not be satisfied? Now he's brought in 2 more. Let them pick one of those apartments to live in. You set the rent. Jiāng Chén casually opened the trunk, tossed the suitcase inside, and instructed Chen Jichu. Noticing Chen Jichu's uneasy expression, he added. Don't worry. They're 2 promising influencers. Just in case we need to collaborate with them. Chen Jichu smiled quietly, seemingly lost in thought. I don't meddle in the boss's affairs. But Jiāng Chén, observing that smile, couldn't shake the sudden chill that crept into his heart. He chuckled inwardly. Chen Jichu, you're jealous again, aren't you? I know you too well. With everything settled, Jiāng Chén and Chen Jichu drove one car ahead and the other behind, carrying the 2 girls toward the city center. Huang Yuan, who had been poised to mock Jiāng Chén, was left stranded by the roadside. After all, Jiāng Chén had never given the man a second thought from the start. He'd intended to help the 2 girls out of their predicament, but seeing Huang Yuan's complete lack of fighting spirit, there was no need to rescue him. They simply ignored him and drove off. There were always these delusional people out on the streets trying to show off. If he had to deal with every single one, Jiāng Chén would be swamped. And mocking his cheap car?
This middle-aged, corporate drone would probably dwell on it for ages. Let him wallow in his own misery.
If his high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high blood sugar finally killed him, that'd be ideal.
How dare he ignore me? Where'd this broke loser get his confidence? Did he drug those two women? And what's up with that woman in the SUV behind us? Huang Yuan was seething with rage.
His Mercedes worth over $1,000,000 was dismissed by Jiāng Chén as merely cost-effective. The two women he set his sights on ignored him completely while Jiāng Chén was being fawned over, and to top it off, this guy had another woman who was just as attractive as the other two. Why should some penniless punk get all the good fortune? Was it just because he was good-looking? Listening to Huang Yuan's furious rant, driver old Zhang's face was tense. He wanted to laugh but feared losing his job. As a driver, he knew a thing or two about cars. Those two vehicles the young man had just procured were worth at least 2 million yuan each. Not this one, though, a 3-year-old Mercedes that could easily be used for insurance fraud. After all, it originally cost over 1.1 million yuan, and now it's worth a max of 700,000 yuan. His boss was just putting on airs he couldn't back up. What a joke. Old Zhang silently gave Jiāng Chén a mental thumbs up, inwardly praising the young man's talent. After a long while, Huang Yuan, who had nearly exploded with rage, finally calmed down. But the anger and resentment in his heart wouldn't vanish so easily. He coldly ordered his driver to take him home, his eyes dark and menacing. "I'll be staying in Jiangzhou for at least half a year.
Kid, don't let me catch you again. First, handle that matter with Mr. Wang."
That lady, is she Jiāng Chén's secretary? Yuan Shaoxian and Lu Ruyan lay on the bed in their new home, staring at the ceiling. Everything they'd seen today felt like a dream. Whether Chen Jichu did it on purpose or not, the first place he showed them was a $1 million penthouse. The market rent was 20,000 yuan a month, but they only needed to pay 12,000. But even for two people with modest savings, that was still outrageous. So they kept looking until they found that 690,000 yuan loft, with rent at just 1,600 yuan. Only then did they feel at ease and sign the lease. "Right? I thought he was her boyfriend. That almost scared me to death." Lu Ruyan patted her chest, still visibly shaken. Yuan Shaoxian rolled her eyes. "You barely exchanged a few words with him, and you already think you could be his mistress? Hurry up and get dressed. We're having dinner with them tonight." Lu Ruyan sighed as she rose. "Shaoxian, you really need to be reined in. You're getting more and more arrogant. Just wait till I cut your salary and make you pay more rent, then you'll be happy." Lu Ruyan threatened with a vicious glare. At those words, Yuan Shaoxuan's expression instantly crumpled. She scrambled over to Lu Ruyan's side, begging for mercy. "Don't. I won't be so mouthy anymore, wha?" As Lu Ruyan's editor, assistant, roommate, and confidant, well, she'd literally starve without Lu Ruyan. But groveling and being a bootlicker just wasn't in her nature. Anyway, the two of them muddled through their twisted relationship like this. After a moment of laughter and bickering, they fell silent, gathering their things. They began daydreaming about their future life together. They'd originally planned to stay temporarily, but now it seemed moving to Jiangzhou permanently might not be such a bad idea. Honestly, it would have been better to go out for lunch, but the problem was Jiāng Chén still had classes in the afternoon. As a diligent student, skipping an easy class was one thing, but he couldn't skip a major lecture. He still had to return to swipe his card, so the dinner with streamer Lu Ruyan and editor Yuan Shaoxian would have to be postponed until the evening. Earlier, during the house viewing, Chen Jichu grilled the two girls relentlessly, like she was conducting a background check. But both the process and outcome were pleasant except for Chen Jichu, who spent over 10 million yuan in a single night. She'd been sighing to herself for ages. The secretary was just too dedicated, nothing to be done about it. Just as they arrived near the school, the rain that had paused for half an hour started again. In the curtain of rain, Jiāng Chén's matte-finish Lexus drew countless glances from passers-by. The U8 exuded dominance, a presence that resonated with some, but few. But the LC500's beauty was something that could stir the heart of any man. The roar of its engine and headlights piercing the rain caused students hurrying past the university gates to pause, all wanting to catch a glimpse of who was behind the wheel. Handbrake, engine off, step out. Jiāng Chén stepped out carrying a bag of phones meant for his roommates. He met dozens of expectant gazes head-on. So it's him? No wonder he drives something like this. He's loaded. That car he had before was over $1 million, right? This one looks pretty decent too. One car for them, my whole life for me. No wonder I heard Hu Weiwei lost her mind. If I'd missed out on such a great boyfriend, I'd go nuts too. Hu Weiwei? Oh, Jiāng Chén's ex-girlfriend, right? Didn't she take a leave of absence starting Monday? Chapter 158, Rebellious Sons, your father has brought you something. The rain fell lightly, barely noticeable on the skin. Jiāng Chén walked into the school, soaked. The whispers of passers-by reached his ears. One piece of information made the corners of Jiāng Chén's mouth curve upward in a smile. Hu Weiwei had withdrawn from school. That was indeed a blessing. No wonder that brat hadn't bothered him for 4 or 5 days straight. It seemed the PK incident had affected Hu Weiwei more than he'd imagined. Her withdrawal was most likely the university's attempt to suppress the rumors. After all, the scandal of a gold digger at Jiangzhou University wouldn't reflect well on the institution. Still, Jiāng Chén couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Only a few days passed, and Hu Weiwei was already tracked down to campus. Netizens sure work fast. As he slipped into the classroom, his roommates' eyes immediately locked onto him. Before they could speak, Jiāng Chén chuckled and beat them to the punch. "My dear children, your father has brought you something special." He then walked over to them, placed the bag on the table, and gave it a gentle push. 5 gift boxes slid out, gliding smoothly across the table until one landed in front of each of them. Holy! Sun Yalong, Li Bin, and the others took a closer look and realized they were phones. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Jiāng Chén was... Holy! Godfather? No. He's our real dad. The 5 were deeply grateful, but after much flattery, they still decided not to accept them. As a gift, a brand new phone from back then was simply too valuable, no matter how you looked at it. The other students nearby were green with envy. Damn it, if you don't want it, I'll take it. But none dared to speak up. Still, Jiāng Chén found a way to make them accept it, using the year-end bonus meant for future employees as an excuse. What's all the commotion? You always do this whenever I come. Sit down properly, don't take after certain people. Li Ming entered with a dark expression. The mere thought of having Jiāng Chén in his class made his desire to quit soar higher than Mount Everest. But he couldn't quit. As a university lecturer, he was bound by contract. Resigning before the term ended would not only mean paying an astronomical penalty but also tarnishing his future career prospects. So he had no choice but to endure the school's arrangements and grit his teeth. So what if he's got some money? Just wait until my business deal with Mr. Wang closes, then we'll see who's really got it. How could someone living off their ancestors' legacy compare to someone like me with real talent? And by then, Meng Yuqian will see Jiāng Chén for what he truly is. Li Ming's gaze gradually shifted away from Jiāng Chén as he indulged in these fantasies. He must endure. If he couldn't take on Jiāng Chén, then he'd pretend not to see him. Old Jiāng, Li Ming's scared of you. The others in the classroom, noticing Li Ming's timid gaze toward Jiāng Chén, began whispering teasing remarks. Suppressed laughter rippled through the classroom. After the lecture ended, Li Ming hurried out, pulling out his phone like a desperate puppy, anxiously awaiting a message from Mr. Wang. Upon seeing the reply from the other side, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. 8 o'clock, Fulin Restaurant. A boss is hosting a dinner. You should come too. I'll introduce you all. Reading the message from Mr. Wang, Li Ming couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. He was finally getting the chance to enter Mr. Wang's circle. This was an absolutely monumental step in his journey toward wealth, one he would never forget. No problem, Mr. Wang. I'll be there as soon as I can. After replying, Li Ming hurried away, mentally rehearsing how he should navigate the social dynamics at the dinner table. How to make Mr. Wang value him more, how to leave a deeper, more favorable impression on others. Just you wait, Jiāng Chén. When I make it big, you'll see. In Li Ming's eyes, no matter how wealthy Jiāng Chén was, it was all his family's money. And judging by his lifestyle, he was nothing but a spendthrift. Who knows? By the time he achieved success, surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women, that crude little punk might have already squandered his entire fortune. Meanwhile, at Tinglong Compound Number 3, 10 minutes earlier, Wang Tingyun had browsed through the garage but ultimately chose his favorite Toyota Supra, affordable, reliable, and relatively low-key. He owned a Lamborghini and a Rolls-Royce too, but unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to drive those out. Mr. Wang, we've obtained the information on the owner of Compound 1. Would you like to review it? A lean man in a black suit presented a tablet to Wang Tingyun. Wang Tingyun nodded and took it. He had been away on a business trip for a few days and only returned to Jiangzhou on Monday. The moment he got home, he discovered that the most expensive property in Tinglong Garden had been sold. Wang Tingyun was utterly stunned. His own residence, Courtyard Number 3, valued at 90 million yuan, had been acquired by his father through an asset swap with Lingxian Capital, the developer of this complex. Who could possibly shell out 90 million for a house? The 140 million yuan unit too? That was Song Yushu from Baihui going completely off the rails. As for the 500 million yuan unit 1, Wang Tingyun dared not speculate what kind of person could possibly spend 500 million on real estate. And in a secondary city like Jiangzhou. With 500 million, why not go to the capital or Shanghai? Wouldn't those places be better? But regardless, anyone who could cough up 500 million proved they had absolute clout. And with that kind of clout, it was worth getting acquainted. As Wang Tingyun pondered this, he glanced at the young man's photo and name in the file. He froze instantly. After a long moment, he rubbed his cheeks in frustration and pulled out his phone. He tapped Li Ming's contact information. It's actually him. I should probably clarify my stance with Li Ming sooner rather than later. Forget it. That's too underhanded. Huang Yuan happens to be interested in this. I'll introduce them to handle it and extricate myself sooner.
Wang Tingyun invited Li Ming, who shouldn't have been involved in the higher-level dealings, to join them.
He was preparing to extricate himself. The owner of Tinglong No. 1 Courtyard was Jiāng Chén, the young man who had clashed with Li Ming that day.
Wang Tingyun had sensed Jiāng Chén's extraordinary nature back then, and now it was confirmed.
To shell out 500 million for a property meant his backing was far stronger than his own, even stronger than Jingzhou venture capital.
It might even rival Ling Xian Capital, a nationally ranked enterprise, who could say for certain.
In any case, Wang Tingyun resolved to keep his distance before any conflict arose, then seek opportunities for collaboration later. As an investor steeped in family tradition, everything Wang Tingyun had learned and experienced warned him against provoking Jiāng Chén lightly. But he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Living in a 500 million yuan house and driving a million yuan car, how is this guy even more low-key than me?
Brother Jiāng Chén, we're all set. Xian looks so adorable. Where should we go for dinner?
Both girls were dressed up and feeling nervous. Lu Ruiyan sent Jiāng Chén a message, adding an extra line because Yuan Shaoxian was peeking at the screen. It made Yuan Shaoxian blush bright red.
How about Fu Lin restaurant? We tried it once before, nice ambience, decent food. Sounds great. We'll head over right now. Lu Ruiyan sent a photo of herself and her bestie making a peace sign.
Closing their phones, both hearts pounded wildly, taking a while to settle.
Dining with such a handsome guy. Their fantasy had come true. Chapter 159, The Invitation, Become My Employee. Headlights pierced the night as Jiāng Chén steered his black Lexus into the parking lot near Fu Lin restaurant. Last time we had to head to the Cloudtop Palace midway. Jiāng Chén narrowed his eyes, recalling recent events.
Not long ago, he'd taken Pang Wenwen and Yan Xiao to dinner, only to run into Hu Weiwei shamelessly clinging to her new partner. To make the two of them face reality, Jiāng Chén suggested they all head to the Cloud Peak Palace. The expenses there were a mere trifle for him, but for the others, it proved exorbitantly high. Hu Weiwei and her new lover were thoroughly humiliated, and to this day, they still owed Jiāng Chén tens of thousands. But Jiāng Chén couldn't be bothered to collect the debt. After all, every time he saw Hu Weiwei, the psychological damage inflicted was far from something a mere few thousand could erase. The food isn't cheap, and it's not exactly great either.
Jiāng Chén's lips twitched. Thinking of Cloud Peak Palace, he'd avoid dining there unless absolutely necessary.
While the ingredients were decent, and some might enjoy it, Jiāng Chén personally didn't find it particularly delicious. In terms of palatability, it likely couldn't hold a candle to this mid to high-end Cantonese restaurant, which had garnered rave reviews since opening. That was precisely why Jiāng Chén chose this place to discuss business with the two women. Not overly extravagant, yet not cheap either, with decent flavors. Such good spots in Jiangzhou City could be counted on one hand. Mr. Jiang, please follow me this way. Jiāng Chén had made a reservation earlier, so after parking, he followed the waiter to his private room. Just then, a timid yet delighted exclamation rang out behind Jiāng Chén. Oh, brother! Did we arrive too late? It was Lu Ruiyan and Yuan Shaoxian. Lu Ruiyan, clutching her best friend's hand, had spotted Jiāng Chén and started trotting toward him. She watched him as if afraid the precious white rabbit she'd managed to scoop up might slip away at any moment. Not late at all. You're right on time. Jiāng Chén snapped his fingers, signaling the waiter to alert the kitchen to prepare the meal. He then led the two girls, clinging to his sides, into the private room. Damn, he's got one on each arm. Jiāng Chén watched the sight of Jiāng Chén flanked by two exceptionally rare beauties, each with a distinct style, and his envy nearly made him drool. A young man dressed impeccably, with an imposing presence and athletic build, had already captured the attention of half the diners in the restaurant. Some even pulled out their phones to snap secret photos. Such a high-caliber individual, radiating charm, looks, and charisma to the max, was truly a rare sight. The crowd of men and women felt both elated and self-conscious. But this wasn't a bar or dance club. Few sane people would approach him out of the blue. So everyone just watched. They fantasized that even someone this handsome must eat alone, proof that even heartthrobs feel lonely, my ass. The appearance of Lu Ruiyan and Yuan Shaoxian instantly shattered the psychological equilibrium of the onlookers, shattering their illusions. Yeah, someone this charismatic couldn't possibly be without female companions, right? Oomph, he's probably just another jerk. Those two women can't be decent either. The confident woman who had been about to approach Jiāng Chén to offer warmth halted in her tracks upon seeing Lu Ruiyan and the others. After hesitating for a long time, she didn't approach them. Instead, she began to secretly disparage the three in her mind. She displayed the classic sour grapes mentality in full force. Let me reintroduce myself. Jiāng Chén is also a wealthy gentleman who showered Ruiyan with plenty of virtual gifts. I invited you both here today with a specific purpose in mind. Before all the dishes were served, Jiāng Chén observed the two women cautiously glancing around and chuckled softly before speaking. At his words, Yuan Shaoxian shot her best friend a glance and immediately grew tense. Faint wisps of smoke seemed to rise from her head as fear mingled with an indescribable emotion within her. Sure enough, he's willing to meet Ruiyan and me. It must be for that kind of thing. Ruiyan, please don't agree. Yuan Shaoxian prayed silently. As for herself, she dared not imagine Jiāng Chén would take any interest in an ordinary, petite girl like her. Her niche was more like Miss Ruyan's little maid.
Yes, that was probably it. Lu Ruyan's expression immediately changed and she began to fidget. What exactly would that be?
It must be said that as best friends, the two instantly grasped Jiāng Chén's implied meaning and thought of the same thing. But unlike her friend, Lu Ruyan felt an instant, overwhelming impulse of love at first sight when she saw Jiāng Chén. Though her rational mind urged restraint, her primal instincts demanded she surrender to desire. Noticing their unusual reactions, Jiāng Chén realized they'd probably misinterpreted his meaning. He chuckled wryly, pulling out his phone to show them his Douyin and Kuaishou accounts, which had already reached 175,000 followers.
Don't get the wrong idea, it's just a business meeting.
I need to hit 3 million followers across all platforms within 26 days.
So it wasn't about wanting me after all. Lu Ruyan nodded blankly, suppressing the pang of disappointment in her heart. Is it for a collaboration, or to help manage the account? Gaining 3 million followers in 26 days? That's crazy. Lu Ruyan felt a bit unsure. After all, her current follower count had only just surpassed 500,000 thanks to this recent wave of popularity. She'd still have to rely on Xiao Xian. He knew more about this stuff. So Lu Ruyan turned to Yuan Xiaoxian and then said to Jiāng Chén, I'm just a pretty face. Photography, account management, all that stuff? Xiaoxian handles it. Yuan Xiaoxian didn't play modest, jumping right into the conversation.
This might be a bit challenging. She hadn't considered creating separate accounts just for Douyin and Kuaishou. Given Jiāng Chén's requirement for a cross-platform strategy, Yuan Xiaoxian was already contemplating the possibility of managing all major platforms. Even so, amassing 3 million followers in under a month seemed nearly impossible.
What if we ignore costs and factor that in? Jiāng Chén's lips curved upward as he looked at Yuan Xiaoxian. He finally understood, so this young woman was the pillar behind Lu Ruyan's success?
This was someone he needed to utilize effectively. Truth be told, Jiāng Chén did possess methods to rapidly amass followers, like launching an account titled I am Jiāng the Student and testing 5G speeds.
3 million followers? 30 million would be a mere trifle.
But the timing was off, the system requirements weren't met, and Jiāng Chén had no desire to be a clown seeking cheap attention. His account still had to revolve around the system's assigned themes.
A glimpse into the life of a wealthy elite. With that in mind, Jiāng Chén added another point.
You could think of me as a wealth-showcasing content creator, but I need the content I produce to be more refined and distinctive. For instance, in editing, cinematography, color grading, and so on, I aim to surpass typical self-media standards.
You confident you can pull it off? Chapter 160, An Uncomfortable Coincidence with Huang Yuan.
Jiāng Chén's deep gaze met Yuan Xiaoxuan's eyes, which always held a hint of mischief. And this is only the more short-term part of my goals. We'll discuss the rest later. If you're willing to join this project, I can offer you a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Meanwhile, you can continue operating your own accounts. I won't interfere, but rather support you.
Jiāng Chén relentlessly tossed out one heavy bait after another, effectively piercing through Lu Ruyan and Yuan Xiaoxuan's defenses. So, you want us to become your employees, filming videos, editing footage, managing accounts? Isn't 100,000 a bit much?
Yuan Xiaoxuan's breath quickened, his mind reeling from the staggering offer.
He must be after Ruyan's body, Yuan Xiaoxian even thought to himself.
But since the beginning, Jiāng Chén's gaze had been fixed solely on him.
Was he genuinely recruiting them?
Still, even so, 100,000 was way too much.
That's 10,000 a month.
Remember, the internship he and Ruyan landed during their senior year only paid 4,800 a month after conversion, and that was the best job they could find. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to trying their luck as internet celebrities. Brother Jiang, I'm willing, though I might not be as capable as Xian. Anyway, if you're not deceiving us, I'd gladly stop streaming and become your dedicated actor. Lu Ruyan's mind raced at that moment. She knew full well she couldn't possibly earn 100,000 yuan a month right now. After all, windfalls like Jiāng Chén showering the streamer with virtual gifts didn't fall from the sky every day.
But would working for Jiāng Chén mean giving up her future and lowering her earning potential? No way. She, Lu Ruyan, wasn't that kind of arrogant person. What's in hand is what counts.
No, the workload shouldn't be so heavy that you'd have to abandon your own accounts.
Keep focusing on building up that Lu Ruyan account properly. Jiāng Chén shook his head in refusal.
He couldn't allow it because of his own actions. A future top streamer had been forced to step down prematurely.
This was something Jiāng Chén never wanted to see happen. I'm considering establishing an MCN company.
As a founding member, you and your channel will be among the key talents we promote.
Don't let short-term gains blind you to long-term growth.
He had to keep all his options open and maintain strength in every direction. That was Jiāng Chén's approach. After Jiāng Chén shared his vision for the MCN company and content matrix with the two, Yuan Xiaoxian, who had initially been resistant and hesitant, finally stopped wavering. Reason and experience both told her Jiāng Chén's vision was absolutely viable. The confidence she had suppressed for so long, that sense of being a mere servant, hiding behind the scenes, nearly made Yuan Xiaoxian jump up in excitement as she accepted Jiāng Chén's invitation.
But, brother, let's discuss this a little more. Yuan Xiaoxian touched her flushed cheeks and addressed Jiāng Chén as brother, mimicking Lu Ruyan's manner of speaking.
Then she tugged her sisters toward the exit. Calm down for a moment.
We'll be right back.
Yuan Xiaoxian felt she needed cold water to force her brain to reboot right now. She was completely fried by the terrifying prospect of 100,000 yuan salary.
We'll be right back.
As Lu Ruyan was dragged out by Yuan Xiaoxian, she bit her lip and flashed Jiāng Chén a heart sign before leaving.
Jiāng Chén felt reassured.
This matter should be settled without further complications.
But there was still one issue. Jiāng Chén sighed inwardly.
If he remembered correctly, both of these girls were now 24 years old.
Why were they acting like cute little sisters in front of him? Ah well, at least they were adorable enough that he wouldn't bother correcting their language.
Meanwhile, in another room not far from Jiāng Chén and his group, Wang Yuan was flushed from drinking. After bidding farewell to young Master Wang and that emotionally clueless tech expert, he headed to the restroom. On the way, two blurry, graceful figures flashed before his dazed eyes.
Wang Yuan sobered up instantly.
After a moment of careful discernment, a smug satisfaction filled his heart. He quickened his pace, stepping in front of Lu Ruyan and Yuan Xiaoxian. Furrowing his brow, he feigned solemnity.
How did you find me? Changed your minds? Wang Yuan reeked of alcohol.
Seeing the two women who had rejected him earlier that morning, the ones that young man had taken away, now standing before him, a vivid picture instantly formed in his mind, conjuring up the entire sequence of events.
It was certain.
After these two girls met in person, they discovered that the young man's family background was ordinary, even his car was rented. They instantly regretted rejecting his invitation that morning and now sought to rekindle things. But they'd both made him lose face once.
These two wildflowers thought they could latch onto him? Not so fast.
Wang Yuan shot them a cold glance, his voice dripping with displeasure.
I gave you both a chance this morning. Too bad you didn't take it. Young people these days are always like this. What a waste. Yuan Xiaoxian and Lu Ruyan exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with question marks. Was this guy stalking them? Had he failed to get their contact info this morning and deliberately followed them here? Or was it just a coincidence?
Right, judging by how drunk he is, it must be a coincidence.
But it was still disgusting enough.
Uncle, if you're drunk, go find somewhere cool to chill.
Don't stand around acting crazy.
Yuan Xiaoxian shot back without mercy, her sharp tongue cutting deep. Go, go, go.
Bad luck.
Who gave this guy his confidence?
Liang Jingru? No way she'd reject him outright. Still putting on a brave face?
Huang Yuan's frown deepened until he finally tore his gaze away from Yuan Xiaoxian, whom he clearly found unattractive, and fixed his eyes on Lu Ruyan. He made no effort to hide his gaze as he lingered over several of her enviable features. And you went to all this trouble to dress up so nicely.
Forget it. I know you just want money.
Huang Yuan sighed, feigning compromise as he casually asked, are you still in school or already graduated?
Would 2,000 a month be enough?
If you've already graduated, then 15,000.
Of course, this is just pocket money. Huang Yuan had kept mistresses many times before. In his view, this was an amount ordinary schoolgirls couldn't refuse.
Yuan Xiaoxian bristled instantly at his shameless words.
Seriously? He actually thinks he can keep them as mistresses? How disgustingly sleazy. Get lost, get lost. Ugly, fat old man. And 2,000. That's not how you tip a beggar, is it? Or do you think 2,000 is a lot? Get lost, or we'll call for help.
Lu Ruyan and Yuan Xiaoxian united in their disgust, both scolding the man.
Even the usually mild-mannered Lu Ruyan couldn't stand Huang Yuan's irritating glare and his insinuating words. At the same time, both Lu Ruyan and Yuan Xiaoxian felt a quiet relief that their dark predictions hadn't come true.
The Jiāng Chén they'd met in person wasn't this inexplicably smug, greasy middle-aged man standing before them. Their chattering drew the attention of other patrons, who turned to look. Seeing a middle-aged man cornering two young girls, their first impressions quickly became biased.
Huang Yuan, feeling the uncomfortable stares, snapped irritably. Enough. This charade ends now. Name your price already.
His words carried loudly, and many nearby heard them clearly.
Their expressions turned amused. Name your price? Are these two girls in that line of work? Come to think of it, weren't they following some handsome guy earlier? Whoa. What's going on here? This feels like the kind of scene where you could imagine some over-the-top drama unfolding. Chapter 161, Hero Saves the Beauty? We'll take you as our boss. Whispers of envy and teasing drifted among the onlookers.
The speculation in their voices drew more curious eyes, focusing attention squarely on this scene. Faced with this sudden crowd and chatter, Lu Ruyan was caught off guard, unable to respond. She could only blush intensely and shrink back, murmuring a quiet denial. In her friendship with Yuan Xiaoxian, she, the taller one, was usually the one being protected.
What nonsense are you babbling about? Can't you see it's just a drunk causing a scene? Yuan Xiaoshuan's eyes flashed with disgust toward the onlookers.
Shielding Lu Ruyan behind him, he launched a verbal assault at the crowd. Originally, she'd only intended to scold the drunken fool, but now that some people were being so rude, she wouldn't hold back.
Selling yourself for money? Damn it, when you're peddling on the street, you must be servicing hundreds of customers a day. Where were you when someone needed help?
But when it comes to stirring up trouble, you're all over it.
Did you even brush your teeth before leaving the bathroom to join the chorus? You've turned this peaceful restaurant into a stinking cesspool with your filthy mouths. Where are the waitstaff? Where are the security guards? Yuan Xiaoxian took on 10 opponents single-handedly, firing back with a barrage of sharp retorts. Everyone except for a passing golden retriever got thoroughly roasted. When they finally tried to retort, they realized every word Yuan Xiaoxian said was spot on. They sheepishly backed down, falling silent. After shooing everyone away, Yuan Xiaoxian furrowed his brow and pointed at Huang Yuan, continuing his tirade. Even dogs know to make way. Why are you still blocking the path? Stop obsessing over women day in and day out. Think about your mother, will you? Yuan Xiaoshuan's tone even carried a hint of sincere advice. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s. Hadn't he figured life out yet? How stifled must his first half-life have been? Bitch, what did you say? Huang Yuan's drunken haze began to clear under Yuan Xiaoshuan's sharp words. He finally heard clearly and understood what everyone was saying.
Yuan Xiaoshuan's words, in particular, ignited a sudden rage within Huang Yuan, the fury rising to his head. His mouth twitched as he gritted his teeth and lunged toward Yuan Xiaoxian. Yuan Xiaoxian froze slightly at the sight. She hadn't expected Huang Yuan to actually dare to attack. And once he attacked, without backup, neither she nor Lu Ruyan could stand a chance against a 6-foot-tall drunkard. Could it be? Yuan Xiaoxian stiffened her neck, clutching her sister's hand tightly while shielding her behind her back. And just then, damn it! Huang Yuan's swinging fist was suddenly caught midair, and he let out a pained cry as if clamped by iron tongs. It's you again! Huang Yuan gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his wrist, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Jiāng Chén, who had suddenly stepped in from the side. But the only response he received was the icy glare in Jiāng Chén's eyes and the steadily increasing pressure in his grip. Under the overwhelming force generated by Jiāng Chén's physical prowess, a staggering 123 points, Huang Yuan's defiant expression slowly dissolved into cold sweat, then transformed into sheer terror. After the sound of cracking bones echoed, Jiāng Chén watched Huang Yuan, now completely drained of color, and withdrew his hand. You lot, watching two defenseless women without lifting a finger to help is one thing, but actually siding with this old fool? What kind of brains do you all have? Without even glancing at Huang Yuan, who was crouched on the floor clutching his arm and groaning, Jiāng Chén's gaze swept over the crowd. These people had even left their tables to gather at both ends of the corridor leading from the private room to the restroom, drawn by the spectacle. Wherever Jiāng Chén's gaze landed, people shrank back awkwardly. A few stubborn souls protested, "What the hell does this have to do with us? I was just watching." But their voices trailed off as they glanced at Huang Yuan, still sprawled on the floor. They were terrified that this handsome yet ruthlessly powerful man might subject them to the same treatment. Is this guy that devoted to you? Are you sure he's not just some die-hard fan? Watching the retreating crowd, Jiāng Chén let out a cold, contemptuous snort before turning to tease Lu Ruyan and Yuan Xiaoxian, who were still tense. Under Jiāng Chén's overwhelming presence, Lu Ruyan and Yuan Xiaoshuan's trembling bodies finally relaxed, their fear and tension gradually fading. With Jiāng Chén here, they wouldn't be in danger. For some reason, this thought simultaneously surfaced in both Lu Ruyan and Yuan Xiaoshuan's minds. The sense of reliability and security Jiāng Chén provided them surpassed almost anything they had ever known. Lu Ruyan instinctively drew closer to Jiāng Chén, raising her hand to cover her chest. Blushing, she hesitated, probably not. Without beauty filters in real life, I'm just ordinary, no one would recognize me. You're quite modest. Jiāng Chén observed Lu Ruyan, who had emerged from her flustered state and now possessed an aura reminiscent of pear blossoms bathed in rain. Finding her quite amusing, he chuckled softly and shook his head. All right, ignore these people. Let's go back. Yuan Xiaoxian, who had fallen silent, approached at that moment, clearly uncomfortable, or perhaps just awkward. She lowered her head and thanked him. Thanks for saving me, brother. Otherwise, today would have been a mess. Hearing this, Jiāng Chén's smile deepened. Don't be ridiculous. You were right beside me, how could I stand by and watch two employees get bullied? Anyway, thank you, boss. Yuan Xiaoxian turned her head away. From childhood onward, she had always been fiercely independent, shouldering everything, her own burdens and those of her friends alike. Truthfully, no one had ever appeared in her and Lu Ruyan's lives as a protector or a pillar of support. This felt like a disruption to her accustomed way of life, yet, it was actually quite nice. She had longed for this for so long. Yes, boss. Lu Ruyan paused a beat before regaining her cheerful tone and calling out sweetly. Though she didn't know what Xiaoxian had wanted to talk about by dragging her out, or why they weren't talking now. Anyway, since Xiaoxian had accepted it, she would accept this, boss, too. Let's head back. The dishes are just being served, don't wait until they're cold.
Jiāng Chén extended both hands, lightly patting each girl on the head. Both trembled slightly for different reasons, yet silently complied with his affectionate gesture. After the commotion subsided somewhat, onlookers peeking out from various corners caught sight of Jiāng Chén and the two exceptionally beautiful women, a rare sight indeed, acting so intimately. The various emotions that had been scared away resurfaced. Employees, are they legitimate employees? Secretaries, right? Oh, if only I had that kind of luck. This time, however, the few who still murmured such thoughts kept them locked inside, too afraid to voice them aloud. Stop right there. Think you can just run off after hitting someone? Jiāng Chén? Finally, I get to see your true colors. Just then, another figure darted out from somewhere, helping Huang Yuan to his feet while speaking harshly behind Jiāng Chén. Just as I expected. A troublemaker like you who dared to slander teachers back in school, you're no better in the real world. You actually dared to hit someone? Chapter 162, Turning the Tables? I'll give you hell. When Li Ming first spotted Jiāng Chén, fear gripped him. But that dread vanished the moment he realized Jiāng Chén had struck someone. Assault. This was a perfect opportunity to get him. If he could preserve the evidence, getting Jiāng Chén expelled from school might not be impossible. Convinced he held the upper hand, Li Ming grew wildly arrogant, relentlessly attacking Jiāng Chén with this single point of leverage. He seemed determined to reclaim every bit of humiliation he'd suffered at Jiāng Chén's hands. Don't you know that if this gets big enough, you could get expelled? Or do you think having a few bucks lets you ignore authority and everything else? If Ms. Meng, who holds you in such high regard, found out what kind of person you really are, I'd feel she's wasted her trust on you. Li Ming pointed at Jiāng Chén, his expression growing increasingly vicious. But right now, he saw no need to hold back. After all, he stood bathed in sunlight, perched on the moral high ground. As for Jiāng Chén, he was merely a petty villain whose crimes he'd exposed, a hypocrite whose true colors had been laid bare. Lucky break, huh? All the disgusting scum gathered together. Jiāng Chén frowned at Li Ming, his expression barely shifting. Such a clown seemed to offer little value beyond providing entertainment. Expulsion? Did Li Ming even realize how much he'd invested in this school? If they dared expel him, those old professors from the research institute would storm the president's office and block the door. He cast a pitying glance at Li Ming, who was basking in his petty triumph. Jiāng Chén decided to have Yuan Shaoxian handle this for him to give Li Ming a wake-up call about the foolishness he was currently committing. Shaoxian, describe to this righteous teacher Li what exactly happened just now and this morning. As he spoke, Jiāng Chén turned sideways and leaned casually against the wall. Lu Ruyan, whose beautiful eyes remained fixed on Jiāng Chén's figure, drifted into a daze again and again. What more can you possibly say? I saw it all clearly. Li Ming's face darkened. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him, but fueled by his resentment toward Jiāng Chén and the awkwardness of the situation. He clung stubbornly to his conviction, using his words to pressure Jiāng Chén into submission. Before he could say more, Yuan Shaoxian cut him off with a sharp retort. Who the hell are you? You didn't lift a finger when that idiot was harassing us earlier. Now that Jiāng Chén saved us, you jump in to bark like a dog? That drunk blocked us at the airport this morning, wouldn't let us leave. Then he followed us to the restaurant tonight. Anyone could see he had ulterior motives. And just now, when he saw he couldn't get his way, he tried to lay hands on us. You're in cahoots with this drunk, aren't you? This is ing disgusting team up to bully people? Where's the justice in that? Beyond his inherent temperament, Yuan Shaoxian spent his time as Lu Ruyan's assistant in a near-constant battle of wits with online trolls. Over a month of high-intensity confrontations had elevated his counter-trolling prowess by 3 or 4 levels. If Li Ming, that narrow-minded, ivory tower-raised guy, had a combat rating of 300 in verbal warfare, then Yuan Shaoxian was undoubtedly a 5,000. Given enough time, she could probably make Li Ming forget his own mother. Being a good person is no easy feat when you act in self-defense, they call you an aggressor. Yet when a beast sexually harasses women at the factory, people defend him and even turn the tables on you. Under Yuan Shaoxuan's relentless verbal assault, Li Ming's face alternated between green and purple. He began to regret stepping forward. It seemed this woman might actually be telling the truth. Li Ming began to back down, searching for a way to exit gracefully while salvaging what little dignity he had left. But Jiāng Chén wouldn't give him the chance. Standing nearby, Jiāng Chén casually remarked as if chatting about everyday matters, I know this guy who's in cahoots with that pervert. He's actually a teacher at one of our universities in Jiangzhou. I wonder if he'll even be able to keep his job once the school finds out about this. You're talking nonsense. Li Ming trembled with rage at Jiāng Chén's words. His panicked, furious gaze locked with Jiāng Chén's amused stare. That look again. Li Ming's rage flared even brighter. That look of certainty, that look of contempt, he'd had enough. In front of Teacher Meng, Jiāng Chén looked at me like that. In front of General Manager Wang, Jiāng Chén looked at me like that too. That look, that sense of absolute control, had shattered Li Ming's composure twice already. He refused to endure Jiāng Chén's gaze like that any longer. He wanted to gouge the eyeballs right out of Jiāng Chén's sockets, but he couldn't. Jiāng Chén not only shows no remorse but dares to slander the teacher. Just wait until you get expelled when you go back.
Li Ming's voice was low and hoarse as he tried to pin the blame on Jiāng Chén. The whole scene left Jiāng Chén stunned.
Just moments ago, he'd thought this kid was showing weakness, but now he's suddenly tough again? He's lost his composure again, ditched his intelligence, and started mindlessly attacking me, right? Jiāng Chén let out a playful snort. This was nothing new.
This time, Jiāng Chén didn't need to intervene. After all, Li Ming had other matters to attend to. Onlookers could be annoying at times, but they also proved useful. When Huang Yuan attacked those two young girls, most onlookers witnessed the entire incident clearly.
Huang Yuan was scum, and Jiāng Chén had acted as a righteous defender, no two ways about it.
But then, out of nowhere, some schmuck popped up defending the scumbag, reportedly a university professor, no less. This instantly reignited the crowd's gawking spirit, which Jiāng Chén had just managed to quell.
See what I mean about seeing the world?
These days, even university professors help scumbags bully their own students.
Oh my, that's quite the exaggeration. Looks like we'll get to see the tables turned. Bet they're in cahoots.
That so-called professor looks like a real piece of work.
What university is this? Try writing a complaint letter. How dare they bully people like this? Perhaps realizing their earlier flippant remarks had been misguided, the crowd now found their voice.
They channeled their righteous indignation and pent-up resentment into sharp, cutting remarks, hurling them at Li Ming. At the mention of a formal complaint, Li Ming panicked completely. Sweat poured down his forehead, and soon his slightly longer hair formed strands that clung to his scalp like tangled instant noodles. He gestured frantically, trying to salvage the situation.
Wait, don't listen to Jiāng Chén's nonsense.
But all he earned was more disgust and attacks. They'd already jumped to malicious conclusions earlier, and now they were watching it unfold right before their eyes. How could it possibly be nonsense?
Did this so-called teacher think everyone was an idiot?
Chapter 163, Li Ming's defenses crumble, his final card.
Where's the manager? Shouldn't we have these two removed? They're annoying to watch. No way.
This really calls for a formal complaint. University students are the future of our nation.
How can someone like this be allowed to teach? Anyway, I'm filming this and posting it online. Let's see if these two can go viral. A university professor harassing a female student off campus? That's a hot topic.
Clearly, Li Ming's resistance backfired.
The onlookers had already begun taking action. And these actions would very likely destroy Li Ming's future. Don't post it online, I'm begging you.
Li Ming instantly went limp, his eyes pleading with the crowd.
But the onlookers only sneered coldly.
Too late. Uploading a video without even adding background music takes just seconds.
It was already out there. You might even see it on the local social feed right now.
Li Ming felt waves of dizziness wash over him as the world spun.
Was he about to lose to Jiāng Chén again?
No, he refused to lose again. Panicked, Li Ming called out to Huang Yuan, who was covering his face and trying to slip away.
Mr. Huang, say something.
Huang Yuan, who was about to slip into a private room, flinched. He turned and looked at Li Ming with a gaze reserved for fools.
Li Ming, are you sober? Huang Yuan looked utterly exasperated.
So I'm sober, but you're still drunk, huh?
The other guy had the moral high ground.
Instead of figuring out a way to get out of there fast, he stood there taking the heat, even dragging himself into the mess.
Damn it, how could the business contact introduced by Mr. Wang be such an idiot? Huang Yuan's face darkened as he shot Li Ming a warning glance, signaling him to shut up and get moving.
Don't even think about turning this around, especially not by dragging that person into it.
And with things blowing up this big, they haven't even stepped forward. That alone shows they don't want any involvement. Li Ming, you better get your head out of the clouds.
But clearly, fools never come to their senses. Amidst the crowd's jeers, the manager and security guards helped Li Ming to his feet, attempting to escort him out. But despite this perfect exit, Li Ming refused to take it.
Instead, he shrieked, "Kick me out? Do you know whose guest I am? Didn't you check who was in the private room before kicking me out? Get your boss out here. See if he still recognizes the man who once helped him get ahead."
The manager's expression turned complicated. This guy was proving just as difficult to handle, leaving him no choice but to seek help from the owner. Fortunately, the owner, who had spotted the trouble on surveillance, had already set out and arrived just in time.
"Mr. Wang, I presume.
Now, everyone, do me a favor and disperse.
Let's just settle this matter here, shall we?" Huang Yuan had deliberately chosen this restaurant for his dinner invitation to Wang Tingyun. There was a reason behind it. This newly opened restaurant was funded by Wang Tingyun using his connections to support an old friend.
Inviting Wang Tingyun to dine at his own restaurant and lavishing praise on the food during the meal, complimenting both the owner and investor for their discerning taste, was Huang Yuan's subtle ploy to curry favor with Mr. Wang. But clearly, Li Ming's foolishness was about to derail this plan. Huang Yuan's expression turned bitter as he raised his hand to shield his eyes he couldn't bear to watch. The moment his fractured right hand touched his brow, the pain made him drop it instantly. Sigh. He could only hope this idiot would take the owner's hint and back off. Fully sobered up, Huang Yuan was filled with regret and dread.
He truly didn't want this to escalate.
Ruining the partnership was the least of his worries. What he feared most was his wife finding out. Later, spend some money and try to get these people to delete the videos they've shared.
Huang Yuan pondered his next move. Who's leaving? Me?
The ones who should be leaving, who should get the hell out, are these guys. Especially that Jiāng Chén and the few ES following him.
Li Ming's face was as grim as a ghost.
After brandishing Wang Tingyun's tiger skin, he grew even more arrogant and boastful. He knew exactly what cards Mr. Wang held, the heir apparent of Jingzhou venture capital, worth over $1 billion. No matter how rich or powerful Jiāng Chén was, he couldn't possibly surpass Mr. Wang. No matter how cocky or arrogant he felt, he'd have to show his true colors in front of Mr. Wang. Though he didn't know why Mr. Wang hadn't dealt with Jiāng Chén last time, Li Ming figured it wasn't too late now, especially since Jiāng Chén was causing trouble right in Mr. Wang's own turf.
Mr. Wang? Who's that? I didn't catch it earlier, but judging by Boss Fu Lin's reaction, that must be true.
Mr. Wang from Jingzhou Ventures.
Without that kind of backing, how could a name like Fu Lin, one nobody's ever heard of, open up in this prime location and still be trouble-free until now? Got it. So this guy and his staff are in big trouble now, right? The onlookers, analyzing all the information, fell silent. They cast pitying glances at Jiāng Chén.
If Jiāng Chén were in business and had crossed Jingzhou Ventures in Jiangzhou, he'd better start packing his bags.
Jiāng Chén, I'm giving you a chance. Beg me?
Seeing Jiāng Chén's silence while basking in the mix of fear and envy radiating from the crowd, Li Ming's expression turned wildly arrogant, convinced he'd crush Jiāng Chén this time.
Jiāng Chén whistled in astonishment, then flipped him the bird. You fool.
After moving into Dragon Ascension Tower, all sorts of resources and information he'd never seen before started finding their way to him. Especially when it came to the young master of Jingzhou capital, his neighbor. Jiāng Chén had done some research on the man. Business circles described him as low-key, deeply calculating, and adept at avoiding risks. He must be that Mr. Wang, who'd likely already obtained his information. Jiāng Chén didn't believe someone praised for skillfully avoiding risks would pick a fight with him over a fool like Li Ming. Taking a chicken feather as an imperial edict, refusing to back down when given a way out. You're so stupid I don't even know what to say. Pure entertainment. Jiāng Chén shrugged his shoulders, signaling Li Ming to keep ranting. If it affected him, then he'd admit defeat. You don't even give a damn about Mr. Wang? That's some serious audacity. Li Ming couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Where did Jiāng Chén get the nerve? But then again, given Jiāng Chén's meager financial resources, he'd never have access to Mr. Wang's circle. Without that access, how could he possibly know the power of Jingzhou Ventures? Jiāng Chén, I'm giving you one more chance. Think carefully. Li Ming glared at him. Huang Yuan suddenly shuddered at those words. How familiar they sounded, as if someone had just spoken them not long ago. Just then. Li Ming, calm down. A voice tinged with resignation sounded. Wang Tingyun emerged from the private room with a wry smile and walked toward Jiāng Chén under Li Ming's expectant gaze. His thoughts mirrored those of many onlookers. This Jiāng Chén is about to be finished. But the next second, the actions of this Mr. Wang, a figure shrouded in mystery to everyone, left the crowd utterly stunned. Not only did he not back Li Ming, but he extended his hand toward Jiāng Chén with a smile, as if they were old friends. Brother Jiang, I'm truly sorry that our 2 meetings haven't been very pleasant. This really wasn't my doing. You understand, right? Chapter 164, Wang Tingyun's Kindness. From Jiāng Chén's perspective, this Mr. Wang, whose reputation seemed considerable, approached him as if they were old acquaintances the moment he saw him. He extended his hand first. His tone was neither servile nor arrogant. He neither outright distanced himself from Li Ming nor shifted blame onto Jiāng Chén's side. Admittedly, both times Jiāng Chén had met this man, the atmosphere had been less than pleasant. But his straightforward attitude made it genuinely hard to harbor ill will. Jiāng Chén. Jiāng Chén nodded, grasping Wang Tingyun's hand as he quipped offhandedly, the timing hasn't been ideal either. There's always a few bad apples spoiling the mood. The spoiled atmosphere he referred to was, of course, Li Ming. Regardless of how furious Li Ming might be about this, Wang Tingyun merely offered a faint smile, as if Jiāng Chén's words held truth. Amidst the clamor, these two remained the only ones untroubled. With that handshake, they were properly acquainted. Meanwhile, Li Ming, who had been pacing impatiently nearby, waiting for Mr. Wang to emerge and deal with Jiāng Chén, was utterly dumbfounded. Why did the esteemed Mr. Wang he revered seem like an inferior in Jiāng Chén's presence? Why was this happening? Shouldn't Mr. Wang have intimidated Jiāng Chén into submission the moment he appeared, thoroughly humiliating this arrogant troublemaker? Shouldn't he have driven Jiāng Chén out, making him thoroughly humiliated? Why did he now feel that the one who was humiliated, the one who had become a laughingstock, was himself? Huang Yuan leaned against the wall, teetering on the edge of collapse. Fear flickered in his eyes as he watched Jiāng Chén, mixed with a hint of regret. Mr. Wang's reaction made it painfully clear he had definitely picked the wrong fight. Jiangzhou's Jingzhou venture capital was a colossal entity on par with his father-in-law's legacy empire, the external ally he'd counted on to bolster his industrial ambitions.
The prerequisite for securing Zheng Jue's backing was to align himself with Wang Tingyun's influence. According to his plan, this shouldn't be difficult. His background and the tactics he'd displayed would undoubtedly convince Wang Tingyun that he was worthy of cooperation.
But now the problem had arisen.
He'd been blind as a bat.
The moment he set foot in Jiangzhou, he'd crossed a mysterious young man who commanded even Wang Tingyun's respect.
Could they still collaborate? Probably not. Mr. Jiang? Smack!
Huang Yuan steeled his resolve, stepped before Jiāng Chén, and with his already injured hand, delivered a hard slap across his own face. I've shown poor judgment and proven myself unworthy. I offer my sincere apologies here.
And to these two ladies.
Tears and snot streamed down Huang Yuan's face from the pain, yet he still bowed deeply. He no longer harbored any hope of continuing his partnership with Wang Tingyun. His sole wish now was to avoid inviting further trouble upon himself after the failed collaboration.
Yuan Shaoxian and Lu Ruyan's expressions froze, clearly still bewildered by what had transpired. The current scene was too overwhelming for them.
A stranger had suddenly stepped forward to shake Jiāng Chén's hand, and then everyone's attitude had abruptly shifted, becoming respectful, even fearful. So who exactly was Jiāng Chén, and what kind of formidable figure was this boss they'd pledged allegiance to? Lu Ruyan shrank back, feeling like this ornamental figure had stumbled into some storm. Get out! Jiāng Chén glanced at Huang Yuan with lowered eyes. Stupid, but not completely so, a rare piece of good news. Uninterested in arguing with him, Jiāng Chén dismissed him with a casual command. Huang Yuan nodded frantically, forgetting even to bid Wang Tingyun farewell as he fled, arms crossed. And with that, the scene descended into utter confusion. The only one left utterly bewildered, on the verge of fainting, was Ling, still clueless about the situation and standing firmly on the opposing side of Jiāng Chén. He genuinely couldn't believe this city harbored a youth more powerful than Mr. Wang, much less that such a figure would appear before him. And he'd never admit Jiāng Chén could be that kind of person. What kind of mind-altering potion did Jiāng Chén feed you all? Li Ming's eyes glazed over. Realizing he'd miscalculated yet again, humiliated by Jiāng Chén for the second time, he collapsed onto his knees with a thud. Silence fell. He had been utterly defeated by Jiāng Chén once more, and this time it had even implicated Mr. Wang. Given Mr. Wang's attitude toward Jiāng Chén, his investment prospects now seemed bleak, whether from Jinjue Ventures or Huang Yuan. He had failed utterly. As a teacher, he'd been outmaneuvered by his student, leaving him furious enough to faint for the second time. His business venture lay in ruins, unable to secure even the initial investment. And if word of today's incident got out, his teaching career would likely be over. Would Teacher Meng also come to utterly despise him? Li Ming, utterly defeated, began to weep. Through tear-filled eyes, his gaze burned with hatred for Jiāng Chén. Who exactly is this Jiāng Chén? Why did I sense that Mr. Wang from Jinjue Ventures seemed to respect him? No way. When did Jianzhou produce someone with more clout and wealth than Mr. Wang? Why not? What do we know? When the world above Jiangzhou shifts, we're always the last to find out. Learn from the seniors and remember these two. Don't make fools of yourselves like those idiots earlier. Guess we have no choice. After exchanging a few words with Jiāng Chén, the two swapped contact information. Then Wang Tingyun walked over slowly, bending slightly beside Li Ming. Li Ming, I'm a decent guy, right? Li Ming gritted his teeth. I suppose so. Then let me remind you once more, Jiāng Chén is not someone you can afford to provoke. Abandon any plans to oppose him. Wang Tingyun murmured. But Li Ming remained stubborn. He pressed, he's just a student. Why? Seeing Li Ming's stubbornness, Wang Tingyun's pitying gaze turned to disgust, his voice growing icy. Longting Tower, that property we couldn't seize even with our main faction and several others joining forces, is now in the hands of the so-called mere student you speak of. Give it up. If you keep scheming, don't blame Jiāng Chén for taking action. To maintain our relationship with him, I'll have to step in myself. Wang Tingyun's voice was so low it was barely audible to anyone but himself and Li Ming. His tone was utterly cold, almost murderous. This aura, unlike anything Li Ming had ever sensed before, made him tremble once more. Yet there was one matter he still needed to clarify. Is there still a chance for our partnership? This was his last lifeline. Give up. Wang Tingyun shook his head and stood up to leave. Before leaving, he patted the owner of Fulin Restaurant on the shoulder and announced to the gathered crowd, all charges for today are on the house. Remember, you're all riding on General Manager Zheng's coattails. Enjoy your meal tonight. With that, Wang Tingyun departed with a flourish. The crowd stood dumbfounded for a moment before suddenly turning to Jiāng Chén with fawning smiles. Mr. Jiang is so generous. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. This meal is a favor I'll never forget, ha ha ha. President Jiang is so handsome. Well, he did save face for me. But what was he really thinking? Jiāng Chén gave a faint smile as he ushered his young employee into the private room, where the dishes had naturally been replaced with fresh, hot ones. The onlookers, having dodged a bill ranging from several thousand to 10,000 yuan, were naturally delighted. Cheers and clinking glasses filled the room. As for Li Ming, collapsed on the floor for half an hour, pale as death.
Nobody cared. Chapter 165, the boss actually called me little guy. The next morning,
after checking in with Chen Jichu, the second resident of his Tinglong No. 1 courtyard, about the progress of her and Pang Wenwen's project, Jiāng Chén tidied himself up and headed leisurely to school.
He didn't dwell on last night's minor incident.
While it had effectively helped him win over Lu Ruyan and Yuan Xiaoshuan's hearts more swiftly. But with Jiāng Chén's tactics, charm, and the added leverage of money, it was merely a matter of time. Still, I need to speed up the progression of this round.
Jiāng Chén shook his head. If he didn't wrap up this round early, how could he move on to the next? How could he unlock new hex tech choices? Steady progress was good, but that suited normal circumstances.
For someone like him, who'd forgotten to turn off his cheat mode, conventional wisdom simply didn't apply. The faster, the better, that was the ultimate strategy. To that end, Jiāng Chén had already discussed and finalized the filming and operational plans with the two others during last night's dinner. For the next 3 days, Lu Ruyan would handle publicity while Yuan Xiaoxian prepared equipment and draft plans.
Jiāng Chén would recruit several key assistants to handle the groundwork. Once the hype reached its peak, it would be time to unleash the full force of a high rollers style. Jiāng Chén would then sweep up fans across the entire network, seizing this player's turn in one decisive push. When Yuan Xiaoxian finally helped Jiāng Chén finalize the plan, he was flushed with excitement, brimming with confidence in its success. Soon after, Jiāng Chén drove back to campus. As he strolled through the grounds, Yuan Xiaoxian called. Hesitating, she asked, "Boss, are we really buying it?" For the filming project, Jiāng Chén had directly transferred her 1 million yuan as initial equipment funding, instructing Yuan Xiaoxian to secure all necessary gear within the day. But with a solid million yuan sitting in the account, Yuan Xiaoshuan's initial enthusiasm suddenly faded, replaced by a wave of apprehension. "What's the matter? Can't bear to spend it? Don't worry about the budget."
Jiāng Chén chuckled at her words. After all, the system would eventually return the funds, so spending his own money didn't bother him in the slightest. Besides, the million he transferred to Yuan Xiaoxian yesterday was merely the interest accrued over the past 4 days.
Yuan Xiaoshuan's voice dropped, sounding somewhat hesitant. "Well, in my opinion, 1 million should definitely be enough. But based on your requirements yesterday, we'd probably need several million more. Take cinematography, for instance.
If we're using film cameras, ARRI or RED would be better, but then you need all the lenses and gear. And besides me, we definitely need some professionals, plus laborers, the more the better." Yuan Xiaoxian leveraged her expertise to educate Jiāng Chén on the costs of achieving cinema-grade production quality. As he listened, Jiāng Chén's eyebrows shot up. In his previous life, he'd only dabbled in cameras, familiar with the price tiers of gear like Hasselblad and Leica. But when it came to film cameras, specialized lenses, filters, and so on, Jiāng Chén was completely clueless. After Yuan Xiaoshuan's lengthy explanation, he couldn't help but marvel. It seemed that at the highest levels of any industry, the costs were indeed astronomical.
Interesting. The kids even got the boss involved. Here's another 2 million. Keep up the good work. Jiāng Chén casually added another 2 million to Yuan Xiaoshuan's budget.
After hearing the other end finalize purchases like Sony Cine Ultra and ARRI cameras, he temporarily hung up the phone.
2 million?
Jiāng Chén's light voice drifted past the bystander's ear, instantly turning the cheerful classmate's expression to one of utter shock.
Who could casually write off 2 million? Treating it like peanuts? If it were happy beans, he, the esteemed Duke of Protection, could easily spend 100 million. But in reality? He hesitated over topping up his meal card with 200 yuan. The passerby muttered to himself, craning his neck to get a better look. He found himself momentarily mesmerized by Jiāng Chén, whose impeccably stylish attire and undeniable good looks rivaled his own. Noticing his companion staring longingly at the handsome man, his friend narrowed his eyes, instinctively keeping a cautious distance. Then, with a wistful sigh, he added, "Nothing to be surprised about. That's Jiāng Chén. He drives sports cars by the dozen and casually invests 2 million in business ventures. That's no big deal, right?" His tone was laced with bitterness, though he spoke lightly. He knew full well that 2 million yuan might be a fortune he'd have to strive for half his life to attain. Some things, if not born with, were unlikely to be attained. Accepting reality early spares you pointless negativity. So that legendary Jiāng Chén is him. I wonder if he's as rich as that top-ranked big shot with the goddess-like wife. The passerby student withdrew his gaze, sighed, then turned to notice his companion pulling away. Instantly annoyed, he snapped, "You damn dragon, why are you avoiding me? Calling me little guy. Unbelievable." Yuan Xiaoxian hung up the phone, her small hand trembling as she clutched it, looking to her best friend Lu Ruyan for help. "Ruyan, you better win over the boss already. I can't take this anymore." Her tone was still playful, but how much of what she said as a joke was actually her true feelings? This was it. "I feel like he's flirting with me. If you don't hurry up and make your move, I might just make my own." Yuan Xiaoxian said it with a carefree expression, but inside, Jiāng Chén's use of little one sent waves of emotion crashing through her.
Often, a tough exterior hides a tender heart. The harder the shell, the softer the core. As a girl who'd been independent and outgoing since childhood, masking her insecurities with aggression, her seemingly prickly exterior concealed a heart yearning for protection and support. Jiāng Chén, however, had quietly bypassed that armor with his trust and utterly selfless affection, striking directly at Yuan Xiaoshuan's core. She forgot the vow she'd made before coming here. She should have been wary of this sugar daddy, cautious and guarded. But now she couldn't do that at all. Instead, she wanted to give more to Jiāng Chén, hoping to prove herself worthy of his trust and affection. Yet one barrier always stood in Yuan Xiaoshuan's way of revealing her true feelings. That barrier was her best friend standing before her. No matter what, Lu Ruyan was the one most entitled to have something with Jiāng Chén in their three-way relationship. After all, aside from the timing, her own looks were far inferior to Lu Ruyan's. Yuan Xiaoxian sighed and glanced down. Not just her toes, she could see her own thighs. In terms of looks, she simply couldn't compete with Lu Ruyan in any way. Chapter 166, Black traffic is still traffic. But should she really give up? Abandon this thought the moment it arose? Had she always been someone who backed down so easily? Yuan Xiaoxian wrestled with these thoughts internally, her expression eventually smoothing out. Things I shouldn't be thinking about. I'll worry about them later. Ha? That doesn't sound like you at all, Xiaoxian. Has spring awakened in you? Lu Ruyan widened her eyes in surprise. They say even southern iron trees bloom, and it's true. Your ancient iron tree just stepped south of the Yangtze, and suddenly spring's in full swing. Who knew why Lu Ruyan was so quick with her tongue this time? Hearing Yuan Xiaoshuan's feigned jest, which was actually the truth, she immediately seized the opportunity to press her advantage. It was rare for her to gain the upper hand with Yuan Xiaoxian. No problem. Go ahead and charge. Worst case, we'll both just give in to him together. Anyway, woo-woo. Lu Ruyan swayed her hips, her ample curves jiggling as she grew increasingly exaggerated and unrestrained in her words. Yuan Xiaoxian, who usually handled such teasing well, couldn't take it anymore. Flushing red, he circled behind Lu Ruyan and covered her mouth. Enough nonsense. It's time to go live today. I won't even mention how you skipped 4 days of streaming just to see Jiāng Chén, right? Get online now. Don't lose your fans. Yuan Xiaoxian released Lu Ruyan and returned behind the camera. After a moment of adjustment, he said sternly. I know. Lu Ruyan stuck out her tongue before nodding earnestly. I'm going live now. The boss's follower growth plan still needs me to set a good example. Go for it. Yeah, go for it. Lu Ruyan's 4-day hiatus left her fans anxiously waiting. Speculation began to run rampant. In the comments section of her old videos, theories were popping up non-stop. Scrolling for ages wouldn't guarantee you saw the same one twice. Made a couple million from that prison smoke wave. Is this financial freedom? Quit streaming? Could be, who knows? Put 2 million in Uebao, save up, and you'll be set for life. Bull. If you ask me, Lu Ruyan definitely ran off with her top fan. Remember that video Yuqian posted earlier? I bet one of the maids picking up phones at that mansion is Lu Ruyan. That's just awkwardly trolling. How could Ruyan be a maid? With her looks, she'd be a mistress at best. Ugh, I wanna unfollow her. Finally found a goddess, and now rich guys snatched her up. She's not even the real deal anymore. Why would I bother watching? Unfollowed. Get lost, no need to see you off. Lu Ruyan isn't your type anyway. Us guys just love seeing her get hot. Maybe she'll spice things up for rich guy and get even hotter later. I'm waiting anyway. I don't believe someone as money hungry as Ruyan would pass up this cash grab with such great traffic. Exactly. Look at the other streamers from that day except for Chen Wei who got banned, they're all trending now. Amidst this constant buzz, Lu Ruyan went live. Word spread like wildfire. Within 5 minutes of going live, her stream had already attracted 40,000 viewers. This was something the old Lu Ruyan would never have dared to imagine. And right from the start, sharp-eyed viewers noticed a change in Lu Ruyan's usual bedroom-style live streaming setup. It was now clearly a much more spacious and open room. Where has the streamer been these past few days? Did the host finally meet up with rich guy? Blink. Did old Yen get kidnapped? Fans flooded the chat with questions, bursting with curiosity after 4 days of waiting. They had so much they wanted to ask Lu Ruyan. Needing to warm up the audience while waiting for viewership to grow before getting down to business, Lu Ruyan decided to extend the stream by answering questions. Besides, addressing recent events and clarifying doubts was inherently engaging. Lu Ruyan scanned the comments, picking out the most representative ones to address. Notice I moved locations? Yep, that's right. This streamer's broke. I used to livestream from my dorm. Now that I finally have some cash, buying a place was my first priority. This is my new little home. Not bad, right? Lu Ruyan deliberately stepped aside, allowing the fans in the livestream to get a glimpse of her bedroom. The bedroom scene was meticulously arranged, and a careful observer could spot the special props hidden in various corners. And whenever someone spotted them, Lu Ruyan would gain buzz in traffic. Not having a rich guy's bedroom is just
The Hall of Filth is gone? I can't even laugh anymore. The comments drifted by.
Spotting the words Dirt Sanctuary, Lu Ruyan's expression darkened clearly. This was an old fan. Back when Lu Ruyan first started streaming from her bedroom, it was a complete mess, dirty, cluttered, and messy. After a few live streams, it earned the infamous nickname Dirt Sanctuary. Pure black history. Alright, next question. A thought struck Lu Ruyan as she leaned closer to the camera, shifting to the next topic. Things like what had happened recently, whether she'd been in touch with Yu Qin-gu, and so on. Under Lu Ruyan's deliberate, evasive steering, everyone's curiosity was piqued. It grew deeper and more intense. As the number of viewers in the livestream room grew, this impatient, burning curiosity continued to rise. Clearly, Lu Ruyan and Yuan Xiaoshuan's strategy was working. This tactic kept the livestream retention rate exceptionally high. Countless fans chose to stay in the livestream, desperate to hear Lu Ruyan reveal the tantalizing final answer. Some even showered gifts or went elsewhere to recruit more viewers, desperate for Lu Ruyan to reveal it. But Lu Ruyan kept them hanging, refusing to say a word. She was still waiting for the right moment. Back in the dorm, after chatting with his roommates, Jiāng Chén also checked the livestream. Seeing the frustrated fans who refused to leave, he suddenly smiled to himself. He recalled a fairly popular beachcombing streamer from his past life. This guy would bring out a treasure chest every single day, pretending to open it, but after a whole year, he always stopped right before the final reveal. Though this earned him nothing but abuse from his fans, he did become wildly popular and raked in a fortune. This proved one thing. In the online world, unless a streamer severely crossed boundaries or violated public order and morals. Otherwise, whether it's negative or positive attention, traffic is traffic. Lu Ruyan's current behavior mirrors that beachcombers, only more sensational. Within a day, clips of Lu Ruyan's repeated mind-bending livestream antics would surely be edited into meme videos. But Jiāng Chén's goal wasn't to turn Lu Ruyan into a comedic figure. The ultimate goal of today lies ahead. Chapter 167, Beauty Streamer Builds Hype, Fanbase Explodes. Ruyan, you've changed. You used to be so decisive when giving out perks to the brothers. What's going on today? Are you being blackmailed? What? I hate you, rich guy. Unfollow. I refuse to be part of your little game. The fans' emotions were successfully stirred up. Lu Ruyan glanced at the fans threatening to unfollow. Not only had they not unfollowed, but they'd also showered her with over $100 worth of gifts. She pressed her hands against her ample bosom and winked at the camera. The chat's tone shifted instantly. You gotta hand it to straight male fans, they're so easy to please. After streaming for about an hour and a half, Lu Ruyan gained 9,000 new followers. Her livestream reached over 200,000 concurrent viewers, with a cumulative total of 790,000 people having tuned in. It was time. Now was the moment. Lu Ruyan and Yuan Xiaoshuan exchanged a glance. Their hype campaign had dragged on long enough, any further delay risked backfiring. They decided to drop the bombshell they'd been brewing for a while. Alright, no more teasing you two. The reason I disappeared for a few days was actually to prepare a big show. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled as she vividly described it to the screen. Remember that generous guy who tipped over 16 million in one night? Aren't you curious who he is? I was super curious, so I reached out to him and we're planning a collaboration. As for the specifics of the livestream, I won't spoil it just yet. This Sunday at the same time, we'll be live on schedule. My collaboration video with Rich Guy. If you don't want to miss it, go ahead and hit that follow button. Also, seriously, who hasn't followed Rich Guy yet? How can you resist following such a money god? Lu Ruyan hyped up the upcoming show while also driving traffic to Jiāng Chén. She then mentioned her upcoming busy schedule, promising to stream again when she had time, and wrapped up today's broadcast. From then until Sunday, she'd continue similar promotions at random times. Hype, traffic diversion. This is working out pretty well, huh? Jiāng Chén glanced at his rapidly growing follower count and smiled with ease. If this kept up, finishing the round early would be a mere blink of an eye. It all came down to big streamers driving traffic. Lu Ruyan's livestream, plus those other streamers who'd sent him rockets, kept sending waves of viewers his way. Within just half a day, Jiāng Chén's follower count soared again, reaching a staggering 400,000. He was on track to approach 1 million by Sunday. 3 million without posting flashy wealth videos, and factoring in slowing growth would take no more than 2 weeks. As the originator of the subsequent wealth showcasing plan, Jiāng Chén possessed more confidence than anyone else. Flaunting wealth was undeniably a fan magnet. Not to mention how Jack Ma's mere appearance had the entire crowd chanting daddy. Even in his past life, that basketball kid from Lu Academy who just showed off his house managed to steadily gain millions of fans. Wasn't his own capital more valuable than that kid's? But as he'd said before, he could shower money to gain followers anytime, he just refused to do it. He wants to be more refined, more sophisticated. Copying that kid would just make him a nouveau riche, not a true tycoon. So old John's switching careers to become an internet celebrity? Damn, that rich guy is actually old Jiang? Damn it, now even my goddess won't escape your clutches. After watching Lu Ruyan's live stream together, the roommates nearly shouted in unison.
They were stunned that someone with Jiāng Chén's fortune would resort to making skits to become an internet celebrity. Some fans of Lu Ruyan were furious that Jiāng Chén had snatched their goddess. But all the buzz eventually boiled down to two main talking points. One was that old Jiang had lost his mind spending 16 million on a social media influencer but refusing to help his good buddy. Of course, this was mostly said in jest. The real focus was on the second point. So, old Jiang, is there anything we can do to help? Everyone realized that Jiāng Chén wouldn't have shared so much with them without a purpose. Hope began to flicker in their eyes. They genuinely wanted to assist even if it meant working for free. They couldn't possibly accept Xiaowan's money without contributing. Sun Yelong and the others even made silent vows. If Jiāng Chén needed them, they'd be at his beck and call, giving their all. They were determined to show Jiāng Chén they weren't just coasting through life. The bonds of dorm life inevitably frayed. Faced with reality, they came to realize deep down that their relationships might require something more tangible to sustain. That something was mutual benefit. They hoped to generate enough value to earn Jiāng Chén's respect. Jiāng Chén dismissed the notion. Forget it. Without proper training, what the hell kind of value could you possibly offer that I'd care about? The Godfather's here to help you out. He's got a job for you guys. We got it, brother, we got it. Jiāng Chén pressed his palms together, his gaze sweeping across their faces. The videos I'm shooting are a bit different from what you guys usually watch, a little more complex. That's why I need some help. If you've got nothing else going on lately, come work for me first. Monthly, 10,000. Jiāng Chén grinned, offering them an irresistible salary. The group immediately began grinning sheepishly. Talking about money ruins the mood. But anyone who's been around knows that no need for a red envelope really means stop talking, just put it in my pocket, I'm rushing to the next place. Here, it was the same harmless hypocrisy. And so, the 5 roommates were effectively brought under his wing. They could start as laborers under Yuan Shaoxian and learn some professional skills. Otherwise, when the Godfather eventually arranges internships and considers promotions, they'll see these guys have nothing to offer but connections. That would be awkward. Sure enough, after Jiāng Chén casually handed out a month's salary to each of them. Snap! The dormitory echoed with the crisp, synchronized commands of attention and at ease. Even the most carefree social butterfly stood solemnly in formation, saluting Jiāng Chén and booming out. Mr. Jiang. Loyalty. The debt to my foster father is far from repaid. The thought of landing a job paying over 10,000 a month as a freshman felt like a dream come true to all the roommates. Securing several hardworking employees put Jiāng Chén in high spirits. By this point, the entrepreneurial matrix he was building had begun to take shape. From the fledgling social media platform, to the pioneering gym venture, to the steadily growing internet influencer economy. He could confidently say he had secured his foundational base. Next, whether he chose to pursue all 3 simultaneously or advance them one by one, he could refine them gradually. With the system's support and vision that transcends the times, success is inevitable. Chapter 168, Guest? No, I am the host. For now, the turn-based tasks are the most urgent. Let's focus all efforts here first. Jiāng Chén shook his head, gathering his thoughts. After handling matters at the school, he drove to his Longting Tower. For the initial tasks, he had Yuan Shaoxian and his 5 roommates just enough manpower. But to continue researching in this field, the manpower was still somewhat inadequate. He needed to establish a talent framework for running an MCN agency as soon as possible. He possessed the vision for major decisions, and with Chen Jichu handling implementation, execution could be refined effectively. Therefore, what Jiāng Chén needed most was not a management team that merely collected salaries without contributing. Instead, technical personnel were the priority. To that end, Jiāng Chén planned to repurpose an empty office in his own building as a temporary workspace for his agency, which would also serve as the interview location. However, Chen Jichu had only recently posted the recruitment ads, so neither the number of interviewees nor the interview schedule had been finalized yet. Jiāng Chén was merely going to take a look. The change in ownership of Longting Tower remained confidential to the vast majority. Only certain high-ranking officials in Jiangzhou and the building staff who had been ordered to keep it confidential were aware. Among the staff, it had been common knowledge for some time that the top boss had changed, but not a whisper of who it was had reached their ears. Consequently, everyone's work attitude had improved significantly during this period, fearing they might encounter the big boss making an incognito inspection. There really isn't a need for too many people to know just yet. Jiāng Chén was perfectly content with this arrangement. He felt that his identity as the owner of Longting Tower was something best kept private unless there was a situation where it could be used to humiliate someone. In a city like Jiangzhou, a central landmark held immense influence, attracting attention like a flower drawing insects. Jiāng Chén, however, preferred to avoid trouble. The current situation suited him perfectly. Let someone else park the car. Take me to see your manager. In the parking lot, Jiāng Chén spotted a familiar-looking staff member. It was the same one who had explained things to him and Yan Shi back then. But for some reason, this guy had been transferred out of the mall and now worked in the parking lot. Certainly, sir.
Cui Jian's expressionless face broke into a professional smile as he leaned close to the sports car, one he could never afford in his lifetime. But when he took the keys, he froze. The young man inside, no, the gentleman, he looked familiar. After a moment's recollection, Cui Jian remembered Jiāng Chén's identity. Oh, wasn't he the guy who paraded around with girls, spouting big talk, the one Cui Jian had written off as a broke student? Cui Jian's expression darkened. Come to think of it, it was strange about this guy. His attitude had been poor back then, and it just so happened that the big boss had changed a few days prior. Everyone was on edge, and the manager was particularly sensitive. As a result, his rude treatment of customers was reported by a colleague. And ever since then, he'd been shuttling back and forth between the underground parking lot and the Longting building parking entrance, not a single day missed. His entire career felt ruined. But was it really the fault of the man before him? Sigh, upon reflection, it was his own fault. Cui Jian took the keys, opened the car door to let Jiāng Chén out, and only then registered what Jiāng Chén had just said. You want me to take you to the manager? He was taken aback. Is that not acceptable? Jiāng Chén remained impassive. He remembered Cui Jian's lengthy explanation about the Longting building and was prepared to offer a token gesture of goodwill. But if you don't want it, that's fine. Nothing's impossible. Hold on, sir, I'll find a colleague. Cui Jian cast a skeptical glance at Jiāng Chén's vehicle. Though doubt lingered, he realized he'd misjudged the situation. That poor student was indeed loaded. And now he specifically requested Cui Jian to guide him. Perhaps he still remembered Cui Jian's unfriendly service last time and was looking to get back at him. But, could he refuse? Refusing would only make things worse. I hate rich people. Cui Jian let out a wail of despair. He then called over a colleague for assistance. He himself took the elevator, guiding Jiāng Chén upstairs to meet the manager. On the way, Cui Jian kept stealing glances at Jiāng Chén, muttering to himself the whole time. The Jiāng Chén he saw now was completely different from the one he remembered. So had he just been in a bad mood that day and jumped to conclusions? If today's Jiāng Chén had been there back then, I would have spotted him as a rich guy at first glance. Cui Jian sighed deeply, vowing never again to judge a book by its cover. The manager's office was on a higher floor, requiring some time to reach. During that ascent, Cui Jian's mind raced with wild thoughts. He remained anxious that Jiāng Chén might go to the manager to report on him. He couldn't help but blurt out, "What exactly are you here to discuss with the manager? I saw in the workgroup chat that President Song from Baihui is coming today to discuss business. Our manager might be a bit busy." Jiāng Chén murmured an "oh" inwardly. How had he run into his neighbor again? But he replied aloud, "I'm here for business too." What, does your manager play favorites? Is my business not real business? Jiāng Chén's words carried a playful tone. But to Cui Jian's ears, it sounded anything but playful. Holy! He cursed under his breath, feeling as if a bolt of lightning had struck him out of the blue. Playing favorites? This is targeting me. This is bad. They're here to report me. If I see the manager later, I'm out of a job. Cui Jian felt a mix of emotions, his expression incredibly complex. So this whole business meeting was a sham. Makes sense. He's so young, much younger than me. How could he possibly have the clout to handle business for Longting Tower? Cui Jian sighed inwardly, feeling he'd finally understood everything. He had no intention of accompanying them any further. He planned to find a way to slip away as soon as they stepped out of the elevator. If this guy wants to report me, let him. I'm not playing along. Getting fired on the spot would be too painful. Better to head back to my post and try to calm myself down. As these thoughts swirled, the elevator dinged, signaling arrival at the target floor. As Jiāng Chén stepped out, Cui Jian quickly pressed the button for the second basement level. Waving his hand, he said, "My apologies, sir, I have other duties to attend to." The manager's office is the largest one inside. Before he could finish, the elevator doors began descending. Jiāng Chén froze for a moment. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. Am I no longer welcome? Interesting. Jiāng Chén clicked his tongue. He hadn't expected to tip this guy, only to be brushed off so abruptly. Well, that was his choice. Hope this guy doesn't regret it later, though regret won't do him any good. Jiāng Chén shrugged and walked inside. The office door bearing the general manager plaque stood ajar, but the room was empty. Not far away, the conference room door was tightly shut, occasionally emitting faint rustling sounds. With Jiāng Chén's keen hearing, he could faintly make out that it was a heated discussion. It just goes to show how well soundproofed the conference rooms in Longting Tower really are. Approaching the door, he couldn't see inside through the frosted glass. He could only vaguely make out the voices of a dozen or so people, both men and women, talking. Jiāng Chén was pressed for time, and as the behind-the-scenes owner, he saw no need to wait for his employees to finish their meeting. He simply pushed open the door and walked in. 14 million yuan. Building A, 1 basement level and 17 above-ground floors. This is the highest offer we can make. 17 floors are largely idle with very low utilization. Baihui is even willing to cover the penalty fees for clearing the premises. Mr. Yang, please give this serious consideration. Song Yushu's secretary closed the folder beside her, catching the boss's customary nod of tacit approval and feeling slightly reassured. Her decision to independently pressure the Longting Tower side seemed justified. Manager Yang Kanhai, the highest-ranking authority at Longting Tower aside from its ultimate owner, wore a slightly bitter expression tinged with disdain. Never mind the boss vanishing without explanation and being replaced by some mysterious figure, he simply had no authority to handle property rights.
With Bao Hui in this state, isn't it a bit unwise to remain so stubborn?
Yang Kanhai spoke slowly. It's not that Longting wants to help them suppress Bai Hui, but it's just that.
Before Yang Kanhai could finish his sentence, Song Yushu felt a headache coming on. Why has everything been going wrong lately?
Just then, the conference room door creaked open. A young man with an extraordinary presence strode in unabashedly, making Song Yushu, already in a foul mood, look even more displeased. Her beautiful eyes narrowed menacingly at Jiāng Chén.
Mr. Yang, you didn't tell me you had other guests. Chapter 169, Taking Over Longting Tower Mysterious Capital? Or is this how Longting conducts business?
Song Yushu had been beset by troubles lately, her heart constantly filled with pent-up frustration. Now, she had suffered a setback in one of the few crucial business deals she was clinging to. Even she, rarely one to voice discontent, now let her frustration show. Yang Kanhai's expression darkened considerably. He frowned at Jiāng Chén, his tone laced with suspicion. Who are you? Who brought you here? The sudden transfer of Longting Tower's ownership was downright absurd. That unseen entity had spent a fortune to strip the original owner and the entire board of directors of everything they owned. Yet every single member of the mid-level management, lower-level management, and staff had been retained without exception. As the current top executive among the management, Yang Kanhai had no choice but to shoulder the responsibility of overseeing the vast Longting Tower enterprise. After multiple invitations from Bai Hui, he finally agreed to host a small gathering here, though it felt entirely like being forced into the role. After all, he truly lacked the authority to handle property rights. Yet, with the mysterious owner remaining behind the scenes, he was the face of the company. Since Bai Hui had taken a seat in Longting's office, there was no reason to embarrass himself in front of a guest. The sudden intrusion of a young man into the meeting now, in Yang Kanghai's eyes, was a lapse, a loss of face. It could even be interpreted by Song Yushu as Longting deliberately targeting them, intentionally bringing in an irrelevant person to disrupt the agenda and ultimately send the guest away. To avoid these issues, he must handle this young man properly. Business deals may fall through, but goodwill endures.
Cooperation might not materialize, but enmity must never be sown.
This was the winning formula that had propelled him from a jobless failure, even stripped of his assets by his wife, to a high-ranking position at Longting within 5 years.
Yang Kanhai's eyes flickered.
After turning to apologize to Song Yushu, he glanced at his secretary beside him and then fixed a cold stare on Jiāng Chén.
This is not a place for you to be.
Whoever brought you here will no longer be able to work at Longting.
Wang, escort him out. Don't spoil General Manager Song's mood. Understood, President Yang.
Several secretaries by his side rose at once, approaching Jiāng Chén with expressions devoid of any warmth. Seeing this display, Jiāng Chén, who had come with the intention of inspecting his own business, found the smile lingering on his lips gradually fading into indifference.
Damn. I'm inspecting my own business, and my own employees are giving me the cold shoulder?
But Jiāng Chén ultimately said little. After all, he had chosen not to personally oversee the takeover. Now, many likely knew someone had acquired Longting, but few knew who that someone was. It wasn't their fault. A gaze brimming with indifference and palpable pressure swept over the two secretaries. Their attempt to pull Jiāng Chén away froze mid-motion, hesitation creeping into their actions. This young man radiated the unique confidence and composure of someone who had built a billion-dollar empire and achieved remarkable success. This left those who had assumed Jiāng Chén had come to cause trouble feeling somewhat at a loss. Ignoring the two secretaries, Jiāng Chén casually took a few more steps forward. His deep gaze lingered briefly on Song Yushu before shifting to Yang Kanhai.
Yang Kanhai, right? Come out. I'll see you in your office. Jiāng Chén's tone was almost commanding.
After speaking, he strode away as if no one else existed. The dozen or so people present froze in stunned silence. The two secretaries, who had been about to escort Jiāng Chén out, snapped back to reality, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed that they had been intimidated by him. They were even more furious at the tone he'd used with their general manager.
What kind of brat is so arrogant?
Fuming, one of them rolled up his sleeves, overcome with the urge to chase after him. But before he could leave, Yang Kanhai called him back.
One. Forget it. You two come back.
Yang Kanhai abruptly stood up, the solid wood chair sliding backward with a harsh scraping sound.
After halting his two subordinates, Yang Kanhai's thoughts raced frantically. He had recognized the young man's exceptional nature at first glance, but exceptional or not, what business was it of his? Coming here to cause trouble, no matter how extraordinary he was, it was still his fault. That had been Yang Kanhai's reasoning earlier, but now his thoughts shifted abruptly. He knows my name, he came looking for me. At a moment like this, who else would seek me out? And who else could speak to me with such audacity?
Yang Konghai's heart trembled violently, already 80% certain of Jiāng Chén's identity. He raised his hand to adjust his glasses with a trembling motion, then apologetically asked Bai Hui and the others to wait a moment. He hurried out of the conference room and headed toward his own office. Though reluctant to believe it, he'd rather risk looking foolish by misjudging someone than lose his job due to overconfidence in his judgment. This man is the mysterious investor who secured the Dragon Ascension Tower overnight, or at the very least, one of the investors behind it. For now, that was the conclusion he could draw. Yang Konghai took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the office that had once been his own. His throat tightened as he watched the young man seated casually at the general manager's desk, flipping through documents. He waited for Jiāng Chén to speak first. Yang Konghai, joined as marketing manager 2 years ago, transferred to operations manager on the 3rd floor of the commercial division last year, and promoted to general manager of commercial operations at the start of this year, correct?
Impressive. Your promotion pace is certainly swift. This second inspection wasn't an empty visit.
Before arriving, Jiāng Chén had already conducted a deeper investigation into his own enterprise. And upon closer inspection, he had indeed spotted a talent.
Yang Konghai.
This man possessed both strong practical abilities and keen market insight, earning the high regard of the original boss. However, the system had transferred all ownership rights to me, and the former leadership had vanished overnight. Yang Konghai, who hadn't yet entered the core inner circle and was only at the highest level of middle management, was retained. He became the de facto decision-maker for the time being. For some time now, he had managed the sprawling Longting Tower complex with remarkable efficiency. He's proven himself quite capable. My hands have been full with other matters, so I've only just gotten around to taking over the business today. You've done well. Listening to Jiāng Chén recount his career at Longting, Yang Konghai instinctively bowed his head, his mind now fully convinced of Jiāng Chén's true identity. After Jiāng Chén finished speaking, he offered a conciliatory smile.
It is my duty to alleviate the president's concerns. Chapter 170, No one can threaten me, Jiāng Chén. Very well, then continue doing so. Here are the property documents for Longting Tower. My name is Jiāng Chén. For now, this remains between us. Keep it confidential. Seeing Yang Konghai's deference seemed genuine, Jiāng Chén nodded and produced the supporting documents, finally revealing his identity. But this revelation was strictly for Yang Konghai.
Maintaining an air of mystery as the new president and actual owner of Longting Tower served another purpose.
Understood, President Jiang. Yang Konghai, relieved by Jiāng Chén's affirmation, bowed deeply.
Only when he noticed droplets falling from his forehead did Yang Konghai realize he was drenched in sweat. But from now on, he wouldn't have to live in constant fear. He could sense that this new superior was an unconventional and decisive newcomer. At present, Jiang was the sole executive in Longting Tower's upper management. As long as he kept his wits about him and was willing to take risks, the future would be wide open.
Yang Konghai's heart swelled with boundless ambition. There's another task for you. Several floors of the office building still have plenty of vacant space, right? Clear them out, I have a use for them. Jiāng Chén effortlessly exercised his authority, dispatching employees to carry out his orders. No problem, General Manager Jiang. That's easily done. We have leases expiring right now. We can clear out 2 floors by tomorrow evening. Yang Konghai accepted the order, replying almost without hesitation. He was no idle bureaucrat. The entire operation of Longting Tower was mapped out in his mind. After reporting what Jiāng Chén needed, he hesitated, but only for a few breaths before deciding to speak up. Mr. Jiang, there might be an issue here that requires your attention. Bai Hui.
Yang Konghai proceeded to explain the situation regarding Song Yushu of Bai Hui Industrial and their current request to lease floor space. After listening for a moment, Jiāng Chén grasped the gist. His neighbor had risen to prominence remarkably fast. In just 13 years, a woman had entered the circle of Jiangzhou's top tycoons. Her influence had peaked in the last 2 years, with her company poised to become one of Jiangzhou's top 3 enterprises. But this year, a rather subtle shift had occurred. It appeared that directors within Baihui, along with management holding substantial shares, had conspired to oust their own CEO. This move had drawn in an external adversary. This external force was none other than the Sun family, one of Jiangzhou's long-established aristocratic clans. The Sun family, whose influence permeated numerous enterprises and industries across Jiangzhou, had a particularly domineering eldest son. For reasons unknown, he became fixated on arranging a marriage between Song Yushu and his own younger brother. Song Yushu, who had always been strong-willed, naturally refused to comply. Consequently, the Sun family began resorting to underhanded tactics. Within just half a year, Baihui Industrial's assets steadily shrank, and Song Yushu's position within the group became precarious, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Yet even at this critical juncture, Song Yushu refused to yield, determined to fight back. The business deal involving Longting Tower appeared to be one of the lifelines Song Yushu had chosen. She had been in constant contact regarding it even before the tower changed hands. While Song Yushu was making these overtures, the Sun family sent their own messages, dropping repeated hints. Before the change of ownership, Baihui was only willing to offer around 10 million yuan, while the previous owner had expected 14 million. Now the price had reached the desired level, but the decision-maker was gone. This had kept Jiāng Chén preoccupied for quite some time. Now, he had finally waited for Jiāng Chén to take charge. Whether to cooperate or not rested entirely on Jiāng Chén's decision. The basement level of Tower A is also the second most expensive commercial rental area. Currently, we have partnerships with a supermarket, a cinema, and over 60 various retail stores, generating an annual rental income of 4,300,000. The 17th floor is more affordable. If fully leased, the total annual rent could reach 1.3 million. Baihui Industrial's current proposal is to lease the space for 29 months at 14 million yuan, and they are willing to pay a penalty fee. Jiāng Chén explained in great detail, then waited quietly for Jiāng Chén's response. 14 million. What about the Sun family? They don't want us to lease to Baihui. What are they offering? Jiāng Chén stroked his chin thoughtfully. Jiāng Chén chuckled softly. They're not offering any money. No money? Pure intimidation, huh? Jiāng Chén chuckled indifferently. He'd never heard of the Sun family in his previous life, likely due to his limited standing back then. But that didn't matter. Threats? Jiāng Chén had no appetite for threats. Then lease it to Baihui. The Sun family? Doesn't matter. Jiāng Chén's expression remained impassive, showing no regard for the Sun family. With the system's assistance, his ambitions would inevitably expand to encompass the entire province, the nation, and even the world. A minor family system confined to Jiangzhou, its influence barely reaching a few cities. It would only be a temporary nuisance, scarcely worth his attention. Rather than speculating on the Sun family's uncertain influence, Jiāng Chén preferred to focus on securing cash first. Before the round ended, the more money he spent, the better. Even if our neighborly auntie seems unapproachable, money still smells sweet. Jiāng Chén narrowed his eyes and rose to leave. I'm off. You'll be in full charge of Longting Tower for now. Your salary will be doubled. The matter with Baihui is settled. As for the Sun family? Who the hell are they? Jiāng Chén's voice was flat and low, yet to Jiāng Chén, it carried immense weight. Seems our new president here has quite the backing. Could it be that mysterious capital? Watching Jiāng Chén depart, Jiāng Chén pondered briefly. In his view, only a major capital player could so effortlessly secure billions in assets overnight. Just as Jiāng Chén exited the conference room, Song Yushu watched Jiāng Chén's hasty retreat, her frown deepening. She had only met this middle-aged man who had quietly become the decision-maker at Longting a few times. Yet those brief encounters were enough for Song Yushu to discern his true character. In her eyes, Jiāng Chén was clearly a capable man, steady in his actions, smooth in his dealings, lacking in ambition but more than capable of maintaining the status quo. But how had that peculiar young man managed to unsettle such a man to this degree? Song Yushu couldn't make sense of it. Her thoughts had been in turmoil lately, entangled by too many trivial matters. She found it difficult to extricate herself, to step away from the situation. Chapter 171, The CEO's Eager Gaze, Who is Jiāng Chén? She could only give it her all, hoping that the young man's appearance might introduce a sliver of possibility into the desperate situation she now faced. Song Yushu sighed silently, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window at the scenery of Jiangzhou. Once, in her arrogance, she believed she could roam freely across this land of Jiangzhou. But after more than a decade, this once fertile soil suddenly felt riddled with obstacles, suffocating her every step, leaving her gasping for air. Was she truly destined to submit to the Sun family? Song Yushu felt a moment of dizziness, then clenched her delicate fists. Absolutely not. She would rather shatter herself completely in the business world of Jiangzhou than let those ingrateful dogs at Baihui profit, or allow that second son of the Sun family, ambitious yet incompetent, to have her. As Song Yushu drifted in thought, several accompanying managers and her personal secretary. They were whispering to each other with great enthusiasm. The manager had already given up hope for today's trip and was discussing whether they could find new opportunities. But judging by the gloomy expressions on everyone's faces, it seemed unlikely. As the heart of Jiangzhou, Longting Tower held such strategic importance that they simply couldn't find a better alternative. Meanwhile, the secretaries were maliciously speculating whether Longting had also become one of a kind with the Sun family, perhaps preparing to target them under the Sun family's threats. Moreover, in their view, the absence of Longting Tower's top executives, the board members, president, and vice president, from meeting them had already made their stance clear. This business general manager, Jiāng Chén, had even orchestrated a theatrical scene portraying outsiders as troublemakers. Wasn't this just a clear signal that they were being shown the door? As they discussed, a secretary who had long served Song Yushu finally gathered her courage and whispered, "I think we'll come up empty-handed with Longtung. Should we make plans early?" The gleam in Song Yushu's eyes dimmed. She understood perfectly well, but she just wanted to wait a little longer. An inexplicable premonition stirred within her. Perhaps there was still room for change in this matter.
Let's wait a little longer. At the very least, we can't just leave without notice. Let's wait until President Yang finishes his business and returns.
Song Yushu forced herself to revert to her usual poised and calculating demeanor, soothing the anxiety of her subordinates.
Yet, deep inside, her resolve remained unshaken. A few minutes later,
Yang Kanghai wiped sweat from his brow at the office doorway before stepping inside. Before even sitting down, he smiled at Song Yushu.
Miss Song, it's been a pleasure working with you. What pleasant cooperation. It must be about the lease. But why?
Song Yushu, the entire entourage from Baihui, and even Longting's own people froze, their expressions filled with utter bewilderment.
Why had a situation that had seemed utterly deadlocked just moments ago now completely reversed? Had something happened during the brief time Yang Kanghai had stepped out? Was it that young man?
Song Yushu rose dazedly and shook hands with Yang Kanghai. Instantly, the others snapped out of their stunned state and excitedly began discussing the specifics of their cooperation.
Their company, Baihui, was saved.
Yet Song Yushu kept glancing toward the doorway out of the corner of her eye, her thoughts drifting to who knows where. Whenever Yang Kanghai was asked about the incident, he remained tight-lipped, smilingly declining to elaborate.
This left Song Yushu with far too much room for speculation.
And the main point of suspicion lay with that young man from earlier.
Who exactly is she? Song Yushu's lips trembled as she faintly recalled a rumor she'd dismissed as false not long ago.
Someone had spent over 50 billion yuan, clearing every possible channel overnight to secure ownership of the Dragon Ascension Tower.
To Song Yushu, this seemed utterly impossible, far too difficult to achieve.
Yet now, she began to reconsider. Recalling that young man's extraordinary bearing and strikingly handsome features, she gradually sensed he was no ordinary person. If he were such a jade-like gentleman, it seemed possible.
No.
Song Yushu cut off her own strange musings, yet her frown eased. There was no need to dwell on it for now. Perhaps that young man truly was extraordinary, and perhaps he had helped her. But she was still in danger now. Repaying him was out of the question for the time being. When things calm down, I'll find a way to meet him. Song Yushu glanced at Yang Kanghai, silently deciding that rather than risk provoking others by investigating herself, she'd approach Yang Kanghai instead. As a partner, going through your subordinates' channels to arrange a meeting should be perfectly acceptable.
Song Yushu's expression softened, a rare moment of ease in the past 6 months. Can I get 9 million here in 4 days?
Ugh, this company is such a hassle, can't even access my own money freely. Back home, Jiāng Chén worked out while quietly strategizing. He loaded the weights on his fitness equipment to levels typically reserved for seasoned athletes. After formally taking over Longting Tower, Jiāng Chén discovered the company's accounts were indeed flush with cash.
Yet even as the president and sole owner, he couldn't freely access the funds. This involved complex anti-corruption, anti-money laundering, and tax regulations. To avoid trouble, he could only access liquid assets for now.
Specifically, that meant the 9 million available in 4 days.
The balance displayed by the system really is much smoother to use. Jiāng Chén chuckled to himself.
The real heavy lifting in making money still fell squarely on the system. One source was interest, the other was round-based returns. Currently, these two channels proved the fastest and most reliable. His investments and industrial ventures looked promising for now, but without further development, they'd eventually become mere icing on the cake. Of course, they were still quite substantial for now. If he extended the completion time slightly, avoiding the rush to resolve matters within 3 days. With proper management, that 9 million could potentially grow to 18 million. Factoring in existing assets and interest accruing over the next few days, under the most favorable theoretical scenario, his balance could potentially approach 60 million in a single leap. With this realization, Jiāng Chén lost all urgency to conclude the current round and welcome the new one with its fresh hexes. After all, it was only a few extra days. Why not seize the opportunity for greater gains? He never needed to rush anyway. Over the next few days, Yuan Shaoxian used Jiāng Chén's funds to quickly secure a series of equipment. Under Yuan Shaoxuan's coordination and guidance, his roommates were also able to handle some basic physical tasks like setting up scenery and lighting. Meanwhile, Chen Jichu was running herself ragged, juggling 2 tasks, scouting a more befitting vehicle for Jiāng Chén, while simultaneously overseeing renovations in the newly developed office space at Longting Tower, and conducting interviews. Finally, on the 3rd day, Chen Jichu reached her breaking point. She stormed home and had a heated argument with Jiāng Chén. She then took a day off, citing physical discomfort. Even a personal assistant deserves a day off, right? It's the weekend now. At least handle the interviews, boss. You go take a look. I really can't get out of bed. I'll come back to take over this afternoon. Chapter 172, If you can endure hardship, there's no end to it. Chen Jichu finally understood, as long as you can endure hardship, there will be no end to it. Jiāng Chén had arranged weekends off for himself but refused to take them, insisting on pushing through. Now look at the mess he's in. It was either exhausting your heart or exhausting your gums and saliva. The latter was definitely preferable. Chen Jichu gazed at Jiāng Chén beside her with a smile, then buried her face deep under the blanket, hiding her flushed cheeks.
Alright, remember to eat when you get up later. Jiāng Chén gave no clear response.
After kneading the dough under the covers for a moment, he strolled away leisurely. Today's livestream with Lu Ruyan was mainly about cosplaying as a reporter, giving a tour of her mansion. As for the cool, flashy, rich guy videos he needed to upload to his own account, he'd filmed some parts and was still preparing others, nothing urgent for now. Besides, Jiāng Chén was growing increasingly restless.
Perfect timing, he could swing by his MCN company's interviews and keep a close eye on things. The company's provisional name was Xining Network Technology.
The name derived from the character Shi in Yanxi's name, which signified the breaking dawn. By splitting Shi to form Shi Hope and splitting Dawn to form Ming Bright, it fit perfectly.
Good morning, Mr. Jiang. Wow, it's the big boss himself. Why is the big boss here today? Jiāng Chén had secured 2 floors in the office building.
One floor was already renovated, and employees who had passed the interviews were gradually starting their positions. The young women greeting Jiāng Chén were graduates from the nearby Normal University's College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, whom he had interviewed the day before yesterday. Their majors were quite versatile. In plain terms, they could handle just about anything. Fields like digital media and visual communication, journalism and electronic media, and so on. A total of 11 people had been hired so far, temporarily filling entry-level positions. The company's departments were beginning to take shape. Good morning. Keep up the good work. Xiao Chen is tired today, so I came to lend a hand.
Jiāng Chén responded to each in turn. Oh, tired.
Several big yellow girls shot him strange looks before giggling and running off.
Those little rascals. Jiāng Chén gave a wry smile. After greeting the other 7 male employees, he entered the interview office to wait. As a new company, Xining offered quite favorable compensation packages, even reimbursing travel expenses for local interviews, which had attracted a flood of resumes. Jiāng Chén sat down and glanced at the table. A stack of at least 60 color-printed resumes lay before him. One at a time. I should make it through, right?
Emo Xiaoma stood beneath the Longting Tower, gazing up at the sky while wearing a suit that appeared refined and elegant. She was practically sick of wearing those black, tailored women's suits meant for sales.
A new company renting space in Longtung Tower? That's pretty impressive. If I could land a job there, that would be amazing.
Emo Xiaoma's surname was Mo, and her given name was Shirma, a little joke her parents had played on their only daughter. Yet despite being born into such a fun-loving family and being the sole recipient of their affection, Mo Xiaoma's academic performance was less than stellar. She only made it into a third-tier university with exorbitant tuition fees. Unemployed upon graduation, she found a sales job and worked there for 2 years. Though she couldn't match the top performers among her colleagues, her sales figures were passable enough, and she managed to save a little. At last, she could support herself. But life couldn't stay rosy forever. When fundamental issues remained unresolved, missteps were inevitable. Having been showered with affection, or rather, spoiled rotten, she could barely contain the bad habits ingrained by her pampered upbringing while working in sales. In colleague relationships and interactions with strangers, Mo Xiaoma easily became unpleasant. That's precisely why she lost her first job after graduation. Yes, just as she had disparaged and resented Chen Jichu, among the many salespeople at the auto mall, there were always those who disliked her. Mo Xiaoma's clearly unprofessional attitude toward a major client like Jiāng Chén was reported by her co-workers. On one hand, she harbored personal resentment. On the other, her supervisor reprimanded her and docked her commission bonus. Fuming, Mo Xiaoma handed in her resignation. She'd been job hunting for quite some time, and today, she found a company that might be a good fit. It's worth mentioning that Mo Xiaoma majored in photography in college, and this company aligns perfectly with her field. At least it won't hurt to try. Better than opening a print shop downstairs and taking passport photos. Mo Xiaoma patted her cheeks, adjusted her mindset, and headed upstairs. There was a line for interviews 40 or 50 people ahead of her. If everyone showed up, she might have to wait until the afternoon. But good jobs were this competitive, every effort was worth it. Mo Xiaoma felt surprisingly calm. As long as she landed a good job, she'd be leagues ahead of those trashy co-workers, especially that kept woman, Chen Jichu. Just thinking about that girl made Mo Xiaoma feel ashamed. At least she could support herself. Compared to Chen Jichu, who was rumored to be kept by a rich man, even sales seemed like a respectable profession. Did you get in? What kind of questions did they ask? No, it felt so hard. The questions were pretty random. Did you see that guy up front with the purple tie? He's supposedly a screenwriter. The interviewer passed him. So they pass if they're talented, huh? Do you think they'd believe me if I just made something up? Who cares? Just get in first. If you don't know, you can learn later. Then why didn't you prepare earlier? They review your work on the spot. The lobby of 19th-floor Xining Network Technology was packed with people waiting for interviews or fresh from them, buzzing with chatter about the details. Occasionally, someone who passed would dash out, face aglow with excitement, and the intensity of the discussions would spike as if they all suddenly found hope. 8-hour workdays, 4 days on, 3 days off, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, 7,000 yuan salary, and that's just the start? What kind of dream company is this? No wonder everyone was so excited. Emo Shioma sat alone, unwilling to engage much with others, or rather, she had tried, only to retreat in self-doubt. Among the applicants was actually someone with a master's degree in liberal arts. Fortunately, they hadn't passed. Emo Shioma felt a surge of secret delight. Slowly, time passed, and the clock's hands moved to 3 p.m. Emo Shioma returned from lunch break and saw her turn was finally approaching. She breathed a sigh of relief. I have to make a good impression. A job like this is hard to come by. I have 2 years of sales experience with solid results. That's a skill set my chances of passing are better than a fresh graduate's. Next, Emo Shioma. The interviewee who emerged, looking somewhat dejected, glanced around. Seeing only a few people left, he called out to the lone girl. Third to last today, it's your turn. Then he sighed and drifted away. Watching the guy before her fail, Emo Shioma finally began to feel nervous. Her shoulders trembling slightly, she stepped into the interview room. There was only one interviewer. And when she saw the interviewer's face, Emo Shioma froze. It's you. After sitting down, Emo Shioma's body suddenly trembled. Staring at Jiāng Chén's face, her heart was filled with bitterness. How could this be? Why did it have to be him? Chapter 173, Little Chen, I'm afraid I won't make it through the night. The man sitting before her was none other than Jiāng Chén, the very same Jiāng Chén who was keeping Chen Jichu as his mistress. Why the hell did I have to find a job right now? And why the hell is the rich guy who's keeping a colleague also here and he's the interviewer, for crying out loud? What was the point of even interviewing? She'd been so rude that day. If this guy held a grudge, she'd never get through. Emo Shioma turned to leave, but gritted her teeth and stayed. Had Jiāng Chén forgotten her? Right. He never even remembered her in the first place. Emo Shioma tried to convince herself. Her desperate need for this job made her unwilling to walk away so easily. At least hear the rejection in person before leaving. Good morning, interviewer. I'm Emo Shioma. Emo Shioma nodded stiffly. But Jiāng Chén's next words nearly made Emo Shioma want to crawl into a hole. What? Quit the auto mall? Did you quit or get fired? You sure have a temper, young lady. Jiāng Chén set down the resume and gave Emo Shioma a quick glance. Surprise flashed across his face. It really was that Xiao Emo who had made such bold claims at the auto mall back then. He had predicted her career in this field was nearing its end, and now it seemed his words had come true. Alright, you're not qualified. Go get your travel expenses reimbursed. Jiāng Chén couldn't be bothered to say more. What use was someone with such questionable character? What good is being cute? Besides, she wasn't even as cute as Yuan Xiaoxian. But when Emo Shioma actually heard she hadn't passed, she refused to accept it. Her expression darkened as she gritted her teeth and demanded, is it because of the car dealership incident? What else? Jiāng Chén shrugged. You guys really hold grudges. No one else chimed in. Emo Shioma was relatively restrained, nearly saying this before glaring at Jiāng Chén. People have to pay for their actions, right? Just having nowhere to turn for a job with me, that's punishment enough. Jiāng Chén waved his hand dismissively. Call the next one. Emo Shioma rose silently without a word, but instead of leaving, she walked toward Jiāng Chén and crawled under the table. Kneeling on the floor, she leaned forward slightly. Please, give me a chance. Whatever Chenjichu can do, I can do too. I can accompany you too. I refuse. Emo Shioma's hand had already reached up, and the reaction that should have come had indeed come, and it was so exaggerated it startled her. But Jiāng Chén coldly refused Emo Shiama's offer to pay the price for further intimacy. I don't want to say more. Leave. Emo Shioma opened her mouth, then her eyes darkened. Silently, she crawled out from beneath the table and left, her soul seemingly gone. That's right, I'm not attractive enough. Nor did she have the right. The mistakes I made long ago have turned into bullets leaving the chamber, striking me right now. Emo Shioma moved her feet, walking to the office doorway. Her expression gradually twisted. She was actually quite skilled at self-hypnosis. Like right now, to soothe the pain of failure and rejection, she was focusing her thoughts on something else. About Jiāng Chén and Chen Jichu. Jiāng Chén was just an interviewer, right? At most, he was just HR for this company. Maybe he wasn't as wealthy as they'd speculated. Emo Shioma felt a surge of amusement. If that was the case, then Chen Jichu was pitiful. Such stunning looks, yet instead of landing a real big shot, she ended up with some minor HR guy at a startup. Chen Jichu, you deserve it. Pondering these thoughts, Emo Shioma felt much more cheerful, finding renewed motivation to seek out a new job. Just then, the office door slid open quietly. A girl who was already an employee poked her head in and said, Mr. Jiang, the manager is here.
The girl's address of Jiāng Chén made Mo Xiaoma flinch again. Manager Jiang. What kind of director? Supervisor? Director? Or president? Had she misjudged him?
Mo Xiaoma stiffly followed the girl out the door she had pushed open, his eyes locked on a graceful figure approaching amidst a crowd of admirers.
Hello, Manager Chen. Manager Chen, aren't you taking any breaks? The boss is interviewing.
We're almost done for today. Several employees greeted Chen Jichu, who responded with gentle and gracious courtesy.
Mo Xiaoma watched it all unfold, speechless.
Worlds apart. Their situations were worlds apart. Her fantasies and reality were worlds apart.
Jiāng Chén wasn't HR, he was likely the company's owner.
The fact that he occupied 2 entire floors of the Longting building spoke volumes about his wealth. Chen Jichu, meanwhile, was far from being merely a decorative figure or a plaything.
Jiāng Chén had entrusted the company's reins entirely to her.
Look at Chen Jichu now, graceful and radiant, basking in triumph.
And what about me?
I've lost weight over the past half-month, desperate to serve others, only to be rejected even when offering myself.
Mo Xiaoma suddenly let out a bitter laugh.
The vague regret that had lingered in her heart all this time had finally solidified into something tangible. She grabbed her color-printed resume to cover her face, fleeing as if terrified Chen Jichu might recognize her. Jiangzhou had become a place of heartbreak because of her own actions.
Leaving might be the better choice. Would you two like to come in together?
Chen Jichu cast a suspicious glance at the familiar retreating figure before leading the last 2 interviewees into the office.
None passed. Out of 60 plus today, 9 passed. Not bad, really. Quality comes first. Jiāng Chén turned Chen Jichu sideways onto his lap, one arm around his secretary while flipping through the remaining resumes with the other.
Chen Jichu blushed under Jiāng Chén's intense gaze but forced herself to stay composed, reviewing the resumes alongside him.
Nothing wrong with that. The boss has better judgment than I do.
Speaking of which, that young lady we just interviewed seemed vaguely familiar.
Chen Jichu wrapped an arm around Jiāng Chén's shoulder as she asked. Jiāng Chén hummed in acknowledgement.
Your former colleague, Mo Xiaoma, that one's quite interesting.
Just now.
Jiāng Chén briefly recounted what had just happened.
Chen Jichu stared wide-eyed. I never knew Xiao Mo was this bold back at the auto mall. This is an interview office, anyone could walk in at any moment. What if someone caught us? Jiāng Chén chuckled.
Maybe it was desperation, but it sure got my blood boiling. After a moment of vicarious embarrassment, Chen Jichu's rosy cheeks flushed with amusement.
No wonder things felt off, you were reacting. So why didn't you just go with it? Jiāng Chén frowned. What do you take me for? I'm not some womanizer.
I'm still very much a man of integrity.
Cut it out.
Me, Yan Shi, 1-1, that's 3 already.
Ugh, shameless. Chen Jichu didn't buy Jiāng Chén's self-proclaimed purity.
Jiāng Chén felt a surge of smug satisfaction, silently noting to himself that there was also Teacher Meng, whom she didn't know about.
But it's probably best if Teacher Meng never meets you.
You two are polar opposites. I'm afraid it'd turn into a bloodbath if they crossed paths.
I couldn't handle that.
Just as Jiāng Chén pondered this, he suddenly noticed Chen Jichu staring at him with a dazed expression, her eyes glistening with moisture.
What's wrong? Nothing.
Chen Jichu averted her gaze. When she noticed Jiāng Chén wasn't pressing further, she added.
I was thinking, maybe I'll help you out again tonight. It must be really uncomfortable like this. Jiāng Chén smiled. It really is uncomfortable. I'm afraid I won't last until tonight. You want it? Xiao Chen, it's time to start the treatment. Don't talk, hurry. Chapter 174, trending on Hot Search, follower count skyrocketing. Streamer is live. My good brothers, have you been waiting for this moment? Everything was perfectly prepared.
Dressed impeccably and transformed into her reporter persona, Lu Ruyan flashed into the frame, waving greetings to the fans watching.
Holy crap, the video quality is insane. What's going on? My phone's freezing.
Same here, let me switch to a smoother stream.
It's really happening. I thought you'd bail. What's this stream about? Peeking into the life of a top-tier spender? What's the deal?
The screen instantly flooded with comments. Over the past few days, Lu Ruyan and several other streamers had deliberately hyped up the event, while some fans spontaneously stirred up traffic. Lu Ruyan's stream was incredibly popular, climbing to 10th on Douyin and Kuaishou's trending charts and 39th on Weibo just hours before going live. This massive exposure sucked in a huge wave of casual viewers, causing the back-end data to far exceed everyone's expectations the moment the stream went live. Fortunately, Jiāng Chén has unlimited funds. This time, whether it's filming equipment or network gear, we've prepared ample redundancy. This level of pressure is completely manageable. Yuan Xiaoxian led a team of support staff behind the scenes, providing the backbone for this livestream.
Ruyan, hang in there. Just stick to the script. Yuan Xiaoxian blinked encouragingly at her best friend. Lu Ruyan certainly didn't falter.
Though slightly awkward, it was hardly noticeable for a vertical screen livestream with its inherent visual limitations.
Beyond the host's performance, other elements equally captured attention. Lu Ruyan's gaze shifted slightly leftward toward the camera, locking eyes with her best friend. The slow rise of her lips revealed her current state: nervous, confident, excited. A quick recap. Remember that mysterious tycoon who tipped 16 million overnight? Ruyan has connected with the big spender and they've planned a special segment. We'll be using Ruyan's live stream perspective to explore a day in the life of our big spender. Right now, the host has just arrived at one of the big spender's properties and is about to go inside. Don't forget to follow the big spender's account. As Lu Ruyan delivered her narration, the camera slowly glided toward Tumlong No. 1 mansion. The frame followed her long, jade-like legs and stockings as they passed several luxury cars, finally settling on the opulent building, whose extravagance clearly surpassed ordinary mansions. Luxury cars, beautiful women, opulent mansions. Under the skillful on-the-spot camera work, the scene delivered a powerful visual impact to viewers. The bullet comments thickened, and the livestream's heat surged rapidly. Jiāng Chén, who was eating dinner while casually glancing at the screen, took a quick look at the hard work of the past few days. Combined with today's unexpectedly strong program effect, Lu Ruyan's fan count had already surged to 970,000. And his own far exceeded that number. Currently, Jiāng Chén has 1.19 million followers on Douyin alone. He was getting closer to completing the player's turn. Sure enough, preparing thoroughly with capital before tackling the mission yields far better results than just winging it. Jiāng Chén narrowed his eyes, roughly estimating that under current conditions, the best-case scenario would be breaking 3 million that very day. However, he wanted to wait for the funds from the tower to arrive. That way, he could make large-scale asset purchases during this round, so delaying the 3 million milestone by a few days would be preferable. But if followers suddenly pushed past 3 million followers, it would mean fate wasn't giving Jiāng Chén the chance to develop slowly. He'd have to settle for over 10 million less and end the round early. Too much success isn't always a good thing. Jiāng Chén gave a faint smile, casually opening the notebook beside him. He skimmed through the flashy, cool videos his staff had edited for him over the past few days. These videos weren't just the foundation for his ongoing follower growth, they were also the proof he needed to squeeze money out of the system. All that went into making videos? Definitely essential expenses within the round. Ha ha ha. Boss, there are negative comments. Don't look. Chen Jichu, watching the livestream beside him, frowned in irritation. Seeing the highly aggressive comments, she desperately wanted to jump in and defend Jiāng Chén. Let me see. He said he wouldn't look, yet he leaned over Chen Jichu's shoulder, dominating the screen. Sure enough, the livestream was incredibly popular, but negative comments and haters were piling up in the process. By now, it was easy to see their various speculations and disparaging remarks. These comments had even spread beyond the livestream to the comments section of videos posted on Jiāng Chén's own account, and to every topic related to this incident across the internet. Comments like, "I told you no legitimate person could spend 16 million in one go. No need to watch, obviously a publicity stunt. I guarantee this so-called rich guy is just some newcomer being pushed by an agency to play the spendthrift role. Simple as that. And who knows, maybe that mansion is just a set for some film studio. I think so too, and I've got proof. Image. Look at those earlier shots, there were 6 cars in the parking lot, worth a total of just over 6 million. If he were a real high-profile big spender, he wouldn't be driving a car worth only $1 million, right? Sigh, thinking it's all fake just makes it feel pointless. Come to think of it, what do you think? Was Ruyan deceived, or is she in cahoots with this rich guy?" Jiāng Chén scanned the comments, his expression unreadable. He expected some kind of bashing, but it turned out to be about authenticity. Well, that is fine. Let them rant all they want, his wealth was as real as it gets, as genuine as it could possibly be. And just as Jiāng Chén had anticipated, the moment the camera shifted indoors, Yuan Shaoxian swiftly applied a filter to the camera and fine-tuned the white balance. The bullet comments vanished instantly. As if all sound had ceased. Because half of 500 million yuan had just been laid bare before the eyes of over 1 million people. "Good evening, sir. Welcome home." Led by Zhu Huimei, several servants and chefs bowed to the camera. Before exiting the frame, they showcased the luxurious yet tasteful interior. Some viewers recognized these as the same servants featured in Rich Guy's earlier phone footage. The controversy over fake servants was instantly cleared up, though by now, no one cared about that anymore. Some commenters, clearly well-traveled and experienced, had their doubts dispelled by what they saw with their own eyes. Their comments, in turn, swayed more viewers toward belief. Holy, a Steinway grand piano? And that violin in the dehumidifier box looks familiar too. Damn, an 89 Petrus? Classy. If it were Romani Conti or Lafite, I'd suspect props, but Petrus. Forget it, this guy's legit loaded. It's just a damn waste of good stuff. Storing wine away from light doesn't just mean avoiding sunlight. You gotta keep it away from indoor lighting too. The second son of a domestic winery sat up while watching the livestream. That wine casually placed in the corner of the dining room? If it were in his hands, it'd be stored away in a cellar rack. And this guy just leaves it out in the open? He's wealthy, but he doesn't know wine. The young master felt increasingly uncomfortable watching. Thankfully, Lu Ruyan left the dining room, easing his distress slightly. Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow at his comment. Is it that expensive? Seems like this is what you drink with meals. Sister Zhu said there are over 60 bottles left? Beyond the livestream platform, idle netizens had already screenshotted and catalogued every piece of furniture showcased in Jiāng Chén's mansion during the broadcast. Who knows if this mysterious tycoon will ever use them? In any case, the musical instruments alone were worth over 5 million yuan. The various classic porcelain and crystal pieces, assuming none were fakes, were similarly valued at 4 to 5 million. And such high-value items were scattered throughout Jiāng Chén's home. Walk in, grab something without even looking, and walk out. There's an 80% chance that purchase could cover a down payment on a house. After analyzing everything, the curious blogger compiled a price list and posted it across several platforms. Jiāng Chén's popularity exploded once more. While some netizens had the means, most were ordinary folks who'd never seen anything like this before. What's the difference between a $20 bottle of Great Wall wine and a $10,000 plus vintage from a prestigious estate? Isn't a 5 yuan plate still a plate? Must we insist on using ones costing thousands or tens of thousands? Their perceptions were shattered, and resentment toward the wealthy surged first. But then they remembered Jiāng Chén had once splurged lavishly. What if he did it again? Holding on to that thought, resentment turned to anticipation. If Big Spender just lets a little slip through his fingers, I'd strike gold too. Even a free meal would do. Brother Rich, we're here to lick your boots. Jiāng Chén's phone buzzed incessantly. He glanced at it before letting out a soft sigh. Looks like I can't delay this much longer. In just over 10 minutes, the fan count had already hit 1.7 million, with 3 million now within sight. Jiāng Chén sighed. He hadn't even spent all his money yet. Why was this round ending already? No, I have to spend money immediately. The 9 million from the building hadn't arrived yet, so he'd spend the millions he had on hand first. He had to milk the system for all it was worth. After rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he addressed Chen Jichu. My garage is empty. Come with me to the auto mall. Get me something that can hold its own. Question mark. Why are you looking at me like that? I only have 6 cars, okay? One's for Yanxi, and one's for you. Got it, boss. I'll go. Chen Jichu suppressed the familiar feeling of arguing with a female friend about whether she had enough clothes or bags, accepting the reality with a sigh. It's your money anyway. I'm not the one feeling the pinch. Chen Jichu pouted. Chapter 175, I must spend this money fast. Avoiding the cameras filming downstairs, Jiāng Chén quickly got into a car with Chen Jichu and drove off. The moment they stepped out, the account's follower count had already hit 1.8 million. At this rate, it would likely reach 3 million within the next hour or two. Time was running out. Though Chen Jichu's former employer, Shangyuan Auto City, wasn't far away, a round trip would still take over an hour. To avoid the risk of earning less than expected, Jiāng Chén decided to go somewhere closer. Conveniently, a Mercedes-Benz dealership was located just west of the Tinglong Garden exit. Jiāng Chén parked and turned off the engine. His quick sequence of movements was lightning fast. Before the salesperson waiting at the entrance could react, he had already strided into the showroom. The sales staff, startled by his brisk entrance, feared he was a competitor sent to cause trouble. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. Jiāng Chén scanned the showroom. Domestic and imported models, Mercedes-Benz and Maybach. Nearly every new model from that year was on display. Anything below a million yuan was completely out of his consideration. Maybach S-Class 680. I want the car now. Just as a salesperson finally caught on and jogged over to greet him, Jiāng Chén lowered his hand from his chin and pointed to the Maybach with the upright emblem in front of him. At just over 3 million yuan, it barely met his requirements. The salesperson who greeted him looked utterly bewildered. Are you serious? This was over 3 million yuan, no small sum. Even the most extravagant tycoons would test drive and compare models before committing to a purchase. Yet this man merely ran his hand over the paintwork and demanded immediate delivery. The saleswoman found this highly peculiar. Naturally, professional decorum prevented her from blurting out, "Are you kidding me?" Instead, she politely inquired if Jiāng Chén had made a well-considered decision. Before serving any customer, she always prepared for the worst-case scenario that she might come away empty-handed. Maintaining this mindset allowed her to consistently deliver stable service quality. Jiāng Chén was no exception. She'd already assumed he probably wouldn't actually take delivery. Not far away, the customer who had just taken delivery of a Mercedes-Benz E320L, his breathing still slightly labored, his mood gradually lifting, suddenly frowned and turned his gaze toward Jiāng Chén. The car he'd just bought cost over 700,000 yuan, a full sixth of his net worth. Spending a sixth of his fortune on a vehicle was a painful blow. Yet considering the emotional value it would bring in the future, he was quite satisfied.
Little did he expect that the very emotional value he cherished most would go awry the very moment he took delivery. What could he do? He just gritted his teeth to take delivery, only for a buddy next door to casually pick up a ride costing over 5 times as much. Who could possibly be happy about that? That car cost me nearly 70% of my net worth. I just hope he was only joking. The man's expression grew composed. He didn't rush to leave, instead sitting nearby, his gaze drifting over periodically to keep an eye on the area. Hearing the salesperson's concerns, Jiāng Chén shook his head with an expressionless face. He asked, "How many of this model do you have in stock? And in what colors?" The salesperson hesitated briefly before answering promptly. "We have 4 units in stock after all, it's the top model in this series. They come in emerald green, purple, mocha black, and blue silver two-tone. However, if you're interested in other colors, we can arrange for a transfer. It could take as little as half a day, or up to 3 days at most. We'll definitely find the one you like." Jiāng Chén tilted his chin. "Too long to wait. I'll take both the green and the blue silver two-tone models. And have your staff drive them home for me." Hearing this, both the salesperson and the man nearby stiffened in shock. This guy, what on earth is he talking about? How could he casually throw around such extravagant demands? Over 7 million yuan, and with optional extras pushing it close to 8 million, and he didn't even hesitate? The salesperson was already in a daze. While following Jiāng Chén's orders and going through the series of contract procedures, her mind was completely elsewhere. Only when 2 other colleagues arrived with smiles to drive the car to Jiāng Chén's residence did she clasp the invoice in her hand and suddenly sigh. "I dreamed I closed an 8.1 million deal today. Turns out it really was. Sis Fawn, this month, no, your top sales position is locked in for the entire year." Several colleagues gathered around enviously, confirming that what had just happened wasn't a dream or an illusion. Where does this wealthy client live? Where did Xiao Wu and the others deliver it? As several colleagues chatted with Sister Fong, they couldn't shake the feeling that today's deal had a touch of the mystical. Not far just at Tinglong Garden. Tunlong Garden. The sales team, along with the dazed-looking man sitting nearby, instantly perked up, their eyes widening in disbelief. Near the Dragon Ascension Tower lay Jiangzhou's central urban green space, though less than a third of this area was actually open to the public. Its most exclusive section had been guarded by tight security ever since its completion. Legend had it that this was the location of Tinglong Garden, the most expensive real estate in all of Jiangzhou, where prices routinely reach tens of millions or even hundreds of millions without exception. People had always dismissed this as mere legend after all, properties costing tens of millions or even hundreds of millions sounded absurdly extravagant. But the young man who just walked away with 2 Maybach S-Class sedans in 20 minutes made everyone suspect that legend might actually be true. If anyone could afford such properties, it must be someone like this young man, someone who spends 8,100,000 like it's 81 yuan. The man who had watched the entire scene stood up in shock, then sat back down. The envy and awe in his eyes gradually faded into calm. The gap was simply too vast, so vast that even feelings of admiration or jealousy were hard to muster. When someone's casual spending matches your entire net worth, it's clear you're not in the same world. After paying 8.1 million for 2 Maybachs, Jiāng Chén's bank balance finally hit zero. His follower count barely reached 2.1 million, still a ways off from the 3 million mark. Jiāng Chén could finally relax. But to ensure this car purchase counted toward his round expenses, Jiāng Chén still needed to find a way to turn it into filming material. It wasn't too difficult, really. He simply needed to drive the cars into the camera frame. Lu Ruyan's shoot had lasted nearly an hour and a half and was essentially wrapping up. With Zhu the butler's coordination, they also gave the viewers watching the camera feed a taste of the various services available to residents here, including dining, sports, music, and so on. They also showcased some high-end consumables rarely seen in the market or accessible to ordinary people, such as various alcoholic beverages and expensive incense. The shoot began in the parking lot and concluded there as well. Accompanied by some final closing segments, Lu Ruyan's footsteps returned to the starting point of this journey, preparing to wrap things up. She glanced back at Jiāng Chén's residence, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 176, Round Ended, Super Perfect Completion. When she visited Jiāng Chén a few days prior, guided by Chen Jichu, she had toured several of his properties. She had assumed that spacious, exquisitely decorated 270 square meter penthouse facing the Dragon Ascending Tower was his home. Such luxury had made her mentally designate that place as her ultimate dream home. But then, just days later, she and Xiao Xian returned here for filming. This was Jiāng Chén's true residence, Dragon Ascension No. 1 Mansion. From the butler, she also learned the value of this place, 500 million. 500 million. An astronomical sum that could generate tens of thousands in daily interest if deposited in a bank. And now, it stood quietly bathed in the setting sun before her eyes, before millions of online viewers. A glimpse into the life of a tycoon? Indeed it was. But it wasn't just the netizens who were seeing the world, it was Lu Ruyan herself. Only after strolling through this mansion did she fully grasp Jiāng Chén's true capabilities.
What everyone sees is ultimately just a fragment of Jiāng Chén's life.
Beyond this corner, endless veils of mystery still awaited illumination.
Jiāng Chén, truly enigmatic. A hint of melancholy flickered across Lu Ruyan's face. In just a few days, Jiāng Chén's image in her eyes had transformed dramatically.
From a humorous, dependable tycoon, he had grown to embody far more enigmatic qualities.
Today's livestream should wrap up here. But since I'm hitting it off with Mr. Wealthy, we might just collaborate on more videos later. Anyway, stay tuned.
Lu Ruyan wrapped up and prepared to end the stream. In the comment stream, however, there were few negative remarks to be seen. Instead, it was filled with expressions of admiration and gratitude.
Great work, Ruyan. Will this become a series? An hour and a half flew by too fast. Honestly, waiting a whole week was worth it. This livestream is worth paying to watch.
Switch to landscape format for future streams and do an extended version.
I'm not satisfied yet. Vertical screen just feels too limited. A mere 10%? Seriously? That wealthy guy never showed up. Is this just one of his properties? Whoa, any big spenders out there? Let's see who this rich guy really is.
Amidst the flood of comments, countless virtual gifts filled the screen. Lu Ruyan expressed her gratitude and, at Yuan Xiaoshuan's prompting, responded to some of the questions.
A full-length landscape video? It's coming.
We'll edit it and upload it to Rich Guy's account later.
After all, this is essentially Rich Guy's show, huh? I'm just here for a cameo. If you haven't followed him yet, better do it now. Jiāng Chén's fan count began skyrocketing again. That girl never loses sight of the core objective.
Jiāng Chén chuckled softly, pulling his emerald green Maybach into the frame.
He gestured downward toward Yuan Xiaoxian, signaling for the camera not to capture his face.
Then, he strolled leisurely toward the camera. In the unobstructed corner of the frame, two brand new Maybachs stood parked in the lot, drawing gasps from sharp-eyed viewers. I knew someone this wealthy wouldn't just drive entry-level cars.
Maybach S-Class, business appropriate, understated, and extravagant enough. Spot on. The moment the emblem appears, you instantly feel that aura of a big shot.
A car costing around 1 million yuan might be within the reach of a middle-class family with careful planning.
But when the price tag hits 3 million or more, planning? No, it becomes a mere dream.
Of course, only a few gazes lingered on the car itself. Most eyes were fixed on the figure striding toward the camera.
Though Lu Ruyan hadn't said it, the aura radiating through the screen was palpable. Everyone instinctively knew this was the wealthy guy. I thought he'd be some balding nouveau riche, but he's actually this handsome? How do you know without seeing his face? I caught a glimpse when the car pulled up.
With that build and presence, he'd be hard to miss.
Holy crap, he's frame by frame perfect. Amidst some indistinct murmurs, the livestream ended.
Millions of viewers instantly left the livestream, feeling a sense of loss. They could only sense that the man who stepped in front of the camera at the very end was shrouded in mystery, radiating an overwhelming aura of charisma. It makes one incredibly curious. Yuan Xiaoxian wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and directed everyone to start packing up the equipment. Jiāng Chén observed this, smiled faintly, and said, "Good work, everyone. Each of you will receive a 10,000 yuan bonus shortly." Another wave of cheers erupted. A few minutes later, after helping Yuan Xiaoxian, Lu Ruyan approached him, grinning as she handed her phone to Jiāng Chén.
"Bro, check this out, the numbers look pretty good, right?"
Jiāng Chén glanced at it and nodded. Indeed, today's livestream had been exceptionally successful. Including the cliffhanger segment, the 3-hour livestream had garnered gifts worth over 400,000 yuan. The net take-home pay would be around 200,000 yuan, a truly substantial sum. Even years later, only top-tier streamers could reach that income level. Of course, factoring in advertising commissions was another matter entirely. Regardless, based solely on her follower count and recent streaming metrics, Lu Ruyan was now firmly among the top tier. Quite impressive. With a superstar like you on board, my company, Shiming, will never go under.
Jiāng Chén praised.
But Lu Ruyan's motives for approaching him went far beyond simply seeking his praise.
I'm still riding on your coattails, big brother. How should I handle these livestream earnings? Should I put them through the company account? Lu Ruyan asked with an innocent look. Jiāng Chén couldn't help but chuckle. Give it to me? Why would you give me your streaming income? Keep it for yourself. But I'm already an employee, right? Who told you employees have to hand over their earnings to the boss? Who's that heartless? Oh, okay. Thanks, bro. Lu Ruyan glanced around, noticing that Chen Jichu and Yuan Xiaoxian weren't looking their way. She suddenly leaned in and gave Jiāng Chén a quick peck on the cheek before scampering away in small, quick steps, leaving Jiāng Chén with the sight of her mature, alluring, yet still lively, graceful silhouette. That little minx. Jiāng Chén touched the dampness on his cheek, his lips twitching. It seemed he hadn't even had the chance to make a move on this future borderline case beauty, yet she'd already taken an interest in him. That was rather interesting. Lu Ruyan's words did remind Jiāng Chén, though. The revenue distribution model for the MCN under his management was indeed worth considering.
Since his primary income didn't come from this venture, he could afford to be more generous with employee shares.
He'd ponder that later.
For now, Jiāng Chén's attention was captured by the crisp notification sound ringing in his ears and the constantly flickering interface before him.
Player turn, a glimpse into the life of a god-tier spender spanning over a week. Finally completed. Chapter 177, Double Payout. Instant wealth at this moment. Ding.
Player turn, a glimpse into the life of a super rich, judgment complete.
Mission completion, SSS superb. Dispensing current completion rewards?
Congratulations, host. You have gained +10 to charm and +10 to intelligence. All video production costs incurred during this double payback round will be refunded.
Calculating. Calculation complete. Refunding this turn's expenditures. Settling daily interest. Refund complete. Balance +35,678,974. Interest settlement complete. Profit, 286,000. Over 35,900,000.
Watching his rapidly rising balance after the round ended, even Jiāng Chén couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement for a moment.
So, exceeding the target within half the allotted time consistently triggers SSS tier completion?
Smoothing over the excitement stirred by the column of numbers, Jiāng Chén's eyes flickered. The recent rounds had allowed him to grasp the pattern. The regret of failing to turn the 9 million yuan rent for the Dragon Ascension Tower into 16 million vanished into thin air. After all, if he had dragged it out a few more days, the double payout for SSS level completion would have vanished. It could only be said that everything happens for a reason. Controlling greed remained the fundamental element of maintaining rationality. Besides, in a few days, the balance will surpass 40 million. At that level, as long as I don't act recklessly, it might as well be infinite. After that, the primary considerations will be expanding the interest ceiling further and making the most of my wealth. What's the difference between having money and not having it if you don't use it? But how should I use it? Jiāng Chén fell into deep thought. Countless ideas flooded his mind, yet none seemed particularly urgent or important. Perhaps he should wait for the next round? Using the next round as a guide wasn't a bad approach either. With that, Jiāng Chén's next course of action became clear. After all this hard work these past few days, it was time for a proper vacation. Another week passed swiftly. Here at Shiming Network Technology, the company had officially embarked on a path of steady development. Its provisional departments had established connections with Lu Ruyan, Jiāng Chén, and several female streamers who seemed tirelessly harassing Jiāng Chén's Douyin backend daily. These accounts were formally integrated into Shiming's development matrix. Meanwhile, the company's internet headhunters were actively scouting for promising new streamers across the web. Armed with Jiāng Chén's memories from another era, Shiming would outpace most future industry giants by securing these talents early. Of course, this process wouldn't be rushed, it would unfold gradually. Now, what the entire company and Jiāng Chén himself looked forward to with slight anticipation was the rare leisurely holiday that followed the temporary lull in the busy period. For the longest holiday of the first half year, we at Shiming certainly won't be outdone. Others get 5 days off, right? We're taking 10. On the last day before the holiday, just before closing time, Jiāng Chén drove to the office building. After announcing this good news to all the employees, he picked up Chen Jichu, who was grimacing while handling official business, and strode away triumphantly. Behind him, 41 employees erupted in heartfelt cheers. This outburst of joy only deepened the already corpse-like expression of an employee from another company downstairs, who had just received notice of overtime until 10 p.m. and a holiday shift adjustment. The silver Maybach's emblem reflected a dazzling arc of light in the setting sun, sending a chill down the spine of every passerby who caught sight of the car. The driver's foot eased off the accelerator, and passersby paused to glance their way. Within that elegant shade of emerald green, sat a man of rare, almost unearthly handsomeness, and a woman whose beauty matched his. Illusion spread in that moment, perhaps this was life. As the red brake lights illuminated, the car gradually faded into the distance with the next green light. The dreamlike life belonged to others, they had to keep living like this. Everything remained unchanged, traffic surged, shoulders brushed against shoulders, and the intersection beneath the Dragon Ascending building remained perpetually bustling. It seemed no one paused for even a moment for those passing by on this sweltering summer day. Xiao Chun, as my personal assistant, why are you always at the office? I'm so lonely at home all by myself. Jiāng Chén turned the steering wheel, speaking earnestly to Chen Jichu in the passenger seat, who kept glancing back as if still preoccupied with company matters. With the company newly established and everything in its infancy, it was precisely the time when someone needed to take charge. Chen Jichu possessed the aptitude for it, so naturally, she stepped up. But this left Jiāng Chén, the boss, feeling a bit lonely. Our beautiful coach was equally busy and elusive. As for Yan Shi, since that last time, their relationship had reached a substantive level. When they met on campus, she was quite confident in her position as Jiāng Chén's girlfriend. But when it came to going home with Jiāng Chén, for some reason, Yan Shi seemed to be gently declining.
As for teacher Meng, she was an even busier bee, though her situation was slightly better than Yan Shi's. At least she'd honestly explain over the phone what she was occupied with. It turned out that while Jiāng Chén was busy building his online presence, Meng Yucheng had already put those funds to work, launching her own business ventures. But when Jiāng Chén offered to reinvest and lend a hand, Meng Yucheng also politely declined. I just can't shake the feeling that teacher Meng is holding back something. Never mind. She'll speak up when she's ready. Sigh. He sighed. This situation suddenly made Jiāng Chén feel like he was surrounded by countless beauties yet remained utterly alone. He didn't want this kind of situation. So he resolved to take the offensive. He'd used this rare long holiday to properly bond with his secretary, his employees, his CEO, his senior classmate. None of you are getting away. And first up was his current little secretary. Who can blame him? His company's up and running, and he still has to go to school. Chen Jichu rolled her eyes beside him. Did he really think she wanted to be this exhausted? Who wouldn't love a cushy job in a mansion, just serving the boss? But Chen Jichu still cared about her reputation and valued her dignity. She certainly didn't believe that merely offering companionship in that regard justified her current salary or Jiāng Chén's kindness toward her. So the root of all this trouble was obvious. Jiāng Chén. Chen Jichu was seething with resentment. But once things stabilize a bit more, I'll basically be able to wash my hands of it. Chen Jichu watched Jiāng Chén's outstretched hand and instinctively offered her stocking-clad legs to his grasp. That's good. Want to relax today? For now, Chen Jichu was the only one he could get his hands on. Jiāng Chén wasn't in the mood for the usual routine at home. With the holiday finally here, it was time to try something new. Chapter 178, Vacation, Relaxation, and the Movie Theater. At that moment, Jiāng Chén was pondering whether to take his secretary swimming, get a massage, or perhaps catch a movie. As dusk fell, the latter two options seemed more appealing. Relax? But Chen Jichu was unaware of Jiāng Chén's sudden seriousness today. The moment she heard those words come from his mouth, her face flushed involuntarily, and she drew her legs closer. Her beautiful legs pressed tightly together as she shifted her gaze out the window. It had been several days now. She, too, wanted to relax a little. But her nature wouldn't allow her to show it. Usually, Jiāng Chén had to be forceful first before she'd play coy. How about we catch a movie first, then go for a massage afterward? The car slowed to a stop in the parking lot near the cinema. Jiāng Chén took Chen Jichu's hand, startling her out of her daydreaming state. Instinctively, she followed the script playing in her mind. No, outside, people will see us. The moment the words left her mouth, Chen Jichu snapped back to reality. Her entire face flushed with an unhealthy blush. Good heavens, what on earth had she just been doing? Outside? Seen? So you like that sort of thing? We can try it sometime later. Jiāng Chén raised an eyebrow at her words. He hadn't paid much attention to Chen Jichu's inner monologues before, but this girl was layer upon layer of complexity. The more he uncovered, the more intriguing she became. But then, Jiāng Chén shifted gears, steering the conversation back to the main point. But for today, let's just watch the movie first. Chen Jichu dared not show any displeasure or argue with Jiāng Chén. Those embarrassing words alone were enough to keep her on edge for at least the next week. Is it really okay to treat Jiāng Chén like this? Yanxi, sitting in the passenger seat beside Peng Wanwan, felt a pang of guilt. Peng Wanwan instantly looked utterly incredulous. Oh my dear friend, saying that makes me feel like I'm the villain trying to drive a wedge between you two. To put it nicely, you're just buying yourself time to improve and surprise Jiāng Chén. Besides, it's only been 3 days, what's the rush? Peng Wanwan grinned. Or did Jiāng Chén steal your soul? Can't you go a single day without being with him? I just worry he'll feel bad. Yanxi's expression turned awkward, her face flushing with embarrassment as her words came out stuttered and halting. Peng Wanwan immediately realized what her innocent little friend was thinking. She couldn't help but laugh. She teased, relax, it won't kill him. Men who say they can't stand it are just lying to you. Oh my silly little Yanxi. Good thing you're in Jiāng Chén's hands, otherwise I'd be worrying about you every single day. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll go keep him company for you. Guaranteed to keep him satisfied for 2 whole days. Peng Wanwan licked her lips, patted her chest, and wore a look of absolute confidence. She had no idea that after that day, Jiāng Chén's physical stats had tripled. The vast difference between heaven and earth would become painfully clear when she finally stepped up to challenge him. Alright, stop saying that. Yanxi bit her lip and shot Peng Wanwan a disapproving look. After leaving Miracle Gym, Yanxi stayed at Peng Wanwan's place. They chatted for a long while before getting down to business. Yanxi, I'm going to help you secure your position as the unshakable main wife. That guy has way too many women. You need to work harder and become even better. Peng Wanwan was brutally honest. After all, she was one of them. Based on her later analysis and deductions, as well as what she observed during her brief involvement in the VIP livestream project. Besides the two of them, Chen Jichu was definitely involved, and at least one of Lu Ruyan and Yuan Xiaoxian was likely in on it too.
Setting others aside for now, Chen Jichu posed a significant threat in Pang Wenwen's eyes.
The only thing this woman has over me is her age. I absolutely have to beat her.
Pang Wenwen always maintained a clear self-assessment, never aspiring to more. But as a woman, especially one entangled with another woman over the same man, it was impossible for her not to feel competitive. Still, her desire to win wasn't for herself. She wanted to help her best friend triumph.
With my help, you'll definitely become the main wife.
After finishing her tasks, Pang Wenwen wrapped her arm around Yan Xi's neck, sipping floral whiskey as she launched into a lengthy speech.
Yan Xi was clearly swayed.
After all, Jiāng Chén was simply too outstanding. Watching the constant stream of people around him, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of inferiority and anxiety. Pang Wenwen was right, she needed to become stronger.
Then, I'm counting on you. Depend on me? Silly Yan Xi, it's all up to you. But I'll help.
Pang Wenwen slammed her glass down on the table with a flourish. Yan Xi's eyes cleared slightly as she watched her best friend down a liter of whiskey in under 5 minutes.
She couldn't help but wonder. Wenwen, can you be trusted? 2 tickets, plus popcorn.
Jiāng Chén held Chen Jichu's hand as they stood before the ticket counter, his tone matter of fact.
Chen Jichu trailed a few steps behind. Though their hands were clasped, a distance lingered between them.
Her head was half bowed as she quietly watched Jiāng Chén's back. The hand he held trembled involuntarily. This certainly wasn't the kind of story that happened between a secretary and her boss. Well, perhaps their relationship wasn't purely that of boss and secretary. Employers and employees shouldn't greet the morning in each other's arms. Ha! Chen Jichu's mind was in turmoil, yet her body and will both told her she loved this feeling. This atmosphere felt exactly like something she'd once dreamed of. Let's stay like this forever.
If you don't abandon me, I'll forever be your canary.
Chen Jichu whispered to her trembling heart, then stepped forward slowly, lowering her head to rest against Jiāng Chén's broad back. In that dazed moment, it felt as if something had shattered, reality and dream merging into one. Feeling Chen Jichu's subtle movements behind him, Jiāng Chén smiled knowingly. Spotting the waitress distracted by her phone, he tapped lightly on the table.
Hey! 2 tickets, sweetheart? Oh, sorry.
The girl reading her novel aloud was reminded twice by Jiāng Chén before she finally looked up, her mind still foggy. Her first instinct upon realizing her lapse was to glance around for her boss and co-workers.
Thankfully, neither was present.
Close call. After letting out a sigh of relief, she picked up her glasses and put them on, finally getting a clear look at Jiāng Chén. She was instantly stunned. Holy crap, is this a celebrity?
No. No celebrity could look this good without makeup. Good heavens, how could someone be this handsome? Her eyes sparkled as she scanned Jiāng Chén's face and attire. For the first time, she realized that a simple solid-colored shirt could actually give off the vibe of a gentleman's battle armor. Wiping away drool, the college student working part-time forced herself out of her starstruck daze and quickly attended to the customer before her. Who knows? Maybe she could even get his contact info later.